My name is Lu Chen, and I run a small film prop workshop. Lately the factory's been stiffed by a major client and is on the verge of bankruptcy. I urgently need new orders. While scrolling through videos on the couch, I came across a news report. The US recently made a major breakthrough in stealth aircraft technology, with a test flight scheduled in 3 days. They boasted that our reconnaissance systems would be completely useless, and the entire Dragon Nation would become their backyard. Damn, that's bold. I couldn't help but curse. At this moment, a friend request popped up on the phone. Got a job? After the application was approved, the other party sent a message stating they wanted to create large props based on online advertisements they had seen. The mention of large scale immediately piqued my interest. The other party claimed to be creating props for the press conference of the new movie Mecha Nation, with the role being a transforming mecha that needed to be able to switch between forms. She sent 2 photos and dimensions. One was a military green missile launch vehicle, 9 meters long, 3 meters high, and 3 meters wide. The other was a mecha over 11 meters tall. This is a massive project, but I just awakened the technology simulation system 2 days ago. It can help me create all kinds of super technological products, and even simulate the complete research process, after which all the scientific knowledge will be directly transmitted to me. With the system's support, this is not a problem at all. I immediately gave a positive reply. Of course it can be done. The client requires the prop's appearance to match the photos exactly, with functions that are sci-fi and hardcore, avoiding any plastic-like shell appearance. The budget is 6 million. I stared at the number, thinking, enough. Spending tech points, but the money is mine. Deal, I'll take this job, guaranteed to make it more real than the real thing. Absolutely sci-fi, absolutely hardcore. I replied. She was Qin Yue, whose family owned a film production company. At this press conference, her cousin Qin Xiaojia specifically assigned her the task of creating custom props for the movie. There are only 3 days left until the press conference, and she had asked over a dozen prop companies with no one daring to take the job until she met me. Qin Yue informed that the delivery location is courtyard number 1 of the Imperial Capital Film Studio, and the deadline is before the 8th. I happily agreed and requested an advance payment of 2 million as a deposit. 20 minutes later, looking at the 2 million yuan that had been deposited, I smiled for the first time in a long while. The workers' wages are finally settled. Before the 8th? It won't take that long at all. I can get it done tonight. I reviewed the data on missile launch vehicles and mechas, briefly recorded my ideas, then issued a command to the system, initiate simulation. The system simulation initiated extensive R&D. 3 years were spent refining missile launch vehicle theory and conducting experiments. 6 months later, a missile launch vehicle far exceeding current technological standards was successfully developed. 1 year later, the new type of missile was successfully developed and integrated with the launch vehicle. Spent 9 years perfecting the theoretical systems for the mecha. 7 years later, a truly functional mech was finally built. It took a year to solve the problem of integrating mechas with missile launch vehicles. Congratulations, host, the simulation was successful. I trembled all over, overwhelmed with ecstasy. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At 8 o'clock in the morning, I unloaded the missile launcher truck covered with a tarp in the number 1 courtyard of the film and television city. Meanwhile, in the 3rd theater of Eagle Nation, the officers in the command room were thrilled. The new generation stealth fighter would take off in just 5 minutes. The tiny nation of Dragon will surely back down on the South China Sea issue out of fear. They believe that with Longhua's military technology, detecting their fighter jets would take at least 20 more years. The theater commander, Wade Browning, issued the order, F-23D 3rd generation stealth Raptor fighter, test flight mission. Let's begin. At the headquarters of the northern military region of Dragon Country, Commander Zhang Jianguo listened to the report with a grave expression. Although the first level alert was activated, reconnaissance equipment operated at full power, air defense missiles were in position, and J-20s were patrolling the skies, he's still worried. They've made a major breakthrough in stealth technology for fighter jets. I'm genuinely concerned, worried we might end up blind. The officers were also seething with anger. Damn it. This Eagle Country is way too arrogant. A few hours later, at courtyard number 1 of the Imperial Capital Film Studio, the launch event for Mecha Nation begins. Qin Yue finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the props on the empty lot to the west. Cousin Qin Xiaojia leaned in with a mocking tone. Well, cousin, I never thought you'd actually pull it off. He was convinced that the custom-made prop was most likely just a plastic shell, waiting to see Qin Yue make a fool of herself. Qin Yue was furious but also uneasy, praying that the props wouldn't be too embarrassing. The press conference has entered its final segment. Qin Shangyang stepped onto the stage with a smile and said, "My granddaughter spent a fortune to create a life-sized prop that perfectly replicates the main character from the movie." Qin Yue nervously took the microphone and stepped in front of the prop. When the crowd saw the enormous object covered with a tarp, they all started discussing. 3 days? Good heavens, could it possibly be made of plastic in such a short time? TSK, looks like another low-quality trashy movie. Chapter 3, You didn't steal a real missile truck, did you? Qin Xiaojia listened to the chatter around him. He chuckled with schadenfreude. He glanced at his assistant beside him. He murmured, I'm certain this custom prop she ordered is just a plastic shell. What could she possibly pull off in 3 days? Just wait for her to embarrass herself. Wang Huntao chuckled. Brother Jia, this move of yours is truly brilliant. If this launch event gets dragged down by the props she prepared, the chairman will be furious and blame her. Haha, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Xin Yue stood before the props, hesitating to begin her introduction. Instead, she circled around it once. She touched several spots with her hands. She was astonished to discover the texture felt so incredibly real. It didn't feel like it was just a hollow shell at all. This gave her just a tiny bit of confidence. After circling it once, she instructed several people to unfasten the canvas cover's buckles. Then, addressing the assembled guests and reporters, she explained. This prop is modeled after one of the main characters in the film, Breakthrough. Potianging has 2 forms, one is a missile launcher vehicle and the other is a mecha. My character prop can also transform between these 2 forms. He glanced back and saw that several crew members had already undone the fasteners. He nodded. He took a deep breath. He ordered. Tear off the tarp. She held her breath, her eyes fixed on the scene. Her heart was in her throat. She found herself praying instinctively. Lu Chen, please don't let me down. Numerous guests and reporters watched with wide eyes. Some held anticipation, others disdain, and still others waited to see him fail. Xin Xiangyang stood with his hands behind his back, a smile playing on his lips. He was eager to see what his confident granddaughter had created. What on earth had she built? Back then, Xin Xiaojia had boasted endlessly about Qin Yue in front of him. That's why he'd added the prop demonstration segment at the last minute. Xin Xiaojia stood nearby, arms crossed. A hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. He grinned as if watching a play unfold. He couldn't wait to see his cousin's face flush crimson, flustered and at a loss. Just thinking about it was satisfying. With a collective heave from several staff members, the tarp was yanked off in one swift motion. Wow! The moment the costume and props were fully revealed, the entire crowd gasped. Everyone's eyes widened instantly, as if witnessing something utterly incredible. They were utterly stunned. Before them stood the missile launcher vehicle. 9 meters long, 3 meters tall, 3 meters wide, military green. It bore 6 missile launch tubes on its back. Merely standing there, it radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure. Holy, this is actually a missile launcher. Holy crap, this missile launcher is way too real. Holy crap, you call this a prop? I used to be a military reporter. This prop looks exactly like the real thing. Did you guys steal the real thing from a military base or something? You're overthinking it. There's no way this is real, but pulling this off is seriously impressive. Even if it's just a plastic shell, it's still mind-blowing. Gotta snap a few more shots. You don't see stuff like this every day. Honestly, modern prop-making tech is seriously advanced. Crafting a shell like this isn't that hard. Exactly. It's just a prop shell after all. Don't just look at the shell, look at what's inside. Xin Xiangyang nodded with satisfaction. Even if it was just an outer shell. But crafting it so convincingly proved his granddaughter still possessed talent. Moreover, this prop was practically identical to the character in the movie. Not a single discrepancy. That alone was remarkable. He finally understood why his grandson Xiaojia had been recommending Yue for prop making all along. It turns out he knew all along that Yue had this talent. His grandson had actually done something worthwhile. Xin Xiaojia, who had just been gloating over her misfortune. Now he was dumbstruck. His eyes widened, his mouth agape. His face was etched with utter disbelief. He couldn't fathom where his cousin had procured such a prop in just 3 measly days. It was way too realistic. But upon closer thought, this thing was nothing more than an empty shell. Nothing more. At that moment, a reporter suddenly suggested, Miss Qin, may we take close-up photos? Xin Yue smiled faintly. Certainly. The moment permission was granted, dozens of guests and reporters swarmed around her. Holy crap, this car is so detailed. The brake pads inside the tires, all the components under the chassis, it's got everything. And it doesn't feel fake to the touch. Could this prop actually run? I tapped it, the entire body shell is actually made of metal. Look, there's a steering wheel inside the dashboard, an electronic display, all kinds of buttons, even a handbrake. This doesn't look like a prop at all. Miss Qin, you didn't bring an actual car here, did you? Huh? Hearing their reactions, Xin Yue was taken aback. She immediately stepped forward to inspect it. Sure enough, the dashboard was fully equipped with all the necessary features. She thought to herself, Lu Chen is impressive. He'd even perfected the details of the driver's compartment. But no matter how meticulous his craftsmanship, it couldn't change the fact that this was merely a prop. She guessed it was just a detailed model inside. Still, she was incredibly satisfied with how well it was done. Why don't we hop inside and take a look? A reporter suddenly suggested to Qin Yue. Qin Yue hesitated briefly before agreeing. She casually reached out to open the car door. But the moment she pulled the door handle, the lights at all four corners of the missile launcher suddenly began to flash. A square screen illuminated above the door handle. A mechanical electronic voice sounded. Please enter driver's name to verify identity. Shin Yue's pupils contracted. Her body trembled. It can do this? She stared at the screen that appeared before her. She attempted to input her name. After typing Shin Yue, the mechanical electronic voice sounded again. Identity verified. Please capture facial data. Please capture fingerprint data. Please capture voiceprint data. Shin Yue was utterly baffled. Her little mouth formed an O shape. She never imagined Lu Chen had added an information recognition system. How high-tech is that? The reporters and guests behind her gasped in astonishment. You need ID verification just to get on the car? Miss Chin, are you sure this is just a prop? So futuristic. Making a prop look this real is taking it too far. Seriously, this looks exactly like a real car. Shin Yue froze for a moment. She bit her red lips slightly. She shook her head slightly. Forget it, just record it. After entering all the required information. Click. The door opened. Driver, please board the vehicle. The voice sounded again. After Shin Yue boarded the vehicle, a reporter attempted to follow her inside. However, the vehicle sounded an alarm. Warning, unauthorized persons are prohibited from boarding. Warning, unauthorized personnel prohibited from boarding. The reporter's foot froze mid-step. He gave an awkward smile and stepped back. Miss Chin, perhaps you could demonstrate and explain instead. We won't be boarding. Shin Yue felt both amused and exasperated. This car is surprisingly smart. She sat in the driver's seat, staring at the activated driving display and all those unfamiliar buttons before her. She felt momentarily at a loss. Hello, Skybreaker Mech is at your service. Please fasten your seatbelt. Please select manual or autopilot mode. Chapter 4, Enemy Aircraft Approaching. Launch missile to shoot down? Ha! Shin Yue gasped in surprise. There's an autopilot mode? Her heart pounded wildly. Her blood felt like it was boiling at that very moment. Just how incredible of a gadget had Lu Chen crafted for her? And was this really just a gadget? Then I'll choose the autopilot feature? She murmured, her red lips pressed together. Autopilot activated. Warning! Warning! 6 fighter jets detected 300 kilometers away, heading this way. Estimated arrival in 7 minutes. Warning! Warning! No corresponding flight mission for these 6 fighter jets was found in the Dragon Nation military system. Warning! Warning! System analysis indicates these 6 aircraft are highly likely enemy combat aircraft. Requesting pilot authorization to deploy unmanned drones for all-terrain reconnaissance. Shin Yue sat there in a daze, staring at the red exclamation marks popping up on the control screen and the warning alarms blaring inside the vehicle. Her expression was blank. The journalists and guests gathered around her wore equally peculiar expressions. Did I hear that right? This thing has 2 driving modes: automatic driving? What the hell? Holy crap, it actually claimed to detect fighter jets approaching from 300 kilometers away. That's laughable, a prop with 300-kilometer reconnaissance range? It just claimed it couldn't find flight missions for these 6 fighters in the Dragon Nation military system. What a load of crap. Is it actually hooked up to the military network? I saw news a few days ago about Eagle Nation testing stealth fighters. Could they be heading our way? Bull. This is the capital. Would they dare come here? Exactly. What kind of bull stealth fighter? If they dared come, they'd have been shot down at the border by our military ages ago. Got it. The earlier data input and the system's voice just now were all pre-recorded. It's all for show, to generate buzz. Froggy, that makes sense. Northern Military District. Barracks. A scout soldier, just relieved from duty, lay exhausted on his bed. He'd intended to sleep, but no matter how hard he tried, sleep wouldn't come. So he idly started scrolling through live streams. He usually enjoyed watching sci-fi films, so he followed a commentator streamer. To his surprise, the streamer was live right then. He casually clicked to join the stream. But the moment he entered the live stream room, his pupils instantly contracted. Holy? He cursed under his breath. He sprang up from the bed. Isn't that the DF-19 missile launcher? The one that's already been retired? How did it end up here? After listening to the host's brief explanation, everything became clear. This model of missile launcher had been decommissioned last year. And it wasn't classified as a secret type. Photos of its appearance are everywhere. It wasn't surprising that someone had turned it into a prop. He knew this vehicle well, so there wasn't much to see. Just as he was about to swipe away, he suddenly heard the voice of the car's smart system. He froze in place. What? This thing can actually drive? And it has autopilot? Wait a minute. 6 fighter jets 300 kilometers away? Are you kidding me? He knew the streamer was located in the imperial capital. The entire area within hundreds of kilometers of the capital fell under the surveillance range of his military district. Today, aside from the J-20 patrol squadron they had dispatched, there was no formation of 6 aircraft whatsoever. Moreover, the entire reconnaissance department was operating at full capacity, conducting comprehensive surveillance and monitoring. He had just returned from the reconnaissance department to rest. So how could any other fighter jets possibly appear? If they had, they would have been detected long ago. It was simply impossible. Moreover, when he heard the words drone swarm, he couldn't help but laugh. Unmanned drones have been in constant use by their unit. But strictly speaking, they weren't called unmanned bees, they were unmanned birds or drones. Their technology simply couldn't achieve the size of a bee. The results were far from satisfactory. So in his view, everything this missile vehicle's AI system claimed was utter nonsense. Just then, the missile vehicle's AI system repeated its query, requesting driver authorization. Should unmanned drones be deployed for all-terrain reconnaissance? Qin Yue snapped back to reality and instinctively replied, yes. Command received. Ki-151 model unmanned drone deployed. All-terrain imagery expected within 10 seconds. Buzz. The entire missile launcher vehicle suddenly shook. Those nearby recoiled in panic, scrambling backward. Then, one by one, they lifted their heads, eyes wide. Their faces filled with disbelief as they gazed skyward. Various cameras also pointed upward. Just as the missile launcher shook violently, dozens of bee-like objects suddenly flew out from above the vehicle's front. After a brief pause in midair, they swiftly dispersed in all directions. At that very moment, Qin Yue, seated inside the vehicle, let out a startled cry. She saw that a screen on the right side of her view had actually displayed an image. And this image, wasn't this the live feed from the press conference? Most astonishingly, the single screen had been divided into 16 smaller ones, each displaying surveillance footage, some distant, some close up, some large, some small. Gulp. She couldn't help but swallow hard. Her mind was filled with questions. Lu Chen, what on earth have you built for me? How many more surprises or delights await me? The screen's transformation caught the attention of the journalists and influencers. One by one, they crowded forward to capture the scene. Seeing the unmanned peak soar into the sky, a smirk froze on the lips of Scout Wang Hanqing. After seeing the footage from the prop missile vehicle's screen through the livestream, he furrowed his brow even deeper. What is going on here? He was utterly baffled. Just as he was puzzling over it, a voice sounded again from within the missile vehicle. Warning! Warning! 6 fighter jets are accelerating toward this location. Estimated arrival within 5 minutes. This vehicle carries a full complement of 6 missiles. Requesting driver authorization to launch missiles and intercept them. Missiles? Shoot them down? You mean this missile vehicle has 6 missiles? Are you kidding me? How is that even possible? Qin Yue wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. She felt both amused and exasperated. Come on, I just spent a few million customizing a prop. Even missiles were involved. Is this really necessary? At first, she wondered if Lu Chen had intentionally added this interactive element for her. But it just kept getting more and more absurd. When the in-car system spoke, the surrounding reporters, influencers, and guests all took a few steps back, then fixed their gaze on the missile launchers mounted behind the vehicle's front end. You know what? That launcher looked pretty legit. Bang! Bang! Someone tapped it. Holy crap, it's metal. Metal? Could there really be a missile inside? What are you thinking? At best, it's just a pretty realistic prop. How could it possibly have missiles? Exactly. It's just a prop. No matter how realistic it looks, it's still a prop. There's no way there's a missile inside. After Wang Hanqing closely examined the details of the missile vehicle through the livestream, he sucked in a sharp breath. His expression turned grave. Retired missile launchers are either destroyed, recycled by military factories, or sent to museums. Then, where did this one come from? Chapter 5 The Eagle Wing Fighter. Is it really here? Xin Xiaojie stood nearby, his expression dark. He simply couldn't fathom it. It had only been 3 days. Where did Qin Yue get this prop? And this prop was way too real. This wasn't some plastic shell. It was clearly modeled after a real car. It even has an information recognition system and voice system. It even has interactive features. Even the best props he'd seen at other launches couldn't hold a candle to this. Damn it. His own cousin had stolen the spotlight. He should have kept his mouth shut. Why did I recommend her? Damn it. Xin Xiangyang also sensed there was something unusual about this prop. He moved closer. Ah, everyone, isn't this prop we're exhibiting pretty cool? Make sure to take plenty of photos and videos, spread the word for us. He then turned to Qin Yue, sitting in the car, with a beaming smile. Granddaughter, you're quite talented. I'm very pleased with this prop you've created. And the interactive design is incredibly clever. Ha ha ha. Shin Yue responded with a smile. At the same time, the word prop in her grandfather's words made her realize something. Yes. Props are just props. Everything that had just happened was merely an interaction Lu Chen had carefully designed for himself. Since it was an interaction, then she intended to play along. Just as she thought this, the interrogating voice sounded again. Warning! Warning! 6 fighter jets are accelerating toward this location. Estimated arrival within 3 minutes. Requesting pilot authorization to launch missiles and intercept. System analysis indicates enemy aircraft probability exceeds 95%, with Eagle-class fighters at over 80%. Pilot, make your decision immediately. Shin Yue listened to the urgent voice. Watching the images on the screen rapidly shift and advance, she too began to feel impatient. Forget it. Whatever. It's just an interactive game anyway. I'll just play along then. She took a deep breath. He wiped the sweat from his forehead once more. Authorize missile launch. Shoot down the enemy aircraft. After saying this, she began to wonder. What would the interaction below be like? Moreover, even just the missile launcher form held so many surprises. What about the mecha form? What would happen then? However, what unfolded next seemed to slip beyond her grasp. Command received, closing doors. The partially opened door slammed shut with a bang. Missile entering standby phase, launch imminent. All non-essential personnel must retreat to a distance of 3 meters. Then, red warning lights flashed across multiple sections of the vehicle's body. A piercing sound echoed. At that moment, the entire rear cargo bed began to rise. Those nearby heeded the warning. They all backed away. Holy, those 6 launch tubes are raising their heads. A prop with a hydraulic system? That's gotta be overkill, right? This is the most badass prop I've ever seen. Holy crap, are they really going to fire it? Launch my ass. You don't seriously think there's a missile in that metal barrel, do you? Exactly, you're being naive. The crowd erupted into chaos, murmurs and whispers filling the air. The livestream went wild too. Many influencers' live streams hit record high viewership numbers. Northern Military District. Wang Hanqing's lips twitched. His heartbeat quickened once more. They wouldn't actually launch a missile, would they? No, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Just moments ago, when the missile vehicle system reported the probability of enemy aircraft and the probability from Eagle sauce, he immediately consulted the reconnaissance department. The response was that aside from their own patrol aircraft, there were no anomalies whatsoever across the entire Dragon Nation. It was even more improbable that Eagle Nation warplanes had entered their airspace. It was all fabricated nonsense. In other words, this whole thing was a ploy from start to finish, designed solely to grab attention. But regardless of whether it was a ploy or not, he had already made up his mind. He would report this matter to higher-ups when the time came. He'd see just where these people had procured such a missile launcher. Fines must be imposed where warranted. Hold those responsible accountable. But, the next moment, Wang Hanqing suddenly stiffened. His eyes widened like light bulbs. Just seconds ago, as the 6 launch tubes were hoisted into position, the countdown commenced. Launch countdown 10, 9, 8, 7. Everyone present froze in shock. Countdown? Are you kidding me? Are they really going to launch? Damn, I'm getting nervous. Pfft, what's there to be nervous about? It's fake. They're not really going to launch a missile. Even though I know it's fake, I can't help but get swept up in it. This prop is going to be a huge hit and it'll probably make the new movie a smash too. What a brilliant marketing move. As the crowd marveled, a deafening roar erupted from the missile launcher before them. Boom! A flash of light streaked across the sky. It shot toward the sky. The sudden noise sent a jolt through the crowd. They immediately hunched over, covering their ears. Bang! Bang bang! Bang! Several more shots rang out. The ground shook slightly from the impact. Chaos erupted at the scene. Terrified people scattered in all directions. Some were so terrified they collapsed to the ground. They thought an earthquake or explosion had occurred. Only then did those who regained their senses point trembling fingers toward the sky. They watched as a dark speck soared freely across the sky, streaking across the heavens like a shooting star. Their hearts were filled with awe. Their scalps prickled. Their voice trembled as they stammered, "Guys, a missile really launched." What? Holy, it really is a missile. Isn't this just a prop? How could they actually launch a missile? Holy, they're doing this for real. It nearly blew my eardrums out. Scared the crap out of me. Scared the crap out of me. This isn't a prop at all, it's a real missile launcher. Are they crazy? They actually brought a real missile launcher to exhibit. Oh my god, couldn't they have warned us before launching the missile? Seeing a missile launch in person, this life is worth it. There were hundreds of people at the scene. Some sat on the ground, some knelt, some stood. But no matter their posture, Everyone had their heads tilted back, staring at the sky, watching the 6 dark dots fade into the distance. One of the broadcasters was so overcome with emotion that he was trembling all over, pointing the camera at the dark dots in the sky. Folks, did you see that? It's really launching a missile. Which means this missile launcher isn't a prop, it's the real ING deal. Wait a minute. If this missile is real and this launcher is real, then those warnings we just heard. Whoa! Could it be that 6 Eagle-S country fighter jets are really heading toward our capital? But how could that be possible? How could Eagle Nation fighter jets possibly appear over our national territory? How could that be? Wait. The news said Eagle Nation developed new stealth technology and tested it today. Could their target be the capital city? Holy, everyone, this is terrifying when you think about it. Northern Military District. Barracks. Reconnaissance soldier Wang Hanqing was speechless, stunned by the missile launch footage he'd just captured. After a long moment of stunned silence, he snapped back to reality. He slapped his thigh hard. He leapt from his bed. He shouted. Holy, a missile really launched? How is that even possible? This is the capital city. Where the hell is he aiming that missile? Just as he said this, he heard the influencer's analysis again. He slapped his forehead hard. It suddenly dawned on him. Eagle Nation fighter jets, they're really here? His expression turned grim. He burst through the door. He headed straight for the Intelligence Division. Chapter 6, This is the Imperial Capital, absolutely no incidents can happen here. Meanwhile, Eagle, 3rd Theater Command. Theater Headquarters. Commander Wade Browning glanced at the operations screen. A faint smile touched his lips, his eyes brimming with mockery and anticipation. His gaze swept over the dozen or so officers seated before him. He spoke with excitement. In less than 3 minutes, within 3 minutes, our fighter jets will reach the imperial capital of the Dragon Nation. At that moment, tens of thousands of our distinctive national flags will be flying over their imperial capital. The Dragon Nation's people will surely be plunged into despair and panic. Their military should finally grasp just how vast the gap between them and us truly is. I can hardly wait. Many officers present burst into hearty laughter, as if victory were within reach, as if the outcome were already assured. Oomph. If they still don't know their place after today, next time we drop more than just flags over their imperial capital, we'll be dropping bombs and missiles. Damn it! Our fighter jets have already entered their airspace and are about to reach their capital, yet they haven't detected a single trace. Dragon Nation's technology is truly pathetic, utter garbage. Once they realize the gap between us, they'll surely withdraw those rickety ships from the South China Sea. Thinking a few old vessels can intimidate us? Dream on. Yeah, once Abing takes control of the South China Sea, it'll be time to activate our island chain strategy. That'll completely stifle Dragon Nation's growth, no more worries then. That tiny Dragon Nation deserves to be trampled underfoot forever. Imperial Capital. Northern Military District. Reconnaissance Department. Numerous technicians were busily focused on their tasks. The atmosphere in the office area remained relatively relaxed. Because up until now, no anomalies had been detected. There were no intruding fighter jets. None whatsoever. Just then, Wang Hanqing appeared at the doorway, panting heavily. Chief of Staff. Chief of Staff, are you here? I need to speak with you urgently. Zhao Kuan sat up abruptly. He looked at Wang Hanqing. I'm here. What's the rush? What's going on? Wang Hanqing swallowed hard. Sir, 6 fighter jets from the Eagle Nation are heading toward the capital. They'll likely arrive in 2 or 3 minutes. What did you say? Zhao Kuan's brow instantly furrowed. I've been watching this spot the whole time. There are no fighter jets here, not even a single bird. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not making this up. Wang Hanqing grew increasingly agitated. I saw it in a live stream of a movie premiere. There was a missile launcher prop being displayed on site. Apparently, the vehicle has a reconnaissance system that detected 6 fighter jets heading toward the capital. And they've already launched 6 missiles to intercept them. Huh? Zhao Kuan wore a puzzled expression. Live stream? What the hell are you talking about? A movie premiere? Where would they get a missile launcher vehicle? Where would they get missiles? Did you sleep through this? This is a critical moment. I won't tolerate you causing trouble here. Believe me or not, I'll discipline you. Please let me explain. Wang Hanqing wiped away cold sweat, his words becoming incoherent. Explain what? Our systems show everything's normal, yet he claims there are Eagle brand fighter jets out there. How could his flimsy prop possibly outsmart all our surveillance equipment? You've gone mad watching live streams. Absolutely ridiculous. Effective immediately, you're confined to barracks for 3 days. Go downstairs to receive your punishment. The words had barely left his mouth. A technical soldier abruptly stood up to report. Reporting, sir. We have a situation. 6 unidentified flying objects have suddenly appeared northwest of our headquarters. They flickered for a few seconds before vanishing. What? 6 flying objects? And vanished again? Zhao Kuan's eyes widened instantly. His heart skipped a beat. The northwest direction, that's pretty close to the capital. Immediately relay this situation to headquarters. 6. Then he shot Wang Hanqing a piercing look. Speak up. What exactly is happening in that livestream? The moment he heard about the 6 detected flying objects, Wang Hanqing's entire body trembled. Really? There were? Yes, Chief of Staff. It's like this. Inside the command headquarters, Zhang Jianguo and the senior military leadership had not slept a wink all night. They had been closely monitoring the situation. Fortunately, so far, nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. Commander, could it be that Eagle is just bluffing? Exactly. If they were truly targeting our Dragon Nation, they would have flown over by now. I think that so-called stealth technology of the Eagle is just something they made up to scare people. I heard the Eagle was going to send their carrier group to the South China Sea. Why hasn't there been any movement? Just bluffing. That's their usual tactic. I don't believe they'd dare come over. Even if they did, we must stand our ground. As the discussion continued, Zhang Jianguo cleared his throat softly. The command center instantly fell silent. The Eagles still have real strength. We can't afford to be complacent. We must stay alert and not make a single mistake. Just then, the soldier responsible for real-time intelligence sharing with the reconnaissance unit suddenly spoke up. Sir, we have a situation. He briefly reported the recent developments. Zhang Jianguo slammed his fist on the table. His heart raced with panic. This is bad. Something's going to happen. Transmit my orders, conduct precision reconnaissance immediately. Order nearby garrison units to deploy troops to the area at once. Dispatch patrol aircraft immediately. Now. Right away. He paced anxiously back and forth. Good heavens, could it be that Eagle's fighter jets have slipped in here undetected? This is the imperial capital, we absolutely cannot let anything happen. Absolutely not. Half a minute earlier, Eagle's 6 stealth fighters were flying along their pre-planned route. Less than 200 kilometers remained before reaching the capital. The pilots had begun to relax. Thomas piloted his fighter while surveying the magnificent landscapes of the Dragon Nation. He sneered inwardly. Dragon Nation's technological development was nothing special. A bunch of junk. He was nearly at their imperial capital. Yet their reconnaissance system was as blind as could be. They hadn't even detected him. In his view, for Dragon Nation's technology to catch up to Eagle Nation's current level would take decades. Moreover, with military and technological capabilities like these, how dare they presume to call themselves a global power? And dare to criticize what they do? Ridiculous. Absolutely laughable. However, his triumph didn't last long. A shrill alarm suddenly blared from the cockpit. Thomas panicked instantly. He had no idea what was happening. Looking up, he spotted a dark speck in the distance, hurtling toward him. His heart sank. Missile. He couldn't believe it. The missile was so close now he could see it with his naked eye. His fighter's reconnaissance system had only just detected it. How could this be possible? Dragon Nation's missile stealth technology. Was it really that advanced? Chapter 7 Eagle Nation fighter jets annihilated. Headquarters. Incoming missiles. Incoming missiles. Thomas had no time to think. While reporting to headquarters, he urgently altered course to evade. Fortunately, he spotted it early. The missile whizzed past, grazing the belly of his fighter jet. A narrow escape. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. However, other pilots weren't so fortunate. By the time they spotted the incoming missile, it was too late to evade. Boom! 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 Explosions rang out one after another. One after another, fighter jets plunged into the nearby mountains. Seeing his comrades blown apart, Thomas was utterly panicked. Damn that Dragon Nation! Why is this happening? Where the hell did those missiles come from? He screamed frantically. But, just as he glanced at the screen, his pupils instantly contracted. His mouth twitched. It's over. He saw in the footage that the missile, which had just brushed past his stomach, had executed an extreme turn. It had come back for a second strike. There was no way he could dodge it now, and ejecting was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the fighter jet was blown to pieces. Boom! The entire nose of the fighter jet was blown to pieces. The remaining wreckage spewed thick, billowing smoke as it plummeted toward the mountains below. Eagle Squadron, 3rd Theater. War Zone Headquarters. The confident and spirited Wade Browning had been discussing plans for the victory banquet with his subordinates, when an urgent call suddenly interrupted them. Headquarters. Incoming missiles. Incoming missiles. Ha! Wade Browning's brow furrowed instantly as he leapt to his feet. What the hell? Yet, the only response was a series of explosions and a few curses. Hearing the explosions, his heart skipped a beat. Then, a soldier rose from his seat. His voice trembled with disbelief as he stammered, "General, the signal's gone. All signals and coordinates for the 6 fighters have vanished. And we're hearing repeated explosions. They might have been destroyed." "What?" Wide Browning's heart sank. His blood pressure shot up. He pounded the desk repeatedly with clenched fists. His face contorted as he roared. "How could this be possible? This can't be. Damn Dragon Nation. With their military tech, how could they possibly detect our fighter jets? My most valuable pilots." He felt dizzy. His legs gave way. He collapsed straight into his chair. He nearly burst into tears. The other officers were stunned. They had already slipped silently into Longwa's airspace. They were nearly at the imperial capital. Success was within sight. They were already discussing plans for the victory banquet. Why did this happen? Could they have spotted our stealth fighter all along, just waiting for us to take the bait? Absolutely impossible. Setting aside whether they even possess that technology, knowing them, they wouldn't take such a risk. Then we were spotted just as we approached the capital. Losing 6 fighters is something we can bear, but the pilots flying them are our aces. This must be avenged. Isn't our new aircraft carrier nearly complete? Once it's ready, we'll sail our fleet straight into their South China Sea, block their doorstep, and force them to submit. Exactly. Our first-generation combat mechs are nearly ready too. When those massive mechs make their debut, those lowly Dragon Nation bastards will themselves in terror. Imperial Capital. Film Studio Compound Number 1. Inside the missile launcher vehicle. After the missile launched, Qin Yue tested the door. It opened smoothly. The moment the 6 red dots vanished from the screen before her, another voice came through. Reporting to the pilot, all 6 enemy fighter jets have been shot down. Alert status lifted. Unmanned drones have been retrieved. Shot down? They actually brought down fighter jets? Is that even possible? The more I hear this, the more confused I get. You guys must be losing your minds. You actually believe this nonsense meant to fool children? It finally clicks now. It's just a movie premiere. Props are props. There's no way it's a real missile launcher, just a smart one. Exactly. Setting facts aside, think about it, could they even get real missiles? And even if they did, would they dare use them? Are they suicidal? Exactly. This is all staged an interactive segment they set up. What launched just now wasn't a missile at all, but some specially designed ceremonial cannons. Oh, I see. Everyone suddenly understood. Missiles? That was completely impossible. They couldn't possibly get their hands on such a thing, and even if they did, they wouldn't just flaunt it like that. However, even if it wasn't a missile, the interactive setup they'd arranged was undoubtedly a success. Many predicted this press conference would be a huge hit. The movie would be a smash hit too. Qin Shangyang overheard the buzz. He understood. He believed it was all his granddaughter's doing. He walked over to his grandson nearby. He patted his shoulder. "Xiaojia, this launch event's success is largely thanks to your strong recommendation. I was worried at the time with only 3 or 4 days, would there be enough time to make the props? But it turned out we did have enough time. Yue really gave me a huge surprise." Ha ha ha. He murmured to himself again, the second son really did have a wonderful daughter. Hearing this, Qin Xiaojia's mouth twitched a few times. I'm speechless. I could have slapped myself twice. Why did I have to be so damn mouthy back then? I should have never recommended it. Damn it. Not long after, patrol fighters and drones had already arrived at the crash site of the Eagle Wing fighter. The footage from the scene was transmitted to the Northern Military District headquarters. Seeing the debris scattered everywhere, with thick smoke billowing from numerous spots, Zhang Jiangwo's mouth formed an O. Especially when he spotted the eagle emblem still imprinted on a piece of wreckage. He could no longer contain his shock. Whoa! It really is an Eagle brand fighter jet? How did they end up near the imperial capital? Are our reconnaissance units all incompetent? Thank goodness these fighters were shot down. I can't even imagine the consequences if they hadn't been. Find out immediately which unit shot these down? Why didn't our command headquarters receive any advance warning? Suddenly, an officer stood up to report. Reporting to the commander, we've already inquired. No unit participated in the operation. Nor did any unit detect the Eagle Squadron's fighters. We received no intelligence whatsoever. What? Zhang Jianguo was stunned. If it wasn't our people, then who did it? Did they shoot themselves down? Investigate. Investigate immediately. Just then, another communications soldier stepped forward to report. Reporting to the commander, Chief of Staff Zhao from Reconnaissance Department says he has important news to report. Chapter 8, I just attended a press conference. How did I end up surrounded by the military? The communication line connected. Before Zhao Kuan could speak, Zhang Jianguo immediately reprimanded him. Are all of you in Reconnaissance Division useless? The Eagle Wing fighter jets are almost over the capital, and you're just noticing now. And which unit shot down the fighter jet? Get on it immediately. Zhao Kuan cleared his throat twice. Commander, I was just about to report this to you. The missile that destroyed the fighter jet was likely launched from the number 1 compound of the Imperial Capital Film Studio. There's a missile launcher vehicle on display at the movie premiere right now. After hearing the report, Zhang Jiangwo's brow furrowed deeply. After brief consultations with some senior officials present, he immediately contacted the local armed police force. He issued orders, directing them to arrive at the main compound of the film studio as quickly as possible and secure the perimeter. Then wait for his arrival. After that, he also called the military factory director. He instructed him to bring several technicians along. Before hanging up, he added one more question. Director Liu, what stage has the exoskeleton armor research reached? Any recent breakthroughs? The moment the question was asked, there was an immediate silence on the other end for several seconds. Then came a sigh. Commander, the exoskeleton armor structure is extremely complex. It consists of numerous systems, each requiring extensive research to refine. Moreover, multiple systems must be integrated and debugged together. It's not something that can be achieved overnight. Moreover, we're severely lacking in relevant talent here, so... Before he could finish, Zhang Jianguo cut him off. Director Liu, when did you start making excuses? It's been 3 years since we started researching exoskeleton armor, right? Back then, all 3 military regions invested resources into the project. I've heard others have already made breakthroughs. And in just over a month, our 3 military regions will showcase their exoskeleton armor achievements. If you embarrass me and our military region, then you'll be in for a world of trouble. Enough excuses. We'll discuss this in person. Get a few men to the factory gate immediately. I'll send someone to pick you up for a trip to the film studio in the capital. Ha? Film studio? What for? Film studio complex, building 1. Press conference site. Hundreds of people were still gathered around the missile launcher, examining it closely. Almost everyone had pulled out their phones to take pictures. The influencers watched their livestream view counts skyrocket, constantly hitting new all-time highs. The hosts were working harder than ever. Just then, a reporter suddenly interjected. Ms. Qin, didn't you mention that the breakthrough has another mecha form? Could you show us? Qin Yue had already stepped down from the missile launcher. She stood before the vehicle. She smiled and nodded. Of course. I'll now demonstrate for everyone. However, before she could finish her sentence, a cacophony of piercing sirens suddenly erupted outside the courtyard. Then, fully armed police officers stormed in through the entrance. Within a minute, hundreds of people present were completely surrounded by over 100 armed police officers. Chaos erupted instantly. Holy crap, what's going on? Why did so many armed police suddenly storm in? Damn it, nobody told me the press conference had this part. Fully armed. What's going on? Holy crap, I just came to see the press conference. Why am I surrounded by armed police? Could it be because I downloaded 10 gigabytes of educational videos on my phone that they're here to arrest me? Could it be they found out about me peeping on the neighbor lady taking a shower? I just took a sneaky photo of a pretty girl on the bus. Is this really necessary? Qin Shangyang frowned. He had no idea what was going on. But this was his turf. He had to step in and resolve this. So he made his way through the crowd to a man who appeared to be in charge. He asked tentatively, Officer, what's going on here? The officer glanced at him, then raised his voice to shout. We've received orders from headquarters to secure the scene temporarily. No one present is permitted to enter or exit without authorization. Qin Shangyang's weathered face twitched. He asked again, why? There must be a reason, right? The officer glanced curiously at the missile launcher in the distance. He remained silent. As for the specific reason, he didn't know either. His orders were simply to secure the area. As for why, the higher-ups hadn't explained, and he couldn't ask, just follow orders. Qin Shangyang followed the officer's gaze and glanced behind him. He seemed to understand something. Then, turning to his granddaughter who had come to his side, he said, I think I know why. What reason? Qin Yue was still puzzled. It must be your prop that's malfunctioning. Tell me what's going on with this missile launcher vehicle. Where did you even get it? Ha? Qin Yue instinctively glanced toward the missile vehicle. She pursed her lips. Grandpa, I had this custom made online. He built it to my specifications, but I ordered it as a prop. She stammered on for a while without making herself clear. The entire incident had been captured by influencers streaming live. Many netizens gloated over their misfortune. What's going on here? Why did the armed police surround their press conference? Could there be some notorious criminals in there? LOL, attending a press conference and running into something this absurd. I bet it's because of that missile launcher prop. Yeah, that's what I think too. Come on, round them all up and take them away, not a single one left behind. Ha. The standoff dragged on for nearly an hour. Suddenly, A deep, rumbling hum echoed outside the compound. Someone glimpsed military trucks and armored vehicles through the doorway. Holy, look outside. Why are military trucks and armored vehicles here? Holy crap, I hope they don't arrest me. What's going on? As hundreds of soldiers in uniform rushed in, they surrounded the scene. Everyone was stunned. They wondered what heinous crime they'd committed, both armed police and military forces. Was this really necessary? The live streams of many influencers present erupted into chaos as a flood of viewers poured in. Frenzied discussions erupted. Wild speculation ran rampant. Qin Shangyang pondered over it. Today's events were most likely connected to the props he'd custom ordered for his granddaughter. Then he recalled everything about the missile launch vehicle. A chill ran down his spine. He gave his granddaughter a wry smile. Look at the mess you've gotten us into. That missile launcher didn't actually blow up someone's fighter jet, did it? If anything goes wrong, we won't be able to take responsibility. Xin Yue took a deep breath. Feeling both amused and exasperated, she put on an innocent expression. Grandpa, I really didn't know. She began mentally berating Lu Chen. You bastard, Lu Chen. You didn't actually steal a missile launcher from the military base using the photo I gave you, did you? If anything happens, don't blame me for turning you in. Ugh, if I'd known this would happen, I never would have asked you to custom make props. Oomph. Chapter 9, Lu Chen is no ordinary arms dealer. Reinforced security. Just then, a middle-aged man stepped forward from among the soldiers. Upon seeing the shoulder insignia on the man's uniform, many on the scene gasped. A lieutenant general. That's a lieutenant general. Holy crap, what kind of situation could possibly bring a commander-level figure here personally? Oh no. They've surrounded me. What have I done to deserve this? Big shots, all big shots. Everyone, if anyone here has committed a heinous crime, come forward and turn yourselves in immediately. The comments section in the livestream kept scrolling. Countless keyboard warriors furiously typed away. Holy crap, my mom asked why I was kneeling while watching the livestream. Holy crap, is there some terrorist at this press conference or something? Ha ha ha, this is insane. The armed police are here, even the military has arrived. What the hell is going on? I bet they're after that missile launcher. Probably stole it from their military district and now they're here to settle the score. Or maybe the missile launcher shot down one of their fighter jets. Isn't it just a prop? Doesn't seem like it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be surrounding the place with such a massive operation. Seeing so many reporters taking photos and influencers live streaming, Zhang Jianguo frowned slightly. He ordered, everyone turn off your electronic devices. No live streaming. No photography. When a lieutenant general spoke, his words carried significant weight. Everyone present immediately complied. At that moment, Qin Shangyang's eyelid twitched violently. Having served in the military himself, he recognized military ranks instantly. With a major general like this present, the matter couldn't be trivial. Summoning his courage, he stepped forward to inquire. Sir, Commander, what's going on? Zhang Jianguo glanced at Qin Shangyang. Are you in charge here? Yes, I am, Qin Shangyang nodded. MHM. Zhang Jianguo acknowledged, then pointed toward the missile launcher ahead. He spoke slowly, everyone, please remain calm. Our target this time is that missile launcher. For now, please stay here and cooperate with our investigation. The journalists, internet celebrities, and guests present all came to their senses. So that's why. They really came for this prop. They instantly felt relieved. Zhang Jianguo glanced at Qin Shangyang again. Follow me. Then, accompanied by the military factory director and several other officers, he headed toward the missile launcher vehicle. Qin Shangyang and his grandchildren followed closely behind. Qin Shangyang felt a sense of impending doom. Sure enough, they were definitely after it. Upon reaching the missile launcher vehicle, factory director Lu Yongmin and several technicians circled the vehicle, scrutinizing it closely. Then they approached Zhang Jianguo. He stated, Commander, this is no mere prop. Oh? Zhang Jianguo didn't seem particularly surprised. From the moment he first laid eyes on this missile launcher, he had sensed it wasn't as straightforward as it appeared. Is this a decommissioned DF-19 missile launcher? Lu Yongmin shook his head. No. While the exterior looks remarkably similar, certain details reveal it's not. Or perhaps it's been modified. He had barely finished speaking. A technical section chief nearby gasped. Director, look inside here. Good heavens, I've never seen a configuration like this before. Missile launch control instruments, launch vehicle telemetry equipment all intact. Communication gear, what we have, it has. What we don't, it still has. This isn't a prop, it's more real than the real thing. Hearing this, Lu Yongmin immediately leaned in, tiptoeing to peer inside through the window. Whoa! This setup is newer than our latest models. With that, he went straight for the door handle, wanting to go inside and take a look. But it wouldn't budge. Instead, the intelligence system's electronic voice sounded. Warning, unauthorized individuals are prohibited from entering the vehicle. Please obtain authorization. Oh, really? Lu Yongmin yanked his hand back. Smart system? He turned and demanded. Who got this missile launcher? Come tell me how to authorize it. Qin Shangyang patted Qin Yue's shoulder. Granddaughter. He said only 2 words. Qin Yue understood immediately. A hint of resignation flashed across her face. She stepped out of the crowd. She approached the car. Sir, it was me. You? Lu Yongmin eyed Qin Yue up and down. This missile launcher belongs to you? Qin Yue shook her head. Not mine, but I paid to have it custom built. No. I didn't commission a missile launcher vehicle, I commissioned a prop for a missile launcher vehicle. Ha! Lu Yongmin chuckled. Young lady, I can tell you with absolute certainty this missile launcher isn't a prop at all. It's the real deal. Do you know what crime it is to privately manufacture, purchase, or use military equipment? Minimum prison sentence, maximum execution by firing squad. This is an extremely serious matter. So I hope you'll tell me the truth. Understand? Witnessing this scene, Xin Xiaojie, who was gloating nearby, couldn't have been more thrilled. He couldn't help but wish they'd arrest his cousin and throw her in jail. And if grandfather got dragged into it too, then his father could have the heir's position in the group handed to him on a silver platter. Perfect. Seeing his granddaughter on the verge of tears, Qin Shangyang rushed out to explain. Sir, this isn't hers. She paid to have it custom made. She's a victim too. Lu Yongmin waved his hand dismissively. Hold your tongue for now. I'm asking her. Zhang Jianguo looked at Qin Yue. Young lady, don't be afraid. As long as you tell us the truth, I promise nothing will happen to you. Qin Yue's face had gone pale with fright. She struggled to hold back her tears. She gave a faint nod. I'll tell you everything. I won't hold anything back. Here's the thing. Today is the premiere for our new movie. There's a segment where we showcase character props, so I found someone online who custom makes props. This is what he made. The seller's name is Lu Chen, based in Zhangcheng. I can give you his phone number and address. He spoke while pulling out the address and phone number. This address wasn't for a workshop. Instead, it was Lu Chen's residential address. Qin Yue had specifically requested this to prevent being scammed. Here's his address and phone number. Sir, I'm just a victim here. Zhang Jianguo and Lu Yongmin were also slightly taken aback, not expecting this girl to turn on the other party so easily. It seemed she genuinely knew nothing about it. Lu Yongmin glanced at the address and phone number. He said to Zhang Jianguo, Sir, I suggest we contact the Jiangqing police immediately. First, seal off the entire city. Second, deploy a large force to apprehend them. Anyone capable of trafficking missile launchers like these is definitely not your ordinary arms dealer. Such individuals are extremely dangerous. We must be fully prepared. Chapter 10, the designer of this missile vehicle must be a super genius. Hearing Lu Yongmin's words, Zhang Jianguo's expression grew even more grave. Indeed. Someone who can acquire and sell missile launchers like this is definitely no ordinary arms dealer. Could be a major arms syndicate. You're right. In that case, there's no need to contact local police. Contact the military unit stationed locally directly. Have them execute the arrest operation. Exactly. Lu Yongmin nodded. Deploying military forces would be ideal. But Commander, we absolutely must capture them alive. We need to know where they got that missile launcher or who built it. That's crucial. I agree. He turned to the chief of staff beside him. I recall the 9th Division is stationed in Jiangcheng, correct? Contact the commander of the 9th Division immediately. Yes, sir. Half a minute later. Chief of Staff, I handed him the phone. Zhang Jianguo took the phone. He began. This is Zhang Jianguo from the military region headquarters. The troops stationed in Jiangcheng are your 9th Division, correct? The 132th Brigade? Regardless of which brigade, a very serious incident has occurred in Jiangcheng. Someone is selling missile launchers and the missiles themselves. Yes, it's true. I'll have someone send you his details shortly. Organize your forces immediately and launch an operation. Ensure the suspect is apprehended within the shortest possible timeframe. You'll lead the team personally. Coordinate with local police in advance to secure city-wide lockdown. He's not just a criminal, he's a major threat. Whatever it takes, we must capture him. And alive. He must be captured alive. This is a direct order. Understood? Alright, that's settled. After Zhang Jianguo hung up, Lu Yongmin exhaled in relief. Suddenly, something occurred to him. He turned to Zhang Jianguo and asked, Commander, I heard those 6 fighter jets were shot down by this missile launcher. You still haven't told me the specifics of what happened. If you hadn't said it yourself, I wouldn't have believed such a thing could happen. Zhang Jianguo glanced at Qin Yue. Let her explain. Qin Xiaojie gloated silently beside them. Now his cousin was truly in deep trouble. 6 fighter jets shot down, never mind the financial loss to the military. At the very least, 6 lives were lost. How could this be considered a minor incident? Hearing their conversation, Qin Shangyang's heart sank. They shot down fighter jets? This is bad. This will land us in a court-martial. He frantically began explaining on behalf of his granddaughter. Commander, I deeply regret that a fighter jet was shot down, but this truly isn't my granddaughter's fault. She was deceived too. This must be the work of that Lu Chen fellow. It's definitely his scheme. Commander, my granddaughter is innocent. Zhang Jianguo raised an eyebrow, then burst into laughter. Why are you so nervous? Let me tell you, the fighter jet your granddaughter shot down was an enemy aircraft from Eagle Eye Nation. Those treacherous eagle-winged nation bastards sneaking their warplanes into our airspace without a peep, heading straight for the capital. Thank goodness this missile launcher took them down. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Sticking to the facts, you've done a great service, haha. So relax. I won't hold you accountable, nor will I have you arrested. If anyone is to be detained, it's that Lu Chen fellow. Hearing this, Qin Shangyang and Qin Yue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Their hearts, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. Qin Xiaojie's lips twitched slightly. A hint of disappointment flickered in his eyes. Miss, your surname is Qin, correct? Could you describe what happened? Lu Yongmin couldn't care less about all this nonsense. He just wanted to know what had happened. The 3 technicians he'd brought along also wore expressions of curiosity. Qin Yue nodded. Yes. Here's the situation. After I got into the driver's seat, the vehicle's built-in AI system suddenly issued a warning. It detected 6 fighter jets from Eagle Nation approaching this area on the map, 300 kilometers away. What? This single car can detect fighter jets 300 kilometers away from here? How is that possible? What kind of reconnaissance technology is this? Absolutely impossible. Even our military's specialized large-scale reconnaissance equipment can't achieve that level of capability. Several technicians looked astonished. Lu Yongmin waved his hand, signaling them to hold their comments. Qin Yue continued, I didn't believe it either at first. But then the AI system said the fighter jet was getting closer and asked if I wanted to launch a missile to shoot it down. I thought this was an interactive feature specifically designed by Lu Chen for this prop. So I didn't think much of it. I agreed to launch the missile. But then, it actually blew up the fighter jet. She gave a helpless smile. I never expected that either. Lu Yongmin fell silent for a moment. He mused to himself, fully automated intelligence systems, mysterious reconnaissance methods, missiles with extreme precision. This missile launcher is something else entirely. Miss, grant me access. I need to inspect the driver's compartment. Qin Yue nodded and complied. She granted Lu Yongmin access. Lu Yongmin successfully took his seat in the driver's compartment. Surrounded by various electronic devices and that massive LCD screen, he was utterly stunned. What an advanced layout, such a comprehensive control console. These markings are all professional military symbols. Although the exterior design references our missile launch vehicle, the technology inside has completely surpassed ours. The person who designed and built this thing is absolutely a genius. A super genius. If we could recruit this person, they'd be worth an entire division. At that moment, a technical section chief remarked. Director, I suspect the design and manufacturing wasn't the work of one person, but rather a team, right? Correct. Lu Yongmin nodded immediately. It should be a team effort. No. It absolutely must be a team. No matter how skilled an individual is, they couldn't have designed something like this. This team is no ordinary bunch. He turned to Zhang Jianguo standing beside him. Commander, once we apprehend the suspect, we must root out this entire team. If we could harness this team for our own purposes, it would dramatically accelerate several ongoing R&D projects even potentially. The words were on the tip of his tongue. He stopped. He glanced at the journalists and others gathered around. Zhang Jianguo immediately understood his meaning. He then ordered everyone unrelated to the matter to be cleared away. Only a few from the organizing committee, including Qin Shangyang, remained. After dispersing the crowd, Lu Yongmin glanced at his watch. Commander, remember how I mentioned on the way that I had a surprise for you? Oh, you almost made me forget. What kind of surprise? Zhang Jianguo asked. Chapter 11, Director Lu, we've got a problem with our aircraft. I've brought you a technical expert. A very young genius. A couple of days ago, he received word. A mechanical engineering PhD from Magic City University had just returned from studying in the Eagle Nation. And he was facing 2 choices. One was to stay and work domestically. The second was to work abroad. Upon learning of this situation, Lu Yongmin immediately dispatched the deputy factory director, accompanied by 2 technicians, to negotiate with him. This also served as a test to gauge whether this person truly possessed genuine expertise. The deputy factory manager, Zhou Kuan, responded that Han Xiaofeng was the most brilliant genius he had ever encountered in mechanical engineering, kinetic energy, and modular processing. Lu Yongmin was overjoyed. He must retain this talent and recruit him to work at his military factory. Zhou Kuan did not disappoint. He successfully recruited him. Today, he boarded a flight bound for the capital. Judging by the time, he should be arriving soon. Flight MU-2356. On the plane, Zhou Kuan, deputy director of the military factory, was chatting cheerfully with a young man. Xiaofeng, the main reason we recruited you this time is to have you participate in research on exoskeleton armor. Your expertise aligns perfectly with this field, and I hear you even attended an exchange program with a tech company in the Eagle Nation. Now, feel free to envision boldly, if we entrusted this research to you, how would you approach it? What kind of results could you deliver, and within what time frame? Han Xiaofeng smiled faintly. He replied with great confidence, exoskeleton armor research is highly complex. It encompasses control systems, power systems, weapon systems, transmission systems, and more. To achieve results in this field requires significant investment of both human and material resources. Achieving breakthroughs in this field demands substantial investment in both human resources and material assets. At the very least, a specialized team must be established for each system module. These teams conduct research on their assigned modules while regularly collaborating and integrating their findings. Frankly, our nation's current development in this area lags behind Eagle Nation. Catching up to their level will require at least another 5 to 10 years. I had the privilege of attending one of their technical exchange conferences with my mentor. Without exaggeration, our research in this field is truly only at the most basic, foundational stage. Zhou Kuan took a deep breath. Though his words were blunt and seemed to belittle his own country's technology. But one must admit, this was the truth. Yes, you're right. We do have a gap compared to the Eagle Nation. And it's not a small gap either. But with you joining us this time, I'm confident it will accelerate our RD process. He glanced at his mechanical wristwatch. We're almost there. If you're tired, take a quick nap. But just then, an urgent voice suddenly came over the PA system. Ladies and gentlemen, there has been a malfunction with the landing gear of this aircraft. This may delay our landing. Rest assured, we are currently investigating and repairing the issue. It should be resolved shortly. In truth, they had discovered the malfunction 20 minutes earlier. They had already notified the ground control tower. They had also taken appropriate measures. But, up to this point, they still hadn't identified the exact cause of the malfunction. Moreover, it wasn't the only malfunction that occurred. So the captain and the flight attendants held an emergency meeting. Ultimately, they decided to inform the passengers of the current situation. After all, passengers have the right to know. Although, it was likely to cause panic among the passengers. Sure enough, as soon as the announcement was made, passengers immediately fell into panic. What? The landing gear is malfunctioning? What the hell is going on here? Fix it immediately. We're about to land. If this delays the flight and messes up my plans, will you compensate me for my losses? Damn it, couldn't it be anything else? Why does it have to be the landing gear? This is a recipe for disaster. This is bad. If the landing gear fails, we can't land at all. If we can't land, we'll just have to stay up here. What if we run out of fuel? Complaint. I'm filing a complaint against you. Chaos erupted throughout the cabin. 3 flight attendants frantically tried to calm passengers and restore order. Zhou Kuan frowned deeply. He hadn't expected to encounter such a problem. The probability was just too low. After a moment's hesitation, he rose and approached one of the flight attendants, presenting his credentials. Then he spotted the purser near the front of the cabin. What exactly is going on here? Tell me the truth. The flight attendant stammered. He sighed. He finally spoke the truth. The biggest problem right now is indeed the landing gear. We've conducted thorough inspections and performed emergency repairs to address potential failures. But it hasn't made any difference. And the engine braking system also appears to have failed, meaning we can't slow down. The only way to stop the aircraft is to shut down all systems completely. Additionally, the aircraft's fuel reserves will last no more than approximately 45 minutes. If we can't resolve the issue within 45 minutes, the flight attendant shook his head. He didn't continue. But what did he mean? Zhou Kuan understood perfectly well. Don't just stand there. Go maintain order in the cabin. Then he pulled out his phone. He dialed Lu Yongmin's number. When Lu Yongmin first saw Zhou Kuan's call, Lu Yongmin assumed they had already landed. He answered immediately. He said with a smile, Deputy Director Zhou, I'm handling matters outside with the commander right now. I won't be back until this afternoon. Take our genius straight to the military factory to complete the necessary procedures, then assign him a dormitory and provide him with daily necessities. But, Zhou Kuan's anxious voice came through the phone. Director Liu, there's been an accident. The plane we were on has crashed. The plane crashed? What do you mean? Liu Yongmin frowned. Zhou Kuan gave a bitter laugh. Exactly what it sounds like. We're almost at the capital, but the landing gear on this flight malfunctioned. Basically, the control or transmission system failed. Not only that, but the braking system has also malfunctioned. There's no way to slow down. The only option is to shut down all systems and cut power to bring it to a stop. Moreover, the aircraft's fuel reserves will only sustain flight for about 45 minutes at most. If we can't resolve the issues within 45 minutes. Oh no! Director Liu. It seems our situation is truly dire this time. Liu Yongmin's expression darkened instantly. Stay calm. There must be a way. There must be. Damn it, how could this happen? Chapter 12, you're telling me this missile vehicle has a mech mode? The aircraft had its own deputy plant manager and 2 other technicians. Plus the talent I personally recruited. If something really went wrong, it would be a massive loss for my military factory and for the nation. Moreover, beyond them, there are at least 100 or 2 innocent civilians on board. There absolutely must be no mishap. When Liu Yongmin, seated in the pilot's seat, announced the aircraft was in trouble, and saw the grim look on his face, Zhang Jianguo frowned slightly. He asked, Director Liu, what's wrong? Liu Yongmin shook his head with a bitter smile. Deputy Director Zhou, our 2 key technical staff, and the talent we recruited from the metropolis are currently flying back to our capital city. Under normal circumstances, they should be landing around now. But he just called to say the plane encountered trouble, the landing gear malfunctioned, and the braking system also failed. Moreover, their fuel reserves will only sustain them for about 40 minutes of flight. If they can't resolve the issues before the fuel runs out, it'll be a major disaster. This. Zhang Jianguo frowned. Is there anything we can do to help? Liu Yongmin shook his head. Sigh. For now, there's nothing we can do. We'll just have to see how they negotiate with the control tower. Damn it all. Please, let there be no trouble. Commander, the expert I brought in this time is a PhD from Magic City University. He just returned from the Eagle Nation recently and attended several technical seminars on exoskeleton armor. He has unique insights into this field. If he joins our team, it'll definitely bring a substantial breakthrough to our research. What a shame. Why did this have to happen? Zhang Jianguo sighed as well. He was powerless in the face of such circumstances. After all, it was an airplane that had crashed. However, upon hearing the term exoskeleton armor, Qin Yue suddenly remembered something. Sir, are you referring to the kind of exoskeleton suits seen in movies? Liu Yongmin glanced down at Qin Yue. Pretty much. What's the matter? Qin Yue hesitated briefly. Then she said, what I asked Liu Chen to build is actually a transforming mech. It not only takes the form of a missile launcher vehicle but also a mech form. My requirement is that it can transform between the two. My thought was, since he could build the missile launcher to this level, what if he could pull off the mech form too? Qin Yue's words made Liu Yongmin laugh out loud. So you're saying this missile launcher I'm sitting in has another form, a mech form? It can transform into a mecha. Is that what you mean? Qin Yue nodded. Exactly. That's what I mean. But I haven't had a chance to try it yet, so I don't know if it works. Liu Yongmin snorted softly, then shook his head. Does it even need testing? That's impossible. Are you kidding me? A missile launcher is a missile launcher. It can't possibly transform into an exoskeleton mech. That kind of technology doesn't exist, not just for us, but anywhere in the world. The 3 technicians beside him nodded in agreement. Exactly, young lady. Do you have any idea how difficult exoskeleton mech research is? Do you understand how complex its components are? No one has ever created a truly functional mech yet. Exactly. The most advanced tech we have now can probably just assemble an exoskeleton suit and execute some basic movements and commands. As for transforming a missile launcher into a suit? Not a chance. Young lady, look at this missile launcher. What part of it resembles a mech? Zhang Jianguo also found the whole idea implausible. If that Liu Chen guy really had the skills to pull off what you're describing, I'd be begging him to come over. Unfortunately, that's impossible. He shook his head. For some reason, the more they doubted it, the more Qin Yue wanted to give it a shot. Leaders, I know this sounds incredibly improbable, but I want to give it a shot. After all, I never imagined he'd actually build me a missile launcher vehicle before. Maybe a miracle could happen? She then turned to Liu Yongmin, seated in the driver's seat. Sir, why don't you give it a try? Just call out the name Sky Shattering and state what you wish to accomplish. It should work. All right. Liu Yongmin agreed, casually uttering the command. Skybreaker. Driver, how may I assist you? Wow, pretty smart. This gave him a bit of inspiration. In the future, when developing certain equipment, they could also explore intelligent directions. And he had already made up his mind. Once this missile launcher vehicle was towed back to the military factory, he would definitely take it apart for study. He would study it thoroughly. He sensed that if they could thoroughly understand this missile launcher, it would significantly elevate their current technological capabilities. Lu Yongmin pressed on. Do you have another form? Yes. Upon hearing the word yes, they were all taken aback. There really was another form. What form? Could it be a mecha form? That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Another form? What form? Lu Yongmin asked anxiously. A second passed. The AI system's voice responded. Besides the missile launcher vehicle form, it can also transform into a mecha form. What? Lu Yongmin was startled. He clearly found it hard to believe. The other technicians shook their heads in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a missile launcher transform into a mech? Ha ha ha, this must be some glitch in the AI system, right? What a joke. That kind of thing only exists in movie special effects. It's impossible in reality. With the current state of technology worldwide, it would take at least another few decades or even centuries of research. Zhang Jianguo smiled but said nothing. Instead, he watched silently. Lu Yongmin took a deep breath. Since you say it can transform into a mech form, let's try transforming it then. Okay, please fasten your seatbelts, doors closing now. Holy crap? Are we actually going to do this for real? Lu Yongmin thought to himself as he immediately fastened his seatbelt. The doors automatically sealed shut at that moment. Buzz. The vehicle shook violently. Seeing the missile launcher vehicle shaking, Zhang Jianguo and the others quickly backed up several meters. Then, an unbelievable scene unfolded. From the front to the body to the rear, multiple cracks appeared across the entire vehicle. But these cracks weren't damage. Instead, they appeared modular at first glance. Then, the cracks widened, revealing numerous internal structures. Then, these internal structures began to extend and retract, assembling under the action of the hydraulic system. Within mere seconds, the missile launcher's original form was unrecognizable. Until a pair of legs extended from one section of the chassis. Then the front end began to tilt upward. It stood upright. Chapter 13, Rescue Isn't Hard, just force the plane to stop. As it rose upright, the front end of the vehicle rapidly transformed. It soon took on the shape of a head. The entire process took no more than 10 seconds. It had actually transformed from a missile launcher into a mecha. Whoosh! Everyone present, whether military personnel or armed police, stared upward at the massive contraption as if they'd seen a ghost. They were utterly stunned. Holy crap, is that a mech? This is unbelievable. It must be over 10 meters tall, right? Holy crap, this is something else. How did they even build this thing? Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. So imposing and powerful, just looking at it gives me the chills. I always thought mechs only existed in movies. Turns out they've been built in real life too. Xin Yue looked up. Her mouth agape. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Her face was filled with disbelief. She had only mentioned it casually. She hadn't held out much hope. Yet she never imagined it would actually transform into a mecha form. Lu Chen was quite the character. Is he this straightforward in business? When the missile launcher vehicle actually began transforming, Zhang Jianguo stood there. His eyes widened in disbelief. He was completely stunned. After the transformation was complete, gazing at the colossal machine before him, his breathing grew ragged. Whoa! He belatedly sucked in a sharp breath. How is this possible? As for the military factory technicians, heads held high, mouths agape. They were all dumbfounded. Gulp! They couldn't help but swallow hard. Even though the mecha stood right before their eyes, they still couldn't believe it. Never mind what other capabilities this mech might possess. The mere fact that it transformed from a missile launcher into a mech was far beyond what their current technology could achieve. Based on their current technological level, achieving transformation alone would require another decade or two of relentless effort. But now, they've actually witnessed it all with their own eyes. And what's more, the mecha before them was simply too massive, too sci-fi. How on earth did they pull this off? This was the pursuit of their entire lives. Unbelievable. Yeah, even the Eagle Nation couldn't pull off this transformation tech alone, right? Who designed this? One person could probably outclass our entire team. I want to seek him out as my master. Me too. Though stunned, their shock was merely visual. And Lu Yongmin? As the transformation began, he felt his entire body trembling violently, accompanied by a series of mechanical clicks from behind. He was terrified. Seconds later, a force pushed him upward. His gaze rose sharply. Soon, his entire body reached a height of nearly 10 meters. When the upward movement finally ceased, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, he suddenly felt the seat beneath him shift. The seatbelt tightened its grip on him. He was forced from a seated position into a standing one. Moreover, a circular platform abruptly pressed against his feet. Lu Yongmin's body trembled. He carefully steadied himself on the platform. Before he could recover, he saw the steering wheel in front of him suddenly extend outward. Then both ends began folding inward, transforming into the shape of a handle. Wang Yongmin's pupils contracted. His breathing grew ragged. It wasn't just the steering wheel whose internal structure had changed. Several other modules had undergone similar transformations. Watching the control panel and buttons constantly shifting before his eyes, he was utterly stunned. But that wasn't the most mind-blowing part. The most mind-blowing part was still to come. The glass of the protruding dome suddenly turned pitch black. His entire field of vision plunged into darkness. Then, a bright light filled the space. A full-screen circular light screen appeared. The light screen flickered. The entire external projection appeared perfectly on the screen. That perspective was simply unmatched. It felt as though there was nothing around you, allowing you to see everything above, below, left, and right. Moreover, in the upper right corner, he could see the full projection of his entire mech. That towering steel form, radiating an aura of regal dominance. It stirred his very soul, even stirring an urge to worship it. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Mech transformation complete. Please select manual or automatic piloting. Listening to the electronic tone, Lu Yongmin touched his pale, cold face. He gasped for breath. Shock filled his entire pupils. Confusion also crept onto his face. In his nervous state, he forgot to respond to the mech's inquiry. He had served as the director of a military factory for over a decade. He had researched military machinery and equipment for nearly 30 years. Especially over the past 3 years. All his energy had been poured into the exoskeleton mecha. He had poured his heart and soul into it. Yet he has consistently failed to achieve breakthroughs in certain critical technologies. He remains far from the goals he set for himself, even experiencing anxiety-induced hair loss at one point. But what about everything unfolding before his eyes now? He was inside the mech itself. A real, tangible exoskeleton. Even now, some of the things he was witnessing firsthand were concepts he had previously only theorized about. But today, the very thing he had pursued his entire life was right before his eyes. Mech transformation complete. Please select manual or automatic piloting. The mecha system repeated the prompt once more. He snapped out of his shock. I choose autopilot. He was curious to see how this autopilot functioned. However, what he hadn't anticipated was the mecha system's subsequent inquiry left him utterly dumbfounded. Detected a civilian aircraft traveling toward this location from the northwest, approximately 100 kilometers away. Detected distress signals from passengers aboard this aircraft. Warning, the aircraft's landing gear and braking systems have malfunctioned, and fuel reserves are critically low. Warning, this aircraft may crash within 40 minutes. Inquiry to pilot, is rescue required? Lu Yongmin froze. How could they detect an aircraft 100 kilometers away? But then he thought about it. If they could detect a stealth fighter from the United States 300 kilometers away, a civilian airliner was certainly no challenge. But what truly baffled him was that even the passengers' distress calls aboard this commercial aircraft could be detected. They even knew exactly what was wrong with the aircraft. It was truly unbelievable. Lu Yongmin pondered for a moment and asked, can they really be rescued? How? Rescue is possible. The rescue method isn't difficult. Simply shut down all operational systems on this aircraft, then force it to stop mid-air. Finally, carefully land it on the ground. What? Force an aircraft to stop? Lu Yongmin's pupils contracted. He couldn't believe it. How much thrust would it take to force a flying aircraft to stop? How could that even be possible? Chapter 14, Lu Chen? Your developer is Lu Chen? How do you force this plane to stop? How could that possibly be done? Reply to pilot, you can fly into the air, intercept the aircraft from the front, use your own force to stop it, then carry the aircraft back to the ground. Lu Yongmin frowned slightly. You mean, you can fly? And your own strength can stop a flying aircraft mid-air? Yes, absolutely no problem. That is impressive. That seems unlikely, though. He felt it was getting more and more absurd. He had thought transforming from a missile launcher into a mecha and designing this control system within the cockpit was already pushing the limits. But he never imagined such a massive steel frame could actually take flight. And even stop a flying aircraft with bare hands. What immense thrust that must require. And then there was the question. What material was used to build this mech? Ordinary materials couldn't possibly withstand the pressure exerted by an aircraft. If it can be done, there's no time to waste, let's get moving. If we delay any longer, who knows what unexpected problems might arise. The words had barely left his mouth. He immediately felt the gravity beneath his feet increase slightly. Yet upon reaching a certain threshold, for reasons unknown, the gravitational pull was suddenly counteracted. Then, he could clearly see himself growing farther and farther from the ground. The surrounding scenery grew smaller and smaller. By the time he realized what was happening, he found himself suspended 100 meters above the ground. The mecha hovered in midair for a moment. Whoosh! It accelerated past 100 kilometers per hour in a single second. It continued climbing. Just moments ago, Zhang Jianguo and the others stared intently at the mecha towering over 10 meters high. The awe in their hearts was beyond words. Some even shouted from below. "Director Liu, are you okay? Director Liu, what's it like inside? Come down so I can go up and take a look. Director Liu, can this mech move? If it can, take a step and show us." I doubt this mech can move. Just achieving this transformation is remarkable enough. For such a colossal machine to walk, the technology involved is far more complex than you might imagine. Yeah, it's incredible the designers managed to get it this far. Yeah. While our exoskeleton mechs can already walk autonomously, their balance and sensor coordination still fall far short. Exactly. Holy? He didn't finish his sentence. The mech before them roared to life once more. Startled, everyone scrambled backward. The next moment, the mech's head tilted slightly upward. Its legs bent slightly. Boom! A dull thud echoed. Like a rocket launch, it shot straight up into the sky. But its takeoff was far faster than a rocket's. And it didn't leave much of a trail behind. Only faintly visible. 2 faint blue flames flickered beneath the mecha's feet. It's flying. It's taking off. Holy crap, this mech can fly? That's unbelievable. It's a real mech. How did they build this? What kind of insane technology is required? It's practically invincible. Compared to this, the mechs we're developing are absolute junk. Even Eagle Nation's tech can't match this level, right? I can't even imagine what kind of genius could develop a mech like this. It's straight out of sci-fi movies. This is giving me major goosebumps. If I could just fly around in a mech once, I'd gladly die for it. Liu Yongmin stood inside the cockpit. His legs were practically numb. Watching the ground stretch farther and farther below him, his legs grew weak. 200 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters. It finally stopped at 6,000 or 7,000 meters. Suspended in midair. Liu Yongmin glanced down at the buildings below, now smaller than ants. He gasped for breath. He was utterly panicked. Terrified he might plummet to his death at any moment. "You're not going to suddenly fall, are you?" He was utterly tense. "Relax, pilot. The Skybreaker boasts exceptional stability. Not only can it handle altitudes of several thousand meters, it could even take a trip to outer space without issue." Hearing this, Liu Yongmin finally exhaled a slight sigh of relief. "I'm really curious, what kind of energy source are you using?" "Nuclear power." The mecha system replied concisely. "What?" Liu Yongmin's pupils contracted. "Nuclear power?" Hearing this, his mind nearly short-circuited. Given Dragon Nation's current scientific and technological capabilities, nuclear energy was only suitable for power plants and similar applications. To apply nuclear energy to some kind of machinery? It was simply impossible. He asked with a hint of skepticism. "Are you referring to controlled nuclear fusion?" "Yes." "Whoa!" Liu Yongmin sucked in a sharp breath. "Good heavens, our country has been conducting research on controlled nuclear fusion all along. But it's still stuck in the early stages of theoretical refinement and initial testing. There's a long way to go before it can be fully developed. Even the world's current technological leader, the Eagle Nation, has yet to achieve a breakthrough. Who on earth possesses such extraordinary capability to not only develop controlled nuclear fusion but also apply it to you? It just doesn't make sense." To the pilot, "It was developed by my creator." "Your creator? Who is he?" Replied a pilot, "My creator is Liu Chen." Liu Yongmin was taken aback. He was also somewhat surprised. He had always assumed the Liu Chen Xin Yue mentioned was just an arms dealer, merely flipping weapons for profit. The developer must be the person behind the scenes collaborating with him. But he never imagined Liu Chen was actually the creator of this mecha. It was utterly beyond belief. He pressed further. "You mean Liu Chen created you, and this controlled nuclear fusion technology is also his research?" "That's correct. From my exterior design to my core systems, everything was personally researched and manufactured by him." "How many people were in his development team?" Liu Yongmin asked. "Pilot, only one Liu Chen." "One?" Liu Yongmin's eyes bulged wider than light bulbs. His expression was like he'd seen a ghost. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A mecha structure comprises the power system, sensory system, transmission system, central control system, skeletal system, and more. How could one person possibly master all these systems? Moreover, to assemble a mech of your caliber, one must possess profound expertise in every single system, at the very least, the level of a seasoned expert." "One person? Is that even possible? So you're lying. The emotionless mechanical voice echoed once more. I have no reason to lie. When I was created, my creator did not encrypt my basic information. Everything I say is factual. If you find me satisfactory and wish to proceed with the purchase, I can provide you with Lu Chen's contact number. Lu Yongmin froze in place. He remained silent. After a long pause. Finally, he spoke. We should hurry and go rescue them. Chapter 15, is it over? Could there be a miracle? Flight MU-2356. The aircraft was only a few dozen kilometers from the capital's airport. Under normal circumstances, landing would be imminent. But now, the passengers on board had long since descended into complete chaos. I said, is it fixed or not? Is it fixed yet? Damn it, I'm warning you, don't try to pull the wool over my eyes. You really think I'm someone to mess with? If you push me too far, I'll file a complaint, you hear me? Damn it, just give us a straight answer, is it fixed or not? What's with making us wait like this? Exactly. Cut the crap. I just want the truth. Everyone, we need to make them give us a proper explanation. Damn it, I don't want to die. Flying this damn plane is the worst luck I've had in 8 lifetimes. Hurry up and fix it already. Seriously, even if it can't be fixed, they should tell us so we can prepare our last words. Forget it, I'm starting to write mine. What, please don't let anything happen. Watching the passengers in complete chaos, bickering nonstop. The flight attendant was nearly shouting herself hoarse. Everyone, please calm down and be rational. This won't solve anything. Please trust us, we will resolve this issue. Suddenly, a man in a suit stood up and demanded, you want us to believe you'll resolve the issue, meaning it hasn't been resolved yet, correct? You won't even tell us the real situation, how are we supposed to trust you? Exactly. We have the right to know what's going on. Just tell us the truth, okay? Don't treat us like fools. At that moment, Jo Kwon approached the flight attendant and whispered something to him. He nodded. He continued, alright, I'll tell you everything that's really going on right now. His brows were tightly furrowed. His face had turned slightly dark. He knew that once he spoke the truth, it would inevitably trigger unforeseeable consequences. But, at this point, it would be unreasonable for him not to speak the truth. There are 2 primary issues with the aircraft at present. First, the landing gear malfunction, which directly prevents it from landing. Second, the braking system has malfunctioned, in plain terms, we can't stop. Additionally, our fuel reserves will only sustain flight for another half hour at most. But rest assured. After saying all this, he let out a heavy sigh. Sure enough, just as he had anticipated. Upon learning the truth, they were thrown into complete chaos. Damn it, what the hell is going on? How could this happen? Didn't you guys inspect the plane before takeoff? I'm filing a complaint. I'm going to report you. Why, I don't want to die yet. I just started dating and I haven't even kissed my girlfriend yet. I don't want to die either. I've been broke for over 20 years. Just when I found out my dad's a billionaire with a listed company in the capital and he's about to pass away, asking me to come inherit it, this happens. I suspect it's a conspiracy. I was going to Shanghai to see my girlfriend. Never long distance again in my next life. Mommy, I'm scared. Good boy, don't be afraid. Next life, you'll be my mom. Mom, our plane's malfunctioning. I might never see you again. Hey, son, the truth is, we found you in the trash. Really? I'm not lying. I swear on my life. Honey, I'm sorry. Our plane malfunctioned. There's something I have to tell you now. Actually, the child is old ones from next door. All 142 people on board. Some were cursing furiously, some were wailing, some were silently composing their last words, some were calling their best friends on video chat. Jo Kwon returned to his seat. Seeing Han Xiaofeng's furrowed brow, he whispered softly, Xiaofeng, don't worry too much. Everything will be fine. I'm confident they'll fix the problem before we run out of fuel. We'll land safely. Han Xiaofeng remained silent. Jo Kwon nodded with a hint of relief. He thought Xiaofeng remained unperturbed by adversity. He felt satisfied with his steady character. A man who remains so calm and composed even at the brink of life and death. Then when I'm conducting research, he must be able to focus even more intently. Truly a rare talent. However, before the look of satisfaction had faded from his face, Han Xiaofeng turned his gaze toward Jo Kwon. His eyes brimmed with reproach. He had worked tirelessly to graduate from undergraduate studies, gain admission to graduate school, and then secure a doctoral program. He had fought hard for this opportunity to study abroad in the United States. And he excelled. His future should have held boundless possibilities. He should have stood at the pinnacle of scientific research. His future. But it was precisely because he agreed to join the military factory. He boarded this very plane. Had he not agreed, he wouldn't have boarded this flight. And the safety incident wouldn't have happened. The more he thought about it, the more resentful he felt. The more I think about it, the more resentful I become. Deputy Director Joe, I told you I need to go home first before heading to the capital. You insisted on ignoring me and dragging me here right now. And now look, the plane's having problems, right? This could be deadly. If you'd listened to me back then, we wouldn't be in this mess. Do you have any idea how much I sacrificed to get my PhD and reach this point? Do you know what my parents went through for me? Why didn't you listen to me back then? You've ruined us all. If I die here today, my parents will lose their minds. You. Ugh. Listening to Han Xiaofeng's words, Zhou Kuan frowned. His eyelids twitched. A sense of disappointment welled up inside him. But faced with Han Xiaofeng's reproachful words, he couldn't muster any rebuttal. Because Han Xiaofeng had indeed suggested waiting a few more days before heading to the capital. It was he who insisted on leaving today. And it was indeed his own fault. He had no words to say. He could only sit there with a grim expression. After a while, he finally spoke up to Han Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, should we call home? He phrased it very tactfully. Deep down, he knew. This time, things might truly be looking grim. After all, he was an expert in mechanical and electronic control systems. He had previously helped the captain analyze the problem. He had also conducted troubleshooting for the malfunction. But even for someone with his expertise, still couldn't pinpoint the exact problem. And in his view, with the aircraft in flight, even if the issue were identified, how could repairs be performed? It was essentially impossible to repair. In that case, sigh. All he could do now was hope for a miracle. But, will a miracle truly happen? Chapter 16, Old Joe, I'm coming to rescue you in my mech. Time ticked by, second by second. The passengers on the plane grew less restless. Even those who had led the earlier accusations fell silent. They seemed to have accepted their impending fate. Compared to the noise, more people were busy calling their family and friends, saying their final goodbyes. Han Xiaofeng couldn't hold back any longer. He pulled out his phone and dialed his father's number. Before he could speak, he burst into tears. At that moment, Zhou Kuan had already called his family, discreetly making arrangements for his final affairs. After that, he called Lu Yongmin again. Lu Yongmin was piloting his mecha at full speed toward the aircraft's location. Suddenly, the mech system alerted him. An incoming call is waiting on your phone. Do you wish to answer? Lu Yongmin froze. He instinctively reached for his phone in his pocket. He looked up. A light screen appeared before his eyes. It was Zhou Kuan calling. Could it really work like this? He hadn't realized the mecha had already automatically connected to his phone. Without overthinking it, he simply replied, "Answer." After the call connected, a voice filled with sorrow, despair, and loss immediately came through. Director Lu, the aircraft malfunction remains unresolved. Our time is running out. Given the current situation, things look grim. Brother Lu, if something happens to me, the thing I'm most worried about is the exoskeleton mech project we're working on. We've poured so much time, money, and manpower into it, it's our dream. If I just fade away like this, I'll have failed you and the nation. And there are 2 other outstanding technicians on board, plus the brilliant young Dr. Han we just recruited from Shanghai. Ah! After hearing Zhou Kuan's words, Lu Yongmin felt a surge of urgency, yet the corners of his mouth still curled upward involuntarily. In the past, faced with such a situation, he would have been helpless. But now. Old Joe, this is the first time I've ever heard you speak in such a tone. So what if the plane malfunctioned? What's there to worry about? Zhou Kuan was dumbfounded. Seriously? What the hell is this? My life's hanging in the balance. And you're still laughing? He felt a surge of irritation. His tone grew urgent. Old Lu, how can you still be laughing? What do you mean it's just a plane malfunction? This is an airplane. A malfunction could cost lives. There are over 100 people on this plane, that's over 100 lives at stake. How can you even laugh at a time like this? Fine, I'll stop laughing. Lu Yongmin dropped his easygoing demeanor and said earnestly, the reason I laughed just now is because I have a way to save you all. You have a way? Zhou Kuan raised an eyebrow. A flicker of hope lit up his heart. But his doubts surfaced quickly. Old Lu, don't mess with me. We're dealing with a malfunctioning aircraft, we're in the middle of the sky. What could you possibly do? Even if we find the problem, there's basically no way to fix it. Lu Yongmin paused before asking, remember the concept model and functional prototype we built for the mecha earlier? I remember. But what does that have to do with saving us? Besides, now's not the time to discuss technology. I'm in no mood to talk about any technical stuff with you. Zhou Kuan's tone was already tinged with impatience. He hadn't called Lu Yongmin just to chat idly. He was here to discuss some crucial follow-up matters. But Lu Yongmin? He was just rambling on and on. This was simply too much. It's related. The mecha we discussed, which existed only as a concept, has already been built. It's even a step beyond the concepts we proposed. Old Joe, I'm piloting the mecha right now, heading straight for you guys. I'll save every single one of you. Lu Yongmin declared with unwavering resolve. Ha! Jo Kwon's mouth fell open slightly as he froze in place, utterly stunned. Director Lu, what do you mean? At a time like this, is it funny to joke around with me? You and I are the ones researching mechs. Don't you know how incredibly complex the mechs in our concepts are? How incredibly difficult it would be to actually develop them. With current technology, it would take at least 50 years to develop. Yet you claim one has already been built and you're piloting it right toward me. Ha! Do you take me for a fool? Get lost, damn it. Beep beep beep. Jo Kwon cursed under his breath. Then he hung up the phone. Back in the day, he'd never have dared speak to the factory director like that. But now, with his life hanging by a thread, why should he hold back? Truth be told, he found it a bit odd. He thought he understood factory director Lu quite well. Given the kind of person Lu was, this shouldn't be happening. It was truly peculiar. At that moment, the two technical staff members seated in front of Jo Kwon had already finished calling home. Having just heard Jo Kwon dare to scold the factory director, they were dying to know what he'd said. One of them, an older-looking technical assistant, rose slightly and turned to Jo Kwon with a downcast expression. Deputy Director Joe, what did the director say? Jo Kwon let out a soft snort. He took a deep breath. The factory director said he has a way to save us. Really? Fu Lin's eyes lit up, his heart filled with joy. That's fantastic. The other section chief also let out a deep sigh of relief. Even Han Xiaofeng, upon hearing this, abruptly turned his head. A glimmer of hope ignited within him. His tone shifted to one of eager inquiry, even his address changed. Sir, is there truly a way to save us? Jo Kwon desperately wanted to say yes. But in his view, what Lu Yongmin had just said was pure nonsense. It was utterly impossible. Facing their hopeful gazes, he still shook his head. He chose to speak the truth. His tone carried a hint of resentment. He said himself he had a way to save us. But that's impossible. Impossible? Fu Lin frowned. Why? Jo Kwon explained. Do you know what method he mentioned? What was it? Fu Lin's eyes narrowed, fixed on Jo Kwon. Jo Kwon rubbed his nose. He said he's flying his mech toward us right now, claiming he'll rescue us with it. Do you think that's possible? I never imagined that at a life or death moment like this, our big factory director would still have the nerve to crack jokes like that. Damn it! Hearing this, the few who had just begun to feel hopeful immediately deflated. Flying in a mech to rescue us? Ha! Anyone with a brain and common sense would know that's impossible, right? Especially since they were the experts in this field. It seemed even more impossible. Flying a mech toward us? How could that be possible? What nonsense is he spouting? Chapter 17, Mom, look. There's a mech outside the window. Oh no, it's over. Looks like we're really going to die. No way, is plant manager Lu really this unreliable? What do we do? Is there really no way out? I should never have listened to you guys about going to the capital city. It's all your fault. Damn it. The group instantly plunged into despair. Misfortune never comes alone. Just then, the entire plane suddenly hit turbulence. Though the turbulence wasn't severe. At a time like this, passengers immediately screamed in fright. Cockpit. After the turbulence subsided, the fuel gauge light suddenly began to flash. The captain glanced at it. Damn it. He cursed loudly. Then he called the control tower. The aircraft just struck an unidentified object, most likely some kind of bird. The fuel tank indicator is malfunctioning. Fuel is leaking. At the current leak rate, remaining fuel is estimated to last approximately 5 minutes. We cannot reach the target water area and are now heading toward uninhabited mountainous terrain. Awaiting instructions. Upon receiving the report, the person in charge at the tower slapped his thigh in panic. Damn it, damn it, damn it. How could this happen? What are we going to do? If something really happens, no one will be able to take responsibility for this. Are we really relying on a miracle now? A miracle. Is that even possible? After giving the captain some instructions, the captain decided to make a final announcement to the passengers. His voice came over the intercom. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. I apologize. After pausing for a few seconds, we have been actively investigating the malfunction and have now identified the cause. We have been in constant communication with the control tower and are urgently discussing repair options. However, regrettably, based on the current situation, we are unable to implement any effective repair measures. We truly did our utmost. There was one final option, to steer toward a distant lake and attempt to land the aircraft in the water. But fate has played a cruel joke on us. Just moments ago, the aircraft appears to have struck birds, sustaining damage to the fuselage and fuel leakage. It may crash within 5 minutes. For now, we can only steer toward mountainous terrain or uninhabited areas to minimize the impact of a crash. Please make arrangements for your final moments and contact your families to leave your last words. The moment these words were spoken, the entire cabin erupted in chaos. Damn it! You can't do this to us. You can't give up. What about us? Are we supposed to just wait to die? Damn it, what the hell do you mean? You're basically saying we're doomed. I swear to God, if anything happens to me, I'll make sure every single one of my relatives and friends calls your complaint hotline every single day. Bro, you're killing me. I told you planes weren't safe, but you dragged me on this flight. Now what? I really hate you. I don't want to die. Wah. Holy, am I seeing things? Look out the window. Something seems to be flying this way, someone suddenly shouted. But the passengers, their hearts turned to ashes, had no energy left to look out the window. Fu Lin heard the words from the person sitting in front of him. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath. What's so interesting outside the window? Do you think some mecha will fly in to save us? But curiosity got the better of him, and he glanced outside anyway. Holy? He shouldn't have looked. The sight made him jump. His pupils contracted. His mouth fell open. His face was frozen in utter disbelief. What the hell is that thing? In his field of vision, a dark speck rapidly grew larger. Within mere seconds, it had closed to within hundreds of meters of the aircraft. In the very next instant, it appeared alongside the aircraft, flying parallel to it. The moment he recognized what it was, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. A mech? Fu Lin exclaimed loudly. Deputy Director, look! Look outside! A miracle! A miracle has arrived! Zhou Kuan frowned slightly. Turning his head to look outside, he impatiently asked, what's all the fuss about? You? Holy? Mecha? His entire body trembled. His eyes bulged wider than light bulbs. His face contorted with exaggerated shock. Could it be that the factory director wasn't lying? He really piloted a mecha to rescue us. He never imagined the mecha had actually been built, and now it was flying right before his eyes to rescue him. His voice caught in his throat. Factory director, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. I wronged you. To witness a real mecha come into being in my lifetime dying now would be worth it. Han Xiaofeng pressed his left hand against Zhou Kuan's thigh. He craned his neck as far as it would go. He was dumbfounded. Mech? No, it's not a mecha, it's aliens. It has to be aliens. Our technology couldn't possibly build a mech. Hearing this, Zhou Kuan snorted coldly. What bull about aliens? This is our mech, and the pilot inside is our very own Director Liu. Impossible. Han Xiaofeng immediately dismissed the claim. Even the Eagle Nation doesn't have this kind of technology. How could we possibly achieve it? He had always looked down on domestic technology. His decision to join the military factory stemmed partly from his arrogance. He figured someone as talented as him would be treated like a prized asset at the military factory. But if the country had truly developed such a mech, if such technology really existed, then what value would he have? He refused to let that happen. Absolutely not. At that moment, many other passengers also witnessed the scene outside the aircraft. They were utterly stunned. Mechs? Holy crap, what am I seeing? Mommy, is that Superman coming to save us? Aliens? Definitely aliens. I knew there'd be aliens. Hallucination? As the crowd buzzed with speculation, a voice suddenly came over the loudspeaker. Old Joe, it's me. I didn't lie to you, did I? After a brief cough, he continued, passengers, please remain calm. I'm here to rescue you. With me here, you'll be safe. Please return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. Captain Chu, I'm ready. Shut down all power systems. He had already spoken with the captain. The captain was utterly stunned and still half doubting. But at this moment, he had no choice but to believe. It was a last-ditch effort. Immediately following Lu Yongmin's instructions, all systems were shut down. The entire aircraft lost power instantly. It began free-falling under inertia. At that very moment, Lu Yongmin had already piloted his mecha to the front of the aircraft, aligning itself with the aircraft as it tumbled down the slope. He carefully touched the fuselage with both arms. Then he slowly applied force in the opposite direction, determined to force the aircraft to a halt. Chapter 18, treat Lu Chen like a precious treasure when inviting him. Due to the aircraft's steep tilt angle, all passengers experienced a sensation of weightlessness, compounded by the mecha piloted by Lu Yongmin offloading the force from the entire aircraft. The speed fluctuated wildly, leaving everyone on board terrified and screaming incessantly. Lu Yongmin gasped for breath in heavy, ragged breaths. His heart pounded so hard it felt like it would leap out of his throat. He stood in the cockpit. He watched as two massive hands pressed against the fuselage. 5 sets of thrusters extended from beneath his feet, legs, and back. They had forcibly slowed the aircraft. A few minutes later, the mech carried the aircraft slowly toward a flat area a kilometer away, above a forest, descending gradually from hundreds of meters above. carefully landing the aircraft. Though many trees were snapped in half, the fuselage remained relatively level. After completing all this, Lu Yongmin delivered a direct statement. Old Joe, this is all I can do for you. Police will arrive shortly for rescue operations, and the military will take over. Everyone must sign a confidentiality agreement before leaving. Furthermore, before signing the confidentiality agreement, you must not disclose any information about the mecha to the outside world. The consequences will be on your own heads. I'm outta here. At that moment, film studio compound number 1. Zhang Jianguo and the others remained waiting in place. But the shock in their hearts hadn't diminished one bit. He couldn't fathom who could have actually built the mecha. As far as he knew, current mecha technology was still in its most rudimentary stages. Which nation possessed such advanced technology? If this technology belonged to the Eagle Nation, the consequences would be unimaginable. For decades, even centuries to come, we'd be held firmly by the throat by the Eagle Nation. Moreover, there's an 80% chance it was developed by the Eagle Nation. Other nations simply don't possess this capability. I'm even wondering, is there any way to poach at least one technician involved in this project from the Eagle Nation? No matter the cost. As he paced back and forth deep in thought, Xin Yue looked up at the sky. Look! It's coming back! The mech is returning! Everyone looked up in unison. Boom! In a matter of seconds, the entire mecha crashed toward an open spot on the ground like a meteor. Its feet crushed the concrete beneath it into shards. Cough cough cough. Lost control of the speed. Lu Yongmin's voice echoed from inside the mech. Then, the mech began to transform. Within seconds, it transformed into a missile launcher vehicle. Zhang Jianguo and the others immediately surrounded it. Lu Yongmin opened the vehicle door. His body trembling slightly, he stepped out. Everything that had just happened felt like a dream. Even now, he found it hard to believe. After getting out of the car, he looked at Zhang Jianguo with excitement. He grasped both of Zhang Jianguo's hands. Commander, Commander! I don't even know how to describe it. It was absolutely breathtaking. Zhang Jianguo nodded. What were you doing piloting that mech just now? He took a deep breath. He replied, I went to perform a rescue. I forced that passenger plane to stop using the mech, then lifted it and placed it in a safer location. Everyone on board is safe and sound. But they all saw the mech. Get our people over there immediately. Make sure everyone on board signs a confidentiality agreement. The existence of the mech must not be leaked. You? Zhang Jianguo hesitated, almost convinced he'd misheard. You forced the plane to stop using a mech? Yes. Lu Yongmin nodded. Zhang Jianguo shook his head, smiling. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. But you're right about one thing, we absolutely must have every single one of them sign a confidentiality agreement. He immediately turned to the staff officer beside him. Advisor Bai, contact Deputy Plant Manager Zhou on the plane immediately. Then send someone over to have everyone sign the confidentiality agreements. Yes, sir. Staff Officer Bai saluted and responded. He turned and left. The moment he was gone, Zhang Jianguo sighed. Sigh, who would have thought the technological prowess of Eagle Country has advanced to this level, they can even build mechs like this. How lamentable and tragic. How are we supposed to respond? Lu Yongmin raised an eyebrow. Commander, what are you talking about? Zhang Jianguo gave a bitter smile. This mech is powerful, no doubt, but it's not good news for us. The fact that Eagle Nation can build such a mecha proves their scientific research capabilities across all fields have far surpassed ours, even crushed us. Lu Yongmin froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. What are you laughing at? Zhang Jianguo asked, utterly baffled. Lu Yongmin explained. Commander, you're overthinking it. This mech wasn't manufactured by Eagle Sauce Nation. Not made by the Eagle Nation? Zhang Jianguo's eyes lit up. But if not them, then it couldn't possibly be any other country. Then where could it have been made? Overhearing their exchange, Xin Yue was suddenly struck by a thought. Could this mech have been built by Lu Chen himself? Lu Yongmin chuckled. Commander, this mech was manufactured by our country, it was made by Lu Chen. What? Zhang Jianguo's heart skipped a beat. How could that be possible? Factory Director Lu, this is no time for jokes. How could such an unprecedented, jaw-dropping mecha possibly be his creation? If China truly possessed a team with such extraordinary capabilities, they'd have been snapped up by the Academy of Sciences long ago. Seeing Zhang Jianguo's expression of utter disbelief, he recalled how he himself had once shared that same skepticism. Commander, I'm telling the truth. And there was no so-called team involved. This mecha was built by Lu Chen alone. The mech's AI system told me so, its creator is Lu Chen. Lu Chen is a genius, a super genius, a once-in-a-century genius. You know how complex mech construction is, with all its interconnected systems. For one person to build something like this, it's unimaginable how brilliant he must be. One man is worth an entire army. Commander, we must recruit this talent to our military factory at any cost. Give him whatever he desires, and we must act swiftly. If he could serve our cause, if he could dedicate himself to our nation, our country's technology would undergo a complete revolution. We could surpass the Eagle Nation in no time. Within a decade, no, 5 years, our technological prowess will utterly crush the entire world. And then, would they still dare to act so arrogantly in the South China Sea? They won't dare. Commander, inform the 9th Division commander immediately, under no circumstances should he be treated as an arms dealer. He must be apprehended, but with utmost courtesy. Treat him like a prized treasure. Chapter 19. Today, Lu Jiqiang must pay back the money. Upon hearing Lu Yongmin's words, Xin Yue nodded silently to herself. She thought to herself that her earlier guess had indeed been correct. Every time she thought about how she had merely found someone online to make props. Yet this prop maker had actually built him a real missile launcher vehicle. Not only had it shot down 6 enemy fighter jets, but it could actually transform into a mecha. It all felt like a dream to her. Zhang Jianguo remained skeptical. He still couldn't believe that one person could possibly build a mech. But Lu Yongmin's words had swayed his decision. He immediately contacted the commander of the 9th Division. He instructed him that during the mission, under no circumstances should he treat Lu Chun unfairly. And above all, he must not resort to force. He must approach the matter with the utmost courtesy. He was to be treated like a precious treasure. He added that if even a single hair on Lu Chen's head were harmed, he would be held accountable. Of course. Everyone else besides Lu Chen must also be treated with courtesy. As long as they do not engage in stubborn resistance, no one was to lay a finger on them. Upon receiving Commander Zhang Jianguo's new directives, Li Yunfei, commander of the 9th Division, found it utterly incomprehensible. It had been clearly agreed that this operation targeted arms dealers, extremely dangerous individuals. Capturing such individuals demanded no mercy. Strike when you must. Use force when force was needed. But now? Suddenly, they've gone from arms dealers to precious treasures? Not only can we not lay a finger on them, we have to invite them in. Not even a single hair can be harmed. But, though his superiors never explained why, he couldn't fathom it either. As a soldier, he simply obeyed. Transmit my orders. During the mission, no one is to lay a finger on Lu Chen. Treat him with courtesy and respect. Under no circumstances must he be harmed in the slightest. He is of utmost importance to us. Several dozen minutes earlier, Jiangcheng police suddenly received a call from the military. They were ordered to immediately seal off the entire city of Jiangcheng. It was reported that an arms trafficking ring had emerged within Jiangcheng, and the military intended to launch a full-scale operation against the entire organization. Upon learning of this, Chief Superintendent Cao Yucheng was stunned. He stood frozen in place for a long moment before regaining his composure. His hands trembled nervously. His legs felt weak. If a bloody arms syndicate really existed within his jurisdiction, how could he possibly escape responsibility? And this responsibility wouldn't be small. Enough to cost him his? Upon learning the situation, immediate arrangements were made. Nearly the entire city's police force was deployed, sealing off the entire city of Jiangcheng. Checkpoints were established everywhere at the train station, bus station, and even on the highways. Then, over 500 fully armed police officers were dispatched at once to join forces with the military. The military contributed a 2,000-strong contingent. Every man wore body armor and carried various modern weapons. Even armored vehicles and armed helicopters were deployed. Their target was precisely the Happy Home residential complex where Lu Chen resided. At that moment, Lu Chen was still fast asleep at home, completely unaware that the world outside had been turned upside down because of him. At the entrance of Happy Home Community, a somewhat worn-out, light gray minivan pulled up. 5 or 6 burly men with menacing looks emerged. Some carried spray paint cans in their hands. Others concealed batons in their sleeves. Among them stood a young man dressed in a suit, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle and sunglasses, looking every bit the part. He must be the leader of the group. After getting out of the car, he removed his sunglasses. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it with a flourish. He took a deep drag. Slowly exhaled. He glanced at the sign at the entrance of the residential complex. Then he spoke up, "Happiness Home Community, this must be the place. That bastard Lu Jiqiang owes us over 300,000. He gave us an address back in his hometown. Oof. Does he really think we won't find him? Guys, when we find him, don't hold back. If we don't teach him a lesson, he'll never know how tough we are." Several burly men nodded in agreement. "Don't worry, boss. Once he's in our hands, he'll be as good as gold. If he can't pay up, we'll make him sell his house." "Right. We've come this far, we're not going back empty-handed." "Damn, with my temper, let me handle him and he'll pay up for sure." "Damn it, let's just get it over with." They stormed into the residential complex. They hadn't gone far when they caught the attention of a few middle-aged women sitting ahead. They started to criticize them. Look at those guys, dressed like gangsters, thinking they're so tough. Sigh, I've seen plenty of these types. Young and good for nothing, they'll end up behind bars sooner or later. Young people these days don't stick to honest work, they're blind. They walk like cripples, anyone watching would think they're disabled. There's a popular saying online, the more foolish the youth, the more fun they have. You can tell they're no good. A few middle-aged women, noticing them approaching, quickly shut up, afraid to say another word. But the last remark still reached their ears. One of the youths, wearing pointed toe leather shoes, glared at the auntie with malice. Then he stopped in his tracks. He suddenly roared. Who the hell are you calling a bad person? Am I a bad person? Am I or am I not a good person? The sound of his roar turned the elderly women's faces pale. Leader Guo Mingrui stepped forward and patted the man who had just roared on the shoulder, signaling him to be quiet. Then he flashed a faint smile. He asked the elderly woman, "Ma'am, where is building 7? The woman was a bit frightened. She instinctively pointed ahead. Walk straight ahead to that sign, then turn right. All right, thank you, ma'am. After Guo Mingrui and the others left, the ladies finally breathed a sigh of relief. That scared the life out of me. I thought they were going to hit me. Yeah, I was a little scared too. Wonder what they're doing in our neighborhood. Whatever it is, it can't be anything good. Should we go check out the commotion? Sure thing. Let's go, let's go. Guo Mingrui and the others headed toward Building 7. I remember it's Unit 3, Apartment 305, right? It should be over there. That person carrying groceries looks so familiar. He really does look familiar. That's him. He's Lu Jiqiang. Hurry up and grab him, don't let him get away. Several people immediately rushed toward Lu Jiqiang. Lu Jiqiang had originally gone to buy a raw chicken. He planned to make stir-fried chicken for lunch. His son, Lu Chen, loved stir-fried chicken the most. But then, he had just rounded the corner of the building. He spotted Guo Mingrui and the others. He froze in place for a few seconds, still unsure if it was really Guo Mingrui. But when Guo Mingrui suddenly started running toward him, he knew for sure. He turned and fled. But he was already in his 40s. And he was slightly overweight. How could he possibly outrun these young men with their long legs? He was quickly surrounded. Chapter 20, If you don't pay up, we'll break your son's legs. 6 men surrounded Lu Jiqiang, closing in tightly. Who'd have thought you old fart could run so fast? Run. Keep running. Why did you stop? Damn it, finding you was no easy task. You even gave us your hometown address. Finally got you. Lu Jiqiang bent over, clutching his thigh, gasping for breath. After a moment, he looked up at Guo Mingrui. His eyes held a hint of panic, a hint of resolve, a hint of hatred, and a hint of resignation. What do you want? What do we want? Guo Mingrui sneered coldly. Don't you know what we want? Pay back the money of the over 300,000 you owe us. Pay up today, whether you want to or not. Playing hide and seek with us, huh? You must be tired of living. Lu Jiqiang desperately wanted to run, but the 6 men had him completely surrounded. There was no chance to escape. He had no choice but to try reasoning with them. I've already paid you back 200,000 yuan. What more do you want? You think I won't call the cops? 1 year earlier, he borrowed 110,000 yuan at usurious interest rates. Little did he know he'd fallen into a contractual trap. Within a year, he'd already paid back 200,000 yuan. Now he was still over 300,000 in debt. Where could he possibly find that much money? So he had no choice but to hide. But today, they actually came looking for him. When Lu Jiqiang mentioned calling the police, Guo Mingrui didn't flinch. Instead, he sneered coldly. You want to call the police? Fine, go ahead and call them. We have your contract in our hands. It bears your own signature and fingerprint. We hold the upper hand wherever we go. Besides, do you really think we're afraid of you calling the cops? Our boss has connections in both the legitimate and underworld spheres. Even if we beat you to a pulp today, calling the cops won't do you any good. At this point, Guo Mingrui gave a subtle nod to his henchmen nearby. They immediately closed in, surrounding Lu Jiqiang tightly. Some even drew their batons. Then they raised the batons, waving them threateningly at Lu Jiqiang. Pay up. I'm telling you to pay up. Are you going to pay or not? If you don't pay up now, you know what'll happen, right? The man who had previously yelled at the old lady began bellowing again. Lu Jiqiang flinched, his head ducking back in fright. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably. His voice trembled with fear. Do you even have any sense of reason? I borrowed 110,000 from you back then, and I've already paid back 200,000. What more do you want? I have no money, not even 100 yuan. I can't give you cash, but I can give you my life. Are you trying to drive me to my death? You think I won't kill myself right in front of you? No money? No money, yet you bought me to eat? Guo Mingrue snorted coldly and kicked the chicken Lu Jiqiang had bought. The bag split open instantly. The chicken meat scattered all over the floor. You guys? Lu Jiqiang stared at the chicken on the ground with a look of heartbreak. Then he glared fiercely at Guo Mingrue. This was for my son. His fists clenched tightly. But after a few seconds of fury, he loosened his grip. He couldn't afford to cross this gang. Because their boss was a notorious figure throughout the entire underworld. Ranked among the top 5. They ran KTVs, restaurants, hotels, card rooms, and billiard halls. At least 7 or 8 companies. But that's not the most formidable aspect. The most formidable aspect is that their boss operates seamlessly across both legitimate and criminal spheres. He's got plenty of connections in legitimate circles too. I even heard that their boss personally crippled someone back in the day. Yet he only spent 3 days in jail before being released. No consequences whatsoever. Some even whisper that their boss has killed people. Yet he's still alive and well today. Guo Mingrue shot Lu Jiqiang a contemptuous glance. He knew this coward wouldn't dare lift a finger. Buying this for your son, huh? After saying this, he stomped his foot directly onto the chicken. Then crushed it to pieces. He pointed his finger right at Lu Jiqiang's nose. Lu Jiqiang, cut the nonsense. I'm asking if you can pay me back today? If you can't pay it back, hand over your property deed. Sell your house or mortgage it to us outright. Either way, you're getting rid of something today. Otherwise, I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life bedridden. And it won't just be you. You've got a son, right? We'll find him too. We'll break his legs so he can lie in bed with you. You believe me? You can touch me, but you can't touch my son. Otherwise, I'll fight you to the death. Believe it or not? Lu Jiqiang was filled with rage. He cursed his own helplessness. No matter how much trouble these people caused him, he could endure it. But if they dared to harm his son? Absolutely not. At that moment, a crowd of elderly men and women had already gathered around. They stood on the sidelines watching the spectacle unfold. One elderly man, who was quite familiar with Lu Jiqiang and often played ping pong with him, saw Lu Jiqiang surrounded by 6 young men. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to step in and help. He took a few steps forward. He spoke firmly. Hey, what are you young folks doing? Why are you cornering someone like that? This is a society governed by law. You don't think you can just start a fight, do you? You little brats, you've gone too far. Guo Mingrue frowned. Displeasure flashed across his face. He glanced back. He saw a gaunt old man. The corners of his mouth twitched. He snorted coldly. Old geezer, let me tell you this, don't you dare stick your nose in my business here, got it? Or I'll take you down too. Seeing the young man treat him so rudely, Li Yonggang was taken aback. He had assumed that given his age, the young man would at least show him some respect. But instead of showing him any respect, the kid had the nerve to call him an old fart. He could usually let such insults slide. But now, with so many middle-aged women watching, he couldn't afford to lose face like this. So he steeled himself mentally. He reasoned that even if he stood his ground a bit more firmly, they probably wouldn't resort to violence against him. He was an old man, after all. He snapped back. What did you say, you little brat? I'm this old, and you talk to me like that? Can't you show some manners? Take my advice, you're still young. Don't try to act like some street gangster. It won't do you any good. You can't handle it. Do me a favor and let this go. Seeing the old man's expression, the other burly men couldn't help but burst into laughter. Give you face? Who do you think you are? Old fart, you'd better just get lost. Give him face? This old geezer thinks he's some big shot? Hilarious, really. Guo Mingrue raised his hand, signaling them to be quiet. Then he addressed the old man. You want me to give you face? Fine, no problem. But... Chapter 21, Dad, I've got money, I'll pay it back for you. Guo Mingrue chuckled. He continued, Lu Jiqiang owes us over 300,000 yuan. All you have to do is pay it off for him. Then I'll grant you this favor. So, can you pay it? What? Li Yonggang looked stunned. He owes you over 300,000 yuan? That's right. Get the money and pay it off for him, Guo Mingrue urged. No way. Why should I pay his debts? He flatly refused. He then turned to Lu Jiqiang. He tried to persuade him, listen, paying back debts is only fair. Since you owe someone money, you should pay it back right away. It's your debt, and you're in the wrong here. There's nothing I can do about it. He gave himself an out. Then he turned and returned to the crowd of onlookers. Are you kidding me? Over 300,000 yuan. How could he possibly pay it off for someone else? He wasn't stupid. Upon hearing about Lu Jiqiang's debt, the crowd buzzed with speculation. A wave of sarcastic remarks followed. Old Lu always seemed like such a solid guy. Who'd have thought he'd owe over 300,000 and not pay it back? Well, he got what he deserved. Yeah, who'd have thought he'd be the type to default on loans? I really misjudged him before. He even asked to borrow 10,000 yuan from me a few months ago. Good thing I didn't give it to him. How could old Lu be like this? He borrowed so much money, what did he use it for? TSK. Lu Jiqiang overheard these remarks. He immediately explained. Listen to me, this is usury. I only borrowed 110,000 yuan from them, and I've already paid back 200,000 yuan. Now they're demanding over 300,000 yuan more. They scammed me. Shut up. Guo Mingrui barked at Lu Jiqiang. Then he stepped forward and grabbed him by the collar. Let's go to your place and talk. Today, you either pay up or mortgage your house to us. Seeing them lay hands on Lu Jiqiang, a young man in the crowd couldn't stand by any longer. He wanted to step in and help, but he didn't dare. After a moment's hesitation, he pulled out his phone and decided to call Lu Chen. At that moment, Lu Chen, lying on the bed, rolled over. The movement nearly sent him tumbling off the bed. A shiver ran through his body. He was awake, but he still felt incredibly sleepy. So he decided to go back to sleep. But before drifting off, he instinctively grabbed his phone and glanced at the time. Just as he was checking the time, a call suddenly came in. Su Mingyan? Lu Chen muttered under his breath. Su Mingyan was his childhood friend. Back in their hometown, they lived very close to each other. Later, they both moved to this neighborhood. They lived just one building apart. But they hadn't seen each other in 7 or 8 days. Now he suddenly called. Lu Chen suspected it was probably an invitation to play ball. He'd originally planned to hang up immediately. But after a moment's thought, he answered. Hey, old Su, what's up? If it's about playing ball, I'm not going. I'm dead tired right now. Let me sleep on it. No, it's not about basketball. Su Mingyan sounded a bit frantic. It's your dad. Something happened to your dad. My dad's in trouble? Lu Chen's eyes whitened instantly, his whole body jolting awake, all traces of sleepiness gone. He shot up from the bed. Hurry up and tell me what happened to my dad. 6 men are surrounding your father right now. They're about to attack. It's right downstairs in the building next to yours. Hurry down. Got it, I'm heading down now. Lu Chen hung up the phone. He dressed as quickly as possible. Without even putting on shoes, he dashed downstairs wearing only one slipper. At the same time, Lu Jiqiang had already been pinned to the ground by them. His head was being pressed down hard. His right cheek pressed painfully against the floor. Damn it, you actually tried to fight us? You must be tired of living. They had intended to take Lu Jiqiang home. But Lu Jiqiang refused to go. Both sides started hurling insults. The insults escalated into blows. Lu Jiqiang was no match for the 6 of them. He was pinned to the ground in no time. Smack! Guo Mingrui slapped Lu Jiqiang across the face. Behave yourself, okay? He then ordered his henchmen, get him up. We're going to his place. Before they could lift Lu Jiqiang up, Lu Chen rushed over. Seeing his father pinned to the ground and bullied, he instantly flew into a rage. That was his father. If you saw your own father being bullied, could you stand by? Without a word, he kicked Guo Mingrui. But Lu Chen was just an ordinary person, untrained in anything. And Guo Mingrui? He'd trained in boxing for several years. He'd also spent years in the underworld. He had far too much experience in fighting. Lu Chen was no match for him at all. Not only did that kick miss its mark, Guo Mingrui grabbed his ankle, redirected the force, and sent Lu Chen crashing to the ground. Lu Chen scrambled to his feet immediately after the fall. What are you doing? Let go of my dad. Dad, are you okay? I'm fine, son. Son, don't fight them. You can't beat them. At that moment, Lu Jiqiang was also helped to his feet. He looked at Guo Mingrui. His tone softened slightly. Let's talk this out calmly. Don't resort to violence. Let's go. We'll talk at my place. At your place? Guo Mingrui sneered. Too late. He then turned to look at Lu Chen. You're his son, right? The son pays his father's debts. Your father owes us over 300,000 yuan. If he won't pay, you will. Lu Chen frowned slightly, puzzled. He wondered, when did dad ever owe money? Just as Lu Jiqiang was about to explain, his mouth was immediately covered. But he struggled desperately to break free. Son, they're loan sharks. I borrowed 110,000 from them, already paid back 200,000, and they still want over 300,000 more. It's a bottomless pit. They tricked me. Where can I even go to fight this? Shut up. Guo Mingrui glared at Lu Jiqiang. He continued to press Lu Chen. If you can't repay this money, then you'll have to put up your house as collateral. Lu Chen took a deep breath. Though he'd only just learned of this situation, and he knew his father had definitely been swindled. But given the current situation, he had no choice but to repay the debt first. Fortunately, he had already received a 2 million yuan deposit earlier, so repaying the over 300,000 yuan now wasn't a problem. He nodded in agreement. Fine, I'll pay it back. I'll pay you back right now. He pulled out his phone. Scanned the code. He didn't want to pay it back either, but he had no choice. With no power, influence, or connections, how could he possibly stand up to these thugs? He stood no chance. Seeing Lu Chen comply so readily, Guo Mingrui was somewhat surprised. But since the other party had offered to repay the debt, it was a good thing for him. He immediately pulled up his payment QR code. Just scan this. Seeing this, Lu Jiqiang was a bit stunned. This was over 300,000 yuan. He knew his son's situation. The prop factory he ran wasn't just failing to turn a profit, it couldn't even cover payroll. There was no way he could have that kind of money. Son, you. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Chen cut him off immediately. Dad, don't say another word. I have the money. I'll pay it back for you. Just as Lu Chen was about to scan the QR code, he halted his movement. His tone turned icy. I can pay the money, but first, how do you explain beating up my dad? This isn't over. Guo Mingrui, however, shrugged it off. He got what he deserved. Why don't you call the cops? Ha, don't even bother. The police can't touch us, and neither can the military. Who's to blame when you're powerless and without influence? Serves you right. Lu Chen took a deep breath. He hesitated. Call the police? If they dared to speak and act like this, they likely had connections in the legitimate world. For a moment, he felt at a loss. Just then, suddenly, the sound of police sirens echoed from the entrance of the residential complex. Dozens of police cars streamed in one after another. Chapter 22, Lu Chen, they might be here to arrest me. Hearing the sirens, Guo Mingrui froze. He couldn't fathom why the police had suddenly arrived. Could someone have called the police? He glanced at his younger brother. The younger brother immediately scanned the crowd. He roared. Who called the cops? I'm asking you all, who called the cops? Step thee out here. Faced with the fierce roar of the guy, the onlookers all turned their heads. No one admitted to it. Seeing no one step forward, Guo Mingrui waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. He then turned to Lu Chen. He gave his cheek a light pat. A hint of mockery flashed across his face. Kid, I bet you're the one who called the cops, huh? But even if you did, it won't do you any good. Let me tell you, one of the captains at the police station, he's my brother-in-law. And our boss has connections everywhere. Even if we beat you into a vegetable today, I won't face any consequences. Holy. Before he could finish his sentence, the sound of sirens grew louder and louder. Then he turned his head and saw at least dozens of police cars all heading this way. They nearly surrounded the buildings where he was located. Next, armed police officers began disembarking from the vehicles. They swiftly and methodically closed in from all sides, armed with riot shields, handguns, submachine guns, sniper rifles. Seeing all this, he was stunned. Dozens of police vehicles, at least 200 armed police officers. And they were all fully armed. Such a massive display. What the hell was going on? Could it be that they're here to arrest me for all my misdeeds? The thought barely formed. Guo Mingrui immediately shook his head. No. Why would so many people come to arrest me? What have I ever done to deserve this? Do I even deserve it? Then what are they here for? Guo Mingrui couldn't figure it out. But he knew something exceptionally vicious must be lurking here. Perhaps even on the level of a century-spanning criminal mastermind. Even knowing they weren't here for him, facing so many armed police still made him feel uneasy. So he abandoned his demands for money. He immediately had someone pull Lu Jiqiang and Lu Chen back to the roadside, making way for the charging armed police. The onlookers also took a few steps back. Faced with such a scene, it felt utterly bizarre. What's going on? Why are there suddenly so many armed police? Holy crap, with this much commotion, whoever they're arresting must be a murderer. A murderer? You're giving murderers too much credit, it's gotta be a serial killer at least. Looks like something big happened. This is the first time I've seen such a scene. It's making me nervous. At that moment, Su Mingyan approached Lu Chen. Bro, you okay? I'm fine. Lu Chen shook his head. His expression was grim. He couldn't shake the feeling these armed police might be here to arrest him. But he couldn't be certain. Soon, dozens of armed police officers ran past them. They surrounded Building 7, leaving no room to move. At that moment, a slightly overweight middle-aged man with a solemn expression stepped out of the vehicle. Upon recognizing the man, Guo Mingrui's heartbeat quickened. He grew so nervous he nearly forgot to breathe. His palms grew clammy with sweat. He knew exactly who this man was. He had even had the privilege of meeting him before. The reason his boss had risen to become one of the top 5 figures in Jiangqing's underworld. Besides commanding a vast network of brothers, he also ran numerous companies. The most crucial factor, however, was the powerful figure backing him. And that powerful figure behind him was merely one of the subordinates of the man standing before him. This man was none other than the head of the Jiangqing police force. The chief of police. Not just me. Even his own boss would have to bow and scrape before him, not daring to breathe a word. And he understood this well. Despite his boss's usual swagger and fearless demeanor. But if he ever displeased the chief superintendent, a single word from the chief superintendent could bring his boss's entire empire crashing down in an instant. Or even sentence him to death outright. Wu Mingrui took a deep breath. He pointed at the middle-aged man standing several dozen meters away. He asked the younger man beside him, "Do you know who he is?" The subordinate shook his head. "No idea. Who is he, boss?" Wu Mingrui's expression turned grave as he whispered, "He's Gao Yuqing, the chief superintendent of Jiangcheng. He's the top boss of the big shot backing our boss." Whoa! Several of the younger brothers sucked in their breath sharply. Some stared in disbelief. What? He's the chief of police? My goodness, why would such a big shot come here? Judging by this setup, something major must have happened. That scared the hell out of me earlier. I thought he was here to arrest us. Thank goodness he wasn't. With a bunch of nobodies like us? Would he even notice us? We're just a minor inconvenience. True enough. Hey, look, he seems to be waiting for someone. No sooner had the words left his mouth. The group suddenly heard the distant hum of approaching vehicles. When the first car rounded the corner, someone gasped in surprise. Holy? Military vehicles? Why are military vehicles here? No sooner had the man finished speaking. Immediately, a formation of soldiers came trotting over in perfect order. Armored vehicles and combat trucks followed behind them. Several armed helicopters could be seen circling overhead. The onlookers had never witnessed such a large-scale operation in real life. They watched with growing excitement. What on earth is happening in our neighborhood? Why have they even deployed the military? This is quite a sight indeed. Soldiers are soldiers, they walk with such purpose. With them here, I feel completely safe. When my son grows up, I'll make sure he joins the military too. Old Lu sure has some luck. With all these armed police and soldiers around, even those demanding money from him won't dare to lay a finger on him. Good luck is only temporary. Once these armed police and soldiers leave, he'll still have to pay back the money. Gulp. Wu Mingrui glanced at the countless soldiers, then up at the armed helicopters overhead. He was dumbfounded. Curiosity swelled within him. Why all the commotion? Su Mingyan had once considered joining the military, but certain circumstances had prevented him from doing so. Now, seeing so many soldiers, his eyes lit up. He nudged Lu Chen and asked, "Brother Chen, what's going on upstairs? Looks like they're surrounding your building. Who are they trying to catch?" Lu Chen gave a faint, bitter smile. "They're probably here to arrest me." "Arrest you?" Su Mingyan's pupils contracted, then he chuckled softly. "Don't be ridiculous. Do you think you're important enough for so many people to come arrest you?" Their conversation. Wu Mingrui overheard it all. He glanced sideways at Lu Chen. He sneered with disdain. "Kid, you say they're here to arrest you? Who do you think you are? You sure can talk big. You better not try any tricks, got it? Once they're gone, I'll settle the score with you and your old man." Chapter 23, Lu Chen, have you broken the heavenly law? Lu Chen glanced at Wu Mingrui. He said nothing. He could pay back the 300,000 yuan his father owed. Even knowing his father had been swindled, it didn't matter. He'd pay it back. But they beat his father. This matter was far from over. He must seek justice for his father and ensure they received the punishment they deserve. Several dozen meters away, Li Yunfei, stepping down from the military vehicle, was shaking hands with Gao Yucheng. "Major General Li, it's been years since we last met." Li Yunfei laughed heartily. "Indeed, it must be 5 or 6 years since we last met. If not for this operation, who knows when we would have crossed paths again." The mention of the operation made Gao Yucheng frown slightly. Gao Yucheng frowned slightly. Is this truly an order personally issued by Commander Zhang? Li Yunfei's smile faded. He nodded solemnly. That's correct. Commander Zhang personally gave the order. Although he ordered us to apprehend Lu Chen, he also ordered us under strict command not to lay a finger on Lu Chen. We must escort him back safely, treating him like a precious treasure. Not a single hair on his head must be harmed. He even said that no matter what conditions Lu Chen puts forward, we must agree to them unconditionally or at least do our utmost to fulfill them. Those were Commander Zhang's exact words. But I still don't quite understand, Gao Yucheng said, his face full of confusion. Didn't they say at first that he was an arms dealer? That he was extremely dangerous? Why did they suddenly start treating him so politely? And haven't we always dealt with arms dealers ruthlessly before? I just can't wrap my head around it. Li Yunfei shrugged. I don't know either. But whatever orders come down from above, that's what we'll follow. By the way, did you get the intel on Lu Chen? Got it. Gao Yuqing nodded, then opened his phone. He opened another file. He handed it to Li Yunfei. Take a look. The file shows Lu Chen is 23 years old, graduated from Jiangqing University of Science and Technology just over a year ago. He's just an ordinary person. I suspect this information is fabricated. Forged to throw people off the scent. 23? Fresh out of college? Li Yunfei studied the file, his brow furrowing deeper with each glance. The description clearly painted him as a recent college graduate. Just an ordinary person. How could this possibly be connected to an arms dealer? That left only one possibility. This file is fake. You're right. It's highly likely fabricated to throw off the trail. He then asked. Are all preparations complete? Gao Yuqing nodded. Rest assured, the entire residential complex is under surveillance. At least a dozen snipers have been deployed. Building 7, where Lu Chen is located, has also been cordoned off. He won't get away. Good. Li Yunfei laughed heartily. I trust you to handle things. Let's go meet this Lu Chen fellow. Li Yunfei and Gao Yuqing led the way, followed by a large contingent of soldiers and armed police. When they approached Lu Jiqiang and his men, Li Yunfei suddenly halted in his tracks. What's wrong? Gao Yuqing halted as well, asking with some confusion. Li Yunfei gave Gao Yuqing a slight smile. Wait a moment. He then walked straight toward the crowd by the roadside. As luck would have it, he stopped right in front of Lu Jiqiang. Seeing such an important figure stop right in front of him, Lu Jiqiang couldn't help but feel nervous. He forced a smile. Meanwhile, Mingrui and the others beside Lu Jiqiang were even more tense, their heads turned away, not daring to look Li Yunfei in the eye. They knew they weren't good people, and they knew the crimes they'd committed deserved prison time long ago. So they feared the police, and feared the military even more. Each of them felt uneasy. Some even began to tremble uncontrollably. Li Yunfei's gaze fell upon Lu Jiqiang. He saw Lu Jiqiang's face was bruised and swollen, as if he'd been beaten, and his clothes were filthy. He frowned slightly. He put aside the question he had intended to ask. He decided to ask first what had happened to him. Hey, buddy, what happened to you? As Li Yunfei approached, Mingrui immediately spotted the shoulder insignia. Colonel. Holy. He was stunned. The commander of an entire division was standing right before him. And the person the commander was asking about was none other than himself. If Lu Jiqiang admitted in front of the chief superintendent and a division commander that he'd been beaten by him and that he was a lone shark, then what would happen to him? Would he get away with it? The thought sent a chill down his spine. His heart skipped a beat. Beads of sweat instantly formed on his forehead. Nervously, he looked toward Lu Jiqiang. Lu Jiqiang hadn't expected the other person to walk over and ask him. He had intended to tell the truth, but after a moment's hesitation, he decided to lie instead. I fell. The reason he couldn't tell the truth was because he knew how powerful the boss behind Mingrui was. He feared retaliation afterward. Fell? Li Yunfei looked surprised, thinking to himself, could a fall really cause injuries like this? But since the other party insisted it was a fall, he didn't press further. What if it really was a fall? Alright, just be careful from now on. Only then did he ask the question he'd originally intended. Hey, countryman, I've got a question for you. Do you live in this complex? Which building? Lu Jiqiang nodded. Sir, I live in this complex right there in building 7 on the left. Oh? Li Yunfei's eyes lit up. Then let me ask you about someone else who also lives in building 7. Do you know Lu Chen? Of course Lu Jiqiang had barely uttered those 3 words when he suddenly realized something. His heart skipped a beat. No way. Are you guys here for my son? Did my son break some divine law or something? Is this really necessary? Upon hearing they were here for him, Lu Chen's lips twitched involuntarily. He could already guess why. His heart began to race. He was freaking out. And a bit scared. After all, there were armed police, military forces, armored vehicles, and even armed helicopters. So many people coming for me. How could this be anything minor? Damn it, I should have never taken that job for a few million. Damn it. Something must have gone wrong. With so many people here, they might just arrest me on the spot, sentence me to death that same day, and execute me the next. Oh boy. The thought sent a chill down his spine. Lu Chen couldn't help but shiver. He felt a pang of regret. He lowered his head. He ducked his head. Su Mingyan, however, gaped in astonishment. Staring at Lu Chen in astonishment. So it really was here to find you? What's wrong with you? Did you break some heavenly law? Of course what? Li Yunfei noticed Lu Jiqiang's unease. Though Lu Jiqiang didn't say it, he could tell at a glance that Lu Jiqiang definitely knew Lu Chen. Maybe he was even part of Lu Chen's crew. A member of the arms syndicate too. He instinctively took a few steps back. His tone grew heavy as he pressed on. You know Lu Chen, right? You. Before he could finish his sentence, Gao Yuqing suddenly tugged at him. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered. Look over there, that young man. He bears an uncanny resemblance to the photo. It's very likely Lu Chen. Chapter 24. So what? Shoot me? Please vote. Oh. Li Yunfei furrowed his brow slightly and looked in the direction Gao Yuqing was pointing. When he spotted Lu Chen in the crowd, his pupils suddenly contracted. A light chuckle escaped him, a playful smile spreading across his face. He truly hadn't expected this. The target of this large-scale operation was actually hiding right here in the crowd. It was practically effortless. But he didn't immediately call out to Lu Chen. Instead, he gave instructions to an officer standing beside him. Then, the officer quickly departed. Li Yunfei and Gao Yuqing also walked toward the distance. Watching them depart, Guo Mingrui and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. During that tense period, they had felt like fish on a cutting board, lambs led to slaughter, teetering on the brink of utter ruin at any moment. Though Li Yunfei and the others walked away into the distance, Lu Jiqiang felt little relief. After all, the person they were searching for was his own son. He couldn't understand it. His son had always been so honest. He ran a prop factory and was a hard-working man. How had he drawn the combined forces of armed police and the military? What colossal offense had he committed? Which powerful figure had he offended? An operation of this scale, if they caught my son, wouldn't he be executed? At the very least, he'd be sentenced to life imprisonment. He made up his mind. He must find a way to help his son escape immediately. Flee to the ends of the earth and never return. However, Li Yunfei and Gao Yuqing had indeed left. They hadn't gone far. They positioned themselves about 20 meters away from Lu Jiqiang and the others. Then they turned back. Their gaze fell upon Lu Chen and they smiled inexplicably. Seeing their smiles, Lu Chen's heart tightened. He instinctively took half a step back, glancing left and right. The urge to flee arose. But, before he could find the best escape route, it was already too late. At that very moment, the armed police and military forces that had previously surrounded Building 7 suddenly launched a surprise counterattack. They instantly surrounded Lu Chen and 20 or 30 onlookers in layers upon layers. Seeing themselves surrounded, facing a sea of gun barrels pointed at them, the crowd erupted into chaos. What's going on? What's happening? Why are they suddenly surrounding us? I haven't done anything wrong. I just peeked at Widow Zhang bathing, it can't be that bad. No, please don't shoot. I'm an honest citizen. I'm an old man at this age, what kind of trouble could I possibly cause? Wait, I just heard them mention they're looking for Lu Chen. That's me. Whatever he did, it's got nothing to do with us. Yeah, Lu Chen. Whatever you did, don't drag us down with you. Lay down your weapon and seek redemption. I urge you to turn yourself in immediately. Lu Chen, you always seem so honest. Who knew you'd commit a crime? Comrades. Lu Chen is right here. He's right here. If you're going to shoot, just shoot him. Don't hit anyone else. Exactly. Grab him now. Many of the elderly neighbors had watched Lu Chen grow up. But at this moment, they were surprisingly united. They began to verbally attack Lu Chen. Lu Jiqiang grew frantic. He shouted in explanation. You must have the wrong person. My son is an honest man, he couldn't possibly have committed a crime. He's a good person. He then turned to look at Lu Chen. Son, tell them quickly. Tell them they've got the wrong person. Son, you didn't commit any crime, right? Lu Chen gave a bitter smile. Dad, they might not have the wrong person. I did get into a bit of trouble. But don't worry, it's nothing serious. Lu Chen had already figured it out. He had one final trump card. If they arrested him and intended to execute him, he planned to lay his cards on the table. He was willing to contribute the technologies he possessed to the nation. Faced with these technologies far surpassing current capabilities, no nation could refuse. So he took a few steps forward. Stepped out from the crowd. Guo Mingrui watched Lu Chen walk to the front of him. He furrowed his brow. How serious a crime could someone who couldn't even beat him possibly commit? That it had drawn so many people to apprehend him. Even his own boss, whose crimes were as heinous as the sea, wouldn't receive such treatment, would he? After Lu Chen stepped out, dozens, perhaps hundreds, of guns were trained on him simultaneously. Staring at the sea of muzzles, Lu Chen swallowed hard. His heart raced with panic. At that moment, Li Yunfei looked at Lu Chen. With a flick of his right hand, 2 soldiers immediately jogged up to Lu Chen. They searched him thoroughly. After confirming he carried no weapons, Li Yunfei and Gao Yuqing exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. Then they walked toward him. Li Yunfei regarded Lu Chen with a faint, ambiguous smile. He spoke slowly. Are you sure you've only gotten into a little trouble? You call arms trafficking a minor issue? Let me tell you, even dealing in replica firearms can get you life imprisonment or even the death penalty. And you? Ha, you're selling missile launchers and missiles? I'm impressed by you. Li Yunfei didn't know much about the situation. Zhang Jianguo had only mentioned in passing that the target was dealing in missile launchers and missiles. He hadn't gone into specifics. Lu Chen gave a bitter smile and said nothing. Lu Jiqian, however, stared wide-eyed. He almost thought he'd misheard. They were actually saying his son was selling missile launchers and missiles. What kind of joke was this? Hearing this, Wu Mingrui's lips curled slightly. Good grief. He thought he was already somewhat notorious in the underworld. He'd convinced himself he was the ultimate fearless, ruthless villain. But who would have thought? This Lu Chen guy was actually dealing in military weapons? Even missile launchers and missiles. Damn it. Compared to him, I was just showing off in front of the master, a mere amateur. Whoa. The thought struck him. He suddenly sucked in a sharp breath. Anyone capable of trafficking arms must be a ruthless operator beyond his wildest imagination. Generally speaking, such a figure could eliminate him as easily as playing a game. Moreover, the other party was dealing in missile launchers and missiles. To be dealing in such equipment, there's definitely an armed syndicate behind them. A sudden chill ran down his spine. Having offended such people, could he ever expect a peaceful life again? Fortunately, this terrifying arms dealer had already been surrounded by the military. He might be executed in a few days. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. The onlookers behind him stared at Lu Chen in stunned silence. He's the arms dealer? Good heavens! A weapons dealer hiding in our neighborhood? That's so dangerous. They should arrest him and execute him immediately. Just thinking about it gives me chills. He lives right above me. Thank goodness I never crossed him, otherwise he'd have shot me dead. He absolutely mustn't be spared. Arms dealers like him deserve to be shot. Lu Chen didn't deny it. Instead, he asked, "So what? Execute me?" Chapter 25, Commander, you must stand up for me. Li Yunfei was about to speak when his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the phone. His expression immediately turned solemn. The caller was none other than the military district commander, Zhang Jianguo. He answered the call. Zhang Jianguo's deep voice came through the line. Division Commander Li, how's the situation progressing? Have you located the person yet? Li Yunfei glanced at Lu Chen. Nodded slightly. Found them. Good. Ha ha ha. Glad we found it. Zhang Jianguo suddenly let out a hearty laugh. Then he commanded. Division Commander Li, listen carefully. Everything I say from here on out is in order. Yes, sir. Li Yunfei snapped to attention, his expression turning utterly serious. Zhang Jianguo continued. In handling this matter concerning Lu Chen, you must proceed with utmost caution. Do not lay a finger on him. Do not make any inappropriate moves toward him. He is of vital importance to us, to our entire nation, and indeed to all of humanity. He is a national treasure. We must treat him with the utmost courtesy and bring him here. Dispatch additional personnel to escort him directly to the imperial capital. I'll send you the location. Don't say I didn't warn you if a single hair on Lu Chen's head is harmed. I'll hold you personally accountable. Got it? During those past 10-odd minutes, Lu Yongmin kept raving in Zhang Jianguo's ear about how incredibly talented the person who could build such missile launchers and mechs was. He declared Lu Chen a genius born once in a millennium, perhaps even a millennia. He claimed that the reconnaissance capabilities of this single missile launcher alone could outclass the entire Eagle nation. He claimed the technology embedded in the missiles it launched was unmatched globally. He even claimed that if Lu Chen could join the Long Bay military region and work in their military factories for the nation, the entire Dragon Nation would undergo a massive technological revolution in a short time. The foundational structure of science would become immense and unshakably solid. Building upon this foundation, it would swiftly surpass the Eagle Nation to become the world's unrivaled leader. In any case, he practically praised Lu Chen to the heavens. Lu Chen, standing in Zhang Jianguo's eyes, soared accordingly. After much deliberation, he called Li Yunfei again. Yes, Commander, understood. Li Yunfei's expression grew even more serious. Seeing Li Yunfei's expression, and hearing him address him as Commander, Lu Jiqian's heart lurched, plunging straight into an abyss. But despair. Even the Commander himself had called. It seemed his son was truly finished. The onlookers rolled their eyes and shook their heads. Did you see the look on his face? Looks like Lu Chen is truly finished this time. Yeah, arms trafficking, he deserves it. They'll probably arrest his father too, right? The Lu family is finished. Everyone believed Lu Chen was finished. Beginning. Li Yunfei, who had always been stern, suddenly couldn't hold back a chuckle. His gaze toward Lu Chen held a hint of kindness, mixed with confusion and bewilderment. Shoot you? Brother Lu, how could I dare? Lu Chen froze. His mouth opened slightly. He hadn't expected the other man to address him as Brother Lu. A major general-level division commander calling him Brother Lu? That seemed utterly absurd. Lu Jiqiang was also dumbfounded. Just moments ago, he'd been stern-faced, yet now he suddenly laughed and referred to his son as Brother Lu. What on earth was going on? Guo Mingrui scratched his head. He felt the situation was veering off his original plan. Shouldn't they have just arrested him? Why are they so polite? Seeing Lu Chen looking somewhat stiff and a bit nervous, Li Yunfei's smile grew even more amiable. Brother Lu, don't be nervous. I'm not here to arrest you today. I'm here to protect you. Ha, the commander said you're our treasure, the pillar of our nation. Just as he said this, he suddenly noticed the armed police and soldiers still had their guns pointed at Lu Chen. His expression darkened instantly. He barked. What do you think you're doing? Who gave you permission to point your guns at Lu Chen? Lower your weapons immediately. Lower them. All armed police and soldiers immediately complied. Hearing Li Yunfei's words and seeing the soldiers lower their weapons, the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. They were utterly bewildered by this sudden reversal. Isn't Lu Chen an arms dealer? How did he suddenly become a pillar of the nation? And you keep calling him Brother Lu like that. How close are you to Lu Chen? What kind of connections does Lu Chen have that make a division commander treat him with such deference? Many people had already guessed that Lu Chen was no ordinary man. Then he thought back to his earlier sarcastic remarks. Suddenly felt a chill of dread. He immediately changed his tune. Ha ha ha. I've watched Lu Chen grow up since he was a child. How could I not know what kind of person he is? How could he possibly be an arms trafficker? How could he possibly be a bad person? Exactly. Lu Chen's been sharp since he was a kid, always destined for greatness. Exactly. I've always believed he'd become a pillar of our nation. Who just called him a criminal? Come forward and apologize to him right now. I knew it. Lu Chen could never be an arms dealer. Lu Jiqiang was utterly baffled. When did his son become a pillar of the nation? How come I didn't know? Lu Chen was also a bit bewildered. Protect me? This was something he hadn't anticipated. His initial thought had been that if he were captured, he'd showcase his scientific knowledge. Then invent something for the country. Directly transferring his expertise. Li Yunfei nodded. Right. The commander said you're crucial, not a single hair on your head should be harmed. Brother Lu, the commander is waiting for you in the capital. Shall we depart immediately? As he spoke, he made a gesture of invitation. Watching Li Yunfei's movements and his demeanor, Gao Yuqing could scarcely believe his eyes. Who was Li Yunfei? He was a formidable figure who commanded respect. Renowned throughout the military district and the entire city of Zhangcheng. Yet this very man was being so courteous to a young man who seemed ordinary in every way except for being somewhat handsome. Moreover, the commander seemed to hold this young man in high regard. Something was wrong. This is definitely a big problem. Li Yunfei had assumed Lu Chen would obediently follow him. But unexpectedly, Lu Chen shook his head. Refusing, he said. Commander, I can't go with you right now. As Lu Chen spoke these words, Guo Mingrui felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. He sensed something bad was about to happen. He looked at Lu Chen with a touch of nervousness. Why? Li Yunfei inquired. Lu Chen didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned to look at Guo Mingrui. Then he looked at his father, who was disheveled and bruised all over. He took a deep breath. He spoke up, Sir, he's my dad. He got beaten up. And I was beaten too. You have to stand up for me. Chapter 26, We're demanding money legally, what can you do about it? Lu Jiqiang's eyes widened, his mouth agape. He stared at Lu Chen in astonishment. He hadn't expected his son to pull such a stunt. Once he grasped his son's intent, a surge of delight filled his heart. Indeed, his son was regarded by influential figures as a pillar of the nation. Even important figures treated his son with respect. So if her son told them about the loan shark business at this moment, how could they not take action? Once they spoke up, would these debt-collecting thugs dare disobey? Thinking of this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. But what about Guo Mingrui? His face was now mottled with bruises and pallor. My heart was pounding in my throat. He'd only come to collect a debt. How did things turn out like this? If only he'd known Lu Jiqiang's son had such connections. He wouldn't have dared to collect a damn thing. He wouldn't have come at all. The few henchmen around him were trembling just as much. They weren't exactly saints to begin with. Now, with so many armed police and soldiers watching them, it was no wonder they felt uneasy. What? Your dad got beaten up. You got beaten too? Li Yunfei's heart skipped a beat. If it was just his father who got beaten up, it wouldn't be a big deal. He could just seek justice for him. But now Lu Chen had been beaten. How could this be tolerated? This is a major incident. After all, The military region commander, a lieutenant general, had personally issued the order. If a single hair on Lu Chen's head is harmed, they'll make him answer for it. Are the commander's orders just for show? Lu Chen nodded. That's right. I was beaten. Lu Chen was no fool. He could now roughly guess why they had come for him. It must be because the military had discovered the break heaven shock he developed. And once the military discovered breakthrough heaven and knew it was his creation, then his importance in the military's eyes would be self-evident. Never mind dealing with just a few thugs now. Even taking out the boss of these thugs would be a piece of cake. At this thought, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Since these loan sharks had dared to provoke him and even assaulted his father, and now this opportunity has conveniently presented itself. Why not? Why not seize this chance to root out these scoundrels who prey on others? And their boss behind the scenes. That would be doing the people a favor. With that thought in mind, Lu Chen continued to embellish the story. Sir, here's the situation. My father borrowed 110,000 yuan from them a year ago. But we never expected them to rig the contract. Over the past year, my dad has already paid back 200,000 yuan, yet he still owes them over 300,000 yuan. They're loan sharks. If he can't pay, they threaten to beat him up and even take our house as collateral. They even threatened to break my legs and beat me into a mental disability. Who knows how many people they've ruined? They're definitely no good. And he even claimed to have connections in both legitimate and criminal circles. He said his boss has deep influence, that neither the police nor the military can touch them. Then, Lu Chen pointed at Guo Mingrui and his men. It's them. Commander, you must uphold justice impartially. Lu Chen's accusatory gesture sent a shiver down their spines. They forced a smile onto their faces. They wanted to say something, but didn't know how to begin. Li Yunfei's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. His expression grew increasingly grim. A surge of anger welled up from within him. His gaze burned intensely as he fixed it on Guo Mingrui beside Lu Jiqiang. So it's you running the loan shark operation? You're the one with connections in both the legitimate and underworld circles? You're the one who said we couldn't touch you? Guo Mingrui's facial muscles twitched violently. His thighs trembled at a high frequency. His heart pounded relentlessly. His throat felt as if an egg had been stuffed inside. Boss, what should we do? Roar brother, usually loud, spoke softly for once. Guo Mingrui's mouth twitched. If he knew what to do, would he be scared out of his wits like this? He shot a stern glance at Roar. Then he turned to Li Yunfei, forcing a smile. Sir, is there some kind of misunderstanding? We're here to collect payment, but we all have contracts. The terms are clearly stated in the contracts, and he signed and stamped his fingerprint on them. We're operating within the law. Ha ha! Hearing their boss speak like this, Roar and his crew finally breathed a sigh of relief. They felt a bit more confident. Yeah. We're operating legally. What can you do about it? Before Li Yunfei could speak, Chief Superintendent Gao Yucheng stepped forward. He snorted coldly. Compliant and lawful? Do you punks even know the law? Our country has clear legal regulations on private lending. Interest rates exceeding the stipulated limits constitute usury. Usury is illegal. I borrowed 110,000 from you, paid back 200,000 within a year, and still owe over 300,000. You dare claim this is legal? A bunch of legal ignoramuses lecturing me on the law, utterly ridiculous. He now understood just how important Lu Chen was. And these people beat up Lu Chen's father. And they dared threaten Lu Chen. They absolutely cannot be let off lightly. Seeing Guo Mingrui still trying to wriggle out of it, he raised his hand decisively. Guards! Arrest them all! The order was given. Immediately, 2 or 3 dozen armed police officers stepped forward. Facing fully armed, legitimate armed police officers, Guo Mingrui and the others dared not resist at all. They were escorted out without resistance. Gao Yucheng glanced at Guo Mingrui and the others, snorting coldly. Then he turned to Lu Chen with a smug smile. I am Gao Yucheng, Chief Superintendent of Jiangcheng. Throughout my decades in law enforcement, I have always upheld justice impartially. What I detest most are those who break the law and engage in criminal activities, especially those involved in loan sharking. Especially loan sharks, how many lives and families have they ruined? I will show no mercy to such people. Brother Lu, what do you think we should do to punish them? Lu Chen glanced at his father. He saw his father's disheveled hair, the shoe print on his face, and the layer of dust covering his entire body. A strange pang of sorrow welled up in his heart. A surge of anger welled up inside him. He took a deep breath. He addressed Gao Yucheng, Chief Gao, while they went way too far, I'm not unreasonable. They beat my father, beat me, and threatened me. They should at least receive the punishment they deserve, right? Hearing Lu Chen's words, Guo Mingrui's tense heart finally eased a little. They had beaten Lu Jiqiang, but it hadn't been too severe, not even minor injuries. As for Lu Chen, it wasn't even a beating. As for the threats, such trivial matters were harmless. As long as they didn't dig up his past deeds. In this situation, they'd likely just detain a few people for a few days, charge them with disturbing the peace, slap on a fine, and call it a day. However, when he heard Lu Chen's next words, he sucked in a sharp breath. He froze in shock. Chapter 27, I just wanted to collect a debt, how did it turn into a crime crackdown? Lu Chen took a deep breath. He continued, Chief Gao, I believe that in addition to holding them accountable for what they did today, we should also pursue all their past criminal activities. Multiple offenses, cumulative punishment, maximum penalties. You. Guo Mingrui glared at Lu Chen through gritted teeth, snarling, leave a little room for future encounters. He panicked. He hadn't committed any particularly heinous crimes. But breaking legs, arms, ribs, and he'd committed at least 10, if not 12 such acts. Illegal debt collection, coercing people into fruit loans, intimidation and threats, dining and dashing, harassing women, theft, the list went on and on. Taken individually, any one of these might not seem particularly serious. But when you stack them all together, that's when it all comes crashing down. He'll never get out of prison in this lifetime. Lu Chen sneered coldly. He showed no intention of letting him off. We'll meet again someday? You probably won't have a future, will you? A national scourge and social parasite like you deserves nothing less than execution. Yes, exactly. Gao Yuqing nodded. Rest assured, Brother Lu, I will conduct a thorough investigation into him. Every single crime he's committed will be thoroughly examined. Thank you for your trouble, Chief Gao. No trouble at all. Serving the people is what I'm supposed to do. Well, Lu Chen hesitated slightly. He mentioned his boss several times before, how incredibly powerful his boss is, how vast his connections are. At the end of the day, he's just a petty parasite. The real big fish is the boss behind him. As the saying goes, cut the grass at the root. Chief Gao, I suggest we investigate his boss and the entire criminal gang. Not a single one should be spared. What do you think? Gao Yuqing paused for a moment. If we only investigate the people right in front of us, it would be much simpler. But if they were to trace him back to his boss and the entire gang, it would become far more complicated. It wasn't that he was afraid. The main concern was that a full investigation might implicate a great many people. Seeing Gao Yuqing's slight hesitation, Li Yunfei chuckled. He patted Gao Yuqing on the shoulder. What's the matter? Feeling torn? As the chief of police for an entire city, if you can't even handle this much responsibility, well, I suggest you retire early. Whatever you do, remember this, don't hold back, don't overthink it. If it's the right thing, if it's what needs to be done, make the call when you have to and just do it. Old Gao, you're not nearly as sharp as Brother Lu. Hearing this, Gao Yuqing felt a sudden clarity wash over him. Yeah. Why overthink things? As long as it's the right thing to do, just do it. Got it, old Li. He then turned to look at Lu Chen. He nodded at him. Rest assured, whether it's these individuals, their backers, or the entire syndicate behind them, I won't let a single one slip through my fingers. Tomorrow I'll have a task force set up to investigate. I'll personally oversee it. We must bring these lawless elements who disrupt public order to justice. Seeing Gao Yuqing's resolute expression, Lu Chen gave him a thumbs up. Having an official like you is a blessing for the people of Jiangcheng. Chief Gao, I have a suggestion. I'm not sure if it's appropriate to voice it. Oh? Gao Yuqing raised an eyebrow. Brother Lu, feel free to speak your mind. Lu Chen paused to consider, then delivered a direct hit. Chief Gao, since you're establishing a task force, why not go all the way? Launch a citywide crackdown on organized crime across Jiangcheng. See the crackdown through to the end. The people will remember your kindness. What do you think? Gao Yuqing paused for a moment. Then he laughed heartily. Ah, good, very good. I'll take your word for it. Across the entire city of Jiangcheng, we'll launch a thorough campaign to eradicate organized crime. Brother Lu, the people will thank you. Listening to their conversation, Guo Mingrui and the others, now in handcuffs, exchanged glances. They all felt a mix of laughter and tears. They had only come today to collect a debt. And it was only a small debt of about 300,000 yuan. Based on past experience, a beating followed by some threats would usually get the money paid. At the very least, they could seize a property deed or vehicle registration as collateral. But today? Holy cow. All because I wanted such a small sum. You guys decide in a few words to launch a citywide crackdown on organized crime. And you've even set up a special task force. Is that really necessary? If my boss finds out what's going on here, he'd probably be furious enough to drop dead. For a moment, Guo Mingrui felt a mix of emotions. Today's events would be enough for him to brag about for the rest of his life. But he had already made up his mind. He would never utter a word about today's events. For he could already guess that the rest of his life would likely be spent behind bars. And it would be because of him. Many others might end up behind bars. If those people ever found out that their imprisonment was due to him, how could he possibly live with himself? He let out a long sigh. He felt like crying, but no tears came. Lu Chen smiled lightly. After thanking Gao Yucheng, he turned to his father. Dad, it's all taken care of. They'll get what they deserve. Are you okay? Would you like me to take you to the hospital for a checkup? Lu Jiqiang was about to say he was fine and didn't need to go to the hospital. Before he could utter a word, Li Yunfei cut him off. Brother Lu, I suggest you still have your dad go to the hospital for a checkup. It'll put our minds at ease. Lu Chen thought for a moment. Then thank you, sir. I'll take my father to the hospital right now. Wait. Li Yunfei immediately called out to Lu Chen. I'll have someone take your father there. As for you, you'd better hurry up and come with me to the capital. The commander is waiting for you. He then glanced at an officer standing nearby. Major Zhang, you personally drive him to the best hospital in town. All expenses will be reimbursed. Yes, sir. Major Zhang stood at attention and saluted properly. This. Lu Chen hesitated briefly before finally nodding. Dad, you should go to the hospital and get checked out. I won't feel at ease otherwise. Son, I'm fine. Is going to the hospital really necessary? Lu Jiqiang shook his head slightly. No sooner had he spoken. Major Zhang immediately stepped forward enthusiastically. No need to be polite, old buddy. I'll drive you there in the military vehicle. We'll get you checked out, and if everything's fine, we'll head right back. Let's go, old buddy. He was overjoyed inside. He hadn't been out of the base for days. This trip to the hospital was the perfect excuse. He could grab some snacks and satisfy his cravings. When a major called him brother, and he was so enthusiastic, especially when he insisted on driving me there in a military vehicle. Military vehicles aren't something ordinary people get to ride in. If I could snap a selfie then, his buddies back home would be green with envy. That'd give him plenty to brag about. Even if it meant pretending to be busy just to ride in that military vehicle. He nodded emphatically. He shrugged his shoulders. A pained expression crossed his face. Ouch. I really do feel a bit of pain in my body. Better go check it out. Chapter 28. Is that Lu Chen? Did I see wrong? Major Zhang laughed heartily. Let's go. Let's go. However, before leaving, Lu Jiqiang cast a worried glance at Lu Chen. Lu Chen gave a faint smile. Dad. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Hurry to the hospital and get checked out. Wait for me to return. After Lu Jiqiang left, Lu Chen nodded to Li Yunfei. Let's go to the capital. All right. Li Yunfei patted Lu Chen on the shoulder. Young man, though I don't know why Commander Zhang holds you in such high regard, but I believe your future holds boundless promise. Let's go to the airport. A special aircraft is waiting for us there. Lu Chen walked alongside Li Yunfei, Gao Yucheng, and the others. Behind them, a vast procession of armed police and soldiers. The spectacle. Residents from numerous apartment complexes peered out their windows. Couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Watching Lu Chen depart, Su Mingyan felt as if he were dreaming. When did his childhood friend become so formidable? Could he be some kind of hidden big shot? Holy crap. Unbelievable. The onlookers stood frozen in place for a long moment before finally coming to their senses. In their minds, another family had emerged that they absolutely had to curry favor with. The Lu family. Some quick-witted elders were even contemplating whether to introduce their nieces or granddaughters to Lu Chen. As Lu Chen and his group exited the residential compound, traffic police led the way at the front. Military vehicles provided escort in the middle. Police cars brought up the rear for protection. Several armed helicopters even hovered overhead. The scene left passers-by utterly dumbfounded. Holy crap, what's all this commotion about? Holy crap, traffic cops, military vehicles, police cars, helicopters? Unstoppable. Must be some major incident happening? Holy crap, whoever's in that car must be some big shot. Thanks to the unimpeded passage, the group quickly arrived at the airport. At that moment, inside the airport, Sun Shuan stood at the ticket gate, holding her luggage. She swayed her head gently to the rhythm of the music playing in her ears. Today, she wore her hair in a bun, with a strand of black hair falling by her ear. Her light makeup gave her a playful and adorable look. She wore a light blue dress, its hem gently curling upward like a rose in the breeze, delicate and vibrant. A white patterned belt cinched her waist, showcasing her slender figure. She was undeniably stunning. Many men couldn't help but glance at her from time to time, as if one more glance could grant them longevity. She attended university in the capital city, but had returned home a few days prior due to family matters. Today she was set to fly back to campus. Right now, she was chatting with her best friend on her phone. By the way, do you know what's going on with anyone else in our class? After a few seconds, her friend replied. As for the others from our high school, only about 7 or 8 are doing graduate studies. Besides the ones I've already told you about, I don't think there are any other top students. Wait, there's also Lu Chen. I heard he started a small factory after graduation, making props or something. Oh? Sun Shuwen was slightly surprised. He started a factory? That's pretty impressive. Sun Shuwen felt a twinge of envy. Lu Chen wasn't the top student in high school. But he wasn't bad either. There were about 50 students in the class. He usually ranked around the middle. However, ranking in the top 10 was nothing to write home about compared to Sun Shuwen, who consistently placed in the top 3. Back when we were in school, Sun Shuwen knew Lu Chen had a crush on her. She never once gave him a proper glance. After all, it was high school. She only had eyes for those who were on par with her academically, or even better. As for Lu Chen, besides being somewhat handsome, utterly useless. But she never imagined that classmate she once looked down on ended up starting his own factory after graduation. He's actually made something of himself. Maybe I should try reaching out to him again someday. It would be another connection to add to my network. But her best friend's next few words immediately drew a sneer of contempt and mockery from her lips. Impressive? You're way too generous. He just used his family's money to buy a rundown factory, hired a few people, and started production. And I hear business is so bad, he's about to go under. He might not even be able to pay his workers, and then he'll get sued and end up in jail. So that's how it is. I knew it, he was a poor student back then, so how could he possibly run a factory? What a waste of the family's money. Learning that Lu Chen wasn't doing well, she finally let out a sigh of relief. In her view, if you did well in school and are doing well now, that's only natural. But if you were a poor student back then, and now you're doing well? That's not right. Why should that be? Why should you, who used to be a poor student, be doing well now? This is what she doesn't want to see. Her best friend continued. Enough about him. Let's talk about you. Why did you choose nuclear physics for your master's degree? Is it easy to find a job after graduating with that degree? Me? Sun Shuwen paused for a few seconds. She replied, here's how I see it. I plan to work at a research institution after graduation. My dream is to participate in controlled nuclear fusion research. I hope that one day, my name will be among the pioneers of controlled nuclear fusion. Even if I'm listed last. Awesome, awesome, her best friend typed 4 characters. Sun Shuwen smiled faintly. She casually lifted her head. But that single glance upward. She froze in her tracks. For there, at the VIP boarding gate ahead, a young man surrounded by numerous soldiers and armed police officers passing through the VIP gate. And this young man looked strangely familiar to her. He looked like one of her high school classmates. Lu Chen. Yes. He looked just like Lu Chen. Though she couldn't see clearly. How could it possibly be Lu Chen? Didn't he go into prop production after college? How could he be hanging out with all these military and armed police officers, especially using the VIP only? Could I have misidentified him? Right. I must have seen wrong. There's absolutely no way it was him. He doesn't have the connections for that. Thinking this, his mind felt a little more at ease. He saw Lu Chen off all the way to the private jet. Watching the jet take off. Li Yunfei and Gao Yucheng's mission was finally complete. The two exchanged a glance. Both wore wry smiles. Li Yunfei sighed. His expression relaxed. Finally got rid of that little brat. I wonder why the commander values him so much. What makes him so special? Gao Yucheng shook his head. Since higher-ups haven't told us, we shouldn't speculate. Just focus on doing our jobs properly. Right. Li Yunfei nodded. I'll call the commander now. Chapter 29, 31 Mock Will My Body Be Crushed? Imperial Capital. Film Studio Compound Number 1. Zhang Jianguo had been itching for Qin Yue to grant him authorization. After entering the missile launch vehicle and briefly familiarizing himself with it, he immediately transformed into mecha form. Standing within the mecha cockpit, gazing at the 360-degree panoramic projection, his face radiated pure excitement. Even after spending considerable time inside, it still felt like a dream. He even kept snapping photos with his phone. He looked every bit the part of a country bumpkin who'd never seen much of the world. After snapping over a dozen photos, he suddenly looked up at the sky. Then he looked back at the control panel and monitor in front of him. An idea formed in his mind. He spoke aloud, breakthrough, switch to autopilot mode. Acknowledged, pilot. Autonomous mode activated. He paused. Then he took a deep breath. Glancing down at his feet, he suddenly grew tense. Broken sky, can you turn invisible? The moment the words left his mouth, he sensed something was off and quickly amended himself. By invisibility, I don't mean making yourself unseen to others, but rather undetectable by technical means. To the pilot, I can become invisible. With Blue Star's current technological level, no reconnaissance equipment can detect my presence unless observed directly with the naked eye. Holy! Seriously, you can? He slapped his thigh hard. Awesome! The reason he asked that question. was because he planned to take the mech for a spin in the sky. Probably every man fantasizes about piloting a real mecha one day, riding the wind and waves, charging straight into the clouds. He was no exception. Moreover, the reason he poured vast resources into the military's mecha research program was to hasten the arrival of that day. Though he knew he would never live to see that day arrive. But times change. Right now, he was inside a mecha. Zhang Jianguo first exchanged greetings with Lu Yongmin and the others at his feet. Then he addressed the AI system. Skybreaker, take me for a spin in the sky. Acknowledged, pilot. The moment the words left his mouth, Zhang Jianguo first felt the 3 safety belts around his body suddenly tighten. Then, the gravitational force on his entire body surged. Fortunately, when the gravitational pull reached a certain point, it was counterbalanced by another force. Then, in his line of sight, the scenery beneath his feet grew smaller and smaller. In the blink of an eye, he found himself hundreds of meters above the ground. He slowly lifted his head. He saw the dense forest of skyscrapers in the distance. His heart pounded wildly. He was utterly stunned. So overwhelmed he couldn't speak. Only when he reached a height of over 1,000 meters, he finally came to his senses. At that very moment, the mecha system suddenly issued an alert. Incoming call. Accept? A call? Zhang Jianguo furrowed his brow slightly. The next moment, a light screen appeared before him. The caller ID displayed on the screen. It was Li Yunfei. A call from Commander Li. Could it be that the matter has already been settled? Answer. As soon as the call connected, he got straight to the point. Commander Li, is the matter settled? Ha, Commander, you don't trust me to handle things? Lu Chen is already on the plane. He'll reach the capital in under 2 hours. The mission you assigned me is complete. Li Yunfei declared with unwavering conviction. Zhang Jianguo smiled. Finally, he was about to see Lu Chen. Against the backdrop of the mecha, Lu Chen was practically ascending to godhood in his mind. Good. You've done well. That's all for now. I'm flying right now, so I'll hang up. Beep. After Zhang Jianguo hung up, Li Yunfei was completely dumbfounded. Flying in the sky? What the hell? Pilot, hello. Has my creation arrived yet? I miss him so much. He is the greatest person I know, without a doubt. Zhang Jianguo's lips twitched. They assumed the AI system within this mech would function like any ordinary one. That is, it would only respond when you addressed it directly. But now, he realized that wasn't the case. This AI system actually analyzed your conversation content, made judgments based on it, and initiated dialogue on its own. That was remarkable. Interesting. Blow my mind, you can actually think? How does your AI system rank globally? To the pilot, I can indeed perform basic reasoning. When compared globally, my AI system should be considered top tier. At least I haven't found any entity more intelligent than myself in the entire network database. Oh. You mean you can access the entire network? Correct. I can access any network device or electronic instrument, among others. Whoa! Zhang Jianguo sucked in a sharp breath. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Thank goodness this technology emerged in Dragon Nation. Thank goodness the mechs were built by Dragon Nation people. Otherwise, I can't even imagine what would happen. He took a deep breath. He asked again. Skybreaker, what's your maximum speed? To the pilot, my maximum speed is approximately Mach 31. What? Zhang Jianguo's pupils contracted. His eyes widened instantly. Your top speed is 31 Mach? How is that possible? As the military district commander, Zhang Jianguo knew full well. The fastest existing fighter jets barely reached Mach 3. Even missiles could only reach around Mach 20 at best. You're such a big beast. How could it possibly reach 31 Mach? How terrifying is that? To the pilot, it is indeed around Mach 31. Should we accelerate to the limit? Gulp. Zhang Jianguo swallowed hard. His expression turned serious as he nodded. Yes, we need to. Let's see what happens at maximum acceleration. Wait. At 31 Mach, won't my body get crushed? He still felt a twinge of worry. After all, that was 31 Mach. What does that even mean? That's equivalent to flying over 10,000 meters in a single second. Holy crap. With a human body made of flesh and blood. Could it even withstand that? Wouldn't it be torn to shreds instantly? Before witnessing this mech, before actually piloting this mech, if someone had told him that a manned flying machine could reach 31 Mach, he would have thought that person was insane. A complete lunatic. But now, too many of his preconceptions had been shattered. Even so, he still felt uneasy. To the pilot, theoretically speaking, it shouldn't. Theoretically? Yes, theoretically. Since the creator never conducted human trials after creating me, I can only classify it as theoretical. But rest assured, pilot. The cockpit is equipped with a full suite of life support systems. It will monitor your physical condition in real time. Chapter 30, Lu Chen, I really want to meet you. Alright. Zhang Jianguo still felt uneasy. But the urge within him made him eager to try. Closing his eyes, he pondered for a moment. He made his decision. Let's try it. I want to see where your limits lie. Accelerate. Roger that, pilot. In an instant, Zhang Jianguo suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. His entire body grew significantly heavier. He even felt as though all the blood in his body was boiling at that moment. As if it would burst through his body at any moment, exploding his body to death. Fortunately, this sensation lasted only a brief moment. Slowly, things returned to normal. His expression gradually relaxed. He slowly opened his eyes. The instant his eyes opened, he froze in shock. The skyscrapers below, and the city itself, seemed to pass by like fleeting clouds before his eyes. He tilted his head slightly to look ahead. Patches of clouds were violently torn apart by his passage, streaking across the sky like unstoppable shooting stars. The sensation was breathtaking. It was exquisite. He finally understood. He understood why Lu Yongmin had praised Lu Chen to the skies. He grasped just how crucial Lu Chen truly was. To say he could single-handedly match an entire division, or even an entire army, was no exaggeration whatsoever. What's the current speed of the sky-shattering blade? He asked. Return to pilot, current speed is Mach 23, accelerating at a constant rate. A few minutes later, the shatter sky speed had climbed to around Mach 30. Zhang Jianguo watched the city recede rapidly behind them, and felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Just think about it. 10,000 meters per second. That's 10 kilometers per second. How fast is that? Alright, that's enough of the sky-shattering speed. Begin deceleration to around Mach 10. 30 Mach. He still couldn't quite handle it. Roger that, pilot. Decelerating now. By the way, could you take me out to space for a look? Pilot, yes. A few minutes later, the mech's speed dropped to 0. It stood there, utterly alone in space. Zhang Jianguo gazed at the blue-green planet below. His pupils dilated in awe. Beautiful. Absolutely breathtaking. And not far away, a clear, enormous moon. Beautiful. Too beautiful. And the bright stars in the distance. He couldn't find the words to describe it. This magnificent sight suddenly sparked an idea in him. Even if he were to die right now, it would be worth it. Worth it. But the thought had barely formed before he shook his head and banished it. The finest scenery, one must not become attached to it. He sighed. Breakthrough, let's head back. Back to Compound 1. As the mecha landed in Compound 1. As the mecha transformed into a missile launcher vehicle. Only then did Zhang Jianguo reluctantly step out of the cockpit. His feet touched the ground. He still felt a lingering sensation of weightlessness. Just then, Lu Yongmin approached with a cheerful smile. How was it? Did you enjoy it? Zhang Jianguo paused for a few seconds, then suddenly burst into a hearty laugh. Yeah, it's awesome, ha. Do you know, Director Lu? This mech can reach a top speed of around Mach 30. I experienced that speed firsthand. And I even took the mech on a trip to outer space. It was breathtaking, utterly breathtaking. Lu Yongmin was also startled. You're saying this mech can reach 30 Mach? Holy crap. Qin Xiaojie frowned slightly beside him. He asked his young assistant beside him, is 30 Mach really that fast? How fast is 1 Mach? Wang Huntao shook his head. Brother Jia, I have no idea either. Xin Yuwei glanced at the two of them. She crossed her arms. She said with a hint of pride, you two don't even know how fast Mach 1 is. You two really are well educated. Let me explain it to you. 1 Mach is roughly 340 meters per second, and 30 Mach is about 10,000 meters per second. Which means this mecha I had Lu Chen build can reach 10,000 meters per second. Got it? Qin Xiaojie's eyes widened instantly. He found it hard to believe. 10,000 meters per second? That's ridiculous. Also, was it really necessary to specifically mention that you invited Lu Chen? His achievements are his own. What does that have to do with you? Oomph. Xin Yue snorted, refusing to engage with Qin Xiaojie any further. After waiting a while longer, Advisor Bai called. He reported that all passengers on the plane had been properly accommodated and made to sign confidentiality agreements. As for Deputy Factory Director Zhou Kuan and his group, they had been sent directly to the military factory. Zhang Jianguo was quite satisfied with Staff Officer Bai's efficiency. After hanging up, he instructed his staff to draft several confidentiality agreements. He had Qin Xiangyang and the others sign them. Once they finished, he dismissed them immediately. After Qin Xiangyang and the others departed, Qin Xiaojie suddenly sneered, "Cousin, today's fiasco is all your fault. You ruined the press conference. You should take responsibility for this." Before Qin Yuwei could respond, Qin Xiangyang spoke up first. Responsibility? What responsibility? My precious granddaughter did a splendid job. Granddaughter, thanks to you, today's press conference was a huge success. Both the exposure and impact far exceeded my expectations by several times over. He shot another glance at Qin Xiaojie. Granddaughter, check your phone yourself. In such a short time, our movie's press conference has already trended on social media. Understand? The view count has even surpassed 20 million. And the upward trend shows no signs of slowing down. It's absolutely exploding. Before long, our movie and premiere will be all the rage nationwide. When our movie hits theaters, it'll definitely achieve an unexpected box office success. Great. Fantastic. Ha ha. Granddaughter, you're just as capable as your father. When the group is handed over to your father and you, this old man will finally rest easy. Qin Xiaojie was startled. Handed over to his cousin and his father? What do you mean by that? Could it be you've already made up your mind? This. Qin Yue smiled faintly. Thank you, grandfather. This is what I should do. Then she bit her red lips slightly. Once again, she thought of Lu Chen. Lu Chen, oh Lu Chen, what kind of person are you, really? I really wish I could meet you. Just as she thought of him, her phone suddenly rang. Seeing Lu Chen's name appear, her eyes lit up. She answered immediately. Miss Qin, has the press conference ended? My final payment? Qin Yue agreed immediately. Rest assured, your final payment will be in your account before tonight. Also, I was thinking. She hadn't finished her sentence. Lu Chen cut in, alright, thank you. I have to go now. Then he hung up immediately. Qin Yue stared blankly at her phone for a couple of seconds. She felt both amused and exasperated. It was nearing noon. Zhang Jianguo and the others ate lunch right in the compound. They were filled with anticipation, eagerly awaiting Lu Chen. No matter the cost, they were determined to recruit Lu Chen into the military, into the munitions factory. As for Lu Chen, had already left the airport and boarded a military vehicle. He was heading straight for compound number 1 at the film studio. Chapter 31, Trafficking Arms? 10 executions wouldn't be enough. Zhang Jianguo, Lu Yongmin, and the others chatted excitedly. As if the future lay right before their eyes. Commander Zhang, the situation in the South China Sea is dire. Though we've consistently held our ground and stood firm against the Eagle Nation. But we all know full well we're no match for the Eagle Nation. Moreover, hasn't the Eagle Nation threatened to deploy their carrier strike groups to the South China Sea? Before, we had reason to worry. But now. Commander, rest assured. If Lu Chen joins our military factory, with his expertise, within a few years at most, we'll never have to fear the Eagle Nation again. Are our fighter jets weak? Is our nuclear research weak? Is our reconnaissance capability weak? Is our missile technology weak? Is our aircraft carrier weak? It doesn't matter. Lu Chen's ability to create such missile launchers and mechs proves his extraordinary research in fundamental science and multidisciplinary fields. All sciences are interconnected. Gaining him alone is equivalent to acquiring an entire team of cutting-edge technology experts. Then we won't mind testing our strength against them in the South China Sea. Listening to Lu Yongmin's words, Zhang Jianguo nodded emphatically. His anticipation for Lu Chen's arrival grew even stronger. Rest assured, Director Lu. I'll spare no effort to extend our most sincere invitation for him to join us. Not only will we bring him into the military factory, but we'll also enlist him in the army, securing special approval to grant him a military rank. And, before Zhang Jianguo could finish, his gaze caught sight of several figures approaching the doorway. His heart leapt with joy. They're here. Lu Yongmin and the others also spotted the figures approaching. They all turned to look. At that moment, Lu Chen walked in the center. A captain beside him respectfully introduced. Mr. Lu, the gentleman in the center up ahead is our military district commander, Commander Zhang. To his right is Director Lu, head of the 5th Military Factory. Very well. Lu Chen listened to the introductions. As he walked forward, when he reached Commander Zhang Jianguo, he stood at attention. He saluted with proper form. Greetings, Commander Zhang. He then turned to face Lu Yongmin. Greetings, Director Lu. Zhang Jianguo looked at the young man before him, neatly dressed, alert and spirited, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, quite handsome. He laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, Lu Chen. You're finally here. You know, in just these few short hours today, you've practically reached godlike status in my eyes. Good, very good, excellent. Several officers nearby exchanged astonished glances. They had never seen their commander lavish such unreserved praise on anyone before. But Lu Chen had built such a mecha. He truly deserved it. First, he offered his praise. Then he turned and pointed at the missile launcher beside him. He needed to make one final confirmation. Taking a deep breath, he asked solemnly, Lu Chen, did you develop this missile launcher? Did you develop it yourself, or was it your team? I hope you can tell me the truth. This is extremely important to us. As the question left his lips, all eyes in the room turned to Lu Chen, awaiting his response. The room fell into an instant silence. If Lu Chen denied it, he would likely become the target of everyone's criticism. If Lu Chen affirmed it, he would rightfully become the honored guest. Lu Chen stared directly at Zhang Jianguo. He smiled faintly, nodding. I developed it. I have no team. Just one person. Whoosh. The entire room erupted in astonishment. It's true. It's actually true. He really developed it all by himself. It's simply unbelievable. How did he manage it alone? Developing and manufacturing missile launchers and mechs involves more than a dozen scientific fields. How could one person master so many disciplines? Is he Einstein reincarnated? Einstein? Einstein would pale in comparison to him. Calling him the world's greatest scientist wouldn't be an exaggeration. Ha ha ha, we've struck gold here. The future of the Dragon Nation looks incredibly promising. Upon hearing Lu Chen's affirmative response, Zhang Jianguo's heart, which had been in suspense, finally settled. His smile grew even more amiable. But the next moment, his expression abruptly turned stern, his face growing grave. Before offering Lu Chen any benefits, he decided to give him a stern warning first. Only by making the other party fearful could he then present him with another choice. Wouldn't that make things much easier? Lu Chen, do you realize the gravity of your offense? This is arms trafficking. Do you understand how gravely serious arms trafficking truly is? Lu Chen, who had been feeling relaxed just moments ago, suddenly tensed up. No way. Just moments ago, Commander Zhang treated me like gold. Now he's turning on me like that? This is just too much. Commander, this isn't my fault. I just made a prop according to the client's request. I truly didn't deal in arms. I'm an upstanding citizen. Law-abiding citizen? Zhang Jianguo chuckled. You dare call yourself a law-abiding citizen after trafficking missile launchers? Ridiculous. Let me put it this way. Not long ago, someone dealing in replica firearms ended up getting life imprisonment. Another smuggler of modified firearms was caught and sentenced to death. As for you, missile launchers and missiles, huh? 10 executions wouldn't be enough. Whoa! Lu Chen froze. He sucked in a sharp breath. Is it that serious? Zhang Jianguo watched Lu Chen's frightened expression. He smiled with satisfaction. Seems his warning had done the trick. But what he hadn't anticipated was, his scolding wasn't over yet. Lu Yongmin suddenly jumped in to undermine him. Execute him? 10 times over? Commander, can you really bring yourself to do it? If you truly intend to do this, I'll be the first to object. If you want to execute him, then execute me first. Zhang Jianguo hadn't expected Lu Yongmin to be so clueless. Couldn't he tell I was putting on a show? His lips twitched. He cleared his throat awkwardly. Director Lu, please calm down. I haven't finished speaking yet. He then turned to Lu Chen. He continued, although what you've done is extremely serious, I'm still willing to give you a second chance. Provided you're willing to join our military and become a soldier. If you're willing to take a position at the 5th Military Factory under the Long Bay Military District. As long as you are willing to put your genuine talents to use in serving the nation, contributing your strength to its development and growth. Then I will not pursue charges against you for arms trafficking. Are you willing? Chapter 32, Special Approval for Promotion to Captain and Appointment as Department Head at the Military Factory. A full lieutenant general had spoken. Lu Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. He nodded in agreement immediately. I accept, gladly. It is my honor to serve my country. How could he refuse? Refusal would only lead to endless imprisonment. Moreover, most importantly, he had no grounds to refuse. Before, he was just the owner of a rundown prop factory on the brink of collapse. And now, he was about to transition from civilian to military service, eating at the government's expense. Who could possibly turn down such a golden opportunity? Lu Chen chuckled softly. He said half-jokingly. Thank you, Commander, for sparing my life. You've given me a new lease on life. Zhang Jianguo waved his hand dismissively. Enough. Stop with the sweet talk. Now, let me outline your assignment. If you have no objections, we'll proceed accordingly. First, I will grant you the rank of captain by special approval. Second, you'll be assigned to the military factory as a section chief. As for which department, that will be up to Factory Director Lu's arrangement. But don't get too excited just yet. All of this comes with conditions. First, you'll accompany Factory Director Lu to the military factory, where they will organize an examination for you. If you pass the examination, then we'll proceed as I've outlined above. If you fail the examination, I'll have reason to doubt your true abilities. Directly granting an ordinary person the rank of captain, directly assigning an ordinary person to serve as section chief at the military factory, this is no small matter. Even if it's a lieutenant general. Such decisions shouldn't be made so rashly, right? Moreover, one cannot simply take others' one-sided accounts at face value. The best approach is to test Lu Chen. long before Lu Chen's arrival. He had already discussed it with Lu Yongmin. The plan was to first send Lu Chen to the military factory, then organize an examination for him. The difficulty level must be sufficiently high. If he could breeze through the tests, it would naturally prove everything. If he fails even this test, it would prove he's lying. This mech was never his creation. The next steps would be a different matter entirely. Lu Chen chuckled. Of course, no problem. Go ahead and test me however you like. As if the system had instilled in him the most cutting-edge and comprehensive foundational scientific theories from across the entire world. Moreover, during his groundbreaking endeavors, any knowledge or technology involved was instantly synchronized to him. Now, without exaggeration, he could single-handedly outclass every scientist on the planet. As for exams and such, a piece of cake. Just then, Lu Yongmin took 2 steps forward. He stood before Lu Chen, shook his hand. Welcome aboard. We look forward to your future contributions. Lu Chen's expression grew solemn. He replied earnestly. Rest assured, Director Lu. I won't let you down. Good, good, good. Lu Yongmin gave him a light pat on the shoulder. Come on, follow me to the military factory. I'll arrange your accommodations first. Take it easy these next few days. The assessment is scheduled for 3 days from now. If you pass our tests, you'll start directly as a section chief. There's another genius who just arrived from the Magic City today. I'll have him shadow you, make sure you mentor him well. Oh, a genius from the Magic City? Alright, rest assured I'll take him under my wing. Lu Chen nodded. And so it was. A missile launcher vehicle led the way, followed by numerous armored vehicles and military trucks. The convoy marched onward toward the Long Bay Military District. The military factory was located just over 10 kilometers outside the Long Bay Military District. It was quite close. Moreover, the distance from the military factory to the urban area was also only about 10 kilometers. It was fairly convenient. After arriving there, he discussed some matters with Zhang Jianguo. Then I followed Factory Director Lu to the military factory. At first glance, this military factory didn't differ much from other large factories. The most noticeable difference was the 2 soldiers standing guard at the entrance. It also carried an inexplicable sense of mystery. After Lu Chen and Lu Yongmin entered the military factory, Lu Yongmin explained as they walked, the 11-story building straight ahead is our main office complex. It houses various functional departments and some laboratories. Behind this 11-story building lies an even more expansive 7-story laboratory complex. That's where we actually conduct our experiments. Behind the lab building lies a weapons testing base spanning nearly 10 square kilometers. On either side of the administrative building are our factory workshops. The factory buildings are primarily divided into 6 distinct zones, each producing different items. As for the dormitory building, I'll take you there now. It's located next to the lab building and can accommodate around 300 people. Of course, our munitions factory employs far more than 300 people, over 2,800 to be exact. Only certain cadres or key personnel are assigned dormitory accommodations. They walked all the way to the dormitory. Lu Chen had picked up the gist of it. At least he gained a basic understanding of the military factory. The dormitory assigned to him by Factory Director Lu was the highest grade accommodation available. 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, and a private bathroom. After final instructions were given, only then did he see Director Lu off. As for the exam 3 days later, Lu Chen wasn't the least bit worried. He stretched out comfortably on the bed to rest for a while. Then he called his dad. Dad, did you finish the checkup? Everything okay? Lu Jiqiang chuckled. Finished ages ago and back home already. Your old man's in fine shape. Of course everything's fine. But you, son, tell Dad what's going on with you. Lu Chen paused. It's a long story and involves a lot of classified stuff. I won't go into details, but just know your son is pretty awesome. Also, your son will be on the government payroll from now on. The commander personally said he'll promote me to captain. Looks like your son's finally made something of himself. Lu Jiqiang froze. He fought back the stinging sensation welling up in his eyes. He burst into laughter. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. I always knew my son was no ordinary person. He's bound to make something of himself in the future. Now your old man can finally hold his head high in front of your Uncle San. Your brother's just an assistant researcher at the munitions factory, isn't he? So what? Is he as impressive as you, Captain? I'll see if your uncle has the nerve to brag about his son in front of me again. Next time your third uncle brings his son over to our place, I'll give him a piece of my mind, haha. Lu Chen chuckled. He didn't pursue the topic further. He knew exactly why his father had brought up Uncle San and his son. Because Uncle San's son had been an excellent student since childhood. Third uncle was particularly fond of showing off. He'd constantly compare his son to himself. After making the comparison, he'd take a jab at his own father. to emphasize his sense of superiority. But my own dad just couldn't get the better of Uncle San. Because he truly couldn't hold a candle to third uncle's older son. Whenever Uncle San brought his son over, Lu Chen would usually hide inside his room. Or slip away beforehand. To avoid being compared to his son and embarrassing his father. Chapter 33, What class are you? Staying in the same place as me? After finishing the call with his dad, Lu Chen began cleaning his dorm room. He hadn't been cleaning long. Suddenly, he heard a knock at the door. He opened the door to find. It turned out to be the dorm supervisor delivering various daily necessities. Behind the dorm supervisor, at the door of another dorm room, a young man stood there, glancing curiously in his direction. Lu Chen glanced at him briefly, paying little attention. After receiving the supplies, he said a quick thank you. He was about to return to his dormitory. But just as he turned, the young man called out to him. Hey, new guy? Lu Chen halted in his tracks. He turned back. That's right, today's my first day here. Oh? Well, that's quite a coincidence. Han Xiaofeng approached with a smile. I just started today too. My name is Han Xiaofeng. I'm a PhD from Magic City University. And you? Upon hearing he was a PhD from Magic City University, Lu Chen gave him a second look. After all, Magic City University ranked among the top 3 universities in the entire Dragon Nation. The prestige of a PhD from Magic City University was widely recognized, known to both the educated and the uneducated alike. Moreover, he recalled factory manager Lu mentioning, a new talent from Magic City had arrived today. Could it be him? Lu Chen smiled faintly. Since the other party had already introduced himself, there was no need for him to hide anything. He casually replied, My name is Lu Chen. I'm an undergraduate at Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology. Oh, so you're... Han Xiaofeng's words trailed off abruptly. What? He furrowed his brow slightly. A hint of surprise flashed across his face. You're an undergraduate at Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology? I recall Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology is just a very ordinary first-tier university, right? Lu Chen shrugged. That's right, it's a very ordinary first-tier university. Is there a problem with that? Of course there is. Han Xiaofeng declared emphatically. Every dorm room on this floor is a private suite, 2 bedrooms and a living room. Only special individuals are allowed to live here. But you. He had approached Lu Chen precisely because Lu Chen lived here too. And as far as he knew, everyone who lived here was top-tier talent. He had just visited his neighbors, one a PhD from Imperial Capital University, the other a graduate student from the National Defense University. Such individuals were worthy of sharing his floor. And this fellow before him? Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology. Just an ordinary trashy third-tier university. And just a bachelor's degree at that. How did he end up on this floor? What level is he? Living in the same dorm as me. Does he even belong here? Could it be he got in through connections? Han Xiaofeng despised those without real talent, those who relied on connections. He immediately pigeonholed Lu Chen in his mind. His gaze toward Lu Chen grew decidedly unfriendly. What's wrong with me? Lu Chen chuckled softly. Even though my school isn't as prestigious as yours, and my credentials aren't as impressive, judging whether someone is talented isn't about superficial things like that. What matters is whether they possess genuine ability. I live here for a reason. Alright, anything else? If not, I'll be cleaning the place. Han Xiaofeng snorted coldly. Oh my, so you have your reasons for staying here, huh? Go ask around the entire floor. Every single person here attended a 985-11 or double first-class university, and most hold master's degrees or higher. I don't believe a mere undergraduate like you could possibly have any real talent. You probably didn't even grasp the basics during your undergraduate studies, did you? Not only were his words sharp, but the look he gave Lu Chen was pure contempt and disdain. He'd worked his ass off to finish his bachelor's, got into grad school, and completed his PhD. Why the hell should he share a room with some undergrad? This was unfair. Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to waste any more words on him. He simply slammed his door shut. Then he went back to tidying up his room. 5th Military Factory. Administration Building. Director's Office. Lu Yongmin brought out his finest tea leaves from his collection. He poured a cup for Deputy Director Zhou Kuan. He was in an exceptionally good mood. Under normal circumstances, if Lu Yongmin had brewed such fine tea for Zhou Kuan would have eagerly tasted it. But today, he had no desire whatsoever to drink tea. He glanced at the teacup on the table. He shook his head. His eyes burned with urgency as he turned to Lu Yongmin. Hey, factory director, cut the suspense already. You're driving me crazy here. Just tell me what's the deal with that mech? Where did you even get it? The more anxious Zhou Kuan appeared, the more unhurried Lu Yongmin became. He gently lifted his teacup and took a careful sip. Fine tea. Are you sure you don't want to try some? No way. Jo Kwon declared flatly. Old Lu, if you don't tell me now, I'm walking out. You believe me or not? Lu Yongmin chuckled. Then go ahead. You. Jo Kwon coughed a few times in agitation, then relented. I give in. Please, factory director, tell me, where did you get that thing? Who developed it? How come I've never heard of it before? Right now, I feel like 10,000 ants are gnawing at every inch of my body. It's both painful and itchy. At the very least, you have to tell me which country developed it. Was it our dragon nation? Lu Yongmin nodded. Seeing him nod, Jo Kwon finally let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Thank goodness it was developed by our country. As long as it wasn't another nation, that's fine. Then, which institution developed it? Was it another military factory, the Academy of Sciences, or perhaps a subordinate research unit? Just tell me already. Lu Yongmin shook his head. He took another sip of tea. Then slowly said. Alright, I'll tell you. The one who developed that mech wasn't the Academy of Sciences, nor any other sister unit, and certainly not some subordinate unit. It was a super genius. Seeing Jo Kwon's jaw drop, Lu Yongmin nearly laughed out loud. He continued. That's right, you heard correctly. It was developed by a single person, not a team or an organization. Jo Kwon swallowed hard twice. He took a deep breath. What did you say? One person? This. He found it hard to believe. Are you sure you're not joking with me? Lu Yongmin snorted lightly. Do I look like I'm joking with you? Not only am I not joking, but I'm telling you that Super Genius has already been invited here. He's right here in our military factory now. He'll be working here from now on. Holy? Jo Kwon perked up at the news. Seriously? Lu Yongmin gave a faint smile. Of course it's true. He's in the dorm right now. Jo Kwon froze for a moment. Smack. He slapped his thigh hard. Ha ha ha, great. Fantastic. A genius like this, a legend like this, a godlike figure like this, I absolutely must apprentice myself to him. Come on, factory director, take me to see him immediately. Lu Yongmin waved his hand dismissively. No need to rush to see him just yet. Send out a notice now. Gather all the senior experts and managers in the factory. They need to be in the conference room in 15 minutes. We have matters to discuss. Chapter 34, Little Brother, Don't Turn in a Blank Exam Paper. 5th Military Factory. Conference Room. With the exception of those off-site, virtually all experts at the section chief level and above in relevant fields had arrived. They sat there chatting, speculating about the purpose of this meeting. It's been a while since we had a meeting like this, hasn't it? You bet. It's been nearly a month. Wonder what important matter they've called us in for this time. What else could it be? It must be about the combat mechs. True. Combat mech research has practically become the most important project in our factory. What good is being the most important? I said it before, with our current tech, we can't build mechs. Pouring resources into this is just a waste. Exactly. I agree. That stuff is just movie nonsense. How could it possibly exist in real life? I wonder what the higher-ups are thinking. Isn't this just a complete waste of time? I suspect the topic of discussion this time might be abandoning the development of combat mechs. Yeah, highly likely. Probably hit a major roadblock and had no choice but to drop it. Abandoning it is the right call. Even the most brilliant genius couldn't build that thing, and we don't have many geniuses here anyway. Listening to their discussion, Deputy Plant Manager Jo Kwon sat silently to the side. Among those present, only he and the factory director knew of the mech's existence. Lu Yongmin sat at the head of the table. He looked at the dozen or so people gathered and raised his hand. Alright, quiet down, everyone. You are all the most senior experts in the technical department and have participated to varying degrees in both fighter jet and combat mecha research projects. Though neither project has achieved any fundamental breakthroughs. I've witnessed your dedication and hard work firsthand. Today, I've gathered you here for 3 main reasons. First, we will temporarily halt development of the fighter jet project. Our factory lacks a competitive edge in this area anyway. The 2nd and 4th military factories are far ahead of us, so let them pursue it for now. Second, for the foreseeable future, I will be focusing all our resources on the research and production of combat mechs. Let's discuss these 2 matters first. The third point will follow shortly. Feel free to voice any suggestions. I have a question. Lu Yongmin's words had barely fallen when someone immediately raised an objection. Director, fighter jet development has always been the top priority for all 5 military factories. Even without breakthroughs, we shouldn't halt it. Exactly, Director. We can't stop. Fighter jets are the foundation of our national defense. Director, with all due respect, this fighter mech concept is pure fantasy. With our current personnel and technical capabilities, we can't build it. Even if we did, it'd just be a clunky hulk of metal. I agree with him. I don't recommend shifting our focus to mecha research. Exactly. We'd be better off dedicating all our resources to fighter jet development. Everyone present, except for the silent Jokuan. Everyone else vehemently opposed continuing mecha development. In their view, it was utterly impossible, a complete waste of time, resources, funds, and manpower. Lu Yongmin seemed to have anticipated this outcome all along. He smiled faintly. He spoke up. What if I told you the mecha could be built? What if they've already been built? Impossible, a section chief declared flatly. The others shook their heads in agreement. All right. Lu Yongmin smiled faintly and said no more. Then let's set this topic aside for now. Now I'll move on to the third matter. The third matter is straightforward. I need everyone to collaborate on creating a set of exam questions. Create a set of questions on combat mechs and fundamental science. This test must cover all systems related to mechs and encompass a broad range of foundational sciences. Make it difficult, make it complex, ideally, make it hellishly hard. The reason for this test is that two geniuses have just joined our factory. Before assigning them positions, we need to gauge their true capabilities, right? Two new geniuses? One section chief looked puzzled. I don't recall us having any public recruitment drive. Lu Yongmin nodded. No public recruitment. They came through the special talent recruitment channel. Put the first and second matters I just mentioned on hold for now. We'll revisit them after the exams. Everyone, go prepare. We'll start drafting the questions tomorrow. Meeting adjourned. Time flew by. Over the past few days, Lu Chen had explored nearly every accessible corner of the military factory. After all, this would be his future workplace. Naturally, he needed to familiarize himself with it. During this period, he was also summoned to the military district headquarters, where he met with Commander Zhang. Commander Zhang stated that as long as he passed the upcoming examination, he would be immediately transferred from civilian to military status and commissioned as a captain. Lu Chen naturally had little to worry about. But when Han Xiaofeng learned he would be taking a theoretical exam, he grew somewhat nervous. For the past 2 days, he had holed up in his dorm room, studying relentlessly, preparing himself. The night before the exam, Lu Chen happened to run into Han Xiaofeng at the gym, who had come there to relieve stress. Han Xiaofeng set down his dumbbells and glanced at Lu Chen. Hey, I heard you're taking tomorrow's exam too? So you're here through the same special talent recruitment channel as me, right? Well, you're in for a rough ride. Exams like this usually have insanely tough questions. If you, a regular bachelor's graduate from a top-tier university, can solve even one, I'll give you credit. Some folks who got in through connections are gonna have to drop the act soon enough. Just don't turn in a blank exam paper, okay? Lu Chen gave him a faint smile. Mind your own business. If you end up failing the exam even against me, someone you look down on with just a bachelor's degree. Oomph. He shot back. He stepped onto the treadmill without another word. Han Xiaofeng sneered with disdain. What did you say? A PhD like me failing to beat you? Don't be ridiculous. Where does your confidence come from? Nonsense. Lu Chen ignored him. He began his workout. The next morning, Lu Chen and Han Xiaofeng were both ushered into the conference room. One sat at the eastern end, the other at the western end. Han Xiaofeng twirled a ballpoint pen between his fingers, flashing a dismissive smirk at Lu Chen. Little brother, I'm actually looking forward to seeing you hand in a blank paper. An ordinary undergraduate who snuck in through the back door. His hostility toward Lu Chen stemmed from a simple reason. He was a PhD from a prestigious university, one he'd earned through immense hardship. As a PhD, he naturally looked down on undergraduates. Why should some ordinary undergraduate get to live alongside him? Why should an ordinary undergraduate receive the same treatment as him? Was that fair? He felt deeply resentful. Chapter 35, just an ordinary first-tier undergraduate? How did the factory manager hire someone like this? The exam lasted 2 hours. The two waited for a moment. A staff member came in to collect their phones and then distributed the test papers. After finishing, they left. Only the two of them remained in the room. Although there was no proctor present during the exam, 2 cameras monitored the entire room without blind spots. Lu Yongming and over a dozen others sat in another conference room. The screen displayed the exam footage of the two individuals. They could see both examinees had already begun writing. After a moment's thought, Zhou Kuan spoke up. Aren't the questions we've set this time a bit too demanding and complex? No sooner had he finished speaking, someone immediately chimed in. Yeah, this might be the toughest exam we've ever set. Forget about passing with 60 points. If they can get 50, that'd be pretty good. Exactly. We've even included some unproven theoretical conjectures. We can't even solve these questions ourselves, let alone them. By the way, we still don't know the backgrounds of these two individuals. Director, could you introduce them? All right. Lu Yongmin glanced at Lu Chen on the screen, who had put down his pen and was staring blankly at the exam paper. His brow furrowed slightly before turning to the group. I'll introduce them then. He stated the facts plainly. The one on the screen wearing a shirt, looking more mature and older, is Han Xiaofeng. He's a genius-level talent we specially recruited from Magic City. He holds a doctorate from Magic City University and previously studied abroad in Eagle Country. He participated in a mecha technology symposium alongside numerous experts. He possesses unique insights and deep expertise in mechanical engineering and energy systems. He's even published papers in world-renowned journals. An exceptionally talented individual. After hearing Han Xiaofeng's introduction, everyone nodded in agreement. Impressive. A PhD from Magic City University is no small feat. To have published in World Magazine, we've struck gold. Haha, our military factory has gained another genius. Congratulations are in order. The fact that he studied abroad in the Eagle Nation shows he was top tier at Magic City University. PhDs from Magic City University are truly exceptional. We have high hopes for him. Director Liu, if this one is already so impressive, what about the other? That one looks pretty young to me. Could the other one be from Imperial Capital University? So young? I suspect the other might be from the Gifted Youth Program. Wow, the Gifted Youth Program? That's the cream of the crop among geniuses. Lu Yongmin shook his head. He's not from the Gifted Youth Program, nor is he from Imperial Capital University. His name is Lu Chen. He graduated from Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology with a bachelor's degree. A single stone sent ripples across the pond. Upon learning Lu Chen's background, the group immediately turned to Lu Yongmin in confusion. What? A bachelor's degree? If I recall correctly, Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology is just an ordinary first-tier university, not even a 211 institution. Exactly, just an ordinary first-tier university. How could you hire someone like this, Director? We only have 3 talent recruitment spots each year. Isn't giving it to him a waste? Director, our talent recruitment has always adhered to the principles of fairness and impartiality. Why is this different this time? I object to hiring an ordinary undergraduate through the talent recruitment program. It does seem rather absurd. Wait, what's going on? He's just an ordinary undergraduate. He probably can't even understand the questions we're giving him, right? Look, that Lu Chen has stopped writing. He's just staring blankly at the exam paper. No surprise there. It'd be a miracle if an undergraduate could understand this stuff. Hilarious. He's flipping from the front to the back, then back to another sheet. He finished all 4 pages in under 3 minutes. Looks like he really doesn't have a clue. Look at Han Xiaofeng, he started writing the moment the papers were handed out and has already finished 3 questions. And Lu Chen? He's only written his name. There's just no comparison between graduates from a diploma mill and those from Magic City University. Director Liu, bringing someone like this in through the talent recruitment program, you owe us an explanation, don't you? That's right, Director Liu. We can't let this be a one-man show. Director Liu, if you can't give us a proper explanation for this, we'll report it to higher-ups. We're all dedicated to solid research. We can't let personal gain cloud our judgment. Old Liu, this isn't like you at all. How could you make such a mistake this time? Many began to criticize Lu Yongmin harshly. They suspected he was either favoring his own people or had accepted bribes. Some even threatened to report him to higher authorities. Many researchers like them are stubborn as mules. They don't care if you're a leader or not. If you've made a mistake, you deserve criticism. Everyone, please calm down, Lu Yongmin said, frowning. His gaze fixed intently on Lu Chen. Though he trusted Lu Chen, he couldn't withstand the weight of so many doubts. The weight of their doubts began to chip away at his confidence. He even felt a flicker of panic. His mind began to wander. Could it be? Could Lu Chen really not understand the exam questions this time? No way. Come on, Lu Chen. You've managed to build something as complex and advanced as a mecha. What's a little exam question to you? Or could it be? That mech wasn't even developed or built by you. Did you deceive us? If that's the case, then this is going to be serious. Very serious. Just as his expression darkened, Lu Chen's lips curled slightly upward, a trace of disdain flashing across his face. Then he picked up a ballpoint pen. He began writing. Wait, look at Lu Chen, he started writing. Holy crap, is he crazy? Is he writing with his eyes closed? Solving problems without even thinking? What kind of joke is this? He didn't even calculate those multiple choice questions, just filled in the answers directly? Unbelievable. And those fill-in-the-blank questions, did he even read them? Holy crap, he's tackling the essay questions without hesitation, just writing away like crazy? Pretty much confirms he doesn't understand a single thing. I'd bet he's just scribbling nonsense. If he didn't know the answer, he could have left it blank. Scribbling nonsense like that is disrespectful to us. I knew he was no good. Factory Director Liu really misjudged him this time. Factory Director Liu, you owe us an explanation. Listening to their words and staring at Lu Chen on the screen, Lu Yongmin remained silent. His face alternated between pale and crimson. He was now certain Lu Chen was just making things up. He knew exactly how difficult these questions were. Those multiple-choice questions, if given to an ordinary person, each one would take hours to solve, requiring at least several sheets of scratch paper. As for the essay questions, even university professors would need to write out several pages of formulas. And they'd likely fail to solve them. But Lu Chen? He writes without even looking. Not just scribbling nonsense. Then what was it? Chapter 36. If you can solve 3 problems, I'll eat this test paper. Lu Yongmin felt a pang of disappointment. A surge of anger welled up inside him. Fortunately, he quickly suppressed that surge of anger. For at that moment, he recalled the mecha. That formidable, all-crushing mecha. Even if Lu Chen had deceived them, even if that mecha wasn't developed and built by Lu Chen himself, Lu Chen was inextricably linked to that mech. It had to be true, right? And the mech itself had stated that Lu Chen was its creator. A glimmer of hope flared anew. He looked up. Facing the crowd's skepticism, he slammed his fist on the table. All right, quiet down. As for what the final outcome will be, we'll see after they finish the exam. Now shut the hell up, all of you. Not a word from anyone. After all, he'd been in this position for years. He still carried some authority. With that, everyone immediately clamped their mouths shut. The conference room fell into complete silence. You could hear a pin drop. Inside the examination hall, Han Xiaofang and Lu Chen sat facing each other. Each occupied one end. About 6 or 7 meters apart. Han Xiaofang, busy with his exam, felt a touch of smug satisfaction. During his preparations a few days prior, he had happened to come across some relevant material for this exam. So he was writing very smoothly. At least the earlier questions posed little challenge for him. After solving one problem, he let out a long sigh of relief. He glanced up at Lu Chen across from him. He froze for a moment. He furrowed his brow slightly. He noticed Lu Chen was buried in his work. His pace was far faster than his own. It was practically no different from copying. Speculation began to swirl in his mind. 2 possibilities came to mind. Either he didn't know anything and was just scribbling randomly, or he'd pulled strings to get in and those strings were incredibly powerful, granting him access to the answers beforehand. Fine. If you're just making this up, that's one thing, you'll be kicked out. But if you really pulled strings to get in and got the answers ahead of time, I won't let this slide. Don't think you're the only one with connections, mine aren't half bad either. Even if it means causing a huge scene, I absolutely won't let you spoil the whole thing like a rotten apple. With that thought, he stopped paying attention to Lu Chen and continued answering the questions. After all, he had just glanced at the questions behind him. The difficulty was beyond human capability. Compared to Han Xiaofeng's flustered state, Lu Chen was much more at ease. After receiving the exam paper, he first filled in his personal information. Then he skimmed through each one. For anyone else, skimming through 4 exam papers in a few minutes would mean just glancing over them. But Lu Chen was different. He didn't just skim through them. Within a mere 3 minutes, he had already committed every single question on both sides of all 4 papers to memory. Moreover, he had already formulated complete solutions and answers for the vast majority of them. That's why he could write so quickly when he turned back around. He barely needed to think again. The main issue was that these problems they said were, in Lu Chen's view, far too simple. It's like a college student tackling kindergarten-level problems. What's there to think about? The pen tip glided across the paper without pause. Page after page filled up. The exam lasted 2 hours. But it hadn't even been half an hour. Lu Chen had already finished all 4 exam papers. After finishing, he glanced at Han Xiaofang. He found Han Xiaofang staring anxiously at the papers. Every so often, he would wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead. He seemed to be struggling. After watching for a moment, he yawned. Then he simply laid his head down on the desk and fell asleep. Witnessing this scene, the proctors monitoring the exam via video feed were genuinely baffled. It's only been a little over half an hour and he's already asleep? I saw him going through page after page. It looks like he finished all 4 exam papers. Could he be a genius? Genius my ass. Did he even finish writing? He just filled in the answers. Exactly. Not only could he never finish these 4 papers in half an hour, but even if you gave him 20 hours, could you finish them? Ahem, of course not. Plus, there are a few unsolvable problems in there. Give me 20 years and I still couldn't finish them. Exactly. That just proves he was scribbling nonsense. Lu Yongmin remained silent, watching quietly. 1 hour later, Han Xiaofeng finally solved an extremely complex problem. He looked up at Lu Chen. He found Lu Chen asleep, his head resting on the desk. He let out a cold laugh. He shook his head. He continued working on the problem. Little brother, you're bound to lose this time. 2 hours passed quickly. As the predetermined bell rang, Lu Chen straightened up and stretched. Then he handed the 4 exam papers to the staff member who had just walked in. After receiving the papers, he approached Han Xiaofeng. But Han Xiaofeng remained there, furiously scribbling away, showing no intention of handing in his papers. The staff member frowned slightly. Time's up. Please stop writing immediately. Ha? Can't you hear me? Time's up. Stop writing. However, no matter what the staff said, Han Xiaofeng remained unfazed. He even retorted. Hold on a second, I'm almost done with this problem. Can't you wait a moment? This staff member was, after all, a deputy section chief. Naturally, he wouldn't indulge him. So he reached out and snatched them. In one swift motion, he snatched all 4 exam papers. The instant Han Xiaofeng's papers were snatched, he slammed his fist on the table. He was about to protest. But upon seeing the other's wide, round eyes, he forced himself to swallow his words. His tone softened considerably. Can you give me 1 more minute? I'm about to solve that problem. You know that problem is really tough, right? However, the staff member showed him no mercy. Liu Buliuping snapped, time's up. Time's up. You absolutely cannot continue writing. Don't you understand even this basic rule? This scene was also relayed to Lu Yongmin and the others. However, their opinions diverged. Some believed Han Xiaofeng had broken the rules and needed to be thoroughly suppressed going forward. Others felt that a bit of stubbornness was normal for a genius like him. It was something worth encouraging. Faced with the staff's reprimand, Han Xiaofeng could do nothing. He could only watch helplessly as they took his exam paper away. After the staff member departed, Han Xiaofeng exhaled a long sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Then he turned to look at Lu Chen. A smug smile spread across his face. Little brother, you seem to be writing quite fiercely. How many problems have you done? Who says I'm your little brother? Lu Chen retorted. You, of course. Whether it's age, knowledge, or education, you're no match for me. Doesn't that make you my little brother? So, little brother, how many problems did you solve? Lu Chen snorted coldly. Fine. Little brother, huh? Not as good as me, huh? Just wait until our exams are graded, until I become section chief, until you're working under me. I'll show you who the real little brother is. He thought to himself, but casually replied aloud, I've finished everything. Finished everything? Han Xiaofeng looked surprised at first, then snorted coldly. Just scribbled nonsense, right? Poof. If you can get 3 questions right, I'll eat this paper. Chapter 37, I don't even need to look at Lu Chen's paper. Eat the paper? Lu Chen chuckled softly. Fine, you said it. So what if I said it? Han Xiaofeng puffed out his chest. I'm not going to lose anyway. Just wait until the leaders finish reviewing the papers. The winner will be clear. At that moment, the exam papers had already been delivered to the conference room where Lu Yongmin and the others were gathered. Lu Yongmin instructed the staff member, scan the papers directly and project them onto the screen. Yes, director. The staff member responded and began the process. Moments later, Han Xiaofeng's first exam paper appeared on the screen. Lu Yongmin rose and stood before the screen, taking a touch pen in his hand. He intended to grade the papers directly on the screen. This first paper belongs to Han Xiaofeng. Let's review it together. I'll grade it right here on the screen. With that, he began reviewing the questions. Not bad. All these multiple choice questions are correct. The fill-in-the-blank questions are also fine. The approach to this essay question is quite innovative and the answer is correct. Not bad. Lu Yongmin reviewed half the exam paper in one go and every single question was correct. Very standard. Until he reached the latter half. He finally spotted an error. The problem-solving approach here is sound, but one formula is incorrect. Still, it's not a major issue overall. Even though it didn't yield the final answer, it was only a few steps away from the solution. That's quite impressive. He then moved on to grading the second exam paper. Even though the second paper was several times more difficult, Han Xiaofeng still managed to complete most of the questions. Though he got several wrong. He moved on to the third exam paper. The third paper's difficulty skyrocketed several times over the second one. It was evident that Han Xiaofeng was struggling immensely. Out of over a dozen problems, he only solved 6. He only got 2 correct. Still, that was quite impressive. Even genuine experts might not get many correct on this particular exam. As for the fourth test paper, it contained a total of 8 questions. Each of these 8 questions was practically hellishly difficult. Even top experts like Lu Yongmin could only solve the first 4 questions at most. As for the last 4, they remain unsolved throughout the entire Dragon Nation and indeed the entire world. No one could possibly solve them. And Han Xiaofeng? He only solved the first of the 8 problems. What surprised Lu Yongmin, however, he had already derived half of the formula for that first problem. Given enough time, he might actually solve it. He couldn't help but inwardly sigh. Truly, a genius PhD from Magic City University. He certainly had some skills. Upon reviewing this point, the others nodded in agreement, showing their full recognition of Han Xiaofeng. Impressive. For a doctoral candidate graduating this year to reach this level demonstrates just how solid his professional knowledge is. So young, yet he's already halfway through solving such a skewed and complex problem. He's no ordinary talent. A genius, absolutely a genius. To achieve this much in just 2 short hours. It's been ages since our military factory recruited such talent, hasn't it? With him joining our military factory, certain projects will surely achieve breakthroughs in no time. We need young geniuses like him. What wonderful news! The caliber of graduates from Magic City University is truly exceptional, nothing like those from ordinary undergraduate programs. Yeah, I don't even think it's worth looking at Lu Chen's exam papers. He's just an ordinary undergraduate from a first-tier university. He probably couldn't get a single question right. Not necessarily. If he just picks option C for every multiple-choice question, he might actually guess right. The crowd burst into laughter. Not long after, Han Xiaofeng's score was announced. 61 points. Passing. Don't underestimate that 61 points. It had actually surprised the experts somewhat. Based on their prior assessments, scoring 50 points on this exam would have been quite good. Now, 61 points had surpassed their expectations. Just then, the bald man who had earlier demanded an explanation from Lu Yongmin addressed Lu Yongmin again. Director Lu, is there any need to review Lu Chen's exam paper? I suggest we skip it altogether and follow procedure to expel him. That way we can free up another spot. Exactly, Director. What could an undergraduate possibly do with these questions? I don't even need to see them to know. If he gets even 3 questions right, including any he guessed, I'll treat everyone here to a meal. This is ridiculous. In all my years, I've never seen anyone with just an ordinary bachelor's degree pass the talent recruitment process. People with that level of education should be working as operators on the factory floor. Exactly. This is an insult to our talent recruitment system. I absolutely won't tolerate anyone slipping through the cracks. What do you think, Director? These veteran scholars were wholly absorbed in their research, with little regard for hierarchical distinctions. Plus, they'd known Lu Yongmin for years and were friends outside of work. Moreover, they all earned their keep through their own abilities. So they spoke their minds freely. They weren't afraid of offending anyone. Before Lu Yongmin could speak, Zhou Kowen stood up. Everyone, please quiet down. Can we trust our factory director? When has our factory director ever done anything unreliable? Everything he does has its reasons. After the room fell silent, Lu Yongmin slammed his fist on the table. His expression turned icy as he fixed his gaze on the assembled crowd. His gaze swept over each person in turn. Wherever his gaze landed, heads bowed in submission. Only then did he speak slowly. Listen. You're all grown adults now. How can you still be stuck at such a basic level when looking at things or people? Does attending a prestigious school or holding a high degree automatically mean one is capable? Does attending a lesser school or having a lower degree automatically mean someone lacks ability? Judging people by appearance is shallow. Judging them by school or degree is equally shallow. Are you all shallow people? Remember that postdoc we recruited through Talent Introduction 2 years ago? His credentials were impressive enough, right? But what happened? He turned out to be a know-nothing bookworm who could only regurgitate textbook knowledge. Didn't they end up transferring him to the warehouse? As leaders, scholars, researchers, and experts, we look at a person's genuine talent and ability. If someone possesses genuine talent and ability, then even if they only have a middle school diploma, or even an elementary school diploma, what difference does it make? These words left the crowd speechless. But the bald man took a deep breath and bravely raised his head. Factory director, I admit we were being superficial. Enough talk. Let's begin grading the papers. We'll see how well Lu Chen did. Lu Yongmin nodded. Let's continue grading. Chapter 38, you're about to show your true colors. Nervous? Click next page. Lu Chen's exam paper appeared on the screen. Before it appeared, everyone was unenthusiastic. They all thought there was nothing worth seeing. After it appeared, everyone burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I knew he was just scribbling nonsense. This writing looks like a dog's paw prints. True, I've never seen such ugly handwriting. Did he draw pictures on the exam paper? Hilarious. I told you an undergraduate wouldn't be able to decipher this. Believe me now? Wait, look at the multiple choice questions at the beginning, they all seem to be correct. What? Holy crap, it really does seem like they're all correct. How is that even possible? Not just the multiple choice questions, look closely at the fill in the blanks. They're all correct too. When they saw every multiple choice and fill in the blank question was correct, the laughter died on everyone's lips. Some shook their heads, some frowned, some were stunned, some were puzzled. Lu Yongmin, however, felt a surge of joy. His heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. He thought to himself, though Lu Chen's handwriting was a bit messy, at least he got the answers right. It wasn't exactly embarrassing. Just then, someone exclaimed in surprise. His handwriting may be messy, but it seems he got the later major questions right too. It's true. Looks like this undergraduate student has some skills after all. What's the big deal? The first sheet wasn't that hard to begin with. Getting it right is normal. I don't believe he can get this many right on the second sheet. True. The second sheet's difficulty is incomparable to the first. That PhD candidate barely managed to solve most of it. I guess he could get 3 right at most. That's about right. Solving 3 problems puts him among the top undergraduates. As the group speculated. Lu Yongmin took a deep breath. Click next page. The next exam paper appeared on the screen. Everyone's pupils contracted. For they saw the second exam paper covered in dense writing. Not a single question was left blank. Lu Yongmin quickly scanned through it, skipping the process and focusing only on the results. Whoa! After reading it, he sucked in a sharp breath. A smile spread across his face. All correct. It seems they really are all correct. This shouldn't be possible. The difficulty of Chapter 2's questions is no match for the first sheet. This undergrad seems to have something special. Pfft, just lucky. If I'd been given that second sheet, I could have gotten them all right too. Lu Yongmin overheard this remark. Lu Yongmin shot him a glance. He thought, you're something else. You're nearly 50 years old, an expert in this field, and you're comparing yourself to a kid barely out of his teens? Good for you. He shook his head. He said, the first exam paper was perfect. The second one was perfect too. Now let's see the third one. Frankly, no one had high hopes for Lu Chen. After all, he was a PhD from Shanghai University, yet on the third paper he'd only managed 6 questions, getting 2 right. As an undergraduate, would likely fail to solve even a single problem or even comprehend them. However, when the third exam paper appeared on the screen, many people gasped slightly. A look of astonishment spread across their faces. He actually finished them all? Finish them all doesn't necessarily mean they're correct. What if he just made them up? True. Let's check if they're correct. They began checking the answers one by one. Hey, the first 3 questions are all correct. Who would have thought? He even got the hardest question on this exam right. Wow, all correct. All correct. How is that even possible? After Lu Yongmin finished reviewing the third exam paper, his heart swelled with joy. Finally, he had not a shred of patience left. At this point, it was more than enough proof that Lu Chen was a super genius. However, when he thought of the fourth exam paper, his heart suddenly tightened. Could he have finished the fourth exam paper as well? At that thought, he immediately clicked on the fourth one. At a glance, the fourth exam paper was indeed densely covered in writing. This is Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. He began to carefully read the questions. The others also quieted down at this moment, eyes fixed intently on the screen. Because these final 8 questions were no ordinary challenge. Half of them were problems even they couldn't solve, not just them, but probably no one in the entire world could crack them. But now, they witnessed dense sheets of formulas written beneath these unsolvable problems. Some equations were beyond their comprehension. That bald section chief from earlier scratched his head and pulled at his beard. His sagging features twisted in frustration. One moment he frowned, the next he pursed his lips. His entire mind seemed stuck in some kind of quagmire. He stood there frozen for several full minutes. Suddenly, a look of sudden realization dawned on his face. So that's it. That's how you solve this problem. Ha 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 ha, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Why did I never think to approach it with reverse logic before? Joe Cohen was so excited he slapped the table. This 7th problem was only at the theoretical conjecture stage, and he actually deduced it. Ha ha, impressive, incredibly impressive. Though the others wore varied expressions. But all were profoundly shaken. Good heavens, what am I witnessing? He solved every single problem. Some of these formulas I can't even comprehend, I've never seen anything like them. Wait, how could this problem be solved like that? And he actually solved it. Genius. Absolute genius. If these solved problems were published in an international paper, they'd absolutely cause a seismic shift in the scientific community. I don't know if his final answers are correct, but his approach alone is unbeatable. Director, are you sure he's just an ordinary undergraduate from a top-tier university? Factory director, are you deliberately holding back and not telling us the truth? Director, you've really had us fooled. Why didn't you tell us sooner? Director, it must have been tough to recruit such a genius, right? Factory director, we've misunderstood you. They were utterly captivated by these 4 exam papers. No one suspected Lu Chen of cheating. After all, the problems on these exams were problems they themselves couldn't solve, problems that no one in the entire world could solve. So? Cheating? That's impossible. After grading the final exam paper, Lu Yongmin immediately gave Lu Chen a perfect score. Then he instructed the staff member standing by the door, "Go fetch them both over here." "Yes, director." The staff member responded, casting one last glance at the assembled experts and leaders before leaving. He was utterly stunned. It was the first time he'd ever seen such seasoned experts lavish praise so freely on a single person. He couldn't help but feel a newfound respect for Lu Chen. Soon, Lu Chen and Han Xiaofeng followed the staff member to the conference room where factory manager Lu and the others were gathered. Before entering the conference room, Han Xiaofeng patted Lu Chen on the shoulder. "Brother, you're about to show your true colors." Nervous? Chapter 39, either he knows the answer or he's a connected insider. Not nervous at all. Lu Chen gave a faint smile, then gestured toward the conference room door. "Please." He was actually looking forward to this. He was eager to see how this high-achieving PhD from a prestigious university would react upon learning he'd answered every question correctly. Would he really eat the exam paper? The two entered the conference room. As they entered, Lu Yongmin had just finished his call with Zhang Jianguo. Upon learning Lu Chen's exam results, he was overjoyed. He immediately put the matter of promoting Lu Chen to captain on the agenda. He also repeatedly emphasized the importance of keeping Lu Chen happy and fulfilling his requests to the greatest extent possible. Upon seeing Lu Chen and Han Xiaofeng enter, Lu Yongmin laughed heartily, personally walking over to shake hands with both of them. He then invited them to sit down. "Our exam results are in. How should I put it? While I'm satisfied, I'm still a bit surprised." Han Xiaofeng's eyes lit up. He thought to himself that the satisfaction must refer to himself. The surprise must be about Lu Chen. Maybe Lu Chen didn't get a single question right? Ha! Absolutely. Lu Yongmin first gave a faint smile, then turned to look at Han Xiaofeng. "Han Xiaofeng, you truly live up to your reputation as a doctoral student from Magic City University. Impressive. This set of questions we've prepared is practically hellish in difficulty. You'll be able to pass in the future." Very good, very good. It was well worth the effort. Our deputy factory manager went to personally invite you from Magic City. Generally speaking, all new hires undergo a probationary period. Given your performance, we've decided to skip that step and offer you a permanent position. We hope you'll continue to excel. Young people have limitless potential. As for which department you'll be assigned to, we'll discuss that later. Han Xiaofeng's heart leapt with joy. He quickly stood up. He bowed. "Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly and spare no effort. I will never betray the trust placed in me by the factory, my superiors, and the nation." He had previously looked down on this factory. After all, having studied abroad in the United States and engaged in discussions with numerous top experts, it was only natural he looked down on things back home. Had the deputy factory director not personally led a delegation to recruit him, he would never have chosen to come here. Even on the plane, he had second thoughts. Deep down, he wrestled with the urge to slip away the moment he stepped off the plane. However, the incident on the plane had completely changed his perspective. The reason was simple. It was that mecha. He had actually seen it, the ultimate goal he had longed for and sought to achieve his entire life. At first glance, his initial thought was that it was alien technology. He also wondered if it could be an invention from the Eagle Nation. But then he felt that the Eagle Nation couldn't possibly have created something like this. Thus, he became deeply conflicted. Later he learned the truth. The pilot of this mech was none other than the director of the 5th Military Factory. The revelation sent a chill down his spine. He never dreamed domestic mecha manufacturing technology had advanced to this level. It completely crushed the Eagle Nation. Not just crushing it, it was at least decades, if not centuries, ahead of the United States. He even began to doubt whether what he'd learned in school was real. Because in his understanding, Dragon Nation still lagged far behind Eagle Nation. But what was the reality? They've even built mechs already. Invincible, right? With our country this advanced, why the hell bother with Eagle Nation? From that moment on, he made up his mind. He must join the 5th Military Factory. He wouldn't budge even if chased away. Seeing Han Xiaofeng make such a sincere pledge, Lu Yongmin felt a sense of relief. At the same time, he felt a newfound respect for him. He gave a hearty laugh. Good, good, good. I look forward to your performance, and we will definitely nurture your talents well. From now on, we'll be like family. Family doesn't speak as strangers, so please have a seat. After Han Xiaofeng sat down, her gaze fell on Lu Chen, blinking at him and raising an eyebrow. The provocation is unmistakable. It seems to be saying, "What do you think, am I impressive? You're next, can you handle it?" He even made a special point of telling Lu Yongmin, "Leader, Brother Lu is also a rare talent. Truly exceptional. Compared to others, his exam paper is quite well done, isn't it?" Han Xiaofeng intentionally praised Lu Chen more highly. so that the fall would hurt more when he eventually comes crashing down. He originally thought that after he said this, Lu Yongmin would show an unpleasant expression, and then proceed to demean and criticize Lu Chen. Unexpectedly, Lu Yongmin burst into laughter, and nodded approvingly. Xiaohan, it seems you two have known each other for a while, and you're on good terms. He is indeed a rare talent, extremely capable. His exam performance was beyond our expectations. Exceptionally good. Ha ha ha. Han Xiaofeng frowned, somewhat perplexed. Why is this different from what I envisioned? What else with all the praise? What else going on? Asked in confusion. Boss, what do you mean? What score did he get? Lu Yongmin grinned again. Him? He scored full marks. Ah, truly a once-in-a-millennium genius. There were 4 test papers in total, each more difficult than the last. Scoring 61 points is already impressive, yet he achieved perfect scores. To be honest, I admire you from the bottom of my heart. What a joyous occasion to have both geniuses like you joining us today. Han Xiaofeng was completely dumbfounded. That wasn't the answer he wanted. And do you even realize what you're saying? Perfect score? How could an undergraduate student score full marks on a test of that difficulty? Are you kidding? Or are you all bought off by him? Han Xiaofeng snapped out of his daze. There's no time to worry about that now. Directly raised doubts. Director, you said he scored full marks, meaning he correctly answered every single question on all 4 exam papers. How is this possible? I know exactly how difficult the questions on this test are, there's no way I could have gotten them all right. He must have cheated. Yes, absolutely. He definitely cheated. I suggest a thorough investigation of him. Think about it, leaders. Even as a PhD student from Mota University, I barely scored 61. He's just an undergraduate, how could he possibly get everything right? Wouldn't you agree? His words left the crowd momentarily stunned. Many chuckled and shook their heads. Hadn't they all thought the same way initially? Lu Yongmin smiled faintly. He said to Han Xiaofeng, Xiaohan, never judge a person by their appearance, nor measure the ocean by pints. A person's capability has nothing to do with where they graduated from or what degrees they hold. The entire examination process was monitored via cameras. There was no cheating involved. No, impossible, I don't believe it. Han Xiaofeng seemed to be letting his stubbornness show. We were both recruited through talent introduction programs. If he didn't cheat, then he must have known the answers in advance. He must be connected. You. Slap. Han Xiaofeng's words were left unfinished. Lu Yongmin slammed the table fiercely. He angrily rebuked Han Xiaofeng, what do you mean by this? Are you suggesting we gave him the answers in advance? This is utterly absurd. Chapter 40 Only Lu Chen is worthy of the chief engineer position. With that said, go directly to get Lu Chen's test paper from the side. Then angrily walks over to Han Xiaofeng. Without another word, throw these 4 test papers at him. See for yourself. Lu Yongmin unleashed his full power. Han Xiaofeng backed down, grabbing the exam paper that was thrown at him. Timidly asked, Leader, what exactly did you want me to see? What are you looking at? Lu Yongmin snorted coldly. Look at these test questions. Don't bother with the first 3 pages, just look at the last one. He solved all the problems on the last page and got every one of them right. You should know some of those problems aren't just beyond our abilities, there are only a handful of people in the entire world who could solve them. You said we gave him the answer. We don't even know how to make it, how could we provide it for him? Ridiculous. Han Xiaofeng lowered his head, hastily searching for the last exam paper. Then he began reading. The more he read, the more astonished he became. This can't be possible. It's actually been built, how is this possible? This problem is fundamentally unsolvable, it has always been at the conceptual theoretical stage, how could he possibly? Holy, he even derived the energy minus sign permutation formula. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. He had only completed a small portion of the questions on the 4th test paper. But I also took a quick glance at the other questions. There are a few that are quite renowned internationally. Even these problems were ones that even some top experts in the Eagle country couldn't solve when he was studying abroad there. But what about now? Someone actually made it happen. They are deeply cultured individuals who are highly specialized in the field of mechanical science. Although I may not be able to derive some theories myself, I can still distinguish between truth and falsehood when seeing others' answers. He could only dream of it. Lu Chen actually made it happen. This left him momentarily speechless. He even began to doubt his previous judgment. Had I been underestimating Lu Chen all along? Had he really been looking down on a talent too quickly? Lu Yongmin let out a cold sneer. You're a PhD student from Mota University, quite outstanding indeed. But you should know, there's always someone better, and skies beyond skies. Never look down on anyone. I'm not belittling you, but the knowledge you've mastered is merely elementary school level compared to someone like Lu Chen. Do you submit? Although Han Xiaofeng was also a rare talent. But before Lu Chen, there's simply no comparison. 100 Han Xiaofengs don't amount to a single Lu Chen. Moreover, he had long heard from Zhou Kuan about what Han Xiaofeng did on the plane that time, and the incident that occurred in Modu at the time. He knew this person was arrogant and conceited about his talent, so suppressing it a bit would only bring benefits, not drawbacks. Before this, Han Xiaofeng would undoubtedly have been unconvinced. However, he looked at the exam paper Lu Chen had completed. There's already 70% of contentment in the heart. Although he had developed a sense of superiority from an early age, he had always looked down on those with lower academic qualifications than himself. But Lu Chen managed to solve these problems. He was genuinely very surprised. Moreover, he admitted that he couldn't do them himself. He took a deep breath, slightly lifting his head. Director, I'm convinced. I'm truly convinced. Ha ha ha, good. Lu Yongmin laughed loudly. Next, I'll announce 2 matters. First, effective immediately, Lu Chen is officially joining our 5th military factory with the rank of section chief. Second, starting tomorrow, the Mecha RD group will be renamed the Mecha Project Department, with me serving as the head and Zhou Kuan as the deputy head of the Mecha Project Department. Lu Chen appointed as chief engineer of the Mecha Project Department. Mobilize all available resources to fully develop and manufacture combat mechs, making thorough preparations for the exoskeletal mech showcase among the 3 major military regions in just over a month. Also, Han Xiaofeng, you shall serve as Lu Chen's assistant. Me? Han Xiaofeng slightly opened his mouth. Be his assistant? He clearly looked somewhat unwilling. But upon careful reflection, it's not entirely unacceptable. Besides, the factory director gave his word. Could there possibly be a way to refuse? So took a deep breath. Nodded. Understood, director. At this very moment, someone offered their perspective. Director, Lu Chen has just joined the company. No matter how outstanding his performance may be, let him be the chief engineer. Isn't that rather inappropriate? How important the upcoming military district competition is in just over a month, we all know deep down. How can we let a young man with so little experience become the chief engineer? Moreover, making him the chief engineer wouldn't convince the team either. At this point in the story, he also took a special look at the deputy factory director. Deputy Director Zhou, am I right? He has a good relationship with Deputy Director Zhou. Moreover, Deputy Director Zhou is an extremely rational individual who primarily focuses on right and wrong, setting emotions aside. As long as Deputy Factory Director Zhou shakes his head in disapproval, then everything will be fine. Yet Deputy Factory Director Zhou shook his head at him. Wrong, what you said is completely wrong. Regarding Lu Chen being appointed as the chief engineer, not only do I not oppose it, but I strongly support it. I believe that apart from Lu Chen, no one else present is qualified. Currently speaking, those who know about the mech. Apart from Lu Yongmin, there are also Zhou Kuan and Han Xiaofeng. Others are unaware of this. You, the person who had just led the opposition, was momentarily stunned. Zhou Kuan's move completely baffled him. Deputy Director Zhou, do you realize what you're saying? What right do you still have? Zhou Kuan chuckled. There are some things you don't know, and I don't blame you. But only Lu Chen is worthy of being the chief engineer. You'll understand someday. Alright, there's no need for you all to overthink it. The factory director must have his reasons for making this decision. We just need to dutifully obey and cooperate wholeheartedly. The factory director made the decision, and the deputy director expressed support. Then they have nothing left to say. Afterwards, Lu Yongmin proceeded to make some arrangements. They decided to vacate half a floor to serve as the office space for the entire project. After finalizing some details, the meeting was just adjourned. After leaving, Han Xiaofeng followed Lu Chen all the way, always maintaining a distance of 3 to 4 meters from him. Lu Chen had noticed it long ago. I deliberately stopped at a turn, specifically waiting for him. Han Xiaofeng nearly bumped into Lu Chen when he saw him standing at the corner waiting for him. Startled. After regaining composure, with evasive eyes attempting to sidestep Lu Chen smiled faintly, called out to him. Han Xiaofeng, I know you're still unconvinced. So I plan to tell you one thing. Do you know why they appointed me as the section chief and made me the chief engineer of the mech project department? Chapter 41. Don't worry, we still have a trump card. Victory is assured this time. Why? Han Xiaofeng looked up at Lu Chen. He did feel somewhat unconvinced. Lu Chen said calmly. When you flew from Modu to the capital a few days ago, the plane crashed, right? And what saved you was a mecha. Hearing these words, Han Xiaofeng trembled all over. Frowning slightly, he didn't understand how Lu Chen knew about this matter. As far as he knew, everyone present was required to sign a confidentiality agreement not to disclose even half a word to the outside world, otherwise they would face legal consequences, even a military tribunal. How did you know? Could it be that you were also on the plane at the time? Or perhaps, Lu Chen shook his head. I wasn't on the plane at the time. It wasn't anyone else who tipped me off. I knew because it was the mecha the factory director was piloting at that time. I was the one who developed and manufactured it. Understand? Lu Chen patted him on the shoulder. Work hard with me from now on, and your future will be boundless. With these words, turned and walked away. Only Han Xiaofeng was left standing there in stunned silence. He watched Lu Chen's receding figure. A tumult of emotions churned within. After a long while, he finally snapped out of it. His lips trembled slightly. You said, the mech was developed and built by you. How is that possible? But recalling everything that happened today, couldn't help but shudder all over again. Could it be true? Tisk. Han Xiaofeng's pupils constricted sharply. Then he let out a bitter laugh. Lu Chen, oh Lu Chen, I truly can't figure you out. Quietly. His mindset had already begun to change. Moreover, what he never expected was, in the future, he actually became Lu Chen's #1 sycophant. After returning to the dormitory, first came the call from Lu Yongmin. They talked for over 10 minutes. Then he sprawled out on the bed. Close your eyes and think. For the next period of time, what he needs to do is compile the technology related to manufacturing mechas into documents. Of course, not organizing everything, but coming one part at a time. Then, he provided instruction to the personnel in the mecha project department and assigned tasks. Upgrades based on the mechs they have independently developed so far. When the achievements exhibition of the 3 major military regions arrived. First, the self-developed mecha upgraded by Lu Chen from the 5th military factory was showcased. Then let Lu Chen's real mecha take the stage. Made a name in one fell swoop. To ensure the nation fully recognizes the importance of this matter and secures resource allocation accordingly. In that case, there's no need for me to explain anything particularly complex in the early stages. Just enable them to upgrade the mechs they're currently developing. There's still over a month left, so upgrading shouldn't be a problem. Alright, let's do it this way. In the following period, Lu Chen basically maintains a 4-point daily routine. Either attending classes in the lecture hall, conducting experiments in the lab, eating at the cafeteria, or returning to the dormitory. After this period of work, anyone who has attended his lectures cannot help but admire him immensely. And then there's Han Xiaofeng. I was completely amazed by Lu Chen's genuine talent and knowledge. I ended up becoming his devoted follower. Whether it was going to teach, conducting experiments, eating at the cafeteria, or occasionally strolling around the city, I followed him everywhere like a shadow. They spared no effort in completing the tasks assigned by Lu Chen. All traces of their initial arrogance had completely vanished. Several dozen days passed in the blink of an eye. Under Lu Chen's guidance, the personnel in the Mecha Divisions project have reached a new level of understanding and comprehension regarding exoskeleton mechas. The crude metal prototypes they had spent nearly 3 years developing achieved a qualitative leap within this mere month. Although there remains a chasm-like gap compared to Groundbreaker, nevertheless, it can already be considered quite impressive. As the achievement showcase of the 3 major military regions approached, Lu Yongmin convened a special meeting. Experts from dozens of project departments all came to participate. Many people were chatting and laughing. Confidence brimming. After over a month of guidance from Chief Engineer Lu, our prototype exoskeleton mecha is finally complete. Indeed, the progress we've made in this month surpasses nearly 3 years of previous development. Chief Engineer Lu is truly extraordinary. At first, I underestimated him because of his youth, but now I couldn't admire him more. I feel the same way. Who would have thought such a young man could be so erudite? Alas, although our exoskeleton mecha has shown significant improvement over the past month, compared to the other 2 major military regions, I still feel somewhat inadequate. Your point makes sense. After all, the gap between our military districts project and the other 2 districts was significant to begin with. It couldn't be bridged in just 1 month. Compared to the other 2 military regions, our mech is still a bit of a long shot. What does it matter? Even if we lose this competition, as long as we're given another year or so, we'll leave them far behind. That's not the case. If we lose this competition, the research and development in the other 2 military regions will be halted, and all resources will be tilted towards the winning side. Exactly, we absolutely cannot lose this time. Shoo, stop talking. Chief Engineer Lu is coming in. Now, in their eyes, Lu Chen's status is no less than that of the factory director. They all respect and obey Lu Chen's words. After Lu Chen sat down, Han Xiaofeng hurriedly poured him a cup of tea. Then he sat down beside him. Not long after, the factory director walked in. He took his seat at the head of the table and began today's meeting. He began by acknowledging Lu Chen and everyone present for their outstanding performance over the past month. A systematic summary was then conducted once more. Then he gave everyone a reassuring promise. I know we've previously lagged significantly behind the other 2 major military regions. So many of you worry that even with our tremendous progress this month, we still can't beat them. I can now clearly tell you that you've been worrying unnecessarily. Do you think we only have the first generation exoskeleton mecha? Not at all, we still have our own trump card. If our first generation exoskeleton mech falls short in the results showcase, then I will present our trump card. Please believe me, once our trump card is revealed, absolutely certain to win. Please forgive me, but since our trump card is too terrifying and too important, even I cannot casually deploy it unless absolutely necessary. Han Xiaofeng sat there, eyes gleaming with golden light. He certainly knew what the factory director was referring to as their trump card. Glancing at Lu Chen intentionally or unintentionally, his heart was filled with admiration. As for the others, they were buzzing with discussions. They guessed back and forth but still couldn't figure out what the director meant by the trump card. After the meeting, everyone continued to make intense preparations for the Tri-Military District Exoskeleton Mech Achievement Exhibition 3 days later. Chapter 42. The Long Bay Military District is unworthy of being our opponent. The location of this achievement demonstration was right at their Long Bay Military District. On the morning 3 days later, Long Bay Military District, Zone 1. More than a dozen military vehicles from outside, along with a truck, slowly drove in. You can tell by looking at their license plates. These vehicles all came from the Longnan military region. In a certain car, several experts were chatting and laughing among themselves. Not the slightest hint of nervousness. Who knows what stage Long Bay Military District has reached in their mech research? What stage could it possibly be? Their capabilities in this area have always been lacking. Yet they insisted on rushing into our D today. They're probably going to embarrass themselves. That's right. Setting everything else aside, just in terms of speed, our exoskeleton mechs have already achieved 30 kilometers per hour. As for theirs, forget about running, it's questionable whether they can even walk steadily. Exactly. And the steel alloy we use can even block artillery shells, whereas theirs would probably fall apart from a single submachine gun burst. There's no way around it, the gap in foundations between the two sides is too vast, they're bound to lose. The Long Bay Military District isn't even worthy to be our opponent, it's the Longxi Military District that deserves our serious attention. After driving for about 7 or 8 minutes, a convoy of vehicles came to a halt on the open ground. Zhang Jianguo watched the halted military vehicle and saw the person stepping out of it. Quickly strode forward, shaking hands with Gao Jun, the commander of the Southern Long Military Region, who stood at the forefront. Commander Gao, it's been a while. Gao Jun laughed heartily. Indeed, since the last joint military exercise, we really haven't seen each other. Counting the time, it's been nearly a year now. Last time we were still cooperative partners. I hadn't expected us to become competitors this time. How's it going? Any breakthroughs with your exoskeleton mech? Don't bring me a hunk of metal. He knew that the Long Bay Military District had always been weak in this area of research. So there's really nothing to worry about. His tone carried a hint of teasing instead. Zhang Jianguo certainly understood what he meant. With a cold laugh. Breakthrough? Of course there is. Manufacturing exoskeleton mechs is a piece of cake for the factories under our military district's jurisdiction. Piece of cake? Gao Jun raised an eyebrow, unsure where Zhang Jianguo got such confidence from. However, upon reconsideration, it seemed something became clear. He must have known he was bound to lose. That's why he tried to elevate himself in momentum, to avoid looking too humiliated. Commander Zhang is quite confident. I just wonder where your confidence comes from, if nothing can be delivered when the time comes. There won't be any easy way out. Zhang Jianguo smiled faintly. Rest assured, Commander Gao, there's a grand show coming up later, waiting for you to see. Just about to say something more. Wang Dezhong of the Western Dragon Military District swaggered over. The three of them chatted together. But as they kept talking, Gao Jun and Wang Dezhong left Zhang Jianguo standing aside. After all, they both knew exactly what the research capabilities of the Long Bay Military District were like. So they didn't take the Long Bay Military District seriously at all. They even felt that the exoskeleton mecha developed by the Long Bay Military District this time wasn't worthy of being their opponent. Watching Gao Jun and Wang Dezhong subtly competing with each other, Zhang Jianguo smirked coldly in his heart. Alright, looking down on our military district, are you? Wait and see, when our trump card comes out, you'll both piss yourselves. The thought gave them an inexplicable surge of satisfaction. Not long after, Zhu Jianjun, the third council member of Long Nation, arrived on the scene. Zhu Jianjun is a powerful figure in Longhua, commanding the majority of its military forces. He also served as the judge for this event. Zhu Jianjun arrived at the scene. The three commanders immediately surrounded him with hearty laughter. Then, discussions were held on the results of this demonstration and the recent international military situation. And specifically commended Zhang Jianguo. Because some time ago, the Eagle country's fighter jet entered Dragon country's airspace and was shot down by Zhang Jianguo. Of course. Zhu Jianjun was unaware of the specific circumstances at the time. They were also unaware of the existence of the mech. Because it happened at that time. The matter was of great importance. Zhang Jianguo reported directly to the Dragon Master. As the four continued their conversation. Soon it was 9 o'clock. The exoskeleton mech achievement showcase officially began. The clearing hosted dozens of officers from 3 military regions along with scores of researchers. Just a few dozen meters in front of them. 3 trucks were quietly parked. Each truck carried a colossal figure shrouded in red cloth. It was precisely the exoskeleton mech they were about to showcase. And at the rear of the truck. It was a vast military construction site. Some tests will be conducted at the military construction site. As Zhu Jianjun issued the command, the 3 military district commanders began drawing lots to determine the order of presentations. The Longnan military district's Gao Jun drew the first lot. Wang Dezhong from the Longxi military district drew the second position. Zhang Jianguo from the Longbei military district drew the third slot. The demonstration begins. Under Gao Jun's command, 2 soldiers simultaneously removed the red cloth covering the exoskeleton mecha. A humanoid mech approximately 5 meters tall, clad in camouflage colors, stood displayed before the crowd. It instantly caused a wave of gasps. So cool. It looks to be about 5 or 6 meters tall, doesn't it? Obviously, he must have weapon systems installed on his arms, and those on his legs are those propulsion systems? This big guy would be terrifying enough just to look at if used in war. Lu Chen and Lu Yongmin stood together. He remained unfazed as he gazed at the mech before him. In their view, this mere hunk of metal was nothing special. But the researchers behind them seemed quite nervous. Oh no, just from its external structure, you can tell the mech they've built is even more advanced than ours. Alas, there's just no helping it. Their technology has always been far superior to ours. Even though we've made rapid progress over the past month, we still fall far short compared to their accumulated advancements. What a pity we don't have enough time. Otherwise, with the technology chief engineer Lu provided us and the blueprints he designed, we could absolutely crush the competition. Yes, but time waits for no one. It seems we're about to lose this time. How infuriating. At this moment, the director of the second military factory, Ding Fanfan, suddenly walked up to Lu Yongmin. Pat him on the shoulder. Then he smiled slightly. Old Lu. Then he pointed at the mecha on display and asked with some anticipation, how is it? Lu Yongmin was taken aback. Upon seeing Ding Fanfan, she suddenly smiled. Old Ding. How should I put it? The mech you've researched is decent, but compared to ours, it's rather like showing off one's meager skills before an expert. Not worth mentioning. Ha, that's for sure. Before he could finish, his brow furrowed. What did you say? Compared to yours, it's not even worth mentioning? Have you lost your mind? Chapter 43, looks like we're doomed to lose. You're the last established military factory. What level could you possibly be at? With your researchers and technology, you could at most produce some clunky iron lumps. How dare you say ours isn't even worth mentioning? Ha! When it's your turn to present, I'll see exactly what you've come up with. With that said, left in a huff. Then he walked to the front and smiled slightly at the third counselor and the commanders. The introduction began. The prototype mech we've developed is codenamed Colossus. It weighs 5 tons in total and stands 5.5 meters tall. The propulsion system, transmission system, sensory system, master control system, and life support system are all independently developed by us, with multiple technologies ranking among the world's most advanced. The only slight drawback is its energy system, which still relies on hybrid oil-electric power. However, I believe it won't take long before we achieve a new breakthrough. Despite its bulky appearance, it can reach a running speed of 30 kilometers per hour. And it's equipped with a weapon system including heavy submachine guns, rocket launchers, flamethrowers, grenade launchers, and more, totaling 7 integrated weapon types. The entire mech's outer shell is made of a new alloy material that can withstand ordinary bullets, block shots from a Barrett sniper rifle, and even take a few direct hits from artillery shells. And also, after he finished the introduction, the crowd spontaneously began to applaud. Zhu Jianjun nodded while smiling and said, "Good, very good. In just 3 years, you at the Longnan Military District and 2nd Military Factory have achieved the leap from 0 to 1. Impressive indeed. I am very pleased." Then he turned his gaze to Gao Jun beside him. "Alright, let's move on to the combat test." "Yes, Commander." Gao Jun saluted. Then he turned to Ding Fanfan and instructed, "Director Ding, commence the live combat testing." "Yes." Director Ding acknowledged with a response, then began explaining, "Our Titan has 2 operating modes. First is manual operation. The second is autonomous driving. This test will be conducted using terminal-controlled unmanned driving." With that said, the 2 researchers nearby immediately took out a tablet. They began operating on it. After more than 10 seconds, the mech on the truck suddenly lit up its eyes. Then a mechanical buzzing sound emitted. Then, The entire mecha suddenly came to life, taking several steps forward. Then he jumped straight to the ground. Boom! Several tons of weight crashed down, leaving faint cracks in the concrete paved ground. People standing in the distance could feel faint tremors. Looking at the big guy standing before me, many people couldn't stop praising. Good, excellent. The motion is so smooth, just this single jump alone is enough to demonstrate its technological sophistication. Ah, impressive. Who would have thought our Dragon Nation's mechanical manufacturing level has reached such heights? Damn, what's the difference between this and a real mech? It must be incredibly cool to pilot a mech like this, right? The second military factory really has something impressive. Deputy Factory Director Jo Kwon glanced at Lu Yongmin. Lu Yongmin remained expressionless but gave a slight nod. He whispered softly to Jo Kwon. This single leap alone demonstrates the second military factory's in-depth research on drive systems and mechanical balance. At our current level, we're indeed not their match. However, compared to our Skybreaker, there's simply no contest. Far from it. Yes, Jo Kwon replied with a relaxed smile, as if today's results demonstration was already a foregone conclusion. No matter what trump cards they have, they're no match for Tianjin. However, the expressions of several researchers standing behind them didn't look too pleasant. Even feeling somewhat flustered. This is bad. I thought that after Chief Engineer Lu's month of intensive guidance, our level might not match the other two military districts, but at least the gap wouldn't be too wide. Yet this single jump alone has already defeated us. Yes, the time given to us was just too short, making it impossible to catch up. Didn't you hear him say it? Their speed can reach 30, and what about us? Alas, we're bound to return in defeat. Damn it, if we lose, what will all our efforts over the past month even mean? What's there to worry about? Don't we still have our trump card? Trump card? You didn't actually believe that, did you? There's no way it was just the factory director trying to comfort us. Yeah, I didn't think it was possible either. Oh well, losing is losing, our skills just aren't up to par. Lu Chen overheard their conversation. With a slight bitter smile. This bunch of people. Really? Lu Chen originally wanted to turn back and say something. As a result, Han Xiaofeng couldn't help but snap back. Stop boosting others' morale while dampening our own spirits here. Does this one jump already have you all beat? I'm telling you, the mech they developed is pure crap. What Chief Engineer Lu has developed is truly remarkable. With our Chief Engineer right here, what's there to fear? We're definitely going to win this. Just you wait and see. Seeing a young man dare to speak to them like this, the experts were just about to teach him a lesson. Lu Chen turned his head and glared at them. Swallowed back the words he was about to say. Despite Lu Chen's young age, they now see Lu Chen like elementary school students seeing their homeroom teacher. Nothing else. Impressed by Lu Chen's profound knowledge. Moreover, during class, when Lu Chen encountered students who claimed they couldn't learn anything, he would even lash out with harsh insults. He lost his temper and even cursed at the factory director. So many of these senior experts were quite afraid of him. They saw the Titan leap down from the vehicle. Zhu Jianjun clapped his hands. Good, continue the testing. Then, the mech turned around. Step by step, he walked into the testing facility. The first test segment was the obstacle course. In just under 10 seconds, the Titan Colossus accelerated to a speed of 30 kilometers per hour. Facing the obstacles set ahead, directly smashed through them with brute force. When encountering a high platform, it could leap over a platform even 2 meters high. The 200-meter obstacle course was effortlessly navigated. After clearing the obstacles, the next phase was the weapon testing segment. Facing dozens of upright targets ahead, the Titan simultaneously raised both arms. The weapon system on the arms slowly unfolded. Then aimed forward and opened fire. After firing continuously for a period of time, fired several more rocket rounds. Shoot down all the targets. Entering the third phase. Defense test. Facing the barrage of firepower from dozens of enemies. Hundreds or even thousands of bullets struck the mech, yet failed to completely destroy it. It even withstood several rocket hits and a few grenades afterward. The massive frame of the Titan was blasted out of the cave opening, crashing to the ground. Chapter 44, Your Long Bay Military District's mecha is definitely last place. Looking at the fallen Titan, Ding Fanfan, the director of the second military factory, first showed a reluctant expression. Then smiled with satisfaction. He turned and reporting to Counselor Zhu and all commanding officers, the demonstration of the exoskeleton mech RD achievements from the Longnan military district is now complete. Awaiting further instructions. Good job, well done. Zhu Jianjun laughed heartily. I'm very satisfied with your demonstration this time. It's not in vain for the country to have invested such resources in this research and development. However, as for which military district will ultimately retain this RD project and receive the nation's full support, it will depend on the performance of the other two districts. Then he turned his gaze toward Wang Dezhong. Commander Wang, it's now your turn for the Longxi military district to begin the demonstration. Yes. Wang Dezhong saluted. Made immediate arrangements. At this moment, Gao Jun moved closer to Zhang Jiangwo's side. With a somewhat provocative tone. Old Zhang, how's it going? In his view, Zhang Jiangwo witnessed the mecha developed by his military region. You'd definitely be deeply shocked. You'd surely feel an immense sense of disparity and disappointment. Then add some exaggerated remarks yourself. He absolutely wouldn't be able to hold it together. However, to Gao Jun's surprise, Zhang Jiangwo didn't feel any sense of gap or loss at all. His emotions barely fluctuated. Just gave Gao Jun a casual glance. Smiled faintly. Spoke lightly, not impressive. You've been boasting to me about so-called breakthroughs and advancements in your exoskeleton research, but from what I've seen today, it's nothing special. Quite mediocre. And its running speed is only 30 kilometers per hour, utterly useless. It can't even fly. Also, your weapon system is truly unimpressive. The defensive capability is pathetic too. Just a few rockets and grenades manage to wreck it. What the hell use is this thing on the battlefield? He shook his head. Trash. Way too underwhelming. Gao Jun was stunned at first. His mouth gaped open. Then the corner of his mouth twitched. His eyes bulged wider than a bull's. Staring fixedly at Zhang Jiangwo. Lao Shang, is this any fun? Can't you stand seeing others being better than you? Since you claim the mechas produced by our military district are inferior, then I'd like to see just what kind of thing your district has manufactured. Don't embarrass yourself when the time comes. Ha! Zhang Jiangwo shrugged. He didn't continue the conversation. Instead, he turned his gaze to the Longxi Military District's mech. The Longxi Military District's mech stood about 5 meters tall and weighed just over 3 tons. Whether in terms of size or structural design, it was clearly inferior to the Longnan Military District's model. This was especially evident when it leaped down from the truck. That was being extremely cautious. He walked leisurely to the edge of the truck before daring to make a gentle jump down. And when he jumped down, he almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Fortunately, the mechanical arm provided timely support. After slowly standing up, the director of the 3rd Military Factory stepped forward to introduce their mech. Judging from the presented data, it's clearly inferior to the Longnan Military District's exosuit. The maximum speed can only reach 15 kilometers per hour. The weapon system has only 4 types. Same. The subsequent tests also showed a significant gap in performance. Fortunately, the testing was completed relatively smoothly. Seeing the performance of Longxi Military Region's mecha, the experts behind Lu Yongmin finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least Longxi Military Region's mecha wasn't much different from their own. Although it might be slightly more powerful than theirs. But perhaps it still wouldn't outperform their own demonstration. After the mech demonstration by the Longxi Military Region concluded, Zhu Jianjun also gave his approval, stating that achieving this level from scratch was no easy feat. Having witnessed their own performance, Wang Dezhong's expression visibly darkened. He had originally thought that the military factory under his jurisdiction could produce mechs of this caliber even if not as good as those from the Longnan Military District. The gap wouldn't be too significant. With some luck, they might even have one against them. But, in reality, the mech displayed by their own military district was far inferior to that of the Longnan Military District. The difference in capability was obvious at a glance. But it could have been worse. Though not as impressive as the Longnan Military District, and certainly not the best among them. At least it wasn't the worst. At least we have the Long Bay Military District lagging behind us. He was well aware of the actual capabilities of the military factory under the jurisdiction of the Long Bay Military District. No talent, no technology, no accumulated experience. No wonder they can't come up with anything impressive. Seeing Wang Dezhong with a tense face, his complexion alternately green and purple with displeasure, Zhang Jianwo couldn't help but burst out laughing. Some gloating voices advised, "Come on, Lao Wang, your performance wasn't that bad. No need to look so disheartened. Coming in last isn't shameful, just keep striving to do better next time." Hearing the first half of the sentence, Wang Dezhong felt a little better. But upon hearing the latter part of the sentence, at first, they were stunned. Then he raised an eyebrow. He looked at Zhang Jiangwo somewhat incredulously. Coming in last place isn't embarrassing? Are you implying our Longxi Military District would place last? What kind of joke is that? Old Zhang, don't you have any sense of what level your 5th military factory is at? With you all here, how could we possibly come in last place? I really don't like hearing you say that. Zhang Jiangwo chuckled without taking offense. Still maintaining that same indifferent attitude. I know exactly what level we're at, which is why I'm confident we'll take first place. Just wait and see. Soon, you'll witness what real cutting-edge technology looks like, what a true mecha should be. Looking forward to it, haha. At this very moment, Zhu Jianjun looked at Zhang Jianwo. Nodded at him. Commander Zhang, it's your military district's turn to present next. His voice was neither warm nor cold, devoid of any expectation. Because he understood very clearly. The 5th military factory under the Long Bay Military District was the last to be built and established. It not only lacked heritage but also suffered from a severe shortage of talent. There's no issue with some ordinary projects and regular production. But when it comes to developing high-tech, cutting-edge, or premium products that require creativity, the disadvantage became apparent. After watching the achievements showcased by the first 2 military regions, the outcome of today's event was practically already determined. That means the Longnan Military District is first, the Longxi Military District is second, and as for the yet-to-present Northeast Military District, it's definitely last. When the time comes, he will also allocate all resources for mech development to the Longnan Military District. The other 2 military districts can suspend their research. Yes, Councilman Zhu. Zhang Jiangwei saluted. Then he instructed Lu Yongmin, Lao Lu, it's your turn now. Understood, Commander. He walked up to the 3rd truck. Then he waved at the 2 men standing on the truck. The 2 individuals simultaneously grasped a corner of the red cloth and forcefully pulled it down. Chapter 45. Our Long Bay Military Region's achievements presentation isn't over yet. Poof. As the red cloth landed on the ground, a silver-white mecha, approximately 4.5 meters tall, appeared before the crowd. Before witnessing this mecha, Wang Dezhong had still harbored some doubts in his heart. Just moments ago, Zhang Jiangguo had spoken with such unwavering confidence. He had initially assumed their team had developed something truly extraordinary. And what happened now? Is that it? The exoskeleton may look decent in appearance, but it's not as imposing as the ones developed by our own military factory, and it even gives off a somewhat cheap vibe. It doesn't look impressive at all anyway. This is something that couldn't be helped. After all, from the time Lu Chen began providing guidance until now, it's been barely over a month at most. Just a little over a month ago, the mechas from the 5th military factory could barely even be assembled properly. In just over a month, they managed to perfect the mecha under their existing conditions. It's already quite remarkable. Gao Jun gazed at this mech. Couldn't help but burst into laughter. He glanced at Zhang Jiangguo beside him. Teasingly said, "Old Zhang, is this the only thing you've managed to build? Although it's quite trashy, it's slightly better than I had imagined before." Not bad, not bad. Just wondering where you got all that confidence from before. Pure mental toughness? Or just being stubborn till the end? What's the matter, cat got your tongue? Speechless, aren't you? Heart turned to ashes, isn't it? Can't find a way to step down now, can you? Ha ha ha. Glanced at Gao Jun, who was mocking him. Zhang Jianguo let out a cold sneer. Don't rush, the best is yet to come. We're definitely taking this first place. They were both friends and rivals among the several military district commanders. No one submits to anyone else. Everyone wants to compete for first place. Seeing this mecha, which had a somewhat sci-fi appearance but was filled with a cheap plastic vibe, Zhu Jianjun slightly frowned. He shook his head and sighed. Not holding any hope at all. Lu Yongmin first introduced the basic specifications of this mech. After he finished the introduction, many people shook their heads with scornful laughter. Pathetic. This is terrible. Not even half as good as the Longxi Military District. After completing the introduction, the mecha slowly moved to the side of the truck under the computer control of the staff, walking like someone with dementia. Moreover, just as this mech was jumping down from the truck, an imbalance. With a plop, the entire body leaned forward and crashed directly onto the ground. This immediately drew a burst of laughter from the crowd. Ha ha ha, I bet this mech isn't even 3 years old yet can't even walk steadily. Pathetic. It trips over jumping off a 1-meter-high truck? Seriously? Ahem, is this really the caliber of mechs from their Long Bay Military District? Pure junk. Isn't this just a lump of scrap metal? The 5th military factory under the Long Bay Military Region hasn't improved at all, it's just as crappy as before. Can't even stand steady, how can this possibly be presentable? Watching their own mech crash to the ground, Lu Yongmin smiled awkwardly. Mistake, just a mistake, haha. Then he glanced at the staff. What are you waiting for? Get it standing up right now. After a series of intense and swift maneuvers by the staff, the mecha flailed on the ground for a while before finally managing to stand up. Then began a series of tests, although successfully passing the obstacle course. But during the process, he stumbled and fell several times. It even lost half of an arm in the process. During the weapon system testing, only one arm could be used for target strikes. And the accuracy is not great either. When it came to the defense test, it was even more of a letdown. The mech was already pierced through by just the assault rifle. If someone were piloting it from inside, wouldn't they be riddled with bullets like a sieve? Don't look down on such a lackluster performance. This is actually the improved level achieved after a major upgrade in just over a month. Before the upgrade, this giant couldn't even walk properly. It didn't even know which leg to move first. Under normal progress, it would take at least another year or two to reach the current level. Thanks to Lu Chen's guidance, we were able to achieve it under the current conditions. Make improvements. After watching the entire mech's testing, Gao Jun couldn't stop grinning with joy. He even excitedly thumped Zhang Jiangwo's chest. Old Zhang, you're not here to joke around, are you? Haha, ours can be called combat mechs, while yours is just a toy mech at best. Laughing my ass off. Wang Dezhong's face also revealed a wonderfully expressive look. Although the mechs developed by their own military region weren't impressive, at least they weren't the worst. It would also save face. Lu Yongmin and Zhou Kuan remained standing there without changing their expressions. There wasn't much disappointment to be seen. But the experts behind them had increasingly grim expressions. Most lowered their heads, as if it were utterly shameful. Zhu Jianjun let out a sigh, muttering to oneself. The newly established arms factory indeed can't compare to the veteran ones. The gap is too wide. Yet they still turned their gaze to Zhang Jianguo and delivered their critique. Commander Zhang, given that your subordinate military factory was established relatively recently with limited talent and technological reserves, achieving these results is already quite commendable. Never underestimate yourselves. Stay true to your convictions, overcome difficulties, and keep striving for excellence. Alright, today's exoskeleton mech demonstration concludes here. The stronger and weaker contenders are clearly distinguishable. First of all, thank you for your contributions over the past 3 years. Regardless of the outcome, everyone has made an indelible contribution to the development of military technology for Dragon Nation. However, the exoskeleton mech project is time-consuming and labor-intensive. We can't keep having you all research it separately. It's still best to concentrate all resources, talents, and technologies in one place. This way, you can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Listening to Zhu Jianjun's words, the experts from the 5th military factory were all hanging their heads in dejection. They couldn't accept it. 3 years of painstaking research and development. Yet in the end, it amounted to nothing. Even worse, all the achievements from these 3 years had to be handed over to the 2nd military factory of the Longnan military region without compensation. Isn't this even harder than marrying off a daughter? Though unwilling at heart, there was simply no way around it. I could only accept this outcome. Now I declare that the Northern Dragon Military District and the Western Dragon Military District will be suspended effective today. Wait. Zhu Jianjun's words were abruptly cut off by Zhang Jianguo. Counselor Zhu, I still have something to say. Zhu Jianjun frowned, looking puzzled at Zhang Jianguo. Do you have anything else to say? All eyes were fixed on Zhang Jianguo. I wonder what he's up to. Zhang Jianguo adjusted his collar, clearing his throat softly. Councilman Zhu, our Longbei Military District's exoskeleton mech demonstration isn't over yet, he began. Why not wait until we finish the presentation before drawing any conclusions? Not over yet? Zhu Jianjun asked in astonishment. What do you mean by that? Chapter 46 Aliens? Enemy Attack. Zhu Jianjun was somewhat baffled. All 3 military regions clearly displayed their mechs. How can it be considered unfinished? Is there anything else you need to showcase? Zhang Jianguo explained, to live up to the trust and support the nation has placed in us. We have prepared 2 versions of mechas for this results presentation. That was just the first generation mecha we showcased. We also have the ultimate version. He had just finished saying this. Gao Jun immediately scoffed disdainfully. Ultimate edition? What nonsense are you talking about? With your technical level, you'd be lucky to produce the first generation version. What ultimate edition? Don't tell me you just slapped on a new coat of paint? Wang Dezhong didn't believe it either. Come on, old Zhang, stop being stubborn as a dead duck. Is it really that hard to admit defeat? Zhu Jianjun noticed Zhang Jianguo didn't seem to be joking. So he asked, Ultimate edition? Where is he? Bring him out and let's see what he's got. He was still somewhat skeptical. After all, he knew exactly what the 5th military factory was capable of. This had started back when Zhang Jianguo interrupted Zhu Jianjun's speech. Lu Chen had already discreetly pulled out his phone and sent a message to Lu Zhanghai, deputy commander of the Longbei military district. Tell him. You can come over now. Zhu Jianjun had barely finished speaking. Zhang Jianguo suddenly curled the corners of his mouth slightly. Head slightly raised. Look at the sky. Zhu Jianjun didn't understand his meaning and also looked up at the sky. At first glance, it didn't seem significant. At first glance, their eyes widened instantly and their face showed utter terror. Tisk. He couldn't help but draw a sharp, cold breath. They discovered the 2 of them looking up at the sky. The others instinctively looked up as well. Holy, what the hell is that? Is that a meteor? What kind of bull shooting star is that? Since when can shooting stars make turns? If it's not a meteor, then what is it? Could it be a missile or something similar? Missiles? Enemy attack? Holy, enemy attack. Enemy attack. Hurry. Protect all the leaders immediately. Nothing must go wrong. In their gazes, A black speck in the distance streaked across the sky like a daytime meteor. It flew swiftly toward them, arriving almost in the blink of an eye. The scene was thrown into utter chaos. The third counselor Zhu Jianjun, along with Longnan commander Gao Jun and Longxi commander Wang Dezhong, appeared terrified. Under the escort of his subordinates, he rushed toward the car. While running, they could still hear Zhu Jianjun cursing at Zhang Jianguo. "Commander Zhang, what have you done? Where did this missile come from? How could we be under enemy attack? Are your intelligence officers just freeloaders? This is your territory. If anything goes wrong, I'll hold you accountable." Zhu Jianjun, who was hastily withdrawing, glanced at Zhang Jianguo, only to find him standing still without moving a muscle. Staring at the dark spot in the sky, he showed not the slightest hint of panic. A faint smile of pride still lingered on his upturned lips. "What's going on here?" He immediately roared, "Old Zhang, what the hell are you standing there for? Get moving now, do you have a death wish?" Zhang Jianguo smiled as he looked at Zhu Jianjun. "Councilman Zhu, don't panic." His gaze swept over the surrounding crowd once more. He shouted loudly, "Everyone, stay calm. Don't be afraid, we'll be fine." Gao Jun and Wang Dezhong froze momentarily in surprise. He glanced at Zhang Jianguo and paused briefly. Complained a couple of lines. "Continue evacuating. Damn it, their missiles are already flying toward us, and you're telling us not to panic?" Ha! However, at that very instant, the distant black dot was rushing toward them with precision. Bang! A dull thud rang out. Everyone felt a sudden tremor beneath their feet. Instinctively, I glanced backward. At first glance, it seemed harmless, but upon closer inspection, everyone was stunned. Just a few dozen meters behind them, a towering mecha, over 10 meters tall, stood proudly with its jet-black frame streaked with vivid crimson. The mech's head turned slightly, its pair of crimson eyes exuding an oppressive aura. Like a deity descending to earth. Gurgle. Zhu Jianjun involuntarily gulped. This. His mouth hung open, eyes wide as copper bells, his gaze fixed dead on the mech. Even breathing seemed to freeze at this moment. As if drowning. What is this thing? A mech? An alien mech? Breathing transitions from stagnant to rapid. The body begins to tremble involuntarily. Gao Jun and Wang Dezhong now felt their scalps tingling with shock. They couldn't believe the colossal sight before their eyes. Thought it was just a dream. After all, this thing actually flew over from the sky. Although it resembles a mecha. But the mechas they created were like heaven and earth apart, simply not on the same level. In their eyes, the entire world could not possibly produce such a thing. Absolutely impossible. Gao Jun took a deep breath, muttering to oneself. How could such a thing exist? Is this an alien? Yes, it must be aliens. Wang Dezhong's guess was quite similar. He thought it might be some alien. It scared him to the point of trembling. Moreover, it created a huge sense of disparity in his mind. Thinking how powerful alien technology is. Their mechs are what you'd call real mechs. That piece of junk I made myself. It's simply a pile of scrap metal. Facing a mech that could move at high speed, instantly land right in front of them, and even smash a crater into the ground. Clearly, it was already too late to escape now. If the enemy intended to attack, fleeing would be utterly meaningless. Sigh. Zhu Jianjun sighed, struggling to suppress the fear in his heart. Raised slightly. Stand tall. Step by step, he walked toward the mech dozens of meters away. As the highest-ranking leader present, he absolutely couldn't show cowardice. As he walked toward the mecha, Zhu Jianjun's thoughts raced. Thinking about how to communicate with this alien visitor. This is a matter of great significance concerning two species or even two different worlds. When he reached a position about 20 meters away from the mech, slightly raised her head. "Greetings, visitor from outer space," he said. "I am." He hadn't even finished speaking. The mech slowly turned around. His gaze fell upon the obstacle course ahead. Swish! The next moment, the massive body shot out like a cannonball. In just a few seconds, he reached the end of the 200-meter obstacle course. This scene left everyone stunned in disbelief. Comparing the performance of their own mechas to this real one, it was downright garbage. When the mech rushed to the end, their gazes then fell upon the scattered targets ahead. As if shaking its head in disdain. Slowly raising its right hand. A hole suddenly appeared in its palm, and energy began gathering within it. Bang! A beam of light flashed by. Boom! A massive explosion rang out. The massive fortified base, spanning thousands of square meters and designed for testing mecha weapons, was instantly pulverized into dust by that beam. The spreading energy wave sent Zhu Jianjun and the others swaying unsteadily hundreds of meters away. Nearly collapsed to the ground. Chapter 47, The Shocking Mech. Greetings to Counselor Zhu. They were all utterly stunned. Shaking both physically and emotionally. An invisible fear crept through his whole body. Moreover, they had never witnessed an attack of this form before. Everyone was speculating whether that strike was a laser cannon. The laser cannon is a weapon that exists only in concept. Truly terrifying. Moreover, with just a single shot, it obliterated a several thousand square meter military base into dust. Such destructive power. If it were to be done to them, I'm afraid everyone present might suffer a complete wipeout. And there's more. What exactly does this alien mean? He didn't communicate with them either. They blasted the stronghold to the ground right off the bat. A show of authority? What on earth are you trying to do? After leveling the engineering base, the mecha flew directly into the flattened ruins left by the explosion. Then he slightly raised his head. Everyone also followed his gaze towards the sky. In the distance, dozens of missiles were on their way. It caused a wave of exclamations from the audience. Zhang Jianguo immediately explained. Everyone, don't panic. Those missiles were launched by us. Launched by you? Zhu Jianjun widened his eyes in disbelief. When dealing with extraterrestrial visitors, we should first observe proper etiquette. You directly attacked him? What if something goes wrong? Can you bear that responsibility? This could trigger a war between two worlds, two different civilizations. And you've seen for yourself how their technological prowess far surpasses ours. If this truly sparks a war, the consequences would be unimaginable. You. Sigh. Looking at Zhu Jianjun's anxious expression, Zhang Jianguo chuckled slyly. Councilman Zhu, don't be impatient, he persuaded. The best is yet to come. A good show? Zhu Jianjun slightly frowned. What do you mean by that? What kind of good show are you talking about? The words had barely left his mouth when a series of loud explosions rang out in the distance. Missiles struck the mecha with pinpoint accuracy. Thick clouds of smoke billowed from the distant fortification base. Everyone was left dumbstruck. Gao Jun let out a long sigh. With such intensive bombardment, even an alien mech wouldn't be able to withstand it, right? Wang Dezhong nodded. That's right, with dozens of missiles striking with precision, forget just a 10-meter tall mech, even an aircraft carrier could be blown to smithereens. It's just a bit of a shame. If we could obtain an intact alien mech and disassemble it for study, our technological level would undoubtedly achieve a qualitative leap. No need for regret. Even if we only get fragments of their technology, we can still learn from and replicate it. That's right, I'm quite looking forward to it. Watching the mecha being struck by dozens of missiles. Han Xiaofang asked Lu Chen with slight concern, Chief Engineer Lu, can it withstand being hit by dozens of missiles? What if? Lu Chen gave a faint smile. Don't worry, how could something I create be afraid of these few dozen missiles? The spot just hit by the missiles now had a crater over 20 meters wide and 4 to 5 meters deep. Above the crater, thick dust and smoke billowed. After a brief wait, after the smoke and dust had settled, suddenly, a domineering figure leaped out from the pit. Then he simply stood by the pit's edge, gazing intently at everyone with blazing eyes. Everyone had thought the alien mech had long been blown to pieces. Yet now they saw it standing there completely unharmed. They couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Holy, what's going on? Dozens of missiles couldn't even scratch it? Strong, incredibly strong, this is the true mecha, this is the existence we strive for. Is this the technology of extraterrestrials? Absolutely terrifying. Damn, we failed to eliminate him this time. If he counterattacks, wouldn't we be doomed? What if he transmits all our information into outer space? The consequences would be. At this thought, Gao Jun cast an angry glance at Zhang Jianguo. Zhang Jianguo, you're being extremely reckless, you know that? Facing an alien visitor, we haven't even determined whether it's friendly or hostile, yet you took matters into your own hands and ordered an attack. Do you want to get us all killed? Wang Dezhong couldn't help but grumble a few words either. Yeah, old Zhang, this really doesn't seem like your usual way of doing things. Moreover, they are extraterrestrial visitors with technology far surpassing ours. You launched an attack on them so inexplicably it could bring fatal consequences. Do you know how serious the consequences of this could be? Had we managed to kill him, it would have been one thing. But now? Dozens of missiles couldn't even scratch him, and your actions have provoked his fury. One casual laser strike from him would wipe all of us out. Faced with the two men's accusations, Zhang Jianguo remained unfazed. He smiled faintly. What are you afraid of? Then he turned to look at Zhu Jianjun. Counselor Zhu, do you remember what I said earlier? What I said earlier? Zhu Jianjun frowned slightly, trying to recall his previous words. What do you mean? Hiss. Zhu Jianjun seemed to have remembered something. Combining this with the fact that ever since this alien mecha appeared, it first completed the obstacle course, then destroyed the targets, and finally endured missile attacks. Isn't this exactly their entire mecha testing process? And throughout the entire ordeal, Zhang Jianguo remained utterly composed, as if he had known all about it all along. It seemed as if he had arranged it himself. He gasped in shock. He looked at Zhang Jianguo with some fright and shock. He said in disbelief, You don't mean to say this mech is the ultimate version you mentioned before? As these words were spoken, He even felt it was somewhat ridiculous himself, unable to believe it. Gao Jun and Wang Dezhong, who had crowded over, displayed even more astonished expressions. Counselor Zhu, this is impossible. This mech is clearly of extraterrestrial origin. How could it possibly be his ultimate version? Their final version is at best on par with what we've developed, if not slightly inferior. Gao Jun immediately denied it. Wang Dezhong also shook his head. Yes, Commander, their 5th military factory under the Longbei military district was established the latest, lacks talent, and has no technical foundation either. How is it possible to create such an ultra mecha that's even more advanced than those in the movies? There isn't such technology in the entire world. It must be alien technology. Zhu Jianjun listened to the two men speak, his frown deepening. Some cast doubtful glances at Zhang Jianguo. Commander Zhang, what the hell is going on? You'd better give us a clear explanation. He let out another bitter laugh. Stop keeping me in suspense. Zhang Jianguo put away his smile, his expression turning solemn. Congressman, look. All eyes turned toward the mech standing at the edge of the deep pit. The mecha suddenly took off on its own. Then he steadily landed about a dozen meters in front of everyone. What unfolded next left everyone's jaws on the floor. The mech suddenly raised its right hand. Saluted. Proudly proclaims. Shocking mech breakthrough. Greetings, Congressman Zhu. Greetings, Commander Zhang. Chapter 48. Lu Chen was the one who developed this mecha. Wow! In an instant, the entire room erupted in uproar. Their eyes widened, mouths agape, every face filled with astonishment. The venue fell into complete silence. You could hear a pin drop. After a brief silence, another wave of commotion ensued. What did it say? Breaking the heavens with mecha? Meeting Counselor Zhu? Meeting Commander Zhang? What does this mean? Has our dragon nation become so powerful that even aliens must pay homage to our leader? Long live the Dragon Nation. No, but I can understand the language it's speaking? It doesn't make sense. Given the competence he's demonstrated, he shouldn't be acting so subservient towards us. Something's wrong, there must be something wrong. Can anyone tell me what's going on here? Looking at the giant before him, Zhu Jianjun was completely stunned. He had considered many possibilities, but never could have imagined the current scenario unfolding. Gulp. Swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His head turned stiffly toward Zhang Jianguo. Zhang Jianguo chuckled slyly. Counselor Zhu, as you can see, the mech before you is codenamed Skybreaker, our ultimate prototype. Correct, he's not some alien, but someone developed and created by our Dragon Nation. And the driver inside was none other than Lu Zhanghai, the deputy commander of our Longbei military district. What? Zhu Jianjun was greatly shocked. Breathing became rapid. The blood began to boil at this very moment. He simply couldn't imagine it. The very same mech that had just been dismissed as an alien visitor moments ago was now revealed to be a domestically developed creation of his own country. When did our country's technological level reach such an astonishing point? How come I didn't know about this? Was this truly researched and manufactured by our own nation? Before Zhang Jianguo could answer, Gao Jun suddenly stepped forward to refute. Impossible, absolutely impossible. No country on Blue Star possesses technology at this level. Wang Dezhong chimed in. Yes, I also find it impossible. This mech is simply not a product of the modern era. Could it be that Commander Zhang and the others seized it from the aliens? Listening to the two of them talk, Zhang Jianguo couldn't help but let out a light chuckle. You two are marshals after all, how can you act like you've never seen the world, distrusting everything? They say hearing is believing, but seeing is believing even more. With all the evidence right before your eyes, how can you still not believe? And let me tell you, sorry to say, the developer and manufacturer of this mech has now joined our military district and become part of our military factory. Ha 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 ha. What? Zhu Jianjun's pupils constricted, his composure completely shattered. What did you say? The developer and manufacturer of this mech has already joined your team? Is this true? He was now beginning to believe what Zhang Jianguo had said. After all, the mecha is standing right in front of me. It's unmistakable. Zhang Jianguo gave a faint smile and puffed out his chest with a hint of pride. Of course it's true. How could I possibly lie about such a thing? At this very moment, the mecha began transforming. In just a few breaths, it took on the appearance of a missile launch vehicle. At the beginning of the transformation, many people were so frightened that they stepped back repeatedly. After the transformation was completed, another wave of exclamations arose. Next, the missile launch vehicle's door opened and Lu Zhanghai stepped out from the vehicle. Until the figure of Lu Zhanghai came into view, everyone finally believed it. It's really him, the deputy commander of the Longbei military district. That means this mech is genuinely made in our dragon country. The gods bless our dragon nation. With our dragon nation capable of producing such mechs, what do we have to fear from Eagle country? Oh my god, dear lord, am I dreaming? Zhu Jianjun watched as Lu Zhanghai approached. Take a deep breath. Excellent, very good, absolutely marvelous, Today has truly given me a surprise beyond my wildest dreams. Then he turned his gaze toward Zhang Jianguo. Thumbs up. Your Long Bay Military District, fine. Your 5th military factory, impressive. By the way, didn't you say the developer and manufacturer of this mech has already joined your military factory? She gently tapped Zhang Jianguo's chest again. You're something else, quietly winning over such a super genius without a word. Even though your 5th military factory started late, lacks talent, and has little groundwork, with a genius like this, I bet the other factories will be green with envy. Where is he now? I want to see him. Zhang Jianguo nodded. Then he turned around to look behind him. Zhu Jianjun, Gao Jun, Wang Dezhong, and the others all turned to look behind them. His gaze swept over factory director Lu Yongmin and the other experts. Trying to find. Soon, all of them turned their gaze to an unfamiliar face of around 50 years old, who exuded an extraordinary demeanor. In their view, to be able to research and manufacture such a mecha, the youngest age would have to be at least 50, right? However, as Zhang Jianguo called out Lu Chen's name, reality gave them a sharp slap in the face. Lu Chen heard someone calling his name. Stepped forward with a cheerful smile. Greetings to all commanders and to Congressman Zhu. You? Zhu Jianjun was quite surprised. Did you develop and manufacture this mecha? He couldn't believe his own eyes. After all, the young man before me looks just over 20 years old. How could someone barely in their 20s possibly create such an advanced mecha? What incredible depth of knowledge must he possess? Lu Chen nodded in agreement. Councilman Zhu, it was developed and manufactured by me. A single stone stirs 1,000 ripples. Gao Jun once again stood up to object. Impossible, absolutely impossible, are you kidding me? Commander Zhang, are you seriously trying to fool us by pulling some random guy out of nowhere? You expect us to believe that? Wang Dezhong didn't buy it either. Come on, at least make up a convincing lie if you're gonna lie. You're telling us this mech was developed by a young man barely in his 20s. Judging by his appearance, he's at most just graduated from college. Who'd believe it if you told them? Zhang Jianguo glanced at the two of them. He let out a helpless sigh. How should I put this to you two? Do I look like someone who would lie? Exactly. Gao Jun and Wang Dezhong said in unison. Zhang Jianguo's lips twitched. Speechless. On such a formal occasion, especially in front of Councilman Zhu, I couldn't possibly lie. His name is Lu Chen, and he is indeed the developer and creator of this mecha. He is now the chief engineer of our mecha project department. You can ask any researcher or expert in our mecha project department, and you'll find they all hold the chief engineer in the highest esteem. Not a single person was unconvinced. I dare say with Chief Engineer Lu in our dragon country, the future is bound to shine brilliantly. Chapter 49, Third Uncle, I heard your son was taken away. Ha ha ha, great. At that very moment, Zhu Jianjun suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Then he turned to look at Lu Ken. Young man, I believe what Commander Zhang says. I am delighted that you can join the military district, become part of the arms factory, and serve the country. Young man, perform well, your future knows no bounds. Then he turned to look at Zhang Jianguo. Commander Zhang, in that case, you must provide brother Lu Chen with the best treatment, the best conditions, the best resources, and the best protection. Try to meet his conditions as much as possible, ensure his personal safety, and let him focus on research and development without worries. Yes. Zhang Jianguo saluted solemnly with a grave expression. Respected Representative Zhu, rest assured. Good. Zhu Jianjun nodded. One more thing. Does the Dragon Lord know about the existence of the mecha? Zhang Jianguo chuckled and paused for 2 seconds. He finally spoke up. Councilman Zhu, the Dragon Lord has known for quite some time. I reported it to the Dragon Lord immediately. Zhu Jianjun froze. Then he let out a hearty laugh. He patted Zhang Jianguo on the shoulder. You. Then he put away his smile. Take another look at Lu Chen. Lu Chen. Very good. Since General Zhang has said so, then I believe you truly are a once-in-a-thousand-year talent, a pillar of our dragon nation. Let's exchange contact information. If you ever encounter any difficulties in any aspect in the future, you can always call me directly, and I will do my best to help you resolve them. Hearing this, Lu Ken was overjoyed. He knew it very well. The person before us is none other than the third counselor, Zhu Jianjun. He ranks among the top 5 in the entire Dragon Kingdom. To establish connections with someone like him, the future would be limitless. With such backing, who wouldn't he dominate effortlessly across the Dragon Kingdom? No wonder he was so excited. After all, not long ago, he was just the owner of a small factory on the verge of bankruptcy. But now, in the blink of an eye, he had become the chief engineer of a key military project. Became a nationally protected key figure. And even managed to establish a connection with the third counselor. This change. It made even Lu Ken feel as if he were dreaming. Immediately, he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Then happily exchanged contact information with Congressman Zhu. Zhu Jianjun finally patted Lu Chen on the shoulder. She smiled at him, finally announcing the results of this presentation. I declare this exoskeleton mech demonstration concluded. The winner is Longbei Military District, 5th Military Factory. Effective immediately, both the Longnan Military Region and the Longxi Military Region will suspend all research related to exoskeleton mechs. Transfer all technical documents to the 5th Military Factory. Outstanding researchers who demonstrate excellence during the study process will be transferred to the 5th Military Factory on a voluntary basis. Provide complete cooperation to Chief Engineer Liu of the 5th Military Factory's work. The state will also fully allocate all required resources. A series of orders were issued. Gao Jun and Wang Dezhong turned livid. Truly a case of giving the enemy a wife and losing soldiers too. As for Zhang Jianguo, he couldn't stop grinning. It's simply a huge profit. And after this time, their mech engineering department is likely to usher in its golden age. Their number 5 military factory will also achieve unprecedented development. After this incident, Lu Chen continued to immerse himself in his work. However, during this time, he has been organizing materials related to mech development. And it is divided into 5 stages. After all, others couldn't reach his level of expertise. Even if they were given all the mecha development materials at once, they still wouldn't be able to build it even with several decades. Therefore, Lu Chen divided the groundbreaking invention into 5 versions. %. The difficulty increases progressively with each version. He first spent 10 days compiling the detailed technical documentation for the 10th version. Then forward these technical documents to the Mecha Project Department. A dedicated review lecture was conducted. These technical materials were written by him in a comprehensive manner. The purpose was to enable the project team to conduct research on their own. This way, he could free himself up to focus on other tasks. Otherwise, if all his time were spent here, the workload alone would be overwhelming. Soon, under Lu Chen's arrangements, the entire mech project department proceeded in an orderly manner. He finally managed to free himself from it. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen has been working at the 5th Military Factory for 2 months. He hasn't been home for 2 months either. It's time to go home. Give yourself a break. One early morning, Lu Chen boarded the train home. Originally, Han Xiaofeng had shamelessly insisted on following Lu Chen as well. He said the chief engineer goes wherever he goes, and he, as the assistant, follows suit. Even helping with carrying luggage would be fine. However, Lu Chen declined. They even assigned him endless tasks that he could never finish. Tell him no rest until the task is done. Damn! Han Xiaofeng was brimming with excitement. He said, "Thank you for the trust, Chief Engineer. I will definitely complete the task well." Lu Chen sat by the window, watching the ever-changing scenery outside the window, deeply moved. On his 3rd day after joining the military district and the arsenal, he contacted the manager of his own prop factory, discussed the dissolution matters with them, and everyone was paid an additional 3 months' salary. They readily agreed. They praised Lu Chen as a conscientious boss. Arrived at Zhangchang, seeing posters against organized crime and gang violence plastered all over the train station, Lu Chen was taken aback. Couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth slightly upward. After all, he played a significant role in this success. Then he turned to the 2 Special Forces soldiers following closely behind him and said, "You don't need to stick so close. I won't be in any danger." This time he returned. Zhang Jianguo forcibly assigned him 2 Special Forces bodyguards. No choice but to accept. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the 2 Special Forces soldiers nodded. Then she deliberately distanced herself a bit from Lu Chen. Lu Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. After all, someone has been following all along. It still feels a bit unfamiliar. Afterward, called my dad. "Dad, I've arrived in Zhangchang." "What? You're already in Zhangchang?" Lu Jiqian's heart leaped with joy. He had missed Lu Chen so much these past 2 months. Lu Chen's mother had already passed away in a car accident 5 or 6 years ago. They had always relied on each other, just the 2 of them, father and son. Over the past 2 months, Lu Jiqian lived and ate alone, occasionally going out to do odd jobs, or perhaps having a few bites and drinks with some friends, just showing off a bit. Now hearing that her son has returned, of course I was overjoyed. "Great, you're finally back. Right now, your 3rd uncle and your brother are at our place. No need to cook lunch today, let's just eat out." "Are my 3rd uncle and brother around?" Lu Chen curled his lips. "Alright, let's eat out together at noon. Let's just go to the restaurant at our neighborhood entrance. I'll go home first to drop off my luggage." "Alright, son, just take a taxi back directly. Don't worry about saving money." After hanging up the phone, Lu Jiqian looked at Lu Zhiyong. "Zhiyong, my son will be back soon. Let's go out for a meal together." "Your son is coming back? I heard your son was taken away by soldiers. What's going on? Did he do something wrong? Sometimes rumors spread when things are passed along without verification. The story became distorted as it passed from mouth to mouth. So when it reached Lu Ziyang's ears, it had turned into being arrested by soldiers. Lu Jiqiang shook his head. He chuckled softly. That's not true, my son couldn't possibly commit a crime. I'm telling you, my son was personally invited by a high-ranking military official. And he was even awarded the rank of captain. Now an honorable commissioned officer. Finally got myself a government job, huh? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Quangang, who was sitting nearby, furrowed his brow. Chapter 50, Lu Chen can't possibly be a captain, he's lying. He glanced at Lu Jiqiang with some disdain. Uncle Lu, you're saying my younger brother was awarded the rank of captain? What's going on here? Lu Jiqiang pondered for a moment. Explain it. At that time, many armed police and soldiers came, and they took my son away. After he was taken away, my son called to tell me that he had been awarded the rank of captain. It seems to be from the Long Bay military district. Yes, that's it. He. After listening to Lu Jiqiang's explanation, Lu Quangang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Uncle, you must be joking. You really have no clue about the military system at all. Your son must have tricked you. It's impossible, my son could never lie to me, Lu Jiqiang immediately denied. Lu Quangang snorted coldly. Uncle, you'd better believe me. Let me enlighten you. Your son claimed he was granted the rank of captain. Do you know what a captain actually means? The rank of captain generally corresponds to a company commander or deputy battalion commander. He's also considered an officer in the military. There are generally two ways to join the military. One is to enlist as a conscript. Those who enter the military like this usually become soldiers. It's very difficult for soldiers to move up the ranks. Even if you endure till the third or fourth phase, it's usually futile. You'll likely only make it to squad leader or acting platoon leader at most. One option is to take the military academy exams, and after graduating, you'll directly join the military. People like this usually become officers as soon as they join the army. At the very least, he's a platoon leader, and only a platoon leader can be promoted to company commander or battalion commander. But promotion is extremely difficult to attain. And what about my younger brother? He was just taken away by the soldiers when you were told you'd been awarded the rank of captain. Do you think this is possible? How come others who've served in the military for decades can't even make it to captain, yet he gets the rank the moment he's taken away? It's quite obvious, just lying. Lu Quan had just started his job at the 5th Military Factory. However, the factory he worked at was a branch of the 5th Military Factory. The main factory near the military district is nearly 20 kilometers away. As an employee of a military factory, he also had a fairly clear understanding of some military systems and ranks. Lu Jiqiang glared at Lu Quangang angrily, yet had no way to refute. After all, being immediately promoted to captain upon being taken away was truly shocking. Yet he still believed in his own son. No matter what you say, my son would never lie to me. Lu Quangang let out a soft snort. It's okay. When my brother comes back, I'll know after confronting him. Hearing what Lu Quan had just said, upon learning that Lu Chen could not possibly be granted the rank of captain and was in fact lying, Lu Ziyang's hanging heart finally settled down. He was unwilling to see his elder brother's son become more accomplished than his own. Otherwise, how else would I be able to show off in front of him in the future? So he gave a disdainful laugh. Jiqiang, don't overthink it. Although your son lied to you, he meant well. Don't interrupt yet. My son works at the 5th Military Factory, conducting research there. He frequently interacts with soldiers and occasionally handles tasks at military districts. What he says wouldn't be wrong. And let me tell you, because my son has performed exceptionally well, after this vacation ends, he's being transferred to the main factory. And my son told me that after going to the main factory, he would join a key project team for research. He turned his head to look at Lu Quangang. Son, what was the name of the project department again? Lu Quan just pushed up his glasses with his middle finger. Smiling. Dad, it's the mech project department, the one that researches mechs. Oh yes. Lu Ziyang suddenly became excited. Did you hear that? My son wants to join the mecha project to research mechas. Do you know about mechas? The ones in movies that go zoom zoom, can fly and fight. Ordinary people wouldn't have access to this. Only those who perform exceptionally well and earn the deep trust of their leaders get this opportunity. When my son joins the mecha project department, our salary level will rise another tier. He'll practically count as high-level talent. Seeing his father getting carried away, Lu Quangang reminded him. Dad, it's fine if you tell uncle about me joining the mecha project department, but don't go talking about it carelessly outside. This involves confidential information. Lu Ziyang immediately covered his mouth. Don't worry, son. I won't speak out of turn. Actually, telling others that one is in the mech project department isn't classified information. But the fear is that it might be exploited by some people. That's why Lu Quan was being rather cautious just now. Lu Xiong then looked at Lu Jiqiang. Jiqiang, as long as you know it yourself, don't go around spreading it carelessly. When Chen comes back, we as elders must properly advise him. We absolutely cannot let him stray down the wrong path again, or what will become of him in the future. I've never agreed with his idea of running a prop factory. I told him it'd be better to find a steady job, even if the pay isn't that high, at least it's stable. He just wouldn't listen to me and insisted on running that prop factory, and now look what happened, he bankrupted himself. Now he's been taken away by soldiers, even fabricated some captain rank story. Hearing Lu Xiong once again finding ways to belittle his own son, while boasting about his own son, Lu Jiqiang's face turned alternately green and purple. I really wanted to say something in response, but couldn't think of a reason to refute it. In the end, he could only give a helpless sigh. He planned to wait until his son returned before discussing it. It's already July. After leaving the train station, Lu Ken saw a sea of college students heading home for vacation. While looking for a taxi, it seems I also caught a glimpse of a somewhat familiar figure. Though the distance was quite far, and he had only caught a glimpse of the other person's back, he still nearly recognized them. A faint smile appeared on his face. Muttering to oneself, was that Sun Shuan just now? Is she on summer vacation? Just thinking about it. Suddenly a taxi pulled up right in front of me. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Waved his hand. He got into the car with 2 bodyguards. It was already half an hour later when we got home. 2 bodyguards were on alert in the neighborhood. Lu Chen went home by himself. After entering the door, he greeted his father, third uncle, and elder brother. Then he returned to his room and put down his luggage. After coming out, he said with a smile, "Let's go, it's just noontime for a quick bite at the neighborhood gate." However, he had just finished saying those words. They saw 3 people simultaneously gazing at them with stern expressions. Lu Chen was somewhat puzzled. What happened? So he asked, "Dad, why are you looking at me so seriously?" Lu Jiqiang took a deep breath. He asked, "Son, about you being awarded the rank of captain. Is this a lie?" Chapter 51, Lu Chen, you should just go work in a factory and tighten screws. Lu Chen, you'd better go screw some bolts. Lu Chen was taken aback. Normally, Dad wouldn't question me. But now, he began to doubt whether he was being deceived. Without a second thought, it must be that my third uncle and his son said something. So he shook his head. "Dad, I'm not lying to you, why would I lie to you? Don't listen to some people's nonsense, they have ulterior motives." Lu Quangang frowned. "Little brother, who are you calling a liar? Who are you accusing of ill intentions? Bro, I'm not trying to criticize you, but you're not exactly young anymore. Is lying really that fun? He's not had it easy, your father. Is there a need to deceive him?" Lu Xiong looked at Lu Chen with lowered eyelids. Disappointment showed on his face. "I told you, Xiaochun, can't you just settle down and be steady? I introduced you to a job with social insurance and housing fund, paying 5,000 a month, yet you didn't take it. You went and started some props factory. Look what you've managed after a whole year of effort. In the end, didn't it just go bankrupt and close down? It's already good enough not to have any debts. Now look at this mess, even got into trouble, arrested by soldiers, and after being caught, still wouldn't behave properly, even claimed to have been awarded the rank of captain. Do you really think anyone would believe such nonsense? After spending 2 months in custody and finally being released, just behave yourself for once. Alright, I know a supervisor at an electronics factory. I'll recommend you, and you can go work as a screw assembler. No need to thank me, uncle. We're all family here. After all, recommend someone to go. There's a 3,000 yuan referral fee. No harm in making some extra money." Seeing the solemn expression on Lu Xiong's face, Lu Chen pressed his left hand against his mouth. Barely managed to hold back the laughter. Wait till he finishes. Clearing his throat softly, he slowly began to speak. "First, I'm not lying. I've genuinely joined the military and have been commissioned as a captain, a fully certified officer. Second, I wasn't arrested. I was invited by the commander, understand? Third, working on the assembly line is out of the question. If anyone's going to do it, let your son take the job. He seems suited for it, maybe he'll even shine and thrive in the electronics factory." Hearing Lu Chen say yet again that his son should go work on the assembly line, Lu Xiong frowned immediately, somewhat annoyed. "What did you say? My son is at the..." He hadn't even finished speaking when he was interrupted by Lu Quangang. "Dad, don't speak for now." Then he turned his gaze to Lu Ken. "Bro, you said you were awarded the rank of captain. Then I'll ask you, where is your military ID? Show us your military ID." "Military ID?" Lu Chen paused, then instinctively reached into his pocket. "Damn, I must have forgotten to bring it. I remember putting it on the table at the time." "Ha!" Lu Quangang watched as Lu Chen rummaged through his pockets, then put on an innocent expression. "It really seems like they forgot to bring it." Couldn't help but let out a mocking smile. "Buddy, stop pretending. Is this fun? Do you realize how childish your behavior is right now? I just explained to Uncle that there are generally two ways to join the military, either through conscription or by graduating from military academy. You didn't attend military academy, nor did you serve through conscription. How could they possibly grant you the rank of captain after just 2 months of detainment? Wake up, stop living in a dream. Lu Chuangong's words were quite harsh. Lu Jiqian was somewhat displeased hearing him speak about his son like that. Yet he couldn't help but feel Lu Quangang had a point. There's no way to argue against it. Hearing her brother say this, Lu Chen let out a light scoff. Brother, the two approaches you mentioned are indeed correct, but have you ever considered that aside from the general circumstances, there might be special cases? What you said isn't necessarily right. You're not even a soldier in the army. Xiao Chen, it's improper for you to argue irrationally, Lu Zhiyong suddenly spoke up. Although your brother isn't a soldier, he's even tougher than one. He does research in a military factory. He often interacts with officers, so he knows much more than you do. And you know what? Your brother has consistently performed outstandingly and earned the leader's high regard. After this vacation, he's set to join the mecha project department. Ever heard of mechas? Few people in the entire country get to work on researching such things. Impressive, right? Lu Chen was slightly surprised. Rubbed against the chin. With a light chuckle. Are you saying my brother is being transferred to the mecha project department? He was indeed somewhat surprised. Never imagined that my own brother would end up becoming my subordinate. Seeing Lu Chen's surprised expression, Lu Zhiyong felt somewhat smug. That's right, yes. Xiao Chen, if you were willing to work steadily at an electronics factory tightening screws for a year, I can ask your brother to pull some strings and get you a job as an operator at the munitions factory. That's a state-owned enterprise, the benefits are excellent. Really? Hearing this, Lu Jiqian's eyes lit up with a hint of interest. Actually, what he initially advocated was for Lu Chen to find a stable job and settle down. But Lu Chen simply wouldn't listen to his advice and insisted on starting some prop factory. At the time Lu Chen was taken away, he truly believed his son had remarkable abilities. Met important people. He was indeed granted the rank of captain. He's really made something of himself. Even when he was bragging about his son to others not long ago, people still doubted him. But he still believed in his son. Until today. After listening to what Lu Zhiyong and his son had to say, he pondered it carefully again. It really seemed quite possible that Lu Chen had lied to him. After all, it was indeed impossible to be directly granted the rank of captain. Now hearing Lu Quangang say he could pull strings to get his son into a state-owned enterprise. This is a rare and excellent opportunity. Lu Zhiyong nodded. It's true. Don't worry, Ji Qiang. As long as Lu Ken can settle down, with my son's connections, getting him introduced is absolutely no problem. But the condition is that he has to work in an electronics factory for a year. Teach the young lad a lesson and temper his sharp edges. Otherwise, if things continue like this, who knows what major incident might occur. Lu Jiqiang took a deep breath. Though he was reluctant to hear Lu Zhiyong's words, he had to admit they were true. After all, Lu Zhiyong only had his son's best interests at heart. Immediately refill the tea for Lu Ziyang and Lu Quangang. Ziyong, you're right. Xiao Jiang, sorry to trouble you. Lu Quangang picked up his teacup with complete peace of mind and took a sip. He chuckled and said, Uncle, we're all family here, no need to speak like strangers. If my younger brother is willing to humble himself and work at an electronics factory for a year, I guarantee I'll pull some strings to get him a job at a state-owned enterprise after that year. Excellent, excellent, truly worthy of being my good nephew. Then turned his gaze to Lu Ken. Did you hear that, son? I won't hold your previous deception against you, but from now on, you'll have to obey me. Although your third uncle and your brother don't say nice things, they genuinely care about you. Seeing his father being completely taken in and now coming to persuade him too, Lu Chen let out a sigh. With a faint smile, he said, Dad, I already have a job. I'm not just an officer now. Moreover. Chapter 52, the factory director has to listen to you? Stop boasting. The factory director has to listen to you? Stop boasting. And he also joined the 5th military factory. What's more, it's specifically in the mecha project department. Appointed as the chief engineer. How should I put it? The entire mecha project department is under my command. Even within the entire 5th military factory, my word carries significant weight. The factory manager often listens to me on many matters. Brother, do you think I still need you to introduce me to a job in my current situation? Third uncle, do I really need to go work at an electronics factory tightening screws in my condition? What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Zhiyong shouted loudly, his face changing dramatically. How can you be so ungrateful, child? At this point, how can you still be lying? He frowned again and looked at Lu Jiqiang. Jiqiang, what's wrong with your son? Why does he keep repeating the same mistakes? Lu Jiqiang's face turned pale. In his impression, his son had always been honest and trustworthy. But how did it turn into this? Son, you. He was just about to say something. Lu Kuan-gang immediately sneered coldly. Little brother, you said you were the chief engineer of the mecha project department. Do you understand what being the chief engineer actually means? Those who can serve as chief engineers are generally at the level of academicians. Every academician level figure is basically over 50 years old. Are you 50 years old? And what's your educational background anyway? Just an undergraduate from some random tier 1 university, how dare you boast so shamelessly? You said the entire mech project department was under your control and even claimed the factory director listens to you. Then let me ask you. What's the name of the director of the 5th military factory? He originally thought his sharp words would intimidate Lu Ken. Left him speechless. Especially this last question. If he couldn't answer it, then it was purely fabricated nonsense. But what he never expected. Lu Chen actually uttered the factory director's name without the slightest hesitation. Director of the 5th military factory? His name is Lu Yongmin and I have a good relationship with him, we're quite close. Lu Quan just frowned. You're quite something, aren't you? He actually did his homework before lying. Yet he still shook his head with a cold laugh. Tisk. Being able to name the factory director proves nothing. You can just search it online. Alright, I'll join the mech project department right after this vacation ends. The mech project department has a monthly meeting scheduled for the end of this month. The chief engineer will definitely attend and give a speech at that time. Then I'll see if it's really you presiding over the conference. If you admit you're lying right now, then you just need to follow my dad's advice and tighten screws at the electronics factory for a year. After that, I'll use my connections to get you into a state-owned enterprise as an operator. If you won't admit it now, the truth will come out by the end of the month. But when the time comes, I won't pull any strings to get you into a state-owned enterprise. What do you think? Lu Chen casually poured himself another cup of tea. Drained in one gulp. SSS. It's a bit hot. Then he slightly raised his head to look at Lu Kuan-gang. I'm just telling the truth, there's nothing to admit. Then we'll see you at the end of the month. Lu Kuan-gang chuckled lightly. You're really as stubborn as a mule, refusing to admit defeat until you're at death's door. Then let's wait until the end of the month. All right. Lu Chen nodded. It's getting late. How about going out to eat? No need. Lu Zhiyong shook his head, then sneered at Lu Chen. You're a captain and the chief engineer. I'm not worthy of eating with you. Then he stood up. He tugged at Lu Kuan-gang. Son, let's go. Let's go home. Lu Jiqiang had initially intended to stand up and persuade him to stay. Who would have thought that Lu Zhiyong and his son wouldn't give him any face at all? He simply flicked his sleeve and left. After they left, Lu Jiqiang sighed. She shot Lu Chen a somewhat reproachful look. Son, what exactly is going on with you? How did you end up like this? Ever since you started that props factory, you're never home. Have you been picking up bad habits from others outside? I should never have agreed to let you open that props factory in the first place. Clearly lacking the means and capabilities, yet still insisting on emulating others by starting a business. Since you're back this time, you'll do as I say. Let's find a steady job and settle down, earning 4 or 5,000 a month, not too high, not too low, just stable for now. Once things settle down, I'll figure out a way to find a wife and live a steady life. This is exactly what ordinary folks like us should be doing. Stop fantasizing about getting rich overnight, we're not destined for that kind of luck, kiddo. Lu Chen refilled Lu Jiqiang's teacup. Kai Buman began to explain patiently. Dad, do you believe them or me? Your son is indeed a captain now. And he truly is the chief engineer of the 5th military factory. He is a pillar of the nation and a key protected figure of the state. Slap. Lu Jiqiang slammed the table violently. Angrily stood up. Pointing at Lu Ken without any courtesy. Child, how have you become like this? Now that it's just the two of us here with no outsiders around, shouldn't you finally tell the truth? Honestly, what can you do about it? What's the big deal about admitting you're ordinary? Would your old man really tease you? Breaking free from his earlier joy, Lu Jiqiang began to assess the situation with conventional reasoning. Judging by common sense, his son's earlier words were definitely lying to him. What captain officer? Fake. It's all fake. Dad. Lu Chen was rather exasperated. Sighed. This time, he didn't refute, but took out his phone instead. Made a phone call. Brother Wang, Brother Zhao, could you two come upstairs? The house number is the one I told you about earlier. Okay. Correct. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen gave Lu Jiqiang a sly grin. Dad, don't be angry yet. Have a seat first. Lu Jiqiang picked up the teacup on the table and drained it in one gulp. Then he sat down. Looking somewhat puzzled at Lu Chen. Son, who are you just calling? Your friend? Lu Chen shook his head. He's not exactly my friend. He should be considered my bodyguard. Your bodyguard? Lu Jiqiang sneered. Son, you've really made it having a bodyguard now? Come on, stop playing tricks on your old man, will you? Dad. I wasn't toying with you. Why won't you just believe me? Just wait a moment, you'll know once both of them come up. I am now a nationally protected figure. These two are bodyguards assigned to me by the military, both are Special Forces veterans. And they must have brought their credentials with them. Later, I'll show you the credentials, and then you'll understand. Chapter 53, Where have you been these 2 months? This. Lu Jiqian was momentarily at a loss for words. He simply didn't know what to say. What exactly had happened to his son? Delusions? Mental illness? No. He must be taken to the hospital for a checkup. Lu Jiqiang sighed. Remained silent. Not long ago. Knock, knock, knock. There was a sudden knock at the door. Lu Chen smiled faintly. Dad, they're here. With that said, go to open the door. After opening the door, 2 sturdy young men with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes stood straight at the doorway. As they were in plain clothes outdoors. The 2 youths did not salute Lu Chen. One of them opened his mouth and asked, Sir, is there anything you need us to do? Nothing much. Come in, both of you. Come in and have some tea. Help me with a small favor. The 2 Special Forces soldiers exchanged glances. Then they followed Lu Chen to the living room. Please have a seat. After the 2 Special Forces soldiers sat down, Lu Chen poured each of them a cup of tea. Then straight to the point. Brother Wang, Brother Zhao, did you 2 bring your military officer IDs? Excuse me, could you please take a look at my father? I didn't mean anything by it, my dad was just curious. Take it with you, the 2 Special Forces soldiers nodded in agreement. Then he began searching for his military officer's ID. The entire process. Lu Jiqiang sat there without uttering a word. He wanted to see what kind of act Lu Chen was putting on. Especially these 2 so-called Special Forces soldiers. If you can't produce the documents. And how to wrap this up. However, what Lu Jiqiang never expected was, the 2 young men actually pulled out 2 identification cards. They handed their documents to Lu Jiqiang. Lu Jiqiang hesitantly took over the documents. Took a quick glance. His pupils suddenly contracted sharply. He saw clearly what was written in the document he held, complete with an official seal. Special Forces Battalion, 2nd Lieutenant. Then he flipped open another credential. He's actually a 2nd Lieutenant too. He had a certain understanding of military ranks. This 2nd Lieutenant is at least equivalent to a platoon-level officer. And what's more, he's from the Special Forces. A bit more substantial. Gulp. Couldn't help but swallow nervously. He looked up at Wang Shankuan with some surprise. Asked, Comrade PLA soldier, my son is he really a captain in your military district? Wang Shankuan nodded in agreement. Exactly, uncle. Captain Lu is a captain from our Long Bay military district. Then why are you following him? Lu Jiqiang still found it hard to believe as he asked. Wang Shankuan replied, Lieutenant Lu is our commanding officer and also the chief engineer of the mech project department at the 5th Military Factory. His identity is special, and our superiors have instructed us to provide close protection. SSS. Lu Jiqiang couldn't help but inhale sharply. His scalp tingled as he looked at Lu Chen. You? Could it be that everything you said was actually true? Lu Chen nodded. Of course it's true. Dad, when have I ever lied to you? Lu Jiqiang was taken aback at first. Then he burst into laughter. Ah, good, very good. Son, you've really brought honor to your father. I knew you couldn't possibly be lying to me. Heaven has eyes, heaven indeed has eyes. Our ancestors must be smiling upon us from beneath the green smoke of our family grave. Oomph. Your so-called 3rd uncle and that brother of yours are truly frogs at the bottom of a well. Son, let's go, we're having a feast. Even if it's to celebrate you. Then he turned to look at Wang Shankuan and the other person. You 2 come along too. The 2 shook their heads. Refuse. Military regulations do not permit it. However, at Lu Chen's strong insistence, they still ended up having lunch together. After returning from lunch, Lu Chen simply took the 2 Special Forces soldiers to stay at a hotel. One reason is that it's not convenient at home. Secondly, they've come all this way, so it wouldn't be right to make them stay in our study room. That would be so impolite. After arriving at the hotel, Lu Chen instructed, I'll be back for several days. You 2 don't need to follow me. No. Officer, accompanying you is a requirement from our superiors. We must carry out the mission to ensure your safety. All right. Lu Chen was feeling some regret. He really should have been more decisive at the time. He should have refused to bring the 2 of them back. Now there wasn't much he could do, he couldn't just kick them out. Moreover, they were also assigned to the task and had no choice in the matter. All right then, he said, if you 2 insist on following, then follow along. I won't give you a heads up before going to certain places, though. If you 2 can't keep up, don't blame me. Wang Shankuan chuckled slyly. He thumped his chest and assured. Rest assured, sir. Our reconnaissance, counter-reconnaissance, concealment, and tracking skills are among the best in the entire military. Even if you blend into a crowd of 10,000, the two of us could still sniff you out by your scent. Ha ha ha, Lu Chen laughed. Impressive. I'll head back to my room first. You two should get some rest too. He entered the king-size bedroom he had booked. Lu Chen plopped down onto the bed, lying sprawled out. After resting for a while, then opened the phone. Called childhood friend Su Mingyan. Wait a little while. The call connected. Old Su, I'm back in Jiangcheng. Lu Chen? There was a hint of surprise in Su Mingyan's voice. Where have you been all this time? I called you but you didn't answer, and you didn't reply to my messages either. I thought you were dead. Pa. You're the dead one. My experiences during this period would take a long time to tell. Want to grab a bite tonight? There was a pause on the other end of the line. Sure. I have a lot of questions to ask you. Su Mingyan readily agreed. In the blink of an eye, it was 7 p.m. Xiaochang Story Restaurant. The two sat facing each other, chatting as they ate. Su Mingyan immediately asked Lu Chen what had happened over the past 2 months. However, before Lu Chen could answer, he first had Su Mingyan describe his work experience. Since graduating, he hadn't done very well. You could even say it was quite poor. Attended an ordinary junior college. After graduation, I first worked at an insurance company for a month. When I first arrived there, the boss was selling him empty promises. They say the average salary is over 8,000, making 10,000 a month is a piece of cake, and even claim that managers and supervisors earn 70 or 80,000, even over 100,000 monthly. As long as you work hard, the future is full of promise. But what's the reality? The reality is endless days of calls and overtime after he joined. Yet not a single deal was closed. Moreover, in addition to meeting performance targets, you also need to recruit new employees for the company. By the end of the month, the company even demanded that he purchase insurance himself or persuade relatives and friends to buy it. He couldn't stand it. Ran away. Afterwards, he worked as a food delivery driver for another half month as a transition. But the deposits, uniforms, and e-bike added up to quite a bit of money. I've been working for over half a month and can't take it anymore. Resignation. Later, he went to work as an outsourcing operator for an e-commerce company. It's also full of pitfalls. Quit after 2 months. Finally, he ended up working in real estate sales. Hey. Worked for a month and a half. And he even had to pay a port fee on top of it. Run away. His final attempt at finding work was trying to get a factory job. I had thought I could steadily and reliably earn 4,000 to 5,000 yuan at the factory. But it didn't last 2 months. He ran off again. And swore I'd never set foot in a factory again in this lifetime. So he's been a shut-in until now. It can be considered a legendary career. Brother Lu, I've been completely useless since graduation. What about you? What happened after the soldiers took you away? Where have you been these past 2 months? Chapter 54. After finishing the work, establish a tech company. These 2 months? Lu Chen spoke calmly. It really feels like a dream. He smiled with a hint of emotion. He continued. After they took me away, we boarded a private jet straight to the capital. Upon arriving in the capital, I was greeted by a VIP. Guess who it is? Who? Su Mingyan widened his eyes and listened intently. Lu Chen enunciated word by word, General Zhang Jianguo, Commander-in-Chief of the Longbei Military Region. Ugh. This. Su Mingyan couldn't help but inhale sharply in shock. His Adam's apple bobbed. His face was full of disbelief. After all, Commander-in-Chief or something. People at their level are not only out of reach, but even seeing them is nearly impossible. A towering figure of indisputable prominence. An existence forever beyond one's reach. Yet, this is precisely the kind of individual. He actually personally came to greet Lu Ken. Such an outrageous thing. Who wouldn't be shocked upon hearing this? Lu Go, hurry and tell us what happened. Why did they take you to see the commander? Lu Chen picked up the fatty happy water, a nickname for carbonated soda, and took another sip. He smiled proudly. Of course, it's because they value my unparalleled talent. They call me a once-in-a-millennium genius. Ha! Su Mingyan snorted coldly. Yeah right, as if I'd believe that. You didn't even get into a 211 university, yet you call yourself a genius. If our class monitor and those top students heard what you just said, they'd die laughing. Alright, let's get back to business. What did they take you there for? Lu Chen continued, then I'll keep it brief. Commander-in-Chief Zhang awarded me the rank of captain. That means your dad is now a genuine commissioned officer. You can now feast heartily on government rice. After that, I also joined the 5th Military Factory, serving as the chief engineer, and my current position is at the section chief level. My net salary now exceeds 100 grand every month. The various other benefits go without saying. Su Mingyan's lips twitched. Everyone was utterly stunned. One of his main purposes for coming this time was to discuss with Lu Chen how to fabricate an identity for himself. After all, when you're away from home, identity is something you define for yourself. What he didn't expect was, he hadn't even mentioned fabricating an identity yet. Lu Chen had already begun. And what's more, it was so absurd that it was obviously fake at first glance. He even began to doubt whether the previous claim of being received by the commander-in-chief was fabricated. After all, it's just too outrageous. Who would believe a good person? He immediately curled his lip in disdain. Bro, can you stop ulting for once? I don't believe a word you're saying. You think anyone else would? Lu Chen asked him to sit down. Then they handed him a cup and poured him some soda, the drink of happy homebuddies. Hand it over. He earnestly said, every word I've said is true, without a single falsehood. Su Mingyan gulped down the cola in one go. Burped. He uttered 2 words with utmost conviction. I don't believe it. Unless you can prove it. Proof of what? Lu Chen frowned slightly, thinking how troublesome this is. Wait. Lu Chen suddenly thought of something. Proof, you say? Simple. He took out his phone, opened the banking app, showed Su Mingyan his just deposited salary for this month. Look, it's over 120,000, paid by the 5th military factory, it's clearly stated here. Su Mingyan glanced at it, slowly opened his mouth, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Still didn't understand what he was talking about. Lu Chen then opened his photo album and found the photo of his military officer ID taken over a month ago. This is my ID. Also, here's my chief engineer appointment certification. Gurgle. Su Mingyan couldn't help but swallow hard. His gaze was fixed on Lu Chen in a daze. Take a deep breath. Holy. Brother Lu, are you serious? You actually joined the military, and they even awarded you the rank of captain. And was also appointed as the chief engineer. Damn it. Damn impressive. His heart was pounding, and his blood was racing. Lu bro, no, Dad, now that you've made it big, you can't just leave me behind. I'd be willing to serve you hand and foot. Just take me for a spin. Please, Dad. Godfather. Lu Chen put away his phone, cleared his throat lightly, and puffed out his chest. Son, now that I've made it big, of course I won't forget you. How about this? There's another highly important position at our munitions factory that I think you'd be quite suitable for. What do you say? Are you interested? Su Mingyan's eyes lit up. His heart swelled with joy. Really? You truly live up to being my good brother. What position is it? Lu Chen rubbed his chin. Janitor, responsible for cleaning the toilets. Get the hell out of here. Su Mingyan cursed, so you're just having me clean toilets? What a fake romance. I don't love you anymore. After all those study videos I shared with you, this is how you repay me? Beast. Lu Chen grinned slyly. Just kidding. If you really want to come, I'll ask for you. With your educational background and resume, under normal circumstances, there's absolutely no way you could enter our 5th military factory. Although our 5th military factory occasionally recruits some vocational college graduates as well. But essentially, most people who got in were through connections. You absolutely can't get in without connections. Since everyone who got in was through connections anyway, it doesn't matter if I pull some strings to get you into it, still follows the recruitment process and meets the standards. However, you'll have to leave here and go work in the capital. Are you willing? At the critical moment, Su Mingyan fell silent. To be honest, he was not very willing to leave Jiangcheng. After all, my parents are getting older and not in the best of health. Although this is a great opportunity. But after careful consideration, he still shook his head. Thanks, bro. I'd love to, but I don't really want to leave Jiangcheng. Great. Lu Chen exclaimed enthusiastically while looking at Su Mingyan's somewhat melancholy and regretful expression. Su Mingyan raised his eyebrows. No, what's so good about this? Not good at all. Lu Chen shook his head. Then he put away his teasing smile. Su, after all these years as brothers, if I ever make it big, how could I not bring you along? I happen to have something to discuss with you. Once I finish up matters at the military factory, I plan to establish a tech company in Jiangcheng. You'll work with me then. Let's work together to build this tech company into a top-tier corporation, not just in the country but worldwide. By then, you'll be the company's founder. Making it onto the Forbes list? That's a piece of cake. By then Zhou Qiqi will be so filled with regret she could die, she might even quarrel with her straight-A student husband and demand a divorce, then go groveling after you. How about it? Are you in or out? Give me a straight answer now. Chapter 55, You're needed to research aircraft carriers. Hearing the ambitious vision Lu Chen painted for him, Su Mingyan's dull eyes suddenly reignited with brilliance. A surge of joy rose in his heart. Brother Lu, are you serious about this? But as far as I know, military personnel aren't allowed to start their own companies. Besides, you've already joined the 5th military factory, how could you possibly manage it? Lu Chen brushed his hair lightly. He spoke slowly. There's no need to worry. My status is quite special, whether in the military or at the arms factory. I have very extensive clearance. Starting a company in Zhangcheng is no problem at all. I see. I'll do it. Must do it. Su Mingyan was quite surprised. He couldn't fathom what kind of existence his childhood friend held within the military and arms factory. But he could sense it. It is absolutely the kind of exceptionally important presence. Lu Chen nodded. If you're not planning to look for a job right away, take some time to explore Zhangcheng and look for office buildings in the CBD. If you find a suitable one, just rent it directly. No. Here's the plan. First, find a location. It must be in a bustling area. Once you've secured the spot, I'll contact the mayor of Zhangcheng directly, and we can buy the entire building. What the hell? Su Mingyan's pupils constricted. Buy the whole building? Damn, you're really something. Father above, from now on I'll follow your lead. At that very moment, the phone on the table suddenly lit up. Lu Chen picked it up and took a glance. It was a message from Lu Yongmin. He said to Su Mingyan, "Old Su, I have something to handle. Stay quiet for now." Then he looked at the message sent by Lu Yongmin. Lu Yongmin. Lu, any chance you could come back from your vacation a bit earlier? Come back early? Lu Chen slightly furrowed his brows, then sent over a string of question marks. Also said, "Director, is there something urgent? I finally managed to take a vacation." At this moment, Lu Yongmin called directly. Lu Chen, here's the situation. The Academy of Sciences wants to invite you to serve as advisor for the controlled nuclear fusion project team. I initially intended to decline on your behalf. But as you know, the Dragon Kingdom Academy of Sciences is technically our superior organization. What's more, the Academy president personally made the request and insisted that I must bring you on board. The entire controlled nuclear fusion RD team is waiting. Throughout the entire munitions factory. The only person who could make Lu Yongming speak so tactfully, politely, and cautiously was probably Lu Chen. And he was willingly doing so. Even in private. They had already acknowledged Lu Chen as their teacher. Lu Chen. Longwei Academy of Sciences? Lu Chen was somewhat surprised and a little secretly pleased. After all, the Dragon Kingdom Academy of Sciences is the highest level scientific research institution in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Every single person pulled out at random from there is a genius level figure. Every individual is the future of the nation, its hope, and its pillar. If it were in the past, Lu Chen might never have any connection with such an institution in his lifetime. But what about now? The Dean of the Academy of Sciences personally invited him to serve as an advisor. After some thought. Reply. Alright, it's just to guide him a bit. I agree. When are we leaving? Lu Yongmin said, we must set off tomorrow. Tomorrow? Lu Chen slightly furrowed his brow. After a moment, he replied decisively, no problem. At this very moment, Lu Yongmin hesitated again and said, there's one more thing. Lu Chen was taken aback. He asked, anything else? Go ahead. Lu Chen felt somewhat speechless. He barely managed to come back for a vacation. One thing after another keeps coming up. And there's no way to refuse. Lu Yongmin took a deep breath. He continued. It's like this, Xiaolu, the situation in the South China Sea is escalating. According to the speculation above, this situation is highly likely to escalate into a confrontation between the two sides. And at sea, what are the two sides competing in? The competition is about who has more aircraft carriers, whose carriers are more advanced, and whose naval power is stronger. And the strength of our Dragon Navy. We're all on the same team here, so I'll be honest with you, compared to the US, we still lag far behind. Of course, those above are aware as well. So the higher-ups issued orders requiring each military district to recommend talents in aircraft carrier vessels or mechanical weaponry to participate in the research, development, and upgrades of aircraft carriers at the South China Sea Naval Base. Moreover, each military factory must recommend 2 candidates. We have to go there in a week. In a few days, an expert in aircraft carriers who has been studying abroad will return. She counts as one. I'd like to recommend someone else. Look. When it concerns matters of national importance and the security of the state. Lu Chen didn't hesitate for a second. And nodded approvingly. Alright, no problem. I also have some research experience in aircraft carriers, so I definitely won't let our military region down. Once these 2 tasks are completed, though, you'll have to make up for my vacation time. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Yongmin laughed heartily. Ah, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Don't worry, I'll definitely make it up to you double in the future. Then go to the Academy of Sciences tomorrow. Prepare to go to the South China Sea Naval Base with researcher when after returning from the Academy of Sciences. No problem, Lu Can readily agreed. After hanging up the phone. To Su Mingyan, who was scrolling through his phone there, he said. Lao Su, it seems my vacation is about to be forcibly terminated. I have to return to the capital tomorrow. The Academy of Sciences needs my help with something. Forget it, no more talking. Let's go have a lavish meal. Leaving tomorrow. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. The next morning, Lu Chen was about to leave. He briefed Su Mingyan on some matters. Su Mingyan's next task was simple. It's about finding a suitable location in Jiangcheng to set up a company. The location must be close enough to Lu Chen's home and sufficiently bustling. Of course, Lu Chen wouldn't let him work for nothing. Gave him 20,000 yuan directly as compensation for his trouble. He didn't refuse and happily accepted it. After explaining everything, Lu Chen then took the bullet train to the capital. As agreed with Director Lu, I planned to first go to the Academy of Sciences to provide guidance. Dragon Country Academy of Sciences. In the conference room, Wang Wei sat at the head of the table, looking at the dozen or so researchers in his team. He sighed. I heard that the Eagle Country has made a new breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion. But what about us? We're still stuck at square one. Where exactly is the problem? It's important to note that with our nation's development, the demand for new energy sources has become increasingly urgent. Controlled nuclear fusion technology has also become particularly crucial. As the research team from the Dragon Country Academy of Sciences, we are one of the leading teams in the entire field of controlled nuclear fusion research. All other subordinate units and researchers are watching us. Everyone, you are all key researchers. Let's hear your perspectives on controlled nuclear fusion. Chapter 56, We need a genius to guide us. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd first engaged in some discussion. Then he began to express his own views. Deputy Section Chief Wang Shui was the first to speak. Team leader, of course we understand how crucial controlled nuclear fusion technology is. We have also dedicated our utmost effort to the research. The problem is, the conditions and triggering mechanisms for achieving controlled nuclear fusion are far too complex, with countless factors to consider. It's simply not something that can be rushed to completion. I'm aware of the breakthrough you mentioned in Eagle Country. However, what they achieved can hardly be called a breakthrough, it's merely an improvement. Given another 6 months, we could make a breakthrough in that area as well. Of course, I understand time is of the essence. This technology isn't something that can be conquered through time alone. It requires accumulation. I believe our current biggest bottleneck lies in direction, not that our current direction is wrong, but rather whether there might be a better path. As for future work, I hope we can broaden our thinking by employing reverse engineering approaches to find new breakthroughs. Alright, team leader, that's all I have to say. You make a valid point, Wang Wei nodded in agreement. Where are the others? Share your thoughts. Primarily focusing on our current research status and future constructive plans. Let's elaborate on these two aspects. The room fell silent for a few seconds. A chubby man spoke up. I think the main issue is simply that we lack enough talented people. We should regularly and quantitatively recruit talent from other subordinate research units to replenish our controlled nuclear fusion team. This ensures a continuous influx of fresh talent. Because fresh blood represents fresh ideas, fresh approaches, and fresh directions, we might just find a breakthrough. Yes, I agree with him too, another person chimed in. Additionally, as our team grows, the current office space will certainly become inadequate. We should apply for an expansion of the office area and increase the laboratory space as well. Absolutely. As long as we expand our team, bring in fresh talent, apply reverse thinking, consider multiple perspectives, and explore new directions, we will undoubtedly make a breakthrough. Haha, if everything goes smoothly, we might achieve minor breakthroughs within 3 years, major breakthroughs within 5 years, and in 10 or even 20 years, we might truly push controllable nuclear fusion into an entirely new stage. They are all here continuously discussing, exploring the possibilities of the future. Engaging in a heated and lively discussion. However, there was one exception. This person is Wang Wei. He sat at the head of the table, his gaze continuously flickering. He knew. The controlled nuclear fusion everyone was discussing had already been developed and put into practical application long ago. So they wanted to make progress in controlled nuclear fusion. No need to change direction, no need for reverse thinking, no need to introduce fresh blood, no need to expand the lab space, nothing is needed at all. The only thing needed is to invite Lu Chen over to guide them. Of course. These subordinates had no idea that Lu Chen would be coming to provide guidance. At this very moment, Wang Shui turned her gaze toward Wang Wei. She spoke up, Section Chief, you must have heard our recommendations. What about you? Do you have any suggestions regarding our current situation and future plans? Wang Wei nodded. Let me start by outlining our current situation. I believe our situation is extremely dire. For the past 4 to 5 months, we've been stuck in the same place without making even the slightest progress. It's as if we're trapped in a cage or a maze, deeply entrenched and unable to find our way out. This situation is extremely alarming, as it can lead us to become complacent with the status quo and stagnate. I believe that without destruction, there can be no construction. We must make a change. Wang Shui nodded thoughtfully. He then asked, what suggestions do you have for future development? Wang Wei paused. He began. Everything you mentioned earlier makes perfect sense. But I believe the most important thing is still talent. With just one talented individual to guide us, the results will be twice as good for half the effort. If only we had someone who understands everything to guide us. Every problem can be solved effortlessly. What do you think, Wang Shui? Wang Shui hesitated for a moment. Still shook his head. I think talent is indeed important, but it's not the most crucial thing. When she first arrived, she was also treated as a special talent. They even called her a genius. He had high expectations for her. She was also very confident and eager to lead the team to achieve remarkable accomplishments. However, once she actually started working, she realized, what kind of bull genius is this? Which one in this Academy of Sciences isn't a genius? So many geniuses gathered together. In the face of the complexities of controlled nuclear fusion. Still the same helplessness? Wang Shui sighed. She continued, who among those who can enter the academy isn't a talent among talents? With so many talented individuals gathered here, they're still at a loss when facing complex problems. And no matter how talented someone is, their abilities still take time to develop. Isn't that also considered a cost? A single person cannot steer a major project. This is my opinion. Wang Wei nodded, then shook his head. That's not quite right. The most important thing is talent. A single person can indeed influence a major project. This is exactly what I was about to say next. Not long ago, I learned from a friend that a super genius emerged at the 5th military factory. A once-in-a-millennium super genius. So I reported this matter to the dean, only to find out he already knew about it. So I pleaded with him to invite this super genius to provide guidance for our controlled nuclear fusion research group. The dean agreed to my request. And thus personally extended the invitation. He raised his left hand and glanced at his watch. It's about time. That super genius should be arriving any moment now. Wang Shui slightly furrowed her brows, somewhat puzzled. She couldn't comprehend what kind of genius would require the dean personally extending an invitation. And he is a once-in-a-millennium super genius. Is this possible? She didn't believe it at all. Team leader, you're exaggerating a bit here. What kind of millennium-level super talent? I don't believe it at all. Besides, I'm basically familiar with all the renowned experts in the controllable nuclear fusion field. And I've never heard of any so-called millennium-level talent, nor has anyone dared to claim such a title. Team leader, may I ask who this person you mentioned is? Maybe we've all heard about it. Chapter 57. His name is Lu Chen. She was able to work here after graduating with a master's degree and quickly rose to the position of deputy section chief. His abilities are undoubtedly strong enough. He basically speaks his mind at meetings without holding anything back. In her eyes, there is only right and wrong, without distinction of high or low. So she wanted to see who this so-called once-in-a-millennium genius really was. If the name does not match the reality, it certainly wouldn't be without her criticism. Wang Wei smiled faintly. The genius I'm talking about is definitely someone you don't know, perhaps have never even heard of. But once you meet him, you'll undoubtedly be impressed by his profound knowledge. Team leader, let me interject, Wang Shui interrupted Wang Wei. She asked, who is this genius you're talking about? What remarkable achievements has he made? Since he's coming, shouldn't we at least know about him? Of course. Wang Wei nodded. Before he arrives, let me brief you on his background first. His name is Lu Chen, 23 years old this year, graduated from Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology with a bachelor's degree. Wang Wei didn't have time to utter another word. The entire meeting room erupted in chaos. Damn, 23 years old? Is this a mistake? Hiring a 23-year-old to be our instructor? No way, team leader, 23 years old? Did you maybe mix up his information? Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology, if I recall correctly, is just a regular first-tier university, right? No need for seems like. He's just from an ordinary Tier 1 university. A mere undergraduate from an ordinary first-tier university coming to lecture us, researchers at the Academy of Sciences? What kind of international joke is this? Ha ha ha, team leader, you're really funny. Wang Shui let out a cold snort. He bluntly said, team leader, are you perhaps mistaken? A majority of us present here are either PhDs or postdoctoral researchers, and the remaining few are all master's graduates, all from prestigious universities, with decades or at least several years of research experience in relevant fields. And the advisor you've brought in? At just 23 years old, he must have barely graduated with a bachelor's degree, right? He's just from an average tier university. What makes someone like him qualify to guide us? Team leader, I can't quite understand this. Wang Wei smirked slightly. It seemed they had long known their doubts. I knew they would surely question it. Calm reply. Never judge a book by its cover, and never measure the sea with a ladle. You can't judge a person solely by their external attributes. His information doesn't prove anything. Really? Wang Shui expressed a differing opinion. Team leader, you claim external information doesn't prove anything, yet all we currently see is external information. Based on external information, that's how we all concluded. I don't see any problem at all. Then I'd like to hear what explanation you, as the team leader, can give us. I'm eager to see what skills this seemingly ordinary Lu Chen actually possesses. Very well. Wang Wei smiled. I'll explain it to you, but you should all be aware of the relevant confidentiality agreements. After my explanation, you should know what can and cannot be discussed. He is someone who has created quite a few miracles. Just 2 or 3 months ago, he was still just an ordinary small business owner running a props factory on the verge of bankruptcy. Perhaps because he had grown tired of ordinary life, perhaps certain events had ignited his ambition, or perhaps he simply no longer wished to remain low-key. One day, he received an order for prop customization. The client requested a custom mech that must have both a mech form and a missile launch vehicle form. Then he made it. Guess what? Although not particularly interested in the story Wang Wei was telling, Wang Shui still responded politely along with him. What's the deal? Could one prop actually let him turn it into something extraordinary? Yeah, just making a prop, there's no real technical skill involved. And then? Team leader, please don't keep us in suspense. Wang Wei chuckled mischievously. He continued, saying. And then, he actually built it. But what he created wasn't a prop. It's actually real missile launchers and mechs. And the missile launch vehicle he built coincidentally shot down 6 of Eagle Country's new fighter jets. And did you know? The 6 new fighter jets from Eagle Country adopted the most advanced stealth technology, flying into our territory without us detecting a single thing. And those 6 fighter jets are heading straight for the imperial capital where we are. Who knows what they're up to? Fortunately, the missile launch vehicle built by Lu Chen was on display at the film premiere. It was during the exhibition that the missile launch vehicle detected those 6 fighter jets and shot them down. We didn't know these 6 fighter jets existed until the moment they were shot down. SSS. Everyone's eyes widened as they collectively gasped. How is this possible? Is this real? I find it unbelievable. Can he really build a missile launch vehicle? Shot down 6 warplanes from the Eagle Country, damn impressive. Is this for real? How come I've never heard of it? Team leader, didn't you say he developed 2 forms of mech and a missile launch vehicle? Yeah, what's up with the mech? I don't believe there are any real mechs. The systems involved in mechs are simply too numerous. A genuine mech likely won't be developed within the next few decades. Wang Wei shook his head. I used to think the same way before. But after thorough verification from multiple sources, I finally understood the meaning of there is always someone better and skies beyond skies. He actually built a mech, a real one just like in those sci-fi movies and TV shows. But that's not even the main point I'm trying to make. After all, our specialty is in controlled nuclear fusion research. The crucial point I want to emphasize is the energy source powering this mech he built. It's a nuclear reactor built utilizing controlled nuclear fusion. What? Wang Shui's pupils contracted sharply as she stood up in excitement. How is this possible? Our research on controlled nuclear fusion is still only in the preliminary stage, combining theory and experimentation. How could he have already built it and even incorporated a nuclear reactor into the mecha? Are you sure you're not joking with me? Team leader. After the initial shock, the others also cast doubtful glances. Anyway, I don't believe anyone could build a mecha. The issue now isn't whether it's a mecha or not, it's about the nuclear reactor. The manufacturing of nuclear reactors is not particularly difficult. We now have the capability to complete the production of nuclear reactors. But the issue is, using controllable nuclear fusion to build reactors, isn't that just theoretical for us now? My God, how could someone just graduated from college in their early 20s possibly achieve all this? No matter what you all think, I just can't believe it myself. Chapter 58, in scientific research, we must let competence speak for itself. Wang Wei raised his hand, signaling them to remain quiet. He said unhurriedly, I understand if you don't believe me. I felt much the same way as you do now at first. But one thing I can guarantee. It's true. Otherwise, our academy's director wouldn't personally invite him to guide us. Let me tell you this. This time he's coming with complete technical documentation on controlled nuclear fusion. Once we obtain this full set of technical data, the rest will be easy to handle. What's left for us to do is learn these technologies, conduct experiments, then apply this technology, and finally achieve mass production. What brings me comfort is that our Dragon Nation is the first in the world to fully develop and apply controlled nuclear fusion. The significance of this speaks for itself, does it not? Just as I finished saying these words, the phone on the table lit up. She slightly raised her eyebrows, picked it up to take a look. It's a message from Lu Chen. He chuckled softly. Chief Engineer Lu is here. Let's wait here for a moment while I go out to bring him in. After Wang Wei left, the meeting room exploded into chaos. Although our team leader made a convincing argument, and even though the dean personally invited him, I still have some doubts. Nonsense, not only do you not believe it, neither do I. It's just somewhat too exaggerated. Let's wait for him to come, then we'll find out what kind of freak he really is. More than 10 minutes later. Wang Wei led Lu Chen into the conference room. Seeing that Lu Chen was indeed a young man in his early 20s, those present were even more skeptical. Wang Wei introduced. This is Chief Engineer Lu from the 5th Military Factory. For the next week, he will stay here to provide us with technical guidance. Now, let's welcome Chief Engineer Lu to speak. Lu Chen stepped forward slightly and smiled faintly. I'm Lu Chen, and I'm very happy to work with all of you in the coming days. I suppose you all already know something about me. I see curiosity in your eyes, I see doubt, I see mockery, I see contempt. I understand if you don't accept me. After all, I'm still young. That doesn't matter though. In scientific research, we must let capabilities speak for themselves. So this time I've brought you the complete technology package for controlled nuclear fusion. Before I guide you through it, you can watch a demonstration video first. He then produced a USB flash drive, turned to Wang Wei, and said, Team Leader Wang, could you please play this? Wang Wei nodded. Wang Wei took the USB drive. He then powered on the projector and plugged it into the computer. Soon, a video began to play. The main content of the video is footage of Lu Chen demonstrating controlled nuclear fusion technology at the 5th Military Factory. Everyone maintained a skeptical attitude when they first started watching the video. But as the video played, everyone widened their eyes and became serious. The entire meeting room fell silent except for the sound from the video. Only occasional gasps of astonishment could be heard. The video lasted less than 3 minutes in total. Yet within these 3 minutes, it contains several crucial experimental milestones, some experimental data, and partial results demonstrations. These things alone were enough to captivate everyone present, making them unable to extricate themselves. Until the video finished playing. The venue erupted in an uproar. My goodness, impressive, truly remarkable. The second phase of the experiment is currently ongoing, and we too have been stuck here. We never thought he would solve this problem and derive the thermal reaction formula. Some things, I must say, based solely on what's shown in this video, I'm afraid even 5 or 10 years from now, we still wouldn't reach this level. A short video left everyone dumbfounded, utterly shocked. No need for further words or additional proof. This video alone is enough to prove everything. After the video finished playing, Lu Chen gave a faint smile. You should have also seen in the video that it's some experiments I conducted on controllable nuclear fusion. You are all experts in the field of controlled nuclear fusion research, so I don't need to explain too much, right? Also, I've brought you the complete controlled nuclear fusion technology this time, covering everything from theoretical formulas to experimental details, all the way to the final application phase. It will save you at least several decades. Let us not even talk about the technology I've brought. Let me ask you, just based on what I've demonstrated, am I qualified to guide you? These words left the scene in momentary silence. Then, Wang Shui was the first to speak. Instead of questioning his qualifications, she sought confirmation once more. Chief Engineer Lu, was the content in the video truly developed by you personally? This was the question everyone present wanted to ask. Because they still found it hard to believe. After all, despite decades of accumulated experience and the collaborative efforts of their entire team, they still couldn't achieve that level of proficiency. How could someone barely over 20 years old achieve this? Even if the other party brought a video, the experimental content in it was something even they couldn't achieve. Even if he was personally invited by the dean. Even though the team leader praised him highly and described him as extraordinarily capable. But they still wanted to personally verify it. Lu Chen nodded. Of course. The entire process was researched personally by me, and some of the formulas used were also derived by myself. Actually, if you think about it, you'll understand. Which country or team in the world can achieve what's shown in the video? Even if someone managed to do it, why would they ever disclose such highly confidential contents openly? It couldn't possibly appear in my hands either. Wang Shui nodded slightly. You're absolutely right about that. If any other team truly had developed controllable nuclear fusion, the materials would naturally be classified as top secret and couldn't possibly end up in your hands. Since you're able to present it now, it indeed proves you've successfully developed this. I have to say, you're a genius, a one-of-a-kind genius. In research, we never judge by age or background. We only care if you have real skills. If you're truly capable, even a 3-year-old could be our teacher. If you lack true capability, even if you're 60 or 70 years old, with a deep background in seniority, you're still unworthy of being our teacher. But now it's apparent that you have the qualifications. We will also cooperate with you. Wang Wei nodded to Wang Shui. He had originally thought Wang Shui would repeatedly question Lu Chen and make things difficult for him. Because he knew his daughter well. Chapter 59, I guess the other person must be my senior brother? Her daughter has always excelled in her studies since childhood, ranking first in her grade every time. Later she was admitted to a double first-class university and went on to pursue a master's degree. After starting full-time work, he pursued an on-the-job doctoral degree. Cold and aloof in temperament, somewhat self-important. He seldom looked up to anyone. Moreover, no matter who the other person is, whenever doubts arise in her mind, she fearlessly voices her questions. But there is one thing. She has a completely different attitude toward those with genuine abilities. For example, right now. Even if the other person were younger than her. But upon learning the other party's true capabilities, he still lowered his stance. This is quite good. Lu Chan responded affirmatively. Then he smiled faintly. Good that we can cooperate. This time I'm here, I only have 1 week to guide you, so time is extremely precious. Let's not waste any words. Next, I'll outline the arrangements for this week. The main purpose of my visit this time isn't to hand over the technology to you piece by piece. Because the materials I brought already provide extremely comprehensive and detailed technical documentation, including how the formulas were derived, the principles behind them, and how to apply them. Everything is clearly explained: what needs to be done at each step, why it should be done that way, what issues require attention, what materials are needed, what equipment is required, and so on. Not to mention all of you are experts in this field. Even if we pulled in any random university professor, as long as they have some basic foundation, they could complete the development of controlled nuclear fusion step by step. So, my main purpose in guiding you is to help clarify your direction. Give a rough rundown. This is the most fundamental thing. The principles and formulas involved inside are simply too numerous. Without guiding you to clarify the direction, letting you learn and deduce step by step on your own would take at least half a year to a year to complete the entire experimental process. And once I've mapped out the direction for you all, make the crucial points clear. In about 3 months, you'll be able to complete the entire R&D process. Even the completion of the first controlled nuclear fusion research and development. I see, Wang Shui said thoughtfully. Then we'll trouble Chief Engineer Lu for this. He was even somewhat eager to immediately dive into studying. The others felt the same way. Eager to immediately acquire all the research and development knowledge about controlled nuclear fusion. After all, the term controlled nuclear fusion is something that will accompany them for the rest of their lives. Some dedicate several years to it, others spend half their lifetime, and still others commit their remaining years to the research and development of controlled nuclear fusion. They are not afraid of spending a long time on this. Fear lies in being unable to make a breakthrough. But now, there's no need to worry about this issue anymore. Because the punch technique was right before his eyes. One merely needs to understand it, master it, and replicate it. The difficulty is drastically reduced. In the time that followed, Lu Cheng did not talk about his own ideas. Instead, he asked a series of questions to gain an understanding of their independently developed controlled nuclear fusion project, and formed a basic assessment of their level of expertise. By the time all this was done, it was already quite late. Wang Wei arranged a dormitory for him. In the evening, the canteen served a special meal, and everyone had a good feast together. In the following few days, Lu Chen basically followed a 3-point routine. Easy to understand yet profound. Every day was just eating, sleeping, and attending classes. Fortunately, Wang Shui and the others were quite quick to grasp the concept. The lecture proceeded quite smoothly. Just 5 days. Lu Chen had already finished explaining the content he planned to cover. Just on the day he bid farewell, everyone was reluctant to part. At the front gate of the Academy of Sciences, Lu Chen looked at Wang Wei, Wang Shui, and the others who had come to see him off. Waved his hand. Thank you all for your cooperation over these past 6 days. The speed at which you've learned has been remarkable. Your learning abilities are truly unmatched in my experience, proving once again that everyone who enters the Academy of Sciences is exceptional. Next, proceed step by step as I've instructed. Refine your work, attempt conducting experiments independently, record the experimental data, and enhance your expertise. It shouldn't be long before you can master the entire R&D process of controlled nuclear fusion. The hope for our Longwa's new energy sector still rests upon your shoulders. All good things must come to an end. No matter how far I accompany you, we must eventually part. You don't have to see me off, I'm heading back now. I still have other things to do back home. After some farewells and small talk, Lu Chen was escorted by a dedicated vehicle to the 5th Military Factory. At the same time, the 5th Military Factory. When Shuqi looked at her direct superior sitting in the office chair, he asked with great curiosity, "Leader, tomorrow I'm heading to the South Sea Naval Base, but I still don't know who my partner will be. You should tell me now, shouldn't you?" Sun Xingwu looked at the somewhat mischievous Wen Shuqi in front of him. He chuckled softly. Instead of directly revealing who the other person was, he had her guess. Take a guess? Wen Shuqi scratched her head and licked her lips with the tip of her tongue. After hesitating for another moment, he immediately had his own answer in mind. I guess the other person must be my senior brother? After all, there are no more than 10 people in our entire factory who understand hull structures, aircraft carrier weapons, and ship machinery. The others are neither qualified nor experienced enough. Other than my senior brother, it couldn't be anyone else. Although Wen Shuqi was hailed by Lu Yongmin as a genius in aircraft carrier technology. But that's only relative to the 5th Military Factory. When compared to experts in this field from other military factories, it really falls short. There's no other reason than the fact that the 5th Military Factory's foundation is simply too weak. This is precisely why Lu Yongmin weighed the matter carefully. He deliberately avoided selecting other experts from his own military factory who specialized in aircraft carriers to attend, but chose Lu Chen instead. In his view, to a certain extent, science and technology are interconnected. Lu Chen has achieved such remarkable accomplishments in other fields and possesses such profound expertise across so many domains. Presumably, he must also have considerable knowledge about aircraft carriers. That's why they called him and recommended him. Moreover, after communicating with him, it once again confirmed their initial thoughts. That is, Lu Chen truly has an exceptional understanding of aircraft carriers and naval vessels. He even possessed research capabilities unmatched and unparalleled by others. Lu Yongmin finally felt relieved. As long as Lu Chen participated, he wouldn't have the slightest worry. No matter how strong others may be, Lu Chen will always defeat them, making his military factory stand out among numerous units. Chapter 60, Your partner is Lu Chen. Upon hearing Wen Shuqi's speculation, Sun Chengwu shook his head. Not him. Although his research in this area is among the top in our factory, but they're not as good as you. He is even less capable than that one. At that time, Sun Chengwu learned he was to recommend someone. He didn't hesitate to recommend Wen Shuqi and her senior fellow apprentice. However, after careful consideration, Lu Yongmin ultimately only kept Wen Shuqi. At the time, Sun Chengwu still refused to accept it. In his view, only these two individuals in the entire factory were capable of taking on such a crucial responsibility. However, when he heard the other person was Lu Chen, Sun Chengwu was immediately convinced. No more objections whatsoever. After all, that's Chief Engineer Lu Chen we're talking about. Who can compare to him? Even though Sun Chengwu was deeply puzzled, wondering whether Lu Chen understood research related to aircraft carriers and naval vessels. Doubt aside, he had no doubts whatsoever about Lu Chen's capabilities, though he had never personally interacted with Lu Chen. But during this period time, Lu Chen's legend had practically spread throughout the entire munitions factory. He was also thunderstruck by the name Lu Chen. They even admired him from the bottom of their hearts. Wen Shuqi frowned, very puzzled. Not as good as that one? Who is that person? In our factory, when it comes to aircraft carrier ships, apart from me, my senior brother is the most knowledgeable. How come I didn't know there was someone else? Could it be a newcomer? During her time studying abroad, she focused wholeheartedly. Many things happened at the factory, yet no one knew about them. Although many people in the group she joined were discussing Lu Chen, the mention of Lu Chen appears with particularly high frequency. But Wen Shuqi has been busy studying all this time while outside. I rarely check the messages in the group, almost in a state of not looking. Combined with her independent and decisive work style and somewhat aloof and cold personality, there aren't many friends at work, so no one mentioned Lu Chen to her either. This led her to know nothing about Lu Chen. Sun Chengwu chuckled slyly. It's not wrong to say he's the newcomer. You're lucky to partner with that guy. If you can learn something from him, it could save you years of detours. I won't beat around the bush with you. The person partnered with you is named Lu Chen. After saying the name Lu Chen, he watched Wen Shuqi with great interest. In his view, learning that Lu Chen could be her partner must have been an exceptionally fortunate thing. After all, Lu Chen was indeed the chief engineer and the most celebrated figure in the entire munitions factory. He even became the factory director's mentor. His status is exceedingly high. Countless people longed to establish some connection with Lu Chen, and so many wished they could study alongside him. But they didn't have that opportunity. And now, the opportunity lay right before her. Percent. How could she not be excited? Anyone would be excited, okay. However, Wen Shuqi's reaction left Sun Chengwu somewhat puzzled. Because after hearing that his partner was Lu Chen, she wasn't the least bit excited. Instead, her face was filled with confusion and bewilderment. Lu Chen? Who is he? I've never heard of him before. Is he very impressive? Sun Chengwu's lips twitched. You actually haven't heard of it? That can't be right. Although you've been studying abroad and just returned, you're in the group chat. The topic of Lu Chen has come up several times in the group, yet you didn't check the messages. Wen Shuqi shook her head. Supervisor, you know full well I rarely check group chats. So I really don't know. All right. Hearing this explanation, Sun Chengwu was also at a loss for words. He was well aware that Wen Shuqi had a habit of not checking group chats. So when there's something to discuss, people usually just send her a private message. Or make a phone call. Then let me briefly introduce you to your partner. He just joined our 5th military factory a little over 2 months ago. The current position is Chief Engineer of the Mecha Project Department. also serving as the overall chief director of the entire military factory. The ranking is section chief. Even the factory director became his apprentice and had to address him as master when they met. He has made far too many contributions. Even single-handedly developed a mecha that existed only in concept. He is proficient in multiple branches of scientific research. Possesses unparalleled scientific knowledge. Even receiving special attention from the Dragon Lord. A few days ago, he was personally invited by the Dean of the Dragon Kingdom Academy of Sciences to guide their research on controllable nuclear fusion. He should probably be back today. Listening to Sun Chengwu's introduction. When Shuqi involuntarily opened her mouth in surprise. His face was full of disbelief. He took a deep breath. He said with some incredulity, Is he really this impressive? My God. We've got such a big shot at our munitions factory, and I'm only just finding out now. Are you really sure a big shot like him wants to partner with me? Holy. Looking at Wen Shuqi's expression, Sun Chengwu was thoroughly pleased. He continued, That's right, he's the one partnering with you this time. And do you know how old he is this year? How old? Wen Shuqi raised an eyebrow skeptically. To achieve this level of precision on such a massive wheel hub, the artisan must be at least 60 years old, right? She was quite happy when she first learned she would be assigned to the South China Sea Naval Base. After all, going on a business trip can be considered a way to relax. Take in the scenery outside, experience the local culture, and savor the delicacies. Working aside also counts as enjoying traveling. But if you go with a big shot, while it can broaden one's horizons and allow them to learn more. Though this was what she had been pursuing. But there was one drawback. In the presence of such a high-ranking figure, one must tread carefully, act respectfully, remain courteous, and behave with utmost humility. The entire process must cater to this big boss. Not a single moment can afford to slack off, nor dare to slack off. Forget about indulging in delicious food, enjoying scenic views, or seeking entertainment opportunities. Don't even think about it. 60 years old? Sun Chengwu shook his head once more. Then, he smiled slightly. You probably won't believe it when I say he's only 23 this year. He is a super genius. What? When Shuqi's pupils contracted in disbelief, her mouth agape with shock. He's only 23 this year, how is that possible? Director, you must be joking with me. Sun Chengwu snorted lightly. Are you kidding? Do I look like I'm joking with you? When have I ever joked with you? When Shuqi's expression turned grave. Indeed. Her supervisor has always been an extremely meticulous person who wouldn't joke about such matters. There's only one possibility left. What the section chief just said is all true. But this is absolutely terrifying. Besides that, she began to feel excited in her heart. Excited for this upcoming mission. And even more eager to witness what kind of person this super genius really was. Chapter 61, Lu Chen is even more impressive than you imagine. When Lu Chen returned to the military factory, Lu Yongmin had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. The two of them chatted as they walked to the office. I drank tea in the office for another half hour. Then we went together to the city center for dinner. While they were having dinner, Wen Shuqi, who happened to be taking a walk near the military factory dormitory playground, ran into her senior fellow apprentice. She immediately halted her steps. Before she could say anything, her senior brother spoke first. Long time no see, congratulations to you. Ah? When Shuqi slightly opened her mouth. Senior brother, what are you congratulating me for? Zhao Kairui smiled faintly. Of course, congratulations on being able to accompany Chief Engineer Lu to the South China Sea Naval Base. When Shuqi let out a light hum. The corners of the mouth curled up slightly. You mentioned this matter, what is there to congratulate? Ha! Zhao Kairui displayed an expression that said you've gotten the advantage but still pretend to be innocent. Somewhat envious, they said. What's there to congratulate? What are you talking about? Going on a mission with a god, isn't that something worth congratulating? If you're unwilling, you can bring it up with the leadership and I'll go in your place. When Shuqi hastily shook her head. No, let me go instead. There was still some surprise on his face. She knew her senior brother all too well. This senior brother of mine is exceptionally outstanding. Extremely arrogant. Ordinary people simply don't enter his sight. When faced with someone more talented, most would only feel envy rather than admiration. But what about this Lu Chen? When speaking of Lu Chen, his eyes sparkled with admiration, not a trace of jealousy, only pure worship, even calling the other man a god. God. A person who could be described in such terms by his own senior brother. How terrifying would that be? Senior brother, is he really that impressive? Since I came back today, I've heard many people talking about him. But he's barely in his early 20s, how did he manage that? Zhao Kairui raised his head slightly. Junior sister, you need not doubt. He's even more impressive than you think. You'll understand once you meet him and after you both head to the naval base. Long time no see, let's take a walk and share what interesting things you've encountered during this time. By the way, share what knowledge you've gained while being outside. Early the next morning. At the gate of the 5th military factory. After bidding farewell to the factory director and others, Lu Chen and Wen Shuqi got into a business Audi. Head straight to the airport. On the road. Lu Chen sat peacefully at the back, occasionally gazing at the scenery outside the window. Meanwhile, Wen Shuqi sitting in the passenger seat appeared somewhat uneasy. He also frequently glanced at Lu Chen sitting in the back. Everything that happened this morning had shocked her. She had been at the military factory for several years. In the end, he's just a researcher who hasn't even managed to become a deputy section chief. Normally, trying to meet or interact with some of the factory leadership was out of the question. You simply weren't qualified. Not to mention the factory director. And this morning? Wasn't it just a business trip to the South China Sea Naval Base? Well, damn. Basically, all the top leaders from the entire number 5 military factory came alone. And every one of them showed no sign of being a leader in front of Lu Chen. Nothing but flattery and sycophancy. If you didn't know better, you'd think Lu Chen was the top boss. Though the farewell was supposedly for both themselves and Lu Chen. And the result? Everyone's gaze and attention were entirely focused on Lu Chen. Never mind not exchanging more than a few words with me. He didn't even give me a proper glance. Making yourself seem like an invisible person. Even so. Naturally, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. But she accepted it. There's no helping it who asked for the person by my side to be Lu Chen. A small light bulb naturally loses its original brilliance when standing before the sun. Who would notice a light bulb beside the sun? At the same time, she secretly made a decision in her heart. Make sure to learn well from Lu Chen along the way and strive to make progress yourself. But more than anything, it was curiosity. After all, she had never truly witnessed Lu Chen's abilities firsthand. Everything she knew was merely hearsay. She also wanted to witness firsthand how remarkable this man hailed as a god truly was. Can't help but feel excited. The car was speeding along. He arrived at the airport in less than half an hour. The two waited in the VIP lounge for over 10 minutes before boarding the plane directly through the private channel. And sit together. After the plane took off, Lu Chen idly played a single-player game. And what about Wen Shuqi? One moment reading a book, the next glancing at Lu Chen, wanting to say something yet hesitating. Throughout the journey, the exchanges between the two of them were sparse. Right after Lu Chen finishes a round of the game, he turns his head and catches a glimpse of Wen Shuqi. Wen Shuqi immediately puts on a serious face and starts reading the book. Lu Chen chuckled softly. He asked, "Do you have something you want to tell me?" Wen Shuqi shook her head. Nodded once more. Stammering his words. "Are you really only 23 years old?" Lu Chen gave a faint smile. "What else? How can you possibly be this skilled? Did you start researching from the womb or something?" Wen Shuqi asked again. Lu Chen shrugged his shoulders. "That's not the case, I'm just a genius." "All right." Since Lu Chen had already made his stance clear, Wen Shuqi had no choice but to drop the subject. After all, nothing useful could be found out by asking. "Chief Engineer Lu, I heard that this time the South China Sea Naval Base has invited all military factories, multiple research institutions, and many experts from the Academy of Sciences to participate. Most experts from other institutions can easily outperform our military factories. I don't mean to say I lack confidence in you. I heard you previously worked on mechs in the mech project department. You must know, science is like a vast ocean, boundless and limitless. But towering mountains still separate these two entirely different fields. Mechanics and aircraft carriers are entirely different matters. But if we start learning from scratch now, it'll be hopelessly too late. That's why I'm worried." Looking at Wen Shuqi's face full of melancholy, Lu Chen grinned mischievously. "Actually, I never really spent much time specifically studying aircraft carriers or naval vessels before. But in my view, all sciences are interconnected. Moreover, I also have a certain understanding of aircraft carrier ships. With just a bit of reasoning, nothing is beyond resolution. There's no need for you to worry. Rest assured, with me here, our 5th military factory will undoubtedly outperform all other units." Well, I did say this up front. My research on aircraft carrier vessels might be outstanding within our 5th military factory, but compared to folks from other units, it's hardly anything to brag about. Then I'll have to rely on you. Of course, no problem, Lu Chen replied with certainty, as if it were just a trivial matter. Seeing Lu Chen so confident, Wen Shuqi didn't say anything more after that. However, she still felt uneasy in her heart. Still with a trace of doubt. She still held the belief that different professions are worlds apart. She still refused to believe it. How could someone specialized in mechas possibly understand aircraft carriers? These are two completely unrelated fields. Chapter 62, divide them into 3 teams for competition. At this moment, South China Sea Naval Base. In a certain meeting room, a dozen or so people dressed in naval uniforms were gathered around the conference table discussing matters. The atmosphere was extremely tense. After a brief moment of contemplation, the leader at the head of the table knocked on the table. All eyes were fixed on Duan Haisheng. Duan Haisheng took a deep breath. He uttered softly. Experts from various departments should be arriving today. Have all the accommodation arrangements been taken care of? After saying this, he looked toward a suntanned middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s. The middle-aged man nodded. Report, Commander. All their accommodations and living arrangements have been taken care of. Rest assured, there will be dedicated personnel to receive them. All right, Duan Haisheng nodded slightly. Then his gaze swept over everyone. His expression turned solemn. The situation in the South China Sea is becoming increasingly tense, with provocations from the United States growing ever more frequent. Even daring to incite neighboring countries to cross the line and stir up trouble. To put up with this is beyond all. But unfortunately, our military strength isn't that strong compared to the Eagle country. It could be said we're severely lacking. Fortunately, the United States hasn't completely turned against us yet. They haven't yet deployed their aircraft carriers and large-scale submarines into our waters for provocation and coercion. We still have some time left. That's why I've invited a large number of experts and talents from various research institutions to our South China Sea naval base, with the aim of enhancing our technological level, aircraft carriers, and warships to the next tier in the shortest time possible. To prepare for the coming crisis. Time is tight, and the situation is urgent. We must seize every single minute and second. All the expert researchers will be arriving today, so how should we proceed with the arrangements next? How can we best utilize everyone's talents? Though I already have my own plan, I'd still like to hear your thoughts. Anyone with ideas can speak up directly. As soon as the words fell, the dark-complexioned middle-aged man spoke up. Commander, this is what I think. After these expert talents arrive, first arrange their accommodation and meals, then host a welcome banquet to refresh them. We'll gather them for a meeting tomorrow. Then we'll discuss together what steps to take next, how to make technical advancements, and what improvements can be made. Then, based on the conclusions drawn from the discussion, we'll move into the action phase immediately. All right. Duan Haisheng nodded in agreement. That's a good approach. We'll definitely have a meeting tomorrow. I then glanced at the others. What about you? Any other thoughts? A relatively young officer sitting at the back spoke up. Commander, here's what I think. After the meeting tomorrow, we could select a specific vessel or perhaps the aircraft carrier and have everyone pool their ideas to collectively devise ways for improvement. Once the method and plan are finalized, we can commence the actual work. Another person nodded in agreement, expressing approval of his idea. I don't see any issues with your idea, but I think it would be best if we could find a way to let these experts leverage their individual strengths and specialties. Commander, what do you think? Duan Haisheng smiled faintly. Actually, you're both right. We need to encourage them to pool their wisdom and brainstorm solutions together, while also leveraging their individual strengths and expertise. After all, each person's knowledge, skills, and advantages are unique. If we can combine their strengths, it will surely lead to technological advancements. I think we can discuss it during the meeting and then let them form groups freely. Before freely grouping themselves, have them introduce themselves first, clearly stating their areas of expertise and the research they've conducted, then proceed with free grouping. I had already arranged for 3 manufacturing workshops to be prepared a few days ago. And in each workshop, multiple decommissioned ships and aircraft carrier components have been equipped, along with a skilled worker team of at least several dozen people in each. So my plan is this: they have a total of 26 people. Let them form 3 teams, with each team using 1 manufacturing workshop. They should fully unleash their talents to first design upgraded versions of new aircraft carriers and ships, then conduct improvement experiments on them. The duration is 1 month. After they complete the design and improvements, we'll have them compete by colliding the designs, and finally integrate the advantageous improvements to form our latest version. This is my plan. What do you all think? After these words were spoken, everyone nodded in agreement. Brilliant. As expected from you, Commander. This is a great approach. It ensures everyone's talents are fully utilized and placed to each individual's strengths. First, let them introduce themselves to get acquainted, then freely form teams. Afterwards, assign each team its own workshop for design and experimental assembly, giving every team room to showcase their skills. Finally, we can integrate all these strengths together. Excellent, truly a brilliant idea. Commander, let's proceed just as you suggested. Commander, I think there is room for slight refinement. Since we're dividing into 3 teams, there'll naturally be winners and losers. And where there are winners and losers, there should also be rewards and incentives. After all 3 teams have completed, compare their results to determine the first, second, and third places, then award each of these 3 differently. In addition to team rewards, there should also be unit commendations. Rank the top performing units within the team, then reward them accordingly, and publicly announce the awards. This will motivate them to fight harder. Hearing these words, Duan Haisheng's eyes lit up immediately. Good, well said. Rewards fuel motivation. I had considered this aspect at the time as well. Then let's proceed with what you suggested. Next, let's discuss the rewards we should offer after the rankings are finalized, what to reward, how to distribute them, and how to publicly announce and promote the results. After about half an hour, they finally settled on the issue of what rewards to give based on the rankings. The meeting continued for another half hour to finalize other details. After thorough discussions confirmed no issues, the meeting concluded. Afternoon. A plane landed at the airport. Lu Chen and Wen Shuqi descended from above. As per the notice, a dedicated person will meet them at the airport entrance. Upon arriving at the entrance, sure enough, several commercial vans were neatly parked there. Several youths in suits were standing by the van, seemingly waiting for someone. Most likely, they were there to greet the experts who had flown in from all over the country. Lu Chen gave a faint smile. He walked over with Wen Shuqi. Chapter 63. Arriving at the naval base. As they walked over, they noticed two other people were just about to board as well. However, upon seeing Lu Chen and the others, these two men didn't rush to board but instead paused in their tracks. When Lu Chen and the other approached the business vehicle, the closest young man in a suit immediately stepped forward with a smile to inquire. "Hello, may I ask which unit you two are from? Are you here to participate in the RD?" When Shuqi spoke first, "Yes, we are from the 5th Military Factory." Hearing that it was indeed the one he had been waiting for, the young man's heart leaped with joy. "Immediately present your identification," they said simultaneously. "Alright, we're here on behalf of the naval base to welcome you. Please, get in the car." Lu Chen glanced at the credentials, then nodded. Just as they were about to get into the car, two other people called out to stop them. The other two individuals appeared to be around 40 and just over 30 years old respectively. He must be here to participate in this research project as well. "Wait." The middle-aged man in his 40s called out to Lu Chen and the other man, "Are you two from the 5th Military Factory?" Lu Chen slightly furrowed his brow, looking at each other. "Yes. Who are you?" Zhou Huaiyan let out a faint, disdainful snort. A look of scorn appeared on his face. "We're from the 2nd Military Factory. Does your 5th Military Factory have no one else? Why did they send two youngsters like you?" "That makes sense. Your 5th Military Factory was established late, has a weak foundation, lacks heritage, and probably has no real talent to speak of, likely just sent the two of you here to go through the motions." What do you mean?" Wen Shuqi asked through gritted teeth. Lu Chen waved his hand, signaling her not to speak yet. Then he studied Zhou Huaiyan with great interest. He spoke unhurriedly. "Indeed, our 5th Military Factory was established late, has a weak foundation, lacks heritage, and has no outstanding talents. But we won the mech showcase. Your 2nd Military Factory was established early, has a solid foundation, possesses profound heritage, and boasts abundant talent. Why did I lose?" You." Zhou Huaiyan hadn't expected him to use this matter as leverage. In this matter, he truly had nothing to say. Could only let out a cold snort. "That was just your good luck. But for this mission, I dare say both of you are just here to make up the numbers. Your 5th Military Factory is truly not up to par." "Is that so?" Lu Chen smiled with amusement. "Let's wait and see then. Let's see who's capable and who's not this time. I can even make a promise here, our 5th Military Factory will absolutely shine in this mission. All of you combined won't measure up to just the two of us." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Zhou Huaiyan couldn't help but burst into laughter. "What a bold claim, relying on just you two youngsters. Dream on." "Is that so?" Lu Chen said calmly, "Let's wait and see." With that, turned around and left. Wen Shuqi followed behind him. Wait for the two of them to board the car. Zhou Huaiyan watched the receding car, spat on the ground, his face full of disdain. These two young people really don't know how to behave. However, it seems to me that besides boasting, you don't possess any real skills. Just wait until you make a fool of yourself. After Lu Chen and the other person got into the car, being pulled all the way south. After passing through the suburbs, we arrived at a rather remote location. After driving along the small road for about 10 more miles, we entered a valley between two mountains. Finally, everything becomes clear. Destination reached. The South China Sea Naval Base is constructed behind two mountains, encompassing an entire forest, with the forest's edge meeting the sea and harbor, spanning over 10 miles along the coastline. Before Lu Chen's eyes, a massive boulder stood there, inscribed with the words South Sea Naval Base and other characters. Several soldiers dressed in Navy uniforms were standing guard nearby. Looking inside, at the very center stands a high-rise building over a dozen stories tall, with national flags fluttering atop. Behind and all around were factory buildings scattered about. "Please come this way." Just as Lu Chen and his companion were still observing the surroundings, a person who had been waiting at the door stepped forward and gestured for them to enter. "Okay," Lu Chen nodded and followed him inside. As he walked, the man introduced, "Our naval base is quite large. Straight ahead is the office building, and behind the office building is the RD factory. All around are production factories. Further inside is the experimental base, and at the very back is the seaport. On both sides are the naval military bases. Now I'm going to take you to the dormitory. 2 people per unit, meaning 2 dorm rooms. After you've put your luggage away, I'll take you to register your identity information, then show you to the cafeteria. Feel free to ask me any questions along the way. After arriving at the dormitory, they put down their luggage, then went to the cafeteria for lunch, and afterward, everyone returned to their dorm rooms to rest. One after another. All personnel from the 13 units have arrived at the naval base. After a brief night's rest. The next day. Morning. All 26 researchers from 13 units were notified and gathered in a conference room. The meeting was presided over by Duan Haisheng. He looked at the many researchers sitting below. A satisfied smile. After some pleasantries. Get straight to the point. You should all be perfectly clear about why I've asked you here. The Eagle Nation is pushing us too far. But we're not to be trifled with either. As the saying goes, prosperity through technology backwardness invites aggression. I must admit our naval technological capabilities still lag behind the Eagle Nations. But being behind them now doesn't mean you'll stay behind them forever. Some of you are experts in aircraft carriers, some in warships, some in submarines, and others in weaponry and machinery. The reason we've gone to such lengths to bring everyone here to our naval base is to pool our collective wisdom and contribute to the development of our nation's navy. It would be best to achieve breakthroughs in certain key technological areas. To prepare for potential crises that may arise in the future. Perhaps the crisis is not far from us, perhaps it's just a few months away. Even a month or 2 later. What we must do in this short time is fundamentally enhance our naval power, so that we have the capability to stand against the Eagle Union. I won't say more. Let me explain the purpose and agenda of this meeting. First, each of you will introduce yourselves in turn to get acquainted, including which organization you're from and what you specialize in. Second, after getting to know each other initially, start forming teams freely. I need you to form 3 teams, each selecting a research direction. Each team will use a manufacturing workshop to conduct separate research and design. Chapter 64 Lucan, I'm proficient in all scientific fields. In addition, each team will be equipped with dozens of experienced workers, provided with all necessary materials and equipment components, and granted unrestricted access to relevant encrypted databases for reading. 3 teams, 3 experimental workshops, 1 month duration. Fully utilize your expertise and talents. Wait until 1 month later to evaluate and compare the research results of the 3 teams. The winning team will receive an honorary award from each participating unit, along with a 10 million yuan bonus to be distributed among the team members as they see fit. The team that comes in second place will also be awarded a secondary honorary prize, along with a team bonus of 1 million yuan. The team that secured third place will only receive a consolation prize of 100,000 yuan. Of course. In addition to awarding team prizes, there were also Best Unit Award and Best Individual Award. The top 3 winners of the Best Unit Award will receive prizes, 3 million yuan for first place, 1 million yuan for second place, and 200,000 yuan for third place. The Best Individual Award also has 3 winners. The first place receives a 2 million yuan prize, the second place gets 500,000 yuan, and the third place is awarded 100,000 yuan. Everyone, we look forward to your performance. After the reward policy was announced, everyone present showed expressions of excitement and enthusiasm. No choice. Most of them earn only a few 100,000 in annual wages. 1 million at most. But what about this time's reward? If they can secure as much as possible, the rewards alone could likely surpass their salaries for several years. How could one not be excited? The crowd buzzed with discussion. Team first place 10 million, department first place 3 million, individual first place 2 million. My goodness, if we could win all the first places, we'd make an unbelievable amount of money. Yes, that's truly extravagant. No way, first place is ours, this money must be ours, don't anyone dare try to take it from us. Ha ha ha, my annual salary is less than 500,000 yuan. If I perform well this time, I might earn several years' worth of salary. With such enticing conditions, it seems I must give it my all. When assembling a team, one must be cautious, not just anyone will do. Watching the experts buzz with excitement, their eyes gleaming one by one, Duan Haisheng nodded in satisfaction. Then he added, "Don't celebrate too early, everyone. My offer of these awards comes with a prerequisite: you must achieve breakthroughs in certain technical areas, and these must be highly practical breakthroughs. If there are no breakthroughs, or if the breakthroughs are too minor to have any substantive impact, then no one will receive any rewards. Alright, now it's time for you all to start introducing yourselves. Let's start with the first person in the second row on my left, then proceed with self-introductions in an S-shaped order." The first person froze for a moment. Then stand up. Begin self-introduction. "Good day, leaders and fellow experts. My name is Wang Sanbao, from the Second Research Institute in Shanghai. At the institute, I am responsible for. My areas of expertise include." As the introductions began one by one, many people took out pens and paper to start taking notes. Because this information is crucial. Only by clearly understanding everyone's information on site can one make informed decisions when forming teams. Soon it was Zhou Huayan from the 2nd Military Factory's turn. He stood up and cast a provocative glance at Liu Ken and Wen Shuqi sitting there. It seems to be saying that you won last time and we just got lucky. This time, I'll make sure you lose with complete conviction. Not giving you the slightest chance to win. Then he slowly began his self-introduction. My affiliation is the 2nd Military Factory. My name is Zhou Huayan. My research at the 2nd Military Factory involves. My current position is. My areas of expertise include. After finishing his introduction, he sat down with a hint of pride. Although their 2nd Military Factory couldn't rank among the top 3 units present at the scene. But his position was already considered high-ranking. At the director level. Moreover, many of the research projects he participated in were highly renowned. So during the introduction, many eyes were fixed on him. He thoroughly enjoyed this feeling. Next, 5 or 6 more people introduced themselves. Soon it was Liu Chen's turn. After Liu Chen stood up, the others present were somewhat surprised. Because Liu Chen was too young. The others were at least in their 30s, and some were even as old as 60. And what about Liu Ken? He was just over 20 years old. What kind of skills could someone so young possibly have? What could he possibly know? They couldn't understand which organization this was, or why they'd send such a young person here. Isn't this just pure deception? Secretly deciding in my heart, I must never team up with this person. Liu Chen stood up, looked at Duan Haisheng, and said, My name is Liu Chen, from the 5th Military Factory. He hasn't been with the 5th Military Factory for long, but he has participated in mech development projects. Upon hearing that Liu Chen had arrived at the 5th Military Factory, many people showed expressions of sudden realization. They had been wondering why they sent such a young man over. It turns out this young man was from the 5th Military Factory. That explains it. Because the 5th Military Factory had been established for such a short time. Talent is scarce. Moreover, there is a shortage of talent in the research of aircraft carriers and naval vessels. That's why such a young man was able to come and participate. There was an immediate wave of murmurs and sighs. No wonder they sent him over. He's from the 5th Military Factory. It's from the 5th Military Factory, no wonder then. Ha, this is hilarious. The 5th Military Factory is truly out of options. What's that got to do with anything? You joined the mecha project team, so how does that relate to this? Make sure not to team up with him later, steer clear of that disaster. Yes, after all, no one wants a burden. Don't speak yet, let him talk first and see what he's good at. Liu Chen continued. What I'm particularly good at is. How should I put it? I excel in many fields such as mechanical engineering, control systems, transmission systems, intelligence systems, energy systems, weapon systems, and so on. To be honest, I consider myself an omniscient and omnipotent individual. I have conducted in-depth research and developed unique insights into aircraft carrier development, warship development, and the weapons systems deployed on them. I dare say, I am proficient in all scientific fields. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Liu Ken in utter astonishment. The expressions on his face ranged from disdain and mockery to astonishment, indifference, and bewilderment. The room instantly fell into complete silence. Chapter 65, Stop boasting, what can you possibly build? After the silence came another wave of uproar. Many people couldn't help but sneer. Am I hearing this right? Are you joking with me? You claim to be proficient in all scientific fields? You're truly shameless and talk nonsense. Young people are truly too arrogant, too ignorant, and too unaware of their own limitations. Claiming mastery over all fields doesn't even bother to draft the lies first. Given your age, you must have just graduated with a bachelor's degree, haven't even pursued postgraduate studies, right? What are you pretending to be here? Absolutely ridiculous. Boy, do you know what kind of occasion this is? How dare you spout nonsense here? How did the 5th Military Factory hire someone like this? The director of the 5th Military Factory is my senior fellow apprentice. I know him, and when the time comes, I'll tell him about this kid's performance. He might just get fired outright. Such arrogant boasting only proves your utter ignorance. What the hell does he think he is, bragging here? It's like waving a sword before Lord Guan, utterly insignificant. Duan Haisheng, sitting above, couldn't help but put away his smile and furrowed his brows. He was seeing such an arrogant person for the first time. But as the commander, he did not directly confront or refute Liu Chen. He laughed heartily instead. It's good for young people to be confident and proud. But one should still mind their words in different situations. Be humble when humility is called for, and keep a low profile when necessary. I also look forward to your performance. Alright, next up, please continue with your introduction. His words may sound pleasant on the surface. But everyone could hear it clearly. He simply didn't believe what Liu Chen had said. Instead, he was subtly hinting at him here. Telling him not to be so arrogant. Making him recognize his own limitations. The next person to introduce themselves is Wen Shuqi. Shuqi's self-introduction was relatively normal. And he's also very humble. This left quite a positive impression of him on many people. But it was merely a decent impression, nothing more. In the eyes of most people, Shuqi only knew a little something after all. Not much of a real expert. And so, the two from the 5th military factory were practically abandoned. No one wants to team up with them. After finishing her introduction, Shuqi sat down and cast a somewhat reproachful glance at Lu Chen. Wearing a wry smile that was half amused, half exasperated. Chief Engineer Lu, you. How can you possibly claim to be proficient in all scientific fields? You must understand that every profession has its own mysteries. Even if your talent and knowledge in mechas are exceptional, what we're building now isn't mechas, but aircraft carriers, warships, and other maritime military technologies. It's an entirely different field altogether. Alas, your words are too bold. With such actions, I'm afraid no one will be willing to team up with us. Not only that, but they might even ostracize us. Aren't we just embarrassing the factory here? Chief Engineer Lu, you. Shuqi now desperately wished she could grab Lu Chen by the collar and give him a proper scolding. But, no matter what, Lu Chen was still her superior. She only dared to vent her frustrations. Don't say anything too harsh. However, she had already lost all expectations and confidence in this round of research and development. Being at the bottom is a foregone conclusion. Fortunately, she has a positive mentality. Even if we come in last this time, it doesn't matter. At worst, we'll just treat it as a trip. However, Lu Chen's thoughts were different from hers. Lu Chen is quite optimistic. He had absolute confidence in building an unprecedented supercarrier and its accompanying fleet. So he simply didn't care about others' opinions, whether they would team up with him or ostracize him. If no one teams up with me, that would be even better. Having teammates would just complicate things. You might even spend a lot of time trying to convince others. So he smiled warmly at Shuqi. Researcher Wen, don't you worry. With me here, there's no need to worry about anything. And there's no need to worry about them not teaming up with us. At worst, we can just form a team with the two of us, which would actually be simpler and more hassle-free. Just you watch, I'll definitely lead us to win the team award, the unit award, and the individual award. Seeing Lu Chen speak with such certainty, Shuqi could no longer say anything more, only shaking her head. I have no clue at all. After another 7 or 8 self-introductions, this session finally came to an end. After that came the teaming up process. As Shuqi had anticipated, the others were engaging well in conversation, pulling each other closer and exchanging ideas. Only no one paid attention to his side. After a brief moment of awkwardness, Shuqi decided to take the initiative. Take the initiative to chat with people around you and ask if they'd like to team up. However, others ignored her. He had absolutely no intention of teaming up with her. Seeing this situation, Shuqi grew increasingly anxious. He turned his head to glance at Lu Chen. Yet they found Lu Chen sitting there extremely calmly, scrolling through short videos without a trace of urgency. She couldn't help but ask. Chief Engineer Lu, what are you still doing watching short videos at a time like this? Everyone else is teaming up. Hurry and join the discussion to see if we can collaborate with them. If it comes down to just the two of us in the end, we'll surely lose without a doubt. You're not ashamed of embarrassing our factory, but I am. Lu Chen exited the entertainment app, turned off his phone screen, and smiled at Shuqi. Don't worry, if no one wants to team up with us, then we don't need a team. At worst, the two of us can form our own team and still crush them. Shuqi was so anxious that her face turned red. Hearing Lu Chen talking big here again. I really can't hold it in any longer. Lu Chen, can't you just act normal? Would it kill you to stop bragging? How could we possibly outperform them when they're all experts in this field, just the two of us? Just empty talk? All based on your boasts? Can you be more realistic? It's all your fault. If you hadn't been so arrogant before, if you could have just been a bit more humble, maybe we'd have already secured the team by now. Here's a suggestion, it would be best if you apologize to them now, lower your stance, and beg them to take us in. Otherwise, when we return to the factory, I will definitely report you to the director. Lu Chen glanced at Shuqi. Shook his head. I said, Shuqi, what are you panicking about? I've already made it very clear to you, haven't I? We don't need to join any team, just the two of us can easily crush them. With me here, what are you worried about? If you're so eager to join them, then go by yourself. And if you plan to report me to the factory director, no need to wait until we return. Call him right now. Chapter 66, trust me, I'm very familiar with aircraft carriers. Shuqi stared at Lu Chen with moist, red-rimmed eyes. You are utterly unreasonable and hopeless. Then the anger on his face vanished, replaced by a pleading expression. Can't you please do me this favor? I really need this money. My grandfather is sick, you know? He has to undergo surgery in another 2 months, and the operation will cost 800,000. This money is really very important to me. If we team up together, we'll definitely come in last and won't get a single penny. But if we join them instead, we might end up splitting quite a bit of money in the end. So will you listen to me just this once, okay? She was already worrying about where to find those 800,000 yuan. This was precisely the opportunity he had been waiting for, and he had no intention of letting it slip away. Although she had heard many people say Lu Chen was exceptionally skilled, seeing was believing. Besides, even if Lu Chen is exceptionally skilled, that's only in the field of mecha. Different professions are separated by mountains. This is an entirely different field now. That's why she's so anxious. Lu Chen slightly furrowed his brow and sighed. He looked at Wen Shuqi with utmost seriousness. He spoke softly, "Researcher 1, just trust me this once. My research on aircraft carriers, naval vessels, as well as the weapon systems and air defense systems they carry, surpasses anything anyone else has done. If we join their team, not only would I have to spend a lot of time and effort convincing them, but even if we achieve good results, the money would have to be shared with them. But if the two of us form our own team, we can split all the money evenly. Alright, since you don't trust me, I'll make a promise. If we fail to secure Didi, I'll cover all the handling fees your grandfather requires, no matter how much." Seeing Lu Chen's serious demeanor, Wen Shuqi took a deep breath and said nothing more. Turned his head away without saying a word. Time passed by minute and second. Half an hour later, the researchers present finally concluded their discussion. Moreover, from what they were saying, Lu Chen was genuinely surprised. He had originally thought these people would form 3 teams. But in reality, they only formed 2 teams. And, apart from himself and Wen Shuqi, 2 others were left isolated. Lu Chen immediately understood the intentions of these old foxes. Those with higher skill levels or renowned in a particular field would form 2 teams. Isolate the worst. In that case, the worst performers would have to form the 3rd team. That is to say, the worst performers are undoubtedly doomed to lose and will inevitably come in last. The other 2 teams only need to compete for the top position. Lu Chen glanced at the 2 other people who had been isolated. These 2 individuals are also 1 male and 1 female. And they all appeared quite young. He should be in his 20s, at most 30. While everyone else had already fallen silent, those 2 were still eagerly inquiring whether they could join each other's team. But those seasoned veterans didn't even bother to acknowledge him. After some negotiation, he could only sit there despondently, helpless. At this moment, Duan Haisheng, seated on the stage, felt it was about enough. Alright then, it seems your team is nearly assembled. Let's rearrange the seating according to the assigned teams. Team 1, please come to my left side, Team 2 stay in the center, and Team 3 move to my right. As soon as the words were spoken, immediately, 10 people stood up and moved to the seats on the left. The rest were left in the middle. Many people turned their gazes toward Lu Chen, Wen Shuqi, and the other 2 individuals. After a few seconds of hesitation, people began getting up one after another and moving to the seats on the right, totaling 12 individuals. In the end, 4 people remained sitting in the middle. Lu Chen remained relatively calm. When Shuqi crossed her arms, her expression devoid of joy or sorrow, appearing as though she had given up struggling. The other 2 individuals kept glancing left and right, seemingly holding onto a sliver of hope that the remaining 2 teams might still accept them. Yet it was all just their wishful thinking. These 2 individuals are from an affiliated research institute under a certain university. This affiliated institute originally had little fame to begin with. And this university is just an ordinary 211 institution. It barely manages to rank within the top 20 domestically. Moreover, these 2 individuals are far too young. That's why he's so unpopular. Zheng Pengfei sighed and said to Gong Shueshues sitting beside him, "Junior sister, it seems impossible for us to team up with them. Now it's just the 2 of us, plus those 2 from the 5th military factory. Honestly, I don't think they're any better than us. If the 4 of us formed a team together, we'd undoubtedly be cannon fodder, dead last, no question about it. Plus, that guy loves to brag. Someone who boasts like that probably has no real skills, might not know a damn thing." Seeing Zhang Pengfei's utterly dejected expression, Gong Shueshue heaved a sigh. His face was filled with disappointment. "Yes, senior brother, both of us are average, and we teamed up with those who are equally mediocre. Dead last, no doubt about it. Damn it, the department head actually had high hopes for us this time. And when I heard about all those rewards earlier, I was genuinely tempted. I thought even if the 2 of us can't make it, we could at least join a stronger team and share a piece of the pie. It seems we won't even get a share of the pie. Might as well give up." They were utterly disappointed. They saw 10 people on one side, 12 on the other, with only 4 remaining in the very center. Duan Haisheng was somewhat surprised, yet had no intention of intervening. After all, he did not specify the number of people in each team. It aims to unleash the initiative of these researchers, allowing them to freely form teams. As long as 3 teams can be formed, it doesn't matter how they're grouped. So he nodded in agreement. Good, since the teams have been formed, they will be finalized as they are now. You can create a group chat and form groups for the same team to facilitate communication going forward. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately started creating a group. When it came to creating the group chat, Shuchi was quite proactive. Although Lu Chen was reluctant to team up with those two, they were equally unwilling to join forces with Lu Chen and his companions. But there was no other choice, as they had been isolated and had no option but to form a team together. After everyone had joined the group, Zhang Pengfei pondered for a moment before speaking up. Even though our team has only 4 members, even though we have no advantages whatsoever, and even though we're destined to rank last, but I believe we must never give up on ourselves. We should take this as an opportunity to challenge and improve ourselves. Moreover, even if there are only 4 of us, we should still elect a team leader. I think the team leader should. Zhang Pengfei was just about to say that he should be the one to take on the role of team leader, but before he could get the words out, he was interrupted by Lu Chen. Chapter 67, with me here, first place is ours for the taking. Lu Chen shook his head and said, "You're absolutely wrong about that. What do you mean our team has no advantages? What makes you think we're destined for last place? Nonsense. I can tell you very clearly that the advantages we possess are something neither of their 2 teams has. Not only will we avoid being last, but we aim to take first place. With me on the team, you don't need to worry about a thing, just follow my lead. Steady as a rock. You were right about one thing, even though our team is small, we still need a leader. Fine, let me be the team leader. Rest assured, I'll definitely be the top scorer in your test." Zhang Pengfei was momentarily stunned, thinking to himself, "You want to be the team leader? What team leader? Why should you be the team leader?" He retorted sharply, "Why should this leadership position be given to you? I feel..." Before he could finish his words, Duan Haisheng, who was seated on the stage, continued speaking. "Everyone has created the group chat by now, and I presume the group leader has already been selected. Please all team leaders stand up, let me see who you are." No sooner had these words been spoken, Lu Chen sprang to his feet in an instant, without giving Zhang Pengfei any chance to react. Seeing Lu Chen stand up, Zhang Pengfei was completely dumbfounded. After realizing, he also attempted to stand up. However, his butt had barely left the seat, was promptly yanked back by Gong Shueshue. Zhang Pengfei frowned. He looked at Gong Shueshue with great confusion. Asked softly, "Junior sister, what are you doing? What are you pulling me for?" Gong Shueshue didn't explain but instead asked, "What were you about to get up and do just now? What am I standing up for? Didn't you just hear the commander telling the group leader to stand up? Then if he stands up, wouldn't he become the team leader? Why should he be the leader? I'll definitely stand up too." Listening to Zhang Pengfei's words, Gong Shueshue sighed. "You're being foolish. If you're the first to stand up, then I certainly won't stop you. But he's already standing, why are you getting up now? What's your intention? Do you want to have a fight with him in front of the commander and so many of his family members? That would only make others laugh at us. He'll only embarrass our institute. Do you understand?" After listening to Gong Shueshue's words, Zhang Pengfei suddenly had an epiphany. He instinctively smacked his own forehead. "Fortunately, I was stopped in time. Junior sister, you're right. Thanks for stopping me. Otherwise, it would really be embarrassing. But I still feel a bit unwilling. Doesn't this just solidify his position as team leader?" Zhang Pengfei still seemed somewhat reluctant to give up his position as team leader. Gong Shueshue persuaded, "Senior brother, why are you so dense? Think about it, whether you become the team leader or he does, our team is destined to rank last, destined to fail in developing anything meaningful, destined to be laughed at by others. In other words, the outcome of being cannon fodder is already set. Then who is responsible for such poor results? It must be the team leader. If you become the team leader and we fail in the end, you'll bear the primary responsibility. If he becomes the team leader, we'll just follow his instructions, and if we fail and embarrass ourselves in the end, the responsibility will be entirely on him. We can give a proper account when we return. Can't you understand this point?" Zhang Pengfei's eyes lit up. "You're right, junior sister. I must have been out of my mind. The team leader position isn't some coveted prize, it even comes with the burden of taking responsibility for failures. What's there for me to compete over? Only a fool would want to be the team leader. Ha ha ha, junior sister, it's all thanks to you. Then let's proceed as you just mentioned, appoint him as the team leader, and we'll follow his instructions accordingly. If any issues arise later, we can just shift all the blame onto him." Great idea. Duan Haisheng looked at the 3 team leaders and nodded. He gave them some instructions. Then, the staff on site recorded the corresponding password information and usage permissions for their experimental workshops. After recording is completed, he instructed everyone, whether it's workers, materials, or anything else needed, "I will fully support you in this research and development project. I don't care about your process, I only want the results. We only have 1 month left, time is tight. Please, everyone. And another thing. 3 days. During these 3 days, thoroughly discuss and determine what aspects to focus on in the upcoming month, what technical research to conduct, and what kind of support is needed. Also, identify the required materials. It's best to compile a plan and submit it all at once. After saying these words, he pointed at the screen behind him. Here are the phone number, WeChat, and email of the main person in charge of this project. All of you, add it too. Once the proposal is ready, just send it directly to his email. At this very moment, an elderly man sitting in the first row suddenly stood up. Then the body leaned backward to the side. Greeted everyone with a smile. Hello everyone, I am one of the initiators and the overall leader of this project. Once again, welcome to all of you who have traveled from afar. Each of you is a pillar of the nation and an expert in your respective fields. With the joint efforts and cooperation of everyone, our naval technology and naval strength will surely achieve a qualitative leap. Feel free to communicate with me about any issues you encounter. Next, we still need to first finalize a plan. Send me the finalized proposal. Thank you everyone. Amid thunderous applause, Gui Yoji returned to his seat. Duan Haisheng continued, alright, that concludes today's meeting. Someone will take you to visit and familiarize yourselves with your assigned experimental workshops shortly. Meeting adjourned. After the meeting adjourned, Lu Chen had just arrived at the aisle between the seats. He noticed a staff member already waiting there. The man smiled at Lu Chen. My name is Lu Tang, and I'll be your team's assistant from now on. You can ask me about anything, whether it's related to life or work. I can handle all the minor matters. For more significant matters, you'll need to contact the person in charge. Next, let me take your team to test workshop number 2 to get familiar with it. Lu Chen nodded. My name is Lu Chen. I'll be counting on your guidance for future work. Don't mention it. Lu Chen and 4 others followed Lu Tang out of the office building. Then they boarded a small business van. This business coach has 18 seats. But Lu Chen's team had only 4 people. Seemed particularly idle. Lu Tang introduced while driving. The factory location is still quite far, about 3 kilometers from here. And each experimental workshop is exceptionally large. Chapter 68, I feel Lu Chen's second team is wasted. Let me put it this way, each of our experimental workshops covers approximately 20,000 square meters and has direct access to the sea. There are various retired ships and all kinds of parts inside. To put it mildly, it wouldn't be impossible for you to build an aircraft carrier right here in the workshop. Moreover, you've been provided with experienced workers, so you must strive your hardest. Though he said this, there was a hint of disdain in his heart. After all, one team had 10 members and the other 12, with each group including many renowned experts. These 2 teams are the ones who truly get things done. And what about the team I'm currently leading? There were only 4 people in total. They are all very young. He clearly lacks experience. What level could he possibly have? Probably just been fooling around this past month without achieving anything substantial. The car weaved through the naval base. At the same time, after the people in the meeting room had left, only Duan Haisheng and the overall manager Gui Yoji remained. The 2 engaged in casual conversation. Duan Haisheng twisted his neck and loosened his shoulders. He asked Old Gua, among these 3 teams, which one do you think will give us the biggest surprise? Gui Yoji smiled faintly. He shook his head lightly. 3 teams? Where did you see 3 teams from? There are clearly only 2 teams. Do you think the second team can even be called a real team? There are only 4 people and they're all youngsters. They probably only grasp the basics superficially. Expecting them to conduct research is like hoping the sun will rise from the west. It'll just be a wasted month, at most. It'd be better to just disband this second team outright, either redistributing them to the other 2 teams or sending them back where they came from. Otherwise, they're just wasting time and our resources hardly worth the cost. Duan Haisheng forced a bitter chuckle. You're right about that, this is only the second team, so it's negligible. However, disbanding the second team or sending them back where they came from, let's not bring that up again. A gentleman's word is as unchangeable as a team of 4 horses. The rules we've set are now set in stone and cannot be altered. As for resources, let them figure it out themselves. As long as it's within the permitted limits, we can be flexible. Just in case something worthwhile comes out of all the fuss. You think so, right? Gui Yoji let out a disdainful snort. Commander, you're being too optimistic. What exactly can those 4 even accomplish? The odds of that happening are lower than winning a 5 million yuan lottery. Let's focus our efforts on Team 1 and Team 3 for now. Just now you asked me which team I favored more. Honestly, it's hard for me to say. Because they have similar numbers and their areas of expertise are different, each with their own strengths. I think we should all keep our expectations open. Perhaps these 2 teams might just bring us some pleasant surprises. Especially those 2 from the Dragon's Pine Academy of Sciences, they're truly titans in the field, their expertise is on par with mine. Yes, Duan Haisheng nodded, I hope they can make a breakthrough in a short time. After all, we really don't have much time left. Damn those Yanks. Gui Yoji suddenly clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with a cold glint. Based on their frequent provocations now, one can surmise. At most 3 months. Within these 3 months, there will definitely be a major operation. We are pressed for time with heavy workloads. I can't wait to see what kind of proposal they'll send me in 3 days. On a small commercial van. Along the way, Lu Chen truly witnessed just how vast the naval base was. There were more than a dozen different workshops visible alone. There are also various training grounds and facilities visible almost every stretch of the way. A dozen minutes later, the car stopped in front of a factory building predominantly painted in grayish-green. Although it was called a workshop, its appearance far surpassed that of an ordinary workshop by an immeasurable margin. After getting off the car, 5 people arrived at the factory gate. They entered their respective information access permissions into the intelligent recognition system. Then they entered the workshop. After entering the factory building, seeing the interior arrangements, Lu Chen remained relatively calm. However, when Shuqi and the other 2 people were shocked and opened their mouths in surprise, looking around curiously, as if never having seen much of the world. It's not that they've genuinely never seen the world, but the workshop was simply too large. Wrong. It's not that the workshop is too large. There are plenty of workshops larger than this. They were shocked. It was because they actually used such a large workshop entirely as their experimental site. It's indeed a bit outrageous. Moreover, at least a dozen decommissioned vessels were parked on both sides of the workshop. A large number of spare parts were piled up beside the warship. Further inside are various instruments of different sizes. Even in the very center, there is a seawater-filled trench dozens of meters wide. This ditch leads directly to the 3 large cranes at the furthest end of the workshop. In other words, after completing the manufacturing process here, the constructed aircraft carriers or ships can be directly moved into the sea using instruments such as trenches and large cranes. Lu Chen secretly marveled. For this project, the naval base really spared no expense. It also reveals just how dire the current situation is. At this very moment, Assistant Lu Tang said to Lu Chen, "Team Lead Lu, let me add you on WeChat first, then we can exchange contact information. Feel free to reach out to me for any minor issues. Also, during these 3 days, you are free to familiarize yourselves with the workshop as you please. In 3 days, around 40 workers will be sent to your workshop. These workers are very familiar with all the instruments and equipment in the workshop. For the next month, you can freely assign them to assist with your work. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I still need to report to the higher-ups." Lu Chen nodded. "Hard work. It's good if you have time to attend to your tasks. We'll just look around here ourselves to get familiar with the place. Alright, feel free to call me anytime. From now on, I'll be your assistant, just let me know what you need. Goodbye." Lu Tang had just left not long ago. Received a phone call from a friend. His friend took the first team to the workshop. After the phone call was answered, a friend's voice came through. "Brother Tang, my team 1 is all set." It must be acknowledged that these experts truly possess real expertise. On the way I brought them here, they were discussing many things in the car that I hadn't even heard of before. It was extremely complex and profound, sounding very specialized just from listening. Chapter 69, Stop selling me pipe dreams, okay? Moreover, after I took them into the workshop, they immediately recognized some of the decommissioned ships, parts, and equipment stored there and even discussed them with great enthusiasm. Truly, each one of you is a big shot from your respective organizations. I'm even a bit curious to see what kind of improvements they can come up with. Today was truly an eye-opener. How about over there, how did things go on your end? Over here? Lu Tang forced a bitter smile. Don't even ask about my situation. What could those 4 youngsters possibly understand anyway? On my way taking them to the workshop, these people remained virtually silent the whole time, discussing nothing. I guess they really had nothing worth discussing. The worst part is how dejected you look. Probably giving up before even starting. Also, after I took them into workshop number 2, apart from that boastful guy who remained relatively composed, the other 3 were looking around like they'd never seen the world before. I bet they don't even recognize the equipment in the workshop or the decommissioned ships. With the way they are, what kind of thing could they possibly make? Alright, enough talk. Hurry up and gather, we still have to give a report later. Workshop number 2. After Lu Tang left, their curiosity grew even stronger. Looking here, glancing there. About over 10 minutes had passed. Lu Chen called Zhang Pengfei and Gong Shueshue together. We have a basic understanding of the overall situation here. So it's time for us to discuss the plan. As the team leader, I naturally bear the greatest responsibility. I need to find a way to ensure our team comes in first place, so I'll work on securing more bonuses for us. Of course, the more important thing is that I will lead you in building the most advanced aircraft carriers or warships to address the potential crisis we may face in the South China Sea. Upon hearing Lu Chen say this, Zhang Pengfei and Gong Shueshue both seemed somewhat dismissive. They didn't take his words seriously at all. They just thought he was full of hot air and blowing his own horn. Him? Could he possibly have such skills? Although Gong Shueshue thought so in her heart, she didn't show anything outwardly. Yet Zhang Pengfei openly wore his contempt on his face. He couldn't even resist making sarcastic remarks. I'm telling you, my team leader, don't draw a pie you can't deliver. We couldn't get it even if we wanted to, and we certainly couldn't afford it. Let's talk about something more practical. Let's quickly discuss how to proceed with this plan. That's the issue we should be focusing on right now. Am I making sense? Lu Chen looked directly at Zhang Pengfei and nodded with a smile. You got half of it right, half of it wrong. Oh? Zhang Pengfei raised an eyebrow. Which part did I get right and which part did I get wrong? Lu Chen said unhurriedly, first, let me correct your mistakes. I admit my words might sound like pie in the sky, but this pie can actually be baked. And you can eat it too. And what about the parts where I was right? That means we really should discuss how to proceed with the plan. What do you think? Zhang Pengfei still let out a disdainful snort. What's my opinion? I lack talent and learning, so I truly have no opinion to offer. I don't even recognize half of the instruments, equipment, decommissioned ship models, and spare parts in this entire workshop. What kind of opinion could I possibly have? We're counting on you for this proposal, my dear team leader. If it's up to me, then what's the point of having you as team leader? Zhang Pengfei's words were dripping with hostility. Fortunately, Gong Shueshue stepped in to mediate at this point. Team leader Lu, my senior brother is just feeling anxious, there's no ill intent. Please don't take his words to heart. Deep down, he actually wants what's best for us. Lu Chen remained smiling, showing no sign of anger. He glanced at Gong Shueshue and gave a slight nod. It's fine, I won't take it personally. Do you have any thoughts on our proposal? Gong Shueshue paused for a moment, putting on a thoughtful expression. After a moment, he said, compared to the other two teams, we are at a significant disadvantage. One could say we have virtually no advantages at all. Their team includes some renowned scholars and experts in this field. Our team of 4 is relatively young, so we likely don't have much knowledge in this area, to the point where we might not even recognize some of the equipment in the workshop. In this situation, we definitely can't make any improvements in some core technologies. I feel like we can approach this by considering some fundamental aspects. We won't compare ourselves with the other two teams. As long as we can make some progress in certain areas, that would already count as success. Team leader Lu, what do you think? Lu Chen nodded in agreement. Under normal circumstances, your thinking isn't problematic. You're heading in the right direction. But the current situation isn't suitable. Not suitable? Gong Shueshue was puzzled. Why? Lu Chen chuckled softly. Because I'm familiar with all the equipment in this workshop, every obsolete model, and I understand all the core technologies related to aircraft carriers and naval vessels. Therefore, what you said is not appropriate. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Gong Shueshue sighed. It was truly speechless. When Shuqi also stared at him wide-eyed. There was astonishment in her gaze and helplessness on her face. Yet he still finalized it with skepticism lingering. Chief Engineer Lu, is everything you said true? Of course it's true. You two don't understand me, but shouldn't you know better? If I were the type to boast, could I have led the mech project department to such achievements? Can I become the chief engineer? Please use your little brain to think carefully. After hearing Lu Chen's words, when Shuqi froze in place. He's right. If he were the kind of person who boasted and exaggerated, how could he have led the mecha project without achieving such accomplishments? How could he have gained such high prestige in the 5th military factory? How could he possibly have won the admiration of so many experts and scholars? How could he possibly have become the chief engineer? How could the factory director have possibly taken him as a mentor? It wasn't until this moment that when Shuqi finally understood one thing. Lu Chen's level is simply beyond the scope of someone like him to question. Even just based on Lu Chen's prestige at the 5th military factory. A single sentence might be enough to get him fired. Shivered instantly. He nodded with a grave expression. Chief Engineer Lu, you're absolutely right. I was the frog in the well. These words left Zhang Pengfei and his companion utterly bewildered. Zhang Pengfei frowned further and asked, you're saying he's the chief engineer? How is that possible? Chapter 70, this is my proposal. Nothing is impossible. Lu Chen snorted lightly. I am indeed the chief engineer, and I oversee the mecha project department at the 5th military factory. Moreover, I'm also the chief instructor of the entire 5th military factory. Lu Chen hadn't finished speaking yet. Zhang Pengfei responded with a mocking smile. Ha, stop bragging. Can't you hear what you're saying? It's pure nonsense. Do you think I'm a fool who would believe your words? You think you're qualified to be the chief engineer? And you're in charge of the entire mech project department? Even the chief instructor of the 5th military factory? Why don't you just say you're Ultraman while you're at it? Ridiculous. I already knew you had no real skill, but I never expected you to be this pretentious. Showing off in front of so many people is one thing, but you're still putting on airs within our own team. Is this fun? Exactly. Gong Shueshue also chimed in, is this even fun? Leader Lu, we're all part of the same team here, and there are no outsiders present. Why can't we just speak straightforwardly and honestly? I think we'd better not waste any more time. Let's quickly discuss some strategies and see how we can come up with a plan. Faced with skepticism from both individuals, Lu Chen didn't argue back. Instead, Wen Shuqi couldn't stand it any longer. Because she knew that everything Lu Chen had said was true. Not a bit fake. Moreover, Lu Chen can be considered the face of his own military factory. She couldn't stand having her family's reputation questioned or mocked. So he stepped forward proactively to provide verification. Discussing countermeasures and drafting a plan is definitely necessary. But before that, I want to vouch for Chief Engineer Lu. He truly is the chief instructor of our military factory and the chief engineer of the mecha project department. He did not lie. His research in the scientific field is simply beyond our comparison. Even I feel that everything he said during the meeting was true. Not a single falsehood. And being able to work in the same team as Chief Engineer Lu is truly a blessing for you all. I trust him, and I hope you can too trust him, understand him, and follow his instructions. Seeing Wen Shuqi standing up for Lu Chen, Zhang Pengfei frowned slightly. Half convinced, half doubting. Forget it, I don't care too much whether it's true or false anymore. Here's what we'll do, explain what our next steps should be and outline a plan. Lu Chen nodded. This is how I see it. Other teams will undoubtedly make improvements and upgrades based on existing aircraft carriers or current naval vessels. Only those with average technical skills would settle for mere improvements and upgrades. No matter how much you modify or enhance, there won't be any significant transformation or fundamental breakthrough. It's utterly pointless. After all, seagoing weapons like aircraft carriers or warships don't win by sheer numbers alone, but by superior quality. So we won't do it this way. We need to develop a brand new aircraft carrier and its escort fleet from scratch, and this one must be a futuristic concept model with legendary technology that doesn't exist anywhere in the world today. Once we built this, those Yanks won't stand a chance. Even shocking the whole world. Zhang Pengfei's mouth twitched as he let out a sigh. Here they go again, boasting as usual. Talk about building a brand new aircraft carrier from scratch, even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe that. But can't you be a little more serious? This time, even he didn't believe it. Even Wen Shuqi frowned. Because what Lu Chen just said was utterly unbelievable. In Wen Shuqi's view, even if Lu Chen were extraordinarily talented, it would already be impressive enough to make improvements or upgrades to aircraft carriers or naval vessels in certain aspects. Yet he boldly claimed he could create an entirely new one from scratch. How is this possible? After all, current scientific knowledge and theories about aircraft carriers and naval vessels are fundamentally built upon existing technologies. If you make improvements and upgrades on the existing foundation, it's still possible. But you're trying to create a brand new conceptual level. How is this even possible? Taking a deep breath, he began, Chief Engineer Lu. It's not that I don't trust you, but what you're saying. That is admittedly a bit too much. With just the 4 of us, trying to build an aircraft carrier from scratch. I wouldn't even dare to think about it. How is that even possible? Even if all the experts gathered here today were to work together, it would likely be impossible to build an aircraft carrier from scratch in such a short time. Forget an aircraft carrier, even constructing an ordinary naval vessel from the ground up would be out of the question. Chief Engineer Lu, let's think about some practical solutions. Lu Chen chuckled softly. Feasible solution? I just outlined a completely feasible plan. Wen Shuqi was left speechless by Lu Chen's remark. Zhang Pengfei spoke up, fine, since you claim this is a feasible plan. Then explain how you intend to build it from scratch. All right. Lu Chen nodded. Here's the idea. I plan to build an aircraft carrier, plus 3 escort ships. Let's start with the aircraft carrier. Beyond its most basic functions as a naval aircraft base, combat command center, land target strike platform, air defense interceptor, reconnaissance and surveillance hub, it also serves roles in energy transportation and material supply. All these functions need to be upgraded, with a complete overhaul of the weapons and defense systems in particular. And it must be able to dive. We'll also conduct a comprehensive upgrade of some basic equipment above. Traditional aircraft carriers actually have significant limitations, they can only operate at sea. But I aim to break that convention by equipping carriers with land combat capabilities. This way, aircraft carriers can not only serve at sea but also engage in land combat when necessary. Actually, according to my concept, I'd also like to make the aircraft carrier capable of flight. However, given its massive size and weight, achieving flight would require substantial materials and ingenious design. It was impossible to complete in such a short time, so I just removed that part. The general framework of the aircraft carrier project is set. As for the 3 frigates, in addition to possessing the capabilities of a standard frigate, it must also be able to submerge and engage in land combat. In addition to enhancing the frigate's weapon and defense systems, there is also the capability to equip the frigate with flight functionality. The general plan is roughly like this. If you think it's feasible, then I'll proceed with drafting the plan according to my ideas. Then submit it. Or if you have any other ideas, feel free to bring them up now. Chapter 71, a submersible aircraft carrier? He must be nuts. After listening to Lu Chen's proposal, Zhang Pengfei and Gong Shueshue were completely stunned. An aircraft carrier is, after all, an aircraft carrier. How could it possibly submerge? If it could submerge, wouldn't that make it a submarine? Is your submarine this big? And more. What the hell is able to go on land? When the car starts? What are you joking about? Though he thought so in his heart. Yet he neither mocked nor objected. Zhang Pengfei immediately started clapping. Clapping while nodding and smiling. It seems to be particularly recognized. Good, great, what an excellent proposal. It truly is the best proposal I've ever seen in my life, bar none. Team leader Lu is truly ingenious, with very unique and creative ideas. I support you. Let's proceed with our plan this way. Thank you for your efforts, Team leader Lu. Zhang Pengfei knew that no matter what he said or how hard he tried to persuade, it would be useless. He couldn't be bothered to persuade anymore. Just do whatever Lu Ken says. While voicing support, he inwardly sneered. He was very curious to know what would happen after Lu Chen's proposal was sent to the chief manager. What thoughts and expressions might the person in overall charge have in mind? He might just chew Lu Ken out directly. Then revoke his position as team leader. Then I can make some sarcastic remarks and maybe land the team leader position. Then you can proceed according to your own ideas. Even if I end up last, even if nothing substantial is achieved in the end. But at least it's better than making such bold claims and then being ridiculed by everyone. Gong Shueshue looked at Zhang Pengfei in astonishment, expressing incomprehension. However, after receiving a meaningful glance from Zhang Pengfei, he suddenly understood. As for Wen Shuqi, she just sighed. I don't wish to say anything more. Apart from feeling helpless, there was still a glimmer of fantasy and hope in his heart. Well, Chief Engineer Lu, since you're our team leader, we'll follow your lead. Lu Chen burst into laughter. Alright, you three rest assured, leave the plan to me. I'll refine the project framework in the coming days and then submit it. Once the proposal is approved, we'll start the construction. Alright, I need to go back and organize the proposal. You're welcome to stay and continue the tour here if you'd like, or you can go back and rest. I'll send you a copy once the proposal is drafted. Then you can give some opinions for reference. After saying this, Lu Chen then turned and left. Wen Shuqi quickly followed suit. After the two had left, Gong Shueshue let out a wry smile. Turning to Zhang Pengfei, he asked, Senior brother, what do you think? Zhang Pengfei let out a sigh. I think our team leader Lu is just insane. He's just not normal. Let him do it, let him do whatever he wants. The final outcome will still be dead last anyway, I don't care anymore. Just as he finished saying those words, his phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out to check. It was a call from Deputy Director Li of the Qingda Affiliated Research Institute. After seeing who was calling, Zhang Pengfei's face betrayed a hint of hesitation and helplessness. The two of them had come here this time. Although those above didn't harbor much hope, they still wished for both to perform well. At the very least, it needs to be acceptable. But what about now? How should we explain this now? He really didn't want to answer this call. But he had no choice but to answer. After some hesitation, he ultimately picked up the call. Hello, Deputy Director Li, what instructions do you have for me? There was a pause on the other end of the line. A voice inquired. Xiaoshang, how's it going? What's the situation over there? Did you get to meet many big names in the industry? Let me tell you, in front of these big shots, you must be humble and polite. Learn more from them, and it will benefit you for a lifetime. Alright, let's not talk so much, quickly tell me about what happened there. Zhang Pengfei looked at Gong Shueshue with a pleading expression. Gong Shueshue spread her hands, indicating she couldn't help either. Zhang Pengfei had no choice but to speak up nervously. Deputy Director Li, here's what happened. In the morning meeting, the leader asked us to introduce ourselves, and then we were to freely form teams, dividing into 3 groups to conduct technical research respectively. However, there was a minor hiccup during the team formation. A hiccup? Deputy Director Li looked somewhat surprised. What kind of hiccup? Zhang Pengfei cleared his throat softly. He continued, it's just, didn't we already introduce ourselves earlier? Then when it came time to form teams, the others definitely learned about my junior sisters and my background and skill level, so we ended up being isolated during team formation. I tried my best to persuade them to let us join, but they just wouldn't agree, treating us as nothing but a burden. In the end, there was no other choice but to form a team with 2 people from the 5th Military Factory. There are 3 teams in total. One team has 12 people, another has 10, and our team only has 4. The 5th Military Factory? 4 people? Deputy Director Li's tone was both puzzled and disappointed. The 5th Military Factory doesn't exactly have a strong foundation. What about these 2 people? What's their situation? Zhang Pengfei was on the verge of tears. He deliberately sighed. These 2 from the 5th Military Factory, one is just over 20 years old, and the other is about my age. Especially that guy in his early 20s, he's got no real skills but loves to brag and show off. Not only did he take the team leader position away, The leader asked us to come up with a solution within 3 days. Originally, according to the intentions of Shue and me, this plan had to be approached with caution. We could avoid some core technologies and instead make improvements on conventional foundational techniques. That way, we could at least contribute some value and avoid accomplishing nothing at all. But our team leader is so stubborn, he won't listen to anything we say. Insisted on going with his own plan. According to his own plan? What's the plan? Deputy Director Li asked. Zhang Pengfei answered truthfully. He said upgrading and improving the carrier based on the original design wouldn't be interesting, insisting on building an entirely new carrier from scratch, plus 3 brand new escort ships. And he said the aircraft carrier he's building is unlike any other in the world. It's futuristic, concept-level technology. He even claimed this carrier wouldn't just sail on water but could also submerge and even travel on land. That's really hilarious. By the way, there's also the frigate. It can not only sail at sea but also move on land, fly in the air, and of course, dive underwater. That's utter nonsense. What kind of people has the 5th military factory been recruiting? Upon hearing Zhang Pengfei's words, Deputy Director Li couldn't help but scoff. He must be out of his mind, right? Chapter 72. You can always trust Chief Engineer Lu. Such an important matter, and he's treating it like child's play. Fine, I never really counted on you people anyway. Given the current situation, your team is undoubtedly going to be dead last. Embarrassment is inevitable. However, since he's the team leader, since what he's doing is so outrageous, since he won't listen to your suggestions, then it's simple from here on out. Just follow his lead and let him do whatever he wants. But make sure that if anything goes wrong, you pin it all on him. It has nothing to do with you. You're merely following the team leader's orders. Keep yourselves clear of blame and avoid getting dragged into the mess. Listening to Deputy Director Li's words, Zhang Pengfei nodded. I understand, what you said aligns with my thoughts. Let's do it. Now that the leader has given the instructions, things will be easier for him. Whatever. Do whatever you want to mess with. Whatever happens, you're the one who's responsible for it. It has nothing to do with us. Steady as it goes. At the same time, Wen Shuqi, who had just returned to the dormitory, also received a call from his section chief. Both are inquiries about the situation. After learning about the team formation situation, Sun Chenggu initially frowned slightly, but soon his expression relaxed. Not only did he not show any disappointment, but he couldn't help laughing out loud. These short-sighted guys, they have no idea what they've missed. If I were to participate, I'd rather abandon everyone else than not team up with Lu Chen. Xiaowan, I never expected such a high prize amount to be set this time. You've really hit the jackpot. With Lu Chen on your team, first place is absolutely guaranteed. Without a doubt. Listening to Sun Chengwu's words, Wen Shuqi was skeptical and half doubtful. Section Chief, are you really that confident in him? Of course I believe, Sun Chengwu said unequivocally. But Wen Shuqi hesitated for a moment before revealing the matter of Lu Chen's proposal. However, after hearing Lu Chen's proposal, Sun Chengwu found it utterly exaggerated. But still, they believed. As expected of Chief Engineer Lu. What a brilliant idea. He's about to revolutionize the entire aircraft carrier industry. Once it's built and unveiled at sea, what's the so-called Eagle Country got on us? Nothing. I'm already looking forward to seeing Eagle Country's reaction when the time comes. Wen Shuqi was momentarily stunned. No, Chief, aren't you going to question this at all? How could what he said possibly be built? I feel he's still exaggerating a bit. Even if he's exceptionally skilled, mechs and aircraft carriers are fundamentally different fields. It's like comparing apples and oranges. Surely you understand that better than I do? Why do you trust him so much? Every profession produces its own elite? Sun Chengwu snorted coldly. That saying might apply to others, but it definitely doesn't fit Lu Chen. Xiaowan, you've had little contact with Chief Engineer Lu and don't know him well, so you might not understand just how extraordinary he truly is. Not to mention building such an unprecedented aircraft carrier. Even if he were to build a space carrier, I wouldn't find it surprising. If you hadn't been away for training recently and had stayed at the factory instead, you'd understand what I mean. Chief Engineer Lu is like a god in our eyes. Let me put it this way, there's no knowledge he doesn't grasp, nothing he can't build. Otherwise, why would someone of our factory director's stature humble himself to become his apprentice? Understand? Hearing the leaders say this, he recalled the conversation he had with his senior brother. Wen Shuqi seemed to have grasped something. It seems I really underestimated him, Wen Shuqi murmured softly. Then he turned to Sun Chengwu and said, Understood, boss. I'll never doubt Chief Engineer Lu again. I'll do whatever he says. After saying these words, Wen Shuqi felt a sense of relief. There's still a little secret joy in my heart. If Lu Chen is really that capable, doesn't that mean our team is sure to win? The bonus will also be yours. And the bonus received would amount to far more than 800,000 yuan. Not only can he treat grandfather's illness, there's absolutely no problem buying a house with the remaining money. The mood also became cheerful. Sun Chengwu burst into laughter. Understood? Good. You must remember that you're part of a team, and you must firmly support Chief Engineer Lu. Others may doubt, but you must believe, do exactly as he instructs you. Looking forward to your triumphant return. He laughed heartily as he spoke. Haha, after this matter is settled, our military factory is likely to make a name for itself in the global naval domain. Alright, Xiao Wan, that's enough for now. I have other matters to attend to. We can address any further issues later. Alright, boss. I won't keep you any longer. Goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Wen Shuqi let out a long sigh of relief. Looking forward to what comes next. Muttering to himself. Chief Engineer Lu, you've got to bring your A game. Didn't everyone else look down on us? Then let's hit them with a knockout punch and make them take notice of us. Let them learn what it means to be a frog at the bottom of a well, and what it means to have eyes but fail to see. Hee. At this moment, Lu Chen was holding a gel pen, sitting at his desk deep in thought. There is an A4 paper on the table. The A4 paper was dotted with numerous notes and markings. He was working on the initial concept. Of course. The initial concept doesn't need to be overly detailed. Just roughly outline the direction, functional modules, and core RD aspects, and that will suffice. Submit it once written. Wait for approval from that side before conducting a review, then use the system to finalize all enhancements. However, this time, he didn't plan to use tech points to purchase all the materials outright. Instead, he would first try to figure out how to get materials from Guiyoji. Only for the remaining shortages would he resort to using tech points. Time flies by quickly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Lu Ken rarely went out, devoting himself wholeheartedly to drafting the design plan. The morning of the final day, Lu Chen sent the plan to the other 3 members of his team. After receiving the proposal, Zheng Pengfei merely skimmed through it briefly. Then he shook his head with a peculiar expression. Then they lavished praise on Lu Chen in the team group chat, saying his ideas were ingenious and that he was truly talented. Though the words were spoken, he knew deep down it was merely flattery to set someone up for a fall. He even somewhat anticipated the moment when Lu Chen would tumble from his pedestal. As for Gong Shue, she simply responded with an okay. Wen Shuqi, meanwhile, examined the matter earnestly. And then gave approval. 3 p.m. Guiyoji sat in his office, looking at the email in the bottom right corner. Nodded. Team 3's proposal has also been sent over. Now we're only missing the second team's. However, what kind of proposal could those 4 inexperienced youngsters possibly come up with? Chapter 73, is this ridiculous plan insane? In Guiyoji's opinion, whether the second team's plan is done or not makes no difference. Even if it's done, there won't be anything new. He has no expectations of them whatsoever. Just as he was thinking this, a notification box suddenly popped up in the lower right corner of the computer. Guiyoji glanced at it, smiled lightly, and shook his head. 3 proposals, all set. Let's check the first group's results first. With that said, he opened his email. Found the first email. Taking a deep breath, she opened it with great anticipation. This first team consists of 10 members. The most renowned among them is their team leader, an academician from the Academy of Sciences. This academician is 65 years old. He has been researching aircraft carriers for nearly 40 years. He is a truly top-tier expert. In the field of aircraft carrier research, he stands as a towering figure, even enjoying a certain international reputation, and is one of the few national talents in aircraft carrier-related fields. With such a person on the team, serving as the team leader, then this proposal must be extraordinary. Take a deep breath. Open the file. Guiyoji scrutinized it intently. He started nodding after just reading 1 page. After reading 2 pages, he couldn't suppress the upward curl of his lips. The further you read, the more startling it becomes. Beyond astonishment, what filled him most was exhilaration. The conceptualization of this proposal is remarkably bold, its design exceptionally ingenious, brimming with innovation. The most significant improvements were made precisely in the weapons system. As everyone knows, the combat effectiveness and deterrence of an aircraft carrier primarily depend on its weapon systems. The so-called weapons system is not simply the weapons on the aircraft carrier itself. It also includes the fighters that can be carried, among other things. For instance, in this scheme, it mentioned the electromagnetic catapult system. Conventional aircraft carriers are equipped with steam catapults. Steam catapults have many drawbacks. What about the electromagnetic catapult system? It boasts high efficiency, compact size, lightweight, and low maintenance costs. It can even launch a carrier-based aircraft within 1 minute. The carrier-based aircraft are the primary combat strength of an aircraft carrier. And then there's this. The plan involves a more scientific arrangement of air defense missiles on the aircraft carrier, significantly enhancing its air defense capabilities. The final point addresses the aircraft carrier's reconnaissance capabilities, which have also undergone improvements. The rest are just some minor details. After reviewing the entire plan, Yoji nodded in satisfaction. He had high hopes for this plan. The several issues mentioned in it were crucial and challenging problems for the current aircraft carrier. If these issues could be resolved, then the aircraft carrier's combat effectiveness would be enhanced several times over. What surprised him the most was the proposal actually mentioned an electromagnetic catapult system. This system is exclusively available in the United States. It is precisely because of this system that the Eagle Nation has become so arrogant. It is crucial to eject and launch a fighter jet within a short period of time. It plays an absolutely decisive role in war. And at the end of the email are some requirements raised by the first team, including personnel support, material support, as well as equipment support, among others. Yoji finished reading. He smiled faintly. He murmured softly, "As expected of an academician, your understanding of aircraft carriers is truly profound, and the questions you've raised hit the nail on the head. As for these proposed requirements, they are all well-founded and completely valid. Great, this makes me quite look forward to the second proposal." With that said, Yoji closed this email. Then opened the second one. After reviewing the second one, Yoji also expressed high recognition for this. Moreover, this second proposal holds a different perspective from the first one. The two plans have different focal points. The second plan focuses on the construction of defenses. They plan to install a large number of interceptor missiles on the aircraft carrier to ensure its safety. After all, the safety of aircraft carriers is truly extremely important. Moreover, the second proposal outlined a conceptual design for the frigate and introduced comprehensive upgrades to it. In Yoshi's view, as long as the frigate upgrades could be completed, the combat effectiveness of the frigates could at least double without any issues. Coupled with the enhancement of VS defensive capabilities, it's really great. It took over an hour. He roughly finished reviewing the two proposals. Yoji was completely satisfied. Both plans involved enhancements to the aircraft carrier and escort ships based on existing designs, with no completely revolutionary new inventions introduced. But this is precisely the most fitting. Because time was running out for them. To fundamentally achieve revolutionary inventions isn't just about the difficulty, there simply isn't enough time. And how about making improvements on the existing foundation? That's the most suitable choice. It can also be completed in a relatively short time, promptly enhancing the capabilities of aircraft carriers and naval vessels. So he secretly made up his mind to fully support all the demands put forward by the first and third teams. Ensure they can proceed smoothly. After reviewing the two proposals, Yoshi's gaze fell on the last proposal. He shook his head at the final proposal, clearly showing some impatience. He didn't really feel like looking at it either. Not interested. But as the overall person in charge, they had already written out the proposal and sent it over. Not looking at it would definitely be inappropriate. So casually clicked to open it. After opening it, skimmed through it casually. In his view, this plan cannot possibly have any innovative aspects or noteworthy points. It should have been utterly ordinary. However, when he saw the contents inside, couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Everyone was somewhat stunned. Their mouths slightly agape in shock. Wearing peculiar expressions. Unable to resist remarking, "You actually want to build a brand new aircraft carrier from scratch? What kind of joke is this? Is that even possible? And not only do you want the aircraft carrier to sail in the sea, but you also want it to run on land. Ha! Daydreaming. Wait. What's the deal with his all-directional laser cannon? You actually want to install a laser cannon on an aircraft carrier as both a weapon and defense system? Ha, that's hilarious. There are no laser weapons in the world right now. You've been watching too many sci-fi movies, haven't you? Holy, energy shield protection, what the hell is this? Is there really such a thing in the world? Isn't this something that only exists in sci-fi movies? They're crazy, absolutely crazy. Damn, he's planning to use controlled nuclear fusion as the energy source. Does he know controlled nuclear fusion? This thing hasn't even been developed anywhere in the world, okay? And what's the deal with your ejection system? Actually attempting to catapult launch a fighter jet within 20 seconds. Absolutely preposterous. To understand, even the American experts could only achieve about 50 seconds at most. Chapter 74 Full support, go for it. Ha ha ha, you still want to make the aircraft carrier submerge? What a wild imagination. This is an aircraft carrier, not a submarine. Damn, they actually want to equip nuclear warheads on aircraft carriers. Mounting nuclear warheads might be worth considering. This thing could indeed serve as an effective deterrent. Wait, they've even made improvements to the frigates? No, this isn't an improvement, it's clearly a complete overhaul. You actually want the frigate to run on land and fly in the sky. Running on land might be feasible, but flying in the sky, what would you use for propulsion? Keep in mind, although frigates aren't as large as aircraft carriers, their weight is still remarkably substantial. To make such a big thing fly in the sky. Go wash up and sleep. Seeing this, I couldn't help but sigh. Alas. What's wrong with young people these days? Do they really think so out of the box? Having many ideas is good, but being unrealistic is not. These concepts you've come up with, this entire plan, even if we combine 4 people, no, even if we merge the entire team, it wouldn't be possible to achieve. Seeing this, Yoji was utterly disappointed in them. These young individuals had already been marked with a negative label in his mind. However, out of a sense of responsibility, he still read through the entire plan. Especially when it came to looking at the requirements in the end. Yoji was utterly astonished. The materials required by Team 2 far exceed the combined needs of the other 2 teams. It contained many expensive heavy metals and rare materials. This suddenly put him in a difficult position. To give or not to give, that is the question. It would most likely be a complete waste. But if he didn't give it, he would feel somewhat guilty. After all, he mentioned at the meeting that it was to support the RD of 3 teams. Will strive to meet every requirement to the fullest extent. However, after a moment of hesitation, Yoji shook his head. He smiled faintly. Don't overthink it. What I said about trying to meet all requests only applies when their demands are completely reasonable in the first place. If the request is utterly unreasonable, there's no need to fulfill it. For example, the second team's demands are completely unreasonable. The entire plan is wildly imaginative. The demands are so outrageous. Should I call them in to criticize them, then disband the second team and merge them into other teams? He dismissed the idea the moment it surfaced. As the overall leader, he had to stand by his word. How could he keep changing his mind? But the materials demanded by the 3rd Regiment are definitely not to be given. But it cannot be completely withheld. Considering whether to have the second team revise the plan. At this very moment, Yoji suddenly received a phone call from Commander Duan Haishang. Answer immediately. Duan Haishang asked eagerly and expectantly. How's it going? Have all 3 teams' proposals been sent to you? Yoji nodded. Send it to me, Commander. Ha, good. Duan Haishang laughed heartily. So have you finished reading it? I've finished reviewing, Commander. Yoji replied. How is it? Duan Haishang continued to ask. Yoji was silent for a few seconds. He then spoke. The proposals from Team 1 and Team 3 are both excellent. Team 1 emphasizes the deployment of the entire weapon system, while Team 3 focuses on defense. Each has its own strengths. And it involves a lot of innovation. Commander, let me put it this way. If Teams 1 and 3 can truly implement the improvements to the aircraft carrier and frigates according to the plan, then the combat capability and defensive power of our aircraft carriers and escort ships will at least double. By then, we'll have more than enough confidence to face any provocations from the Eagle Nation. Moreover, the solutions they proposed were all practical, well-founded, and achievable within a short time frame. It is highly suitable and applicable. Commander, our efforts this time won't be in vain. We are bound to achieve positive results. Ha. Good. Duan Haishang felt a surge of joy in his heart after hearing Yoji's words. Great. I'm relieved to hear you say that. Let me reiterate, the refurbishment of aircraft carriers and vessels is extremely important. Since they've already proposed the solution, we should do our utmost to meet all their requirements. As long as the plan proceeds smoothly, no matter how much we have to give, it will be worth it. Yoji nodded. Rest assured, Commander, they have already laid out their requirements in the final proposal, covering materials, equipment, and various other aspects. I promise to do my best to meet all the requirements they've proposed. Ensure proper support. All right. Duan Haishang responded, then I'll leave the next steps entirely in your hands. Make sure we keep a close eye on them. We don't have much time left. Do it quickly. I'll hang up now, there are other matters to attend to. Duan Haishang was about to hang up the phone when he suddenly remembered something just before doing so. He paused. Then continued asking, by the way, you only mentioned 2 teams just now, Team 1 and Team 3. What about the second team? How were their proposals? Although they are young and there are only 4 of them, young minds are flexible and sometimes come up with good, unconventional ideas. Upon hearing Duan Haishang mention the second team, Yoji forced a bitter smile. He said, Commander, you're absolutely right. Young people's minds are indeed very agile. The ideas they proposed are also quite good and very unconventional. Let me put it this way, Commander, if they can bring their proposed ideas to fruition, our country's aircraft carriers and naval vessels will undoubtedly be world-class. As for that Eagle country or whatever, they're nothing but hot air. Duan Haishang was slightly taken aback by these words. He hadn't expected Yoji to give such high praise to these young people. Is it really that impressive? Getting your approval is no easy feat. Seems I underestimated them. Yoji chuckled smugly. He had intentionally phrased it that way. His aim was to create a sense of contrast and dramatic reversal. First, he praised the ideas of those young people. Then he'd elaborate on how their ideas were utterly fantastical and fundamentally impossible to achieve. Finally, they harshly criticized these young individuals. At this thought, he continued. But they? However, to Gui Yoji's surprise, he had only uttered 4 words when Duan Haisheng interrupted him. Alright, enough chatter, I've got things to do later. Since these young people have gained your approval, then you should fully support them. Let them do it their way. Hearing this, Gui Yoji was taken aback. But the materials they're asking for are too. That's enough, no more. Duan Haisheng interrupted once again. What's the big deal about some materials? How much could a few young people possibly use? Would our massive naval base really be short on such trivial supplies? Give them whatever they need. Full support is the only way forward. I've already notified the equipment and materials department. From now on, they'll follow your lead, so approve with confidence. Alright, that's it. Hanging up. Chapter 75. The person in charge will definitely deny you. Beep beep beep. Listening to the beeping sound coming from the phone, Gui Yoji froze momentarily, utterly bewildered. Muttered to oneself. Does our naval base lack these materials? Full support? Bold criticism? This. Gui Yoji sighed deeply. He let out a bitter laugh. You're quite generous, Commander. Those youngsters aren't just asking for a little material. Forget it. Since you've given the order, I'll carry it out as instructed. After all, they probably won't even use up all these materials, and we can always reclaim them later. Fine, then approve it. At the same time, Lu Chen sent a message in the group. The proposal has been sent to the person in charge. Awaiting approval. Got it. Team leader Zhang Pengfei was the first to respond. The tone was affirmative. Yet in his heart, he was dismissive, even somewhat scornful. It's no wonder he felt that way. Because he had reviewed the proposal himself, never mind whether others would accept its contents. The required materials and components alone would never get approved. Because there are too many things needed. Enough to build an aircraft carrier and 5 or 6 warships. If these materials had been submitted by Team 1 or Team 3, they might have been approved. But these few young people proposed such a plan, requiring so much material. They're not fools, why would they ever agree? Gong Shueshue replied with 4 words, await good news. Of course. She was practically certain that this proposal and these materials would never get approved. So they were waiting to enjoy the drama. They wanted to see, after being rejected, what expression Lu Chen would have and how he would react. After hesitating for a moment, when Shuqi didn't speak in the group chat but instead privately messaged Lu Chen. Leader, did you really send this proposal to Mr. Guo exactly as it was, without any changes? After seeing the private message, Lu Chen replied without hesitation, of course, what I sent is exactly what was shown to you. Why? Is there a problem? Wait a few seconds. Received Wen Shuqi's reply. Yes. Of course there's a problem, a huge one. First is your proposal. I never expected it to be even more exaggerated than what we discussed earlier. I doubt the project manager would believe such a proposal at all. Even after seeing your proposal, he'd find it utterly ridiculous and think you've gone mad. Maybe they'll just reject you outright. Even if the person in charge finds your proposal somewhat interesting, even if they approve it, even if they want to give you a chance to give it a try. But I dare say, the moment he sees the material requirements you wrote, he'll definitely reject them. Lu Chen typed several question marks. He asked, why? Why? When Shuqi was torn between laughter and tears. Because the materials you require are simply too many, an unbelievable amount. With these materials, you could build an aircraft carrier plus several warships. Do you have any idea how much all this is worth? There's no way they'd give us such an enormous amount of materials, it's absolutely impossible. Let's take a step back here. Even if he gave you these materials, how would you actually manufacture it? We've only got 1 month to build an aircraft carrier from scratch. Do you honestly think that's realistic? And just the 4 of us? We only have a few dozen usable features at our disposal. Honestly, with such limited manpower, attempting to build an aircraft carrier is nothing short of a fantasy. Team leader, we'd better prepare for rejection and draft a backup plan. The second proposal must be practical and not overly exaggerated. Moreover, the material requirements must be as minimal as possible. Only then does it stand a chance of being approved. Otherwise, with constant rejection, we'll never get a chance to act. Wouldn't that be a waste of time? Am I right? Team leader, why aren't you saying anything? Chief Engineer Lu? At this very moment, Lu Chen received a phone call from Gui Yoji. So I quickly sent a message saying, wait, Elder Gui is calling me. Talk later. Then answer the phone. Just answered. A skeptical voice came from over there. Lu Chen, was this proposal done by your team? Of course, Professor Gua, it was done by us. Gui Yoji responded with a sound of acknowledgement. Young man, this research of ours is a matter of national security, not some child's play. We can't afford any nonsense from you. First of all, what you've written in the proposal is simply impossible to achieve, and even if it were possible, it's not something you young people could accomplish. Not just you youngsters can't do it even if we combined all the experts present here. Even if we gathered all the experts across the nation. Even if we assembled all the experts worldwide, it would still be impossible to achieve the functionalities described in your proposal. I might even go so far as to think that you haven't taken this RD task seriously at all. Was this proposal just thrown together carelessly? Also, you've requested so many materials, are you just randomly asking for these? Do you know how much these materials are worth? Can you bear the responsibility for wasting these materials? Although Commander Duan said he would provide full support. Although Guiyoji was already prepared to give his full support. But after all, this large amount of materials is no joke. Moreover, Lu Chen's proposal was simply too extraordinary to believe. That's precisely why he intentionally asked this question and turned on the recording. If any issues arose, all responsibility would fall on Lu Chen. Lu Chen naturally understood what Guiyoji meant. So he said decisively, "Rest assured, Chief Engineer Gua. This proposal wasn't written haphazardly. Given my current level of research capability, achieving all the functionalities outlined in the plan poses absolutely no problem. I believe you must not have looked carefully. If you had examined my proposal thoroughly, you would have noticed that every function in my plan is based on solid scientific principles and follows impeccable logic. And then there are those materials I asked you for. I won't waste any of these materials. Every bit will be used in the construction of aircraft carriers and warships. I can even sign a military pledge here for you. As long as you approve my proposal and provide the necessary materials, I guarantee I can build the aircraft carrier and fleet described in the plan. And within just 1 month. That's absolutely no problem at all. So do you approve? Chapter 76. What? It's approved? When he uttered the last sentence, even Lu Chen felt a pang of guilt. After all, some of the functionalities mentioned in his proposal are indeed unprecedented in the world. It's too cutting edge. Moreover, given his age, it's normal if others don't believe it. Moreover, the materials and equipment he requested were absolutely astonishing. Moreover, he himself knew that the combined value of those materials was likely to be several billion. The raw materials alone cost several hundred million. Normally speaking, building an aircraft carrier, including various RD expenses, design costs, material wastage, labor costs, and so on, would require at least 20 to 30 billion. And it would take 5 or 6 years. That was why Lu Chen had the time to choose. No, he had already figured out a solution too. If the other party refuses, then he simply laid his cards on the table. So he waited somewhat nervously for Guiyoji's response. Guiyoji did not answer immediately. Instead, he paused for a moment. Take a deep breath. Then he spoke. Fine, go ahead and do it. But you'll be held accountable for any losses incurred. He agreed. Because most of the materials or equipment Lu Chen needed were raw materials. Moreover, their naval base currently had them in stock. It was just a matter of moving these items from the warehouse to workshop number 2. Besides, even if Lu Chen's plan was hastily drafted, even if Lu Chen couldn't actually build it, these raw materials wouldn't cause much waste anyway. It's no big deal to just move it back again. Upon hearing Guiyoji approve it, Lu Chen was genuinely surprised. His heart leaped with joy. Thank you for your support, Chief Engineer Gua. Chief Engineer Gua, rest assured, I will not let you down. Guiyoji let out a hearty laugh. Without saying anything more, just gave a few instructions, and hung up the phone. However, after hanging up the phone, Guiyoji sighed. After a moment's thought, first, he made a call to one of his subordinates and inquired about who Lu Chen's assistant was. After receiving Lu Tang's call Lu Tang directly. Lu Tang looked at the unfamiliar number. After a moment of hesitation, still chose to answer the call. The first sentence that came from inside gave him quite a shock. He never dreamed it would happen. One day, Chief Engineer Gua personally called him. Oh, it's Chief Engineer Gua. Hello, Chief Gua, what brings you to call me personally? Chief Engineer Gua, just tell me what you need done. Guiyoji spoke unhurriedly. Xiaolu, you're the assistant to Lu Chen from the second team, right? Yes, Chief Engineer Gua, that's me. All right. I have a task for you. Keep a close eye on their team during the RD and manufacturing process, and report back to me every 3 days. There are 3 main points to pay attention to during the presentation. First, what are they doing? Second, how much material did they use? Third, whether they've been fooling around or doing anything particularly outrageous, and how the progress is coming along. Can you do it? Lu Tang promptly responded. Of course, it can be done. Chief Engineer Gua, don't worry, I will definitely get the job done well. Alright, thanks for your hard work. After hanging up the phone, Guiyoji called 3 more people into the conference room for a meeting. This RD task would primarily be handled by these 4 individuals. Guiyoji presented the proposals from Team 1 and Team 3 to them. They nodded in agreement one after another. His face was full of smiles. I believe there must be a breakthrough. However, when they were shown the proposal from Team 2. Strange expressions appeared on each of their faces. Some mocked, some sneered, some were shocked, others questioned. Especially when they saw the materials required. They were all dumbfounded. I remember this Team 2 only has 4 people in total, right? Correct, they indeed only have 4 members, all young people. The oldest is probably just 30, while the youngest is barely past 20. Ha, truly worthy of youth, their imagination is exceptionally vivid. What's the use of a rich imagination? We hired them to conduct research, not to spout nonsense and indulge in wild fantasies. Look at the materials they require, this is truly insane. With so much raw material, it must cost hundreds of millions. What are they trying to do? And why do they need so many raw materials? What's the use of acquiring all these raw materials? How many components and equipment are required for an aircraft carrier or a naval vessel? What could they possibly manufacture with just raw materials? Ha, that's laughable. Building an aircraft carrier from scratch takes several years, even with the coordination of hundreds of engineers and thousands of workers. Thinking they can do it with just a few people is outright ridiculous. Just take it as a joke. After all, Chief Engineer Guo would never approve it for him. Right, Chief Engineer Guo? Hearing this, Wei Yoji cleared his throat a few times. I approve it. See, I told you he wouldn't. The person hadn't even finished speaking when they suddenly realized, their face showing an astonished expression. What? You said you approved it? Well, are you joking with us? Are you kidding? Gu Yoji smiled wryly. Do you think I'm joking with you guys? And I have specifically consulted the commander. The commander said to fully support all teams and try to meet all of their demands. Then let us listen to him. Team 1 and Team 3 are composed of some well-known industry experts. We don't need to worry about the materials they require or the things they do. If we agree, we surely agree. But this Team 2, are you really sure you can rest easy? Wei Yoji took a deep breath. He explained, there is nothing to worry about. I've already called to confirm, and their team leader has guaranteed me, even sworn an oath. And what they want are just some raw materials. Those raw materials will just move from the warehouse to their workshop. They can do as they please, use as they wish, and anyway there won't be much loss. As long as they don't secretly take them to sell. Relatively, they don't have the guts to sell it either. And I even specifically instructed their assistants to watch over them, report to me every 3 days. So there is nothing to worry about. Let us leave Team 2's matter as it is for now. We don't need to deal with them yet. First, let us discuss the plans for Team 1 and Team 3. After listening to Wei Yoji's explanation, the others nodded in agreement, dispelling the doubts in their minds. After obtaining approval from Wei Yoji, Lu Chen felt in a very good mood after eating an apple. The apple has just been eaten. He received a message from Wen Shuqi again. Chief Engineer Lu, what does old Guo want with you? Are you being criticized? Chapter 77, meeting these young people is really bad luck. In Wen Shuqi's view, what else could old Guo do besides criticizing Lu Chen? After all, those plans he wrote are really too ridiculous. No normal person would believe them, right? And the demands mentioned inside are even more exaggerated. All of those things together would cost at least several hundred million. How could this possibly be approved? At the very least, he should be scolded harshly. However, but the facts are not like that. Lu Chen smiled faintly. Criticize me? How is that possible? With such a good plan that I wrote, how could anyone criticize me? Let me tell you some good news, our plan is passed. Wen Shuqi slightly is a bit stunned. Called him immediately. What are you talking about? You say our plan has been approved, how is that possible? Are you kidding me? Your plan isn't something I haven't read. Your wildly imaginative ideas, the impractical content and material requirements pushed to the extreme. How could it be approved? Absolutely impossible. Wen Shuqi doesn't believe it, and that's normal. After all, hardly anyone would believe it. Old Guo isn't stupid. How could he supply so many materials and supplies for just a few youngsters? And the plan written is something no one would believe, right? Lu Chen had long expected that she wouldn't believe it. Then I explained. I guessed you wouldn't believe me, but whether you believe it or not, everything I say is the truth. And do you think I would lie about something like this? Wen Shuqi, you are a pretty smart person, so why are you so out of step at times? Don't you think about it properly? Our 5th military factory has so many experts working for years around the mecha, and we've only barely created a prototype, which shows how difficult the mecha really is. There are too many systems involved and too much science and technology, yet I can single-handedly build Zheng's complex mecha, and I have become their chief engineer. With my technology, do you think building an aircraft carrier would be a problem? And you probably haven't heard, but the controllable nuclear fusion technology that the whole world can't master is being used in mecha by me. And I also went to the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences to guide their controllable nuclear fusion project team, personally invited by the Academy president. Hiss. Wen Shuqi drew a sharp breath of cold air. Her pupils narrowed. Some people looked at Lu Chen with disbelief. She really hadn't heard about this. You actually developed controllable nuclear fusion technology and even used it on the mecha? Did the Academy's president personally invite you as well? I really haven't heard about this before. It's almost unbelievable. Also, as for how complex the mecha is, I obviously know too. Chief Engineer Lu, I understand. Lu Chen nodded, as long as you understand. So you know why I dare say this, right? And I plan to directly use controllable nuclear fusion as the energy source for aircraft carriers and warships. Let me ask you, is it possible that with only this one item our team could win all the first place awards? When Shuchi nodded immediately, a faint smile appearing. He said with conviction, of course, several countries in the world are researching controllable nuclear fusion, but none have achieved it. If we really apply controllable nuclear fusion technology to aircraft carriers and warships, there is no doubt that with this alone we can win first place in this endeavor. Chief Engineer Lu, you're really amazing. With you by my side, I don't even know where your limits lie. Now when Shuchi is absolutely in awe of Lu Chen. Doubts in my heart were also erased. He even began to think that the big talk and plans Lu Chen had spoken earlier might not be impossible to accomplish. Perhaps. Truly able to do it. Hanging up the phone. Lu Chen posted this news in the group. Seeing that the plan was approved and the required materials were also approved. Zhang Pengfei and Gong Shueshua were both extremely astonished. They could never have imagined in their wildest dreams that this plan would actually pass. And such an outrageous demand was approved as well. Really? Is that true? The two of them were half convinced and half skeptical. Zhang Pengfei could not help asking in the group chat, Team Leader Lu, did it really pass? Lu Chen certainly had to answer, of course. Now the plan has been approved, and the materials we need have also been approved, so next is to commence work officially. Time is tight, everyone must cooperate well and complete the manufacturing as quickly as possible. Everyone rest early tonight, meet at workshop number 2 by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'll assign the tasks again when the time comes. After sending these messages, Lu Chen stood up from the sofa and walked to the edge of the bed. Throw the phone carelessly. With a plop, he collapsed onto the bed. Lying stretched out on all fours and in all directions. So sleepy. He whispered a word and slowly fell asleep. Until evening. Just woke up and had a little something to eat. Then continue to sleep. Time flies like a swift horse, passing in the blink of an eye. The next morning. Lu Chen got up early and, after breakfast, went straight to workshop number 2. By the time we arrived at workshop number 2, it was just over 7:40. And at this moment, 3 neat rows of workers in workclothes stood in front of the door to workshop 2. And in front of these workers stood his assistant, Lu Tang. Lu Tang stood there, glancing around from time to time, as if waiting for someone. And what about those workers? They stood there in a somewhat scattered formation, chatting idly. I really can't believe it, I was actually selected, I can actually assist the experts with the research, ha. If we can really upgrade or modify an aircraft carrier or warship, then I'll be serving the country as well. Yeah, being able to work under the top experts in the country not only earns praise but also broadens one's knowledge and insights, it's really great. Hee, you all are overthinking things. We overthought it. What do you mean by this? I've learned through connections that our second team isn't really a group of experts at all, but 4 young people that the other 2 teams pushed out and didn't want. Damn, I've also heard about this. These young people don't seem to be more than about 30 years old, what could they possibly understand? Yeah, you think we're here for our D, but actually we were chosen to do hard labor. We be working with those few young people, nothing they can develop, wasting time, and eventually ending up last. That's more than embarrassing. Really? So that's how it is. Sigh, I originally thought being chosen was a very lucky thing, but I didn't expect to have to work under a few young people, which is not very meaningful. Yeah, this young man may not know as much as I do, and perhaps when the time comes I might even have to guide him. Catching up with these young people is really bad luck. Chapter 78, our aircraft carrier will definitely be the world's number 1. The workers' performance naturally came into Lu Tang's eyes. Some of the things they said, Lu Tang also heard. Lu Tang nodded. That's what he was thinking in his heart as well. Also skeptical of Lu Chen. And there is also a note of contempt. And just then, Lu Tang, scanning around, saw Lu Chen and the others walking over. Then he cleared his throat twice and adjusted his shirt collar. He raised his hand to the scattered workers in front of him. Everyone, please quiet down. Then line up in formation. Section Chief Lu has arrived. And then he pretended to be courteous and continued, everyone. You were carefully selected from among more than 1,000 workers. You are all the most experienced and the most knowledgeable. Why we chose you, you should understand in your own heart. That would be to cooperate with our team leader Lu in the modification and upgrading of aircraft carriers or warships. This task is extremely important, and the higher-ups attach great importance to it. You must also put in every effort. Be sure to cooperate with team leader Lu with all your might. Whatever team leader Lu says, you do it exactly as he commands, strictly carry out his orders. I will supervise you all, and if anyone dares to slack off or not follow the requirements, don't blame me for punishing you. Did everyone hear clearly? Loud and clear. 35 workers spoke in unison. In the meantime, Lu Chen has already walked to Lu Tang's side. Lu Tang immediately turned around, smilingly looking at Lu Chen. Some colleagues flatteredly spoke up. Team leader Lu. The workers have reached their term, a total of 35 people. From now on they will all listen to your arrangements. Whatever you tell them to do, they will do. Don't underestimate these people just because they are workers, for they have all worked in factories producing aircraft carriers, ships, and related derivatives. The most experienced have decades, the least have 7 or 8 years of experience, and they know a lot. You can feel reassured to use them. Alright, thanks for your hard work. Lu Chen nodded. Then his gaze fell on these workers. These functions stand very neatly, though. But Lu Chen could see something different in their eyes. That was a confidence in his own experience, a disdain for himself, a defiance toward himself. Think about it carefully. Actually, it's quite normal. After all, I'm just a young person myself. And these workers are highly experienced veterans who have worked in practical positions for several years or even decades. How could I obey someone who is just a young person? But that doesn't matter. Whether they obey or not doesn't prevent me from doing what I'm going to do next. If we must have a routine briefing before using them. After brewing for a moment, he spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Lu Chen, from the 5th Military Factory. He is the leader of Team 2, and from now on he will also be your overall supervisor. In the coming month, I will arrange some tasks, and I hope you will carry them out properly. First, I'll outline our Team's plan so you all have a general understanding. Our plan is actually simple and straightforward. We will build brand new aircraft carriers and warships from scratch, rather than making improvements or upgrades to existing ones. As soon as these words were spoken, the workers were all startled. What? You're saying you want to start from scratch and build an all-new aircraft carrier vessel? Do you think that's possible? Cut the jokes, alright? Do you think we're idiots? Do you think building aircraft carriers and warships from scratch is as simple as playing house? Don't say it's just the 3 of us. Even if we had more than 300 people, it would be impossible to build brand new aircraft carriers and warships from scratch in 1 or 2 years. Yeah, not to mention our manpower issue. Do you understand aircraft carriers? If you don't, how can you build one from scratch? Son, it's better not to talk big. Be practical and realistic, understand? Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Young people are young, they're not reliable at all in what they say. Lu Chen has good hearing, they spoke these words without hiding them. So quite a lot of words reached Lu Chen's ears. Lu Chen let out a light laugh. As if he had already anticipated this would be the case. So he began to explain. Everyone, don't rush to doubt me. I may indeed be very young, but appearances can be deceptive. The sea cannot be measured by a tub. Being young does not necessarily mean lacking ability. What I say I can do. When our new aircraft carrier and new warships are built, they will surely shock the whole world. Because the new ships and new aircraft carriers I intend to build contain technologies that are vastly ahead of the current world, at least several decades ahead of modern technology. Being able to work under our Team 2 is your pride and your good fortune. At that time, the team first and foremost will be ours. We can definitely crush the other 2 teams. As soon as the words fell silent, immediately, someone raised questions. Young man, I spent most of my life working in military industrial factory workshops, and I know quite a bit about aircraft carriers and warships. If you want to start from scratch to build an entirely new aircraft carrier or warship, how much scientific knowledge across various fields is required, and how deep must the science and technology be? My understanding is as clear as ever. And you also said you would create the world's most advanced aircraft carriers and warships, and at least be ahead of modern science by several decades. One must know that science advances only through continuous accumulation. Building aircraft carriers or warships requires experts from multiple fields to work together to make it possible. To truly master a field, decades of accumulation and grounding are essential. And you, being so young, can at most understand only the surface of things? Adding to that, your team has only 4 people, all of them young. Do you think what you're saying can be realized? Other workers also nodded, agreeing with this person's view. However, Lu Chen shook his head. To be fair, you're not exactly wrong to say that. But there is one thing that's not right. You are underestimating me too much. I am proficient in multiple fields of science, or rather, I am proficient in the science of all fields. I know all the existing scientific knowledge in the world. And my scientific outlook is ahead of the current world by more than a little. You don't need to rush to doubt me either. I know you're not convinced, but after this month is over, you'll understand. So during this 1 month, you only need to execute my arrangements. When our aircraft carriers and warships are built, they will annihilate everything in a second. Becoming the pillar of the Dragon Nation. Please believe me. Chapter 79, Raw Materials in Place. Obviously. These people do not believe Lu Chen's words. There are even those who raise doubts. Team Leader Lu, since we have been assigned to work here with you, we will certainly carry out your arrangements. Even if you don't understand anything, even if you mess things up, we will execute. Because this is what our leader commanded. You can rest assured about this. However, but there is one question I want to ask you. Did these proposals you just mentioned receive the approval of the chief person in charge, Lao Gua? If we don't have old Gui's consent, we won't listen to your orders. Others chimed in agreement. Yes, we must obtain Mr. Gui's consent before we can start construction. So, young man, did you obtain old Gui's approval or not? We formed a group, and you can join this group, then take a screenshot of the reply letter that Director Gua agreed to, and send it to the group, and then we can start working. Yes, that would be best. Lu Chen nodded, thinking that what these people said made sense. Don't worry, my plan has already been shown to Master Gua, and he has also agreed. And all the materials I asked for, he approved all of them. Join the group, right? Okay, I'll add you, then take a screenshot to show you. Saying that, Lu Chen looked at Lu Tang. Lu Tang, very perceptive, took out his phone, opened the group chat, and found the QR code. Then Lu Chen scanned the code to join the group. After joining the group, I sent the screenshot of the approval reply that old Gua gave me into the group. After the screenshot is uploaded, those workers, after obtaining consent, each face showed a touch of astonishment. It shouldn't be, old Gua really agreed to his plan, which seems somewhat absurd no matter how you look at it, right? Yeah, with a plan like this, old Gua should have vetoed it outright. How could he possibly agree? I understand now. It should be that Mr. Gua realizes those four youngsters can't pull off any fancy tricks at all. So after reading it, I just let them do as they please and agreed anyway, since there wouldn't be any real loss from it, whatever. That should be the case. Since old Gua has agreed, then we'll do it. After sending over the screenshots, Lu Chen kept observing their reactions. When everyone finally quieted down, Lu Chen was about to say something. Then came the buzzing of the car. And one medium truck after another rolled toward the second workshop. Lu Chen smiled and looked back, slightly surprised. He really didn't expect the delivery efficiency to be so high. This is only day 1 and we haven't started yet. The materials he needed were actually sent over. And it looks like there are as many as dozens of trucks. They really pulled out all the stops. When Shuqi, Lu Tang, and those workers also wore surprised expressions. This is enough for dozens of medium trucks. The visual impact is still quite strong. Especially those workers. They couldn't understand at all why so much material was needed. Could it be necessary to start from scratch to build aircraft carriers and warships? But if we are building from scratch, these materials still aren't enough. They are a bit at a loss. A few minutes later, dozens of trucks were neatly parked in front of Workshop 2. Then came down from above a person in military uniform. He came before Lu Chen and the others. He asked, "May I ask who is group leader Lu?" Lu Chen took one step forward. A faint smile. "Hello, I am team leader Lu." The man in uniform nodded and saluted. "Hello, team leader Lu. I am the captain responsible for transporting the materials and supplies for your team too. My name is Zhou Shua. This first batch of materials has a total of 27 vehicles. There are still 3 batches to come, totaling about 100 vehicles. Today, everything is in place." Hearing that there were about 100 ships in total, Lu Tang and those workers were so shocked they could not close their mouths. Lu Tang couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Whispering softly, 100 cars? That's a bit too exaggerated, isn't it? It shouldn't be. How could Lao Gua agree to give you so much material? What is going on? Hearing that all 100 vehicles can be in position today, Lu Chenxin was secretly relieved, letting out a long sigh. The main issue in this development is the materials problem. As long as the materials are in place, none of the rest is a problem. However, right at this moment, Joshua, with hesitation and curiosity on his face, couldn't help but speak up. "Section Leader Lu, I have one point I don't quite understand. These materials you want are all basic raw materials. Do you perhaps want to start from the raw materials themselves? This 1 month isn't enough. The other 2 teams only need some ready-made equipment, etc. They just require modification, upgrading, or minor changes to be usable." "What are you doing?" Lu Chen smiled wryly. "You aren't mistaken. I do want to start from scratch to build new aircraft carriers and warships. Also, it starts from the raw materials." "Ah?" Joshua's mouth quivered, a look of disbelief spreading across his face. "Are you joking with me?" Lu Chen shook his head faintly. "Do you think I'm joking with you? I know you don't believe me, but just wait and see the result." Joshua let out a light snort. Didn't say much more. Apparently they still don't believe it. Just exchanged a few final pleasantries. "Okay, I wish you success. First cooperate with us to unload the goods, then we still have to pull the remaining cargo." "Okay." Lu Chen nodded. Then he issued tasks to more than 30 workers. "Help these drivers unload the cargo." As one truck after another rolled into the workshop, the tense and busy unloading began. 1 hour later, all the goods have been moved to a centralized location. After the truck left, Lu Chen then began directing these functions to sort the cargo according to the different properties of the materials. The allocation isn't finished yet. The second batch of cargo has arrived as well. Next up is the third batch. Batch 4. After all the goods were unloaded, they piled up into a small mountain. It filled almost several hundred square meters of empty ground. Lu Chen looked at these goods. Their eyes lit up. Compared to Lu Chen, Zhang Pengfei and Gong Shueshua looked at these goods with worry. These goods are all raw materials such as boxes of rare metals, various packed iron blocks, reels of wire, and so on. Just these things. Don't even think about building an aircraft carrier within a month. If you melt them down and fuse them together, it would still be a nightmare. A sudden, deep sense of powerlessness washed over him. At the same time, a cold sneer rose in his heart. He wants to see exactly how Lu Chen plans to do it. At this moment, Lu Chen instructed the workers, in the next few days, your task is very simple. That is to classify these goods according to what I said before. It's essential to finish all classifications within 5 days. Chapter 80, let him jumble it as he likes. I'm not pinning any hopes on it anyway. 5 days? Do you mean that these 5 days are only for sorting materials? Not doing anything else? Zhang Pengfei raised an eyebrow, speaking to Lu Chen in a questioning tone. Lu Chen nodded. Yes, is there a problem? Is there a problem? Gong Shueshua couldn't help but speak up. We only have 1 month in total. If you spend 5 days on classification, then we only have 25 days left. With 25 days, you want to build an aircraft carrier using these raw materials? Is that possible? To put it bluntly, it's impossible for us to fuse these raw materials together to manufacture even basic components. Don't tell me you've misprinted a part. Can you produce the design drawings for the new type of aircraft carrier within a month? That's ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. Lu Tong displayed a look of disdain on his face. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He asked, Team Leader Lu, this mountain of stacked materials isn't easy to classify. Even if it takes all 5 days to classify everything. What use is there anyway? Yeah. One of the older workers nodded. Team Leader Lu, do you know how many parts it takes to build an aircraft carrier? Do you know how many production lines are needed to match those null wires to produce them? Do you know how long a cycle it would take to manufacture them? Now you've brought so much raw material here. What good does it do? Can you turn them into components? Alas. Team Leader Lu, what exactly do you want to do? Facing the doubts of everyone, Lu Chen did not go to explain. But instead, it was a very firm path. Everyone. You must understand that I am the team leader. My plan has already been approved by Mr. Gua, and what is said here is mine to decide. Could you please stop questioning me every time I make a decision or give an order? You do exactly as I tell you to do, the way I say it. That will be enough. I naturally have my plan. If I do the things I've outlined well, I can make our team number 1. If it ends up screwed up in the end, the responsibility lies with me, and it has nothing to do with you. Can you understand me when I say this? Lu Chen has said it to this extent. Zhang Pengfei had nothing to say either. He could only take a deep breath. Alright, Team Leader Lu, since you've said that, I won't question you again in the future. However you plan it, I'll say exactly that. I will listen to you completely. But that said, if any problem arises, the final responsibility will lie entirely on you. Okay. Lu Chen nodded at him. Then he looked at Lu Tong. What about you? How about you? Lu Tong strained to keep a smile on his face. Leader Lu, I'm listening to you as well. Then he spoke to the workers. Did you all hear that? Leader Lu has spoken. Whatever he says we do. Anyone who dares not to follow the arrangement, anyone who dares to talk back, I'll deduct your salaries. Does everyone understand? Don't be fooled by Lu Tang being only Lu Chen's assistant. But his status is not low. Moreover, he works in the same factory as these workers. He also belongs to the factory's upper management. So when he speaks, his words carry strong deterrence. Day 2. All capable work still involves sorting the raw materials. Day 3. The same work. Although there are various robotic arms and forklift carts assisting. But organizing so much material into proper categories is still not easy. But exhausting these more than 30 workers to the limit. One after another, mournful cries filled the air. Especially after comparing with workers from other teams. He was psychologically more unbalanced. The workers from other teams are using various instruments and devices every day to carry out precise work. From time to time we have to listen to experts explain knowledge. Every day I can learn something new, broaden my horizons, and it doesn't feel tiring. What about you? Every day you just move cargo mindlessly. Some large items can be moved with forklifts, robotic arms, and so on, which is relatively easy. But a lot of things have to be moved by people. And most of these workers are highly skilled technicians. They all have a certain level of expertise. They all know their stuff. The kind who could be placed into an ordinary factory and provide technical guidance. And these people are generally quite older. The youngest among them is still in his 30s or 40s. They could never have imagined that one day they would come here to work as movers. Not only physically exhausted, but also deeply dissatisfied in spirit. But there was nothing they could do. Assisting Lu Chen was a task assigned by their superiors, so they could only grit their teeth and do as told. Night of the third day. After returning to the dormitory, Lu Tang closed the door securely. Then he called Guo Yoji. Report on the situation over the past 3 days. After the phone line connected, a slightly doubtful voice came from the other side. Is that Xiao Lu? Yes, it's me, old Guo. I'm Lu Teng. Aren't you supposed to report to me about Lu Chen and their team every 3 days? Guo Yoji nodded. Alright, tell me, what have they been doing these 3 days? It's like this, old Guo. On the first day after all the various raw materials arrived, during these 3 days they did only one thing. That is, classify these raw materials. 1 point is 3 days. This has seriously exhausted more than 30 key technical staff. Upon hearing these words, Guo Yoji was a little stunned. What did you say? Have these 3 days been spent classifying raw materials? Nothing else? Lu Teng answered, yes, leader, besides classifying raw materials, we haven't done anything else. And also, Team Leader Lu said we should classify for 5 days. Leader, you see. Guo Yoji hesitated. Sighed. It's fine, let him tinker with it. I have something else to do, let us end it here, goodbye. Although I don't understand Lu Chen's behavior at all, it feels like he is wasting time. But thinking more carefully, this is also quite good. Let alone using 5 days to categorize, even if all the time were spent on categorization, it wouldn't matter. This might not bring any technical breakthroughs or surprises. But at least it wouldn't cause any loss. Anyway, they're just raw materials. We can just take them back when the time comes, right? Regarding Guo Yoji's reaction, Lu Tang was a little disappointed. He had thought that Guo Yoji would erupt in anger after learning about Lu Chen's actions, and then teach him a hard lesson. But he did not expect the reaction to be so calm. Then he sighed. Fine, whatever. Anyway, I don't have to move anything, I'll just stand by and watch. Do whatever you want. Chapter 81. Team Leader Lu, please don't mess around, okay? Time flew by. In the afternoon of the 5th day, all the raw materials were finally sorted and categorized. Then, Lu Chen gathered everyone together. We're about to hold a meeting. His gaze swept over the exhausted and somewhat despondent group. He cleared his throat. Slowly opening his mouth, he said, thank you all for your hard work. Over 5 days, we have finally finished classifying. During these 5 days, the most difficult part was the extreme monotony, but I have seen your efforts. And this work certainly won't be for nothing. As soon as we rank first in the team, each of you will receive a bonus of 20,000 yuan. As a matter of course. Regarding the issue of bonuses. And it's 20,000 yuan in one go. It could be enough to cover most people's salaries for a month. Everyone should be especially excited. However, hearing Lu Chen's words, the others not only did not feel excited but were somewhat discouraged. Their eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. After all, in their view, everything Lu Chen said was just honeyed words to fool them. And each person also received a bonus of 20,000 yuan. What a joke! If you can't even be number 1 in the team, what qualifications do you have to award bonuses? You're just treating us like fools. So I'm not excited at all. Seeing everyone looking so disinterested, Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged as he continued. I know you don't believe what I'm saying. But that's alright. Time will prove everything. Okay, next I will outline what you need to do in the next 5 days. First, the 35 of you will be divided into 3 teams, led by Wen Shuqi, Zheng Pengfei, and Gong Shueshue respectively. Then divide the workshop by region and tally all retired ships and all parts. The statistical period is 1 day. During this period, do your best to count and examine carefully. After the statistics are completed, I will assign the next tasks. The remaining time. Under Lu Chen's command, the team units began to be formed. After dividing the teams, Lu Chen reiterated a few things. Only then did the day's busy work come to an end. Back in the dormitory, Lu Chen had just sat down to rest, ready to play a game. Then he heard a knock at the door. After looking, he found that the visitor was Wen Shuqi. Lu Chen seemed to know all along that she would come. Then they smiled faintly. Come in. After entering, Wen Shuqi hesitated for a moment. Still, he voiced his own concerns. Team Leader Lu, the time given to us from above is only 1 month. Carrying goods by hand and sorting the goods has already wasted 5 days. On top of that, tomorrow I have to tally various equipment as well, which will take another day. Then 6 days have passed. We only have about 20 days left. What can we accomplish in the next 20 days or so? Do you know? While classifying these raw materials, I kept thinking, what do you plan to do with so many raw materials? Could it be that you intend to start building piece by piece from these raw materials, manufacturing equipment parts, then assembling and welding? But the more I think about it, the more I feel it's impossible. Our time is simply not enough, and not only is time insufficient, but we also lack sufficient personnel. So what exactly are you thinking? These days I can't sleep at all, just trying to figure this out, but no matter how I think about it, I can't make sense of it. Sigh. Team Leader Lu, could you share your ideas with me? I have a number in my heart. Watching Wen Shuqi with an anxious look. Lu Chen thought for a moment. Shuqi, I'll say the same thing again, you don't need to overthink the process, you just do as I tell you. But I can assure you, our team will definitely come in first. I have my own way. Do you understand? Wen Shuqi shook her head. I want to understand, and I've tried to convince myself to understand, but I can't understand. Really, you can't tell me the plan? Lu Chen sighed. Silent and speechless. Wen Shuqi also understood his meaning. So she stopped asking further. Only, in a disappointed whisper. Alright then. I want to ask again in the future. Team Leader Lu, you should rest early. Goodbye. Lu Chen picked up a glass of tepid boiled water on the table and drank it in one gulp. He forced a wry smile. He muttered to himself. I'm not saying I don't want to tell you my plans. Mainly, I can't say it. Could it be that I'm supposed to tell you I have a system and the system hasn't simulated space? Hee. This is not realistic. The next day, the three squads began counting the components in the workshop and the retired ships according to Lu Chen's instructions. From 8 a.m. until 7 p.m., they finally considered the counting basically complete. Just after obtaining the statistical results, Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction. Then he encouraged everyone again and drew a big pie for them. Only then did the day's busy work come to an end. Lu Tang returned to the dormitory and lay on the bed with 4 limbs spread out. Today he is exhausted again. After a short rest, called Guiyoji again to report the situation. After learning what Lu Chen was doing, Guiyoji's reaction was not much different from before. Just say whatever he wants to do, then have Lu Tang continue with a report every 3 days. And during these 6 days, what Lu Chen did also reached other teams. It had evidently become a joke. At this moment, Team 1 is holding a meeting in the conference room. First they review and summarize the work they had done in the past few days, and then they outline plans for future work. After the task was completed, someone suddenly mentioned Team 2. Everyone present wore expressions of disdain. Fortunately, we didn't choose to team up with these young people at that time, otherwise, they wouldn't have been of any help and might have caused trouble and delayed our work. Yeah, I feel those few young people have already given up completely, which is why they're messing around here. Don't worry about how you feel, those guys have definitely given up. What do they have to compete with us? Yeah, a few ignorant little kids who know nothing. It's just a pity that the workers who followed them really suffered. Better to have those workers with us so they can be fully utilized by following us. They started off by demanding so many raw materials, spent 5 days sorting the materials, and then counted the equipment parts in the workshop. I really don't know what they were thinking. Do you mean they want to use these raw materials to build aircraft carriers and warships? What a joke. I'm starting to look forward to it. I wonder what nonsense they'll come up with after a month. Then we'll have to give them a good laugh. Alright, forget about them. We must speed things up. Once our new technology is ready, we might even surpass the Eagle Nation. Chapter 82 Lu Chen, we want to complain about you. Day 7. Morning. All the workers gathered in the workshop, joking and speculating about what they would be made to do next. But their tone was filled with contempt. After 5 days of raw material sorting and 1 day of equipment inventory, no matter what Lu Chen would have them do next, they were already mentally prepared. How much more outrageous can it get? Could it be that they'll even cleaning for several days? Really? However, when Lu Chen spoke his next orders, everyone was dumbfounded. They were indeed told to clean up for a day. However, cleaning up was only a small matter. The orders that follow. Simply outrageous. After Lu Chen arrived at the workshop, first, he praised their work from the previous few days, and then he drew another grand plan for them. Then proceed to enrich the upcoming tasks. It has been 6 days since we started construction, and there are 24 days left until the 1-month deadline. Then I will outline the upcoming tasks. Today, our task is simple, to clean up the day's hygiene. Look over there, when you're cleaning, clear that entire empty lot for me. I want to use it. Everyone's eyes turned to that empty space where a jumble of assorted items was piled up. A face full of confusion. Still not understanding. I don't know what he plans to do with this piece of vacant land. But none of them asked. Because they knew it would be useless to ask. Lu Tang took a deep breath. Nodded. Okay, then we'll follow your lead. Today we'll clean up this entire clearing. Captain Lu, do you have any other orders? Lu Chen pondered for a moment. There is one more thing. After we finish cleaning up that open area, everyone take a holiday. Isn't this research and development supposed to be completed in 1 month? The final date is the 15th of next month. Then we'll take leave until the 14th and meet here on the 15th. This remark was made. The scene erupted immediately. What? After cleaning, we get a vacation and it's directly until the 14th of next month? No, what are you kidding me? I think you've gone crazy. If you're giving us a vacation, does that mean we don't need to do any RD? What do you mean by this? Are you treating us like monkeys? How did we end up being assigned to work under your team? This is really bad luck. This is utterly unreasonable. The higher-ups are taking this research project very seriously and have given you almost the maximum support possible. Is this how you repay them? I don't care anymore. I want to complain about you. I want to go to the higher-ups to reason this out. Yes. We'll go to the leaders to explain ourselves. Watching everyone mercilessly criticize me. Lu Chen was not angered either, still standing there calmly, then he offered a slight smile. I've told you before, just do what I say. If anything happens I can take responsibility, it has nothing to do with you. And I gave you a vacation, but you're not happy about it. I let you rest, you're not happy about that either. What are you thinking? As for those who say they want to complain about me, or go to higher-ups to settle it, then go ahead. By the way, if you really can't stand me, you can directly go to the other two teams and do work for them. But if some of you stay, after our team achieves first place, each of you will receive a bonus of 100,000 yuan. But before you leave our team too, or before you go complain to the leadership, you must finish today's tasks first. Finish today's work first, then you can do whatever you want. Seeing Lu Chen so confident and outspoken, those workers criticized even more harshly. Lu Tang simply can't stand it anymore. Walked forward a few steps and moved up close to Lu Chen. His face looked a bit grim, and he could not understand it all, with some anxiety asking, Team Leader Lu, do you know what you're doing? If you give them time off, what about the next phase of the research? Who will work for you? And what if they really go to the other two teams to work for others? What will we do? Do you already know there's no hope, so you're slacking off? Even if you're slacking off, you should at least discuss it with us in advance? At least let's put on a show, try our best to give it a shot. How will you explain this to the boss in the end? Are you living up to the leader's expectations? Facing Lu Tang's barrage of questions, Lu Chen answers seriously. First, I'm not slacking off, and I really want to do this well. Secondly, I have my own plan. Thirdly, once I say something, it is not easy to change. Alright, it's getting late. Start work quickly. Just finish today's tasks, and I'm giving everyone a long vacation. Although the workers were unhappy inside, filled with resistance, but they still went ahead and did it. Begin to clean up carefully. After a day of busy work ends, Lu Chen looked at the clean, wide expanse of open ground and a satisfied smile appeared. He plans to build the ships and then place them on this open ground. As for the aircraft carrier, he had already thought it through. This workshop opens directly to the sea. After the aircraft carrier is built, he will directly place the aircraft carrier onto the sea. At this moment, when Shuqi also came over to ask, Team Leader Lu, you've given these workers a holiday, what about us? This question is asked. Zhang Pengfei, Gong Shueshue, and Lu Tang also looked toward Lu Chen, waiting for his answer. Lu Chen pursed his lips into a smile. You all. Of course you'll take the holiday as well, and if you need any help, I'll definitely let you know. Lu Tang originally wanted to ask why. But before he could speak, Zhang Pengfei answered right away. Great, a vacation is great. Then we'll take a break. If anything comes up, call me. In his view, doing anything here is purely a waste of time. It's impossible to build anything at all. Anyway, we are ranked last. We might as well take a vacation. Moreover, this is the team leader who granted the vacation. If anything goes wrong or if anyone is held responsible above, it has nothing whatsoever to do with them. What is there to be happy about not doing it? They're even waiting to see Lu Chen's joke. If the higher-ups pursue accountability then, watch how he explains it. See, my senior brother readily agree. Gong Shueshue showed no hesitation at all. Directly agreed to it. Okay, everyone, follow the team leader. But the other two people all agreed. Lu Tang also swallowed the words he wanted to say back into his stomach. Nodded. Then take a vacation. Okay. Lu Chen replied, then announced the end of work. The workers grumbled as they left. As soon as they left the workshop, he headed straight toward the leadership. Want to report Lu Chen. Chapter 83, Simulation Successful. However, but they were blocked by Lu Tang. After some discussion, decide to let Lu Tang represent them to directly find Gui Yoji. Gui Yoji's office. Lu Tang spoke about what had happened during this period and conveyed the workers' demands in person. After learning the whole story, the truth became clear. Gui Yoji was stunned for a moment. He could not imagine what Lu Chen would do so wantonly. With this attitude, it was obvious that he didn't want to continue the research and development anymore. But upon closer thought, it doesn't matter either. Because he had never placed any hope in Team 2. There isn't much difference between having this team and not having it. As long as we don't waste resources or pull any tricks, that'll be fine. But then, those seasoned capabilities, left unused, would be a bit of a waste of talent. It should be after careful consideration. We simply decided to assign these 35 workers to Team 1 and Team 3. As for Lu Chen, whether you want to or not. Moreover, he has already thought it through. After this project ends, there must be public criticism of Lu Chen and a report to the unit where Lu Chen works. Little Lu, I already know what you're talking about. Here's what we'll do. Go back and tell those workers. If they are willing, they can volunteer for Team 1 or Team 3. As for Lu Chen, since he has already given up, then that's that. Anyway, I never had any expectations for them in the first place. Okay, leader. Lu Tang nodded in agreement. After a moment of hesitation, he asked again, then I. Gui Yoji just took a glance at Lu Tang and immediately understood what he had in mind. Casually, your words, whatever you want. If you don't want to take a vacation, then take a vacation when you rest. If you're willing to help other teams, then go help other teams. Hearing that he could also go to other teams, Lu Tang felt a surge of joy. Roger that, boss. Then I'll go help the first team. He had already discussed it with his assistant friend from Team 1. If we can go, then go to his place together. And he taunted in his heart. Lu Chen, now the workers have all left, I've left as well, leaving only you 4 youngsters. Let me see what you'll do. I should have known it would end up embarrassing. After leaving Gu Yoji's office, immediately conveyed Gui Yoji's idea to the workers. When those workers learned that they could go to other teams to continue working, all of them were suddenly overjoyed in their hearts, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, this is great, I can finally stop staying with Team 2. Yes, I've had enough. I've had enough here long ago. The leader of Team 2 is a lunatic, a fool who knows nothing. Luckily, the boss agrees, otherwise we wouldn't have a place to put our skills to use. Exactly, after Team 2 made us move things again, then have us clean up. When have we ever endured this kind of treatment? I'm going to Team 1, I'll go tomorrow. Together with you. Then you go to Team 1. I'll go to Team 3. Soon. More than 30 people split into 2 camps. 15 people want to join Team 1 and 20 people want to join Team 3. Not a single one wants to stay in Team 2. When it was the second day, Lu Chen learned that all of these people had left his team. Cannot help but sneer in his heart. You all really have no long-term vision at all. But I understand as well. Come on, everyone, let's go. Once we lead the team to first place and receive all the bonuses, there will be even more to share. In the next few days, when Shuqi, Zhang Pengfei, and Gong Shueshue can be said to have completely let go of themselves. Either sleep in the dormitory until noon, or stay up all night playing games and watching TV shows. Anyway, they don't do any serious business. Of course. They all told the leaders of their respective units about what happened here. Zhang Pengfei's superior chewed Lu Chen out over the phone. But there is nothing I can do. One can only leave it to fate. I consider myself unlucky. And what about Wen Shuqi? Wen Shuqi's leadership is only simple venting a couple of times some things she just can't understand. But Lu Chen still lets Wen Shuqi listen obediently to him. To do so, Lu Chen naturally has his own ideas. Wen Shuqi feels a bit helpless. At a time like this, his own leader actually believes Lu Chen so much. I really don't know what Lu Chen fed him. And what about Lu Chen? These days, I have been repeatedly scrutinizing the design of aircraft carriers and warships. After a while, one morning, he arrived at the workshop early. Standing on the empty space swept clean over there, I look around. Then with a wave of the right hand, all sorts of raw materials and various components piled around, as well as discarded ships and others, all mysteriously vanished into thin air. After finishing all this, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. With these materials, I can save a lot of science points for myself. After building the mech last time, he had 400 science points left. However, the system rewards science and technology points based on the impact its technological products have on the real world. And the mecha he built. Although, in essence, it has a huge impact on the real world. And it may elevate real-world technology by several levels. But up to now, that mech had only affected a small portion of people in a limited area. And it has not yet raised the level of technology in the real world. The impact isn't particularly deep. Even so, we still received a reward of 1,800 science points, plus the original 400 science points. In other words, Lu Chen now has a full 2,200 science points. If you purely use these 2,200 science points to purchase materials to build aircraft carriers and warships, it might not be enough. At least he already has a large portion of the technical materials. We just need to spend some tech points to buy those rare and special materials. So there is ample cushion now. After a moment, Lu Chen suddenly spoke to the air system. According to the roughly drafted design plan I previously proposed, start simulating the aircraft carrier and warships. Start simulating. Simulation start. You spent 10 days refining the exterior data of the aircraft carrier and warships. You spent 5 years perfecting the hull and the ship, as well as the propulsion system, power system, intelligence system, and operating system, along with other essential installed systems. You began researching weapons systems on aircraft carriers and ships. In 10 years, time flashed by in a moment. In addition to the basic weapons carried by aircraft carriers, you also installed laser beam weapons, high-explosive tracking missiles, small-guided nuclear warheads, homing torpedoes, and electromagnetic interference, among others. You began researching defense systems on aircraft carriers and ships. You spent 3 years and finally developed an energy shield defense, the Skynet laser technique, and the Skynet missile group, etc. 2 years later, on the existing power foundation you added diving capabilities, land-based functions, and the ship's flight capabilities, among others. Congratulations, host, simulation successful. Self-supplied materials consumption 99%, purchasing materials consumes 2,100 technology points, remaining technology points 100. Please name a developed success for 1 aircraft carrier and 3 destroyers by the host. Feeling the 4 big guys in the simulation space. Lu Chen shuddered all over. A slight curl lifted at the corner of his mouth. Done. Chapter 84, The Eagle Sauce Nation wants to stir up trouble in the South China Sea. But after seeing the consumption of technology points, the corners of his mouth had just risen, then gradually pressed down. The whole person is not doing well at all. With more than 100 vehicles worth of raw materials as the foundation, in his initial budget, it should be less than 1,000 technology points. However, during the simulation, he began to sense that something was not right. That technology point is collapsing in a whoosh. Although the final simulation was successful, and we produced exactly what we wanted. But he actually spent 2,100 tech points. It almost wasn't enough. But the comforting thing is, the newly developed aircraft carrier and nuclear submarine are indeed very magnificent. This tech is worth it. In the simulated space. 4 big guys stand tall and imposing there, striking fear into people just by looking at them. This aircraft carrier is nearly 500 meters in length, about 70 meters in width, the flight deck area is absurdly large, its draft approaches 20 meters, and its displacement exceeds 200,000 tons. Even just the exterior specifications are enough to make it arguably the world's #1. Moreover, many of the carrier's onboard systems are far beyond what current technology can achieve. There are as many as 5 controllable nuclear fusion reactors that merely provide energy, including advanced radar detection, advanced weapon systems, advanced catapult systems for aircraft, enhanced arresting gear, defense systems, and so on. If it sails at sea, its speed can reach hundreds of knots, equivalent to a speed close to 200 kilometers per hour. And his deck can accommodate 110 aircraft. And it is divided into 2 modes, intelligent driving and manual driving. Intelligent driving only requires 1 person to operate. As for manual driving, the number of operators needs to be around 20. As for the crew capacity it can accommodate, it approaches about 6,000 people. Not to mention the complex various systems inside the hull. Even just the exterior aircraft carrier hull, after incorporating a special rare metal purchased as part of the system, its overall strength reaches a terrifying level. Even if you leave it there and let ordinary missiles strike it, they can't harm it in the slightest. It can be said to be a true sea giant. Also has submarine capability and land combat capability. The integrated combat capability can be described as terrifying, invincible and unstoppable. As for the 3 destroyers around the aircraft carrier, at a glance, it already looks quite different from an ordinary destroyer. The destroyer is about 130 meters long and 15 meters wide, equipped with various new weapons, and has 2 independent controllable nuclear fusion reactors to provide energy. The engines use the same type as those on aircraft carriers. However, the speed can reach 150 knots. The hull is surrounded by 18 propulsors installed in a fixed pattern. When all the propulsors are activated at the same time, it can take off. Although the flight speed cannot match that of a fighter jet, nor is it as agile as one. But he and fighter jets are fundamentally of different kinds. Fighters are oriented toward combat, while it is more like a war fortress. With the destroyer's energy shield activated, other than a nuclear strike from the enemy, any other attack methods are completely useless. And what about it? It can calmly unfold various counterattacks right on the spot. After admiring his own masterpiece, Lu Chen nodded lightly. What name would be good? Well, for a moment, he fell into deep thought. After a while, a glimmer of inspiration illuminated before him. Got it. If it's an aircraft carrier, we'll name it Dragon of China. And for the frigate, let us call it Dragon S-Wing. Awesome. That is the name. Proceed. He slightly raised his right hand, but it had just barely risen. Then it stopped in mid-air. Because he found that the open space in the workshop was simply not large enough to hold 3 frigates. Let alone that carrier. Sighed, muttering to himself. Well, let them stay in the simulated space for now. Having completed the most important tasks, I'll go back to the dormitory to rest. Meanwhile, beautiful country. The Pentagon. In a certain conference room, a group of about a dozen people gathered around a round table to discuss Some people are wearing army uniforms, some are wearing naval uniforms, and some are wearing suits. Without exception, they are all high-level executives. And the topic they are discussing today is about the South China Sea. At this moment, a general in Navy uniform is giving a report. Although we have provided various assistance to Abi Nation, although we have thought of all kinds of ways to pressure Dragon Country in the South China Sea, even threats, the effect is not ideal. Manhwa absolutely won Tigo for this, and from the look of things, they actually intend to challenge us head-on. It's utterly audacious to the extreme, as if you truly were someone of great importance. Senator, simply aiding Aban Kingdom and pressing with light pressure won't do any good. I suggest showing them a little color and them see the true strength of our eagle-hunting country. We've dragged our feet on the South China Sea issue long enough. If we keep delaying, we still don't know how long it will take to build our first island chain. And during this period, Manhwa's development was progressing very rapidly, and it really cannot be delayed any longer. What do you think? The deputy asked. The middle-aged man sitting in the center stroked his chin with his right hand. The others nodded with serious expressions. You're right. Our previous approach was still too polite. Ever since the last time an fighter jet was shot down within their territory, it almost made them feel as if they could truly do it. It really can't go on without something real. Everyone, do you have any suggestions for the upcoming action? This question is asked. Other senior executives publicly shared their opinions. I think, let's push them hard directly, make them realize the military gap between us. General's ideas is correct. If we don't start taking them seriously now, how can this first island chain plan ever be realized if we let it drag on like this? Yeah, if the first island chain plan cannot be realized, would we just watch Manhwa develop right before our eyes? Their development speed in recent years certainly hasn't been slow. I suggest directly taking our aircraft carriers and various warships out to the South China Sea, coordinating with fighter jets to patrol, so they realize just how big the gap is between us, and be forced to do things according to our ideas. Yes, only by using force can we seize those islands for ourselves and realize our first island chain plan. Time is tight. The current Dragon Nation is like a lion that has not yet awakened. Once it fully awakens, it will be too late for us to contain it. I agree with this method. I agree as well. Listening to the opinions of the senior officials, the parliamentarian sitting in the main seat took a deep breath. Hashi de la Hawaii de Bulongning Shinshan. General Shida La, General Wade Brunning, this mission is entrusted to the two of you. Chapter 85. Could Lu Chen have already run off with the money? With one of you in charge of the Navy and the other in charge of the Air Force, with your coordination, properly deter Manhwa and let them see the real military power. I think like this, dispatch our aircraft carriers, frigate groups, and fighter groups directly to the South China Sea, and drive right to the Dragon Nation's doorstep. I want to see what their reaction will be. If they show even a hint of fear, we will press the attack and scare them all in one go. Let them know that our Eagle Sauce Nation is the only great power in the world in the future. He who lies there is a dragon and he who lies there is a tiger, and we must conduct affairs according to our will. Just as well, we can also seize this opportunity to declare to the whole world that our Eagle Sauce Nation has always held the dominant position in international relations, and no one can shake it. Alright, I'll give you enough time to prepare. Let it be the 16th of next month. Until the 16th, you coordinate the preparations. On the 16th, we will reach the South Sea and let them witness our true military might. Good. Sidra spoke firmly. Members of the parliament, rest assured, I will assemble our aircraft carriers, as well as destroyers and frigates to form a fleet, march grandly to the South Sea, make the entire Dragon Nation tremble, and bow before us at our feet. The senator nodded at him. General Zidila, you have ample combat command experience, I can trust you to handle things. Then his gaze shifted again to Wade Browning. General Wade Browning, do you have any problems on your side? Hearing the question directed at him, a hint of resolve flashed in Wade Browning's eyes. Make a promise immediately. Rest assured, honorable member, although the plan I led last time failed, that was only because Dragon Nation happened to be lucky. I must have my revenge this time to wash away my shame. Let them know how formidable we are. I will think this through repeatedly for this operation, personally command it, to ensure absolute success. The good! Shouted the senator, pounding the table. And then it's settled. Next month on the 16th, damn Dragon Nation, just wait. We will crush your arrogant spirit this time, forever stamping you under our feet. Translation. In the time to come. Lu Chun almost let himself go completely. Not only did he release himself, but he brought Wen Shuqi along to release herself as well. After all, it's not easy to come to this place in the South China Sea. It must be a lot of fun. Every day, except for sleeping, basically the rest of the time is spent away from the naval base, visiting various places, tasting local specialties, and experiencing the local customs and people. So uncomfortable. Close to the 1-month deadline. There hadn't been any movement here for a long time. However, Team 1 and Team 3 have been busy as usual, thriving in a frenzy. One might even say we are racing against time. And the two teams have been secretly vying with each other. Fortunately, both teams have made their own breakthroughs. All of them are full of confidence and want to be number one. As for Team 2, they had long since been left far behind by them. In their view, this second team does not deserve to be their opponent at all and cannot pose even a shred of threat. Just for fun, Zhang Pengfei and Gong Shueshui also switched to a mode of eating arbitrarily and waiting to die. And what about Lu Tang? He joined the first team just as he wished. Although some of what he did was not well received and he was ostracized by his own friend. At least life in the first team was more meaningful than in the second. There was also a chance to discuss certain issues with those bigwigs and experts, which was extremely beneficial. A few days before the deadline, there was a time when Lu Tang, after having lunch at noon, on the way back to the dormitory to fetch something, suddenly stopped in the middle of the road. A thought rose in my mind. That I have been away from the second team for so long. How are Lu Chen and the others doing? What are you up to again? Although he understood that once those workers had left, the second team would certainly not be able to create any waves or accomplish much. But once this thought takes root in the mind, it cannot be shaken off. Getting more and more curious. So they decided to go over there to take a look at the workshop. If Lu Chen were still around, he would seize the chance to mock them a little. It's also a bit of a palate-pleasing experience. Thus they changed direction. Straight to workshop number 2. Arrived at the workshop entrance. Watching the tight gate. Furrowing his brows slightly. It's already 2 o'clock, why is the door still closed? Didn't you really give up? Shook his head, a hint of disdain appearing on his face. Turn around and leave. However, just taken a first step. Suddenly thought of something. Then turned back to the gate of workshop number 2. Since you've come all this way, why not take a look at what they're doing inside? After all, at that time, old Gua had instructed him to keep a constant watch on this second team. Don't cause any trouble. Since he joined Team 1, old Gua hasn't had him report anything again. But since we've come this far today, there is certainly something to take a look at. We'd better take a look. Then he walked step by step toward the gate. Arrived at the door. I originally wanted to peek inside through the door crack. But the seals on this main door are quite good. They're isn't a single seam. After thinking it over, I still decided to open the door and have a look. Then he entered the password to open the door. After opening the door, took a casual look inside. This is no big deal if you don't look. After a glance, his pupils suddenly narrowed, a look of astonishment crossing his face as he stood there in a daze. He even couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. There was a hint of panic in his eyes. How could this be? Why would it be like this? In his sight, where the workshops were originally piled with raw materials, various parts, and retired ships, now they are suddenly empty. Apart from some equipment fixed to the ground, almost nothing remains. As if we had been looted. Somewhat mechanical look around. Everyone is numb. Tremblingly said, East, where are the things? What's inside this? Where did the stuff go? His first thought was whether the things inside would be stolen. Or perhaps he was secretly sold by Lu Chen. No wonder he would have such ideas. After all, whether it's these raw materials or some of the instruments inside, taking even a bit of it outside would be very valuable. Especially after Lu Tingjiang recently fully repeated all matters related to Lu Chen. It further affirmed the idea in his mind. From Lu Chen coming here to boast, to him proposing that impractical plan, to requesting materials and their approval, then to workers categorizing the materials and counting the parts and equipment. Finally, everyone is on vacation. Forced everyone to leave. As of now, there is probably only one purpose for doing all this. That is to secretly find an opportunity to sell off the materials, equipment, and parts here, covertly. After selling, to make a huge profit. Then run away. Up to here. Lu Tang couldn't help but take a sharp breath of cold air. Whispered softly. Lu Chen wouldn't have taken the money and run, would he? Chapter 86, a big problem has occurred. The second workshop has been emptied out. Something big has happened. Lu Tang couldn't help but shiver all over. Bolt from the workshop like a flying horse. I flagged down a car at random. Headed toward the place where Gui Yoji works. He couldn't help feeling tense. Gui Yoji had instructed him from the start to pay attention to Lu Chen's every move, and to ensure that no great damage would be caused. Although he no longer reports, Gui Yoji didn't say much. But now something has gone wrong. He cannot escape responsibility. And this is not a normal small matter to deal with. The raw materials inside, plus various equipment parts and retired large and small old ships, the total value probably amounts to tens of billions, if not more. This is all gone in one go. It would be strange if Lu Tang could bear this responsibility. Probably even the soul was scared away. The person driving was originally on the way to deliver something. In the middle of the road, he was stopped by Lu Tang. Seeing Lu Tang's face full of panic and anxiety, I couldn't help asking, what exactly happened? Why is it so urgent? Lu Tang is in a very bad mood right now, and he is too lazy to explain it to him. Annoyed, he said, just mind your own business and drive your car properly, go faster, the faster the better. His first reaction was to want to call Guiyoji. But after thinking it through carefully, it's better to say it to his face. The driver gave Lu Teng a strange look and wrote something down. He didn't ask about anything anymore. Instead, he suddenly slammed the accelerator pedal to the floor. Meanwhile, Guiyoji's office. He sat with the other 3 people, drinking tea. Guiyoji took a sip of tea, feeling quite in a good mood. The deadline for the last month is almost here, and I've heard their performance has been pretty good. Both teams have begun making actual improvements and installations on the aircraft carrier and warships. It can be displayed directly at that time. And moreover, these old guys are so slippery. I knew there was no way they could achieve several technical breakthroughs in just 1 month. Turns out they were just bringing mature technologies with them, needing only manufacturing and installation. Sure. Although it's not fundamentally a technological innovation nor a groundbreaking new technology, it still can significantly improve the overall combat capability of our existing aircraft carriers and warships. At least when facing Eagle Sauce country, there is a trace of backbone. Sigh. Hope so. Guiyoji finished speaking. The other 3 nodded in agreement. Yes, I didn't expect their 2 teams to progress so quickly. They're already starting to install and debug. Lao Gua, rest assured. I don't think the Eagle Jam Nation's aircraft carriers and warships are much stronger than ours. We may well be their match. That's right, I don't believe they would dare to come to the South China Sea with aircraft carriers and confront us. Does he have the guts to do that? Even if they come, I'm not afraid. Whoever dares to come, we'll deal with him. That's right, the naval power of our Dragon Nation is not to be trifled with. Watching a few people with full confidence, Guiyoji still wore a troubled expression. Although one cannot raise others' ambitions or extinguish one's own prestige. But Guiyoji is very clear about it. Whether it's the Navy of the Eagle Sauce State or its Air Force, their strength is on top of their own. And they're stronger by more than a little. At that moment as well. Among them, someone suddenly mentioned Team 2. Hey, Team 1 and Team 3 have each achieved breakthroughs, so how's Team 2 doing now? Why hasn't there been any news about Team 2? Another person let out a light laugh. His face was full of contempt and disdain. I know about Team 2. More than half a month ago, Team 2 had already disbanded. The original plan of Team 2's leader, Lu Chen, was to grant all the workers a vacation, and not just a short break but more than 20 days. However, the workers were not willing to accept it, so they each joined Team 1 and Team 3. This directly resulted in Team 2 having no one left. And what about team leader Lu Chen? He directly chose to slack off, and during this period he took his young female sidekick out to play every day. Long since pushed research and development to the back of my mind. But this is fine too, at least it shows he has self-awareness. Yeah, a few young people forming a team like that, it's inherently unreliable. It's already pretty good if they don't cause some trouble. Guiyoji nodded. Well, as long as they are honest and don't cause any trouble, that already is the best outcome. I was thinking of giving them a participation prize. This sentence had just been spoken. The office door suddenly rang. Guiyoji frowned. Looked toward the door. Who? Then. Lu Teng's voice came from outside the door. Leader, it's me. I'm Lu Teng, I have something urgent to discuss with you. Lu Teng? Guiyoji was slightly surprised. Why are you here? Come in and talk. After obtaining permission, Lu Teng opened the door cautiously and stepped in. After seeing the other 3 leaders, he smiled and nodded, then fixed his gaze on Guiyoji. Guiyoji looked at him with a panicked expression, and a bad premonition crept into his heart. The expression remained neither cold nor warm as he asked, Is there something you need? Lu Teng took a deep breath. He organized his words a bit. His voice trembled as he opened his mouth. Something disastrous has happened. Don't be nervous. What's the big deal? Tell me clearly. Lu Teng swallowed and nodded. The tension in his expression eased a little. Continue speaking. All the raw materials in the second Team's workshop, as well as those parts and retired equipment and ships, are all gone. What? All of it's gone? What do you mean by that? Guiyoji paused slightly. A bit confused. Leadership, in its literal sense, is gone. The materials you approved for him, along with the equipment parts and even retired ships that were originally in there, are all gone, and the entire second workshop is empty. Snap. Guiyoji pounded the table hard. Stood up. Demanded. You say there is nothing left, the second workshop is empty, how could that be? With so many raw materials, parts, and various equipment inside, how could there be none? Such things must not be spoken about carelessly. Leader. Me. I'm really not talking nonsense. I just came back from over there, it's all empty inside, there is nothing at all. Guiyoji frowned even more. He began to somewhat believe that what Lu Teng said might be true. Moreover, Lu Teng does not dare to lie about this matter. Spit it out. What's going on? Lu Teng shared his opinion. I felt from the very beginning that Leader Lu's actions were a bit strange. First he had us categorize all the materials, then count the parts in the workshop, and finally find a way to give us a vacation and send us away. Then there will be no one to supervise him. And then he looked for an opportunity to secretly ship everything inside out and sell it. Yes. Boss, it must be like this. Chapter 87, it must be Lu Chen who did it. It must be Lu Chen who secretly sold all the raw materials and equipment inside. Fortunately I took a look, otherwise none of us would have known. What should the leader do? Hurry up and send someone to arrest him. Guai Yoji stood there, his expression uncertain and shifting. His head was buzzing, as if struck by lightning. He had considered that Lu Chen and a few young associates might cause some trouble. But he never imagined that they would actually sell the raw materials and those equipment parts. Is this kind of thing too ridiculous or what? Let's go. Go to the second workshop now. Then he gave instructions to another person. Old Tan, contact the guard station immediately, seal the entire base, and have the surveillance cameras retrieved. And then rush a team to the dormitory, find a few people from Team 2, and restrain them. Xiaolu, come on, to Workshop 2. In less than 10 minutes. Guai Yoji and Lu Tang appeared at the workshop gate. When the workshop door opens, seeing the emptiness of the workshop, Guai Yoji's pupils suddenly constricted. Dizzy in the head. Body swayed. Almost fell to the ground. Fortunately steadied by grabbing the doorframe. His adrenaline shot up at this moment. Fury welled up in my heart. Damn it, has Lu Chun gone crazy? Daring to steal from our naval base. If we catch him, we must execute him by shooting him. Let's go. Go to their dormitories. At this moment, Lu Chen and the others' dormitory is already surrounded by more than 100 guards. After Guai Yoji arrives, he walked into the dormitory with a crowd of people accompanying him. And it was directly divided into 4 waves. Go separately to the dormitory where 4 people from Team 2 are located. Meanwhile, when Shuchi is talking on a voice call with her boyfriend. As they were chatting, they suddenly heard a movement coming from outside the door. Then the knocking sound rang out. She raised an eyebrow. Casually asked, "Who is it?" Resident supervisor, opened the door. Oh. When Shuchi let out a light chuckle. Then she explained something to her boyfriend and hung up the phone. Walk over and open the door. The moment the door was opened, suddenly 5 or 6 fully armed soldiers charged in. Surround Wen Shuchi. All of this sudden situation took Wen Shuchi by surprise. She instinctively screamed and stepped back 2 paces. You, who are you? What are you trying to do? The officer in charge gave her no explanation at all. But he waved his hand. Take the person away. Except for Wen Shuchi. Zhang Pengfei and Gong Shueshu's encounter was the same. They were taken away in a daze. As for Lu Chen, Guai Yoji personally led people to arrest Lu Chen. However, when they arrived at Lu Chen's dormitory, they knocked for a long time, but no one opened the door at all. They had to use a key to open the door. Went in to search a bit. The person is not there at all. Didn't find anything useful either. Guai Yoji stood in Lu Chen's dormitory, looking completely defeated. Could it be that after secretly selling things off? Has the person already run away? But it shouldn't be. With so many raw materials and equipment, how is he going to transport them out? After some thought, decide to directly call Lu Chen. The connection couldn't be made at all. This only strengthened his guess. If Lu Che really sells these things, not only would tens of billions be lost. If these things were allowed to flow abroad, that was a serious leakage incident. Guai Yoji's face grew paler. Fortunately, the next moment, he had received a notification from his subordinates. When Shuchi and the 2 others have already been captured and brought in. 20 minutes later, the entire naval base and even the surrounding areas of the South China Sea are conducting a manhunt for Lu Chen. And in a certain interrogation room, when Shuchi and 2 others sit together, puzzled looks all around. What exactly happened? Why are they arresting us? Nan Shuchi frowned and asked. Zhang Pengfei shook his head. I don't know, I was fine in the dormitory, and suddenly I heard someone knocking, and as soon as the door opened I was surrounded. Gong Shueshue took a deep breath. Me too. Can someone tell me what on earth happened? The 3 of them looked puzzled. Guai Yoji rushed in. He came in and plopped down in a chair, gazing intently at the 3 people. He spoke up directly. I urge you to come clean. Zhang Pengfei's mouth twitched. Very puzzled, he asked, Old Gua, what do you want us to confess to? I don't understand what you mean. Exactly, why are you arresting us? We're not criminals. When Shuchi spoke up, besides, we didn't even conduct any development, we just take last place, except criticism that shouldn't lead to this kind of treatment of us. Yes, Old Gua, why are you detaining us? Gong Shueshue looked aggrieved. Guai Yoji snorted coldly. Don't pretend. Do you even know what you did? Be lenient in confession, be strict in denial. Don't try any tricks with me. Hearing this, the 3 of them were even more puzzled. No, old Gua, we really don't know what we did wrong. Old Gua, in these days we either go out to have fun or just stay in the dormitory and do nothing at all. Lao Gua, you must not wrong good people. All three of them wore innocent looks. Gui Yoji was a bit uncertain. Asked a different question, where is Lu Chen? Where did Lu Chen go? Zhang Pengfei shook his head, I haven't seen him for days. Just after finishing saying this sentence, he seemed to have thought of something. Could he have run into trouble somehow? Upon hearing this remark, the other two seemed to understand something as well. Because their team only has 4 people in total. If I haven't done anything myself, that must have been Lu Chen. Do you really know nothing at all? Gui Yoji asked again. I'll give you a warning. What other raw materials and parts are in the workshop? Raw materials and parts? When Shuchi didn't understand what he was saying, what's wrong with these things? Zhang Pengfei also listened vaguely. Old Gu, what happened? Gu Yoji wore a strange expression, it seems you really don't know. Fine. Then I'll tell you what happened. All the raw materials in workshop number 2, along with a large pile of parts and a series of equipment including decommissioned warships, are all gone. The entire second workshop has been emptied. These things are worth at least tens of billions. During this period, workshop 2 will be handed over to you for use. Now everything is gone. Shouldn't there be an explanation? Hiss. Hearing that everything in the workshop was gone, all three paused, taking a cold breath. There is so much stuff inside that it's all been moved out. How could this be possible? Yes, this is absolutely impossible. What do we need those things for, and we haven't even been to the workshop for more than half a month. Yes, besides, how could we move hundreds or thousands of tons of material? Could it be Lu Chen did it? Zhang Pengfei suddenly blurted out. Gong Shueshua nodded, Walao, we definitely didn't do anything. If there is a problem, it must be Lu Chen. Bring him here and ask him, and you'll know. Chapter 88 The Eagle Sauce Nation's Major Move. Bring him here? Gui Yoji sneered, if I could find him, the 3 of you wouldn't be sitting here. Hiss. Zhang Pengfei drew in a cold breath. Why you mean to say that? He won run, will he? Or what? Gui Yoji retorted, if he has sold everything off, can he stay? I tell you, the things he sells in his shop are worth at least 40 to 50 billion yuan. Good enough to shoot him dead 10 times. I hope a few of you who didn't participate in this matter. If you participate and also know about it but do not report it, the consequences will be extremely severe. That brings us to this point. He received a call from the surveillance department. He asked urgently, what happened, have you found out what went wrong? The staff from the surveillance department hesitated for a moment. Take a deep breath. Leader, the surveillance in Workshop 2 has been down for more than 20 days. We don't know if it's a wiring issue or what. As for Lu Chen, 10 of us staff members checked the surveillance from multiple angles and asked the station personnel, and that's what we learned. He had already left the military base 2 days ago and has not been seen since. Also, we checked the surveillance near Workshop 2, but we didn't find any suspicious signs, nor any vehicles transporting goods from Workshop 2. Moreover, entering and leaving the naval base requires strict inspections. If it really were as you say, with so many raw materials and components and equipment of that kind, it would be impossible to transport and ship them out of the naval base without our noticing. Upon hearing the other party's report, Gui Yoji couldn't help frowning. A complex expression appeared on his face. He had considered this issue before. So many raw materials, as well as parts and equipment, and even retired ships, etc. How could it have been stolen without anyone noticing? This is extremely illogical. However, reality is that within Workshop 2, it is indeed completely empty, with everything gone. Where did that thing go? I'm afraid you can only understand this answer after meeting Lu Chen. Even if Lu Chen did not steal. But what exactly happened, probably only he knows. Gui Yoji took a deep breath. Okay, I understand, keep pulling the surveillance to see if there are other clues. After hanging up the phone, Gui Yoji pondered over it again and again. He decided to report the matter here to the commander first. Then wait for the commander to make a decision. After Duan Haishang learned of it, he was greatly astonished as well. He immediately took a series of actions. First, they contacted the unit where Lu Chen had previously worked, and then they secretly issued a search warrant. The search for Lu Chen at the ends of the earth. However, after a night of investigation and search operations, there wasn't a single clue at all. It was as if Lu Chen had simply vanished into thin air. After learning about Lu Chen's disappearance, the 5th Military Factory not only showed no suspicion toward Lu Chen, but also denied the possibility that he had stolen anything, and even scolded the naval base. Tell them that if Lu Chen encounters any problems, they will be questioned. This left Duan Haishang dumbfounded. Everyone is a bit confused. He was seeing a young man being so highly valued for the first time. The next day, Duan Haishang sits in the command room. The expression looks a bit tired. Almost didn't sleep at all overnight. He rubbed his temples. Just had a quick nap. Suddenly, an officer hurried over. He walked up to Duan Haisheng with a serious expression. After standing at attention, he saluted. Report, Commander. There are big moves on the Eagle Sauce Nation's side. Duan Haisheng rubbed his temples again. Slowly lifting my head. My brows slightly furrowed. What did you say? Is there a big move from the Eagle Sauce country over there? What action? What are they trying to do now? The officer reporting the situation paused. Continuing, it's like this, Commander, we found that the beautiful nation over there has suddenly carried out a military deployment. And this deployment is unprecedented in scale. Among them are 2 major aircraft carriers, more than 10 escort ships and destroyers, and even various types of fighters are being moved around frequently. I think the momentum isn't looking good. Upon hearing these words, Duan Haisheng's eyebrows knitted even tighter. He had long known that action would come from the Eagle Sauce Nation over there. But he didn't expect the action to come so fast. And they even dispatched 2 aircraft carriers. So what is their purpose? Where is the destination? The answer is obvious. That is the South China Sea. It is highly likely to be the South China Sea. Duan Haisheng drew a deep breath. I understand. We must tightly monitor their movements. If there are any new developments, report to me immediately. Yes. After replying, the officer turned and walked away. After he left, Duan Haisheng stood up somewhat dejectedly. Then he fixed his eyes on the map on the screen. If this latest transfer by the other side is really related to the South China Sea, if they really come to the South China Sea, I'm afraid it won't take more than a few days to arrive. Neither their naval power nor their air power can be compared to the current Manhwa. What should I do to handle it when that time comes? Thought for a moment. Immediately summon a meeting of the senior management. In the conference room, several senior naval officers sit around the table. They all speculate. Why is the commander rushing to gather us like this? What could it be? I have no idea. I was still commanding the exercise between the 2 fleets, and suddenly I'm handed over here. That alone shows today must be something important. Could it be something about Lu Chen? Lu Chen? Who is he? Had you not heard? Lu Chen came to participate in the research and development, and he asked for materials worth hundreds of millions. In the end, not only did we fail to develop anything, but we also emptied out all the raw materials, as well as the parts and equipment that were in workshop too, and even the decommissioned ships and so on. Everything has been cleared out. What the heck? What's the point of this? What is he going to do with this thing? What for? Of course, to sell for money, and after the sale people supposedly ran away, haven't found anyone yet. This Lu Chen is amazing, really bold, catch him and he'd be shot right away. But how did they transport these things out? It shouldn't be possible according to reason. Who knows, anyway the entire workshop too has been emptied, but no one knows how he did it. Could it be that calling us here is for this very matter? I feel that there is more to it than just this matter. Well. Hush everyone, don't speak. The commander has arrived. Duan Haisheng pushes the door open. He strode into the conference room and took the lead. Sitting heavily in the chair. With a grave expression. Chapter 89, Sea Monster. He swept a glance across the officers present. Then take a deep breath. He spoke slowly, sorry for calling you here in such a rush for a meeting. Just now. Our intelligence department has learned that the Yingjiang nation is conducting a large-scale military mobilization. This military deployment includes their 2 main flagship aircraft carriers, more than a dozen frigates and destroyers, and an unknown number of combat aircraft. Although we still don't know the purpose of their military mobilization. I don't even know where the final destination is, after all. I have a hunch, and it cannot really be called a hunch, but rather my guess. I feel like this time they are most likely heading for the South China Sea. Everyone. They're getting serious this time. Everyone here is on the same side, let's speak frankly and openly. The truth is, whether regarding our naval power or our military strength, there is still a considerable gap between us and the United States. If their target for this deployment really is the South China Sea, then how should we respond? Everyone, share your views. After Duan Haisheng finished speaking, some were surprised, some shocked, some eager to try, some felt it was unbelievable, some were dumbfounded. The scene fell silent. After a brief silence, the senior officers began to express their views. Let me share my view first. Although their military mobilization came rather suddenly, from this alone we still cannot determine their goals and aims, so we need to make further determinations, and it won't be late to discuss countermeasures once we have them. You're not wrong there, but I have one objection. If their goals and aims are really confirmed, and we discuss countermeasures, then won't it be a bit late? What do you mean by that? Of course it's late. By then we will be in a situation where we are 10 points on the defensive. You actually don't need to be so tangled up. Based on the current international situation and the subtle relationship between us and the Eagle Sauce country, it's not hard to judge their purpose. Just as the commander said. At least an 80% probability that they are coming for us. And their destination is very likely the South China Sea. Well, I agree with your view. Since we can guess their purpose, how should I respond to it? I think, if they really dare to bring an aircraft carrier into the South Sea, we don't need to back down. Although our aircraft carrier is not as good as theirs, and our sea power is much weaker, on our own turf we cannot be afraid. We must not retreat half a step. That's right, in a narrow road where brave men prevail, even if you cannot defeat the opponent, you must have the spirit of drawing and using your sword. I suggest immediately mobilizing our aircraft carrier, as well as our destroyers and frigates, and also coordinating well with the Air Force, always staying ready. If that country with the eagle emblem really arrives, we will stand up to them and fight to the end. Respect is earned by strength. We must never make even a half-step concession. Listen to what they say. Duan Haisheng nodded deeply. That's right, respect is earned by fighting for it. If we retreat now, we are announcing to the whole world that we are not capable, and in the future we will be bullied by other countries at will. So at this moment, knowing there are tigers on the mountain, we still head toward Tiger Mountain. We must absolutely not make any concessions. We must make every preparation, be ready for war, and be prepared for the worst-case scenario. Even if the other side has the strongest resolve, we have to gnaw it down. I'll contact the Air Force on that side in a little while. Make them mobilize urgently. I don't believe it. You Eagle Sauce Nation are shamelessly bullying us. Do you really think our Dragon Nation is easy to mess with? If you dare come to our doorstep, I will make sure you have no way back. Everyone, time is tight. Next, we'll present a concrete, feasible response plan. Meanwhile, in the interrogation room, when Shuchi and the two others are still kept inside. Before finding Lu Chen, I'm afraid they won't be released. 3 people sat there, silent. After a while, Zhang Pengfei could not help but be a little restless. Sighing. Shift your gaze to Wen Shuchi. Asked, Wen Shuchi, you and Lu Chen are both from the 5th military factory. Now that someone has run away, your responsibility cannot be avoided. Did you participate at all? Do you know exactly what happened? Could you please tell the truth? Wen Shuchi forced a smile. If I needed to know what was going on, I would have been told long ago. Why am I being kept here? And he really hasn't told me anything at all. I'm completely stunned right now. But there is one thing I can be sure of. He absolutely wouldn't do anything like selling materials for profit. He wouldn't do that. Hearing Wen Shuchi's explanation, Zhang Pengfei chuckled softly. The facts are all laid out here, and you're still excusing him? If it wasn't him who did it, who else could have done it? You should know that in the face of enormous, no one can control themselves. It must be that he didn't know what method to secretly use to sell off the materials inside, as well as those parts and equipment, and then took the money and ran. What other explanation could there be? Hearing Zhang Pengfei say this, Wen Shuchi frowned helplessly and fell silent. But in his heart he quietly asked a question. Chief Engineer Lu, where did you go exactly? What else did you do? Just as he was thinking this, thousands of miles away, in the deep sea, a blue-green, hundreds of meters long sea giant that nearly blends with the seawater is speeding through the ocean. When it passes the whale herd, the speed of the sea giant only slowly slows down. It simply stops right there. Then, more than a dozen whales later swam toward this behemoth. The enormous whale looked so small before this behemoth. And at this moment, the shell at the forefront center suddenly slid to the sides. A huge transparent glass surface measuring 3 meters high and 5 meters wide was revealed. And inside the glass, a young man stood there with a straight and upright posture, watching the whale swimming in front of me. A faint smile appeared. That's right. This young man is Lu Chen. He had already left the naval base 2 days ago, piloting the freshly developed aircraft carrier and weaving through the ocean. To get a head start on familiarizing myself with the aircraft carrier's performance. Familiarizing himself with it over these past 2 days didn't disappoint him. Such an enormous aircraft carrier would normally require at least hundreds of people to operate. But what about now? An intelligence system handles it completely. It can almost be called a miracle. Chapter 90, The Eagle Sauce Nation is coming. Standing at the window for a while until these whales swam far away, Lu Chenkai shook his head listlessly. Call upon the intelligence system path. Xiaolong, close the floor-to-ceiling window. By the way, what date is it today? What time is it? For a moment, a magnetically influenced mechanical electronic sound comes through. Report to the driver, today is the 13th, 11 o'clock in the morning. Number 13? 11 a.m.? Lu Chen was slightly stunned. Sigh. Time really flies. I didn't realize I've been out for 3 days. Is everything at the base all right? What a pity. Unfortunately, I lost my phone. Alas. Lu Chen let out a sigh. His ideas are really a bit presumptuous. When we first went out to test drive on the first day, feeling the breeze on the sea, play on your phone while blowing airing it, take photos to show off the scenery to a female net friend I met online. Only a few photos were taken. One of the phones slipped out of my hand and fell into the sea, swept away by the raging waves, leaving no trace behind. He was stunned for a moment. even driving the Dragon of China down to search for it. Unfortunately, nothing was gained. After all, in the sea 100 to 200 meters deep, what to find a phone washed away by the waves? No easier than finding a needle in a haystack. Totally unrealistic. After searching for more than 10 minutes, Lu Chen simply gave up. We can just wait until we get back and then handle a new one. So the people at the naval base tried to call Lu Chen, but he could not get through at all. The deadline is the 15th. The competition will take place on the 16th. Now heading back is about right. Okay. Little Dragon, return to the ship. Destination, South Sea Naval Base. Okay, driver. The mechanical electronic voice sounded. The entire aircraft carrier began to change direction. Then speed up. Currently, the depth of the sea area where the aircraft carrier is located is 271 meters. In this situation, it could almost be described as walking on flat ground with no pressure. And this test drive. The maximum depth reached during submerged operation is 735 meters. It's not because this carrier can only dive to this depth at its deepest. It was because the sea area Lu Chen traversed was only a little over 700 meters deep. Even at a depth of just over 700 meters. The performance of the Dragon of Huaxia remained excellent. There was not the slightest discomfort. The operation is also very smooth. Far from the limit. On the way back to the naval base, Lu Chen sometimes dives underwater, sometimes surfaces to enjoy the breeze on the sea, and sometimes even pulls out a destroyer, then flies a distance in the sky for a thrill. Whether it is an aircraft carrier or a destroyer, they are all coated with stealth coatings and activated cloaking functions, so they could not be detected by others at all. Time passed by bit. They soon arrived at number 15. The aircraft carrier commanded by Lu Chen was getting closer and closer to the naval base. The morning of the 15th. Inside a naval base. In the command center. Duan Haisheng sat solemnly in the main seat. Listening to the report from the person below, his brows knit tightly. Commander, we have searched every possible place in the entire naval base, and the surrounding mountains and cities around the base have also been patrolled. There is absolutely no trace of Lu Chen. Last night we contacted the unit where Lu Chen is stationed, as well as his hometown police. Still, there are no clues about Lu Chen. And furthermore, we have also verified with the transportation department several times there are no records of anyone taking buses, long trips, high-speed trains, or airplanes. Also, during the past period, no suspicious vehicles have been found. In other words, up to now we still cannot determine how he transported those raw materials and equipment parts. It can be said that there is no clue at all. Duan Haisheng rubbed his chin, pretending to think. The frown on his brow grew deeper. Our own intelligence department has always been very strong when it comes to intelligence. Investigating a person or something has always been a matter of pinching and squeezing it with hands. But what is going on this time? How could a living person simply vanish into thin air like that? Not a single clue was left behind. And what about those things in workshop too? How did they disappear as well? He had investigators check all the surveillance cameras around workshop number 2, but they found no suspicious vehicles or suspicious people at all. But the things inexplicably disappeared. It's just like seeing a ghost. After thinking it over from all angles, I just can't figure it out. In the end, I could only sigh. Waved his hand. Okay, I know. You can go down now. This talent had just left. Immediately, another officer strode in. Stop at a distance of 3 to 4 meters from the broken sea depth. He saluted in a very standard manner. The report came in, sir, we can now be completely sure the target of the Eagle Nation is the South Sea. We have traveled more than half the distance and it is expected to reach the South Sea by tomorrow morning. And they have already begun patrolling back and forth at the areas where their fighter jets intersect with our territory in the South China Sea. Commander, our foreign ministry has engaged through normal diplomatic channels, but the other party has given no response. Upon hearing his report, Duan Haisheng's pupils constricted and he clenched his fists tightly. A look of surprise flashed on his face, but it quickly returned to normal, as if he had known all along that it would be like this. Sure enough, their target is indeed the South Sea. The wolf has wild ambitions, the wolf has wild ambitions indeed. You can go down now. If there are any new developments, report them promptly. Then his gaze shifted to the others around the conference table. You should have heard his latest report just now. The Eagle Sauce Nation's goal is indeed ours, and our foreign ministry has engaged in normal negotiations and inquiries regarding their series of abnormal actions, but has received no response. It looks like they're getting serious about this. Tell me, once they come to the South Sea, what they might do, and how should we respond? After these words were spoken, the officers present did not immediately express their opinions. Instead, they fell into silence. The atmosphere grew visibly tense. They all know that their military strength, although it has been greatly improved in recent years. But in the face of the Eagle Sauce Nation, there is still a large gap. So if the carrier, other ships, and fighter jets from the Eagle Sauce Nation come to the South China Sea to provoke, then the pressure is still very high. Even if a conflict broke out, they had no confidence at all in defeating the other side. The silence lasted for more than 10 seconds. An officer with a senior colonel rank drew a deep breath. Shared his own opinion. Actually, from the moment we learned of the Eagle Sauce Nation's military deployment, we had already considered the worst-case plan. From that time onward, we also had a discussion. And has taken corresponding actions. So I think we are not passive. Chapter 91, Not an inch of retreat is allowed. Although their naval and air power is much stronger than ours. But after all, this is the South China Sea, our home turf, our own territory. We have natural advantages. And also, our Navy, Army, and Air Force previously issued a unified call order, reached out to many retired soldiers, keeping them ready at all times so that once war breaks out, they can return to duty immediately. Although our military technology is not as good as that of the Eagle Sauce Nation, I just don't believe it. On our own turf, they have so many soldiers, so many aircraft and artillery, and they would still fear us, wouldn't they? If they dare to take action, they will surely have no way back. After this officer spoke, it also stirred the emotions of the other officers. Each one suddenly lifted their spirits. Showed expressions of extreme fearlessness and no ifs, ands, or buts determination. He's right. On our home ground, what is there to be afraid of? And even if they do come here, they might not dare to strike at us. We're not as easy to bully as we were back then. Moreover, back then a few decades ago we could beat them, we could frighten them, and now we can do it again. Another person nodded. Yes, our military power may not be as strong as theirs, but it is not something to be trifled with. Even if they dare to confront us in the South China Sea, I dare say they are unlikely to dare strike first. The consequences of taking action are probably more than they can bear. And in my view, they would likely use such forced measures to compel our compromise and concessions, then hand these islands over to our Besh-Aban country. They then further control the Aban state and deploy military forces on these islands. What a beautiful idea. Yeah, the Yingxiang country is always thinking of good things, but we won't let him have his way. Also, although the likelihood of them acting is small, we must prepare for the worst and get ready for a full-scale confrontation. According to my analysis, they are most likely to move the aircraft carriers and warships to the border areas in the central and western regions, deploy forces there, and form a standoff with us. And also, listening to these people's analyses, Duan Haishang nodded. You're right. They have come to the South Sea with great fanfare this time, and their primary purpose is certainly to intimidate us and make us retreat. As for taking action, there is a possibility, but it won't be very great. After all, once action is taken, it would mean a full-scale war between two nations, and the direct consequences of that, even for the United States of America, would probably be something it cannot bear. But no matter how they threaten and intimidate us, we will never retreat a single step. If we retreat, not only would the Belt and Road in the future fail to be built, but even the hard-earned status we have fought for on the international stage, which we have painstakingly maintained, would collapse in an instant. The consequences are very serious. We have no retreat left, everyone. As for dealing with this part, we have already discussed this before, and we have already driven our country's only aircraft carrier and fleet to the vicinity of the South China Sea to be ready to respond to any potential crisis at any moment. Everyone, get ready. For the Dragon Nation and for our people, this time the struggle must not retreat at all. We must not lose, we cannot afford to lose. By the way, today is already the deadline. How are Team 1 and Team 3 doing over there? After this question was asked, sitting in the back, Huayoji spoke up, reporting to the commander. The improvements of Team 1 have been completed. Their main enhancements are to the defense system, retuning the active interception system, adding cross-type missile interception, and dense fire interception. After improvements on the aircraft carrier, our carrier's interception rate has increased by more than twice what it was before. 2 times more than before? Duan Haishang was obviously a bit surprised upon hearing this. After the surprise, he nodded in satisfaction. Alright, if the interception rate can be improved so much, our safety has been boosted significantly. It's only been a month, there really is something to it. So what about Team 3? What kind of improvements did they make? Huayoji smiled slightly. As for Team 3, they mainly improved the catapult system, greatly shortening the taxi distance for aircraft taking off from the carrier deck, increasing takeoff efficiency, and allowing more aircraft to be carried. Also, they upgraded the entire carrier's reconnaissance system. After upgrading the reconnaissance system and increasing the interception rate, combining these two aspects can be said to boost the safety of aircraft carriers by several times. I understand. Duan Haishang nodded. When these two teams began to conduct research and development and improvements, he had once thought about it too. Either improvements to the weapon systems, or improvements to the defense systems, or improvements to the propulsion systems or reconnaissance systems, and so on. Although this time there were no improvements to the weapon systems or propulsion systems. But being able to improve the defense system to its current degree in such a short time is already very rare. After all, the financial resources, capabilities, and material requirements to build an aircraft carrier are extremely substantial, and it also takes a very long time. From this aspect, the safety of the aircraft carrier is the most important. so he was very satisfied. Even the breath he had been holding in his chest finally relaxed a little. My mood has become much more relaxed. Okay, haha. It would be best if improvements could be made to the safety of aircraft carriers. Based on our current guess, the United States is expected to arrive in the South China Sea tomorrow morning to around noon. Then we can also conduct the so-called drill during this time period. As for the comparison between Team 1 and Team 3, the directions they are developing fall under the realm of safety and defense. Very similar. It will be enough to compare during the drill. People say it's a drill, but in reality it's preparing in advance. Right. Guayoji nodded. It's still you, Commander, who thinks things through. Just. Lu Chen's matter. Upon hearing Lu Chen's name, Duan Haisheng snorted coldly. Don't mention him. If you mention him, I get angry. His affairs aren't finished yet, but at this point we still must devote all our energy to this South Sea operation. Wait until this thing is over, then talk about his matters. The next half hour. They are still repeatedly confirming the matters related to tomorrow's actions. And at this moment, as Lu Chen was about to reach the Nanhai Naval Base, he stopped. Chapter 92, a carrier appearing? Are you kidding? At this moment, he was only a little over 10 kilometers away from the naval base. Already completely within the detection range of the naval base. This whole location can be said to truly belong to the naval base, and any gust of wind or movement would not escape the base's detection. However, because Lu Chen activated the anti-reconnaissance feature, the detection level of the naval base was insufficient to perceive the existence of this aircraft carrier. When the aircraft carrier settled steadily in the water, as Lu Chen issued the orders, the aircraft carrier began to slowly rise and float upward. It quickly broke the surface. After breaking the surface, Lu Chen rode the elevator pod and arrived on the deck of the aircraft carrier. Then he gazed into the distance. Within his line of sight, about 1 kilometer away, a patrol ship could be vaguely seen slowly maneuvering. It seemed to be carrying out a watchful patrol mission. 1 minute ago, there is a patrol vessel patrolling the waters near the naval base. This patrol vessel belongs to a small class of patrol ships. There are a total of 21 people on board. Most people operate in their own positions aboard the patrol ship. On the deck, the patrol ship's captain is talking with his 2 soldiers, their expressions grave. While chatting, they also keep an eye on the surrounding situation. There is always a string taut in the heart. After the captain explained the mission to one of the soldiers, that soldier hurried away. But the captain merely turned slightly, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed on the distant sea. There was a moment of silence. And he sighed again. Turned to another soldier. Sigh, time really flies, it's already the 15th today. According to the information conveyed above, I'm afraid the Eagle Nation will reach near the South China Sea tomorrow. There might be a fierce battle at that time. Little Wu, are you afraid? The person called Little Wu drew in his legs slightly, standing a bit more upright. He had joined the Navy less than half a year ago, and it had been less than a month since he came aboard this patrol ship, a new duty he had taken on. But he learned things very fast and performed exceptionally well. And he has won prizes in some competitions. So he caught the captain's eye. And the captain valued him highly and wanted to train him, often keeping him by his side. Wu Xiaoan shook his head. Very determinedly he spoke. Report, sir, not afraid. Why aren't you afraid? Zhou Guangde fixed his gaze on him, asking back. Wu Xiaoan answers without even thinking, because I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Zhou Guangde raised an eyebrow. Do you think I haven't watched that movie? So you tell me in plain terms, why aren't you afraid? Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaoan gave an awkward, embarrassed smile, clearing his throat twice. Captain Hui, protecting the homeland is the responsibility of everyone. Since the day I joined the army, I have already placed my life and death in the balance. For the country, for the people, I am willing to devote everything of mine. Moreover, our country's military strength now is far from what it used to be. Even if that Yankee country comes, so what? Who wins or loses isn't necessarily settled. So I don't have anything to be afraid of. If they dare to come, we'll deal with them. Hearing this, which sounded a bit like a rash youngster's answer, Zhou Guangde was first taken aback. Then he patted his shoulder, laughing out loud. Ha ha ha. Great, well said. You hit the nail on the head with that. As long as they dare to come, we'll beat them up, beat them until they're scared and run away. You're right, Captain. But Captain, when can we patrol the border positions? The location we've chosen is only a few dozen kilometers from our base at such a close distance, there shouldn't be any special circumstances. Moreover, the enemy could not possibly slip in unnoticed to come so close to us. Besides, in my view they wouldn't dare cross the border, so what's the point of our patrols here? Guangde Zhou's gaze once again stretched into the distance. Little Wu, there is one thing I need to criticize you for. That is why our patrol here is very meaningful, and especially meaningful. Because half of the soldiers on our patrol ship are new recruits. So we need to run through the drills again and again before we head to the frontiers. After you become familiar with it, you can go to the front line border. So it is very meaningful. Still, Youngwoo, you're partly right. The place we're in is absolutely safe. Even if the country building fever runs rampant, it could never come near us. They wouldn't dare come here either. Cannot reach here either. Furthermore, before Zhou Guangde could continue speaking, Zhou Guangde noticed that Wu Shouen's gaze had already left his face, not sure where it was fixed. And a peculiar expression appeared on his own face. There was no longer listening to what he was saying. Look at him like this. A pinch of anger flashed in Zhou Guangde's heart. The thing he hates most is when others don't listen carefully while he is speaking. He felt that this was his way of disregarding the disrespect he had for himself. Because there are some accusatory questions. Xiao Wu, what are you looking at? Did you hear what I said? You're really not behaving well like this, do you know? Remember, when a leader talks to you in the future, you must listen carefully and not drift off. Do you understand? He has already said this, but Wu Shouen still seemed as if he hadn't heard it at all, his expression stunned as he gazed into the distance. Zhou Guangde frowned slightly. Raised my voice quite a bit. Xiao Wu, I am talking to you. Please respond. Felt a shiver run through her body upon hearing these words. Only then did she recover from the earlier confusion and shock. Turned to look at Zhou Guangde. Taking a deep breath, sorry, Captain, it's not that I won't reply to you. Instead, it's your rear. What is wrong with my rear? Zhou Guangde said with a light smile. Wu Xiaoan rubbed his eyes. Make sure I'm not seeing things clearly. Continuing, he said, Captain, about 1 kilometer behind you, it seems like a carrier has emerged from the water. Holy crap, what a huge aircraft carrier. This is too big. Captain, our only 2 aircraft carriers haven't already reached the borderline? Then how is there another one, and it's surfaced from under the water? Could it be that it can submerge? This. Hearing Wu Xiaoan's words, Zhou Guangde's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Their faces were full of doubt. Little Wu, what are you talking nonsense about? What we can boast about in our dragon country right now is only 2 aircraft carriers in total, and these 2 carriers have already been urgently dispatched to the southern sea border. How could an aircraft carrier appear behind me? What kind of joke is this? As the captain of a patrol ship, how many aircraft carriers does Dragon Nation have, and where do their carriers go on missions? Could he not be clear about it? Chapter 93, Enemy Attack? So he didn't even need to look back. Just knew that Wu Xiaoan was surely talking nonsense. However, Wu Xiaoan shook his head. Captain, really, I'm telling the truth. More than 1 kilometer behind you, there really is an aircraft carrier. And this aircraft carrier is really big. If you don't believe it, take a look. As he said this, he raised his hand and pointed. This has left Zhou Guangde puzzled, torn between belief and doubt. Some things look back on in hindsight. This doesn't matter if you don't look. After seeing that colossal figure 1 kilometer behind me, Zhou Guangde's pupils suddenly constricted. Hiss. He opened his mouth wide and drew in a cold breath. How is this possible? What is that thing? Is it really an aircraft carrier? Seeing Zhou Guangde with a surprised look, Wu Xiaoan felt a bit smug. Aren't you thinking that you don't believe what I say? Are you convinced now? So he tensed up his expression and did not smile. He asked, Captain, do you believe what I said now? There really are aircraft carriers. Hee, Captain, both the size of this aircraft carrier and its color and style are things I've never seen before, not even heard of. Who would have thought our Navy has hidden this deep? Just by looking at the shape and size of this aircraft carrier, it's simply more advanced than the Iron Nation's. Could this be our trump card? Wonderful. Watching Wu Xiaoan with an excited look, Zhou Guangde's door hinge grew tighter the more he frowned. The expression grew increasingly solemn. About 1 kilometer in front of him, there really was a gigantic aircraft carrier. However, this aircraft carrier is not their Navy's trump card. It could even be said that it isn't their Dragon Country Navy at all. Its size and color and appearance are something unheard of and unseen. But, since it isn't our own Navy's aircraft carrier, then whose is it? And why would it appear here? Thinking about the actions of the Eagle Sauce Nation during this period. Hiss. Zhou Guangde drew a quick breath of cold air. A possibility suddenly occurred to me. The lips trembled slightly with a faint quiver. Could it be that this aircraft carrier belongs to the United States? After all, besides the Eagle Sauce Nation, which other country in the world could build such an aircraft carrier? Pretty close to 10, not off by much. The thought occurred. Zhou Guangde suddenly felt a chilling wind rushing from his heels straight to the crown of his head. Watching Zhou Guangde there in a daze, Wu Xiaoan asked in confusion, Captain, what's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? When did we build this carrier? Why do I know nothing at all? Zhou Guangde wiped a cold sweat from his forehead. The person, flustered, said, this aircraft carrier is not built by our country at all. Our country has always had only 2 aircraft carriers. Moreover, those 2 aircraft carriers are both carrying out missions along the border of the South China Sea. Then he took a deep breath. In other words, this aircraft carrier is very likely from the United States. The United States is simply using those two aircraft carriers heading here as a veneer to confuse us. And their real goal is to steer this aircraft carrier toward our naval base for a surprise attack. No, I must contact headquarters immediately. This is very likely an enemy raid. With that said, regardless of what reaction Wu Xiaoan who stood there might have had, he ran to the patrol ship's command room at the fastest speed. Then he contacted headquarters. At this moment, Duan Haisheng is standing in front of the combat command screen in the headquarters. He has just spoken with the Air Force commander. In case of any emergency, they will immediately share intelligence and coordinate with each other. It was right at this moment. The phone in the General Command headquarters rang. After the operator answered, he immediately trotted up to Duan Haisheng in front of him. He handed the phone over. After taking the call, Duan Haisheng's principle is to neither bow nor boast. I am Duan Haisheng, you say. Reporting in, Commander. I am Zhou Guangde, captain of the Seagull-class patrol vessel Seagull. There is an emergency to report to you. Within our patrol area, we have located an aircraft carrier about 1 kilometer southwest of the coordinates of our patrol ship. After listening to Zhou Guangde's report, Duan Haisheng's pupils suddenly dilated and his expression changed in an instant. What? What did you say? Did you discover an aircraft carrier 1 kilometer ahead of you? Are you sure? How could this be possible? Zhou Guangde spoke decisively. Report to the commander, I am certain. I saw it with my own eyes. This is very likely an enemy strike. What should we do? Received a affirmative answer. A flicker of panic and confusion flashed across Duan Haisheng's face. Take a deep breath. I understand. You must keep constant watch over the movements of that aircraft carrier, report to me at any sign of trouble, and do not take any action without my command. After saying this, I hung up the phone directly. He looked at the senior leaders who were discussing with a very grave expression. Everyone, quiet down. There is something extremely urgent that I need to tell you. We just received intelligence that an aircraft carrier has appeared at a location 1 kilometer southwest of the coordinates where the Seagull-class patrol ship is positioned. If you must know, our only 2 aircraft carriers have all been sent to the border positions in the South China Sea to carry out missions. In other words, this suddenly appeared aircraft carrier is not ours from our dragon country. Whose would that be? Moreover, this is very likely to be the legitimate lineage, a plot by the other side. Then he ordered the chief of staff, immediately raise the alarm and enter a level 1 state of readiness. Tell everyone to be on high alert. A single stone stirs 1,000 ripples. Astonishing statement. What? A Nimitz-class aircraft carrier appeared near our naval base, how is that possible? Why haven't we received any at all? How could such a large military asset as an aircraft carrier appear right under our noses without us noticing? Did I get this wrong? The entire command room was in a shambles. Duan Haisheng raised his hand. Okay, stay quiet. Then his gaze fixed on an officer responsible for reconnaissance. What are your reconnaissance officers good for? Why is there not a single piece of news at all? If something happens, can you bear this responsibility? Why are you staring at me like that? Quickly investigate and verify what is going on. And it was at this moment. The entire naval base sounded the alarm. Then, Duan Haisheng began issuing a series of orders. Take every necessary measure that can be taken. Zhou Guangde, who had just hung up the phone, immediately arrived in front of the lookout equipment. Keep an eye on the movements of that aircraft carrier at all times. When he adjusted the viewing device and looked into the distance, the whole person was a little stunned. Because he discovered that enormous aircraft carrier had inexplicably vanished into thin air. No trace of it could be found all around. And at this moment, Wu Xiaoan suddenly rushed in. The report came in, anxious, Captain, that aircraft carrier outside has actually submerged, sank into the sea. He'll be able to dive in the future, it's truly incredible. Dive? Zhou Guangde grabbed his hair, are you kidding me? Are you sure you didn't misread it? Chapter 94, aircraft carrier can still dive? Captain, I couldn't be mistaken. I saw with my own eyes that the aircraft carrier sank straight down, just like that. It's absolutely incredible. Captain, is it possible that there's a problem with this aircraft carrier, so it sank to the bottom? Or can this aircraft carrier submerge? When he spoke those words, even he himself didn't quite believe them. After all, that aircraft carrier thing. How could it possibly dive? If it can submerge, then it wouldn't be called an aircraft carrier, it would be a submarine. Zhou Guangde was stunned by his words as well. He furrowed his brows tightly. It shouldn't be a problem. If there's no problem, how could it dive? This isn't scientific. Could it be the new technology from Eagle Jiang State? It's really terrifying. Eagle Sauce Nation? Wu Xiaoan was a bit stunned, hardly believing his own question. Do you mean this aircraft carrier belongs to Eagle Sauce Nation? Zhou Guangde spoke in a heavy voice. Nonsense, besides Eagle Sauce Nation, which country in this world has such advanced technology? Didn't you hear the alarm? Now the entire naval base has entered level 1 alert status. If that aircraft carrier really belongs to Eagle Sauce Country, there might be big trouble ahead. No, I must report to headquarters immediately. He has just finished reporting. 7 or 8 patrol ships rushed toward this direction from all directions. But after they came over, they all pounced but found nothing, and there was no sign of the aircraft carrier. 2 minutes later. General Headquarters. Duan Haisheng sat in the main seat, his hands clasped together under his chin, his gaze full of astonishment and doubt. He kept muttering to himself. Did the aircraft carrier submerge? How is that possible? Sigh. Shaking my head. Looking toward the officer from the reconnaissance department walking this way. The officer stood in front of the conference table. He saluted. The report came in, sir. I have already questioned each reconnaissance division and asked them to conduct a comprehensive search of the entire naval base area. But the result is that they found nothing abnormal. The only anomaly detected was the captain of the Gull ship. And the Gull's onboard camera system, but due to the distance, the camera system only captured a stretch of blurry imagery. When he heard that no anomalies had been found, Zhou Guangde frowned. And when the footage was captured and heard the image, his eyes lit up again. Since we have captured a segment of footage, play it immediately. 1 minute later. A footage plays on the front screen. In the footage, the originally calm sea suddenly something bursts out. The part that surfaced grew larger and higher. Until the entire upper half of the aircraft carrier floated above the water. After not long, it sank back into the water. Disappeared without a trace. Although the video is not clear, it is still possible to see that this aircraft carrier is incredibly massive. Everyone present was astonished. There really is an aircraft carrier. Oh my goodness, even though it's far away and I can't make it out clearly, I can feel that this is definitely a big one. It should look silver blue in appearance. I've never seen a carrier with this color before. No, didn't you notice? This aircraft carrier rose up from beneath the surface, which means this aircraft carrier can dive underwater. How is that possible? Terrifying, it's truly terrifying. Has technology in the Eagle Sauce Country progressed to this level? They've all brought aircraft carriers right near our base. What should we do about this? Yeah, if they take action, we won't be able to dodge it all. This is simply a naked threat. Wait a moment, everyone, I have a question. If this aircraft carrier is from the Eagle Sauce Country, since they were able to avoid all our reconnaissance and arrive quietly at our naval base, what is their purpose? Could it be that they just want to make a brief appearance? They could launch an attack on us at any time. They destroy our naval base without us knowing at all. This seems a bit illogical. What do you think? As soon as he finished saying this, someone scoffed coldly. There's nothing unreasonable about it. I feel it's very reasonable. Yes, this carrier of the Eagle Jellyfish Nation is incredibly powerful. It can not only dive underwater but also evade all of our reconnaissance, and before we know it, it has slipped right under our noses. But even so, in my view, they would not dare to take the initiative to strike first against us. After all, our national power is currently very strong. If he dares to take action against us, they may not be able to bear the consequences. So, in my view, their purpose in doing this is to intimidate us. There is no doubt they have succeeded. Sigh. What should we do? The others discussed for a few more minutes. Duan Haisheng just raised his hand slightly, signaling everyone to quiet down. This is something we did not anticipate. Although this aircraft carrier is very likely from the Eagle Nation, their aim may also be to deter us. But, will we be afraid because of this? No, I won't. We fear no threat, and we will not compromise with anyone. If they want to fight, then we'll fight them. If you must ask how long we will fight, there is no time limit. Beat them until they are afraid and submissive. Do you understand? Duan Haisheng understood it clearly in his heart. The more critical the moment, the more we must not retreat, and the more we must confront difficulties head-on. Otherwise, if there is a first retreat, there will be a second retreat. Then they will never be able to lift their heads, always trampled underfoot by others. The more so in times like this, the more we must not panic. Still following the command I issued earlier, the entire naval base is on first-level alert, ready for combat at any moment. And also continue reconnaissance, expand the scope and intensity of reconnaissance. The rest of the plan remains unchanged. There's more. Duan Haisheng kept issuing orders. In the deep sea near the naval base, an aircraft carrier was slowly cruising. Lu Chen sat in the control room, watching the various sea creatures outside the open floor-to-ceiling window, contentedly sipping his coffee. He had originally planned to drive the aircraft carrier straight to the vicinity of the base, then explain it to the relevant person in charge. However, just a moment ago, he changed his mind. Because today is only the 15th, while the presentation of the research results is on the 16th. Driving back now to show up would be less effective than waiting until the 16th to give everyone a surprise directly. So it had only just surfaced for a few minutes, then it plunged back into the depths. After finishing the coffee, Lu Chen subconsciously reached into his pocket but found nothing there. A helpless wry smile. Chapter 95. Lu Chen, is that you? Almost forgot. My phone has long fallen into the sea. Sigh, there is no phone to use, this is really awkward. Lu Chen suddenly thought of something, his eyes brightening. He originally planned to wait until he got back on shore, then go to a mobile phone shop to buy a new one. Then he would top up the SIM card. But what about now? Suddenly, he had an idea. Then we should directly simulate, in a simulated space, the research, development, and manufacturing of a new smartphone. We act on it and get it done. Immediately take out paper and pen. Then design according to your own idea on paper. After designing the overall approach. Direct call system. System, please. I want to develop a new type of smartphone. Start simulating. Then came the system's voice. Simulation start. You spent 2 hours refining the design of the phone's appearance and important parts according to your own ideas. You spent 15 days installing all the practical functions of the existing phones. You spent a month upgrading the phone's intelligence system, operating memory, processor, external hardness, waterproofing, and other aspects. Another 3 days passed, you installed a SIM card-free calling system on the phone and added a global signal automatic identification system, so you can be connected to the network anytime, anywhere. You spent a day upgrading the battery, achieving a standby time of more than half a year. You spent another 5 days thinking and researching other functions. You spent 2 days integrating all functions into one and entering the experimental stage. 3 days later, the development of the new mobile phone simulation is completed, and you name it rifle. Congratulations, Master, the simulation is successful. This purchase of materials consumes 1 science point, remaining science points 99. Lu Chen took a deep breath. Looking at the 6.3-inch, light blue smartphone in his hand, he couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. So a phone this awesome, and it has only used 1 technology point. From this perspective, the technology is quite durable. This phone of his can be described as unprecedented. It can crush all the phones currently in the world. First, let's talk about the quality of this phone. The phone shell is made of high-strength alloy, and the screen is also high-strength anti-ballistic glass. Even if you drop this phone from the top of a 5-story building, it won't break. Even if you smash it with a hammer, it won't budge an inch. And its waterproof performance. Even if it is soaked in water for a day and a night, even if it is boiled for 3 hours in hot pot broth, it won't sustain a bit of damage. Let me also talk about the performance of this phone. The runtime memory is a full 36 GB, and the storage memory is an impressive 24 TB. The processor is an improvement on his original Snapdragon processor. Even if you run 100 software backends at the same time, there will still be no crashes. It remains incredibly smooth, with no stuttering, and can run concurrently without any lag. There are other details and features that go without saying. Everything you can imagine is there. What is most worth mentioning is, this phone can access the internet without limits. No card insertion needed, no network connection required. Wherever there is network coverage, it can connect automatically. And as long as there is signal, you can make a phone call without needing any SIM card. Lu Chen toyed with his phone in his hand. Then boot up and activate, binding identity information. Then connect to the internet. Download all the software you normally use. When he downloaded the messaging app and logged in, suddenly dozens of messages popped up. I took a quick look at these messages. Lu Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. I really didn't expect this, but after losing my phone for these days, I've inexplicably become a wanted criminal. Sigh. He let out a sigh. After a moment of thought, he decided to first call Commander Zhang Jianguo of the Long Bay Military Region. Meanwhile, North Column Military District Headquarters. Zhang Jianguo stood with his hands behind his back. His gaze fell on the screen. His expression looked somewhat tired. A moment later, he turned to an officer and asked, "Chief Engineer Lu, any news yet?" The officer shook his head with a grave expression. "Commander, we've searched everywhere we could, questioned everyone we could, but there is no information at all." "Do you think he will really?" The officer hadn't finished speaking yet. Zhang Jianguo shook his head at once. "You're saying that he might really sell those things, then run away, right?" He. Truly ridiculous. Does he need to do this? With his abilities, what is it that he cannot obtain? Don't say it's just a few tens of billions. As long as he wants it, the country would satisfy him with 100 billion, 1,000 billion. I never imagined he had anything like that in him. I even dare to vouch for him. There is absolutely no way he could do something like this. Although words are spoken like that. But still let out a sigh. Lu Chen, where on earth are you? Please don't let anything happen." He is really worried about Lu Chen. Also truly trust Lu Chen. Even when Duan Haixing called him and said that Lu Chen had secretly sold their things and ran away, Zhang Jianguo directly denied it. Also vouch for Lu Chen. Even to the point of almost arguing with Duan Haixing over this matter. Lu Chen's importance may be unknown to others, but he is very clear about it. Enough, Lu Chen, a benevolent person will surely have the world. There is definitely nothing bad going to happen. Or perhaps, Just at this moment, Zhang Jiangwo's phone suddenly rang. He picked up his phone and glanced at it casually. His pupils instantly constricted. Amazed, he said, "Lu Chen?" Answering immediately. Somewhat nervous and expectant, he asked, "Lu Chen, is that you?" A familiar voice came from the other end of the line. "It's me, Commander Zhang. Sorry to have caused you concern these days." After receiving a positive reply, Zhang Jianguo finally breathed a sigh of relief. "If you're all right, I'm relieved. Lu Chen, where are you? What have you been doing these days? I've tried every possible method to contact you, but I can't reach you. And what about the naval base?" Zhang Jianguo asked aloud, voicing all the questions in his mind. Lu Chen patiently explained, "It's like this, Commander Zhang. The reason you can't reach me is that my phone fell into the sea a few days ago. I've just replaced it with a new one, and I'm calling you right away. And those messages you sent me, I just saw them. I never expected it either, that I would somehow become a wanted fugitive. Commander, do you think I might have done something like selling off the raw materials and equipment parts for naval bases?" "Of course not." Zhang Jianguo answered decisively, "First, because I trust you, second, because you have no need to do such a thing. Thank you for your trust, Commander. Let me explain it to you. This is how this matter is. Chapter 96, I used those raw materials to build an aircraft carrier. We were divided into 3 teams to compete in the research and development. And I belonged to the second team, only 4 people. Besides Wen Shuqi from the same factory as me, there are 2 more young people. It's obvious that we are not welcome. Although we are not favored, although we are not optimistic about us, I still attach great importance to this, because I know we are facing an unprecedented crisis. First I proposed the plan, then I asked old Guo for a large amount of raw materials, and afterwards I refined the plan." Lu Chen paused here. And at this moment, Zhang Jianguo spoke up, "I know the situations you mentioned, Commander Duan told me about them. But it's your plan, he told me as well. How can I put it? If you only look at the plan, it's simply outrageous. Anyone who sees this plan would think you're talking nonsense. It's absolutely impossible. But in my view, your plan is well-founded, with clear logic, and it could really be realized, because I know how capable you are. If you can even build a mech like a transformer, what else is there that you can't do? But what I don't understand is, why do you need so many raw materials? How did those other raw materials suddenly disappear?" Hearing this, Lu Chen chuckled. "Explain it. That raw material. It wasn't that I disappeared, nor that I was selling it. I used it up while I was making the aircraft carrier and the destroyer. All of it was used up, not a bit left. In truth, he did leave a tiny bit unused. But in the manufacturing process, after all, I used up some of my own tech points. The rest can be treated as compensation. Quite reasonable, right?" Zhang Jianguo raised an eyebrow, wearing an expression of disbelief. "You say you used it up while making the aircraft carrier and the frigate. Did you really manufacture it? How is that possible?" Those are all raw materials. And also, have you succeeded in manufacturing it?" After asking that question, he was a little nervous. Because just from what Duan Haixing told him, Lu Chen's plan, if they could build this aircraft carrier, would definitely be #1 in the world. Crush the tech of the Eagle Sauce Country. No longer need to fear any threat from the Eagle Sauce Country. However, he felt that asking such questions was a waste of his time. Because it was simply impossible to manufacture. It wasn't that he didn't believe Lu Chen. The main issue was that the time was too short. There was less than a month. Besides, what Lu Chen wants are only some raw materials. Using raw materials to build aircraft carriers is unimaginably complex in its steps. In a month, I'm afraid we can't even manufacture some of the simplest parts. Not to mention even a precision aircraft carrier. Upon hearing Zhang Jianguo's question, Lu Chen nodded. "That's right, I used those raw materials to build an aircraft carrier. And I've already built it. I am currently lurking under the deep sea, dozens of kilometers away from the naval base, while piloting a carrier." Shocking words. Zhang Jianguo's pupils contracted, exaggeratedly showing a facial expression. Unable to hold back swallowing. There were still some lingering doubts as I repeated the question. "You say you've already made it, and you're even piloting it now? Wait a moment, you're saying you're currently lurking deep under the sea, tens of kilometers away from the naval base? Can this aircraft carrier really dive underwater? Is it true?" Lu Chen let out a light laugh. "Of course it's true, Commander. When have I ever lied to you? So, besides being able to dive, does this aircraft carrier have any other functions from the design you proposed at the time?" Zhang Jianguo asked again. Lu Chen answered with certainty, "Of course there are. All the functions written in my plan are present on this aircraft carrier, and there are many functions that my plan did not mention that this carrier also has." After receiving the affirmative answer, Zhang Jianguo was taken aback at first. Then a slight upturn lifted the corners of his mouth. Then uncontrollable laughter continued. Okay, haha. I told you, how could you run away just for so little raw materials? It's not even a loss that I argued with Commander Duan. Haha, well done, Lu Chen. I was worried before. What should we do when the Eagle country brings their aircraft carrier and threatens us? It now seems that my worries were completely unnecessary. With a carrier like you, that Yankee nation is nothing. Lu Chen, I'm going to tell Commander Duan the truth now and see what he has to say about it. Wait a moment. When Lu Chen heard that Zhang Jianguo was going to tell Commander Duan the truth about the matter, he immediately stepped in to stop him. What's going on? Zhang Jianguo asked in confusion. Lu Chen chuckled. Since things have already come to this, since a misunderstanding has already been created, why not go along with the wrong path and let it be wrong? Why hurry to tell the truth? Do you mean? Zhang Jianguo seemed to understand but not fully grasp the idea. I have a rough understanding of Lu Chen's meaning, but not completely. Lu Chen continued to explain, aren't we aiming to hold a team research results showdown on the 16th? I plan to appear unexpectedly tomorrow when the other two teams are having their showdown. Give them a big surprise, huh? This time, first place is guaranteed for our team too. The last sentence, Lu Chen spoke with ironclad certainty and full confidence. But when Zhang Jianguo learned of Lu Chen's plan, first, he offered his approval. Not a bad idea. Then there was a twist. However, tomorrow's trial has already been cancelled. Cancelled? Lu Chen frowned, puzzled. How could it be cancelled? What's going on? Here's the thing. Zhang Jianguo planned to tell him about the Eagle Jam Nation. A few days ago, Eagle Horn Country suddenly deployed troops on a large scale. Among them are their two main aircraft carriers, more than a dozen ships, and hundreds of fighter aircraft. And the destination of their large-scale operation this time is our country's South China Sea region. And they are now only 200 to 300 kilometers away from our South China Sea border. It is expected to arrive at the Southern Seas border no later than tomorrow morning. They have a simple objective, which is to threaten us with force. To force us to relinquish islands near the South China Sea, to force us to cede our territorial waters. And then they will station their own troops on islands near our country and place missiles there, completing what they call the first island chain plan. We will implement a killing strangulation of our country. Simply disgusting. What makes us most nervous is the large gap between our Air Force power and Navy power compared to those of the state-owned. Even so, we are already prepared to pay a heavy price. The principle is to yield not an inch. Chapter 97, on the eve of the South China Sea confrontation. You've now produced a new generation of aircraft carriers that surpass the modern level. Why are we afraid of them doing it? It turns out to be like this. Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully. Damn Eagle Free Country, watching our nation's development speed accelerate in recent years, even showing signs of catching up to them, they actually want to use force to restrain us. Can we tolerate this? He. Lu Chen clenched his fists. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Then he flashed another cold smile. An eye for an eye, evil against evil. Alright, since they brought this trouble on themselves, I can't blame myself. Hearing something in Lu Chen's words, Zhang Jianguo said, that's why we cancelled tomorrow's team competition. Actually, it's not exactly cancelled. It could be said that a different form has been adopted. Because the two teams differ in the aspects they want to improve for the aircraft carrier. So we plan to directly test the improved level during the actual confrontation to determine the winner and loser. By the way, you just said an eye for an eye, using evil to defeat evil? Do you mean? Lu Chen let out a light snort. I will soon steer the aircraft carrier to the borderline of the South China Sea, and then hide it underwater. If the Eagle Sauce Nation dares to come knocking tomorrow, don't blame me for not being polite. I will let them see the gap between them and our Dragon Nation. Let Team 1 and Team 3 take a look and see what true technological innovation actually is. First, it belongs to me, belongs to our Team 2, belongs to our 5th military factory, and belongs to our Long Bay military district. Good. With you around, there is nothing much to worry about for tomorrow. I can't even imagine how Eagle Land would react when they suddenly see you burst onto the scene tomorrow. How shocked would Duan Haisheng and the others be? Lu Chen, we are waiting for your good news. Yeah, don't worry, Commander. Lu Chen said with a relaxed smile. Alright, enough talk. In a while I'll set autonomous driving and drive the aircraft carrier to the South Sea border. And then take a nap. Commander Zhang, goodbye. Hanging up the phone. Zhang Jiangwei suddenly thought of a problem. For a aircraft carrier to be steered and driven, it would require at least dozens of people operating in coordination. And what about Lu Chen's aircraft carrier? From what he said, there should be only him on the entire aircraft carrier. And there is also autonomous driving. Autonomous navigation for aircraft carriers? How advanced that is. After setting the autopilot, Lu Chen lay leisurely on the bed to sleep. When he wakes up, he would probably have already reached the southern sea border. However, the entire naval base had already become a complete mess. All soldiers have entered a level 1 alert state, ready to fight at any moment. The reconnaissance unit is even more on full firepower, all scouting operations run at maximum power, searching the world for the aircraft carrier that appeared before. But as time passed bit by bit, not a single shadow was found. As if that aircraft carrier had never appeared at all. This has the senior leaders of the naval base twisting in panic. That aircraft carrier looms above them like a sword hanging over their heads, keeping them awake at night and filling them with fear. Amid such a tense atmosphere, one night flew by in the blink of an eye. The next morning, Naval Base, the General Command Headquarters. A sleepless Duan Haisheng has just obtained new information. The whole person stood there in a daze for a moment, his expression solemn as he looked at the other senior officers. Everyone, latest news. The combat troops of the Eagle Sauce Nation have already arrived near the South China Sea, now resting and recuperating within the territory of Aban country. Speaking of which, he paused for a moment and took a deep breath. This time they dispatched a fleet consisting of 2 aircraft carriers, 17 escort ships, and destroyers, and on the 2 aircraft carriers there were as many as 110 fighters berthed. There were still 50 or 60 aircraft patrolling back and forth in the air. Everyone, the Eagle Sauce Nation has dug deep into its treasury and is getting serious now. It is hard to imagine how massive a war would break out if a conflict with them were to occur. Perhaps this is the greatest crisis we have faced in decades. After finishing explaining the situation, everyone present fell silent, and the air seemed to freeze at that moment. The atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. You should know. There are only 2 aircraft carriers in Manhwa, and their level is far behind the Eagle Sauce Nation. As for the fighter jets, there is even less to say. The number of fighter jets that can be mobilized now is already in the hundreds. But the overall combat performance is simply not on the same level as that of the Eagle Sauce Nation. Within such a huge gap, how do we fight it now? But even knowing we are outmatched, we can only press forward and meet the challenge head-on. At this moment, even if the blood flows like a river, we must not retreat half a step. After a minute of silence, another officer suddenly slapped the table. Damn, the Eagle Sauce Nation is simply going too far. But we aren't easy to mess with either. What difference does it make if their technology is stronger than ours? When we fought them back then, weren't we just as backward as they were? Yet we still beat them and scared them off. This time is no exception as well. Exactly, what are you thinking so much for? Why worry so much? Just do it. Yeah, we've dispatched 2 aircraft carriers now, there are hundreds of fighter jets, and there are more than a dozen frigates and destroyers. It's really not certain who will lose or win. We're no longer the weak country we used to be. I don't believe they really dare to take action. Just as everyone was discussing heatedly, Duan Haisheng received news from the Nanhai border again. Lifted a hand to gesture for silence. He spoke up, our arrangements have all arrived at the southern coast border, and a defensive line has been established along the border. We are now in a confrontational stance with the Eagle Sauce Nation fleet just a few kilometers across the frontier. But the other side doesn't seem to intend to confront us yet, just observing from a distance. Duan Haisheng was describing the specific deployment situation on the South China Sea border. And at the border of the South China Sea, hundreds of meters beneath the sea, a silver-blue aircraft carrier was quietly hovering like a fierce underwater behemoth. Lu Chen sits in the cockpit. Sipping coffee, he watched the red and blue dots blinking continuously on the screen. The red dot is the fleet of the Eagle Sauce Nation south of the borderline. The blue dot is the fleet of the Dragon Country north of the border. Apart from these red dots, the screens nearby kept switching to real-time videos of all military equipment from Dragon Country and Eagle Sauce Country. Some of the videographers are biomimetic fish that swim beneath the sea surface, while others are biomimetic birds soaring in the sky. It can be said that all situations on the sea are under Lu Chen's control. He is like a spectator, with no trace of nervousness at all. And he occasionally munches on a bag of potato chips. These are the snacks he specifically prepared before conducting the aircraft carrier test drive. After the fleet of the Eagle Sauce Nation stayed for an hour, suddenly they began to act. Chapter 98, Close Pursuit Step by Step. Led by 2 aircraft carriers, with more than a dozen frigates and destroyers by their side, they headed toward the southern maritime border. More than 100 fighter jets were stored on the aircraft carrier, and dozens of aircraft flew in the sky to provide escort. They are clearly determined to block the Dragon Country at its doorstep. However, not long after they just set off, from both sides, more than 30 destroyers and corvettes suddenly surged out again. Dozens of these destroyers and frigates converged with the aircraft carrier fleet. A general who has been watching the situation on the Yingjiang side saw the sudden appearance of dozens of ships. Her pupils suddenly dilated. People are a bit dazed. Originally, the Dragon Country had intelligence that the Eagle Sauce Nation had only sent 2 aircraft carriers and a dozen or so escort ships and destroyers. But unexpectedly, several dozen more suddenly appeared. It can be said that it was beyond expectation. After discovering the sudden development, the general took a deep breath, a grave look spreading across his face. But his eyes grew even more firm and sharp. Immediately report to headquarters. And at this moment, the Southern Sea Fleet, the Northern Sea Fleet, and the Eastern Sea Fleet of the Dragon Country, guided by 2 aircraft carriers, stand unwaveringly on guard along the border. There are as many as 3 Navy admirals and 2 vice admirals personally taking up arms and fighting. Similarly, tens of millions of sailors have also already written their wills in advance. They swore to defend the country with their own lives, protecting the homeland and guarding the nation. In addition to that, the latest and most powerful DF missile of the Dragon Country is ready. More than 100. We can launch an attack at any time. Although Longwa's technological and military power is not as strong as Yingjiangwo's. But their dead ends into blood courage surpasses everything. Heads may roll, blood may spill, but the Dragon Nation's territory cannot be lost. As long as it is time to take bold action, they will retaliate mercilessly. Noon. The sun is blazing. The Eagle Sauce Nation's fleet has inexorably drawn near Longwa's southern border in the South Sea. A few minutes later, their fleet has stopped along the border. Another 100 meters ahead will bring you into Dragon Country's territory. They were more than 200 meters apart from the Dragon Nation fleet, forming a standoff. The sailors on the aircraft carrier and warship stand tall, their eyes lacking any fear or dread, only the determination to defend the motherland's territorial integrity to the death and a strong fighting spirit. One day for the military, a lifetime for the country. Even if it means sacrificing, I will die boldly and valiantly on the road to defending the motherland. Meanwhile, the chief commander of the naval base, Duan Haisheng, has arrived aboard one of the aircraft carriers. After discussing with the senior officers on site, choose one person to negotiate with the fleet of the opposing Eagle Sauce Nation. The chosen person is Zhu Mingquan. Rank, Colonel. He went to the aircraft carrier deck. Hold formal negotiations with the other side using a loudspeaker. First came the small talk, then straight to the point. People across from you, listen carefully. No matter which country you come from, no matter who you are, you have already violated the peace treaty for the South China Sea. Another 100 meters ahead will cross the borderline and enter our Dragon Country's territory. Our Dragon Country's territory is sacred and inviolable. We will defend the motherland's territorial integrity with our lives. Hereby we issue a severe condemnation against you and deliver a formal warning. If you continue to move forward, we will take corresponding measures without hesitation. All consequences arising shall be borne by your side. After these words were spoken, the elites of the Eagle Sauce Nation immediately began a series of discussions. A few minutes later, a general from the Eagle Sauce Nation gave a response. Listen up, the Dragon Nation army across from you. As the world's #1 superpower and as the guardian of world peace, it is our responsibility to protect weak countries from being bullied by barbarous nations. Hundreds of kilometers ahead of us, the position you are in is not within your country's territory. This place belongs to Abing Nation. They were theirs before, they are theirs now, and they will be theirs in the future. And you, Longwa, you are a bunch of thieves. You have occupied the territory of the Abing Nation and the islands that belong to the Abing Nation. Damn Dragon Nation people, I advise you to immediately return this sea area and the nearby islands to the Abing country, or don't push us to use force. You cannot bear the price of our actions. You are barbarians. We are the righteous ones. After saying these words, the general turned off the loudspeaker. Then he flashed a grin at a few generals beside him. To put it in the old saying from the Dragon Nation, it is to discipline first and attack later. We've already given them a chance, and if they stubbornly refuse to listen, we'll take action. Just with their shabby aircraft carrier, broken ships, and rickety fighters, under our strong offensive they won't last even an hour before suffering a terrible defeat. Then we will continue the campaign in the name of justice and directly wipe out their naval base. The grand image of a great power that they painstakingly built on the international stage will suddenly collapse today, reverting to its original form. The other generals burst into an extremely arrogant laugh. Even at the doorstep of the Dragon Nation, in the face of so many fleets from the Dragon Nation, there was still no fear at all, and no sense of tension. Haha, the Dragon Nation people are just loudmouths. If it really fights, they'll be nothing. Yes, with their military power, they actually threaten us in return. They should look at themselves in a mirror and ask how much they really can back it up. That's right, if we really act, we can wipe them out within an hour. It's impossible to tell who is big or small, who gave them this confidence, talking to them like this. I think there's no point wasting words with them, just sink their aircraft carrier and see what they're capable of. The generals of the Eagle Sauce Nation were laughing and joking. Over here in Longwa, this general has an expression of righteous indignation. Damn it, this is truly infuriating. These sympathizing Americans are simply flipping black and white and cannot discern right from wrong. Damn it, they actually say we are bandits, they actually say we usurp the territory of Abin Nation. It's a complete joke. They really dare to say it. In the South China Sea, in this region, and on those islands, from ancient times to today, for thousands of years it has been our territory. When did it become Abin States? Why worry about what excuses to use to accuse? They simply want an excuse to occupy. They actually say they are justice and we are barbaric. This is the funniest joke I have ever heard. It seems they intend to go all the way, no matter what. Sir, how should I reply to them? Zhu Mingquan loosened his tightly clenched fist and asked Duan Haisheng. Duan Haisheng pondered for a moment. Let Shu Mingkuan follow the principle of courtesy before force. Continue arguing with them rationally. But after explaining the reasoning, you must project a hardline stance. Chapter 99, it's my turn to take action as well. After receiving the instruction, Shu Mingkuan takes a deep breath and continues to negotiate with the other party. Don't you find it ridiculous that you're saying this? When did this place in the South Sea become their Avan State? Chinese history for thousands of years, including in modern times, this place has always been ours. It was ours before, it is ours now, and it will be ours in the future. You cannot change that, and no one can change it. This is an undeniable fact. Who is a robber? You know it in your heart. Don't pretend to be world peacekeepers. You're just using strong-armed bullying and the intimidation of the weak as excuses. I advise you to leave here as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary trouble and to avoid getting yourself into hot water. At the same time, a final warning: if you dare to go forward and cross the border, we will treat your actions as provocation, even aggression, and you will bear the consequences. Shu Mingkuan's words carried a very threatening tone. The generals over in the Eagle Sauce country treat it as no different from a joke. After all, they are very clear about the level of technology in Dragon Nation. With their military power, they even dare to spout such grandiose words in front of us. What else could it be but not a joke? Duan Haisheng and several generals have been waiting for a response from the Eagle Sauce Nation. Although outwardly calm and unconcerned, in their hearts, they still hope that the United States will back down in the face of difficulties. After all, they also understand that their military power and military equipment are fundamentally inferior to the Eagle Sauce country. Even if we win against them, even if we drive them away, there will definitely be heavy losses on our side as well. They also don't want to see such a thing happen. However, things did not go as hoped. They did not wait for the Eagle Jar country to compromise. What they received instead was to push their advantage further. The Eagle Sauce Nation did not provide an answer. Instead, he drove the aircraft carrier fleet calmly toward the border. Seeing this scene, Duan Haisheng frowned tightly, unable to help but show a bitter smile. Are they actually continuing to move forward? Aren't they afraid of triggering a war? They are testing our bottom line. The others also looked unhappy. There are even some who are indecisive. The tough words have already been spoken. If the Eagle Sauce Nation really crosses the border into its own territory, then should we fight or not? If we don't fight, then what we did before, and what we said before, wouldn't that all have been bluffing? How can I continue to make a name internationally in the future? If it comes to fighting, can you win on your own? Even if you could win, how many people would die? How much would you have to pay in costs? How many families would be torn apart? Commander, they're essentially playing with fire. If they really cross the border, what should we do? Commander, the situation is urgent. It seems they're serious now. Are we really going to take action? I really didn't expect this. For so many years, although we've been fighting openly and secretly with Eagle Sauce Nation, it's always just friction at the margins. This time we're going to fight with real guns. Commander, we're waiting for you to decide. Duan Haisheng drew a deep breath. He exhaled slowly. With a resolute gaze, he looked ahead as if he had made up his mind. What is said out loud is like a nail hammered into the wall. Our current military strength may not be as great as theirs, but we are by no means a weak and easy target to be trifled with. Just as we agreed, as soon as they dare cross the borderline, we will treat them as provocations and aggression, and we won't be polite to them anymore. The time for action is at hand. Then turn the gaze to Shu Mingkuan. Shu Mingkuan, move out. Shu Mingkuan saluted. Duan Haisheng nodded. Issue them a final ultimatum, and the moment anyone crosses the border, we will act immediately. Yes. A trace of military valor flashed in Shu Mingkuan's eyes. Faced with the possibility of an upcoming war, he was not afraid. On the contrary, he was somewhat excited. After 2 or 3 decades in the army, isn't it all for defending the homeland and protecting the country? Dying on the battlefield might be his best resting place. And it's not necessarily that someone will die on the battlefield who wins or loses. Isn't definite either. After receiving the orders, he immediately called out to the Eagle General Fleet, which was slowly moving this way. Our side formally issues a warning: please immediately stop approaching. This is the final warning. If your side crosses the borderline into our territory, we will not hesitate to launch an attack against you. Defend the motherland's territory, not 1 inch to yield. At this moment, the fleet of the Eagle Sauce Nation is crawling slowly toward the border. In response to the warning from the Dragon Nation, they don't care at all. Sidera further said, transmit my orders, then slow down a little more, just a tiny bit to approach the boundary line, and finally stop on the boundary line. Although Dragon Country talks tough on the surface, that's only on the surface. I guess their inner defenses are already on the verge of collapse. We want this kind of effect. Sidera is not stupid. He certainly won't enter Longwa's territory so easily. After all, over the years, the Dragon Kingdom's strength has grown for all to see. Even if they have made full preparations. Even if they are confident they can defeat the Dragon Nation's army. But it will certainly come at a certain cost. And him? What he is thinking is not to wage war first, but to threaten and force Dragon Nation to compromise. After compromising, sit down to discuss the terms. This way, there will be no bloodshed. If it truly cannot be done, then resort to forcible oppression. Actually, what he was thinking wasn't wrong either. As their fleet closes in step by step, the pressure on the Dragon Country's military is really increasing wildly, and everyone's nerves are stretched to the limit. But nerves aside, still tense. They have no intention of compromising at all. That's all. The two sides formed a standoff in the invisible realm. A great war was on the verge of breaking out. Meanwhile, in the deep sea just a few hundred meters directly below the borderline where the two sides are located, a gigantic behemoth is quietly hovering. Lu Chen sits in the control room. Sitting with her legs crossed at the knee, munching sunflower seeds. Lounging comfortably, he watched the screen content with ease. Let out a light hum. Some disdainful mutterings. That Eagle Sauce Nation really does bow to drinking penalties instead of accepting wine. Who gave him this much confidence? Those who offend China, even if far away, shall be exterminated. To dare bring an aircraft carrier battle group into our territory to cause trouble, you've really gotten brazen. Enough already, enough already. If we don't take action now, when else will we? Now it's my turn to teach you how to behave. After saying this, he first released the other 3 destroyers. Then he ordered the aircraft carrier and the destroyers to float upward from the seabed. And his destination is exactly the borderline between the Dragon Nation's fleet and the Eagle Sauce Nation's fleet. He wants to see when his aircraft carrier and frigates appear. What kind of expression would Eagle Sauce Nation have in Congress? It should be extremely exciting, right? Chapter 100, a carrier appears halfway through the journey. At that moment as well, Lu Chen received a call from Zhang Jianguo again. A slightly excited voice came from the phone. Chief Engineer Lu, I have already flown Panicking to near the South China Sea and am now circling above the border of the South China Sea. From the air, I have spotted many Eagle Nation fighters. They don't even know I exist. Chief Engineer Lu, I'm waiting for your message right now. When can I appear in person, or when can I take action? Please give me advance notice. Already as early as last night. He then had another phone call with Lu Chen alone. They were talking about how to deal with the Eagle Sauce Country today. The two parties reached an agreement. Zhang Jianguo will personally pilot the mecha and arrive in the South Sea in a stunning display. When Lu Chen revealed his aircraft carrier. At a certain moment. As long as Lu Chen sends him a message, he will pilot the mech to appear, or directly launch an attack on the enemy. Although Duan Haisheng and the others were already tense to the limit and had prepared to sacrifice themselves to defend the motherland. However, they really don't need to worry at all. That concern, on the contrary, is coming from the Eagle Sauce Nation. Because the entire scene will be under Lu Chen's control. So the standoff from the very beginning already doomed its outcome. That means Dragon Country wins, Eagle Chan loses. Listening to Zhang Jianguo, Lu Chen nodded. Okay, the on-site situation is already under my control. When your appearance is required, I will send you a notice. Be patient and wait for now. Let us not talk about it for now. I'm currently navigating the aircraft carrier and destroyer to surface. At this moment, on the sea's surface, the fleet of the Eagle Sauce Nation is less than 30 meters from the precise line marked on the system map. This time the Supreme Commander of the Eagle Sauce Nation, Zadila, issued another order. All fleets stop advancing and hold position. All fighter jets are hovering near the border airspace, waiting for my orders. The reason for stopping here is simple. That is to apply the maximum pressure on Manhwa, causing them to collapse on their own. Then he instructed the officer in charge of negotiations, tell them that if they do not return the sea area and the nearby islands to the Aban Kingdom, we will take the necessary measures to protect the legitimate rights of the weak nation. This is their final warning and their only chance. After receiving the order from Zadila, the officer in charge of negotiations immediately began to engage with Dragon Kingdom on their side. After learning of the Eagle Sauce Nation's, Duan Haisheng swore angrily. Damn Eagle Sauce Country, always defending the legitimate rights and interests of weak nations. Does that defend the legitimate rights and interests of other countries too? It's obviously to control other weak nations for its own. Really shameless, using any means to achieve its goals. Then I told our own negotiation experts, tell them not to wave big banners here any longer. What are they thinking? What are their aims? Do we not know? Also tell them that wanting us to relinquish our own territorial sea and the islands that originally belonged to us is delusional talk and absolutely impossible. Aren't they threatening us? We won't fall for it. You tell them that they can threaten all they want even if they actually act, we won't be afraid. When he heard Longwa's reply, Zadila couldn't help but smirk. Issued the final order. All fleets continued to advance, ready for combat at any moment. As the fleet crossed the border, the fighter jet squadrons entered the Dragon Country's airspace. As soon as there are any signs that the other party is about to strike, launch an attack immediately. We will surely wipe out all of them in the shortest possible time. Dominant occupation. Once this order was given, 2 aircraft carriers, along with dozens of ships, roared into action in a grand, unstoppable mobilization. Behold this scene. Dragon Country is also ready for battle. However, just at this critical moment, the reconnaissance equipment on the aircraft carrier of the Eagle Sauce Country suddenly alarmed. After the analyst's examination, suddenly startled, immediately report to the superior. The superior rushed to Shidala Zadila at once. With a solemn expression, he saluted. The report said, "Commander, just now we detected a huge object slowly surfacing from below on our front right side." "A giant object is slowly surfacing from the water?" Zydelia frowned, filled with doubt, and asked, "What do you mean? Is it a whale?" The officer shakes his head. "It's not a whale. Based on our detection, this massive object is nearly 500 meters long and about 70 meters wide. Judging by its ascension speed, it should surface in roughly a dozen seconds." Hiss. Zadila gasped in shock, his expression exaggerated. Such a huge giant. After a brief hesitation, the order was given immediately. All fleets halt forward progress and stand by on the spot. And at this moment, something seems off on the Dragon Country's side. After receiving the report, Duan Haisheng also wore a grave expression. "Command everyone not to act rashly." Both sides' personnel fixed their gazes on an empty sea surface on one side between them, as if something very terrifying is about to appear there. A few seconds later, a pitch-dark thing appears under the sea within sight, visible to the naked eye, rising at a constant speed. A few seconds later again, the becomes clearer, but Duan Haisheng's expression grows stranger. From the size of this giant thing and the color of its surface alone, isn't this the aircraft carrier he had seen in a video? But why would this aircraft carrier appear here, and why now? Thinking of this, a shiver ran through his heart. A bad premonition arose. Moreover, it confirmed that this aircraft carrier belonged to the Eagle Sauce Nation. The Eagle Sauce Nation has not only dispatched its 2 main aircraft carriers and dozens of ships, but also 100 or 200 fighters. They even deployed a new type of aircraft carrier that they had never seen before, and this carrier can also dive underwater. What kind of formidable technology would be needed to achieve that? Suddenly, the pressure feels even greater. The odds of victory in my mind have been reduced by one more notch. Seeing this big fellow looking like an aircraft carrier, the Eagle Sauce Nation over there is also expressionless with confusion. Zadila's eyebrows tightened a notch, heart beating wildly. He thought that everything was under his control, that he fully understood Longwa's combat power, and that victory this time was in his grasp. What he could not have anticipated was that. How did another aircraft carrier suddenly appear, and this carrier is of a size he has never heard of or seen before, even surfacing from beneath the sea? So you mean this thing can dive underwater too? When did Longwa become so awesome? He can't figure it out. Chapter 101. Could this have been built by Lu Qin? Moreover, what they are seeing now is that the aircraft carrier is still beneath the water, so the visual impact isn't very shocking. A few more seconds passed. The enormous aircraft carrier began to surface, with great waves spreading out from the center where the carrier was located, until the entire carrier fully appeared. Looking at this huge, sea blue creature, even larger than one's own carrier, Zadila's pupils constricted directly, and he stood there dazed at the spot. A sense of crisis rises spontaneously. Although the strength of an aircraft carrier cannot be judged solely by its size. But Zadelra had a feeling. That is why the true strength of this aircraft carrier absolutely matches its size. Even surpassing, and yet not lacking in any aspect. And this aircraft carrier always gives him a very feeling, as if his own aircraft carrier were a cat facing this aircraft carrier, unable to lift its head, even filled with fear. Just at this moment, the officer responsible for reconnaissance and detection hurriedly ran in front of Zadelra again and stood firm. Take a deep breath. The report says, "General, just now we detected 3 more behemoths slowly surfacing beneath the seabed. According to our findings, each of these 3 giants must be at least 100 meters long, and these 3 giants orbit around this huge aircraft carrier. Is it a warship, like a carrier-S escort vessel? General, have we walked into an ambush?" Zadila frowned. After the report, the whole person collapsed emotionally. Damn it, the Dragon Country is utterly abominable, dare to ambush us, despicable, absolutely despicable. Yet we need not worry even if they have an extra aircraft carrier, even if this carrier rose from beneath the sea, even if this carrier is equipped with 3 escort ships. But compared to our equipment, they are far behind. They will absolutely not be our match. They will lose. Zidara wants to continue saying some uplifting words to keep the morale on his side high. However, before he could finish his following words, the 3 escort ships surfaced. Watching the 3 escort ships that were far larger than their own, the sleek exterior that he had never seen before, and the dense array of equipment he had never encountered on them, the whole person was stunned. Couldn't he help swallowing? His eyes were filled with astonishment. Are these Dragon Country's aircraft carrier and escort ships? How have I never heard of them having ships of this style and model, an aircraft carrier and a frigate? Can they really make it? How could they possibly have such technology? This is something that should not be happening. The other several senior officers besides Adila were equally astonished, their mouths agape. Looking at the aircraft carrier and destroyer in front of him, a look of incredulity filled his face. Oh my goodness, when did Dragon Nation's military technology become so strong? Could it be that Manhwa has been concealing its clumsiness all along? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. I'm a bit suspicious that I'm seeing things like it doesn't feel quite real. Damn it, why do I feel a sense of oppression? These people have varied expressions, some are shocked, some surprised, some puzzled, some numb, some dazed. There's no helping it. Who made Lu Chen's aircraft carrier and several destroyers so sci-fi that they seem unreal? They simply don't look like something that could exist in reality. The shock is not limited to Eagle Sauce Country on their side. Things aren't any better on the Dragon Country's side either. When they finally see the aircraft carrier and destroyers fully surface, Duan Haixing's face turned dark. The heart was beating non-stop, thumping faster and faster, several times quicker than before. Even just facing the 2 aircraft carriers and dozens of ships previously sent by the Eagle Sauce Nation, plus 1 to 200 fighters, already feels extremely strenuous. He doesn't even think there's any chance of winning. Although the situation is very unfavorable for his side, he still has a little confidence, because his own side is not short of preparation. If it's lucky, you might indeed achieve a devastatingly narrow victory. But what about now? He could never have dreamed of it. The Eagle Sauce Nation has actually dispatched an aircraft carrier and 3 frigates to lie in wait in the South China Sea. Even more shameful is that this aircraft carrier quietly moved to within just a few tens of kilometers of its own naval base yesterday. He now feels a chill when he recalls it. If at that moment the aircraft carrier had suddenly declared a challenge against their naval base, I'm afraid the entire naval base would be in chaos, even suffers heavy losses. Now encountering this big guy again. How could he not be nervous? Somewhat helplessly, he sighed. He whispered softly, I really couldn't have imagined it. The technology level of the Eagle Sauce Nation has developed to this extent that even a colossal vessel like an aircraft carrier can achieve the ability to dive. And even forge such a big behemoth with the sci-fi feel seen in movies. Just a single glance is enough to know that their technology level is far ahead of ours. This battle won't be easy. It's much harder than we had predicted earlier. After he finished speaking, several generals beside him also nodded gravely. Yes, in the intelligence we've obtained, the Indian country is already powerful enough, but who knows that in reality they are even stronger. I didn't expect they even had a trump card. They really caught us off guard. Although this battle was a near-death experience, which of our Dragon Country giants should we fear? Even if we die, we will wrench out one of their teeth and make them suffer a little. Yes, we should avoid letting others intimidate us and dampen our own ambitions. After all, we are at our own doorstep, on our own turf, with natural advantages. What are they afraid they can do? If you're going to do it, do it. Meanwhile, the overall scene on site was also transmitted to the command center at the naval base. And in the command headquarters. Besides having a full general and 2 lieutenant generals stationed there. Previously, the scientists and experts who had come from all over the country to the naval base were also at the headquarters. There are 3 reasons they are here. First, I want to see how effective the improvements I've made actually are. Secondly, provide ready solutions at any time for the use of some equipment on the aircraft carrier. Third, they also want to see what the Eagle Sauce Status aircraft carrier looks like and, if war really breaks out, to witness firsthand the combat capabilities of the opposing carrier or fleet. These data will be very informative for later modifications to their own carrier fleet. When they first saw the Eagle Sauce Nation's aircraft carriers and warships, each of them wore a look of seriousness and excitement. Although the Eagle Sauce Nation is their opponent. But they have to admit. 102. Not waiting for them to analyze anything from the video in front of them. The scene shifts. I could see a big lump gradually surfacing from beneath the sea. When I saw this big guy, the experts present wore various strange expressions. Some people could not help but stand up. The room of the entire command headquarters occasionally let out gasps of cold air. Is this a submarine? No, this is an aircraft carrier, but why would an aircraft carrier rise up from the bottom of the sea? A submarine-capable aircraft carrier? How is that possible? How could there be something like that in the world? Incredible. In the end, we still underestimated the technological level of Eagle Sauce Nation. The technology they displayed far surpasses ours. A submarine-capable aircraft carrier, how did they do it? This completely overturns my understanding. Look quickly, the aircraft carrier has surfaced, its elegant and aerodynamically compliant silhouette, and this silver-blue exterior design, more sci-fi than in the movies. Wait. 3 more destroyers have appeared around the aircraft carrier. Oh my, why have I never seen the equipment and facilities on this destroyer before? Horrifying, truly terrifying. All these years, I thought our country's scientific research was infinitely close to that of the United States, but now I realize we are actually frogs at the bottom of a well, which is a bit self-deceiving and delusional. Sigh, this war is looking to be in jeopardy. Truly the country with the most talent in the world, the Eagle Sauce Nation, yet why does our country not have so many talents? We should reflect on this. If this aircraft carrier and the other 3 destroyers could be built by our country, that would be great. Was it made by our country? Although I don't want to admit it, the reality is that we're far behind. If we want to build something like this, I'm afraid it'll take at least another 20 or 30 years. Not only were these experts witnessing this scene, there are also 3 of them, Wen Shuqi and the others. Since Lu Chen disappeared, the 3 of them have been under tight surveillance and subjected to a comprehensive investigation. Fortunately, after the investigation, it was found that they had no motive to commit a crime. No evidence was found either. So they relaxed their surveillance of them. But they are still not allowed to leave the naval base. Just this morning, after being treated to a darker treatment by Duan Haishang, it still led to them being brought to the headquarters with the 3 of them. These 3 people, upon seeing an aircraft carrier and a frigate emerging from beneath the sea. Compared to others, besides being shocked, there was also a somewhat peculiar expression on their face. When Shuqi looked at that aircraft carrier and the 3 escort ships, and for some inexplicable reason, she thought of Lu Chen. In her memory, Lu Chen said he would build a carrier and 3 destroyers. And what has appeared now, isn't it a carrier and 3 destroyers? Then a very incredible and ridiculous idea arose in her mind. Could it be that? Is this aircraft carrier and the 3 escort ships the work of Lu Chen, Chief Engineer Lu, and Team Leader Lu? However, this idea has just appeared. When Shuqi shook her head and dispersed it. Even a self-deprecating smile. In his heart he thought, what am I thinking? How could this aircraft carrier and 3 frigates be built by him? He would have already sold the raw materials and run away. Sigh, I really didn't expect Team Leader Lu to do something like this. Shaking his head in disappointment. Sighed again. You run if you want to, but you've ruined us. When Shuqi made an association with 1 and 3, Zhang Pengfei and Gong Shueshua associated the aircraft carrier and warships with their appearance and color. They were shocked when they first saw it, having never witnessed such an stunning aircraft carrier and destroyer. But in the next moment, they suddenly linked it to the plan Lu Chen had proposed at that time. They remembered. The appearance and color of the aircraft carrier and destroyer designed by Lu Chen are almost identical to what we see now. However, although they have thought of this, yet he had never imagined that the aircraft carrier and destroyer in front of him might have been built by Lu Chen. There isn't even any thought like that. Because they believe in their hearts that this is impossible. On the southern coast frontier. On the Dragon country's side, on the Eagle Sauce country's side, and then a suddenly appearing mysterious third side. The 3 sides, in all 3 directions, have all remained motionless, trapped in a stalemate. There is an equally eerie atmosphere beginning to spread. The air seems to freeze under this kind of atmosphere. It remained stalemate like this for several minutes. Suddenly, an unmistakable electronic voice suddenly echoed on the carrier Huaxia Zhilong Dragon of China driven by Lu Chen. The speaker is Lu Chen. But the voice that came out was processed. Cough cough. To the aircraft carrier fleet of the Eagle Army across the way, and to the Eagle Army's aircraft in the sky, you all listen up. The Dragon country is not the weak, easy-to-bully country it used to be. Current Longboy is very powerful. So powerful that you simply cannot provoke it at all. I will tell you in one sentence, whoever offends China will be punished no matter how far they are. But our Dragon country has always maintained a stance of neutrality even when we have grown strong, we have never bullied a weaker nation, and we will not. Even in the face of others' threats, we will generously give them a chance. For example, you all. I'll give you all 1 chance. If you can retreat all your military deployments, guarantee that you will no longer covet the South China Sea and nearby islands, and compensate Longboy with 500 billion, then I will spare you. Otherwise, all of you who were sent here this time, these 2 aircraft carriers, dozens of destroyers and frigates, and 200 or so fighter jets should all stay here. This is your final warning. Don't think I'm joking. I do what I say. Just as the voice on the aircraft carrier rang out, Duan Haishang shuddered all over. A strange tension rose. I thought it was the Eagle Sauce Nation going to strike against our side. However, after he heard these words, her eyes widened like copper bells, and her mouth gaped wide enough to fit 2 eggs inside. My facial muscles couldn't help twitching a few times. Apart from shock, there was only confusion. We rack our brains trying to figure out what is going on, but we still can't understand. Listen to what the other party says. Obviously, they are his own people. However, how could the other side possibly be someone on our side? If it's someone from our own side, which unit is it? How has he never heard of them before? And also as the commander-in-chief of the naval base. The entire Dragon Nation Navy has a few aircraft carriers and a few destroyers, and he is well aware of it. How could other ones pop up all of a sudden again? Now he and the senior officers and soldiers on his side were all wide-eyed and stunned. Even some are at a loss. But fortunately. Dart. At least they're not enemies. This remark was likewise conveyed to the Navy base's general headquarters. The scene erupted in an uproar. Chapter 103, Lu Chen's Final Ultimatum. In the General Command Headquarters. A few senior officers stood in front of the huge screen, exchanging puzzled glances. Her eyes were filled with astonishment and a look of incomprehension. One officer kept swallowing and took a deep breath. Alone, he muttered to himself, what does he mean? From what he means, it seems he might be one of us Dragon Country people? How is that possible? The other officers, after a moment of stunned silence, also voiced their confusion. Did I not mishear just now? When did our Dragon Nation have someone like this? When did we have such technology? He wouldn't be from a certain military region, right, and this aircraft carrier was secretly built? You're overthinking it, old buddy. This person might be one of us from the Dragon Country, but the carrier he is piloting is definitely not ours, nor could there be any secret construction like that. After all, with our position, how many aircraft carriers does the Dragon Country have, and what real power do they possess that we wouldn't know? Yes, but that is strange. Where did he get the aircraft carriers from? And it seems the technology is far above ours. Wait, you seem to have overlooked one issue, namely that although this aircraft carrier can dive, in other aspects it may not be as strong as ours. You're not wrong, and there is one more thing I feel, the person steering this aircraft carrier seems a bit too arrogant. With just one aircraft carrier and 3 destroyers, he actually claims to challenge the entire Eagle Nation, and swears he can destroy all the equipment of all Eagle's countries. That is simply impossible. What we should consider is not possibility or impossibility, we should be grateful that the other side isn't from the Eagle Juice country, grateful that they are friends, not enemies. A few officers discussed it. At first they were shocked, but gradually they became calm and composed. And what about those scientists and researchers? They only want more madness. They all jumped up from their seats. Eyes, like their gaze, carried expressions of shock and madness. Oh my, a submarine-capable aircraft carrier, and it's ours, the Dragon Nation S. Wonderful, really wonderful. This aircraft carrier looks like future technology. If it were built by our Dragon Country, I would really like to learn a lot from the builders. Maybe it would greatly improve our technology. Yeah, I just thought this aircraft carrier and the destroyer were from the Eagle Nation over there, and I was lamenting that Eagle Nation's technology was so far ahead of ours. I didn't expect such a big reversal. It's truly unexpected. You all want to learn from him? Maybe besides the submersion capability, he has nothing else, and maybe he has just a big iron shell. Well, you're right. After all, a carrier is such a large vessel that diving realistically isn't feasible, and the more functions it has, the more complex the construction, the harder the diving would be, so it's very possible that it's just an iron shell. Yes, we're already top scientists in the field of aircraft carrier research. How could there be technology we don't understand? There couldn't possibly be something that powerful. You guys, why are you thinking so much? Whether it's an iron shell or not, as long as it's not from the Eagle Sauce country, I'll be at ease. That's true, When Lu Chen's words were translated, the senior officers of the Eagle Sauce Nation were stunned into silence. Zadila slammed the edge of the command platform in front of him. He started cursing loudly. Fack. Damn it, this is really damnable. They unexpectedly want us to pull back all forces, guarantee not to provoke again, and also pay them compensation. The most outrageous thing is that they actually say they want to leave all the aircraft carriers, destroyers, frigates, and all the fighter jets we sent here. The ignorant are fearless. He is really audacious. With only that nameless aircraft carrier and 3 destroyers, he dares say such things. I don't know where he gets his nerve from. Seeing the commander-in-chief looking dissatisfied, a Navy general nearby tentatively asked, Commander, if he accuses us like this and we don't retaliate, what will happen? Wouldn't that make them think we only make verbal threats? In that case, where would our face be? The others nearby also chimed in. Yes, Commander, things have come to this point, we can't just stand by, right? It's time to show some response, Commander. Begin now, Commander. Give them a taste of what real power looks like. It seems that they could not wait any longer, each one pumped up like being injected with chicken blood, hoping the commander would order action. However, in the face of their urging, Zadir stood there very calmly, as if thinking about something. Or perhaps making a final consideration. Yet they could not bring themselves to make a decision for a long time. After all, warfare is no small matter. Once war is ordered, it will involve many things, even trouble. And before he came, he had been told by the higher-ups, if possible, do not take action. It's best to complete the mission through threats without shedding blood. They have done threats like this so many times, and they have proven effective almost every time, nearly never missing. Under the threat of their strong power, those weak countries would basically choose to bow and submit. But now they didn't expect to run into a hard nut. Could it be that we can only resort to action? He frowned and muttered softly, carrying out the final thoughts. It was at this very moment Lu Chen's timely words finally made him decide. After Lu Chen put forward the condition, there was a long silence before receiving a reply. And I asked again, well? Have you thought it through yet? I don't have that much time to spare for you guys. You have only two choices, either surrender and compensate according to my terms. Or die, annihilated here with the entire army. Then I will give you 1 minute. If you still refuse to surrender after 1 minute, I will launch an attack against you. Hearing Lu Chen issue his final ultimatum to him, Zitara's face darkened. As the world's strongest naval commander, he had never been threatened like this before. This is almost unbearable, one cannot endure it. At that moment, I made up my mind once and for all. He clenched his fists tightly. Took a deep breath. Issuing orders, including aircraft carriers, escort ships, destroyers, all types of fighter jets, all combat units, take note. Prepare for combat readiness from now on. The goal is a navy blue aircraft carrier located to the northeast and 3 frigates. Strike the target in 1 minute. The order has just been issued. The fleet immediately adjusted. The various weapons on the aircraft carrier and its ships also turned their directions, aiming at the aircraft carrier commanded by Lu Chen. The fighter jets in the sky are also making final preparations for the attack. Chapter 104 You're dead for sure. The actions of the Eagle Sauce country naturally did not escape the eyes of the Dragon Nation's military. I see them starting to act. Duan Haisheng's heart tightened, nearly choking him with worry. In an instant, beads of sweat started to trickle down my forehead. I thought I was going to do it myself. Although I had already prepared myself psychologically for the possibility of war. But at this moment, he is truly like this. The whole person still seems a bit flustered. After all, this is war. Where there is war, there will be casualties. If a real fight happens. Among so many fine Huaxia men around him, how many will sacrifice themselves here? However, before he nerves himself for long, suddenly, I realized that something was off. Because so many aircraft carriers and warships from the other side seem to be aiming at targets that are not ours. But at that mysterious carrier. After confirming this idea, Duan Haisheng gazed at the aircraft carrier not far away, his brows drawn tightly together, and a grave look appeared on his face. A cold sweat broke out for him. He muttered softly under his breath. I didn't expect that the target of the Eagle Sauce Nation would actually be him. Although this aircraft carrier and the 3 destroyers look extremely high-tech, and they even surfaced from under the sea, it feels very impressive. Does anyone really know the real situation? The power of the opposing Eagle Jiang state is truly formidable. This is publicly acknowledged. And you only have 1 aircraft carrier and 3 escort ships, while the other side has 2 aircraft carriers, dozens of escorts and destroyers, and 100 or 200 fighters. Not even considering the gap in strength, just the gap in quantity is enough for others to crush him. At this, he shook his head and sighed. Sigh. We're screwed. There is no possibility of survival. He heard this sentence reach the ears of several senior officials around him. Yes, this mysterious aircraft carrier is surely doomed. Although we don't know who is piloting the aircraft carrier, nor do we know why they are helping us, there is one thing for sure, he is one of us, a Dragon Country person. Should we just watch him be destroyed by the Eagle Sauce country? I don't want him to be destroyed either, but what can we do? Is it possible to proactively challenge the Eagle Sauce country? Is this realistic? If anyone is to blame, it's entirely because he is too impulsive, insisting on provoking the other party despite clearly lacking the strength. Although his destruction has already become a settled matter, for us it may be an opportunity, a chance to observe how the Eagle Sauce Nation cooperates and just how strong their combat power really is. Well, what you say is right, this indeed is an opportunity for us to understand the other side, and perhaps this is why that mysterious aircraft carrier challenged the enemy. It's to use its own sacrifice to give us a chance to understand the opponent. It's a pity that we don't know who the other party is. Listening to these people talk, Duan Haisheng could only shake his head once more in helplessness. And at the Navy base's command headquarters, when all of Ingjian's military power pointed its spearhead at this mysterious aircraft carrier, everyone present also broke out in a cold sweat. Some sigh, some shake their heads, some think it isn't worth it, some think it's a pity, some think it's too impulsive, some are focused and attentive. But there is one point. Everyone believes that with so much combat power from the Eagle Sauce Nation, this mysterious aircraft carrier will surely be sunk without a doubt. They do not think this mysterious aircraft carrier has any chance of survival. Unless a miracle happens. But where in the world would there be so many miracles? Even if there were. In the face of absolute strength, it would be absolutely impossible to happen. After a round of discussion, the entire command headquarters fell into deathly silence. Everyone watched the screen with their eyes fixed on it. Both fear and curiosity about what is about to happen next. After issuing the order at Zydelia, he stood in front of the command screen with his whole being brimming with vigor. A subtle, not too big and not too small, curved smile tugged at the corners of the mouth. A trace of disdain and contempt appeared on his face. Just a moment ago you were so arrogant, are you now feeling utterly hopeless? Do you regret it a lot? Even if you regret it as much as you want, there won't be another chance. Facing an absolute gap in strength, facing an absolute gap in numbers. You 1T have a shred of a chance to survive. You're dead. This is the fate of opposing our Eagle Sauce Nation. He issued the combat orders not only because of the opponent's provocations, but also to uphold his own majesty. There is still another very important point. That is, to strike the mountain to alarm the tiger, punish one to warn 100. This suddenly appearing aircraft carrier is relatively far from the other fleet, so we will strike it first. After sinking this suddenly appearing aircraft carrier and its escort warships, let the main force of the Dragon Nation military witness how formidable we are. Let them know how big the gap between themselves and us really is. Let them understand that they have no chance of winning if they start a war with us. Make them afraid. In the end, force them to compromise, achieving the aim without shedding a single drop of blood. This is where his cleverness lies. Just as Zadila's words finished being spoken, the few senior officers standing beside him also smirked boldly. Ha, someone who threatens us like him is the first one, we must make him pay enough. He will regret everything he has done. Facing our enormous combat power, that enemy aircraft carrier will probably be destroyed in an instant. Serves him right, he truly deserves it. I can't wait to see him sunk. Time passes by second. Very soon. On the Eagle Sauce Nation side, whether aircraft carriers, or various warships, or even the fighter jets in the sky, have already locked onto the aircraft carrier piloted by Liu Chen and the 3 escort ships. All that remains is Zadila's final order. They will launch an attack. Zidara fixed his eyes on the command screen in front of him, watching the target surrounded in the middle. My chest straightened a little more. Clear my throat. He adjusted his again. Then he issued the order, all combat units, attention. 1 minute later, the Navy's first echelon will initiate a bombardment, and the Air Force's first echelon will coordinate overhead by dropping bombs. Although we have advantages in weapons and equipment, although we have numerical superiority, and although we are destined to win, everyone must not lower their guard. Because our attack this time will deter the Dragon Nation's military main force, and later some segments will be turned into promotional videos. Promote ourselves internationally to raise our existing international status, so that those with ambitions in other countries will see how formidable we are and listen to us. So this time the attack must be clean and swift, sinking one of the opponent's aircraft carriers and 3 destroyers in the shortest possible time. All combat personnel, prepare. Attack. Chapter 105, in safe hands. The moment the order was issued. Boom boom boom. More than a dozen ships simultaneously fired shells, the sound deafening. Not only that. Dozens of fighter jets circling in the sky almost simultaneously dropped a large number of bombs toward the ground. The shells were fairly fast, and in the blink of an eye they struck Liu Chen's location. As the sound of explosions rang out, bombs rained down from the sky. A continuous series of loud noises deafened the ears. Seeing the densely packed shells and bombs all crashing onto that aircraft carrier, Zadila took a cup of coffee from the plate carried by a nearby soldier. Smiling, he took a small polite sip, heavily enjoying the rich aroma of the coffee. Boring. Too easy to handle. With our so dense artillery fire, there is absolutely no chance of surviving. And also, Zidara gave a sneer. He tipped his head to the side and spoke to an officer beside him. It takes a few minutes from the moment I start issuing orders to the moment we launch the attack. I wonder if you have noticed it, or not. The other side has taken no protective measures at all. Even the most basic anti-aircraft missile system hasn't been seen. Do you think there might be a possibility? Zidara hesitated, then stopped. And another officer had already understood his meaning. He stated his judgment. Are you saying that the enemy aircraft carrier in front of us is basically just an empty shell, with no defenses at all? Shidala nodded slightly. A faint smile. He asked, Isn't it so? Likewise. At the moment when the Eagle Sauce Nation launched its attack, Duan Haisheng clenched his fists tightly, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. There is a sense of regret in my heart. In his view, under such a dense volley of fire, even our own aircraft carrier may not be able to defend against all of it. The other party's aircraft carrier is even less likely. Moreover, what puzzled him greatly was this. All along, he had not seen any reaction from the other aircraft carrier. This is a bit strange. In the naval base's general command room, many experts also share this idea. What a pity, such a beautiful aircraft carrier is going to be destroyed. Nice to look at? What use does that have? Didn't you notice? From the moment we locked onto you in the Eagle Sauce Nation and launched the attack, there was clearly a window of time, but that aircraft carrier took no defensive measures at all. It's very likely, just as I've warned before, that this is nothing but a hollow shell. Ha, I told you so. This carrier that looks so intimidating, besides being able to dive, basically has no other functions. Indeed, we can basically confirm that this aircraft carrier is not part of our official military. In other words, this aircraft carrier could have been built privately. If it were privately built, reaching this level would already be extremely impressive. I really want to know who built this aircraft carrier, who has the audacity and ability to do so. It's a pity once this aircraft carrier is sunk, there will be no chance to meet that person again. But one thing is certain, the person who built this aircraft carrier must be a genius. If we can guide him onto the right path and have him join our research team, it might play a significant role. They say all sorts of things. But one point is surprisingly consistent. That is, they believe this suddenly appearing aircraft carrier is bound to be destroyed. There can be no other accidents. Of course. There is one exception. That is Zhang Jianguo, who hides above the sky and watches over everything. He flies at an altitude of several thousand meters, hugging with both arms around. He watched everything happening below, and not a trace of worry showed on his face. Instead, a slight smile curved his lips. I may not know how formidable Lu Chen is, but he is very clear about it. What Lu Chen has invented can easily withstand not only these ordinary artillery attacks, but also attacks 10 times more powerful. So he was just in it for the spectacle, waiting for Lu Chen's news. After one wave of attacks ends, everyone was stunned. What they imagined would be the aircraft carrier being hit to pieces under heavy assault, then slowly sinking to the bottom, did not happen. Instead, every shell or bomb exploded as soon as it came within 10 or so meters of the carrier or the escort warship, as if it had crashed into an invisible barrier. Not a single shell or bomb landed on the aircraft carrier or the escort warship. Didn't even touch the target's fur. After all, the energy shield developed by Lu Chen is not something that ordinary attacks can destroy. The reason everyone initially thought that all these bombs and shells had hit their targets. That is because the blast range is exactly at the edge of the aircraft carrier or the frigate. An error of a few meters is almost indistinguishable to the human eye. Both the scenes during the explosion and the scenes after the explosion were transmitted to Dragon Nation's aircraft carrier. Duan Haisheng froze at first when he looked at the screen. Then his pupils narrowed, and he unconsciously opened his mouth wide, a look of astonishment spreading across his face. He thought that the aircraft carrier would be battered to 100 holes under that covering fire, and then slowly sink to the bottom of the sea. Can be in the picture. Although those missiles and bombs hit the targets very accurately. But the meticulous him noticed a somewhat unusual detail. After those missiles hit their targets, a ripple seemed to ripple through space, spreading outward from the point of impact like waves. Although it was very faint, the attentive Duan Haisheng still noticed a trace. As soon as he saw it, he knitted his brows tightly. I don't understand what this situation is. However, after this wave of offensives was over, he was utterly dumbfounded. Because he saw that the aircraft carrier and the frigate in the scene were completely unharmed. There wasn't a single thing amiss. Hiss! A cold shiver ran down his spine. Unable to stop swallowing. How is this possible? Then he rubbed his eyes again, incredulous. Quick, zoom in on the screen and confirm the damage level to the opponent's aircraft carrier and destroyer. No, wait a moment to confirm whether the other party has been injured. When the scene is magnified, Duan Haisheng suddenly stepped back half a step. An exaggerated expression appeared on his face. No way, how could this be possible? How could something like this happen? With so many missiles and shells, you have all hit the targets, so why is nothing happening? How did he do it? And what about that trace of ripple-like waves? Meanwhile, inside the Navy base headquarters, everyone stared at the footage on the screen, and in an instant it exploded into a heated discussion. They simply cannot imagine it. Under such dense firepower coverage, how could it possibly remain safe and sound? How on earth did you manage to withstand those shells and bombs? It is simply incomprehensible and astonishing. Chapter 106, is that an energy shield technology? Especially those experts, all of them dumbfounded. The sighs and gasps of astonishment continued. Even their improved aircraft carrier, facing such dense bombardment, even with a high interception rate, would absolutely not be able to withstand unscathed. It could even suffer serious damage. But what about the other side? All missiles and shells hit their targets with precision. But why is there not a single thing happening? How is this done? Oh my goodness, how could this be? I can hardly believe my eyes. They've all hit the targets. Why does it look like nothing has happened at all? Hit the target? Don't joke. If you look closely, there was no hit at all. The bombs and shells seemed to explode as they approached the carrier. It exploded as it was approaching the aircraft carrier? Why would that happen? Could it be that there was signal interference on the carrier? Using signal interference to intercept? Stop joking. How could signal jamming possibly intercept missiles? Don't forget the characteristics of missiles. When they are very close to the target, their forward propulsion relies on inertial energy rather than solely on signal guidance. Since it isn't signal guidance, what use would signal jamming have? Okay, since you say it's not signal interference interception, then how do you intercept it? I think, perhaps it uses a special interception method, for example a technology in the concept phase, a energy shield interception. This sentence came from a relatively young researcher. Once this was said. But many people sneered. Are you saying he uses energy shield interception technology? Young man, you're really fantasizing. Is your brain even working before you speak? Yeah, young man, you yourself said this technology is only a conceptual one. How could a conceptual technology be applied to reality? Isn't that nonsense? Not to mention him, even we are only at the conceptual stage for this technology, and we don't even have proper experiments to start with. How could some mysterious civilian organization pop up from nowhere and master such high-end technology? Well, I don't think this is some energy shield technology that's simply unrealistic. But when you think about it, how exactly did he do it? As the experts at the headquarters were discussing among themselves, the Eagle Sauce Nation has already blown up. Sydra's eyes opened as wide as a cow's, his face full of shock. And he kept swallowing his saliva, occasionally rubbing his eyes. After a daze, he finally spoke slowly. What happened? Our missiles and bombs clearly hit the target, so why is there nothing at all? Did I see it? A nearby officer shook his head, his expression very grave as he began, Commander, you did not see. It seems the other side really didn't have anything at all. Our missiles and bombs did not do him any harm. This is almost unbelievable. Hearing others say that, Zadila took a deep breath and instantly showed an irritated expression. No way, this is absolutely impossible. With such an intense blaze attack, how could there be not a single injury? This is really freaking unbelievable. His own fleet and fighters are, in his view, extremely powerful enough that no country or force can resist. He absolutely will not allow anything like what just happened to occur. Under such dense barrage fire from ourselves, the opponent remains completely unscathed, and this ruins his face, undermines the face of his Eagle Sauce country, and ruins the face of his army. He simply cannot accept that such a thing happened. In the next moment, Shidela suddenly clenched his fists. A flash of killer intent crossed his eyes. Alright, since that is the case, you forced me into this. Next I'll greet you with missiles. I don't believe you can survive an attack from missiles. The aircraft carrier that Lu Chen is piloting is about 300 to 400 meters away from its position. There is no problem using missiles at all. Then issued the command. Second Fleet, listen up. Prepare the short-range missiles. After 10 seconds, greet him with missiles. No limit on quantity, no time limit, until we sink the opponent. Time passed by second. It quickly reached 10 seconds. Almost at the same time. Across more than a dozen ships, the sounds of dreams were uttered simultaneously. Hundreds of missiles shoot up into the sky in a short time. Then with extreme speed, he mercilessly rushed toward Lu Chen. Upon seeing this scene, Duan Haixing himself is all in a daze. Couldn't help but shout a line. Directly using missiles to attack, are you crazy? This is crazy. It's over, this is really the end. Not only him. This time, the people at the Navy base's General Command were not optimistic about Lu Chen. After all, to remain unharmed under bombardment and shells. It could be luck or some interference, or perhaps the carrier's material strength is exceptionally high. But now we're even using missiles. The destructive power of missiles is not something that ordinary bombs or shells can compare with. Under such intensive missile salvos, let alone an improvised carrier built by him alone, even the ship already in our own fleet likely won't withstand a few hits. This time, there is absolutely no possibility of survival. Certain death. Even they are thinking so. After this unconventional aircraft carrier and the 3 destroyers are sunk, the other side will surely point the finger at me immediately. What should I do about it when the time comes? Should I choose compromise, or should I choose to stand up to them? A suffocating sense of tension enveloped everyone. Make them feel like breathing is starting to become difficult, and their blood flow slows down. Missiles are extremely fast. In an instant, it roared toward the aircraft carrier commanded by Lu Chen. Boom, boom, boom. A huge explosion rang out, the shockwave rippling through the air, even affecting fleets hundreds of meters away. Where Lu Chen's carrier was located, a large number of small mushroom clouds rose, along with a vast amount of smoke, making the scene look like hell for a moment. And starting from the center of the explosion, a large swath of waves began to spread. Under such a devastating assault, what could not be sunk? Even a great mountain would probably be blown to pieces. Zadila also thinks so. Even the moment the missile was launched, he confidently curled his lips into a smile. How do you think you can dodge this time? Crushing bones and shattering flesh is inevitable. However, those 2 sentences of his had just been finished. The corners of his mouth twitched a few times with a slight upward curve. Chapter 107, A Hair's Breadth of Harm? Impossible. A jolt ran through my heart, my pupils suddenly constricted, and my eyes widened to the size of bullseyes. My whole body is trembling. A look of horror appeared on his face. Unable to help back away half a step, the Adam's apple moves up and down, constantly swallowing saliva. Looking at the aircraft carrier and the destroyer ahead, I can only feel my head buzzing, filled with confusion. In his eyes. In the moment when the small mushroom clouds and the of smoke from those missiles dissipate, he could still see that the aircraft carrier, along with several destroyers, remained upright and standing there. The fierce assault just now only made them stumble a few times. It didn't cause even the slightest substantial harm. This is simply unbelievable, unfathomable. After recovering my senses, Zitara cried out loudly, "My gosh, how is this possible? This makes no sense at all, damn it, really. Why? Why is it that under our many missile strikes, his aircraft carrier and destroyers are fine? That doesn't make sense. You tell me, why is this?" Several officers around Zadila were equally astonished, their faces showing shock. Facing Sidra's soul-searching. A few officers looked at each other in astonishment. There is basically no useful answer that history can provide. A moment of holding back. Only then did someone speak. "Commander, I never could have imagined what just happened. How could this be?" "Yes, Commander, we know full well how powerful our missiles are in our hearts. Even a great mountain can be flattened by the bombardment of so many missiles. The other side has not faced this at all. This completely defies our understanding. We have never encountered such a thing before. So if you ask us to explain it right away, we don't even know how to respond." Suddenly, one very smart person proposed a possibility. "Commander, do you think it might be because this batch of missiles has quality issues, resulting in power not being as strong as before?" Before he finished speaking, another person immediately contradicted him. "What kind of joke are you playing here, to claim our missiles have quality problems? I ask you, who dares to skimp on weapons? That's courting death. Moreover, we all witnessed the explosion just now, and its power did not diminish at all." That big smart guy opened his mouth to argue back. "Since you say there was no cutting corners, since you say the power hasn't been diminished in any way, I ask you, why did the opponent's aircraft carrier and destroyer sustain no damage at all? Can you provide an explanation?" The other person shook his head. "Dunno, perhaps they used some new type of defensive measure, like an energy shield." "An energy shield for protection?" Did Songming couldn't help but laugh. "Are you crazy? An energy shield exists only in concept. And you tell me he uses an energy shield to protect himself. Is there anything more ridiculous than this?" Listening to his subordinates arguing here endlessly, Zidalai's face grew paler and paler. "Everyone, shut up." After these words were spoken, everyone obediently fell silent. But that big smart aleck could not help but ask one question. "Commander, what should we do next? If even missiles can't hurt the other side, could it be that next we'll have to use a nuclear bomb?" Upon hearing that his subordinate intends to use a nuclear bomb, Zitara's blood pressure shot up directly, and he slammed his chest with a heavy punch. "Do you think you're stupid? Are you brainless? First of all, the use of nuclear bombs is fundamentally not allowed internationally. Although the international regulations are something we set, using a nuclear bomb is absolutely a major matter. If we take the lead in using a nuclear bomb, the balance of the International Nuclear Treaty will be broken. Moreover, people of the Dragon Nation also have their own nuclear bombs. If we use them, they will surely use theirs as well. When their nuclear bombs fly to our homeland, would you still be able to laugh? Even if we take the lead in using nuclear weapons, other countries may unite to counter us, and then we will be in a passive position. Do you understand? And, let's talk about something practical. We're only a few hundred meters away from the opposing carrier and frigates, and you tell me you want to use nuclear weapons. Do you want us to all be buried together? I'm really speechless. How did you get to this position? Please think with your brain before you speak next time." After being lectured by Zadila, he lowered his head. He wore a very ashamed look. "Yes, Commander, I was not thorough in my thinking." Seeing the missile hit its target, Duan Haisheng, with a face full of sorrow and regret, could no longer bear to watch. Shook his head and turned around. However, just as he had turned halfway, he saw several other officers staring at the screen in horror, unable to help but raise their hands and point. Duan Haisheng frowned slightly, not understanding what was going on. "I'm very puzzled and asked, what happened? Why are you all making such faces?" One person explains it. "Commander, look at the screen." "Look at the screen?" Duan Haisheng raised an eyebrow. "What is the point of looking at the screen? What is so entertaining about the screen?" Basically, under the ferocious attack of the Eagle Sauce Nation, that aircraft carrier and 3 destroyers were blown into fragments and then sank to the bottom of the sea. Are there any other possibilities besides this? It really is a pity. "No, not at all, Commander, not like that." An officer shook his head. "Commander, the aircraft carrier and the 3 destroyers don't have the slightest problem at all." "Not the slightest problem?" Duan Haisheng forced a smile. "Don't joke with me, how could there be not a single problem?" "It's true, sir, I'm not joking. 3 aircraft carriers stand there, unmoving, with no damage at all. This is simply a miracle." Upon hearing such a definite answer, Duan Haisheng was a bit unsure. That was a sudden turn back. "The moment I looked at the screen, I froze there, stunned. Let out a wheezy breath and gaped wide. The face covered with shock this time. Raise a hand and point at the screen. How is this possible? English was hit by so many missiles, why does it seem like not a single thing happened at all?" Hiss. Meanwhile, inside the Naval Base Command Headquarters, those experts gasped one after another. Being hit by so many missiles and yet nothing happened, what am I seeing? Amazing, amazing. Damn, what is going on with this aircraft carrier and the 3 destroyers? If they can withstand ordinary bombs and shelling, that would be one thing, but they can even withstand missiles. Chapter 108, Preparing to Strike Back. And it seems to have only swayed a little, with no damage to the entire hull whatsoever. What defense measures did he use? How did he manage it exactly? I've been doing scientific research for so many years, and today I'm truly amazed. After this incident, I must personally meet the owner of this aircraft carrier. His carrier is simply awesome. We'll humbly learn from him, and perhaps there will be a fundamental technological advancement, even a sensation throughout the entire scientific community. Yes, it's basically certain that the owner of this aircraft carrier is a fellow Chinese, but I really can't imagine who it could be. Obviously he's a genius to build this aircraft carrier. I can't wait to talk to him, and if he can join our Academy of Sciences. Go away, why should he join your Academy of Sciences? He should join our military factory. Move aside, our research institute is the right fit for him. The Chinese military is angry and helpless, while the Longwa military is full of astonishment. In the aircraft carrier command deck piloted by Lu Chen. He sits leisurely in an ergonomically designed chair specifically crafted for the human body. Drinking coffee. Why are you still drinking coffee? Because when he was preparing food, he didn't buy much of anything else, but he did buy a whole box of coffee. So when there is nothing to do, he could only brew some coffee to drink. After sipping a mouthful of coffee, a faint smile. Very satisfied, he nodded. Not bad, the things developed this time have good defensive performance. Even when facing the opponent's missiles, we can still handle them with ease. Judging by defense alone, my aircraft carrier and frigate should be able to withstand nuclear weapons. As for them using nuclear missiles to attack me, such a thing should also be impossible. Defensive aspects are qualified next, let's try the weapon attack aspect. After all, you cannot expect courtesy from those you come to visit but do not return the visit. You can't just stay here and take a beating like a fool, can you? Let us get to work. He immediately issued the order. Yes, just as I said, you only need to use laser weapons. Remember, when attacking, you only need to eliminate half of the enemy's aircraft carriers, half of the escort ships and destroyers, and half of their aircraft. After all, Commander Zhang is here, at least there should be a little left for him to show his capabilities. Prepare first, when to attack, wait for my command. After saying these words, I suddenly received a phone call from Zhang Jianguo. After answering the call, on the other end, there were some complaining voices. Lu Chen, when exactly are we going to launch the counterattack? If you stay here like this being bullied, I can't stand to watch anymore. Moreover, since they were the first to strike, our counterattack would be justifiable. What the hell, my heart is itching right now. I almost want to rush down and beat them up right away. Lu Chen, tell me quickly when we can start. Lu Chen chuckled. Commander Zhang, I know you can't wait any longer, but rest assured. I am not the kind who takes a beating without fighting back. Just be a bit more patient, I will launch a counterattack soon. This time, in the counterattack I will sink one of their aircraft carriers, leaving behind the command carrier, then sink half of their escort destroyers and cruisers, and shoot down half of their aircraft. At this point, wait for my signal. As soon as I give you the signal, you may act. The remaining half of the frigates, destroyers, and cruiser, as well as the other half of the fighter jets, are all your prey. Hunt them down to your heart's content. But you must remember, do not lay a hand on the remaining command carrier. I'm keeping him for one last negotiation. Upon hearing Lu Chen's arrangement, Zhang Jianguo laughed heartily. Good, great, we'll do it exactly as you said. Damn it, we can finally take action, kill this bunch of ing dogs. I will make them understand the consequences of provoking them. It will be too late for them to regret. By the way, Lu Chen, you are truly invincible. I am so in love with this mecha now. This mecha is amazing, more impressive than in the movies, completely my sci-fi fantasies. I simply can't put it down. Ha ha ha. Lu Chen let out a nonchalant, light laugh. Sir, don't act like you've never seen the world. What is this anyway? No matter how powerful this mecha is, it's still just a supplemental device. When I have time in the future, I'll dedicate some time to researching biological evolution and then create a biological armor. That will be my true strength. I'll give one to you after it's built. Holy crap? Zhang Jianguo couldn't help spitting out a bit of national essence. Biological armor? Are you serious? Can you really make something like this? Lu Chen nodded. Of course it's true, of course it can be done. Zhang Jianguo then chuckled. Yeah, I'm waiting. I've been waiting for this day. Alright, enough talk. Aren't you going to launch a counterattack? Hurry up, don't let the United States of America think we're easy to bully. Okay. Lu Chen acknowledged, then I'll hang up first. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen pondered for a moment. Decide to first shout to the Eagle ISS nation before launching the counterattack. After all, killing with words, right? If you're going to act, you should go all the way. People of the Eagle ISS nation on the other side, listen up, is that all you've got? Your attack just now felt like scratching an itch to me. No pain, no burning. If you have any other means, go ahead and use them. I stand here and don't move, let you strike all you want, you cannot overcome me. Is this supposed to be the world's #1 great power? Is this supposed to be the world's strongest nation? Is this the combat effectiveness you take pride in? In my view, it's basically no different from garbage. How dare you still act like the boss of the world? You guys think you're capable? We Dragon Country have a saying, to come and not go would be rude. Since you all laid hands on me, if I don't strike back, wouldn't that make me look easy to bully? So I've decided to strike back at you and show you what kind of consequences there will be if you lay a hand on our Dragon Country. Are you ready? Listening to Lu Chen's words, Shidi Lu was quite angered. What language are you speaking? What does it mean to be like scratching an itch, and what does it mean that there are other methods that can be used despite everything? Damn, we use shells, bombs, and missiles too. What other means do you think we could use? Is it still useful to try other methods? Could it be that we have to use a nuclear bomb? What a joke! But he snorted softly, a trace of contempt flashing across his face. In his view, the reason the aircraft carrier and the escort ships opposite could have such strong defenses. There can only be one reason. Chapter 109, Laser Weapons Deployed. That is, the Dragon Country has invested all its financial, human, and material resources into defense research and development. Since all their energy has been devoted to this, their weapon systems will certainly lag behind by a lot. Therefore, by his judgment, the opponent's attack methods are surely very mediocre, and there is no real combat capability. So there is nothing to fear at all. But he has always been very cautious in his actions. He still issued the command, all teams, ready defense. All detection devices on, all anti-air systems on. I don't believe the enemy can have any attack methods. After issuing the defense orders, he shouted at Lu Chen, damn Longwa, don't be so arrogant. With just your aircraft carrier, you still want to attack us? You're dreaming. I can tell you that we not only attack the world #1, our defense is also world-class. We are equipped with the most advanced and complete air defense system. No matter whether you attack with missiles, bombs, shells, or any other means of attack, we can achieve over 99% interception probability. So we are not afraid of you at all. Although I don't know what defense you are using, one thing is certain, your method must be very energy-consuming, and later we will launch another round of attacks to see how you withstand it. Their conversation was naturally overheard by Duan Haisheng. Duan Haisheng Shuangshou Fuo. I don't think Lu Chen has any powerful attacking methods. After all, being able to achieve such a level of defense is already incredible. In his view, even gathering the nation's most renowned scientists together to study for 10 or 20 years could not possibly achieve such progress in defense. So he asked the people around him, what do you think his attack methods might be? The middle-aged man beside him hesitated for a moment. He expressed his thoughts. Commander, I think, in terms of attack, this aircraft carrier should be quite average. It's likely just some conventional artillery strikes, or ordinary missile attacks, or heavy machine guns, etc. There is something I still can't understand up to now. Where did this aircraft carrier emerge from, who is piloting it, and who built it? You should know that privately manufacturing guns and weapons is already a serious violation of the law, and one would face imprisonment or execution. And what about him? He actually secretly built a carrier. This is damn amazing. If someone like him were to be put on trial by a military court, it wouldn't be too much to shoot him 100 times. Duan Haisheng nodded and shook his head. Normally it would be as you say, but have you thought about the other side as well? That is, after he built this aircraft carrier, he did not pose a danger to public safety, and at a crucial moment he even stood on our side, and the defense technology he used was something we do not have now, even far beyond ours. So I think, compared to sending him to a military court, it would be more appropriate to work closely with him, learn his techniques, and collaborate with him. What do you think? The middle-aged man nodded. Yes, sir, you're right. I was thinking in the wrong direction, my vision was too small. You still have foresight. Duan Haisheng gave a faint smile. Silence. Naval Base, the General Command Headquarters over there. Many people showed excitement because of Lu Chen's words. Good, that's right. Speaking to the Eagle Sauce Nation seriously is really satisfying. Yeah, it's basically embarrassing the Dragon Country people. Hee, what has the use of venting? What has the use of saving face? He boasted, but if at the end we can't even subdue Eagle Sauce Nation, and all attacks are blocked by Eagle Sauce Nation, see how he steps down. Well, your consideration isn't unfounded. I estimate that in defense it's merely taking a shortcut, but in offense it probably really won't work. Almost everyone was discussing it with intense enthusiasm. But when Shuchi is an exception. She stood there alone, quietly watching the screen. Although we know it is impossible. But there is always a name and a figure that float in the mind, hard to shake off. In the end, I let out a bitter laugh. Whispering to myself. No, it really is him, isn't it? No, that's impossible, absolutely impossible. But, sigh. In the face of the Eagle Sauce Nation's confidence, Lu Chen has no intention of continuing to waste words with them. Direct the command to the intelligence system. Laser weapons, start preparing. Attack in 10 minutes. As soon as the words fell. On a aircraft carrier. A raised square platform. Suddenly a gap opened from the middle. And then a metal sphere, gleaming with silver under the sun's rays, slowly poked its head out. Until reaching a position 3 meters above the square platform. Then, several visible black spots suddenly appeared on the smooth metal sphere, about 3 meters in diameter. Watching all of this, Zerla raised an eyebrow. A look of confusion appeared on his face. He even let out a small laugh. What is this thing? Metal ball? Could this thing be a weapon? What use would it be anyway? Something that looks nice but is useless. All show and no substance. Duan Haisheng immediately had someone enlarge the image. That metal sphere nearly fills the entire screen in front of him. Watching the smooth surface of the metal sphere, there are suddenly the appearance of dark spots. Duan Haisheng frowned slightly. Also, I don't understand it very much either. What is this metal ball? How have I never seen or heard of this before? Is there such a weapon? Strange, really strange. Don't even mention him. Even the experts at the Navy base's top command headquarters were unfamiliar with this metal ball, having never heard or seen anything like it. One after another, their faces were blank with confusion. They looked on, not knowing what would happen next. After the metal ball was in place. After dozens of dark spots appeared. The metal ball began to spin slowly. The spinning suddenly emits a dazzling white light. Under the distraction of the white light stimulus, everyone who looked at the screen blinked as if dazzled. As the image also faded from the screen for a moment. After a second, it appeared again. After it appeared, Zeidel continued to look at the screen. But the moment he looked at the screen, he was dumbfounded, unable to control the screen that escaped him. Only to see it on the screen. With a metal ball at the center. Suddenly dozens of laser beams burst forth. And then explosions could be heard all around from every direction. Zidara was greatly panicked. He immediately asked, what happened? What is going on? What exactly happened? Chapter 110, Beatdown. Moments later, an unbelievable answer was received. Commander, we have been attacked. I only saw a flash of light, and then the escort ship beside me was directly penetrated and exploded. Calling headquarters, we're under attack. A beam of white light flashed, and fighter jets around me were pierced, exploded, and then fell. Commander, it's terrifying, truly terrifying. What is that white light? Could it be a laser weapon? Oh my god, Commander, we instantly lost 9 escort ships to sinking. Listening to the constant string of bad news, Shido were suddenly overwhelmed by a surge in blood pressure, his head spinning. He staggered back several steps with a thud, nearly losing his footing, but was kept upright by 2 other officers. He felt weak all over, panting heavily, letting out a wail. Why? Why does this happen? What exactly is going on? Ah! Damn dragon people, I will tear you to pieces limb from limb. Transmit my orders, He was just about to issue the command to attack with no holds barred. But before he could finish speaking, someone rushed over to report to him. Commander, something big has happened, something really big has happened. Our other aircraft carrier was pierced by a laser, directly split in 2, cut into 2 halves, and is now sinking toward the bottom of the sea. Commander, that beam is just too powerful. Our fighters, destroyers, escort ships, or even aircraft carriers before it, they're simply like tofu. It will pierce instantly, and it's not just piercing after piercing, it will cut through as well. It's terrifying beyond words. What do we do? Upon hearing these words, Zadila could feel his head growing dizzier. For a moment I simply couldn't think of how to respond. Several of the senior officials around him were all showing signs of panic. How could this be? What exactly is that thing? Why is it so powerful? Damn, this isn't going to be a laser weapon, is it? What? Laser weapons? When did Longwa have such weapons? Damn, if we knew how powerful Longwa is, why would we come here to provoke them? The repeated explosions sounded just now, but I don't know how badly damaged we are. Sir, you'd better come up with an idea quickly. What should we do next? Yes, sir, Commander, you should place the order right away. We'll follow your lead. At this moment, Zeidel was gasping for breath heavily. After he regained his senses somewhat. He didn't issue any other commands at once, but asked with great urgency, how are our casualties? What's our situation? After saying these words, came the question. Another officer hurried over. His face was full of grief. He took a deep breath, his voice trembling as he said, Commander, our losses are truly devastating. It is almost unbelievable. HM? Sidra kept a tight expression, and in a moment of urgency, he slapped this officer across the face with no mercy and said, cut the damn nonsense and tell me directly the loss situation. The officer covered his face. He spoke very seriously, Commander, in just 1 minute. Our flagship aircraft carrier was destroyed, as well as escort ships, cruiser, destroyer. A total of 19 ships were sunk, and 91 fighters of various types were shot down. Having caused us to lose half in such a short time. Upon hearing the report, Zadila could no longer hold back his excitement, and he grabbed the officer by the collar with one hand. What did you say? In just this short minute, have we lost half of our combat effectiveness? How is this possible? Are you sure you didn't miscalculate? This is absolutely impossible. You must take responsibility for your words. Do you know? The officer's face turned ghostly white with fear, trembling. The Adam S. apple kept rolling. Speaking all trembled. Sir. Commander, what I said is all true, there isn't the slightest bit of lie. Who? Zitarasen released the officer, letting out a long sigh. I slumped to the ground, unable to move. Why? Why is this happening? My aircraft carrier, my fighter jets, my fleet, my soldiers. In an instant, panic swept through the entire command room. Everyone exchanged furtive glances, their faces filled with astonishment and fear. They came here with complete confidence, but they did not expect to encounter the situation they face now. One of the middle-aged officers walked up to Zeidlan. After a moment of hesitation, he asked first, Commander, what should we do next? You are the backbone of everyone here, you must stay strong. Aren't we going to fight again? Listening to the middle-aged man, Seda raised her head and looked at him slowly. Let out a wry smile. Hit. Hearing this word spoken by our own commander, the middle-aged officer stood there dumbfounded. He really can't think of a way. In these circumstances, a single minute was enough to wipe out half of their combat power, yet the commander still insisted on fighting. This is already to the point of disregarding life and death. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt some relief. Because in his previous idea, he hoped the commander would order a retreat or surrender. After all, the other side struck once and, in less than a minute, had already destroyed half of its own combat power. What kind of nonsense is this, and you're still fighting? If we keep on, won't the entire army be wiped out? So the wisest choice is to choose to surrender or to retreat. He really doesn't want to die. But he really didn't expect that the commander would come in and fight. He was infected by the commander's fearless spirit. A sense of unprecedented responsibility, mission, and a desire to fight surged in his heart. Even prepared to make sacrifices. However, in the next moment, his sense of responsibility, sense of mission, and desire to fight instantly collapsed, shattering into pieces. Staring blankly at the commander. Because after the commander spoke this one word, 4 more characters popped up. What the hell? Are you stupid? They can destroy half of our combat power in just 1 minute. If we keep fighting like this, won't the entire army be annihilated? Do you know how much an aircraft carrier, a warship, and a fighter jet are worth? Do you know how long it takes and how much money it costs to cultivate these talents? Do you want us all to die here? Just finished saying that sentence. He sighed once more. Sigh. But if we just surrender like this, I will feel unwilling in my heart. Are we really going to submit like this? Are we really going to leave in such a dejected way? Then where will we place our dignity in the future? How do we report this when we go back? The more Zeidler spoke, the more something felt off. The more he spoke, the more unwilling he became. Thinking about it, he simply denied his own earlier decision. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes. Chapter 111, this aircraft carrier isn't going to be built by Liu Chen, right? Damn dragon country, a garbage dragon country. We absolutely cannot give up just like this. Damn it, I'm going all out. Is it just that you're going to die? Am I afraid? After saying this, he suddenly felt a surge of strength coursing through his body. Suddenly he stood up from the ground. Take a few deep breaths. He glanced around, looking at the officers with flustered expressions. Shouting loudly, all of you, damn straight, stand at attention. Whoever dares to disrupt the military's morale, shoot on the spot. Whoosh. When this remark is spoken, everyone present tensed up immediately, standing at attention in place. They finally regained a hint of military bearing. Zitara nodded in satisfaction. He spoke up, this time we came to the South China Sea with a mission. We, as the world's #1 power, absolutely cannot be defeated here. Absolutely cannot bow to the dragon country. Otherwise, where would our honor reside, and where would the nation's honor reside? If we fold here, our prestige in the international arena will be greatly affected. So we can only win and cannot lose, even if it means heavy losses, even if it costs lives. Everyone, can you understand? This speech was deafeningly clarion in its meaning. It stirred the fighting spirit in so many people. Nods in agreement with clenched fists. Commander, I understand. For the sake of our eagle country's standing in the international arena, we can only win and must not lose, even if it costs us our lives. I understand as well. To serve the country is the duty of every man. Damn dragon country, screw them. Seeing my subordinates with their spirits high, Zitara smiled with satisfaction. First, we tallied the losses, then we proceed with the subsequent combat orders. And on the other side, Duan Haisheng took in everything that had just happened with his eyes. His whole body trembled with excitement as he shouted a national treasure phrase. Then he cried out loudly, hurry, quickly replay the scene that just occurred. Several communications soldiers responsible for controlling the screen displays were still with expressions of shock. Upon hearing Duan Haisheng yell like that, they had just come to their senses. In a flurry, I started pulling out the footage. Soon, everything that just happened is being replayed. Duan Haixing's eyes were fixed on the screen. Seeing the scene inside, my breath becomes rapid and my blood boils. Their fists clenched tightly. Take a deep breath. The expression was extremely grave. What method is this? With just this iron ball, several meters in diameter, emitting dozens of white lights, it could destroy half of the Eagle Jiang Nation's combat power, and in just a few tens of seconds. This is truly incredible. And this sudden white light, could it be a laser weapon? A laser weapon, something that exists only in concept, and he actually used it? Terrifying to such a degree. Then it seemed to have thought of something, a flash of joy in the heart, the corners of the mouth slightly raised. If we could obtain such technology, if we could obtain such weapons, then what reason would we have to fear the Eagle Juice Nation? By then, our international standing will be greatly elevated, and we will surpass the Eagle Sauce Nation. Her eyes narrowed at the thought. Again, my gaze fell on the slowly spinning iron ball. A surge of heat flashed in his eyes. After the South Sea crisis is over, I must personally bring back the person who was piloting this aircraft carrier, and it would be best if we could reach a cooperation. Just like that. Meanwhile, at the naval base inside the General Command Center, everyone is boiling with excitement. Especially those researchers and experts, one by one as if witnessing history. Shocked like a child. Ah, my goodness, what kind of attack is this, able to shoot down so many fighters in just a few dozen seconds, destroy so many ships, and even sink not one, but an entire formidable aircraft carrier. This mysterious and incredibly powerful weapon is probably making its debut somewhere in the world, isn't it? This method of attack simply overturns my perception. Obviously, this is a laser weapon, the laser weapon that only exists in concepts. Damn it, holy, the person who can invent such a weapon is definitely a genius among geniuses, capable of crushing everyone I know. I can't wait to see those who fly the carrier with a pilot's license, and those who design and manufacture this aircraft carrier, for I'm afraid their scientific research level is far beyond us old-timers. How ashamed I am. How ashamed I am. Fortunately, it wasn't people from other countries who developed this weapon, but people from our own country. Otherwise, the consequences would have been truly unimaginable. Some were shocked, some shook their heads, some sighed, some were so excited they jumped up and down, and some made up their minds to meet the pilot of this aircraft carrier. All the expressions are varied. Only when Shuchi wore a face full of confusion, with a hesitation on her face that was half belief and half doubt. She remembers clearly. The plan Lu Chen wrote at the time. One of the more prominent weapons was the laser weapon. A few others who looked at the plan probably only skimmed the table of contents and didn't really read the detailed content carefully. But when Shuchi is different. He has long known Lu Chen's prowess. Therefore he is very interested in what Lu Chen has written and approaches it with a studious attitude. So she will look at it more carefully. In her impression, the laser weapon described in Lu Chen's plan is precisely a spherical laser weapon. At this point, the whole person couldn't help but tremble all over. Could it be that this mysterious aircraft carrier was really developed by Chief Engineer Lu? It really is somewhat unbelievable. And what if it really was his research and development? How did he do it? We originally only had 1 month. He wants nothing but raw materials, and we classify the raw materials, then clean the workshop, and that took nearly 10 days. There are at most 20 days left, 20 days. Don't tell me it's only him alone. Even 100 people, 1,000 people, how could they smelt these raw materials into equipment parts, and how could they assemble such a huge aircraft carrier? This is totally a bedtime fantasy. Could it be that I'm overthinking it? In a state of dilemma. When Shuchi looked around. Then he walked up to Zhang Pengfei and Gong Shueshue. He hesitated for a few seconds and spoke. Two of you, there's a question I want to ask you. Do you two have any thoughts on this aircraft carrier and this iron ball resembling a laser weapon? Zhang Pengfei's gaze shifted from the screen and looked at Wen Shuchi. Of course I have an opinion. First of all, just from the appearance of this aircraft carrier, I think, Wen Shuchi kept her eyes fixed on Zhang Pengfei, not blinking at all. There was a certain anticipation in her heart. She hoped he would say that the appearance of this aircraft carrier was the same as the design Lu Chen had made at that time. But what Zhang Pengfei said is fundamentally different from what Wen Shuchi expects, and it has nothing to do with it. Chapter 112, Shocking Revelation, Making an Entrance. Zhang Pengfei continued, I think the hull of this aircraft carrier should be the largest in the world. And from a defensive standpoint, it should be the best in the world. As for the attack method, the thing emitted by that iron ball, a laser-like energy, is something I can basically determine from this. This is a laser weapon, the world's laser weapon. In other words, the technology contained in this aircraft carrier is entirely superior to the aircraft carriers we manufacture and the ones produced by the Eagle Sauce Nation. And also, I think the people who built this aircraft carrier are absolutely geniuses among geniuses, an absolutely world-class team. Their scientific research capabilities and grasp of science are definitely above all of us. You could say they are godlike. After we drive the Eagle Jianghua out, our experts here will absolutely try every possible means to contact the person who built this aircraft carrier, treat him as a precious treasure, and humbly learn from him. Although I also very much want to see who it is that could produce such a powerful aircraft carrier. Although I also want to learn from this person or this team, if possible I would like to take him as my master. But my qualifications aren't enough, I'm afraid I won't even get a number in the queue. Sigh, what a pity. After listening to Zhang Pengfei, Wen Shuqi nodded in agreement. Yeah. After we drive the Eagle Sauce Nation away. The person who drives this aircraft carrier and the one who develops and builds it are absolutely the greatest contributors. Moreover, someone who can build an aircraft carrier far surpassing the level in their own country is absolutely a genius among geniuses, even a once-in-1,000-years prodigy. In the face of such people, who wouldn't want to learn from him? Who wouldn't want to take him as their mentor? However, what Zhang Pengfei said is not the answer Wen Shuqi wants to hear. So he continued to ask, "Is that all? Is there anything else you want to say? You want to say something else?" Zhang Pengfei fixed his gaze on Wen Shuqi, slightly frowning. "What do you mean by that? What do you want me to say?" Seeing that Zhang Pengfei didn't understand what he meant at all, Wen Shuqi could only make the explanation clear. To explain, did our department all review the plan Luo Chen proposed at that time? Don't you think the current aircraft carrier, in terms of appearance, its ability to dive, its defense measures, or even the laser weapon, looks very similar to what Luo Chen described in the plan? Is there a possibility that this aircraft carrier was built by Luo Chen? After hearing this sentence, Zhang Pengfei was stunned all at once. He looked at Wen Shuqi with an astonished gaze. "What did you say? Did you say this aircraft carrier was built by Lu Chen? Are you crazy? Aren't you forgetting that all the things Lu Chen wants are just raw materials? And we spent almost 10 days just sorting the raw materials and cleaning the workshop. After that, Lu Chen told all of us to go rest as well, and precisely because he let everyone rest, all of our workers aligned with the first team and the third team. Finally, only Lu Chen was left by himself. How can he conduct the RD by himself? How could he possibly manufacture such a huge, technologically advanced aircraft carrier by himself? Stop joking with me here, this is simply a pipe dream. And the conclusion has already been drawn from above. Lu Chenming clearly colluded with others from inside and out, secretly transferring, selling off, and then taking the money to run away. He is simply a traitor. I am ashamed of him. Gong Shuai also interjected at this moment. Wen Shuqi, you trust him so much, have you been deceived by him? Or has he brainwashed you? He is only in his 20s, what could he possibly understand? Why would you think this aircraft carrier was built by him? Even if a few parts of this aircraft carrier resemble what he wrote in his plan, it's just a coincidence, what does it matter? When I heard two people say this, Wen Shuqi also stopped asking questions. Just tell yourself you're overthinking it. Then she nodded. You two have a point. Let us do it this way. On the other side, a few senior officials from the Eagle Sauce Nation are still discussing the next steps in a flurry of activity. They are weighing how to defeat the opponent at the lowest possible cost. Although they know this is unlikely. Meanwhile, Lu Chen is still drinking coffee in the cockpit. He looks at the half cup of coffee in his hand. He shakes his head with a wry smile. Sigh, why didn't we prepare more drinks back then? Why did we buy so much coffee? Have you had enough to drink? Forget it, I'll finish this last half cup and then decide. He gulped down half a cup of coffee and immediately felt it suffocate him. By the way, almost forgot something. Then, he contacted Zhang Jianguo. Just connected. There were some resentful voices coming from over there about Zhang Jianguo. Well kid, you finally remembered me. I thought you had forgotten about me. If you don't call me back, I'll give you a call. How about it? Is it my turn to step in? Lu Chen laughed heartily. Sir, look at how you speak. I may forget someone, but I can't possibly forget you. Well, hands can be on now. Remember, you must look stylish on the stage, move quickly when you act, and give them a strong deterrent. Just do it. Also, don't get too excited, go finish this final aircraft carrier. By then I don't think we'll be able to find anyone to negotiate with them. Poof. Zhang Jianguo snorted coldly, rest assured, I won't show mercy, but I certainly won't commit a wrong deed either. I am about to take the stage. After speaking, thousands of meters above the ground, Zhang Jianguo, standing upright in the void, bowed slightly and looked down. Then suddenly cut off the engines on the body and began free-fall descent. When they were only a few hundred meters from the ground, the engines suddenly roared to life. Then slowed down the descent, raining down from the sky. At the same time, turn off the cloaking system on your body. The moment the stealth system is turned off, a thing suddenly detected falling from above in Longwa. Report to Duan Haisen immediately. Sir, the monitoring system suddenly shows that an unidentified object is descending from the sky at a uniform speed. Unknown object. What do you mean? Is there footage? Duan Haisheng frowned again. No, not yet. We haven't captured any footage. Just after finishing this sentence, the communicator hanging at his chest immediately received the message. Captain, keep filming, we've got the shot. Oh my goodness, I can hardly believe my eyes. What on earth is this thing? Is it a deformable mecha? I've already transmitted it to the command headquarters. Captain, look quickly, look now. Chapter 113, is this an alien? It was right at this moment. The signal corpsman in the command post received the incoming footage and immediately synchronized it to the screen. Duan Haisheng suddenly turned his head to look at the screen. Her pupils suddenly contracted and she drew in a cold breath. The corners of his mouth twitched and his hands trembled. He can hardly believe what he has just seen. On screen, a humanoid-shaped enormous steel mecha is descending at a uniform speed. This time my mecha looks at least 10 meters tall. Everyone can be shocked and their blood boils by the terrifying aura emanating from him. What is this thing exactly? Is it a mecha? Oh my goodness, what on earth is going on today? Just this suddenly appearing mysterious aircraft carrier has already broadened my horizons. Another mech has surprisingly appeared now. Moreover, it's a real, sky-flying mech. I even suspect that I am in a science fiction movie. Damn it, strange things happen every year, but today there are especially many. Who can tell me what on earth is going on? At the naval base inside the General Command headquarters. Watching the footage on the screen, the whole venue erupted. Look at the screen quickly, what is that thing, damn it? Is that a mecha? Holy crap. I seriously think I'm hallucinating. Pinch me quick and see if I'm dreaming. Where did this mech suddenly pop up from? Could it be aliens? Yes, it must be aliens. Such technology could not exist on Blue Star at all. It's finished, it's finished. If the aliens fixate on Blue Star, none of our nations will be his match. Ah, why is this happening? Could the end of the world be coming? Oh my god, just watching this suit mech fall from the sky, I can tell the technology it embodies far surpasses all of our current world tech, to the point of wrecking us. In front of him, we have no power to resist. Meanwhile, the image of the power-assisted mech breaking heaven and shocking also appeared on the screen of the Eagle Sauce National Carrier Aircraft Carrier Command Center. After seeing this scene, C. De La was stunned all over. His facial muscles trembled and he simply didn't know how to express how he felt at that moment. What the hell is this again? Is this a transformer? How could something from a science fiction movie appear here? Could it be an alien invasion? After the tension, there was a sudden clarity in the eyes. Yes, this mecha looks almost the same as the ones depicted in the movies filmed in our country. If it were an alien invasion, there's an 80% chance they would stand on our side. If we could communicate with this alien and then have them destroy Dragon Country. That save us some trouble? Very well, yes. However, imagination is always good, but reality is cruel. When Zhang Jianguo piloting the mech descended to about 100 meters from the surface, his gaze fell onto the aircraft carrier deck piloted by Lu Chen. Then it flew straight over there. The combat mech headed toward that mysterious aircraft carrier. Zadila smiled inwardly. Awesome. Could it be that this mech is really here to help us to sink that mysterious aircraft carrier? A few officers besides Zadila immediately echoed. It must be like this, our Eagle Sauce country is the strongest nation in the world, so when those aliens come to Blue Star, they will definitely choose to cooperate with us and stand by our side. That is right, perhaps this alien has been watching all along and finally decided to come to help us and to deal with this aircraft carrier on our behalf, which could also be considered showing sincerity for future cooperation. No wonder it's our Eagle Sauce country. Commander, this is great news. If we could collaborate with the aliens. If we casually learn some techniques from them, our overall military strength and the nation's technological level will certainly receive a tremendous boost. When the time comes, we can greatly widen the gap with other countries in the world, become the true hegemonic nation, the unrivaled #1 in the world. Even with the help of aliens, unifying the entire world might not be impossible. Hearing his subordinate's fantasy, Zadila's face showed a look of pride. Okay, it's really great, It was at that moment. Weeder Browning drew close. I had made up my mind to fight a comeback. I came here full of confidence too. But when I saw the opponent's laser weapon, I had completely lost all hope. However, God still cared for us. The aliens stepped in to help him. Isn't taking care of them a cinch? I must see with my own eyes the destruction of the Dragon Nation's army. Sidera turned slightly to the side, patting Wade Bruning on the shoulder. Old buddy, you can rest assured, we are not going to lose. At that moment as well. What followed made Zadila feel very unsettled. He frowned and looked at the screen. He raised a question. What is going on? I only saw that mech did not attack the mysterious aircraft carrier as he had expected. But it lands steadily on the deck. This fall, Zidlap noticed something was off. Yet still held a glimmer of fantasy and expectation. Thought that after this mech was dropped, it would launch an assault on the carrier. But still felt uneasy. Then he addressed the mech. Dear alien guest, hello. We are the Eagle Jiang Nation, the strongest country in the world, and we welcome your arrival. We hope to reach a cooperation with you after the cooperation is established. No matter what you want to do on Blue Star, we will unconditionally support you. But now I hope you can do us a favor, which is to help us destroy the aircraft carrier under your feet, the 3 destroyers beside it, the carrier task force over there, and the Dragon Nation-S aircraft in the sky. This shouldn't be a problem for you, right? After hearing these words, Duan Haisheng was immediately and greatly alarmed. If this alien cooperates with the Eagle Sauce Nation and truly joins forces against us, how can our side resist? Moreover, he originally thought that even if these aliens really wanted to deal with him, there is still that mysterious aircraft carrier on our side. With the capabilities of a mysterious aircraft carrier, you don't necessarily have to lose to this alien. But what about now? Aliens managed to approach this aircraft carrier so effortlessly and landed on the carrier deck without any hindrance. And this aircraft carrier didn't even resist, not a bit of resistance. It is very likely that this aircraft carrier is afraid of this alien, knowing that it is not a match for this alien, so it simply gave up resisting. If that is the case, it's going to be tricky. Chapter 114, the mecha is actually one of us? And Duan Haisheng also started calling out. Dear outsider guests, you must not listen to the Aguten country S-words. They are a group of despicable and shameless little people, and cooperating with them is unwise. Hope you can reach a cooperation with us. His words hadn't finished yet. A sound came from that mecha. Ha ha ha. I say, Lao Duan, what are you thinking? Are you worried that I will cooperate with those Eagle Sauce country people? What are you joking about? Such a nuisance. With that said, Duan Haisheng was directly dumbfounded on the spot. My head is buzzing. As if struck by lightning. Long time. Only then did it ease up. Is this mecha talking to me? How does he know my surname is Duan? I'm a bit stunned. His attention is here. But his subordinates aren't paying attention here. Commander, does he know your surname is Duan? That's not important. What's important is that you didn't notice. The language this alien is speaking is the same as ours. Yes, my excited heart is about to leap out. He actually speaks the same language as us. Commander, do you think he might not be an alien at all, but one of our Dragon Nation people? After hearing what a few of them said, Duan Haisheng was also startled. If you don't say anything about it, I wouldn't have noticed this. He's speaking in our country's language. That must be us, the people of the Dragon Country. This is truly unbelievable. When did our Dragon Country manage to build mecha? A sudden idea popped into Duan Haisheng's mind. After this mecha appeared, it went directly onto the deck of the mysterious aircraft carrier. Could it be that this mecha and the aircraft carrier come from the same place? Oh my god. Incredible. What Zhang Jianguo said echoed in the Navy base's grand headquarters. Everyone was buzzing like injected with adrenaline, faces flushed, incredibly excited. Did you all hear that? The voice of this mech speaks our country's language, which means he is one of our country's people. It's truly unbelievable, our country has actually produced a mecha, a real mecha. Damn it, I'm afraid only we researchers understand how hard it is to forge such a mecha. Yes, just the initial display of this mecha is already far above the level of technology that the world currently possesses. If we could talk with the researchers who developed this mecha, I would die without regrets in this lifetime. Others might only be amazed by this mecha. But when Shuqi saw this mecha, her eyes widened in an instant, pupils shrinking sharply. Although she had not actually seen this mech, she had heard of it. She knew that Lu Chen had built a real mech. And now, the mech that appeared here now completely matched what she had heard about. Well then, there is only one possibility. The mecha that appears here is the very one Lu Chen built. But how could the mecha he built end up here? Moreover, when she truly saw this mech, when Shuqi realized it, she finally understood why the 5th Machinery Factory treated Lu Chen as a treasure. This mech is truly stunning. Incredibly shocking. The person who can build such a mech would barely treat it as a treasure. Even when Shuqi has begun to somewhat believe that aircraft carrier was built by Lu Chen. After all, even such mechas can be built. So building an aircraft carrier should not be a problem, right? Lu Chen, I really can't quite figure you out now. Is this aircraft carrier really built by you? Or did you actually sell off the raw materials and equipment parts and then run away? Why don't you discuss some of these things with me in advance? Sigh. Her eyes flickered. A wry smile appeared on his face. And over in the Eagle Sauce country, when Zadila heard that war mech speak, his whole face turned green. He speaks 3 languages. Very familiar with the Dragon Nation's language. The moment that Mech Suit spoke, he knew at once that it was not aliens at all, but a Dragon Nation person. After learning this fact, my head is buzzing, as if someone has hammered it with a hammer. My heart suddenly sank to the bottom, full of despair. And at this moment, his subordinates came up to fill in as well. Colonel, Commander, why do I feel like what this so-called alien is saying sounds like the language of the dragon country? Did I mishear? Commander, did you hear that? This. Commander, why aren't you saying anything? Commander, why do you look so pale? Did you hear that? He spoke in Longwa language. Commander? He asked cautiously, not expecting that what he would receive was the commander's roar. Zadila shouted at him. Shut your trap. I'm not deaf, can I hear? Do I look like I don't understand the language of the dragon nation? Do you need to remind me? FK. After saying this harsh word, the emotions eased up a little. Took a deep breath. He spoke up, it's nothing, it's just a mecha's empty shell, there's nothing to be afraid of. We will proceed according to the previous plan. What are you afraid of? However, he had just finished saying those words. The voice of Zhang Jianguo came again. Hey, those people over there, you Eagle Sauce country dare send troops to our land, you're practically seeking death. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. I will sanction you. After today, the world's #1 power will no longer be your chickening country. From today on, our dragon country will no longer be threatened by you, Eagle Sauce Nation. From today onward, you should consider the face of our dragon country when you do things. From today onward, maintaining world peace will be undertaken by our dragon nation. Tremble, Eagle Sauce Nation. You will understand how big the gap between you and us really is. After speaking, the mechanized suit piloted by Zhang Jianguo leaped into the air. Directly lock onto a frigate right next to the Eagle Sauce national aircraft carrier. And then, in the blink of an eye, Zhang Jianguo charged toward that escort ship at an extremely fast speed. The escort ship also unleashed a counterattack and interception at the first moment. But at such a close distance, coupled with Zhang Petrol's nearly insane speed, it would be absolutely impossible to intercept it. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Zhang Jianguo had already appeared on that frigate. There are dozens of American soldiers on the destroyer's deck. They had no time to react at all. A huge mecha towering more than 10 meters appeared before me. Instantly it became a mess. What the heck? What is this thing? Why is it so fast? Run quickly, we're not his match at all. How can we fight like this? Chapter 115 Escape at once. In the aircraft carrier command room, Seedla was also in a helpless predicament. After all, this mecha appeared on our own escort ship. Moreover, the escort ship was less than 100 meters away from the aircraft carrier he was on. There's basically no way to retaliate. Even fighter jets in the sky have no method or way. We can't bomb them all at once. Watching the soldiers' chaos on the deck, Zhang Jianguo sneered. Then he slowly raised his arms. And then, 4 heavy machine guns suddenly sprang from his arms. The 4 heavy machine guns opened fire at the same time. In an instant, the soldiers of the Eagle Visor country were killed and wounded, and even many devices on the deck were riddled with holes. The whole scene was in chaos, a sight too tragic to behold. While spraying with a machine gun, he kept cursing under his breath. Damn Eagle-licious country, aren't you guys cool? Aren't you the #1 in the world? Aren't you everywhere causing trouble for our dragon nation? So what? Be even more arrogant and let me see it. Ha, each and every one of you is like a grandson. If you have guts, don't run. Letting you come here for a few days to cause trouble, threatening us, you deserve it all. In just a minute or two like this, he mowed down more than 100 Eagle Jiang soldiers with a machine gun. Bored meaningless, I'm not going to play with you guys anymore. Having spoken, he directly flew hundreds of meters into the air. Then it fired a high-power missile at the destroyer below, far beyond what current technology could produce, and this missile possessed piercing capability. Although this bomb is only a little over 40 centimeters long. But the energy it carries and the power it can unleash after detonation are enough to match several missiles. When this missile hit the center of the destroyer's deck, it did not explode immediately. Instead, it pierced through the deck and drilled in, gleaming with water. Then, an explosion occurred inside the destroyer. The moment of the explosion, terrifying energy scattered in all directions, directly blowing a crater about 10 meters in diameter at the center of the escort ship. Moreover, this explosion also sparked chain reactions among other electronic equipment and weapons already present in the destroyer, causing a series of subsequent explosions. Booming. Only a little more than 10 seconds. This over 100-meter-long frigate was blown to pieces and slowly sank. The aircraft carrier that is relatively close to this frigate has also been affected to some extent. Zadila stood in the command room, clearly hearing the explosions outside, and his body swayed with the rocking of the hull. After finally stabilizing my figure, to burst into a tirade of abuse. Damn it. Transmit my orders, at any cost, take down this damn mecha for me. Attack. The order was just issued. There was an immediate response. However, with just their abilities, how could they possibly deal with the mecha piloted by Zhang Jianguo? Even if there were dozens of tracking missiles rushing toward Zhang Jianguo's location, Zhang Jianguo still easily dodged past. And so a grand chase scene unfolded. The mecha piloted by Zhang Jianguo flies ahead, while missiles chase from behind in real time. This scene left Zadila dumbfounded. After Zhang Jianguo has played with it, fly directly along the sea surface. Then whenever it flew near the warship, it would suddenly turn, causing these missiles to blow up their own ships one by one. Watching all that Zhang Jianguo was doing almost made Shida faint from anger. Issue the order again immediately. Stop at once. Stop all actions. Then he suddenly slapped the edge of the control console in front of him. The appearance of the broken armor completely disrupted our previous plans. How on earth can we fight this battle? Damn you, Dragon Country. I now even suspect that all of this is your trap. You lured us here and then laid an ambush for us. Shameless. Although the remaining warships had all stopped, no longer firing missiles, they began to pursue Zhang Jianguo. However, Zhang Jianguo had no intention of letting them go, firing missiles at the remaining ships while flying. There is a formidable, unyielding momentum as if fighting to the death. And what about Zadila? He could only stand in the command room like ants on a hot pot, anxious, watching his ships one by one be destroyed. But there was no way at all. A few minutes later, the remaining 10 or so ships have all been destroyed. Zadila's heart was bleeding. Even if their Eagle Sauce nation is the world's largest economy. But losing so many ships is also a heavy blow to them. If we want to rebuild so many ships, and that one aircraft carrier that was destroyed as well, the financial resources, material resources, human resources, and time required, it will be an astronomical number. He is somewhat regretting it. Regretting having formulated and participated in this plan. If given a chance to start over, he would surely stay honestly in the Eagle Sauce country. Only a fool would dare provoke the Dragon Kingdom. But now whatever is said is already too late. He sighed, shaking his head. Keep watching the screen. Only the screen appeared. That mech suddenly blasted off from the sea surface, soaring straight into the sky with a snow-like speed. Seeing this scene, Zadila suddenly thought of something. Unable to stay calm anymore. Could it be that this damn mecha is going to target our fighters again? We can't bear to lose anymore, he said. We must notify them immediately. So he immediately pressed the communications button, beginning to issue commands. All fighter crews, heed the orders. Retreat immediately, run away at once. Escape at the fastest speed. Immediately. Right now. Fighter jets stationed several thousand meters above, of course, also saw everything that was happening below. In just a few minutes they were severely traumatized, each one suddenly terrified beyond measure. I've already planned to escape. But without orders from above, they cannot escape either. Now I have received the order. Of course I am extremely happy. So I immediately changed course and raised speed as quickly as possible. I'm desperately trying to escape from here. But Zhang Jianguo would not give them a chance to escape. And even if their speed were faster, it could not outrun the earth-shattering speed. So a group of fighter jets ran in front. A mecha chased from behind. While pursuing, they continuously launched missiles. Bang bang bang. As missiles launch one after another, a flight of fighter jets explodes and disintegrates in the air. In less than 10 minutes. The remaining dozens of fighter jets were all destroyed. Various wreckage plummeted onto the sea surface. The scene was extremely bloody and brutal. In the end, the last carrier of the Eagle Army US interpretation was left at sea, powerless. Zadila stood numb before the screen, listening to reports of one fighter jet after another being shot down. I feel like I want to die. Chapter 116, you now have two options. He came with full confidence. Now this has led to such a situation. The whole person felt as if struck by lightning. His heart seemed to be bleeding. Not to mention the loss of so many ships and fighters, and the punishment he would face upon returning, just the dead soldiers made him feel deeply guilty. This is completely different from what he had imagined before coming to Manhwa. He cannot understand how Manhwa has become so powerful. He is completely outmatched. No resistance at all. If at the beginning, when half of his combat power was eliminated, he could still muster the courage to resist and decide to strike back. But what about now? Inside his heart there was nothing but despair and pain, and deep fear, and he could no longer muster any resolve. Why? Why is this happening? Oh my god, are you playing tricks on me? How am I supposed to explain this? With a thud, he slumped to the ground, face ashen and lifeless. Seeing their own commander slumped on the ground, listless and full of fear, with a face twisted in terror. Several senior officers immediately stepped forward to support him. They really stood Saidra up. Commander, what should we do? All of our fighter jets have been destroyed, all the frigates, patrol ships, and destroyers have been sunk, and only this last aircraft carrier remains. Yes, Commander, what should we do next? You should issue orders at once, we'll follow whatever you say. Commander, should we organize one last counterattack? Yes, sir, even though we now only have this last aircraft carrier left, this carrier is our greatest combat power. It is equipped with the most advanced weapons. If we launch one final counterattack, there may still be a spark of hope. Damn Longwa, damn it. I never would have imagined that Dragon Nation's technology could be so advanced. If they can even manufacture sci-fi mechs, then the level of that carrier is several tiers above ours, yet they have clearly become so powerful while they've been hiding all this time. It's really scummy. Commander, why aren't you saying anything? We're all waiting for you to decide. Should we launch the last counterattack? The person who asked whether to continue the counterattack earlier asked again. Commander? Sidila's head was buzzing, and listening to these people around him, back and forth with everyone, made him even more agitated and troubled. Especially when he heard someone ask whether he would organize one final counterattack. He suppressed the anger and despair in his heart, and his listless eyes suddenly widened with anger. He fixed his gaze on the person who asked whether to continue the counterattack. Smack! A resounding slap struck his face. That slap knocked him silly. He looked at Shidala with grievance and confusion, not understanding what was happening. Sir! Commander, why are you hitting me? Several other officers were startled by this sudden slap. Several officers instinctively stepped back half a step, looking at Shidala with puzzled expressions. Unyielding Sidera stepped forward, gave him another slap, and then kicked him to the ground. He rushed over, grabbed him by the collar, and slapped him several times in quick succession. It seems like all the anger is aimed at him. Several other officers and others nearby were dumbfounded by all of this, their faces filled with disbelief and confusion. I don't know why my own commanding officer suddenly blew up like this. In their impression, my own commander has a very good temper. He basically never engages in physical confrontation with others, and even when someone makes a mistake, he carefully guides them to correct it. But what is going on today? This was the first time they had ever seen their own commander lose his temper and strike someone. But even though that officer was beaten very badly, no one dared to go up and intervene. No one dares to provoke their own commander at this moment. Until Zydila punched his face into patches of blue and purple. He beat him until he knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Only then did the air somewhat clear up. Only stop there. Finally, they looked at him with stupid eyes. Nasty as ever, he grumbled. John Mond, usually I think you're quick-witted, smart, and good at reading the situation. How did you become such a fool today? Listen to what you just said. Is that even human speech? Even at a time like this, you're still asking me whether to organize our final troops and launch a counterattack. Are you trying to die on purpose? Why can't you see the situation at all? How long have we been fighting, and have we harmed others by even a fraction? Did others sacrifice or get injured in any way? Not even a slightest loss occurred. But what about us? In a short time, all of our fighter jets were destroyed, all of our destroyers, frigates, and cruiser lines were sunk, and even an aircraft carrier was beaten to pieces by the other side. Not only did we lose trillions of money, but the carefully cultivated excellent soldiers also died here. That should show how strong the enemy's combat power is, right? Do you think the reason our last aircraft carrier can exist safely is that they can't sink us? Is it because they're afraid of us? Or because they lack the capability? Neither. It's because he deliberately spared us. He intentionally didn't sink us. Do you understand? And you? And you actually want us to organize a counterattack? You must be out of your mind. With just our last aircraft carrier, if we counterattack, we won't even scratch their surface before they sink us to the bottom of the ocean. Our lives may be worthless, but this carrier is valuable. Got it? Hearing this, the high-ranking officer kneeling on the ground, clutching his head in despair, finally grasped the gravity of the situation. His voice trembling with emotion, he replied, Commander, I was wrong. It was my fault. I understand, Commander. I will reflect deeply. Commander, please don't be angry. Commander, you were right to strike me. I deserved it. The officers gathered around him suddenly saw the light too. Indeed. Given the situation, was there any point in fighting back? Do you think they kept you around because they couldn't eliminate you? No. They deliberately spared you. So they know. Now there's only one choice left. That is surrender. Then wait for the other side to present their terms. There is no other choice. And what about Sidra? All he could think about now was how he'd explain himself to his superiors back home. Before he could devise a plan, he heard the transmission from that mysterious carrier. Lu Chen sat leisurely in the cockpit, gazing at the massive, semi-transparent screen ahead. He activated the amplification function. He spoke. By now, you must have figured out why I destroyed all the fighters, ships, and the other carrier yet spared only you. Because this carrier is your command center. I spared you specifically to negotiate with you. You now have two choices. Chapter 117, The Torn Sidra. First, continue resisting to the end and be utterly destroyed by me. That would be clearly unwise. Second, compensate the Dragon Nation 500 billion, withdraw all your troops stationed in other countries, and henceforth refrain from interfering in any nation's internal affairs. Cease all actions targeting the Dragon Nation. Conduct yourselves properly and work diligently. Do not assume these terms are overly harsh. Before the war began, I gave you a chance. Had you accepted it then, you wouldn't have ended up in this predicament. Moreover, this isn't a negotiation, it's a choice I'm presenting you with. Either you make a final desperate counterattack and be utterly annihilated by me, or you accept my terms. Let me put it plainly, even if I annihilate you, your nation must still accept these terms. Refuse, and the great dragon nation can obliterate you in an instant. Don't doubt my words. I have every capability to make it happen. Here's the deal, I'll give you 10 minutes to decide. Give me your answer in 10 minutes. If you haven't chosen by then, or if you try anything else, then I'm afraid you'll be meeting the king of hell. After uttering these words, cheers erupted from the dragon nation side. So satisfying. Absolutely satisfying. All these years, this is the first time our dragon nation has stood so firm. Yeah, remember, we're not facing just any random country, it's the world's most powerful nation, Eagle Nation. To speak so boldly in front of them makes my heart pound with excitement. Ha 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 ha. We resolved this crisis without losing a single soldier, and we beat them into a complete rout. They came with so many fighter jets and warships, yet only one aircraft carrier remains. It's thrilling. Absolutely thrilling. I'm over the moon. We really owe it all to that mysterious carrier that appeared out of nowhere. I'm dying to know who's piloting it, who built it, and what's the deal with that mech. Don't worry. The war is almost over anyway. We'll find out soon enough. The officers and researchers from Dragon Nation were so excited they could barely contain themselves. The entire command center, which should have been a solemn place, now resembled a party. They were practically singing and dancing, eating and drinking. Of course. Beyond the officers and researchers, tens of thousands of soldiers were also brimming with excitement. Regarding this provocation by the Eagle Nation in the South China Sea, nearly every soldier was prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice. Most had even written farewell letters to their families, believing this might be their last day on Earth. Many even thought to themselves that dying for their country would be an honorable death. But, just as they had cast aside thoughts of life and death, ready to fight to the death against the enemy, that mysterious and formidable aircraft carrier suddenly appeared, instantly turning the entire situation upside down. From the start of the incident until now, these soldiers had journeyed from initial bewilderment to profound shock, and now to exhilaration and fervor. They felt immense pride that the Dragon Nation possessed such advanced technological prowess. Their spines straightened involuntarily. They knew. From this day forward, the world's most powerful nation would no longer be the Eagle Nation, but their own Dragon Nation. Their Dragon Nation would hold the true power of influence over the entire world. Even the Eagle Nation could no longer pose any threat to them. Today was a day that changed history, a day worthy of being recorded in the annals of time. The entire Dragon Nation military basked in the joy of victory. And over in the Eagle Nation? Inside the command center. After Lu Chen presented his terms, the entire room fell silent. A heavy atmosphere weighed on everyone's hearts, making them unable to lift their heads. Any one of them could easily be a high-ranking officer. Back in the military, they had been commanding figures. After leaving the military, they were revered in other countries, walking with heads held high and chests puffed out, doing whatever they pleased with unbridled arrogance. But now, each of them looked like a stray dog, stripped of any trace of their former vigor and spirit. Lu Chen gave them a total of 10 minutes. Silence alone consumed 3 of those minutes. Most still harbored resentment, but no amount of bitterness could change their fate. They were like fish on a cutting board, helplessly awaiting their fate. Finally, Sidra could hold it in no longer. He slammed his fist on his thigh. He sprang to his feet with a sharp movement. His gaze swept over the dejected crowd, the deep despair within them stabbing at his heart. But no matter how dire the situation, as the commander of everyone here, he had to pull himself together and face it bravely. He stared intently at each person in turn. After a long moment, clenching his fists tightly, he took a deep breath to steady himself before speaking slowly. Gentlemen, we have always been invincible. We have always been the strongest nation in the world. We have always been number 1 globally, first in both economic and military might. But no one in the world can win every battle forever, and no one can remain number 1 forever. What happened today? I'm sure everyone has seen it. Our intelligence has suffered a major failure. This Dragon Nation is nowhere near as weak as we imagined. It's exceptionally powerful. Setting aside other aspects, their military technology alone completely outclasses ours. It's utterly overwhelming. We're simply not on the same level. How can we possibly fight under these circumstances? How can we possibly retaliate? Counterattacking would only lead to pointless sacrifices, sending men to their deaths and inflicting further losses on our nation. Gentlemen, we arrived with nearly 200 fighter jets, dozens of warships, and 2 aircraft carriers. Has it even been half an hour since we entered combat? No. In that brief span, they destroyed all our fighter jets, all our warships, and 1 aircraft carrier. Forget the financial cost. Our finest air and naval personnel are our most precious asset, and their loss is our greatest tragedy. My heart aches deeply. Now the enemy has presented us with 2 conditions. No, 2 choices. The first choice is to fight to the bitter end. We all know what that outcome would be: total annihilation here. Moreover, they've made it clear that even if we all perish here, they will continue to demand reparations from our nation. Therefore, we cannot choose the first option. That leaves us with only the second option. But the second option is truly unbearable. I've been mulling it over and still can't make up my mind. Notify the higher-ups. Chapter 118. We've truly been defeated. From the start of the battle until now, Sidra had never contacted headquarters. The higher-ups were unaware of the situation here, because everything here had been entrusted entirely to Sidra. Sidra was the supreme commander of this operation. His location served as the highest command center for the entire mission, and he bore full responsibility for all matters. Therefore, he has no need to report to headquarters. What did headquarters want? They want a result. As for the process, they couldn't care less. But now, they had lost completely. And faced with the conditions the other side has laid out, he alone cannot possibly make a decision. Moreover, news of his defeat would inevitably reach higher-ups sooner or later. He had long wanted to report the situation here to headquarters, but he kept hoping there might still be a way to turn things around. But now it seemed beyond redemption. After much deliberation, he finally resolved to report to headquarters. When they heard their commander was about to report the situation here to headquarters, everyone in the command center bowed their heads even lower. They understood that the failure here was not their fault. Faced with such overwhelming enemy firepower, anyone sent here would have failed in procurement. But higher-ups didn't care about the process, only the outcome mattered. Not only had they failed this time, but they'd also lost so much equipment and personnel. The higher-ups would undoubtedly fly into a rage and might even send them all to a court-martial. If they had to blame anyone, it was their own rotten luck. No time to waste. Sidra dialed the higher-ups number. During those agonizing seconds waiting for the call to connect, time dragged on like an eternity for everyone present. But what must come, comes. After 10 odd seconds, the call connected. A deep, joyful voice came through the line. Commander Sidra speaking. Ha ha. How's the situation over there? Could it be they've already made them compromise? Victory already secured? It always comes down to you, doesn't it? Whenever you step in, even the toughest missions get done smoothly. Rest assured, when you return, I'll make sure you get the credit. We'll throw you a victory banquet and have a few drinks together. Ah, sounds great. Now that you've succeeded here, we can start building that island chain. We'll deploy 10,000 troops to a chain of islands in the South China Sea for garrisoning and constructing military bases. Then we'll deploy various strategic-level missiles there to monitor Dragon Nation's movements. The moment the Dragon Nation deviates from our will, the moment they dare defy us, then we'll make them suffer bitterly. Ha 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 ha. This way, no one can challenge our position as the world's top power. That damned Dragon Nation will finally be crushed beneath our feet. Commander Sidra, why aren't you speaking? Listening to the voice on the phone, hearing the second counselor's joy and anticipation, hearing his visions and fantasies of the future. Sidra's lips twitched. A bitter smile appeared on his face. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. The others all wore complex expressions. Her face flushed crimson, overcome with shame. The second counselor, having received no response from the other side for an extended period, sensed something was amiss. He pressed on. Commander Sidra? What's going on your end? Why can't I hear you? Is the signal bad? Can you hear me? Sidra? She heard the second counselor calling her name repeatedly. Sidra took a deep breath and mustered the courage to respond. Cough cough cough. Counselor Johnmond. I have a signal here. I can hear you. Wait. The words were on the tip of his tongue, yet he hesitated, unable to voice them. The second counselor grew even more puzzled. General Sidra, I recall you've always been decisive and straightforward in your actions. You never mince words or beat around the bush. What's gotten into you today? General Sidra, please speak plainly. Sidra responded weakly. It's like this, counselor. Half an hour ago, we arrived at the border region of the South China Sea and are now in a standoff with the Dragon Nation's forces. Initially, the Dragon Nation deployed 2 aircraft carriers, dozens of warships, and over 100 fighter jets to confront us. However, their military equipment and technology are nowhere near as advanced as ours. We hold the upper hand. Upon hearing Zadila's words, Counselor John Mon nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Remember, during the standoff, keep applying pressure intermittently, make subtle moves. Above all, avoid recklessly initiating hostilities. Our optimal strategy is to achieve victory without bloodshed, forcing their retreat without losing a single soldier. Understood? Actually, I suppose I'm stating the obvious. You've been in command for so many years, your experience far surpasses mine. You know exactly what needs to be done. Commander Sidra, I await your good news. Alright, that's all for now? Just as the second counselor was about to hang up, Sidra called out to stop him. Hold on. I still have something to say. The The second counselor raised an eyebrow. What else could you possibly have to say? Sidra took a deep breath. She intended to deliver the final outcome directly, sparing any further misunderstandings. Well, counselor, we lost. Completely. What did you say? Johnman suddenly raised his voice. You say you lost? How is that possible? Stop spouting nonsense here, got it? Sidra gave a bitter smile. We really lost. Sigh. Oomph. John Mon sneered contemptuously. Commander Sidra, what on earth is wrong with you? Aren't you usually brimming with confidence, full of yourself, acting like you're the best in the world, looking down on everyone? You've only been at the South Sea border for half an hour. You've barely even locked horns with them and you're already declaring defeat? What the hell are you talking about? You're not losing a damn thing, you bastard. Come on, explain yourself. Where exactly did you lose? Sidra paused for a moment. He replied truthfully, Congressman, we thought he only had 2 carriers, but suddenly another one appeared out of nowhere. And this carrier's technological level is completely beyond ours. The most critical point is that this carrier seemed to surface from beneath the sea. In other words, it can submerge. Have you ever heard of a submersible aircraft carrier? Its technological level is at least several tiers above ours. We launched an assault on it, using every bomb, shell, and missile we had, but it didn't even scratch it. Chapter 119, please make a decision immediately. And what about it? It merely raised a steel sphere several meters in diameter. At first, we had no idea what that iron sphere was for. Until dark spots appeared all over it, and then it suddenly fired a barrage of lasers. That's when we realized it was likely some kind of laser weapon. My goodness, laser weapons are still only at the conceptual stage, yet they've already developed one and deployed it on an aircraft carrier. But that's not the most shocking part. What truly left us stunned and despairing was a tiny iron ball firing dozens of laser beams. Within a single minute, those dozens of lasers destroyed over 100 of our fighter jets, half our fleet, and one of our aircraft carriers. In other words, within mere seconds, our combat strength was halved. We didn't even have time to react. Good heavens, what kind of entity are we facing? Hearing this, John furrowed his brow tightly. After a moment's thought, his brow relaxed. He suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Commander Sidra, how come I never noticed your sense of humor before? Tell me quickly you're joking with me, right? He simply couldn't believe what Sidra had just said. In his mind, it was utterly impossible. Besides, didn't he know exactly what kind of power Longwa possessed? Therefore, he was certain this must be a joke. However, Sidra replied with utmost sincerity. Counselor, I'm not joking with you. When have I ever joked with you? Everything I say is true. Oomph. John Mon snorted with irritation. So what if it's true? What difference does it make? Don't you still have half your fighting strength left? Are you really conceding defeat now? How laughable. Sidra continued his explanation. Counselor, please hear me out. I haven't finished yet. Do you know? This is far from over. To salvage the honor of our Eagle Nation. Even if the enemy is this formidable, even if we have only half our combat strength left, I am organizing the remaining forces to prepare for a counterattack. But then, at that very moment, another mecha suddenly descended from the sky. Yes, you heard correctly, a mecha. A real mecha. After descending from the sky, this mech launched an attack against us. Within mere minutes, this mech obliterated our entire fleet. Then it soared back into the sky to pursue our fighters, shooting down every last one of them. Now only our last aircraft carrier remains, barely clinging to life on the surface of the sea. We have absolutely no means to counter it now. Senator, I never imagined Dragon Nation's technological advancement had reached such heights. They're far beyond us, we simply have no means to fight back. And the main reason I'm calling you is to discuss an issue. They've given us 2 choices, or rather, 1 choice. They've presented us with their terms. John Mon didn't respond to her. Sidra knew he didn't believe her. She gave a discreet signal to a communications officer nearby, instructing him to transmit battlefield intelligence from earlier engagements to John Mond. She continued, Congressman, everything I've said is true. Everyone here can vouch for it, we witnessed it with our own eyes. Moreover, I've already had the relevant video footage sent to you. You'll see for yourself once you review it. No sooner had he finished speaking, John Mond received a message notification. Alright, I've received it. I'll take a look first. Even now, his face still bore an expression of utter disbelief. However, when he opened the video he'd received, his pupils suddenly contracted. His expression changed dramatically. His face was filled with utter disbelief. The more he watched, the deeper his frown grew, the heavier his expression became. Finally, he took a deep breath and slammed his fist hard on the table. A rush of blood surged to his head, causing him to briefly stagger backwards several steps. Only then did he steady himself. He nearly dropped his phone. He kept muttering to himself. Impossible. This can't be happening. How could this be? What the hell is going on? His mouth kept repeating impossible, his face etched with disbelief. But deep down, he knew it was true. Because the video was right there. It couldn't be faked. So he took a few deep breaths. He composed himself. He spoke into the phone, "Go ahead. What terms did they offer?" Sidra adjusted her wording. "Congressman, their demands are for us to pay $500 billion in compensation, withdraw all troops stationed in other countries, and henceforth refrain from interfering in any nation's internal affairs or taking any actions targeting the Dragon Nation. They want us to behave ourselves and focus on our own affairs." This. John Mond hesitated. If it were just compensation, they could grit their teeth and pay it. But withdrawing all military forces stationed in other countries? That was a different matter. After all, they maintained hundreds of military bases abroad. This was something they'd spent decades, even centuries, building up. To simply withdraw them now, setting aside the wasted years of effort, would be incredibly difficult to implement. Then there's the clause about not interfering in other countries' internal affairs. If they actually agreed to that clause, how would the Eagle Nation maintain its dominance? How could they manipulate other nations to serve their interests? The most feasible demand here is the last one. The others are difficult to manage. After much deliberation, no better solution came to mind. So he tentatively asked, "Is there any room for negotiation?" Sidra hesitated. "Counselor, I'm afraid there's absolutely no room for negotiation." He said, "If we refuse, he'll attack our homeland directly and beat us into submission." This. John Mond froze again. "Give me some time. We need to discuss this." "That won't work, Counselor," Sidra replied with a bitter smile. "They've given us only 10 minutes. 5 minutes have already passed, leaving us just 5 minutes remaining. If we fail to provide an answer within these final 5 minutes, they will launch an attack and annihilate us all right here. We're prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice. Our deaths mean nothing. But after we're gone, they'll still go to our homeland to continue negotiating terms with you. Then our nation will suffer even greater losses. So please hurry." Chapter 120, Surrender. John Mond was barely holding back his rage. Yet he could do nothing but acquiesce. He could only nod. "All right, I understand. Wait for me. I'll give you my final answer within 5 minutes. Beep, beep, beep." Staring at the disconnected phone in her hand, Sidra's face was clouded with worry as she tugged at her hair repeatedly. Then she addressed the group. "I've already reported our situation to headquarters. They said they'll give us a definitive answer within 5 minutes. Let's wait quietly." At this very moment, everyone knew. Their fate was now in the hands of the higher-ups. If the higher-ups demanded a final counterattack and forbade surrender, they would likely die here today. But if the higher-ups permitted surrender and accepted the enemy's terms, they might still have a chance to survive. Finally, everyone aboard the aircraft carrier wore ashen faces, awaiting the judgment of fate. And Liu Chen? He opened the last bag of potato chips and ate leisurely. The massive screen before him wasn't displaying footage of the surrounding situation. Instead, it was playing a short film. A sci-fi flick. However, when the aircraft carriers and mechs appeared in the sci-fi film, Liu Chen let out a dismissive smile. He shook his head. "Pretty average. Seems like this director's imagination isn't much to speak of either. The sci-fi level of these carriers and mechs doesn't even match what I'd built." Thumbs down. At that very moment, inside the command room of the Eagle Swan Nation's aircraft carrier, the silence in the room was suddenly broken by the ringing of a telephone. Everyone jumped in fright. Sidra immediately pulled out her phone. He stared at the phone with trepidation, took a deep breath, and decided to answer it. All eyes turned toward her. The moment that would decide their fate was about to arrive. Sidra asked tremulously, "Congressman, have you made your decision?" A few seconds passed. John Mond's somewhat weary voice came through. "Yes, after our deliberations, we have reached a decision. Surrender. Sigh. Accept their terms." Hearing John Mond's words, Sidra's heart, which had been in her throat, finally settled. She was even a little surprised. For she knew John Mond well enough. John Mond always acted with lightning speed and decisiveness. Tasks assigned to his subordinates demanded success. Failure was not an option. Failure was met with severe punishment. Moreover, he valued honor far more than life itself. Therefore, prior to this, Sidra had assumed he would most likely demand she organize a desperate last stand. Even if it meant perishing on the battlefield, surrender was absolutely forbidden. As for the terms proposed by the Dragon Nation, agreeing to them was utterly out of the question. What he hadn't anticipated was John Mond actually urged him to surrender and accept the terms proposed by the Dragon Nation. This was completely unlike his usual style. But Sidra didn't care about that. Getting them to surrender was a good thing. After all, it meant their lives were spared. Sidra suppressed the complex emotions churning inside her. He replied earnestly, "Yes, sir. I know what to do." John Mond uttered only that single syllable before ending the call. Then he hung up. After the call ended, anger flashed across his face as he slammed the phone onto the floor. A loud crackling sound echoed. The phone shattered into several pieces. Earlier, when they were discussing their plans, he had advocated fighting to the death. Even if they were all lost on the battlefield, surrender was absolutely out of the question. What if it came down to a fight to the death? However, the others, after watching the footage, were overcome with fear. Over 100 fighter jets, dozens of warships, and an aircraft carrier. They were utterly defenseless, wiped out in a short span of time. How vast must the disparity in strength between the two sides be? Moreover, they weren't hawks to begin with. Given the enemy's overwhelming strength, if they were truly provoked into launching a direct attack on their homeland, who could possibly withstand them? Thus, they all chose to surrender, even at a certain cost. That meant only John Mon now advocated fighting to the death. The minority yielded to the majority. The inevitable outcome was surrender. However, their surrender was far from straightforward. They also discussed one last thing. That was to feign surrender. Compensation payments would certainly not be made in a single lump sum. They planned to pay in installments, dragging it out bit by bit. Additionally, they agreed to withdraw bases located in other countries. But when exactly they would withdraw, how many bases would be withdrawn, and how long the withdrawal process would take? That remains entirely uncertain. Furthermore, they could promise to refrain from interfering in the internal affairs of any nation. But if I secretly install a proxy or interfere through other means, could you even detect it? And even if you did, what good would it do? So on the surface it's surrender, but in reality it's just a clever scheme. With only 10 minutes left, less than a minute remained. Receiving the order, Sidra immediately prepared to issue a warning to Lu Chen. Meanwhile, in the carrier command center where Duan Haishang was stationed, senior officers debated whether Eagle Nation would surrender or accept Lu Chen's terms. In my view, given the Eagle Nation's notoriously domineering ways, they absolutely won't surrender, let alone agree to that mysterious figure's terms. Nonsense. Look at the state they're in. How can they still be arrogant? I'm certain they'll surrender, but they won't agree to that mysterious man's terms. I don't know if they'll surrender, but one thing I can say for sure is that they absolutely won't agree to the conditions that person put forward. Exactly. Forget about reparations, the Eagle Nation can afford those. But making them withdraw troops they've painstakingly stationed in other countries, dismantle bases they've worked hard to establish, and to stop interfering in other nations' internal affairs. What's the difference between that and demanding their very lives? No. My view differs from yours. I believe the Eagle Nation will both surrender and accept the mysterious figure's terms. Because the mysterious figure has warned that if they refuse, attacks will be launched on their homeland. And you've already seen just how formidable the mysterious figure is. In such a short time, he nearly wiped out the main force sent by the Eagle Nation. With such overwhelming power, how could they not be afraid? They have no choice. Just as many were speculating, the Eagle Nation finally responded. Esteemed Dragon Nation, we deeply regret the misunderstanding that occurred today. After careful deliberation, we have decided to surrender. As for the terms you have proposed, we... Chapter 121, I come from the 5th Military Factory. We accept them all. Every Dragon Nation citizen had been waiting for those final 4 words. Those 4 words struck like a bolt from the blue, exploding on the spot and sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The moment those 4 words were spoken, every Dragon Nation citizen erupted into frenzy, their blood boiling with fervor. Cheers erupted. This day marked their greatest triumph in years. This day was an unforgettable experience for them. This day marked the most glorious chapter in their military careers. On this day, they conquered the impossible. They defeated the world's best. This day, they witnessed a miracle. After this day, their Dragon Nation would become renowned throughout the world, emerging as the most formidable presence on the international stage. After this day, their nation's standing on the global stage would rise dramatically. After this day, they would completely shake off the threat of the Eagle Nation and the shadow cast by its dominance. After this day, no nation would dare to challenge them. After this day, the people of the Dragon Nation would hold their heads high in the world. After this day, the sons of China shall strive for greatness. Afterward, Lu Chen permitted Zydra and the others to depart. As for the relevant treaties, they agreed that diplomats from the Eagle Nation would come to Dragon Nation for the signing later. Upon receiving permission to depart, Sidra and the other officers and soldiers from New Village all breathed a collective sigh of relief. They departed in a hurry, their tails between their legs. They never wanted to return to this place again in their lives, nor did they ever want to cross the Dragon Nation again. After the Eagle Nation's aircraft carrier departed, Zhang Jianguo piloted his mecha from the sky and landed on the aircraft carrier commanded by Lu Chen. Lu Chen then steered the carrier toward the 2 Dragon Nation carriers. He stood with his hands behind his back before the command screen. A hint of anticipation flickered in his eyes. Anticipating how Duan Haisheng and the other researchers who had shunned him would react upon discovering this carrier was built by a fugitive like himself. It was bound to be quite a spectacle, wasn't it? After the Eagle Nation's carrier departed, all eyes turned to the carrier Lu Chen commanded and the mech standing on its flight deck. They were pondering how to establish contact with this carrier and initiate communication, when they suddenly realized the carrier was heading straight toward them. Their hearts instantly tightened. A mix of anticipation and trepidation washed over them. Duan Haisheng stood before the screen, his gaze flickering as the carrier drew ever closer. He pondered how to communicate with the carrier's crew, and how he should handle them afterward. Because according to the law, private citizens were prohibited from manufacturing or possessing any weapons or military equipment. And these people across from him? Not only had they privately manufactured weapons, but they had also privately built an aircraft carrier and even constructed a mech. This constitutes extremely dangerous terrorist activity. They have committed the grave crime of illegally manufacturing military arms. Based on this alone, sending them to a military tribunal and sentencing them to life imprisonment or even death would be entirely justified. However, he had rendered them a tremendous service today, achieving a major accomplishment. This single act of merit more than sufficiently offset his transgression. Moreover, what they produced was not ordinary military hardware. They were highly technologically advanced weapons. Their technological sophistication far surpassed that of their own nation's military. They were so advanced they could easily outclass their own side. Thus, their value becomes even greater. This meant that not only could they not be punished, but they must be collaborated with and learned from. After comprehending all these interests and relationships, Duan Haisheng's lips curved into a faint smile. He was ready to communicate. Meanwhile, at the naval base headquarters, the experts all rose from their seats, crowding around the screens one after another. They watched the approaching aircraft carrier and mech with intense curiosity. We're about to meet the owners of this carrier and mecha. What an exciting moment. Indeed. Regardless, I hope they'll join our second military factory. Bull, they should join our Academy of Sciences instead. Honestly, it doesn't really matter who they join. What's important is that they cooperate with our country. I'm still a bit nervous. I must humbly learn from the aircraft carrier's builders. Ha ha ha. It's truly a blessing for our nation and our people that Dragon Nation has talents capable of building such an aircraft carrier and such a mech. Alright, quiet down everyone. That mysterious figure is about to arrive at our carrier's side in his mysterious aircraft carrier. The crowd instantly fell silent, their eyes fixed intently on the screen. Soon, Lu Chen's carrier came to a halt about 200 meters ahead of Duan Haisheng's vessel. Duan Haisheng, visibly tense, initiated communication first. He began by expressing his utmost appreciation for Lu Chen. Friend, today's outcome is entirely thanks to you. Without your intervention, the conflict between our two sides could have escalated to unimaginable levels. And I know our equipment and technology are no match for the Eagle Nation. If it had come to an actual fight, we would have suffered the heaviest losses, perhaps even been completely annihilated. So today, thanks to you, you've done us a tremendous service. You are a hero of our Dragon Nation. Everything you did today will be recorded in the annals of history. By the way, if I may ask, Duan Haisheng began to probe cautiously, following his own train of thought. May I ask which unit or organization you belong to? Why did you choose to help us? After a brief pause, Lu Chen finally spoke up. Helping you is something every Dragon Nation citizen should do. I'm also helping myself. As for which unit I belong to, I come from the 5th Military Factory. The moment these words left his mouth, they sent shockwaves through the entire crowd. Duan Haisheng's eyes widened sharply, his pupils contracting as an odd expression crossed his face. What? You said you're from the 5th Military Factory? You're part of the 5th Military Factory? How could that be? Are you joking? He naturally refused to believe it. After all, the 5th Military Factory was the youngest of all the military factories. Moreover, the 5th Military Factory suffered from a shortage of personnel, a shortage of resources, and insufficient technological accumulation. It was simply impossible for them to have produced something this advanced. Lu Chen's remarks had also reached the naval base's headquarters. But the experts exchanged glances. They, too, found it hard to believe. Wait, did I hear that correctly? He actually claimed to be from the 5th Military Factory? You heard correctly. He did say he's from the 5th Military Factory, but that's impossible. Yeah, don't we know what level the 5th Military Factory is at? If he's not from the 5th Military Factory, why would he claim to be? What's in it for him? Chapter 122, Who built this aircraft carrier? I see. Could it be that he is from the 5th Military Factory, but the aircraft carrier he's piloting comes from somewhere else? That's nonsense. The carrier he's piloting definitely didn't come from the 5th Military Factory. Who in their right mind would believe the 5th Military Factory could build something like this? I hope whoever built this carrier and the mechs has no ties to the 5th Military Factory. Otherwise, how are we supposed to get him to join us? I don't buy it either. Not a single one of them believed it. Except when Shuchi. When she heard him say he came from the 5th military factory. When Shuchi's eyes suddenly lit up, a look of joy spreading across her face. She had already suspected that this aircraft carrier might have been built by Lu Chen. But at that time, she wasn't entirely certain. At that moment, after seeing that mech leave the factory, her belief that Lu Chen had indeed built this aircraft carrier grew stronger. Until now. When she learned this man actually came from the 5th military factory, she became utterly certain. Lu Chen hadn't sold off the raw materials and absconded with the money. Instead, he had genuinely used those materials to build an aircraft carrier. And not just any carrier, a particularly powerful, sci-fi-like vessel far surpassing current technological capabilities. It was utterly unbelievable. Truly a genius among geniuses. Unable to contain himself, he turned to Zhang Pengfei and Gong Shueshue beside him and said, "Hey. I'm pretty much certain now." "What are you certain about?" Zhang Pengfei asked, puzzled. When Shuchi smiled with a hint of pride. "I know who's piloting this carrier and who built it." "Who?" Gong Shueshue perked up immediately, asking impatiently. When Shuchi answered decisively, "It's our team leader, Lu Chen." The moment those words left her mouth, Zhang Pengfei and Gong Shueshue froze for a moment. Then, a look of mockery spread across their faces. Zhang Pengfei spoke first. "Ha ha ha, are you trying to kill me with laughter? Cut the crap, okay? You think just because they said it came from the 5th military factory, it must be Lu Chen? Stop daydreaming, okay? I'm telling you, Lu Chen definitely sold off the materials and absconded with the money. How else do you explain his sudden disappearance without a word? Plus, his phone's turned off. We still can't find him. Even if the person piloting this carrier is from your 5th military factory, it doesn't mean it was built by your factory. In fact, it absolutely wasn't built by your 5th military factory." "Your 5th military factory? Ha! As if you could build something this advanced." Gong Shueshue nodded in agreement with Zhang Pengfei's words. "My senior brother is right. This carrier absolutely wasn't built by Lu Chen. Lu Chen is nothing but a traitor." "Impossible," When Shuchi immediately refuted. "Stop spouting nonsense here. Team leader Lu is absolutely not a traitor. Absolutely not. You lot look more like traitors to me." When Shuchi, "How dare you speak like that?" The three argued fiercely over the matter. Meanwhile, at the South China Sea border, facing Duan Haixing's questioning, Lu Chen replied firmly, "That's right. I'm from the 5th military factory. Is there a problem with that?" Duan Haixing was so flustered by Lu Chen's retort that he didn't know how to respond. "What do you mean, is there a problem?" Of course there was a problem. Who didn't know the standing of the 5th military factory? He still needed to confirm one thing. He initially said there was no problem. No problem, absolutely no problem. "So you're a sister unit? That makes things easier." Then he pressed on, "I have one question I'd like to ask, if I may." "Go ahead," Lu Chen replied. "The aircraft carrier you command is truly formidable. Its size is arguably the largest in the world, and its design is arguably the most sci-fi-like globally. Moreover, the defensive and offensive capabilities it displays are unprecedented and unseen by us. It's no exaggeration to say the technological level of this carrier far surpasses anything currently existing in the world. My question is, who built this carrier? Where did you acquire it? And that mech on the carrier deck, where did you get that? It doesn't look like anything from the modern world. No one in the world today possesses the capability to create such a thing." He had considered many possibilities, but never imagined this carrier was his creation, nor that it had any connection whatsoever to their 5th military factory. However, Lu Chen's next words left Yama utterly dumbfounded. Lu Chen replied casually, "I built this aircraft carrier. The mech on the flight deck? That was built by me too. I built them all by myself." A single stone sent ripples across the pond. Upon hearing those words, Duan Haixing's mouth twitched, his entire body numb. His eyes widened infinitely, his pupils contracting to pinpoints. His breath seemed to freeze in that instant. The entire world felt unreal. If this aircraft carrier and mecha were truly his creations, what immense scientific knowledge he must possess. What a formidable genius he must be. The naval base, the command headquarters, this is where it is. Researchers and experts were all in an uproar. They never imagined the person who built this carrier and mecha was the very pilot commanding it. They were already itching to meet him. If they could learn even a fraction from him, it would greatly benefit their future research, enhance their capabilities, and broaden their horizons. Just then, Lu Chen continued, "Commander Duan, why don't you head up to the deck? I'll come find you there. There are matters we still need to discuss." The matter Lu Chen referred to was precisely the matter of the competition rankings among the three teams. Duan Haixing didn't hesitate. He immediately agreed to Lu Chen's request. He was eager to see what kind of person this self-proclaimed fifth military factory was, the one who had built this aircraft carrier and the mechs. In his estimation, this should be some highly learned elder in his 60s or 70s, perhaps even 80s. 1 minute later, Duan Haisheng arrived on the deck accompanied by numerous high-ranking officers. At that very moment, they suddenly witnessed a helicopter rising from the midsection of the mysterious carrier. Its appearance differed from any existing helicopter. It exuded a heightened sense of science fiction. It also appeared more refined. As the helicopter ascended, Lu Chen's voice echoed once more. "I'm flying this helicopter to your deck now." What seemed like an ordinary statement at first. However, upon hearing these words, Duan Haisheng's brows instantly furrowed. Chapter 123, that mysterious figure is definitely not Lu Chen. Because the tone of this statement differed from previous speech. It was clearly the unprocessed original voice. But why did this raw voice sound like a young man? This was clearly the voice of someone in their 20s or 30s. Could it be that the person piloting the carrier and communicating with him was actually a young man? Did this young man build this carrier, those 3 escort ships, and that mech? How could that be possible? Absolutely impossible. But when this news reached the naval base's command headquarters, everyone's faces betrayed utter shock. Shock that the voice sounded so young. Yet few could connect this voice to Lu Chen's. After all, their contact with Lu Chen had been brief. How could they possibly remember the voice of an obscure figure? Moreover, even if someone explicitly told them this was Lu Chen, they wouldn't believe it, let alone make the connection. However, there were a few exceptions. That would be when Shuqi and the other two. The moment when Shuqi heard that voice, she knew it was Lu Chen. Zhang Pengfei and Gong Shueshue, however, were a bit slow to catch on. At first, they were merely startled by the voice. Zhang Pengfei even remarked to Gong Shueshue, "Junior sister, did you hear that voice? The speaker sounds so young, probably only around 30? Or even younger." Gong Shueshue nodded. "Yeah, that voice definitely belongs to a young person. But how could that be? You mean the person piloting that aircraft carrier is actually a youngster? That carrier, along with its escort ships and mechs, was built by a youngster? That seems unlikely. What if this person is actually quite old, but his voice just happens to sound like a young man's? Wait a minute. Why does this person's voice sound so familiar? Who is it again? Senior brother, did you notice how familiar this person's voice sounds?" Zhang Pengfei thought for a moment and nodded. "Yeah, now that you mention it, I really do recognize this voice. Holy crap, I think I remember now. That voice sounds a lot like Lu Chen's. Could this guy be Lu Chen?" The moment the words left his mouth, he startled himself. He shook his head immediately. "Impossible. This person absolutely cannot be Lu Chen. I must be mistaken." Gong Shueshue nodded. "Yeah, I thought the voice sounded like Lu Chen's too, but it can't be him." "Ha!" When Shuqi suddenly let out a slightly mocking laugh. "The evidence is right in front of you, yet you still refuse to believe it's Lu Chen. How pathetic. And I don't know what you're thinking. Lu Chen is part of our team leader. We rise and fall together. If that voice truly belongs to Lu Chen, if this aircraft carrier, that mecha, and those escort ships were really built by him, then our team too would undoubtedly be the rightful champions. All the bonuses will be ours. Don't you want that money?" Zhang Pengfei snorted lightly. He shot Wen Shuqi a look of contempt. "Of course we want those bonuses, who doesn't want money? But we'll only take what belongs to us. We won't take what isn't ours. Take this competition, for instance. We didn't lift a finger, didn't produce anything, made zero contribution. Not only should we not get paid, but even if they gave it to us, we wouldn't take it." When Shuqi was so exasperated, she burst out laughing. Fine. Even if it were given to you, you still wouldn't take it, right? But if that person were Lu Chen, and if he built that aircraft carrier, and our teaching team ended up ranked first, then try refusing a single cent of the bonus when it's handed out. Zhang Pengfei shrugged his shoulders. Fine. If the person in that helicopter is Lu Chen, if he built that aircraft carrier, and our team wins first place and gets the prize money, I won't take a single penny. Just apologize to Lu Chen directly. Is that good enough? He spoke with absolute certainty, not the slightest bit afraid of backfiring. After all, in his understanding, this aircraft carrier couldn't possibly have anything to do with Lu Chen, and his team certainly wouldn't win first place. Hearing her senior brother speak thus, Gong Shueshue immediately chimed in from the side. "Right. My senior brother is right. Me too, I don't want a single point either. I'll apologize to him too." Watching the two of them like this, when Shuqi didn't know what to say, she could only nod. She turned her gaze back to the screen ahead. At that moment, the helicopter had already arrived above the aircraft carrier where Duan Haisheng was stationed. Guided by ground crew, it descended slowly. Simultaneously, the mech also flew over. It came to a stop beside the helicopter. After the helicopter landed, a boarding ramp automatically extended and touched down on the ground. Then, the engines shut off. The cabin door slowly opened. All eyes focused on the helicopter's door. They almost forgot to breathe. They were desperate to know who was piloting this mysterious carrier and who claimed to have built this enigmatic vessel, its escort ship, and even the mysterious mecha. As the door swung open, a young man with an upright posture stepped into the brilliant sunlight, appearing before everyone's eyes. Then, step by step, he descended the spiral staircase with a smile. However, the numerous high-ranking naval officers who had come to greet him, including Duan Haisheng, stared wide-eyed. They were utterly shocked. They could scarcely believe their eyes. Initially, they had assumed this person must be a very elderly scholar. Upon hearing his voice, they had assumed he might be young at most, in his 30s or 40s, or perhaps even 50s, though his voice sounded youthful. Now, however, everyone was dumbfounded. Because the person walking toward them was clearly a young man. And he looked barely over 20. Duan Haisheng couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The whole world felt absurd. Fortunately, he recovered quickly. His expression swiftly shifted from astonishment to a smile. After all, regardless of how old this person was, whether he was an old man, a young man, or even just a child, it was undeniable that he had helped him by piloting that incomparable, mysterious aircraft carrier. From a certain perspective, the younger this person was, the better. With this thought in mind, he offered an even more obsequious smile to the young man approaching him. He slowly extended his right hand. The scene here was being transmitted in real time to the Navy base headquarters. Chapter 124. The mysterious figure was actually Lu Chen. When the helicopter's door opened, the high-ranking officers, experts, and researchers at headquarters were also staring intently at the screen. Anticipation ran high for the person about to emerge. Soon, they saw a figure standing tall and straight. However, as this figure took a few steps along the path, when that figure appeared clearly on the screen, everyone gasped as if they'd seen a ghost. Most officers at headquarters didn't recognize Lu Chen, so upon seeing a young man, they marveled at how young he was. As for the experts, scholars, and researchers, were not astonished by his age. Rather, they were stunned that this man, he was actually Lu Chen. The entire command headquarters erupted in an instant. My goodness, isn't that Lu Chen? How could it possibly be him? You must be mistaken. Why would he come down from above? This is ridiculous. Could he be the one who piloted this carrier to destroy the Eagle Nation's fleet? Damn it, how could he possibly have built this carrier in that mech outside? Didn't he sell off the raw materials and abscond with the money? Why is he here? This doesn't make sense. Can someone tell me what the hell is going on? Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. How could this happen? More than shock, they were fixated on why this person was Lu Chen. Lu Chen had clearly sold off the raw materials, absconded with the money, and become a wanted criminal. How could he possibly be piloting an aircraft carrier here now? Could this carrier really be his creation? Was he really that capable? Zhang Pengfei stared at that confident figure. His eyes nearly popped out of his head. He rubbed his eyes hard. He pinched his own arm. Only then did he confirm he hadn't misseen it, that he wasn't dreaming. His breathing grew rough. Is it really him? How could this be possible? Gong Shueshue's reaction was no less intense. Her chest heaved. She stared at the screen for a moment before shifting her gaze to Wen Shuqi. Didn't he sell off the raw materials and components, then take the money and run? How? Could it be that he actually built that aircraft carrier? How am I supposed to believe that? But the facts are right before my eyes. Wait, could it be that this person just looks a lot like Lu Chen, but isn't him at all? Zhang Pengfei nodded quickly. Right, that must be it. Watching the two of them delude themselves. Wen Shuqi snorted. You two have quite the imagination, or maybe you're just stubbornly clinging to your story. Whether you want to admit it or not. This man is our team leader, Lu Chen. He didn't sell off raw materials and equipment parts to abscond with the money. Instead, he used those raw materials, components, and equipment to build an unparalleled aircraft carrier and 3 escort ships. The facts are right before your eyes. Believe it or not, that's up to you. Moreover, he himself stated that he belongs to the 5th military factory. Do you really think our 5th military factory would have 2 people who look exactly alike? Zhang Pengfei was momentarily speechless, then reluctantly nodded. Even though he didn't want to believe it. But that was the reality. What good would it do to disbelieve? He had no choice but to admit it. Alright, then it really could be Lu Chen. He's impressive. So does that mean first place in the competition goes to our team too? At those words, Gong Shueshue immediately perked up. Great! First place is ours, Team 2's, and all the prize money goes to our Team 2. Yay! Gong Shueshue was completely overwhelmed by this unexpected windfall. After all, with such a large prize pool and only 4 members in their team, each would receive a substantial share. But she had forgotten. Just moments ago, she had declared that even if that person was Lu Chen, even if their team won first place, she wouldn't take a single penny. She'd said it with absolute certainty, not a hint of hesitation. And now, she was already scheming to split the prize money. Where in the world does such a good deal exist? Shu Qi chuckled softly. She reminded them coldly. Gentlemen, don't forget you said yourselves that you wouldn't take a single cent of money earned without contributing. You also said that even if that person really was Lu Chen, and even if our team won first place, you wouldn't want a single cent of the prize money. So that person really is our team leader Lu. Now that we've truly won first place, and the prize money has just been distributed, there's no share for either of you. Hearing this, Zhang Pengfei hung his head in regret. He desperately wanted the money, but he valued his pride even more. He had already renounced it. Could he possibly go back on his word? Wouldn't that make him a complete disgrace? But Gong Shue hadn't given it much thought. Compared to saving face, she wanted the money more. When she heard Wen Shuqi's words, she froze for a moment. Then her expression darkened. She glared fiercely at Zhang Pengfei. She couldn't help but complain. It's all your fault. You're the one who said those things. If you hadn't said them, I wouldn't have followed along. You don't want the bonus, but I sure do. I knew from the start that our team leader Lu wasn't ordinary, but you had to keep whispering in my ear. Is it really that hard to admit someone else is better than you? Hey, senior classmate, you better apologize to Shuqi right now. We're all on the same team. She'll definitely forgive you. Besides, we help team leader Lu move materials and clean up. That's not exactly no contribution at all. Senior brother, why are you keeping your head down like that? Apologize already. Seeing his senior brother show no sign of apologizing, he grabbed his arm and twisted it hard. Ugh! Zhang Pengfei sucked in a sharp breath from the pain. Pulling his arm back, he rubbed it a few times. His eyes met Gong Shue's with a hint of shame as he spoke in a low voice. What's your problem? Gong Shue shot him a reproachful look. What do you think I'm doing? Why aren't you apologizing to Shu Qi? You don't want that bonus, but I sure do. If you don't apologize, I'll never speak to you again. Seeing his junior sister's earnest expression, Zhang Pengfei thought for a moment. He decided to apologize after all. Not for the bonus, but for his junior sister. Though he'd never voiced it, he genuinely did have feelings for her. He certainly didn't want her to stop talking to him over this incident. Chapter 125, Old Duan, I think you deserve a good smack. He hesitantly turned to look at Wen Shuqi. His eyes darted nervously as he reluctantly uttered, I'm sorry. I misunderstood team leader Lu. It was my fault. I shouldn't have said those things before. I take them back. He figured that at nearly 30 years old, apologizing to a younger woman. He figured she'd readily accept it, saving him face. But what he didn't expect was, when Shuqi didn't give him any face at all. I won't accept it. Lu Chen is someone everyone at our 5th military factory looks up to. He's the face of our 5th military factory, my idol, and above all, our team leader. Not only do you distrust him, but you constantly disparage him, look down on him, and speak ill of him behind his back. You think a simple apology will make everything okay? Nothing ever comes that easily. And as for apologies, you'll have to deliver them personally to team leader Lu. Oomph. When Shuqi pouted, she turned and walked away. After being scolded by Wen Shuqi, Zhang Pengfei's face clearly showed annoyance. But he dared not show it. Just then, Gong Shue gave Zhang Pengfei a cold snort. She uttered 3 words. It's all your fault. Then she chased after Wen Shuqi's departing figure. South China's sea border. On the aircraft carrier where Duan Haisheng was stationed, Lu Chen descended the spiral staircase, walking step by step toward Duan Haisheng. He watched as Duan Haisheng smiled and extended his right hand. Lu Chen returned the smile. He extended his right hand. Their hands clasped together. Duan Haisheng smiled warmly and amiably. He introduced himself to Lu Chen. Hello, I am Duan Haisheng, Commander-in-Chief of the Naval Base. Lu Chen naturally introduced himself as well. Hello, I'm Lu Chen, Chief Engineer of the 5th Military Factory. Duan Haisheng nodded with a smile, then withdrew his hand. Hello, Lu. Before he could finish, something felt off. Wait, what did you say your name was? Lu Chen? Lu Chen maintained his harmless smile. Of course. My name is Lu Chen. What's the problem? Of course there was a problem. Duan Haisheng remembered clearly. Among those who came from the naval base to participate in the research and development, there was one named Lu Chen. And that Lu Chen also came from the 5th Military Factory. And that Lu Chen was audacious enough to sell off large quantities of raw materials and equipment parts from the naval base, then abscond with the proceeds. Such a crime deserved to be shot 10 times over. But, although the man before him also bore the name Lu Chen and appeared to be roughly the same age as that Lu Chen, he simply could not connect the two individuals. Therefore, was this a coincidence? 2 people with the same name working at a military factory? Or was this actually that Lu Chen? With this doubt lingering, he half-jokingly mentioned. No problem. But I recall that about a month ago, 2 representatives from your 5th military factory visited our naval base to participate in the aircraft carrier research, development, and upgrade project. And one of those 2 was also named Lu Chen, and his age should be about the same as yours. Of course, you're definitely not that Lu Chen, it's just a coincidence that you share the same name. He sighed at this point. Sigh. That Lu Chen was a real piece of work. He used the pretext of research and development to secure massive amounts of raw materials, then absconded with them along with all the components and equipment from the workshop. It's practically treason. How can 2 people named Lu Chen be so different? His entire tone sounded like he was joking. Lu Chen just smiled upon hearing this. Commander Duan, I don't believe he actually fled. Oh? Duan Haisheng raised an eyebrow. How do you know that? Lu Chen chuckled. Because I am that Lu Chen, and that Lu Chen is me. At these words, Duan Haisheng's smile froze instantly. He stared at Lu Chen as if he'd seen a ghost. What? What did you say? You are that Lu Chen? His face was utterly incredulous. How could that be? He blurted out, if you really are Lu Chen. What about those raw materials? Where did you take those raw materials? Why did you do this? Don't you know this is illegal? Facing Duan Haisheng's sharp interrogation, Lu Chen smiled calmly. Commander Duan, at this point, how can you still not understand? Having said that, he gestured toward the aircraft carrier and 3 escort ships on one side. Look over there. The raw materials, components, and equipment you provided me? They were used to build this aircraft carrier and these 3 frigates. Ha? Duan Haisheng raised his eyebrows, a look of astonishment crossing his face. You mean you used those raw materials, along with the equipment and parts from the workshop, to build this aircraft carrier and 3 frigates? Ha ha ha. Duan Haisheng scoffed coldly. Don't be ridiculous. Who do you think you're fooling with this nonsense? Do you really think I'd believe that? Forget your age for a moment, do you even know how to build an aircraft carrier and frigates? In less than a month, you expect to turn raw materials into such a massive finished product? Do you take us for fools? That's why I'm certain you're deceiving us. This thing definitely wasn't built by you. I advise you to tell the truth at this point. Otherwise, what you've done is enough to land you in a military court and they might even sentence you to death. But if you tell us the truth, make a clean break from your past, and recover those raw materials and components, I might consider showing leniency for today's events. First things first, who exactly was piloting that aircraft carrier and those 3 frigates? And where did you even get them? How did you acquire this technology? Where did you get these materials? Did you sell the materials to them? Confess everything truthfully. Facing Duan Haisheng's stern interrogation, Lu Chen showed no sign of panic. He casually remarked, I already told you those raw materials were used to build aircraft carriers and frigates. But you don't believe me. Fine. Just ask him, and you'll know. Lu Chen gestured toward the mech standing nearby. Duan Haisheng glanced at the mecha, his brow furrowing even deeper. Ask it? What good would that do? Before Duan Haisheng could finish his sentence, a voice suddenly came from inside the mech. Hey, old Duan, why wouldn't asking me be useful? Looks like you need a good smack. Chapter 126, Old Comrade in Arms, Long Time No See. Ha? Duan Haisheng startled, surprise flashing across his face. Who are you? And why are you calling me old Duan? Wait a minute. Your voice sounds so familiar. Who are you, exactly? The voice sounded incredibly familiar, yet he couldn't place it for the life of him. Seeing Duan Haisheng frown, his face full of confusion, Zhang Jianguo laughed heartily. Then, right before everyone's eyes, the mecha transformed directly into a missile launcher vehicle. As it transformed, Zhang Jianguo's voice echoed through the air. How long has it been since we last met? You can't even recognize my voice anymore? Guess I'm getting old, my memory's failing me. No sooner had the words left his mouth, the mecha had already transformed into a missile launcher vehicle. The others, witnessing this transformation, exclaimed in astonishment. Holy crap, this mech can transform? That's absolutely incredible. It's so cool. I never imagined such a massive thing could transform into a missile launcher. It's pure sci-fi, even more impressive than any sci-fi movie I've seen. That mech startled me when it shifted. I thought it was about to blast me with its cannon. It's so high-tech. Whoever invented this must be incredibly talented. Probably worth hundreds of scientists combined. Hundreds of scientists? You're underestimating him. Even thousands of scientists couldn't create something this incredible. What's the main issue? The main issue is that the pilot of this mech seems to know our commander and they appear to be quite familiar with each other. True. Who knows who's piloting that mech? But one thing's certain, since this person knows our commander and is on such familiar terms with him, his rank must be extremely high. Yeah, that's true. Look, the door seems to be opening. Once it's open, we'll know. The crowd outside murmured in speculation. Duan Haisheng, however, kept his eyes fixed on the missile launcher vehicle. When the mech first began transforming, he'd been startled too. He'd thought the mech was about to attack them. He knew firsthand how formidable this mecha was. At such close range, if it really attacked, everyone present would likely die here. He almost felt the urge to flee. Fortunately, he managed to hold back. Moreover, during the mech's transformation into a missile launcher vehicle, Duan Haisheng observed it with intense scrutiny. He was utterly amazed. He even found himself wondering if he had been too harsh with Lu Chen earlier. Even if Lu Chen had committed some grave offense, in the face of such advanced technology, he should have treated the man like a prized possession. At the very least, he should have stabilized the situation first, then thoroughly questioned Lu Chen about the origins of this aircraft carrier, the 3 escort ships, and this mecha before pursuing anything else. As his thoughts drifted, the door of the missile launcher opened. Then, a somewhat familiar voice echoed once more. "It's old Duan. You better take a good look at who I am. Forgetting others is one thing, but forgetting me, your comrade in arms through thick and thin? I'll have to beat you up if you don't remember." After hearing these words, his entire body suddenly trembled. His facial muscles twitched and his pupils contracted. He seemed to recognize who this person was. His upper and lower lips trembled slightly as he murmured to himself in speculation. Could it be Jianhua? How could that be? How could he be on this list? But the voice does sound like his. Duan Haisheng and Zhang Jianguo had been assigned to the same military unit when they enlisted at age 20. They were in the same platoon, shared the same barracks, ate and slept together. They trained and carried out missions together as well. Their bond was as strong as brothers, so much so that they had even sworn a blood oath, vowing to share blessings and face hardships together. They were the best of brothers. Later, during a mission, Zhang Jianguo saved Duan Haisheng's life, making him his true savior. Though they hadn't seen each other in over a year. Under normal circumstances, no matter the occasion, Duan Haisheng could usually recognize Zhang Jianguo's voice immediately. Of course, he found the voice familiar this time too. So he didn't recognize it. Mainly because he dared not entertain such thoughts. After all, by any normal person's reasoning, how could Zhang Jianguo possibly be piloting a mecha here? That's absolutely impossible, right? That's why he hadn't considered it. But now, he heard Zhang Jianguo's final words loud and clear. Judging solely by the voice, it was undoubtedly Zhang Jianguo speaking. No doubt about it. But what puzzled him deeply was this. Why was Zhang Jianguo here? And why was he piloting a mecha? What the hell was going on? Before Zhang Jianguo could even step out of the vehicle, Duan Haisheng immediately asked, You're not Zhang Jianguo, are you?" After uttering those words, there was a brief pause. A hearty laugh erupted from the car. "Ha, that's right, it's me. It's about time you caught on." With that, Zhang Jianguo emerged from the vehicle. Then he descended the extended steps. Once on solid ground, his gaze fell upon Duan Haisheng, standing some 7 or 8 meters away. He began walking toward him, arms wide open. "Old Duan, it's been over a year. I've missed you like crazy." Seeing this familiar figure before him, Duan Haisheng felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. He never dreamed he and this old comrade in arms would meet under such circumstances. And here he was, arriving in a mech, descending from the sky like a god. After the days passed, he steadied his nerves. Then he grinned. He spread his arms wide and strode confidently toward Zhang Jianguo. "Ah, my old comrade in arms. It's been ages. This reunion today has given me quite the shock." After the two met, they embraced each other excitedly. After a moment, they parted. Zhang Jianguo pounded Duan Haisheng's chest. Duan Haisheng clutched his chest and took 2 steps back. He coughed a few times. "You're getting on in years, how come you still pack such a punch?" Then his smile faded, replaced by a serious expression. "By the way, what's going on with you? Where did you even get this mech? And why did you come piloting it here?" Zhang Jianguo grinned smugly. He didn't answer the question directly. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Lu Chen, who stood nearby. He beckoned to Lu Chen. "Hey, Lu, come on over. What are you standing there for?" Lu Chen chuckled and walked over. Chapter 127, We misjudged Lu Chen. He walked up to Zhang Jianguo. He asked, "So, Commander Zhang, how's the mech handling? Feeling the thrill?" Zhang Jianguo puffed out his chest, a look of lingering satisfaction on his face. "Awesome. Of course it was. I've driven armored vehicles, tanks, and even planes, but compared to this mech, those things feel like toys. Ha, that feeling of soaring through the skies, commanding everything, it's truly intoxicating. Just so you know, I'm not going back with you. I'm heading back in this mech." At that moment, Zhang Jianguo didn't look like a 60-year-old commander at all, he was practically acting like a child. The conversation between the two men, and the familiarity evident in their interaction, left Duan Haisheng utterly dumbfounded. He couldn't fathom it. Lu Chen, a young man barely out of his 20s, was just an ordinary worker at the 5th military factory. How could he be so familiar with a military district commander? Moreover, their conversation showed no trace of hierarchical distance, as if they were old friends. Even Zhang Jianguo's tone was excessively polite. In his experience, Zhang Jianguo only spoke that Wade peers were close friends. He was particularly stern with subordinates and the like. So why the sudden change today? Still puzzled, he asked again, "Hey, old Zhang, you still haven't told me what's going on?" Zhang Jianguo slapped his forehead. "Oh, I completely forgot about you. I'll explain it to you right now." Then he turned his gaze back to Lu Chen. "I suppose you already know who he is?" Lu Chen, the chief engineer of the 5th military factory in our military region. Let me tell you, don't let his youth fool you, his skills are extraordinary. 1,000 scientists couldn't match him. Also, remember how you mentioned a large quantity of raw materials and equipment components going missing? You claimed he took them to sell off and then absconded with the money. We even had a big argument over it back then. So, do you believe me now? Duan Haishan paused, slightly taken aback. Believe what exactly? You still haven't explained anything to me. Zhang Jianguo rubbed his chin. He shook his head. Man, Duan, why are you so slow on the uptake? At a time like this, with the facts right before your eyes, you still don't get it? You need me to explain? Fine. I'll explain it to you then. Our genius Lu Chen didn't ask you for all those raw materials to sell them off and run away with the money. He wanted them to build a real aircraft carrier. Don't ask me where those materials went. You're not blind, are you? Can't you see? Ha! Duan Haisheng froze again, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward the aircraft carrier and 3 escort ships moored nearby. In disbelief, he tentatively asked, "Are you saying that carrier and those 3 frigates over there are what he built with those materials?" Do you think that's possible? Remember, he only had a little over 20 days, and all he had were raw materials. How could anyone build an aircraft carrier and 3 frigates from raw materials in such a short time? Use your head, it's impossible. Seeing Duan Haisheng's utterly disbelieving expression, Zhang Jianguo snorted coldly. Old Duan, you really haven't seen much of the world. Nothing is impossible. For anyone else, it would be impossible. But when our chief engineer Lu steps in, nothing is impossible. See this mech behind me? This mecha was built by our chief engineer Lu himself. He then turned to Lu Chen with a broad smile. Lu, don't mind him. He's just a country bumpkin who hasn't seen much of the world. And to think he actually made you out to be some kind of wanted criminal, it's laughable. Hearing Zhang Jianguo call him a bumpkin, Duan Haisheng's mouth twitched. His face flushed crimson. He couldn't help but retort, "Old Zhang, with all these people around, couldn't you have spared me some dignity? And what you just said, is it all true?" He knew deep down that Zhang Jianguo was telling the truth. He knew Zhang Jianguo well. The man rarely joked, especially in important situations. He absolutely never joked about serious matters. But today's events were simply too outrageous, utterly beyond the pale. That's why he was being so cautious. That's why he kept asking over and over. Yet, the answer remained unchanged. And he even got a dressing down from Zhang Jianguo. First, don't expect me to spare your dignity, you have none in my eyes. Second, are you incapable of understanding plain speech? The mechs, the aircraft carrier, and the frigate are right here. If we didn't build them, did they just materialize out of thin air? Or did you build them? Or did the scientists at your naval base build them? Do they have the capability? I'm asking you, do they have that kind of capability? Duan Haisheng was momentarily at a loss for words. Yeah. Since Zhang Jianguo had already claimed it was Lu Chen's doing, then who else could it be but Lu Chen? Could it possibly be one of our own experts? Oof. Doesn't he know exactly what our experts are capable of? Besides, Zhang Jianguo had no reason to lie about something like this. In the end, he could only nod solemnly. All right. I believe you. You're truly fortunate to have such an accomplished scientist among you. Zhang Jianguo laughed heartily. Now that you know the truth, why not have the warrant for Brother Lu's arrest revoked immediately? Duan Haishan paused for a moment, then nodded repeatedly. All right, I'll revoke it. I'll revoke it. Though he now believed the aircraft carrier, escort ship, and mecha were all Lu Chen's creations, deep down, it still felt like a dream. Lost in this sensation, his reaction slowed. He turned to an aide beside him and ordered, "Immediately revoke the warrant for Lu Chen's arrest." Hurry. Yes, sir. The staff officer saluted and turned to leave. Then, Duan Haishan fixed his gaze on Lu Chen. His eyes held a complex mix of emotions. Beneath that complexity lay overwhelming excitement. It turned out that, not only had he not sold off the base's raw materials and components to flee, instead, he had used these very materials to build an aircraft carrier far surpassing the current global standard. At this realization, his entire body suddenly trembled. A flash of insight lit up his mind. He remembered something. That was the agreement for this competition. His side would provide all necessary raw materials. However, any breakthroughs would require the finished products and technology to be retained. In other words, the aircraft carrier and frigate Luchen forged belonged to his own base. And the technology would belong to him as well. Duan Haisheng felt his blood boiling. The Luchen standing before him was nothing short of treasure. Chapter 128. Can our team win first place? Just then, Luchen spoke up. Well, Commander Duan, do you believe me now? How could I possibly sell off the raw materials and equipment, then take off? That's simply impossible. Duan Haisheng took a deep breath. He gave an awkward chuckle. Ahem. Luchen, I'm sorry. It was my mistake to misunderstand you. It's all my fault for believing others' slander. To actually list a once-in-a-millennium genius like you as a wanted criminal and issue a nationwide warrant that I've truly grown senile. But I've already ordered your wanted notice revoked. Can we put this whole thing behind us? Also, if you'd given me a heads up beforehand, this whole misunderstanding could have been avoided. Of course, the fault lies primarily with me. A commander and several others had personally bowed their heads to apologize to him. He certainly wouldn't dwell on the matter. So he gave a slight smile. Don't worry, Commander Duan, he said casually. It's all water under the bridge now. I won't hold it against you. Besides, I also made some missteps in this matter. For instance, I didn't consult you beforehand when I took action. Had I done so, this misunderstanding wouldn't have occurred. Let's turn the page on this matter. Then he flashed a smug grin. He turned to glance at the aircraft carrier and 3 escort ships nearby. He spoke up, Commander Duan, what do you think of this aircraft carrier and those 3 frigates I'd built? Do they meet your standards? Hearing Luchen's inquiry, Duan Haisheng also fixed his gaze on the carrier and frigates. He nodded excitedly. Don't say that, of course they meet my standards. This aircraft carrier and these 3 frigates you've built are truly unprecedented, unlike anything I've ever seen or heard of. They surpass our existing carriers and frigates by more than just a little. They're on an entirely different level. In fact, your carrier and frigates are arguably the most advanced in the world, leading the global standard by over a century. Setting aside any other capabilities your frigates and carrier might possess, just their underwater submersion, defensive systems, and laser weaponry alone are enough to dominate the entire world. Luchen, you're a genius, a true genius. 100 top scientists couldn't match your brilliance. Having a genius like you is a blessing for our nation and its people. Whatever you need or desire, just ask. And Luchen, I feel that a genius like you is truly underutilized in the Longbei military region and their 5th military factory. If you were to join our naval base, I could. Duan Haisheng hadn't even finished his sentence. Thud. A sudden hammer blow smashed into his chest. Gah! Duan Haisheng grimaced in pain from the blow. He glared viciously at Zhang Jianguo. Without waiting for him to speak, Zhang Jianguo spoke first. Old Duan, what do you think you're doing? Poaching my people right under my nose? Do you take me for a decoration? If you think Brother Lu will join your naval base, you're dreaming. You think I won't beat you to death? Luchen was the prized asset of both the Longbei military region and the 5th military factory. How could he possibly let anyone take him away? Seeing Zhang Jianguo's defiant stance, Duan Haisheng immediately backed down. He gave an awkward laugh. Just kidding, haha. How could I possibly take your people? He then turned his gaze to Luchen. Brother Lu, you should just stay put with him. If things get too tough, come find me anytime. Luchen chuckled awkwardly. After a moment, he asked, Commander Duan, my aircraft carrier demonstration is complete. Do you still need to continue showing off your 2 carriers? Duan Haisheng didn't immediately grasp Luchen's meaning. Show? What do you mean, brother? Luchen smiled faintly. Have you forgotten about the competition between the 3 teams? Duan Haisheng slapped his forehead and said repeatedly, I remember, of course I remember. Luchen pressed further, and how did my carrier perform? Duan Haisheng answered readily. It performed exceptionally well, truly outstanding. Good. Luchen nodded. So, can I take first place for the team? Duan Haisheng declared with unwavering certainty, absolutely. First place is yours for the taking. If you don't take it, who else could? The rewards set at the time were 10 million for the top team, 3 million for the top unit, and 2 million for the top individual. And now, based on the competition results, your team is first place, your unit is first place, and you are also first place individually. I will personally present these rewards to you at the victory celebration. And one more thing. You've earned tremendous credit in resolving this South China Sea crisis. Without your actions, we would have suffered catastrophic losses, countless casualties, extensive equipment destruction, and potentially even defeat, leading to far graver consequences. You single-handedly saved countless lives, restored the dignity of our dragon nation, solidified its standing in the international community, and dealt a heavy blow to the Eagle Nation. Moreover, you secured substantial reparations for us and negotiated several terms highly favorable to our nation. Your contributions are truly monumental. You are a national hero. Beyond awarding you the special merit medal, I hereby pledge to grant you an additional 50 million yuan in special commendation funds. However, according to the competition regulations, the constructed items and technologies. Well, seeing his hesitant expression, clearly reluctant to voice his thoughts, Lu Chun understood perfectly well. He just wants me to hand over the completed aircraft carrier, frigate, and the technology to your naval base, right? And that 50 million reward you just gave? Probably just laying the groundwork for this. Truthfully, Lu Chun had already decided when he first began building this carrier and those 3 frigates that these assets would ultimately be transferred to the naval base. After all, such massive assets would serve little purpose if he kept them for himself. As for the related technology, had been saved onto a USB drive during the construction process. It only needed a bit of organization. None of this posed a problem. Before Duan Haisheng could finish his sentence, Lu Chen spoke up first. Commander Duan, I have a proposal. What do you think? Duan Haisheng had been lost in his own thoughts about what to say next. Hearing Lu Chen's question, he paused, then asked, what kind of proposal? Chapter 129, Major. Lu Chen replied leisurely, I intend to gift the completed aircraft carrier and those 3 frigates to your naval base. Not only that, but I'll also transfer all the relevant technology for this carrier and the 3 frigates to you. After all, the materials came from your naval base and were participating in your competition. What do you think? Really? Duan Haisheng's eyes lit up. That's absolutely wonderful. On behalf of everyone at our naval base, I extend our deepest gratitude to you. Ha ha. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and he almost jumped for joy on the spot. Seeing Duan Haisheng getting a bit carried away with excitement, Lu Chen made a sudden turn, instantly calming him down. But I have one condition. Duan Haisheng froze. A condition? No problem at all. Whatever the condition is, just say it. Not just one condition, even 10 conditions, 100 conditions, I'll agree to them all. Go ahead. Lu Chen nodded. Well, didn't you say you'd give me an extra 50 million yuan bonus? Could you double that bonus? Just give me 100 million outright. 100 million? The officers nearby were all startled. Wow. He really dares to ask for that. Even the highest-ranking officers among them only made around 2 or 3,000 yuan a month. When they achieved something or made contributions, they mostly received commendations like medals. Even if they received bonuses, they were usually only a few tens of thousands or 100,000 yuan at most. In fact, when Duan Haisheng mentioned giving him 50 million yuan just now, these officers were already startled. That was a full 50 million yuan, an unprecedented sum in the military. But now? He didn't even consider 50 million worth much, demanding 100 million outright. How could such an exorbitant bonus possibly be approved? That's what they were thinking. Duan Haisheng's perspective was entirely different. Duan Haisheng knew full well that such a precedent had never existed in the entire military. But special circumstances call for special measures. Exchanging 100 million yuan for such advanced technology, for an aircraft carrier and 3 escort ships. It was practically a free gift. Not to mention the various technologies aboard this carrier and frigates that surpass current global standards. These technologies were priceless treasures. Not even 10 trillion could buy them. Just the cost of the aircraft carrier and the 3 frigates alone would likely reach hundreds of billions. So a mere 100 million pales in comparison. It's like comparing a minor issue to a major one. After realizing this, he readily agreed. Fearing Lu Chen might change his mind. Alright, no problem. I'll arrange someone to coordinate with you later. Your 100 million yuan bonus will be transferred directly to your account, along with all other bonuses. It'll be transferred before the celebratory banquet. After reaching an agreement with Lu Chen, he turned to Zhang Jianguo with a look of envy and jealousy. He never would have imagined. After just over a year apart, Zhang Jianguo had somehow managed to acquire such a treasure. Though he had acquired this aircraft carrier and 3 frigates, along with those technologies. But compared to Lu Chen's treasure, what he had gained was utterly insignificant. Still, he wasn't the type to be greedy. Securing this aircraft carrier, 3 frigates, and the associated technology was already more than enough to satisfy him. It was an unexpected windfall. He believed that, with this aircraft carrier and 3 frigates in their possession, no nation in the world would dare provoke the Dragon Nation. At least on the seas, they were invincible. Hey, old Zhang, you really hit the jackpot. When you stumbled upon such a precious genius. I'm so jealous. Get lost. Zhang Jianguo puffed out his chest, his face a mix of smugness and impatience. What good is envy? If you're so capable, go find a genius yourself. Ha ha ha. Hearing Zhang Jianguo speak thus, Duan Haisheng's lips twitched. Just as he was about to retort, when a sudden thought struck him. He looked at Lu Chen again. Oh, right. I have something to ask. Lu Chen smiled faintly. What is it? Go ahead and ask. Well, How many people are needed to operate this aircraft carrier and these 3 escort ships? Could you also teach us how they coordinate and the relevant operating procedures? Or provide training for our pilots? This is a crucial question. Because operating an aircraft carrier or a single destroyer typically requires dozens, even hundreds, of personnel working in tandem. It is a major undertaking requiring tight coordination. Therefore, the role of the pilot is particularly crucial, and the associated training is equally vital. This matter, you see. No problem. Here's the deal. Lu Chen rubbed his chin and began his explanation. The carrier I've built can be operated by dozens, even hundreds of people or just one. Ha! Duan Haishan froze slightly, his face brimming with astonishment. One person? What do you mean? How could you possibly pilot such a massive carrier alone? That's unrealistic. Lu Chen shook his head with a smile. Nothing is impossible. I incorporated intelligent management systems during the carrier's construction. That means this carrier and its 3 escort ships have 2 operating modes: intelligent autopilot and manual control. With intelligent piloting, as long as the pilot is authorized, they can control the entire carrier through the smart system. So one person can handle it. Like me. This aircraft carrier and the 3 escort ships are all operated and piloted by me alone. Whoa! Hearing this, Duan Haisheng and the officers beside him exchanged stunned glances, sucking in sharp breaths. Is that even possible? This really broadens my horizons. They all secretly rejoiced. Having this capability would be ideal. But suddenly, a new worry crept in. But what if we want to switch to manual driving? Lu Chen knew what he was getting at. He answered immediately, manual driving is also quite simple. Just ask the AI system for the relevant manual driving techniques and training, it knows everything. I see, Duan Haisheng nodded in surprise. Just then, Zhang Jianguo suddenly stepped forward and patted Lu Chen on the shoulder. Brother Lu, you've done us a huge favor this time. You're currently a captain, correct? I'm authorizing you to be promoted directly to major. Your records will be updated immediately. Your officer ID card will be issued to you as soon as you return. Major? Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Thank you, Commander Zhang. Commander Zhang is so kind to me. Ha ha. Chapter 130, Regret Too Late. Naval Base. Command Headquarters. The experts stared at the images on the screen, each one descending into a frenzy. Even Zhang Jianguo, Commander-in-Chief of the Longbei Military District, has come out to support him. This is beyond belief. The aircraft carrier, the frigates, and those mechs were truly built by him. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. So talented at such a young age. Where did he learn all this? Perhaps this is what genius looks like, a talent we could never hope to match in a lifetime. Ah, what a pity. If only I'd known he was this talented, I should have teamed up with him back then. I regret it too. Now there's no doubt they'll take first place. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. Look at them, that's what real RD looks like. And us? We're puffing ourselves up over minor improvements, deluding ourselves. If only he'd teach us something. Learning even a fraction from him would be worth years, even decades of our own hard work. Yeah, you really can't judge a book by its cover. The ocean's depth can't be measured with a bucket. These experts had once been arrogantly dismissive of Lu Chen. But now? Each one regretted it so deeply they could have turned green. Regretting they hadn't recognized his genius back then, regretting they hadn't spotted his talents sooner, regretting they hadn't teamed up with him, regretting they had pushed him aside. But now, it was too late for words. Zheng Pengfei slapped himself in regret. He clenched his fist, grimacing in pain. Why? Why didn't I believe in him back then? Why did I slander him? Why did I be so ruthless? I'm such a jerk. What a waste, what a waste. Such a talented person. If only I'd built a relationship with him earlier, he could have helped me so much in the future. Even used that connection to climb the ladder and reach new heights. But now. Sigh. He sat here alone, consumed by regret. Gong Shueshue glared at him with venom. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be in this mess. All that prize money, and we won't get a single penny. You owe me. You owe me that prize money. Listening to his junior sister's complaints, Zheng Pengfei desperately wanted to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. The night after the incident concluded, Lu Chen received all the prize money. Over 100 million. During this period. Wherever Lu Chen went, he was treated like a celebrity, showered with attention. He had become the most dazzling presence in the entire naval base. Moreover, the other 3 team members had long been aware of their first-place victory. Yet not a single one had approached him to discuss dividing the prize money. Even when he casually mentioned it in the group chat, Zheng Pengfei and Gong Shueshue flatly refused. Just as when Shuqi was about to send her refusal, Lu Chen sent her a private message. Don't refuse. I promised you I'd cover your father's medical expenses. Hold on, I'll come find you. I've got something to ask you too. 1 minute later. Lu Chen appeared at the door of Wen Shuqi's dorm room. After opening the door, he stepped inside. He cut straight to the chase. What's going on with Zhang Pingfei and the other guy? Why did they both refuse the bonus? Wen Shuqi gathered her thoughts and laid out everything that had happened earlier. Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully. So that's how it is. Fine, I'll give them a portion. I'll send a few red envelopes in the group chat later. As for you, don't refuse. We agreed on this long ago. To his surprise, Wen Shuqi shook her head. Chief Engineer Lu, I truly haven't done anything to deserve this. I really can't accept this money. Enough, no more talk. Lu Chen's expression turned stern. If I say it's yours, then it's yours. Take it whether you want it or not. After some more back and forth, Lu Chen transferred 1,800,000 yuan directly to him. Watching the funds appear in her account, Wen Shuqi felt as light as a feather, as if she were dreaming. Overwhelmed with excitement, she lunged forward to embrace Lu Chen. Fortunately, she caught herself just as she was about to embrace him. Instead, she offered a sincere expression of gratitude. That evening, she insisted on treating him to dinner. The next day, representatives from Eagle Sauce Nation arrived in Dragon Nation for negotiations and signed the previously agreed-upon contract that same day. That evening, a celebratory banquet was held. As the guest of honor, Lu Chen was surrounded by a large circle of high-ranking military officers. Every single one was at least a colonel or major general. They all treated him with utmost courtesy, as if they were his subordinates. Later, Lu Chen delivered a speech at the banquet. The feast and revelry lasted until 11 o'clock at night. Back in his quarters, he flopped onto his bed and slept soundly. It took another day to organize all the technical documentation and hand it over to the naval base. He then took a group of naval base experts and soldiers on a tour of the aircraft carrier and escort ship. Everyone was utterly amazed. They exclaimed that they had truly broadened their horizons. After everything was settled, Lu Chen prepared to return. That very night, Zhang Jianguo piloted the mecha straight into the sky. The next morning, Lu Chen and Wen Shuqi departed by car, surrounded by Commander Duan and others. Duan Haishang had intended to send a private jet or a dedicated vehicle to escort him back, but he declined. Instead, he and Wen Shuqi arrived at the high-speed rail station. Commander Duan and the others also saw them off at the station. Outside the station, a dozen military vehicles were parked there in an imposing display. Lu Chen and Wen Shuqi then stepped out of one of the military vehicles. Dozens of soldiers followed them out. They had all come to accompany Lu Chen on his final journey. This scene was witnessed by the travelers coming and going outside the high-speed rail station. One by one, they stopped to watch with curiosity. Froggy, why are there so many military vehicles all of a sudden? Is there going to be a war? War my ass. Does having military vehicles mean war? This is so strange. All these soldiers seem to be surrounding a young man in the middle. Who is he? What's going on? I haven't seen military vehicles in ages. They look so cool. Look at these elite men, each one stands out. Could they be officials? Just then, a young couple walked past the front of the high-speed rail station. The young man was probably recounting how impressive and handsome he looked during his military service. But the girl beside him listened with a distracted look. Her gaze wandered around. Her gaze happened to fall upon a dozen military vehicles parked diagonally across the street, along with dozens of soldiers. Her eyes lit up instantly. She turned to her boyfriend and asked, "Look over there. You used to be in the military, right? You said the highest ranking officer you ever met was a lieutenant colonel? Look over there. These dozens of soldiers seem to have quite the presence. Are they officers?" Chapter 131, What are these bigwigs doing here? Hearing his girlfriend's words, the young man froze for a moment. Then he turned his head to look. When he saw the military vehicles, his eyes lit up and he suddenly became interested. However, upon seeing the dozens of soldiers standing tall with chests puffed out, his pupils instantly contracted. He sucked in a sharp breath. He nearly cried out in shock, seeing her boyfriend acting so alarmed. The girl frowned and asked again, "What's wrong? Are these dozens of soldiers officers?" The young man couldn't help but swallow hard. He took a deep breath. Officers. High-ranking officers. Oh. The girl raised an eyebrow. High-ranking? How high? Bigger than that lieutenant colonel you mentioned earlier? The young man chuckled. The look he gave his girlfriend held both contempt and mockery. Major? You really are clueless. A lieutenant colonel wouldn't even dare lift his head in front of them. Let me tell you, the ones leading the way, one's a general, 3 are lieutenant generals, 4 are major generals. The rest trailing behind? Aside from a few guards, every single one is a colonel. Holy crap, I'm seeing things. What's a bunch of big shots like that doing here? That impressive? The girl covered her mouth in surprise at her boyfriend's words. Then she pointed ahead. Look at that young man. He's actually leading the entire procession, and it seems like all these officials are gathered around him. Who exactly is he? The young man furrowed his brow deeply, staring intently at Lu Chen at the very front. He couldn't make heads or tails of it. I have no idea either. He's clearly someone important. Not someone like us common folk can just speculate about. When Lu Chen was escorted by Duan Haixing and the others to the high-speed rail station entrance, everyone instinctively stepped aside. They stood frozen in place, watching Lu Chen enter the station. Even the security personnel responsible for screening were left speechless, their minds going blank. These security personnel had all served in the military themselves, so they naturally recognized military ranks. They never dreamed they would see a general, a lieutenant general, a major general, and a colonel all gathered here. And what brought these officers here? Simply to escort a young man through the station. So what was this young man's identity? It was downright terrifying to think about. So much so that when Lu Chen stood at the scanning checkpoint, he still hadn't regained his composure. Seeing the dazed security officer before him, Lu Chen waved his hand in front of the officer's face. "Hey, can you hear me? Snap out of it, get back to work." Hearing Lu Chen's words, the security guard snapped out of his daze, nodding as if suddenly awakened. When he looked at Lu Chen, he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Oh, okay. After uttering those words, he fumbled with the scanner, hastily sweeping it over Lu Chen's body before waving him through. As soon as Lu Chen passed through, Wen Shuqi followed him. From the very beginning, Wen Shuqi hadn't walked closely alongside Lu Chen and the others, but instead trailed behind the officers. She knew her place. So many people had come to see off Lu Chen alone, not both of them. She knew she didn't deserve such a high-level military escort. Nor could she bear it. After boarding the high-speed train, Lu Chen reflected that such a large gathering was perhaps too conspicuous. So he called Zhang Jianguo. He told him not to send anyone to pick him up at the next station, no one at all. He'd walk back on his own. Faced with Lu Chen's request, Zhang Jianguo readily agreed and cancelled the original plan to pick him up at the high-speed rail station. Before heading back this time, Lu Chen had already spoken with Lu Yongmin over the phone. Lu Yongmin mentioned that upon his return, there would be a rather urgent task for him to handle. As for the nature of the task, Lu Yongmin said they would discuss it together after Lu Chen finished his vacation. However, before the assignment began, he was granted 2 days off to relax. Time flew by. It was only afternoon, and the sky hadn't yet darkened. Lu Chen and Wen Shuqi stepped off the bullet train and arrived in the capital city. But they had barely stepped out of the station. As they headed to the curb to hail a taxi, suddenly, someone approached from behind and tapped Lu Chen on the shoulder. Lu Chen's body tensed as he turned to look behind him. What he saw startled him, and then his eyes lit up. "Chen Fong? Is that you?" he exclaimed in surprise. "What are you doing here?" Chen Fong chuckled, puffing out his chest. With a hint of superiority, he declared, "Of course I'm working in the capital. I'm employed by one of the top 100 private enterprises now. The company-provided dormitory is right near this train station. Let me tell you, housing in the capital is ridiculously expensive. Renting a place costs 3,000 or 4,000 a month. Thankfully, the company's got deep pockets and provides free dorms. Today I'm just seeing my girlfriend off. She's gorgeous, and I didn't feel right letting her come alone. She just entered the station. As for me, I was just heading back. You looked familiar, so I came closer and sure enough, it's you. What are you doing here?" "Oh, I see." Lu Chen nodded, though he felt a bit of contempt inside. He hadn't expected this college classmate of his to brag about both his job and his girlfriend. He hadn't left anything out. Still, he remained impassive. "I just came from the train station." "Oh? Are you here on vacation?" Chen Fong asked. Lu Chen shook his head. "No. Just some work-related matters." "Oh, okay," Chen Fong murmured. He didn't press further. But inside, he felt nothing but contempt and disdain. Because he already knew. After graduation, Lu Chen had started a shabby little prop factory, and that shabby little factory had gone out of business just a few months ago. He was probably drowning in debt now. What else could he possibly be doing in the capital? He was probably here to dodge his creditors. Lu Chen nodded, unwilling to continue the conversation. He made an excuse, "I have other things to attend to. I'll be going now." He turned to leave. But before he could take 2 steps, Chen Fong called out to him. "Wait." Lu Chen frowned and turned back. "What is it?" What else could there be? He and Chen Fong had never gotten along well back in college. It wasn't exactly animosity, more like they rarely socialized. They just didn't click. Chen Fong came from a fairly well-off family with some money. His clothes usually cost over 1,000 yuan, and even a pair of shoes could easily be 500 or 1,000 yuan. And Lu Chen? Lu Chen's family background was truly average. His shoes cost just over 100 yuan or less, and his clothes were only a few dozen yuan or 100 or 2. The two simply couldn't hang out together. From Chen Fong's every move, it was clear he looked down on Lu Chen. So even though they were college classmates and hadn't seen each other in quite some time, Lu Chen felt little desire to engage him in conversation. Chapter 132, New Mission Developing Drones. Moreover, they truly inhabited different worlds now. One soared in the heavens, the other toiled on the ground. The one in the sky was naturally Lu Chen. Chen Feng looked at Lu Chen. He grinned and said, "Of course I have something to discuss. Will you still be in the capital tomorrow? Do you have time?" Lu Chen replied without hesitation, "Tomorrow? I'll still be here tomorrow. As for time, I've got plenty." "That's great," Chen Feng continued. "Besides me, there are 3 others from our university currently in the capital. We're all working at the same place. The 4 of us were planning to have dinner together tomorrow night. Since you'll be here too, why not join us tomorrow night?" "Oh? 3 others?" Lu Chen thought for a moment, but instead of asking who the other 3 were, he simply nodded in agreement to the dinner plans. He even felt a hint of anticipation. After all, back in college, he'd had several close friends he got along with well. If any of these 3 turned out to be someone he got along with, it would be a perfect chance to catch up. So he nodded in agreement. "Sure, I'm free tomorrow night. See you then. Remember to send me the location and exact time. I'll be there on time. Alright, I've got things to do. Gotta run." So he and Wen Shuqi left together. He glanced at Lu Chen as he walked away. Chen Feng shifted his gaze back to Wen Shuqi beside Lu Chen. He murmured to himself, "This woman's not bad, pretty face, great figure. Judging by their demeanor, they probably aren't a couple. Definitely not a couple. A loser like Lu Chen, drowning in debt, how could he possibly have such a great partner?" After saying that, he shook his head. Then he pulled out his phone. He opened a group chat. He typed in the group, "Guess who I just ran into? Li Xiaoshui, who? Wang Goen, someone from our class too? Chen Feng, yep, Lu Chen from our class. Since we're having a gathering tomorrow, I thought I'd invite him along. Li Xiaoshui, Lu Chen? Sounds good, let's invite him. More people means more fun. Wang Goen, does he work in the capital too?" Chen Feng sent an emoji. Then he typed in the group chat, "He probably didn't come to work in the capital. More likely to dodge debt." Zhang Zemin, hiding from debt? What do you mean? Chen Feng, haven't you guys heard? After graduation, Lu Chen spent his savings buying an abandoned factory building and started producing props there. After over a year, he realized it wasn't profitable and shut it down a few months ago. Seems like he's racked up a ton of debt too. Probably got chased by creditors everywhere demanding payment, so he came to the capital to hide for a few days. That's probably it. Wang Goen, holy crap, is that for real? I remember he was a top student back then, always at the top of the class. He was in the student council, participated in all kinds of activities, and even took on part-time jobs. How did he end up like this? Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Li Xiaoshui, he was just too young. Starting a business isn't that simple these days. Now look at him buried in debt. Probably ruined for life. Chen Feng, knowing his situation, why did you invite him to tomorrow's reunion? What if he asks us for money? Wang Goen, exactly. What's the point of eating with someone like him? He's got no value. And if he does ask us for money, should we lend it to him or not? Chen Feng, damn it, I totally forgot about that. But don't worry. If he asks, we just say no. I'd be surprised if he had the nerve to ask us for money. This time taught us a lesson. For someone like him with no value, this is the last time. Let's keep in touch less from now on. Zhang Zemin, seriously, who would have thought Lu Chen might be the one doing the worst among our classmates? Whatever. Why bother with him? If he wants to come tomorrow, let him. But if he asks for money? Forget it. We'll just chat amongst ourselves. By the time they returned to the 5th military factory, night had fallen. As soon as they reached the factory gates, a crowd of 100 or 200 people gathered there to greet us. The moment they spotted Lu Chen and Wen Shuqi, Lu Yongmin immediately ordered firecrackers and fireworks to be lit. They formed a welcoming line. He then stepped forward personally, smiling as he greeted them. "Ha, Chief Engineer Lu, you've certainly brought honor to our 5th arsenal this time. Welcome home." After the welcome, everyone proceeded directly to the largest auditorium, where tables were already set up. Over 100 performers, having rehearsed their routines long ago, were now poised and ready. Lu Chen and Wen Shuqi were invited to sit at the table in the center of the first row, closest to the stage. Before the celebratory banquet began, Lu Yongmin took the stage first to deliver a speech, then invited Lu Chen to speak. Then the banquet commenced, with course after course of delicacies being served. The entertainment commenced. Singers, dancers, comedians, magicians, and more took the stage, creating a scene that could only be described as spectacular. It could be said that Lu Chen had now become the most important and highly regarded figure in the entire 5th military factory. Amidst the laughter and merriment, the singing and dancing, Lu Chen drank his fair share of baijiu. He even made a video call to his father while drinking. Ever since Lu Chen had been placed on the wanted list, his father had been deeply worried for a long time. Fortunately, once the misunderstanding was cleared up, Lu Chen immediately explained the entire situation to his father. Of course, he shared what needed to be shared, and kept quiet about what shouldn't be said. Today, he was returning to the 5th military factory. He informed his father of this. He also shared the news about receiving his bonus and being promoted to the rank of major. At this very moment, Lu Jiqiang was happily sipping on a bottle of white liquor he'd been saving for years, enjoying the roast duck he'd bought, along with some side dishes and fried pork. He was thoroughly enjoying himself. His mood was incredibly uplifting. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen suddenly remembered something. He turned to Lu Yongyan and asked, "Director, you mentioned there's a task you need me to handle. Why not tell me now?" Lu Yongyan thought for a moment. Then he nodded. "Alright, I'll tell you now. You know about drones, right?" Lu Chen nodded. Of course he did. Lu Yongyan continued, "In modern military strategy, the importance of drones is growing exponentially. You could even say they play a crucial role in warfare. They represent a key direction for future military development. Countries around the world are conducting drone research. Our country is no exception, of course. The drone research project was previously managed by the 2nd Military Factory under the Central Military District. Recently, the 2nd Military Factory participated in an international military competition with its newly developed drone. Unfortunately, the results were less than ideal. Chapter 133, Lu Chen is truly the chief engineer. After returning, the higher-ups reflected deeply on the experience and decided to intensify drone R&D efforts. Meanwhile, our 5th military factory has made remarkable strides in areas like mecha and controlled nuclear fusion, becoming a focal point of high-level attention. Therefore, after careful deliberation, they decided to entrust the drone project to us. But you should be well aware of the state of our 5th military factory. We have the least talent pool and the fewest ongoing projects. Yet when orders come down from above, we simply cannot refuse. So we had no choice but to grit our teeth and accept it. After receiving the assignment, I began organizing discussions among factory personnel with relevant experience and expertise. But it yielded no results. Because there are only a handful of people in our factory with experience and expertise in this area, and even they haven't delved deeply into it. And you just happened to return from your trip abroad during this period. So I figured I'd just hand the drone R&D project over to you. What do you think? Are you willing to take it on? After listening to Lu Yongyan's explanation, Lu Chen had a general understanding of the situation. He added another piece of fish to his plate. Placing it in his mouth, he spoke while eating. "Factory Director Lu, you can rest assured. How could I refuse a task you've assigned? And once I take it on, I'm confident I can complete it and do it to the best of my ability. Leave it to me." Seeing Lu Chen's confident demeanor, Lu Yongyan felt a weight lift from his shoulders. His mood lifted immensely. "Great. Excellent. Here, let me toast you." He raised his wine cup. Lu Chen didn't hesitate, lifting his own cup. Then the two clinked glasses. They drained their cups in one gulp. They shared a smile. After eating and drinking their fill, the free roaming segment began. Many people began to gather around Lu Chen. Some sought to build rapport and curry favor. Others came to seek his advice on matters. At that moment, outside the auditorium, two young men approached the auditorium, one leading the way. Lu Quan, being dragged along, looked somewhat impatient. "Hey, Wang Shua, Chief Engineer Lu's holding a celebratory meeting. He didn't invite us, so why are we going? There'll be so many leaders there. Aren't you afraid of getting scolded?" Wang Shua snorted lightly. "Oh, gang, I told you so many times after the celebration, there's a discussion session. Anyone can join that, including us. Besides, judging by the timing, the celebration should be over by now. They've probably moved on to the discussion phase. We'll be right on time. Don't you want to go in and witness Chief Engineer Lu's charisma? If we could strike up a conversation with Chief Engineer Lu, build a connection, or even seek his guidance on a problem, it would benefit us for life. Opportunities like this don't come around often. Stop dithering. Let's hurry or we'll be too late." Fine. Let's go then." Lu Quan Gang stopped resisting. He jogged along behind Wang Shua. They soon reached the auditorium entrance. After entering, Wang Shua stood at the doorway, scanning left and right. He spotted a crowd gathered ahead. His eyes lit up. That must be it. Come on, I still have questions to ask Chief Engineer Lu." After entering, Lu Quan Gang suddenly felt an uneasy premonition, though he couldn't pinpoint why. It reminded him of what his younger brother had told him before. His younger brother had told him he was the chief engineer at the 5th military factory. Lu Quan Gang, of course, didn't believe him. But now, as he was about to meet this legendary chief engineer, he still felt a bit nervous. Could it really be him? The thought barely formed before Lu Quan Gang shook his head like a rattle. He dismissed it immediately. Impossible. It absolutely can't be him. How could it possibly be him? He's just a bachelor's graduate. What could he possibly know? How could he be the chief engineer? With that thought, all fear vanished. He followed Wang Shuo forward. However, the crowd surrounding Lu Chen, eager to ask him questions, was simply too dense. The two of them couldn't push their way through at all. They could only remain on the periphery. They couldn't even catch a glimpse of Lu Chen. But when Lu Quan first heard a voice, he suddenly furrowed his brow. At first, he thought he must have misheard. The more he listened, the more familiar it sounded. The more he listened, the more unsettling it felt. Isn't that Lu Chen's voice? Why would Lu Chen's voice be here? It shouldn't be. He frowned and pushed his way forward. He had to see who was speaking. Was it really Lu Chen? He pushed forward about 2 meters. Through the gap, he saw a figure standing in the center, speaking eloquently. The moment he saw that person, Lu Quan's eyes widened abruptly, his pupils contracting sharply as a look of astonishment spread across his face. For the person he saw was none other than his own younger brother, Lu Chen. He couldn't fathom why his brother was here, surrounded by people, speaking so eloquently. Standing beside his brother were the factory director and deputy director. The person conversing with his brother was also a factory leader. He never had the chance to interact with such high-ranking officials, let alone climb that high. So why was his brother able to stand among them, conversing so freely and laughing? It wasn't until he heard someone address Lu Chen as Chief Engineer Lu that his entire body froze in place. A thunderclap echoed in his mind, as if struck by lightning. His entire body went numb. He swallowed hard, unable to control himself. He tapped the shoulder of someone beside him, still struggling to believe what he'd heard. Bro, is that young man in the center, talking so eloquently, Chief Engineer Lu? The young man, slightly older than Lu Quan, shot him a disdainful look. Of course it's Chief Engineer Lu. Who else could it be? You can't even recognize Chief Engineer Lu? Ha? Lu Quan Gang gasped in surprise. He really is Chief Engineer Lu? Oh, well. Lu Chuangong's entire expression turned tense, tinged with regret, and beads of cold sweat even formed on his forehead. He recalled all the things he had done earlier. A chill ran down his spine. He had looked down on Lu Chen before, constantly comparing himself to him, making Lu Chen feel humiliated in front of relatives, and even mocking him to his face. Especially after landing a job at the 5th Military Factory, he flaunted his new status everywhere. He'd also belittled his younger brother whenever possible to highlight the contrast. His father was even worse. He'd frequently visit his younger brother's home to brag to his father. But now? He's still just an ordinary researcher at the 5th Military Factory. But what about him? He's now the chief engineer of the entire 5th Military Factory, the darling of all the leaders. His rank is far, far above mine. We're not even on the same level. Chapter 134 Must build a strong relationship with Lu Chen. Your current standing with Lu Chen. A single word from him to the factory director could get me fired and ruin my future prospects. The more Lu Quan thought about it, the more terrified he became. He couldn't help but start trembling. The thought made him immediately avert his gaze, terrified that Lu Chen might notice him. Without a second thought, he turned and headed toward the exit of the banquet. He had barely taken a few steps. Wang Shuo grabbed his arm. Brother Gang, where are you going? We haven't even met Chief Engineer Lu yet. Didn't you say you had questions for him too? Lu Quan Gang's mouth twitched. He gave a perfunctory reply. Go ask him yourself. My stomach hurts. I'm leaving first. With that, he withdrew his hand. He walked away without looking back. After leaving, he didn't go to the restroom or do anything else. Instead, he found a secluded spot, pulled out his phone, and dialed his father's number. The call connected. His father's voice came through. Son, what's wrong? Is something the matter? Didn't you say there was a celebratory dinner tonight and you were going to meet Chief Engineer Lu? How did it go? Did you meet him? Did he resolve your issues? Did he offer any guidance? Son, modern society is all about connections. You absolutely must use this chance to build a relationship with Chief Engineer Lu. If he recognizes your potential, your future will be limitless. Son, why aren't you saying anything? Son? Lu Quan froze for a few seconds. He let out a bitter laugh. He spoke with a hint of resignation. Dad, I did meet this Chief Engineer Lu, but do you even know who he is? Who is he? His father asked, puzzled. Lu Quan Gang replied weakly. It's my younger brother, Lu Chen. Lu Chen. Dad, I never dreamed our chief engineer would be my younger brother, Lu Chen. Everything he said that day was true, he wasn't lying. Dad, whenever I think back to that day, I feel utterly ashamed. You know what, Dad? With your standing with Lu Chen now, if he wanted to fire me, all it would take is one word. What we did back then was so foolish. Let me put it this way, my future career is now in Lu Chen's hands. What are we going to do about this? Dad, you absolutely must find a way to build a good relationship with Uncle Lu. From now on, we should keep a low profile in everything we say and do. Upon learning their chief engineer was Lu Chen, Lu Ziyang was stunned. What did you say? Your chief engineer is Lu Chen? Are you sure you didn't misread it? Lu Kuan-gang replied with absolute certainty. I didn't misread it. There's absolutely no way I could have misread it. Lu Xiyong took a deep breath. Alright, I understand. Son, listen to me. Perhaps this isn't a bad thing at all, it might even be a blessing in disguise. Think about it, you have a brother who's a chief engineer. That's your network and connections. Blood is thicker than water. Rest assured, your brother won't make things difficult for you. Of course, this assumes you learn the ropes of social etiquette. Make time to treat your brother to a few meals, keep in touch with him, and build a good relationship. And I'll do the same on my end. I'll make sure to treat your uncles and elders to meals. Just relax, don't panic. Hearing his father say this, Lu Kuan-gang's eyes lit up. Right. After all, Lu Chen was his own brother. Didn't that mean he could walk all over people from now on? Perfect. Very good indeed. Father and son discussed this matter at length. They discussed possible approaches. Half an hour later, the discussion in the auditorium concluded. Lu Chen stumbled back to the dormitory in a daze. No sooner had he entered his room, he saw a message from his brother. Every word carried an apology. His tone was unusually polite, a stark contrast to his former arrogance. Still groggy, Lu Chen didn't read it carefully. He casually replied with a few words like it's okay. He collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep almost immediately. The next day, when he woke up, it was already past 8 in the morning. He had already planned out his day yesterday. In the morning, he planned to go see a movie first. He was going with Shu Qi. And it was when Shu Qi who had invited him. After the movie, they'd have hot pot for lunch. And in the afternoon, he'd accompany Shu Qi on a shopping trip. Then he'd take her to the train station. When Shu Qi had taken a week off work, she planned to return to her hometown to arrange her father's medical treatment and surgery. After seeing Wen Shu Qi off, Lu Chen planned to rest at home for over an hour before heading out around 6 to the location Chen Fong had sent him for the class reunion. He gave himself a quick wash. For breakfast, he had a slice of bread and a carton of milk. Then he set off. After watching a movie in the morning, they had hot pot for lunch and then went shopping in the afternoon. It was precisely during this shopping trip that Lu Chen finally grasped the sheer exhaustion women endure. They truly never tire. To buy some clothes and local specialties, we walked non-stop for 2.5 hours straight. And the most frustrating part? He ended up carrying nearly everything they bought. At least he didn't have to pay for them. After filling their arms with bags of purchases, they then escorted Wen Shuqi to the station. Watching her enter the station, Lu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then turned toward the taxi stand, hailed a cab. He headed straight back to the dorm. He set his alarm for 5:50 a.m., then collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep sleep. As the alarm rang, Lu Chen groggily climbed out of bed. He quickly got ready. He set off for the gathering location. Around 6:20 a.m., all 4 people, including Chen Fong, had already arrived. They sat there chatting about this and that. Mid-conversation, Li Shaoxuai glanced at his watch and suddenly asked, "Where's Lu Chen? Everyone else is here. Why isn't he here yet? Is he even coming?" Wang Goen also grew impatient. "Yeah, who does he think he is? Showing up last and making us wait for him? Does he even deserve it?" Lu Zemin nodded. He looked at Chen Fong. "Chen Fong, what time did you agree to meet him? If he's running late, we won't wait for him. We'll start serving the food. A worthless person like him won't be much help even if he shows up. Better if he doesn't show up." Chen Fong glanced at the time. "It's 6:20 now. I told him to be here by 6:30. Let's wait a bit longer. He should be here soon. It's better he doesn't come. But if he's late, he'll definitely have to drink a penalty shot." No sooner had he finished speaking, immediately, someone began knocking on the door. Knock knock knock. Chapter 135. Do you have any sense of time? Chen Fong raised an eyebrow. Must be them. He rose to answer the door. Seeing Lu Chen standing there, he put on a fake smile, feigning great enthusiasm. "Well, Lu Chen, you finally made it. The others have been missing you terribly. When I told them you were coming, they couldn't wait to see you." Lu Chen chuckled in response. "I've missed everyone too." He then looked at the other 3 people seated in the private room. It was none other than Li Shaoxuai, Wang Goen, and Lu Zemin. During their university days, his relationship with young Marshal Li could only be described as lukewarm. As for Wang Goen, their relationship was far from good. There was even an incident during a competition. Lu Chen's team defeated Wang Goen's team, and Wang Goen nearly lost his temper with Lu Chen. The two almost came to blows. Since then, they've barely spoken. As for Lu Zemin was the aloof type. She always thought she was born to be a princess. Her standards were exceptionally high. For someone like Lu Chen, she couldn't care less. In her eyes, Lu Chen was nothing more than a country bumpkin. After meeting these 3, all of Lu Chen's illusions were shattered. He even regretted attending this gathering. He muttered to himself under his breath. Birds of a feather flock together. There's a reason the four of you ended up together. Though he thought this inwardly, outwardly he maintained a cheerful smile. After all, they were classmates. Since he was already here, he had to put on a show. But he smiled like this. His three classmates, however, gave him no warm welcome. Each of them stared at Lu Chen with an air of superiority. They immediately gave Lu Chen a taste of their disapproval. Wang Goen spoke first. Lu Chen, how can you be so completely lacking in time awareness? The earliest among us arrived half an hour ago, and even the latest got here nearly 10 minutes ago. You're the only one who just showed up now. We've all been waiting here for you, right? How can you even show your face? Li Xiaoshui chimed in immediately. Yeah, Lu Chen, couldn't you have left a bit earlier? Lu Zemin chimed in too. Your time is time, but ours isn't? How selfish can you be? Seeing the three of them gang up on Lu Chen so quickly, Chen Fong felt a surge of secret delight but outwardly played peacemaker. My apologies, Lu Chen. My apologies, everyone. I told Lu Chen we'd meet at 6:30. He arrived at 6:21, not even late. In fact, he's 9 minutes early. It's my fault for not coordinating with you all beforehand. He then patted Lu Chen on the shoulder. Lu Chen, don't take it personally. Everyone's working now, so we all have a certain sense of punctuality. Lu Chen gave a faint smile. No problem. He then found a place to sit down. Once seated, the dishes began arriving. Over the next 20 minutes, Chen Fong and the other three chatted animatedly. They talked about everything from their freshman military training to their class trips to playing ball together to studying to exams and finally to graduation and job hunting. It was nothing short of a blast. And Lu Chen? He sat quietly eating his meal, barely participating in the conversation. It wasn't his fault. He wanted to chat with them, but the topics they discussed had nothing to do with him. He hadn't been part of these conversations before. So he simply chose not to join in, and they showed no intention of including him anyway. So he just ate by himself. Of course, reminiscing about old school days didn't last long. Soon enough, the conversation turned to work. Lu Zemin suggested, it's been quite a while since we all graduated from university. Being able to work in the same city is fate. Since fate has brought us together here, we should definitely help each other out. We should lend a hand wherever we can. How about this, let's each introduce what we're doing now. See if there are any resources we can exchange. That way, our reunion will have real value and meaning. Sounds good. Chen Fong was the first to agree. I'll go first then. I'm currently working at a private company ranked among the top 100. We specialize in software development, and I'm a sales representative. We can handle any type of app, mini program, or office software available on the market. Beyond software, we also handle website development, live streaming sales, and e-commerce agency services all under our company's umbrella. Of course, we have other business segments too, but those aren't related to our branch office. So if any of you have needs in these areas or know clients who do, feel free to refer them to me. If any deals come through, I'll share a portion of my commission with you. Damn, you're in the top 100 private enterprises? That's impressive. Li Xiaoshui gave him a thumbs up. Then he began introducing his own situation. I handle financial loans at a publicly listed company. If you or anyone you know needs funding, feel free to reach out to me. Whether it's money for buying a house, buying a car, or anything else you need funds for, I can help. I guarantee I'll handle it smoothly for you. Chen Fong hummed in response, giving him a thumbs up in return. Not bad, Li Xiaoshui. So you've entered the finance industry now. I hear it's incredibly lucrative. Do you make tens of thousands a month? Li Xiaoshui chuckled. Some in our industry do make a lot, over 200K a month even. But I'm still new to this and have fewer clients. My highest monthly income was around 18,000 yuan. Usually, it's not that much. 18,000. Wang Goen sounded envious at the figure. When it comes to making money, you're definitely ahead. And if someone can make over 200K a month, that means the ceiling is incredibly high. You're new to the field with few clients, so your earnings aren't that high yet. But once you build up your client base, you could easily make over 200,000 a month too. Over 200,000 a month? That's over 2 million a year. Over 2 million a year. That's 10 million in 5 years. Holy crap, you're amazing. You might be the highest earner among all of us. Hearing Wang Goen's string of compliments, Li Xiaoshui felt a bit embarrassed. He smiled, his face flushing red. He deliberately downplayed it. No. While our ceiling is high, not everyone can earn that much. It takes hard work, luck, and constantly building your client base. Chapter 136. So, what do you do for a living now? But I believe as I gain more experience and expand my client base, my income will naturally rise. When I earn more, I'll treat you all to a big feast. Then she turned her gaze to Wang Goen. Goen, what about you? What are you doing now? Wang Goen downed half a glass of beer, picked up another bite of food, and shot a vicious glare at Lu Chen, who was eating with his head bowed. Only then did he speak, his tone flat. After graduation, I studied design at a training institute for half a year. Now I'm working in the design field. If anyone needs help designing something or creating a presentation like a PowerPoint, feel free to reach out. I've got tons of templates here. If you're looking for professional or high-end templates, you'd normally have to pay for a membership. But if you come to me, you won't have to. And I don't just have PowerPoint templates, I've got other design tools too. Need photo editing? I can handle that in a snap. Chen Fong, impressive. Never would have guessed you'd get into design. That's a real skill way beyond what we can do. Li Xiaoshui, funny you should say that. I have a performance review presentation coming up soon and actually need a PPT, send me a few templates to look at when you get a chance. Wang Goen gave an okay sign. No problem. Lu Zemin took a sip of juice. Who would have thought? You guys are all doing pretty well in the capital. Looks like I'm the only one who's really struggling. I'm currently working in HR and administration at a company with 300 to 400 employees, mainly handling hiring and terminations. The salary is pretty fixed, and there's not much room for growth in the future. But it's stable. Oh? Chen Fong's eyes lit up. Honestly, yours is the best job of all. Maybe the pay isn't as high as ours. But you're stable for us, and your job is easier with less pressure than ours. That's pretty great. Wang Goen, if I ever hit rock bottom, I'll come seek refuge with you. You'd better take me in then. Don't worry, I'll definitely take you in. Lu Zemin chuckled softly. She thoroughly enjoyed the banter among these people. Just then, everyone's gaze turned sharply toward Lu Chen. They watched Lu Chen, who was stuffing his face with relish. They could practically conclude he was here to pay off a mountain of debts. And the way he was eating, it seemed as though he hadn't had anything this good in ages. He looked like a starving ghost. Lu Zemin's face twisted with contempt. Her distaste for Lu Chen deepened. But she remained silent. The first to speak was Wang Goen. Hey, Lu Chen, how long has it been since you last ate? Is it really that bad? And all this time, we've been talking here, yet you haven't said a word. Remember, we're here to catch up, not just to eat. Got it? Lu Chen, the three of us just shared what we're doing now. You're the only one left who hasn't. Why don't you tell us what you've been up to since graduation? Li Xiaoshui chimed in at that moment. Yeah, Lu Chen, what are you doing now? Chen Fong chuckled softly. I'm curious too. Truthfully, they all knew Lu Chen had gone bankrupt and was likely in debt. But they wanted to hear him admit it himself to make him look bad. In fact, they were all here just to watch the spectacle unfold. After all, happiness can be transferred. Watching others make fools of themselves was a surefire way to lift one's spirits. Hearing their words, Lu Chen took his final bite of meatball. Then he set down his chopsticks. He looked at the hypocritical and ill-intentioned group and spoke calmly. Where should I begin? He inquired. Should I start from graduation or jump straight to the present situation? Chen Fong replied, why not just start from right after graduation? All right. Lu Chen agreed immediately and began his story. Unlike most people, I didn't look for a job right after graduation. Instead, I took over a small factory. We produced props for film and television. At first, orders were scarce, but through relentless effort, some began to come in. It barely covered the wages for a few employees. There was even a small surplus each month. At its peak, we saved over 30,000 yuan in monthly profits. It was considered a fairly successful venture. Lu Chen paused here, about to recount his subsequent failures. But before he could continue, Wang Goen couldn't help but snort coldly. Over 30,000 a month? And you call that relatively successful? Stop bragging, will you? You think I don't know? Your factory's long since gone under, right? You can't even pay your workers, right? And you're deep in debt, right? I could tell just from the way you were wolfing down your food earlier. Haven't you eaten in ages? Can't afford to buy food anymore? You've probably racked up a lot of debt, haven't you? Ha! I can't believe what you're thinking. Instead of finding a decent job after graduation, you're starting your own business? Do you really think entrepreneurship is that easy? Do you even have the skills for it? Absolutely ridiculous. Lu Zemin clicked his tongue at that moment. Yeah, Lu Chen, you came to the capital just to dodge your debts, didn't you? Remember this, I'm useless. What must be faced will be faced. I suggest you head back to your hometown tomorrow. Go apologize to each of them personally and promise you'll repay their wages. After that, find another electronics factory to work in, tightening screws. Pay off your debts little by little. That's your only way out. Li Xiaoshui nodded. Lu Zemin's right. Just do as she says. Lu Chen, we're classmates. I'm doing this for your own good. Don't be ungrateful. Lu Chen now wore a mocking expression. Only after everyone had finished speaking did he calmly begin to explain. Actually, my factory isn't closing. But it wasn't because it went bankrupt. It's because I found a job. I don't owe the workers any money. Not only do I not owe them, but I even gave them extra pay. As for being in debt, That's out of the question. Oomph. Wang Goen scoffed. Stop making up stories. We're all classmates. Why lie? Exactly. What's the point? Li Xiaoshui also wore a look of contempt. If you say it's because of work, then tell us what kind of work it is? Chapter 137, Unexpected Conflict. Lu Chen stated truthfully, the reason I disbanded the factory. Because I joined the 5th military factory under the Long Bay military region. I became a chief instructor there and was awarded the rank of captain. My combined salary amounts to tens of thousands. To dedicate myself fully to serving the nation, I disbanded my factory. As for now, I'm already a major rank officer. Still serving as chief instructor. As for my salary, I'm no longer short on money. After saying all this, the entire private room suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared at Lu Chen as if he were a fool. As for what Lu Chen had said, who in their right mind would believe that? Even Chen Fong, who always played the nice guy, couldn't stomach it anymore. His lips twitched. He bluntly called him out. Lu Chen, don't you think we know exactly what you're made of? We're classmates. Is it really necessary to lie like this just to show off in front of us? Chief engineer at the 5th military factory of the Long Bay military region? Captain rank? Major rank? Do you even believe your own lies? Even if you were that impressive, you wouldn't brag like this without even drafting it out first. You're the real deal. No sooner had he finished speaking, Li Xiaoshui cut in. Lu Chen, do you even know what kind of organization the 5th military factory is? It's a state-owned enterprise, got it? Do you know what it takes to become the chief instructor there? At the very least, you need to be a doctoral advisor. At the very least, you need to be a leading authority in some scientific field. Would you mind doing your research before spouting nonsense next time? And this business about being promoted from captain to major? That's pure nonsense. When did you ever serve in the military? And even if you were serving now, you couldn't possibly reach captain, let alone major, even if you served your entire life. Unless you went to military academy. But we went to the same university. What the hell military academy are you talking about? Wang Goen frowned. If it's impossible, then it's impossible. Is it so hard to admit you can't do it? You just have to keep bragging. You're not focused on your studies. You'll never amount to anything in this life. Lu Rumin didn't mince words either. That's hilarious. Lu Chen, I should have known better than to invite you to this reunion. You're ruining the mood. And even if you told the truth, so what? So what if you're not doing well? We wouldn't laugh at you. At least be honest. Facing the verbal assault from his 4 college classmates, Lu Chen shook his head inside. He adopted an indifferent attitude. Whatever. If you don't believe me, fine. He began eating on his own. Lu Chen was no longer on the same level as them now. They weren't even from the same world. He couldn't be bothered to argue with them. It held no meaning anyway. Chen Fong and the others, however, shot Lu Chen another vicious glare. They couldn't be bothered to acknowledge him further. They treated Lu Chen as if he were invisible, chatting amongst themselves. A few minutes later, Li Xiaoshui felt the urge to urinate. He stepped out of the private room to use the restroom. Having drunk quite a bit, he staggered as he walked. When he emerged from the restroom, he accidentally bumped into a woman at the corner by the wall. It was an accident, or perhaps intentional. His right hand landed squarely on the girl's chest. The woman let out a shrill scream. She shoved Li Xiaoshui away. Already unsteady on his feet from the alcohol, Li Xiaoshui stumbled backward and crashed to the floor with a thud. He landed face first on the floor. His butt hurt like hell, but he scrambled to his feet. He glared at the girl with pure venom. His temper was already short, and alcohol only fueled it. Without a word, he spat out a curse. You want to die? You dare push me? You think I won't beat you to death? The girl shuddered violently at his roar and Li Xiaoshui's menacing stance. When she finally came to her senses, she wore an expression of utter disgust. But she couldn't care less about Li Xiaoshui. After all, this restaurant belonged to her husband. And her husband was a big shot in the underworld, a fairly well-known kingpin. He had connections in both legitimate and criminal circles. Most people wouldn't dare cross her husband. So this girl wasn't the least bit afraid of Li Xiaoshui. Instead, she sneered and threatened. Go ahead and beat me to death, dare you? Besides, you were the one who bumped into me without looking where you were going, and then tried to take advantage of me. Pushing you down was actually letting you off easy. You better believe I could have my people break your legs. After the two clashed, a crowd gathered to watch. Li Xiaoshui was a man who valued his reputation. Being berated by a woman right in front of everyone like this, he felt utterly humiliated. A surge of rage welled up inside him. Without caring whether the person was male or female, he kicked out with his foot. Even though he was drunk, he was still a man. The kick sent the woman tumbling backward. She lay on the ground clutching her stomach, stunned that someone would actually strike her. She wasn't stupid. She knew she couldn't beat him. So she said nothing more, scrambled to her feet, and left. Young Master Li assumed she was scared of him, feeling rather pleased with himself, thinking he'd saved face. So he didn't bother with anything else, returning to the private room in a good mood. Once back, he briefly recounted the incident, bragging about how formidable he was. The others listened merely for amusement. They didn't take it seriously. Then they went back to eating and drinking. However, what no one could have imagined was, just 5 minutes later, crash. The door to their private room was suddenly kicked open. Then, a dozen burly men swarmed in. Shen Fang and his friends were ordinary young people who hadn't experienced much real combat, so they'd never seen anything like this before. They scrambled to their feet in panic. Seeing the hostile intent of the intruders, Shen Fang tentatively asked, "Guys, what's going on?" The words had barely left his mouth. A burly, balding middle-aged man strode in. Behind him followed a woman dressed provocatively. As he approached, he demanded, "What's the problem? What do you mean, what's going on? Your men hit my wife, and you ask me what's wrong? You looking for trouble?" Then he turned to the woman and demanded, "Honey, who bumped into you? Who hit you? Point them out to me." Seeing all these burly men arrive, and then seeing the woman he'd kicked to the ground, Li Xiaoshui, no matter how dense he was, knew exactly what was happening. They were definitely here to get revenge on him. Terrified, he ducked his head, his whole body trembling. Chapter 138, Apologize to Me. The woman's venomous gaze swept back and forth among the young men. Finally, it settled on a tall, thin youth with his head bowed and eyes darting nervously. This youth was none other than Li Xiaoshui. Li Xiaoshui glanced at the woman out of the corner of his eye. Their eyes met for less than a second before he quickly looked away. He thought to himself, "Oh." Seeing Li Xiaoshui's terrified expression, unable even to meet her gaze, a faint smile touched her lips, her face showing disdain as she gave a light snort. She pointed a finger. "It was him," she declared viciously. "It was him. He hit me." The words had barely left her mouth. Li Xiaoshui couldn't help but shudder. Now, he was terrified, his heart completely engulfed by fear. Don't mistake his earlier arrogance for anything more than drunken bravado. He'd only dared to act so boldly because his opponent was a weak woman. In truth, he was nothing but a worthless piece of trash. Moreover, there were over a dozen burly men in the room now, each one incredibly strong and menacing. They clearly looked like gangsters. He should never have crossed them. He was filled with regret now. What the hell was he thinking back then? Why did he have to act so cocky? Facing this situation, he took a deep breath, clenched his fists tightly, and lifted his head abruptly, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. Resolve to apologize. He pressed his palms together and bowed at the waist at a 50-degree angle. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke. I'm so sorry, sis. I didn't mean to. Sis, I was wrong. Sis, please forgive me. I'm apologizing to you. Sis, let me show you something." With that, without caring about anyone else's reaction, she grabbed the half-empty bottle of beer from the table. Gulp, gulp, she downed it in one go. After finishing it, she let out a burp, slammed the empty bottle down on the table, and continued staring at the woman. He humbly asked, "Sis, how was that?" "I downed half a bottle of beer in one go, didn't even blink. Please spare me, I swear it wasn't on purpose. I deserve to die, I'm a bastard." In his mind, he was begging so humbly, and he'd downed half a bottle of beer in one gulp without even blinking. Surely she should be satisfied now? He waited for the woman's response. But just then, Shen Fang, ever the peacemaker, couldn't resist stepping forward. He took a step forward. His face lit up with a smile. He addressed the woman, "Sis, you see he knows he was wrong. Why don't we just let this go?" The woman remained silent. Instead, the bald man beside her shot Shen Fang a fierce glare. "Who the hell do you think you are? What business do you have here? Say one more word to me, and I'll beat you too, you hear me? Get lost." Shen Fang's mouth twitched. He hadn't expected the other man to show him no respect whatsoever. Faced with this situation, he could do nothing but accept it. He retracted the step he'd just taken. He stood back where he'd been, lowering his head in silence. Seeing Shen Fang retreat, Li Xiaoshui felt a pang of disappointment. His gaze shifted back to the woman. He thought to himself, what did I do? I just kicked him once. I've apologized, now it shouldn't come to him beating me up, right? Worst case. At worst, he'd spend the night with her? But the moment that thought crossed his mind, he caught the bald middle-aged man's gaze fixed on him, eyes hungry enough to devour him whole. A chill ran down his spine. Just then, the woman finally spoke. She pointed at Li Xiaoshui, curling 4 fingers together in a back-and-forth motion. Come here. Seeing that he was being summoned, Li Xiaoshui pushed his chair back with trembling hands and shuffled forward step by step. When he reached the woman, he nervously glanced at her. His voice trembled as he spoke. Sis, I'm sorry. I really know I was wrong. Please spare me. But there was not a trace of pity in the woman's eyes. Instead, she snorted with disdain. Her left hand pinched his chin as she sneered, Brother, I still prefer the rebellious, untamed version of you. Your current behavior is a huge disappointment. As she spoke, a fiery expression flashed across her face. Smack! Her right hand struck his face without mercy. Then she kicked him flying. Of course, that wasn't enough to vent her anger. She turned to the middle-aged man beside her, adopting a pouty, pleading tone. Husband, not only did he kick me, but he groped me. You have to stand up for me, honey. Don't worry, baby. I'll make sure you get your revenge. Hearing this, Zhou Jie's anger surged instantly. He glared viciously at Li Xiaojie, who lay sprawled on the ground. Then he raised his right hand. He swung it. Beat him. With that command, a dozen burly men immediately closed in. Just as they were about to strike. Panicking, Li Xiaoshui began pleading for help from several classmates. He looked toward the classmates standing by the table and shouted loudly. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and help me. Are you just going to stand by and watch me get beaten? He shouted himself hoarse, but the others showed no intention of helping. Chen Feng and the others were too terrified. In this situation, how could they dare to help? If they intervened, they'd likely get beaten themselves. As for Lu Chen, what did that have to do with him? No connection. If it's none of my business, then I'll just be a spectator. Seconds later, several burly men pounced on him, punching and kicking him relentlessly. Soon, Li Xiaoshui's agonized wails filled the entire room. At first, he begged for mercy. Uncles, please stop hitting me. Uncles, ancestors, I truly know I've done wrong, ancestors. But no matter how much he begged, they wouldn't stop. Realizing his pleas were useless, Li Xiaoshui started screaming for someone to call the police. Call the police. Quick, call the police. Hurry up and call the cops to arrest them. Damn it, I'm dying here. This pain is killing me. Bastards. Wah. Watching Li Xiaoshui covered in bruises, Lu Zemin finally couldn't bear it anymore. She quietly picked up the phone on the table. Then she prepared to dial 110. But she had only pressed 2 ones before she couldn't finish. Zhou Jie caught her. Zhou Jie strode over in a few quick steps, suddenly standing beside Lu Zemin. Seeing that he intended to call the police, he glared at her viciously. Then, with his right hand, he swung back and slapped Lu Zemin's phone. Already trembling with fear, she couldn't hold onto the phone and it flew out of her hand. And as luck would have it, the phone landed squarely on Lu Chen's head. It bounced off his head and landed in a bowl of soup in front of him, splashing soup all over Lu Chen. Lu Chen frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing across his face. His gaze sharpened as he fixed it on Zhou Jie. His voice turned icy as he demanded. Apologize to me. Chapter 139, Dare I call for reinforcements? Just 4 simple words. Yet they captured everyone's attention instantly. Zhou Jie frowned slightly. A trace of surprise flashed across his face. He never dreamed that in this situation, someone would dare speak to him like that. And they wanted him to apologize? Looking for trouble? What the hell? He glared at Lu Chen with pure venom. Kid, what did you just say? You want me to apologize to you? You're asking for it, you bastard. Who the hell do you think you are? Ha? Go ahead, repeat what you just said. Go on. Seeing Zhou Jie's vicious expression, Lu Chen showed no fear whatsoever, his heart not the slightest bit unsettled. Instead, he smiled faintly. He spoke slowly. I said apologize to me. Are you deaf or just unable to understand human speech? The moment these words left his lips, everyone stared at Lu Chen in utter shock. Chen Fan looked as though he'd seen a ghost. In his mind, Lu Chen had always been an honest soul, never causing trouble. When bullied, he'd typically swallow his pride and endure it silently. But today? With so many burly men surrounding them, instead of keeping a low profile and protecting himself, he dared to speak recklessly and confront them head-on. Was this commendable courage or sheer idiocy? He really couldn't read the situation. He'd brought trouble upon himself for nothing. Maybe they'll even beat him up next. At this thought, Chen Feng chuckled to himself. He thought to himself, go ahead and act cocky. When the time comes, I'll give you a beating too. That'll be satisfying. I'll get to enjoy the show. Wang Goen and Lu Zemin turned to look at Lu Chen, their expressions equally surprised. They wondered, is this guy a tiger? Is he out of his mind? In that instant, the men beating up young Master Li all stopped their assault. They shot Lu Chen a hostile look. Kid, how dare you talk to our boss like that? Apologizing to you? Who do you think you are? Kid, have you had enough of living? Looking for trouble? You think we're bluffing? Looks like you're just asking for a beating, you fool. Once we're done with him, we'll take care of you. Lying on the ground, young General Li forgot the pain in his body. But seeing Lu Chen so reckless, a spark of joy lit up in his heart. A sudden idea struck him. He spoke up, Lu Chen, how dare you talk to my big brother like that? Aren't you going to apologize to my big brother? Brother, this fool has no brain. How dare he insult you like that? Just beat him to death. He wanted to use this opportunity to deflect the conflict. That way, he wouldn't have to take the beating himself. However, the ideal was beautiful, but reality was cruel. His attempt to deflect blame proved futile. Instead, it only earned Zhou Jie's resentment. Hearing Li Xiaoshui shouting here, Jie Chou turned around, his piercing gaze fixed on him with icy coldness. He snapped irritably. Who the hell do you think you are, telling me what to do? Then he barked at the dozen burly men surrounding Li Xiaoshui. What the hell are you standing around for? Hit him. I didn't say stop, so don't stop. Beat the out of him. Wait. The burly men were about to strike. Zhou Jie suddenly called them back. He then pointed at three of them. You, and you, the three of you beat him up. The rest of you come over here and help me surround these four. Then, 11 burly men instantly surrounded Lu Chen and his three companions, blocking every escape route. Zhou Jie fixed his gaze on Lu Chen once more. You've got some nerve, kid, huh? What kind of situation is this? What's going on? Can't you see clearly? You want me to apologize to you? Let me tell you this, not even the King of Heaven himself could make me apologize to him. The person who could make me apologize hasn't even been born yet. What the hell do you think you are? Damn it! He then turned his gaze to the three people beside Lu Chen, Chen Fong, Wang Goen, and Lu Zemin. Debts must be repaid to their rightful owners. That kid on the ground messed with my wife. Originally, I just wanted to deal with him and let the four of you off the hook. But now... His gaze shifted back to Lu Chen, and he jabbed a finger at Lu Chen's nose. Because of him, I've changed my mind. I've decided to beat all four of you up too. Otherwise, I won't be able to vent this rage. At the mention of getting beaten, Chen Fong and the other two shuddered violently. Lu Zemin instinctively took a half step back, bumping into the chair and making it creak. He took a deep breath. He shot Lu Chen a look full of resentment. Lu Chen, this is all your fault. Why did you have to open your mouth? Big brother knocked my phone out of my hand and it fell into the soup. I didn't say a word about that. What the hell did you have to do with it? So what if he hit your forehead? Can't you handle a little bump? Now look what you've done, ruined it for all three of us. Are you satisfied now? Hurry up and apologize to Big Brother. Chen Fong chimed in immediately. Yeah, Lu Chen, you're in the wrong here. That phone just happened to hit your head. Besides, you're fine, aren't you? Why should Big Brother apologize to you? I advise you to apologize to Big Brother. Wang Goen didn't address Lu Chen directly but turned to Zhou Jie instead. Brother, my classmate disrespected you. Just give him a good beating. Don't drag us into this, we didn't disrespect you. You agree, right? How about this, boss? We'll hold him down and make him kneel and kowtow to apologize. Then you'll let us off, okay? Oomph. Zhou Jie sneered coldly. My word is final. All four of you will get beaten. Blame it on this arrogant little punk who doesn't know his place. After saying this, he took 2 steps back. He ordered his men. Guys, beat him up. Just as the 11 burly men were about to move, Lu Chen suddenly raised his right hand. Hold on. Zhou Jie frowned. What else do you want to say? Lu Chen took a deep breath. With so many of you against just a few of us, isn't this a bit like bullying the weak? How about I call for backup? Lu Chen's phone was custom made for this purpose. The moment the confrontation began, his hand had already reached a special button on the device. Once activated, it would instantly transmit the recording, their location, and a preset message to the mecha system piloted by Zhang Jianguo, as well as to Zhang Jianguo's phone. Simultaneously, it would be transmitted to the carrier's systems. The carrier's AI would even automatically trigger an alarm throughout the entire vessel. Thus, both the Long Bay military district and the naval base would be immediately aware that Lu Chen was in danger. That's why he felt completely fearless. Chapter 140, Commander Zhang, help! What did you say? You want to call for backup? Zhou Jie froze for a moment. Then he gave a cold, dismissive snort. He turned to the men beside him. Guys, did you hear that? He just said he's calling for backup. That's hilarious. Who does he think he is? Doesn't he know what kind of status and influence I have around here? Threatening to call for backup? Fine. I'll give him that chance. Just don't go around saying we bullied him. His eyes turned cold. He fixed Lu Chen with a gaze as venomous as a snake's. Kid, you can call for backup all you want. Let me tell you this up front, I've been running this neighborhood for 20 or 30 years. My friends are everywhere, both above and below the law. Calling for backup? Forget it. Even if you call the cops, it won't do you any good. So I'll give you one more chance. If you don't call for backup, we'll just beat you up here and call it a day. But if you do call for backup, every single one of you 5 here, I'll break 1 leg and 1 arm on each of you before you leave. So, still planning to call backup? At the mention of having their legs and arms broken, Chen Fong and his 2 companions shuddered violently, casting resentful glances at Ruken. Li Xiaoshui, however, showed no reaction. Because Li Xiaoshui felt like one of his own arms or legs was already broken. In fact, he now desperately wished Rooken would call for backup immediately. Then he could break every last one of their arms and legs too, just to restore some balance to his own mind. Otherwise, if only he got beaten while they got off scot-free, how unbalanced would his mind feel? He desperately wanted to ask timidly, why am I the only one getting beaten? Facing Zhou Jie's threat, Lu Chen was about to speak. But Chen Fong beat him to it. Chen Fong's eyes bulged wider than lanterns, his gaze shooting out a murderous glare as he fixed it on Lu Chen. Lu Chen, you're just a nobody. What are you trying to pull? Think you're some big shot? You're just some loser from out of town hiding from debt here, and you're shaking people down? Tell me, do you even know anyone in the capital? You know Jack. Exactly. Wang Goen chimed in at that moment. What's the situation right now? Are you blind? Are you mentally ill? Got Parkinson's? Or dementia? Still calling for backup? Get lost, you piece of trash. What kind of idiot are you? A complete moron. Can you please get a grip on your own limitations? Lu Zemin shot Lu Chen a cold sneer, his face betraying deep anxiety. Lu Chen, how can you be so ungrateful? The big boss said he'd give us a chance. Worst case, he beats us up and we just rest for a few days. But if you call for backup, he'll break our arms and legs. Are you going to cover our medical bills then? Are you stupid? In their eyes, Lu Chen's attempt to back down was nothing but a joke. After all, they knew exactly what kind of situation Lu Chen was in. You're just some guy who ran a tie factory that went bankrupt, left workers owed tons of wages, and ended up fleeing debt collectors to come to the capital for the first time. Who could you possibly know? Probably no one. And even if you tried to be clever, hoping to use this recruitment opportunity to get someone to call the police or to call them yourself, what good would that do? The boss himself said he has people everywhere, whether in the legitimate world or the underworld. Even if you manage to get the cops involved, they might end up siding with the boss instead of you. Wouldn't that just be inviting trouble? That's just plain stupid. But, facing the crowd's accusations and reproaches, Lu Chen merely gave them a fleeting glance, utterly unfazed. Instead, he calmly picked up a small tomato from the table and popped it into his mouth. Chewing and savoring the sweet juice that burst forth from the bitten tomato, he addressed Zhou Jie. Fine, I'll call for backup. If you're still this cocky after my people show up, you win. Don't even mention breaking my legs. If you take my life, I won't have a word to say. Zhou Jie raised an eyebrow, his mind racing. Could it be? Could this guy really possess some power he couldn't resist? But this worry didn't last long. From the conversation just now, he could tell that Lu Chen before him had no real power or background. He was merely a bankrupt debtor who'd fled here from another province to evade creditors. Most crucially, this was his very first time in the capital. Such a failure, such a piece of trash from the lowest rung of society. How could he possibly know anyone influential? What connections could he possibly have? Therefore, he could safely conclude that this young man was merely borrowing someone else's authority to intimidate him here. Trying to intimidate him with nothing but empty boasts. He understood the situation. His face regained its haughty, contemptuous expression. He laughed bitterly in exasperation. Fine. Since you're so tough, go ahead and call for backup. Hearing Zhou Jie's words, Lu Chen didn't immediately call for backup. Instead, he pointed at Li Xiaoshui, who was still being beaten and crying bitterly. Since you've given me permission to call for backup, you might as well stop now. Zhou Jie snorted coldly. Fine. Let's see who you can actually call. He then ordered the burly men still beating Li Xiaoshui, stop. Wait for him to call his people. Once the men stopped, Li Xiaoshui finally breathed a sigh of relief. He even shot Lu Chen a grateful glance. But that gratitude lasted only a few seconds. Seconds later, disgust returned to his face. Lu Chen nodded. Then he pulled out his phone. After a moment's hesitation, he dialed Zhang Jianguo directly. The call was answered almost instantly. A hearty laugh came from the other end. Lu, bro, isn't today your day off? Why the sudden call? Whatever you need, just say the word. Hearing these enthusiastic words, Lu Chen couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn up slightly. This Commander Zhang was genuinely kind to him. After a 2-second pause, he spoke up, Brother Lu, I'm in trouble. Could you come over and help me out? Zhang Jianguo furrowed his brow. You're in trouble? Whatever it is, just tell me. Bro, I'm no big shot, but in this little corner of the capital, there's hardly anyone I can't handle. I can sort out anything for you. Damn it, whoever dared mess with you must be tired of living. I'll make him regret the day he was born. Hearing Zhang Jianguo's words, Lu Chen felt a warm glow in his heart. He spoke slowly. I'm currently in room 302 on the 3rd floor of the Emperor Hotel at 181 Glory Street in South City. There's a guy claiming to be a gang boss here with over a dozen thugs surrounding me and a few classmates. He says he'll break our arms and legs. Bro, help me out. Chapter 141, Zhao Wendy. Bang! Lu Chen had barely finished speaking. A dull thud echoed through the phone. Learning that Lu Chen was surrounded and about to have his arms and legs broken, Zhang Jianguo abruptly leapt to his feet, slamming his palm onto the table. This sudden outburst sent a collective shiver through the others gathered for the evening meeting. Damn it! Who the hell has the guts to mess with you and threaten to break your arms and legs? They must be out of their minds. After cursing, he calmed down. Lu, listen to me. You absolutely must not act impulsively now. Don't confront them. Stabilize the situation. I'll send someone over immediately. No. I'm going personally. This is outrageous. Hearing this response, Lu Chen finally felt reassured. After hanging up the phone, he calmly addressed Zhou Jie, the call is finished. At most, 5 minutes. The people I called will be here soon. The military zone was quite a distance away. Even driving immediately, it would take about half an hour to reach here. Lu Chen surmised. Zhang Jianguo would likely notify the police first to protect himself. Then he would come in person. This area was within the city limits, so the nearest police station should be able to arrive within 5 minutes. A cold smile formed in his mind. I'll see how you clean this up then, and if the people backing you can still protect you. After Lu Chen finished his call, he observed Lu Chen's calm and confident demeanor. Zhou Jie felt momentarily uncertain. He wondered, was that serious look on his face while making the call genuine? Could he really know some big shot? Or was it just an act, and he was a skilled actor? He couldn't quite figure it out. Just then, Chen Feng suddenly spoke up. Lu Chen, stop pretending, will you? You're acting so convincingly it's almost real. Yeah, I know you're putting on a show. If you kneel down and kowtow to apologize to the boss right now, he might be magnanimous and let it slide. This is our last chance. Wang Goen chimed in immediately. Lu Zemin even began tearfully berating Lu Chen. Lu Chen, how could you be so selfish? You're going to ruin all of us, do you realize that? I never imagined you were this kind of person. I never want to see you again. No sooner had she finished her tirade than she switched to a pleading tone. Lu Chen, please, I'm begging you, okay? Kneel down now and kowtow 3 times to Big Brother, then apologize. He'll definitely forgive you. Or how about this, Lu Chen? You're short on cash, right? We'll split the bill for tonight's dinner. That should be fine, right? Li Xiaoshui desperately wanted to say something, but with a tooth knocked out and pain shooting through his jaw, he couldn't utter a word. Lu Chen eyed his classmates with a mocking look. He picked up another cherry tomato and popped it into his mouth. Then he spoke slowly, look. I'm doing this to help you guys. If you don't want me to, I'll just leave once the people I called arrive, and you can stay here. How about it? Seeing Lu Chen's dead pig fearing no boiling water demeanor, his face radiating confidence, not a trace of nervousness, Chen Feng and the others began to waver. Could it be that this kid really had connections in the capital? Especially since the first time they'd seen Lu Chen, he'd been accompanied by a woman dressed exquisitely and radiating elegance. Could that woman be someone important? Was she his connection? Could Lu Chen be kept by some wealthy woman? So when Lu Chen spoke, none of them responded. Zhou Jie, who had been somewhat worried. After hearing what Lu Chen's classmates and friends said, he finally felt completely at ease. If even his friends were saying this, it meant he truly had no connections. He was just putting on his show here with me. He let out a cold laugh. 5 minutes, huh? Fine. I'll be waiting. If no one shows up in 5 minutes, I'll break your arms and legs, crippling you for life. Just then, Zhou Jie's wife tugged at his arm, asking anxiously, will it be okay? What if? Zhou Jie smiled confidently, as if everything were under his control. Don't worry. It'll be fine. Meanwhile, at the Longbei military region. After Zhang Jianguo hung up the phone, he slammed his fist on the table 3 times in quick succession. This startled the officers in the meeting considerably. They rarely saw the commander lose his temper like this. They didn't know what had happened. But it must be something major. One of them cautiously asked, see Commander, what's wrong? What's wrong? Zhang Jianguo snorted coldly. Someone actually dared to cause trouble for Lu Chen, even threatening to break his arms and legs? They really don't know when to quit. That guy even claimed to be involved in the underworld, saying he has connections in both the legitimate and criminal spheres. How arrogant! I'll see what kind of protection you have behind you. Hearing this, shock spread across the faces of the assembled officers. Though they had little direct contact with Lu Chen, his name alone was already thunderous in their ears. They understood perfectly well just how crucial Lu Chen was. He was the prized asset of the entire Longbei military district, the crown jewel of the 5th military factory, and a national treasure of the entire Dragon Nation. They were barely keeping up with protecting and cherishing such a treasure. Yet someone dared to cause trouble, even threatening to break his arms and legs. Wasn't this tantamount to declaring war on the entire military district, on the entire Dragon Nation? It was nothing short of courting death. The assembled officers were all seething with anger. Commander, Lu Chen is our treasure. We can't let anything happen to him. I suggest sending troops to suppress this immediately. Exactly. Give him the courage he deserves. Anyone who dares mess with Lu Chen, no matter who backs them, must be crushed. If a single hair on Lu Chen's head is harmed, I'll make him regret ever being born. While these men spoke, Zhang Jianguo remained deep in thought. He knew he had to send troops, but deploying them now would be too late. If something went wrong, regret would come too late. What to do? At that moment, a name came to mind. Zhao Wendi. Zhao Wendi was the chief superintendent of the entire Imperial Capital Police Department. All police stations were under his command. Zhang Jianguo decided to call Zhao Wendi directly, instructing him to immediately dispatch the nearest officers for protection. After making up his mind, Zhang Jianguo took a deep breath. He raised his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. He immediately pulled out his phone, found Zhao Wendi's number, and dialed it. At that moment, Zhao Wendi was having dinner with friends. They were deep in conversation. Suddenly, the phone beside him rang. He frowned slightly. A hint of annoyance flashed through his mind. Who on earth would be calling him out of the blue this late at night? If it was a subordinate calling about something unimportant, he'd give them a thorough scolding over the phone. Chapter 142, if you're missing a single hair, then you ask. However, when he glanced at the name on the phone screen, he suddenly stiffened. His impatient expression vanished instantly, replaced by one of confusion and solemnity. He hadn't expected the caller to be Commander-in-Chief Zhang Jianguo. Zhang Jianguo held the rank of general. Although the military and the police force were not part of the same system, in terms of rank, Zhang Jianguo was slightly higher than him, the chief of police. Moreover, in terms of actual authority, he was still subordinate to Zhang Jianguo. He immediately answered the call, his demeanor exceptionally gentle, even tinged with a hint of flattery as he inquired, "Commander Zhang, what brings you to call? What can I do for you?" Zhang Jianguo cut straight to the point. "Chief Xiao, I won't beat around the bush. Let's get straight to the point. I need your help with something. We have a pillar of our nation, the most crucial figure in our military region, the chief engineer of the 5th military factory. The Dragon Lord personally selected him, personally received him, and personally bestowed honors upon him. We've been ordered to spare no expense and ensure absolutely nothing happens to him. His name is Lu Chen. This man of such vital importance is now trapped in a private room by a gang of thugs who threaten to break his legs and arms. Chief Zhao Wendi, you're in charge of public security, right? How is it possible that under your watch, gangsters still operate with such brazen audacity? And this thug even claims to have connections in official circles. Who exactly is protecting him, allowing him to run wild like this? Chief Xiao, putting our friendship aside, if anything happens to Lu Chen, don't expect me to blame you. The Dragon Lord will likely hold you personally accountable. Your tenure as chief superintendent will come to an end. Don't mistake this for alarmist talk, it's a well-intentioned warning. If something happens to him, you won't escape blame. None of you in charge of public safety will escape blame. Lu Chen? Which Lu Chen? Is he that important? Listening to Zhang Jianguo's words, Zhao Wendi froze in place, his entire body stiffening. Beads of sweat even began to form on his forehead. According to what Zhang Jianguo said, if that Lu Chen really had gotten into trouble. Whoa! Zhao Wendi sucked in a sharp breath. The consequences would be unimaginable. He immediately retorted, his voice filled with indignation. Which thug dares to be so brazen? Damn it! Thinking they can cause trouble on my turf? They must be tired of living. Commander Zhang, rest assured. Tell me Lu Chen's location now, and I'll ensure his safety. Not a single hair on his head will be harmed. I'll make arrangements immediately. Commander Zhang, tell me where he is now. I'll send men there immediately. No. I'll go personally. Zhang Jianguo cut to the chase, room 302 on the 3rd floor of the Emperor Hotel at 181 Guangrong Street, South City. Room 302 on the 3rd floor of the Emperor Hotel at 181 Glorious Street in South City, correct? Zhao Wendi repeated. Zhang Jianguo nodded. Correct. That's the one. Dispatch someone immediately. Otherwise, if something happens, none of us can afford the consequences. He hung up the phone. Zhao Wendi's friend noticed his flustered state and asked what was wrong. He had no time to explain. He simply blurted out, something big has happened. Then he immediately searched his contacts for a number. He dialed the South City precinct. The moment the call connected, they immediately issued him a mission. It was essentially a death sentence. He made it clear that if anything happened to Lu Chen, he wouldn't be able to keep his position as bureau chief. Judging by Zhao Wendi's tone and the gravity of his words, the bureau chief knew this matter was no trivial affair. It was essentially classified as an S-level emergency. He immediately contacted the local precinct police station. The district bureau then immediately contacted the local police station. The station chief received an order just as blunt and direct: go to that restaurant and protect a man named Lu Chen. If even a single hair on his head was harmed, the station chief would be stripped of his position and investigated. It was further emphasized that this was a direct order from Chief Zhao of the Imperial Capital Bureau itself. It must be executed unconditionally, and any obstruction must be eliminated at all costs. The sole objective was clear: ensure Lu Chen's safety at all costs. After hanging up, Zhang Changwei, the local police station chief, froze for a second. He furrowed his brow slightly. Because the owner of the Imperial Palace Hotel was his relative. He also served as the owner's protector. He wondered if the owner had crossed someone he shouldn't have. But then he thought about it. It probably wasn't that coincidental. After all, even though the incident happened at his relative's restaurant, it didn't necessarily mean his relative was responsible. He instinctively reached for his phone, intending to call his relative, the owner, to ask about the situation. But before he could even open his contacts, he stopped himself. His superiors had classified this incident as S-level severity. If even the slightest mistake occurred, dismissal would be the lightest punishment. And if word got out that he'd leaked information, his days as station chief would likely be numbered. So he decided against making the call. He immediately dispatched personnel to rush to the Emperor Hotel at top speed. The Dihao Hotel was less than a kilometer from his police station. From the moment the order was issued to when it reached him, barely a minute had passed. If they left now, they could reach the Emperor Hotel in 2 or 3 minutes at most. Inside the Emperor Hotel. Room 302. Over 10 people surrounded Lu Chen and his group. Zhou Jie kept glancing at his watch. Finally, after 4.5 minutes had passed, Zhou Jie burst into laughter, glaring at Lu Chen with contempt. Kid, it's been 4.5 minutes now. It'll be 5 minutes soon. Where are the people you called? Where are they? I don't see anyone. I think you're just bluffing and stalling for time. Let me tell you, this won't do you any good, it'll only make me angry. Only 20 seconds left. 20 seconds from now, if the person you called hasn't arrived, I'll break your legs right then and there. After saying this, he turned his gaze to Lu Chen's classmates. And you lot, you're about to have your legs and arms broken because of him. Blame him if you must. Who told him to brag so much? If he likes to brag, he'll pay the price. Hearing this, several heads ducked back in fear. They shot resentful glances at Lu Chen. They desperately wanted to curse him out, even beat him up. But in this moment, they were too tense to speak. Though only a dozen or so seconds remained. And Lu Chen himself had no certainty. He didn't know if anyone would come to rescue him within those few seconds. Yet he felt not a shred of panic. Because he still had his final trump card. Chapter 143, You've messed with the wrong person. When he had crafted this phone, he had programmed an emergency rescue function. As long as he uttered the corresponding voice command, the shattering sky would activate instantly wherever it was, as long as there was a signal. Once activated, it would rush to Lu Chen's side at the fastest possible speed in the shortest amount of time. And Breakthrough Heavens was currently stationed at the Long Bay Military District. At full speed, the journey from there to here would take less than a minute, merely a few dozen seconds. That was why he felt so confident. Time ticked away, second by second. Less than 10 seconds remained until the 5-minute mark. Zhou Jie was already itching to act, poised to make his move. He glanced at his watch again. He glared viciously at Lu Chen. Kid, you've got 7 seconds left. Why hasn't anyone shown up yet? Where are the people you called? Where are they? Lu Chen frowned slightly. He prepared to shout the voice command at any moment. Once the voice command was issued, he only needed to stall for a little more time. The mecha would arrive. Just as he was about to utter the command, he suddenly heard the sound of countless footsteps echoing through the corridor. His eyebrow shot up and his eyes lit up. A surge of joy filled his heart. His lips parted, softly uttering 2 words. They're here. At that moment, Zhou Jie also heard the commotion outside. He frowned, glancing back in confusion. In that very instant, the door to the private room was violently kicked open. Then, a dozen police officers, nearly fully armed, stormed in. The moment they entered, they aimed their guns or batons at the burly men. Bellowing, freeze! Everyone freeze! Get down on your knees with your heads down. The burly men were caught completely off guard. Moreover, deep down, they harbored an innate fear of anyone in police uniform. And now these men were pointing guns or batons at them, each looking like a fierce demon. They instantly cringed. Like little kittens and puppies, they obediently crouched down with their hands on their heads. Even Zhou Jie's wife crouched down. Seeing this scene, Chen Fang and the others felt immense relief wash over them, their tense expressions finally easing. They thought to themselves, this is great. We're saved. Some even shouted excitedly. Ah, we're saved. Officer, you're finally here. If you hadn't come, they would have broken our legs and arms. I was so scared. Please save us. They're all bad people. Arrest them all and bring them to justice. All the burly men crouched down except Zhou Jie. He wasn't the least bit panicked. He recognized several officers present, and he had a particularly close relationship with the station chief. The chief even took regular payments from him, acting as his personal protection. Just then, Chief Zhang Changwei strode in with an air of authority. Upon seeing Zhang Changwei, Zhou Jia shook his head, a look of reproach on his face. Pretending to be old friends, he addressed Zhang Changwei. Hey, old Zhang, what brings you here all of a sudden? What's with your men? Tell them to put their guns down immediately. Mr. Zhou? The moment he saw Zhou Jia, Zhang Changwei froze in shock. The one thing he dreaded most had happened. It really was Zhou Jia causing trouble here. If it were an ordinary matter, turning a blind eye might have sufficed. He would definitely have sided with Zhou Jia. But was this an ordinary matter? The higher-ups had issued a strict order. Self-preservation comes first. So he made up his mind instantly. To play the role of an impartial, iron-fisted judge. The scene that had just unfolded was witnessed by Chen Feng and the others. The glimmer of hope that had just flickered in their eyes was instantly extinguished. They never imagined these officers would actually know Zhou Jia. And they seemed quite familiar with each other. Recalling Zhou Jia's earlier claim about having connections in the legitimate world. Perhaps these officers were his connections. Was he destined to take a beating today? A wave of despair washed over him. But what no one expected was Zhang Chengwei's slightly surprised expression suddenly turned stern. He no longer looked as kind as before when he looked at Zhou Jia. It was as if he didn't recognize Zhou Jia at all. Who gave you permission to call me old Zhang? Are we that close? I don't know, you get lost. This statement left Zhou Jia completely dumbfounded. Before Zhou Jia could ask anything, Zhang Chengwei's expression softened instantly as he cautiously turned his gaze toward Lu Chen and the other three. Which one of you is Lu Chen? After asking this question, all eyes turned to Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled faintly. He raised his hand. That's me. It really is you. Zhang Chengwei beamed at Lu Chen, immediately striding toward him. He eyed him up and down as he asked, Are you all right? Did these people hurt you? Lu Chen shook his head. I'm fine. But if you'd been even a minute later, he would have broken my arms and legs. Hearing he was unharmed. The weight on her heart finally lifted, and she exhaled deeply. But then she heard about breaking Lu Chen's arms and legs. A chill instantly ran through her heart. A flicker of fear and anger surfaced on her face. He actually dares to break your arms and legs? How audacious. He spun around abruptly, his gaze fixed on Zhou Jia with hostility. He beckoned him over. So you're the one who wanted to break his arms and legs, huh? You've got some nerve. Get over here. Zhou Jia was utterly bewildered. He couldn't figure out what Zhang Changwei was up to today. At the same time, he noticed Zhang Changwei was being unusually polite, even fearful toward this young man. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over him. But he didn't panic too much. After all, his relationship with Zhang Changwei was no ordinary one. It was a relationship built on mutual benefit, the most stable kind of relationship. However, what he hadn't anticipated was this. As he approached Zhang Changwei and was about to ask for details, Zhang Changwei suddenly raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap across his face. Then he issued an order. Arrest every single one of them. The moment the words left his mouth, two officers immediately approached and cuffed Zhou Jia. The other burly men were all handcuffed as well. Caught off guard and unable to resist in front of the officers, Zhou Jia could only glare viciously at Zhang Changwei before demanding in utter confusion. What the hell is going on? Why are you handcuffing me? Have you lost your mind? Don't forget what happened last time. Before he could finish, another solid slap landed across his face. After the slap, Zhang Changwei grabbed his jaw. Shut your mouth. Let me tell you, you've messed with the wrong person this time. Not even a god could save you now. The wrong person? Zhou Jia frowned deeply, awkwardly pointing at Lu Chen with his handcuffed fingers. You mean him? Chapter 144, Regret Too Late. Zhang Changwei nodded. Exactly. Why did you have to pick a fight with Lu Chen? Do you really think you can afford to mess with him? Zhou Jia's frown deepened. He never dreamed he'd truly hit a brick wall this time. Recalling Lu Chen's consistently confident demeanor, utterly unfazed by him, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. So that's it. So your lack of fear wasn't bravado, nor was it you trying to show off. It turns out you actually have something going for you. But what exactly do you have? That you could scare a chief inspector into such a state? But Zhou Jia's panic lasted only a moment before he regained his composure. Because the protection he had wasn't just from this team leader. It was the bureau chief overseeing the division above the team leader. He gave a cold snort. He warned Zhang Changwei, Old Zhang, you can't just arrest me like this. I need to see Director Sunday. Over the years, I've certainly given my fair share. Before Zhou Jia could finish his sentence. Before he could finish, Zhang Changwei grabbed him by the collar and dragged him out. As he dragged him out, he barked orders to his men, keep a close watch on these people. And protect Lu Chen, don't let him get hurt in the slightest. The higher-ups are on their way here. If anything goes wrong, you won't be able to shoulder the responsibility. Zhang Changwei dragged Zhou Jia out. Inside the private room, Chen Feng and the others stared wide-eyed at Lu Chen. Their faces were frozen in disbelief. Their expressions were like they'd seen a ghost. They had always assumed Lu Chen was just putting on a show here, trying to impress people. How could someone who'd come here to hide from creditors after going bankrupt possibly know such influential figures? But now, a single phone call had summoned a large contingent of police officers. And these officers addressed him with extreme politeness, as if they were genuinely afraid of him. As if they feared the slightest harm might come to him. Moreover, the officer who arrived clearly knew Zhou Jia and not just casually. Yet because of Lu Chen, he now pretended not to recognize him. He even had this entire group arrested. This alone proved just how immense Lu Chen's influence was, how deep his connections ran, and how formidable the people above him were. They had all underestimated Lu Chen. Some even felt regret, wishing they hadn't mocked Lu Chen earlier and should have cultivated a better relationship with him instead. Yet they were also deeply puzzled. What kind of background did Lu Chen possess? After much deliberation, only one possibility came to mind. That Lu Chen might be related to this police officer, or perhaps to one of his superiors. That was how things would be from now on. But even if that were the case, it wasn't something they outsiders working here could afford to mess with. His mind began racing with thoughts of how to apologize and how to build a relationship with Lu Chen at the very least, so he could turn to Lu Chen for help if problems arose in the future. As for Lu Chen, any trace of tension he'd felt earlier had long since vanished. He sat back down in his chair with complete ease. Glancing at the nearly cold meal on the table, he shook his head. All this delicious food, it'd be a shame to waste it. With that, he paid no mind to the burly man crouched by the door, nor to the stares from his classmates, and began eating without hesitation. Outside the door, after Zhang Changwei dragged Zhou Jia out, Zhou Jia's eyes widened like a cow's, and he confronted Zhang Changwei in utter bewilderment. What the hell are you doing? Are you out of your mind? Zhang Changwei didn't answer immediately, instead making a shooing gesture toward him. Hey Zhou Jia, keep your voice down. What's the big deal if someone dies? Huh? Zhou Jia sighed helplessly. Sigh. Fine, I'll keep my voice down. But you have to tell me what's going on. What's your deal with that guy? Zhang Changwei shook his head. He wore an expression of disappointment, as if lamenting wasted potential. It's not about my relationship with that kid, it's about the higher-ups' relationship with him. The higher-ups? Zhou Jia furrowed his brow. You mean director's son? No. Zhang Changwei denied. Then who is it? Zhou Jia grew even more puzzled. Zhang Changwei took a deep breath, his expression growing even more grave. He leaned close to Zhou Jia's ear. Lowering his voice, Old Zhou, he said softly, we've known each other for so long, worked together for so long. I've taken my fair share of favors from you and pulled plenty of strings for you. If nothing major had happened, I would have turned a blind eye. But now you've really crossed someone you shouldn't have. I don't know exactly who's behind him, but I do know the orders didn't come from Director Sun or anyone above him, they came directly from the Chief of Police for the entire capital, Chief Xiao. And Chief Xiao has ordered it with absolute finality. Lu Chen must not lose a single hair. If anything goes wrong, countless bigwigs from top to bottom will face accountability. You should count yourself lucky you haven't laid a finger on him yet. Otherwise, you wouldn't even know how you died. What? Zhou Jia's eyes widened like lanterns, terror spreading across his face. Chief of Police? A direct order? How is that possible? Having navigated the capital's underworld for so many years, he knew exactly what kind of figure the chief superintendent represented. He was the one holding the real power in the entire capital. For a small fry like him, a single casual remark from that man's office could crush him 100 times over. He regretted it so much his guts turned green. How had he been so unlucky as to provoke someone he shouldn't have? What exactly was Lu Chen's relationship with that man? Had he known Lu Chen's background was this formidable, he'd never have dared cause trouble, even if it cost him his life. He'd really kicked a steel plate. The shock made his head spin for a few seconds before he finally snapped back to reality. He immediately asked pitifully, It's over. I've hit a brick wall. What do I do? What am I supposed to do now? Chief Shang, you can't just abandon me like this. You have to find a way to save me. He finally grasped the gravity of his predicament. Save you? How am I supposed to save you? What power do I have to do that? Don't even say I can't save you, even Director Sun wouldn't dare get involved. If you want to save yourself, there's only one possibility, apologize to Lu Chen. Only if he agrees will you have a chance. Alright, that's all I'll say. Now follow me into the private room. The higher-ups will likely arrive shortly. This time, entering the private room, Zhou Jia took tiny steps, his entire demeanor slumped and defeated, all traces of his earlier arrogance vanished. Once inside, he cautiously fixed his gaze on Lu Chen, who was stuffing his face with food. Chapter 145, Boss, have mercy on me. After a moment's hesitation, he made up his mind. He dropped to his knees on the floor. Be boss, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me for my mistakes. Just let me off like a fart. Please, spare me. Boss? Seeing Lu Chen still eating without acknowledging him, Zhou Jia grew anxious. Zhou Jia's henchmen had initially held on to hope. They knew Joe Jia had even bigger connections backing him. They assumed that after he went out and came back, he'd surely smooth things over. After all, similar situations had occurred before, and each time, things had been resolved upon his return. But this time, the outcome stunned everyone. They never imagined their usually arrogant and domineering boss would kneel here so meekly, begging for mercy. They finally realized they had crossed someone they shouldn't have, and the last shred of hope shattered within them. Facing Joe Jia's pleas, Lu Chen merely glanced up at him. He said nothing. The scene fell into an instant silence. Meanwhile, Zhang Changwei had already reported the situation to his superior, Director Sun. The main point was that Lu Chen was unharmed. Director Sun's heart finally settled. Not long after, inside the private room, the sound of numerous police sirens could be heard outside the restaurant. Judging by the volume alone, at least several dozen police cars were approaching. Both the restaurant patrons and people nearby were drawn to the commotion, pausing to watch. They were curious to know what could possibly warrant such a massive police presence. Once the police cars came to a stop, over 100 armed police officers disembarked. Fully armed, they swiftly flooded into the restaurant and charged toward the third floor. Within moments, the entire third floor was completely surrounded. Moments later, Commissioner Sun rushed into the private room. His expression was grim. He scanned the room, and anyone who met his gaze immediately lowered their head, overwhelmed by his stern expression and imposing presence. However, when his gaze landed on Lu Chen, who was still eating and drinking, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Then, his expression underwent a complete 180-degree shift. A warm smile spread across his face. He chuckled and asked Lu Chen, "Hey, you must be Lu Chen, right? That's wonderful. I'm glad you're okay." Lu Chen gave a faint nod. "I'm fine." Then he continued eating. Seeing Lu Chen's indifferent response, Director Sun was at a loss for words for a long time. He felt a bit awkward. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he remembered Zhou Jia. He turned, fixing his gaze on Zhou Jia's face as he knelt on the ground. He and Zhou Jia had known each other for a long time. He was also Zhou Jia's biggest protector. Usually, as long as it didn't involve murder or go too far, he could handle it for Zhou Jia. He'd taken quite a bit of money from him. But this time, Zhou Jia's audacity had truly grown unbounded. He dared to offend someone even he couldn't afford to provoke. This was dragging him down with Zhou Jia. Seeing Zhou Jia's pleading eyes, Director Sun was so furious he couldn't contain himself. Without a word, he stepped forward and kicked him. He sent Zhou flying onto the floor. Then he roared angrily, "You've got some nerve. What era do you think this is? This is a society governed by law, and you still dare to pull this kind of stunt? You're practically asking for it." After berating him, he turned back to Lu Chen and said, "Brother Lu, I'm truly sorry this happened under my watch. I share the responsibility. Rest assured, I'll ensure strict oversight and severe punishment for scum like him, thugs and hoodlums of his ilk." From the fragments of conversation, Chen Fong and the others could tell. This man called Director Sun was definitely no small fry. And yet, such a powerful figure remained so courteous and cautious in front of Lu Chen. Just how much power did Lu Chen wield? What kind of background did he possess? It was beyond their wildest imagination. Lu Chen nodded, fixing his gaze on Zhou Jia. "You're the owner of this restaurant, right?" Zhou Jia nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I'm the owner." Lu Chen's initiative to speak with him gave Zhou Jia a glimmer of hope. "Brother Lu, whatever you need, just say the word." Lu Chen considered it. "Never mind. I won't bother you." He turned to Director Sun instead. "Director Sun, please tell the waitstaff to bring me another plate of spicy pork, another plate of stir-fried chicken, and finally, add a plate of braised pork. Just these few items." Realizing Lu Chen hadn't come for him, Zhou Jia's newly kindled hope shattered once more. Director Sun smiled and agreed. "Right away, I'll go now." It seemed like being able to help Lu Chen was a great honor for him. He had just returned from ordering food outside. When he returned, a large group of people arrived outside the restaurant and rushed inside in a hurry. They were Director Sun's superiors. They went through the same routine, then proceeded to inquire about Lu Chen's well-being. Chen Fong and the others were once again utterly stunned. They were so stunned they could barely speak. Another 10 minutes passed. The third wave of people arrived. Zhao Wendi, surrounded by her subordinates, rushed in at a brisk pace. This wave after wave of people was leaving the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. What on earth is happening at the Emperor Hotel? Why are they arriving in waves like this? And each group is fully armed. Looks like the people coming are getting higher and higher up. Holy crap, this guy's no ordinary visitor. Not ordinary? Who is he? Doesn't he recognize anyone? He's the chief of police for the entire imperial capital. Every officer in the city answers to him. He's the real deal, a powerhouse whose every move sends shockwaves through the force. Seriously? That powerful? What the hell is going on in this restaurant? Even someone that influential showed up. Could it be a nationwide fugitive inside? A national fugitive? That's nothing. What's going on inside is probably 10 or 100 times worse than that. Soon, Zhao Wendy arrived on the third floor. At that moment, the third floor had already been cordoned off, with SWAT and armed police filling the corridors. Upon seeing Zhao Wendy ascend, some recognized him, while others didn't know him personally but recognized the rank insignia on his shoulder. One by one, they parted to make way, leaving a clear path in the center. As for Zhao Wendy, his face expressionless, he strode purposefully through the corridor. He headed straight for room 302. The moment he entered room 302, Chief Zhang Changwei, Director's Son's superior, and several other high-ranking officials immediately approached Zhao Wendy with utmost respect. In unison, they called out, "Chief Zhao." Chapter 146, Commander Zhang arrives. MHM. Zhao Wendy gave them a slight nod. Then his gaze settled on Lu Chen. His cold, ruthless expression vanished as he smiled warmly at him. "I'm Zhao Wendy, Chief Superintendent of the Imperial Capital. You must be Lu Chen?" Lu Chen could tell the man was no ordinary visitor. He offered a slight smile. He rose, pushed back his chair, walked over to Zhao Wendy, and shook his hand. "Hello, Chief Zhao. I'm Lu Chen." Chief Zhao laughed heartily. He praised him. "Truly someone the Dragon Lord holds in high regard. You're extraordinary. Let's wait here a moment. Commander Zhang will be here shortly." "Chief Zhao, you flatter me." Lu Chen gestured toward the table. "I just ordered a few more dishes. It's late, and you've come all this way. Please join me for a bite. Please sit down." Just then, the dishes Lu Chen had ordered were brought to the table. At Lu Chen's persistent urging, Zhao Wendy finally picked up his chopsticks. The two ate and chatted, feeling as though they had known each other for years. However, Zhou Jia, Zhang Changwei, and Director's Son beside them, along with Lu Chen's classmates, were utterly dumbfounded. They never could have imagined Lu Chen actually knew the Dragon Lord? And that the Dragon Lord had taken a liking to him? This is getting way too crazy. They've been speculating endlessly about who was backing Lu Chen, and it turns out it's the Dragon Lord? Holy crap. Zhou Jia and Lu Chen's classmates could have slapped themselves. Could they really afford to mess with someone like that? It was like putting a stove on top of a gas tank asking for trouble. Another 10 minutes passed. The crowd gathered outside the Dihao Hotel to watch the spectacle, along with the onlookers inside the restaurant. Everyone was dumbfounded. Mouths gaped open, expressions frozen in disbelief. As if they'd seen a ghost. Am I seeing things? Why do I see so many military vehicles rolling in? Seriously, what's going on? They've even deployed military vehicles and armed helicopters. What kind of heinous crime did this Emperor Hotel commit? Goodness gracious, are they planning to raze this place to the ground? They can't be here for me, can they? Surely not. I just downloaded a few educational videos yesterday, nothing else. Oh no, they're definitely here for me. I've been having an affair with Widow Wang next door. Wait, I only collected 5.50 yuan protection money from a few elementary school kids. Is this really worth such a big operation? Oh no, did they find out about me peeping on Xiao Mei while she was bathing? One by one, they began to reflect on themselves, wondering if they'd done something wrong. Should they turn themselves in? But it wasn't just them who were shocked. The armed police and SWAT officers surrounding the Dihao Hotel were also scratching their heads. They hadn't expected the military and helicopters to show up either. They were thoroughly perplexed. As dozens of police vehicles pulled up, Zhang Jianguo immediately stepped out, leading several officers and a squad of soldiers as they strode purposefully into the Dihao Hotel. Meanwhile, the other 100 or so soldiers began deploying in a controlled formation. 1 minute later. Third floor. The moment Zhang Jianguo stepped into room 302, he spotted Lu Chen. He burst into laughter. "Brother Lu, ha ha ha. Seeing you safe with my own eyes puts my mind at ease." Lu Chen immediately set down his chopsticks and bowl, then walked over to stand beside Zhang Jianguo. At the same time, Zhao Wendy also stood up and nodded to Zhang Jianguo. Zhang Jianguo returned the nod. Upon reaching Zhang Jianguo's side, Lu Chen laughed heartily. "Commander Zhang, I'm perfectly fine, of course. But I really owe it all to you. If it weren't for you, my legs and arms would probably be broken by now." "Ha?" Hearing this, Zhang Jianguo's eyebrows shot up, anger flashing across his face. Who exactly had the audacity to try breaking your arms and legs?" Lu Chen suddenly turned and pointed at Zhou Jia, who was kneeling on the ground. Zhou Jia knelt on the ground, his head tucked into his neck, bowed low. His entire body was trembling. Having served in the military in his youth, he instantly recognized just how terrifying this man known as Commander Zhang truly was. Judging by the insignia on his shoulders, this was a full general, for heaven's sake. What possible merit could a lowly lackey from such a small place have to warrant the presence of a chief of police, let alone a general? His heart ached bitterly. Goodness gracious. What's all this commotion? Have I broken some divine law? Are you here to wipe out my entire family? Especially when he caught Lu Chen's gaze fixed on him out of the corner of his eye. He finally couldn't hold it together any longer. He dropped to his knees. He cried out for mercy. I was wrong, I truly was wrong. Please spare me. I'll never dare again. No sooner had he uttered these words than he scrambled to his feet, crawled over to Lu Chen, clutched his ankle, and looked up with tear-filled eyes, pleading, Brother Lu, I was wrong. Please put in a good word for me. Can you spare me? I swear I'll never do it again. Brother Lu, I beg you. Brother Lu, when I said I'd break your legs and arms, I was just talking back. See? Nothing happened to you. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Facing someone as ruthless as Zhou Jia, he showed not a shred of pity. He had connections and backing, which is why he wasn't afraid. If it were an ordinary person, they'd be in real trouble. And who knew how many ordinary people he'd already victimized? Mr. Zhou, I preferred your defiant attitude back then. Didn't you say you weren't afraid no matter who I brought? Didn't you say you had people protecting you from above? Didn't you say you're connected in both the legitimate and underworld circles? Go ahead, show me. Hearing Zhou Jia's plea for mercy, Zhang Jianguo suddenly lost his temper. He kicked Zhou Jia aside with one swift motion. What kind of person do you think you are? Let me tell you this, it's a miracle Brother Lu is unharmed. If he'd really lost an arm or a leg, the consequences would be beyond your ability to handle. You still have the nerve to beg for mercy? There's no such thing as a regret pill in this world. It's too late. He then turned his gaze to Zhao Wendi. Chief Zhao, investigate him. Dig up every single illegal thing he has ever done. Leave no stone unturned. Punish him to the fullest extent of the law. And that so-called backing, he mentioned his connections to both the underworld and the establishment. Investigate every single person involved in any related crimes or illegal activities. No matter how high his backers climb, no matter what connections he wields, rip them all down. Dig deep, investigate thoroughly, and crack down hard. Chief Zhao, this falls within your jurisdiction. You must see this through. Zhao Wendi took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Commander Zhang, rest assured. Tonight I'll strategize the next steps. Tomorrow I'll convene a meeting to launch a special operation to root out organized crime completely. In this operation, no matter what obstacles we encounter, no matter who stands in our way, I will root them out with unwavering resolve. We will investigate to the very end. Chapter 147, Drone Development, now on the agenda. Watching Chief Zhao make his solemn pledge here. Director Zhang, Bureau Chief Sun, and several others exchanged uneasy glances, their eyes darting nervously. They never dreamed this matter would soon implicate them personally. And with even the chief superintendent making this pledge here, it seemed there was no escaping this matter. All eyes turned to Zhou Jia with hostility. They could have strangled Zhou Jia on the spot. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't be in such a passive position. Moreover, they knew Chief Zhao's work style and his capabilities. If the investigation went any further, it would inevitably drag them into it. At Zhao's rank, once they were exposed, no one could help them. So their focus now wasn't on how to escape. Instead, they were strategizing how to turn themselves in to seek leniency. Lu Chun chatted with Commander Zhang for a while longer. He planned to leave with Commander Zhang. He could also hitch a ride on a military vehicle, saving on travel expenses. But before departing, he glanced back at Chen Fong and the other students. He spoke calmly. Now that this is settled, don't just stand there. Hurry up and take young Marshal Li to the hospital. I have other matters to attend to. I'll be going now. Lu Chen, Commander Zhang, and Chief Zhao chatted and laughed as they exited the private room, descended to the first floor, and left the restaurant. They then got into their respective vehicles and departed with the rest of the group. Zhou Jia and the others were forced into police cars and taken to the detention center. Only when the private room was left with just Chen Fong and his few companions did they suddenly realize what had happened, their hearts filled with waves of fear and regret. Chen Fong's body was numb with tension, leaving him feeling utterly drained. He collapsed into a chair. He took a deep breath. He spoke slowly. Who would have thought Lu Chen's connections were this deep? He's practically got ties to the heavens. Yeah, sigh. We were wrong. If we'd known he was this powerful, we should have seated him at the head of the table and cultivated a good relationship with him. Who would have thought? All this time we've been debating the concept of value, but it turns out he was the most valuable one all along. I always thought we weren't in the same league as him. Now it's clear we truly aren't. The group kept sighing and regretting their actions. Enough talk. I'm in agony, get me to the hospital now. Only when the groans of the injured Li Shaoshui lying on the ground broke through did they remember there was still a casualty among them. Chen Fong slapped his forehead. No wonder I felt something was off, I completely forgot about him. Quick, call 120. On the wide road, dozens of military vehicles drove in neat formation. Lu Chen sat in one of them, watching the colorful traffic lights and the bustling flow of vehicles. He gradually became lost in thought. He marveled at how the capital truly lived up to its name. Even at night, it remained a bustling metropolis. It was undeniably far more prosperous than his hometown. Just then, Lu Yongmin suddenly called. Lu Chen answered without hesitation. The moment the call connected, A voice filled with tension and urgency came through. Brother Lu, I heard you got beaten up. Are you okay? Lu Chen chuckled softly. Don't worry, Director Lu. I'm fine, absolutely fine. I'm riding back with Commander Zhang right now. That's good. Lu Yongmin's heart finally settled. I was so afraid something happened to you. You're our treasure. Whoever had the nerve to mess with you deserves a severe punishment. But since Commander Zhang personally intervened, I'm sure everything's been taken care of. That puts my mind at ease. Thank you for your concern, Director Lu. Lu Chen expressed his sincere gratitude. Truthfully, he felt rather embarrassed. It was all because of him. He had caused such a commotion late at night, making so many people worry about him and run around on his behalf. He added, I'll treat you and Commander Zhang to a meal sometime soon to express my gratitude. After all, it's getting late, and I've caused you all so much trouble. No sooner had he finished speaking. Zhang Jiangguo, standing nearby, gave a hearty laugh. Brother Lu, we're all family here. Talking about helping out or worrying is putting too much distance between us. That's not how it works. Lu Yongmin also told him not to be so formal. Lu Chen chuckled and thanked them once more. Then he added, Director Lu, I'll start work tomorrow. It's time to put the drone project on the agenda. Didn't you say they came in last at that international drone competition last time? Didn't you say foreign drone development and application have already left us far behind? Rest assured this time with me handling it, I'll absolutely deliver a super drone for you. That's fantastic. With Lu Chen personally taking charge, Lu Yongmin felt reassured. It's just a small drone. In Lu Yongmin's eyes, Lu Chen would surely have it wrapped up. Chief Engineer Lu, let's discuss the specifics tomorrow. Get some rest after you head back. All right. Lu Chen replied before hanging up. The call had barely ended. Zhang Jianguo turned to Lu Chen with curiosity. Factory Director Lu sure knows how to handle things. He's given you this challenging drone project again. To be honest, the development of drones is indeed urgent. In future conflicts, drones could play an incredibly significant role. Not only for reconnaissance, but also for combat operations. And they don't require human pilots, they can be controlled from safe locations. This is the way things are headed. Our country started late in this field and lacks sufficient talent reserves. Our R&D in drones lags behind others. Normally, it would take quite a long time to achieve breakthroughs. But since this mission has been entrusted to you, it certainly won't be a problem. I look forward to the drones you develop. Lu Chen smiled and nodded. Commander, rest assured. I won't let you down. As they drove further from the city, the car picked up speed. Before long, Lu Chen arrived back at his dormitory. Tonight had been full of twists and turns. But to be fair, the food had been quite decent. After returning to the dormitory, he felt a bit tired. I drank a bowl of cool boiled water. I brushed my teeth and washed up quickly. Then I collapsed into bed. The night passed without incident. The next day, Lu Chen had just woken up. He received a call from Lu Yongmin. Chief Engineer Lu, this meeting was originally scheduled for tomorrow. But since you're back at work today, I've moved it up to this morning. Let me brief you on the current situation first. Although headquarters assigned us the task of developing drones, our factory lacks experience in this field. So they transferred over the original drone R&D team along with the project. That is, the personnel from the 2nd Military Factory. Chapter 148, what the hell do they know? But you should brace yourself mentally. Most of their drone R&D team consists of older individuals with rather traditional mindsets not exactly known for innovative thinking. The others are fresh graduates from prestigious universities, all highly educated but full of themselves. Of course. Besides them, 5 members from our 5th Military Factory are also on this project. All 5 know about your achievements and look up to you as an idol. They're completely convinced by your expertise. But with the original team members, you'll need to put in extra effort. That's the gist of the situation. I wanted to give you a heads up first. You'll learn more when you attend the meeting this morning. Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully. Understood, Director Lu. Thank you for the heads up. I'll keep that in mind. Lu Chen glanced at the time again. He asked. The meeting starts at 9, right? Correct. It starts at 9. Just make sure you're here before then. Lu Yongmin required everyone else to arrive at least 10 minutes early, but for Lu Chen, such strictness wasn't necessary. Just showing up on time would be good enough. Got it, Lu Chen replied. I'll hang up now, time for breakfast. After hanging up, Lu Chen prepared a slice of bread, a carton of milk, then fried 2 eggs and a sausage. A simple breakfast. After finishing, he glanced at the time and realized it was still early. So he opened the game, ready for a quick play. A little past 8:30. Below the office building. A dozen or so people gathered below the office building, chatting. These individuals were the core members of the team originally tasked with developing drones at the 2nd Military Factory. The oldest appeared to be around 60, while the youngest were barely in their 20s. Although they had been reassigned to the 5th military factory to assist with the development, they essentially still belonged to the 2nd military factory. Most of them gathered here were still venting their frustrations. What the hell were the higher-ups thinking, moving our entire team over to the 5th Arsenal? What do they know about this stuff? Exactly. And they expect us to follow their orders? I refuse to accept this. Sure, we didn't perform well in the international competition and our rankings weren't great, but there's no denying we're at the forefront of domestic drone research. The 5th military factory never had any research in this field before. What could they possibly understand? I heard the 5th military factory has this super talented expert in charge of this drone project. A top-tier expert? What's his name? Is he actually in drone research? I know pretty much everyone who's anyone in this field, and I've never heard of anyone like that at the 5th military factory. I heard this person is named Lu Chen. He was apparently from the original mecha project department. Word is he holds a very high position at the 5th military factory and is highly skilled. Lu Chen? Who is he? I've never heard that name before. During our time at the 5th military factory, I've heard that name constantly. Everyone here seems to say Lu Chen is a god, a genius born once in 1,000 years. A god? A genius born once in 1,000 years? That's a bit of an exaggeration, don't you think? What kind of joke is that? I don't buy it. It's all hype. No worries. We should meet him at the meeting soon. We'll see if he's got the real deal. If he doesn't, we'll just band together and ignore him. These people were still deeply resistant to being transferred to the 5th military factory and harbored resentment toward its personnel. So they had their own opinions about the upcoming work. Some even wanted to break away and start their own operation. To prove themselves. This morning's meeting, however, served a different purpose for Lu Yongmin. His primary goal was to introduce these individuals to Lu Chen and vice versa, fostering mutual recognition and building consensus among them. This would facilitate future collaboration. Still, he harbored some concerns. Given Lu Chen's temperament, if he disliked any of them, he might reject them all outright. In contrast to the resistant experts at the 2nd Arsenal. Several dozen meters away, 5 others huddled together, chatting animatedly, even visibly excited. These 5 were from the 5th military factory, also assigned to the drone development project. Lu Yongmin had specifically selected them to work alongside Lu Chen. I'll tell you, I never imagined I'd get to work under Chief Engineer Lu this time. It's just incredible luck. Me too. Chief Engineer Lu is like a god. Even if we only learn a little from him, it'll be a huge boost for our future careers. We absolutely must seize this opportunity and perform well. If we catch Chief Engineer Lu's eye, soaring to new heights isn't out of the question. Exactly. Why don't we guys chip in and treat Chief Engineer Lu to a meal sometime? Absolutely. We should at least do that much to build connections. None of these individuals were particularly old, averaging around 30. The reason Lu Yongmin chose young candidates was mainly because their 5th military factory had little expertise in drone technology. There weren't many people who understood this field. Since both experienced and inexperienced personnel, regardless of age, lacked expertise in this field. It made more sense to select a few younger, more dynamic individuals to assist Lu Chen. After all, being closer in age would make communication smoother and easier. While the two groups were still discussing this, Lu Yongmin strolled over at a leisurely pace. Upon seeing the factory director approach, both groups fell silent. Then, without a word, they headed toward the building. Once both groups had entered the building, Lu Yongmin followed slowly behind them. His gaze was piercing. Seeing them split into 2 groups to chat, he knew that bringing them together wouldn't be so simple. Soon, everyone entered the conference room. Lu Yongmin naturally took the seat of honor. The rest remained divided into 2 groups, those from the 2nd military factory sat together, and those from the 5th military factory sat together. Time ticked by. With only 2 minutes left until 9 o'clock, Lu Chen still hadn't arrived. The 2nd Arsenal personnel were growing increasingly dissatisfied. They murmured among themselves. We've been waiting here for over 10 minutes. Why hasn't that Lu Chen shown up yet? Is he trying to show off his importance? Unbelievable. I'd never work under him. Yeah, me neither. Maybe we should bring it up during the meeting later. Let's form a team with a 2nd batch factory entrance, and they can form a team with the 5th military factory. Let's see who can make the breakthrough first and whose drones turn out to be the most advanced. That's a great idea. We'll do it that way. Just then, footsteps echoed outside the meeting room. Knock knock knock. The door was not. Chapter 149, this development should be led by us. Come in. Lu Yongmin knew it must be Lu Chen arriving, and his heart leapt with joy. At that very moment, all eyes turned toward the doorway. Squeak! The door swung open. A young man dressed in casual attire, standing tall and straight, with a handsome face and sharp, piercing eyes, walked in slowly. Chief Engineer Lu, you're here. Please take a seat. Lu Yongmin said cheerfully. Lu Chen smiled and nodded back. He glanced at the seating arrangement and headed toward a specific direction. As for the people from the 5th Military Factory, upon seeing that the so-called chief engineer Lu was merely a young man in his early 20s, their faces flashed a hint of surprise, followed by a deeper look of contempt. They never dreamed that the 5th Military Factory's much-hyped chief engineer would turn out to be just a young man. It was downright laughable. What could a youngster possibly know? How could he become a chief engineer? It was sheer nonsense. They even suspected there must be some shady dealings behind it. As for letting a 20-something lead them, that was utterly unthinkable. They were filled with resentment. They looked down on Lu Chen. Yet the people at the 5th Military Factory treated Lu Chen like an idol. Seeing Lu Chen approach, they immediately pulled out a chair for him. They gestured for him to sit down. Lu Chen offered a faint smile to the man, expressing his gratitude. After taking his seat, Lu Yongmin first welcomed the delegation from the 2nd Military Factory for coming here. He then exchanged pleasantries, before getting to the point. In modern warfare, whether it's using drones for reconnaissance, combat operations, or supply drops, their applications are increasingly diverse and their impact ever greater. Moreover, some nations began developing drones years ago and have now integrated them deeply into warfare, achieving remarkable results. Given the critical importance of drones, our nation must naturally intensify our independent R&D efforts. And that is precisely why we have gathered here today. What follows is our discussion on which aspects to prioritize in our upcoming work, where to focus our R&D efforts, and what objectives to set. The most critical aspects of military drones boil down to the following. First is controllability, encompassing control methods, terminal operation, transmission capabilities, video clarity, and responsiveness. Second is endurance, third is payload capacity, fourth is speed, and fifth are functions tailored for military applications. All of these are absolutely critical. Of course, the military drones we're discussing today are small-sized ones. We have been continuously developing large-scale drones and have achieved a solid level of capability. Additionally, Lu Yongmin then spoke for about half an hour on development directions, various functionalities, and the supporting equipment already prepared. After picking up his thermos and taking a sip of water, he continued. I've made the R&D objectives crystal clear. Now I expect everyone to achieve breakthroughs under Chief Engineer Lu's leadership as soon as possible. Oh, and since this is your first meeting, let me introduce everyone. Lu Chen, the dozen or so individuals seated to my right have been temporarily transferred from the 2nd Military Factory. They've been engaged in R&D work for decades, possessing deep expertise in the field of unmanned aerial vehicles. With their extensive experience, they represent the pinnacle of scientists in this domain. From now on, you'll be leading their work. If there's anything you're unsure about, feel free to ask for guidance. Hearing Plant Manager Lu's praise, the 2nd Arsenal personnel immediately stood up straighter, their faces lighting up with pride. However, Factory Director Lu's next words instantly turned their faces dark. Lu Yongmin delivered a sharp turn. Though I know what you don't understand, they likely won't either. So whether it's direction or technical matters, you'll need to provide more guidance to the 2nd Military Factory team. He then turned his gaze toward the 2nd Military Factory personnel. Colleagues, allow me to introduce our Chief Engineer Lu. Before Lu Yongmin could continue his introduction, he was immediately interrupted. The speaker was the most senior and longest-serving elder at the 2nd Military Factory. Excuse me, Director Lu, I have an idea, or rather, a suggestion. Might I share it? Lu Yongmin paused for a moment, then nodded. Please share whatever thoughts or suggestions you have. All right. I'm Cui Yuqing, the Chief Engineer of the UAV R&D Department at the 2nd Military Factory. Our teams have collaborated for many years and are accustomed to working together. Suddenly having others join our collaboration, or us following someone else's directives, may not yield positive results. It could actually reduce efficiency. Moreover, while your 5th Military Factory may excel in other areas, it appears to have little research or accumulated expertise in drones. One might even say you're completely unfamiliar with the field. My proposal is for us to lead this development effort. I would serve as the overall project lead, with them supporting our work. What do you think? His words, of course, echoed the sentiments of everyone else present. No sooner had he finished speaking. Immediately, others chimed in. Exactly, Director. After all, we have years of R&D experience, while you likely have none. It makes more sense for us to lead and for you to support us. Exactly. That seems reasonable to me. At least we know how to develop it, which direction to take, where the focus should be, and where the challenges lie. Mr. Cui is absolutely right. We have extensive experience after all. How can we let people who know nothing about drones and have never worked in this field lead us? Director Lu, we're not being difficult. We're simply making a reasonable suggestion and request. After hearing their words, Lu Yongmin's lips twitched slightly, left somewhat speechless. First off, the higher-ups transferred them here, euphemistically calling it supporting Lu Chen. To put it bluntly, they were here to be his underlings. Lu Chen could build super technologies like mechs, controllable nuclear fusion, aircraft carriers, frigates, energy shields, and laser weapons. A mere drone? That was child's play for him, a piece of cake. Why would he need your guidance? Absolutely ridiculous. Without a moment's hesitation, he shook his head and flatly rejected their proposal. Your suggestion is unacceptable. I won't approve it. Your superiors transferred you here to assist Chief Engineer Lu, not to make you the person in charge. You should be well aware of that. Chapter 150, The Bet. After speaking these words, Cui Yuqing fell silent. But some of the younger members couldn't hold back and immediately countered. Director Lu, that's what headquarters instructed, but shouldn't we have some flexibility in our actual work? Besides, we're here to complete the task. Even if we follow his leadership, it won't matter if we fail to deliver in the end, right? Director Lu, this so-called Chief Engineer Lu is barely in his early 20s, right? At his age, he's probably just a graduate student at most. How many years has he spent in RD? How many projects has he worked on? What achievements has he made? What could he possibly understand? Exactly. Having this kid lead us? We're not buying it. Relations between 2nd Military Factory and 5th Military Factory were already strained, with constant competition over everything. Now they're being transferred to the 5th Factory and placed under the command of some young upstart from there. If word gets out, it'll be a laughingstock. Where would they hang their heads? So each of them was seething inside. Lu Yongmin slammed his hand on the table. Quiet. Everyone quiet. Listen to me, Lu. Before he could finish, Lu Chen raised his hand. Lu Chen, do you have something to say? Lu Chen stood up immediately. His gaze fell upon the people from the 2nd Military Factory. A faint smile touched his lips. Actually, if it weren't for the factory director's persuasion, I wouldn't have agreed to lead you at all. All that research you claim to have done over the years, all that experience, all that technical know-how in my eyes, it's practically worthless. If you were truly as capable as you claim, you wouldn't have been temporarily assigned here by higher-ups to report to me. Nor would you be ranking near the bottom in international competitions. Judging by the results, your drone development capabilities are truly mediocre. That whole relying on seniority routine won't fly with me. Lu Chen spoke bluntly, showing them no mercy. Hearing this, they immediately grew agitated. Lu Chen, you think you're so great? Who do you think you are? Young man, don't speak so disrespectfully. If you think we're no good, what about you? You have to be strong yourself to criticize others. What gives you the right to look down on us? Kid, you're truly arrogant. I don't know where you get your confidence. Humility leads to progress, while pride leads to decline. Don't you understand this simple truth? We have scholars here who've earned multiple honors. Young people should keep their heads down, study diligently, and humbly seek guidance. Acting like this won't get you anywhere. Oomph. Since you claim we're no good, dare you take us on in a wager? Lu Chen pretended not to hear the earlier criticism and mockery. Instead, he found the final challenge intriguing. He inquired, a bet? What kind of bet? The man proposing the wager appeared to be around 26 or 27, likely fresh out of graduate school and newly employed at the 2nd Military Factory. Facing Lu Chen's inquiry, he replied. Simple. Our 2nd Military Factory team versus your team of 6. Then we'll both work on developing drones simultaneously. We'll set a deadline, and when time's up, we'll compare our results and see who wins. Are you up for it? His words were met with immediate approval from his own team. Well said. That's a great idea. Exactly. If you can't accept us taking the lead, then we'll split into 2 teams and see which one comes out on top. Exactly. Let's let our skills do the talking. And since you're so confident, prove it by accepting this wager. I'd love to see what you inexperienced, clueless youngsters can actually build. Exactly. Dare you race us? To these people, Lu Chen and the other 5 young men were complete amateurs. That's why they dared not accept the wager. Hearing the 2nd Arsenal personnel speak thus, Lu Yongmin suddenly found himself at a loss. He turned to look at Lu Chen with a questioning expression. Before Lu Chen could speak, the other 5 spoke up first. Chief Engineer Lu, they truly don't know a good thing when they see it. Working under you, learning from you, it's such a precious opportunity. Yet they don't cherish it. Since they want to bet against you, why not just agree? Exactly, Chief Engineer Lu. Why should we fear them? Let them see what you're capable of. Chief Engineer Lu, you alone are worth more than all of them combined. No, not even 1%, not even 1,000th of your worth. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen nodded. Alright, I accept this wager. But, since it's a bet, we should add some stakes, right? Right, old Chui? Upon hearing Lu Chen accept the wager, Cui Yuqing was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected the other party to actually dare accept it. Now that the other side had brought up stakes, he had nothing to fear. Cui Yuqing nodded. You want a stake, huh? No problem. Name your wager. Whatever you want, I'll take it. All right. Lu Chen spoke calmly, here's the deal. We'll split into 2 teams. Over the next 3 months, each team will develop a drone. After 3 months, we'll conduct a comprehensive evaluation and field test of the drones developed, then determine the winner. If we win, you and your entire team will transfer from the 2nd military factory to join us at the 5th military factory. What do you say? At this point, Lu Chen chuckled. The 5th military factory lacked drone specialists and talent to begin with, while he could single-handedly develop formidable drones in a short time. But to truly secure the technology within the 5th military factory and achieve large-scale mass production? It was absolutely impossible without the right talent. So he played along with their scheme, improvising this plan on the spot. Now he just waited for the other party to take the bait. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Cui Yuqing suddenly hesitated. He actually wanted them all to transfer and join the 5th military factory. This was no small matter. Moreover, this wasn't just his decision, it affected the entire team. He couldn't give an answer right away. He turned to look at the rest of the team. The rest of the team also fell silent at that moment. They couldn't make up their minds in the moment. Seeing their hesitation, Lu Chen pressed further. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Didn't you claim to have decades of RD experience and deep expertise in drones? Didn't you say we know nothing? What's the matter? You're backing down from a team of 6 young people? If you're scared, just say so. Then follow my lead, it's that simple. Right? Chapter 151, The Bet. You know what? Pushing someone's buttons really works. Cui Yuqing nearly slammed his hand on the table to agree to the wager. Fortunately, he held back. His gaze swept over everyone on his side. He asked, what do you all think? Should we accept? After he finished asking, everyone fell silent. However, the silence didn't last long. The younger members couldn't hold back and spoke up first. Old Cui, what's the big deal? Just agree. We won't say anything anyway. Master Cui, rest assured. They can't possibly win. He's just bluffing us. Master Cui, if we refuse now, won't they think we're afraid of them? And then we'll have to follow their lead and kowtow to them forever. They don't know anything, this is just nonsense. Seeing the younger ones had a point, the older members chimed in with their own opinions. Mr. Cui, you really have nothing to worry about. Their 5th military factory has 0 experience in drone development and no technical foundation whatsoever. You can confidently agree to the wager's stakes, there's no way we can lose. I agree. 6 of them thinking they can challenge us? Utterly overconfident. This is laughable. There's no need to hesitate at all. Agree to it, old Cui. Mr. Cui, our odds are 100%, there's our 0%. There's absolutely no risk here. Cui Yuqing sat silently, listening intently to the others' opinions. After a moment, he made his decision. Alright, I agree with your proposal. Our team will compete against your 6 members. In 3 months, we'll see whose drone demonstrates superior overall capabilities. If we lose, our entire team will transfer to your 5th military factory. My word is my bond. After uttering these words, he felt little tension or gloom. After all, his team was seasoned professionals, while the other side likely didn't even grasp the basic principles of drones. Given the circumstances, how could he possibly lose? Absolutely no way. Since losing is impossible, what is there to fear? If defeat is impossible, then the whole idea of me and my people joining the 5th military factory is null and void. So my worries were completely unnecessary. But Cui Yuqing suddenly changed the subject. Since this is a wager, we have our stake. Surely you have one too? Lu Chen nodded. Of course. What kind of stakes do you want to add? Name it, I'll agree to anything. Cui Yuqing snorted coldly. You said it. But I haven't thought of anything yet. Not figured it out yet? Lu Chen chuckled. No worries. Whenever you decide, just let me know. I'm flexible. Also, since it's a wager, we'll need to sign a contract. He then turned to Lu Yongmin. Director Lu, you can handle drafting the contract, right? The main clause is that if we win this wager, their entire team must transfer to join our 5th military factory. Of course, the 5th military factory won't shortchange them. Housing, vehicles, or any other benefits, nothing will be skimped on. Also, make sure to include that if we lose, we'll be at their mercy, they can demand any terms they want. Lu Yongmin's heart leapt with delight. He immediately agreed, no problem, absolutely no problem. Then, with a hint of excitement, he looked at Cui Yuqing and the others. His gaze had completely transformed from before. Before, though he'd been warm toward Cui Yuqing and the others, his gaze always held a trace of guardedness mixed with friendliness. But now it was entirely different. His gaze toward them now carried more of the caring concern one superior might show toward subordinates. After all, from the moment the wager was sealed, Cui Yuqing's entire team would belong to their 5th military factory. Because Lu Chen could only win, he couldn't lose. Deep down, they even felt grateful to Lu Chen. He was grateful for the trap Lu Chen had set, which had netted his military factory over a dozen top-tier talents. Their fifth military factory had little expertise in drones and lacked relevant personnel. Recruiting and training talent from scratch would take at least 3 to 5 years to yield results. A real hassle. But now, a ready-made feast was right there, almost within his grasp. How could he not be thrilled? So they struck while the iron was hot. Alright, since you all agree to this wager, I'll act as the notary. The wager is official. No backing out. As for the contract, I'll have it drafted today. Once it's ready, I'll have it delivered to you both. Then you just sign it. Seeing Lu Yongmin's cheerful expression, Cui Yuqing couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, like a lamb walking into the tiger's den, falling into someone else's trap. But he couldn't quite put his finger on exactly what felt off. He simply shook his head. He stopped overthinking it. Very well. A gentleman's word is as good as gold. And so it began. Cui Yuqing and his team members had no way back. There would be no turning back then. The impossibility of reneging wasn't due to the contract they were about to sign. It was because plant manager Lu himself was acting as the guarantor. Though they could meet and speak directly with plant manager Lu here. In reality, there was a vast gap between their positions and status and his. In their eyes, Lu was practically a big shot. If a big shot like him is acting as the intermediary and guarantor, would you dare back out? If you back out, you'd better think twice about staying in this line of work. Next. Lu Yongmin, in a good mood, continued, since we've split into 2 teams. To be fair, one team gets 1 lab, and one team gets 1 workshop. This arrangement will last for 3 months. At both ends of this floor, there are 2 laboratories I prepared long ago, though they're currently empty. As for materials and equipment needed for drone manufacturing, both teams should request whatever you need from Assistant Gung at any time. I'll now display Assistant Gung's phone number, WeChat QR code, and email address on the screen. Make a note of them or add her WeChat directly. Oh, and Assistant Gung will also inform you about the prepared workshop. With that, he clicked the mouse a few times on the computer desktop, and a page appeared displaying Assistant Gung's phone number, WeChat, and email. Once everyone had added the contacts, Lu Yongmin returned the computer desktop. He continued, our ultimate goal this time is to maximize the modification and upgrade of existing drones. The 5th military factory will provide full support for everything we can. So everyone, give it your all and do your best. I look forward to seeing what surprises you bring me. Alright, that concludes today's meeting. You may now proceed to your respective laboratories. Each lab includes a meeting room, so future meetings can be held directly within those facilities. Chapter 152, You Learn, I Build. After leaving the conference room, Lu Chen and the others split into 2 groups, one heading east, the other west. Cui Yuqing and his team arrived at their lab. Seeing the over 300 square meter space and all the basic facilities, they nodded in satisfaction. The labs at the 5th military factory aren't half bad. Though it is a bit Spartan. There's a lounge over there. The meeting room should be next to it. Let's head to the conference room first. We'll discuss what equipment and materials we need, then report it to Assistant Gung promptly so he can make preparations. While Cui Yuqing was holding his meeting, Lu Chen was also holding a meeting with his own team. Although I previously served as the chief instructor for the mecha project department, then as the chief instructor for the entire 5th military factory, and later went to the naval base to build aircraft carriers and frigates for them, I've never worked with drones. But that doesn't mean I don't understand them. On the contrary, I possess a deep understanding of drone construction. One might even say I'm an expert. In fact, my mastery of drone technology far surpasses current global standards. Which means we have a 100% chance of winning this competition. However, there's one fact we must acknowledge. That is, you guys genuinely lack expertise in drones. While you have some mechanical foundation, it's practically useless when it comes to integration. Even if you had 3 months to start from scratch, learn everything, and then develop and build something, it wouldn't be enough time. So here's what I propose. For these 3 months, you'll dedicate all your time to learning the fundamentals and technologies of drones. You won't be involved in the R&D or manufacturing of the drones. You must understand. This drone project is being taken very seriously by higher-ups. According to their plans, a 100-person R&D team will be established later on. They'll even set up a new product line based directly on what we develop, and it won't be small-scale. This is an exceptionally rare opportunity for you young people. Therefore, over the next 3 months, you must dedicate all your time and energy to learning. I can't guarantee anything else, but I can assure you that the technology you'll learn here is absolutely cutting-edge, the kind others would kill to get their hands on. Once you master these skills, once you grasp the fundamentals of the drones I've developed, whether it's military contractors or the government itself, they will place immense value on you and entrust you with significant responsibilities. Seize this opportunity and prove yourselves. Listening to Lu Chen's words, the group grew increasingly excited. Adrenaline surged through their veins. Their faces flushed crimson. Though they were all relatively young and hadn't been at the military factory for long, they'd still been there for a year or two. They understood all too well how incredibly difficult it was to stand out among the highly intelligent, highly educated talents at the 5th Military Factory. Without some unexpected break, a chance encounter with a discerning mentor, a critical breakthrough, or a special opportunity, it would likely take years to advance from trainee researcher to full-fledged researcher. Advancing beyond that was even more difficult. One could only endure the years. But now, a mentor stands right before them, an opportunity laid out before their eyes. Lu Chen had stated that the techniques he would impart were at the forefront of global innovation, even surpassing current world standards. If they could master even a fraction of these techniques, they would still be highly valued. They could even participate in the team's formation from the very beginning. And the creation of production lines. They could become the guiding force behind the entire drone product line. All of this is possible. That's fantastic. Thank you so much for your guidance, General Manager Lu. We're truly grateful. We feel incredibly fortunate to work under your guidance, Director Lu. As expected of Director Lu, we will never forget your kindness. Director Lu is truly formidable. You're my lifelong idol. Mr. Lu, are you free tonight? We'd love to treat you to dinner. Lu Chen chuckled softly, accepting their praise with grace. However, he declined the dinner invitation. No need for dinner. I'll be starting to organize the technical documents tonight. I'll deliver it to you within 3 days. As for the meal, we'll celebrate together at the victory banquet. Seeing that they were still trying to persuade him, Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively. No need to say more. Forget about treating me to a meal. Your money didn't just fall from the sky. Save it to get a girlfriend instead. Wouldn't it be better to watch movies together? As for our lab and workshop, whatever equipment or materials we need, I'll list everything clearly and request it from Assistant Gung. Most of these items, I'll be the one requesting them for you. While you're studying the technology and foundational theories, you can also coordinate with the corresponding practical work. Alright, that concludes today's meeting. Dismissed. After Lu Chen declared the meeting adjourned, the 5 young men didn't leave immediately. After sitting there for a few seconds, a young man who appeared short and slender asked timidly, "Boss, it's not even noon yet. What's our schedule for later?" Lu Chen gave a faint smile. No plans. Today is a day off. Tomorrow, use every channel you can find to gather information and technical data related to drones. As for the day after tomorrow, the 5 of you come to this conference room for a meeting to discuss designing the concept drone you want to build. Then, the day after tomorrow at 9 a.m., return to this conference room. I'll provide you with the compiled technical materials and outline the framework for you. After that, you'll study the materials I provide and conduct experiments using the supplies I prepared for you. This is what you'll be doing for the next 3 months. Alright, everyone, go rest now. The 5 immediately agreed, cheerfully bidding farewell to Lu Chen. After they left, Lu Chen opened the conference room computer and began organizing the materials and equipment that might be needed. He had to get everything organized before the day ended. Once he handed it over to Assistant Gung, he estimated that everything needed could be arranged by the day after tomorrow. At noon, he had the cafeteria staff deliver a meal. He worked straight through until 2 p.m. Finally, he finished organizing all the potential equipment and materials. I then forwarded the list to Assistant Gung. After receiving Lu Chen's documents, Assistant Gung merely glanced through them briefly before readily agreeing to the request and promising to procure everything as quickly as possible. Then, Lu Chen returned to his dormitory. He began designing the drone prototype. He planned to simulate its construction that very night. Chapter 153, Drone Simulation Success. He laid several sheets of A4 paper on the table and began designing based on the drone knowledge he currently possessed. In just under 2 hours, 3 sheets of A4 paper were already filled to the brim with writing and drawings. They depicted the drone's entire structural outline, along with annotations detailing the functions of its components. He picked up the 3 sheets and studied them repeatedly, pondering the structural layout and the functional annotations of each component. After about an hour of revisions, he finally finalized the design. The next step was to conduct simulations. But before that, he first checked his remaining tech points. After completing the aircraft carrier's development and manufacturing last time, his tech point balance had dwindled to a pitifully low amount. Fortunately, the aircraft carrier and frigate he had built previously had a tremendous impact on the real world, with far-reaching consequences. Thus, he had earned a substantial amount of technology points. As of now, his technology points had reached a staggering 3,900 points. With such a vast reserve, building a simple drone was a piece of cake, no pressure whatsoever. Seeing his technology points, Lu Chen smiled with satisfaction. Then, lifting his head slightly, he addressed the air system, create a drone that surpasses current technological standards based on the rough specifications and design I outlined on the A4 paper. Begin simulation. Simulation initiated. You spent 2 hours refining the drone's design specifications. You spent 2 days meticulously cataloging every functional module of the drone. You spent 5 days refining the drone's power system, control system, AI system, reconnaissance system, weapon system, defense system, hive system, and balance system, then entered the RD manufacturing phase. You initially planned an electric drive, but after careful consideration, you decided to install a small controllable nuclear fusion reactor instead. This eliminates concerns about energy supply and endurance. Drawing on your prior experience building mechs and aircraft carriers, you found many systems shared commonalities with the drone's architecture. With minor modifications and adaptations, these systems could be directly repurposed. Consequently, you completed the overall development of all systems within just 1 month. Time flew by, and another fortnight passed. Your drone prototype had taken shape, and you began its final modifications. 3 days later, you began the painting process. After several hours, the painting was finally complete. The entire manufacturing process encountered no insurmountable difficulties, and the drone's construction was successfully finished. Congratulations, host, on a successful simulation. This purchase consumed 33 tech points. Remaining tech points, 3867. Oh? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect it to consume so few tech points? Well, that makes sense. The drone's compact size, combined with my optimized material selection and precise control, naturally led to lower consumption. Then, he shifted his gaze to the simulation space. A silver-white drone, approximately 2 meters tall with a roughly square shape and sides measuring about 3 meters, stood silently within. During the meeting, Lu Yongmin had explicitly emphasized. The development focus this time was not on large, fighter-like strategic drones, but rather on small to medium-sized drones. Thus, Lu Chen had developed this drone resembling civilian aerial photography models. Reflecting on the development process, Lu Chen's lips curved into a faint smile. He was thoroughly satisfied with this drone. First, the control system. It supports unlimited connectivity with smartphones or other devices, offering both smart and manual modes. Its operation is smooth and lag-free, achieving near zero latency, and it even includes voice control functionality. This outperforms the control modes of all drones currently available with existing technology. Next was its weapon system. This drone carries only 2 types of weapons. The first is a rotary laser sphere. The rotary laser sphere is only about the size of a basketball, yet it features 36 firing ports that can rotate to adjust direction, enabling virtually blind spot-free laser deployment. It fires high-energy laser beams with exceptional penetration and destructive power. It can penetrate even armored tanks within 0.1 to 0.2 seconds. The second weapon is a fixed-point launch tube. This isn't strictly a weapon itself but rather a launch platform for various munitions. It can deliver everything from steel pellets the size of pigeon eggs to basketball-sized grenades and landmines with high precision. Simply load various weapons into the storage compartment. It can then be automated to adapt and deploy. Projectiles are launched through operational commands. Actually, strictly speaking, there is another weapon. During simulation experiments, Lu Chen also developed a honeycomb system. The so-called honeycomb system involved installing a honeycomb-like grid frame inside the drone, housing 1,000 miniature drones the size of ordinary bees. These micro-drones could be individually controlled to perform a series of reconnaissance tasks, making them virtually impossible to detect. Crafted from high-strength alloy, their rotor blades were meticulously sharpened to an extreme edge. They can easily pierce human skin and clothing, penetrate directly into the body, and even deliver a fatal blow to the head at high speeds. Furthermore, these tiny drones conceal micro-explosives, whose detonation power should not be underestimated. Most terrifyingly, these micro-drones can upload data and autonomously lock onto targets, relentlessly pursuing their objectives until the target is neutralized. This represents the most significant hidden feature of this drone model. Beyond that, its other capabilities are equally formidable. For instance, endurance, ordinary drones can barely last a few dozen kilometers. This drone, however, is equipped with an unlimited signal converter that can transmit wirelessly using satellite signals or signals from local base stations. Combined with its controllable nuclear fusion reactor power source, it essentially boasts unlimited energy. However, due to limitations in the materials used for its construction, its actual operational range is limited to just over 12,000 kilometers. Its maximum speed can reach over 210 meters per second. Its payload capacity is approximately 3 tons. If mass-produced, such a drone would be a formidable weapon on the battlefield. Of course, mass production is no simple task. After all, the technology involved far surpasses current global standards. Mastering these technologies alone would require considerable time. Chapter 154, What You Lack is Creativity. Especially the controllable nuclear fusion technology, laser technology, and honeycomb technology, these 3 are the most challenging. But it's okay. Controlled nuclear fusion technology had already been shared with the scientists at the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences, who were working day and night on it. As for the honeycomb technology and laser technology, he would first teach them to the 5 members of his team. Later on, the team will definitely need to be expanded significantly, and then everyone will work together on the research. Detailed documentation, step-by-step procedures, thorough theoretical explanations, and comprehensive experimental protocols are all available. It should take less than half a year to master. But mastery is merely the beginning. Mass production is the next challenge. To achieve mass production, they must develop production lines, manufacturing equipment, production processes, production standards, and production specifications. The road ahead is long and arduous. Just as everything was finally in place, Lu Chen's stomach suddenly growled. Hunger pangs hit him. He immediately sent a message to the cafeteria auntie. 20 minutes later. Lu Chen stared at the braised spare ribs, fried pork, fried chicken cutlets, noodles, fried skewers, shrimp dumplings, pancakes with fried eggs, and grilled cold noodles spread across the table. He gradually fell into deep thought. He let out a wry smile. Is this the legendary midnight diner? I want to eat it all, but I can't finish it. Why? Because many people at the 5th Military Factory worked overtime on RD, sometimes pulling all-nighters. A late-night cafeteria operated in the evenings. Moreover, the factory director had specifically instructed the cafeteria staff, if Lu Chen wanted to eat at night, they must deliver a full, satisfying meal to him as quickly as possible. When Lu Chen called requesting a late-night snack, he didn't specify what he wanted, just asked for whatever delicious food they had on hand. So the auntie grabbed a basket and filled it to the brim before bringing it over. Upon seeing Lu Chen, she intended to list what she'd brought and ask him what he preferred. But Lu Chen was simply too hungry. He blurted out, "Just give me everything." And so this scene unfolded. But it was fine. Everything she brought was in small portions. Given his current level of hunger and his appetite, he might just be able to finish it all. He began to wolf it down. An hour later. The table was a complete mess. Victory in the battle. After brushing his teeth and splashing water on his face, he sprawled out on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The time that followed, Lu Chen devoted entirely to organizing the materials. Since these materials were meant for people with no prior knowledge of drones, organizing the materials proved quite troublesome. It also had to be organized in stages. First, he consolidated the materials. Then, based on them, he developed specialized foundational drone theory. After that, he progressed from theoretical knowledge to formulas. Once this stage was mastered, drone-specific technical knowledge could be introduced, gradually integrating it. Only then can hands-on experimentation begin. Through hands-on experimentation, we achieve a thorough understanding. After completing the organization of all technical materials and their learning plans, it was already the evening of the 3rd day. The next day, morning, when Lu Chen arrived at the conference room, the 5 of them had been waiting there for 20 minutes already. Each wore an excited expression. Seeing Lu Chen enter, they immediately stood up and greeted him respectfully. Lu Chen waved his hand, gesturing for them to sit down. Then he shared a document in the group chat he had set up earlier. This document wasn't the basic materials and learning process he had organized. Instead, it was a confidentiality agreement. The information contained within this NDA was classified at the S level. Any disclosure of its contents would result in a minimum penalty of life imprisonment. Execution was also a possibility. I just sent a confidentiality agreement to the group chat. Take a look, and if you have no objections, sign it. This agreement is classified at the S level. You should all know what that means. Not a single word may be disclosed to outsiders. Understood? After Lu Chen finished speaking, the 5 individuals immediately opened their phones and accessed the confidentiality agreement. They skimmed through it briefly. Then they signed their names directly. Rest assured, Chief Engineer Lu. We understand what S level means. We absolutely won't disclose a single detail about the drone technology to anyone outside. That's right, Chief Engineer Lu. We're tight-lipped and bound by professional ethics. You can trust us completely. Chief Engineer Lu, have you already compiled all the drone-related technical materials? It's only been a few days. You're truly impressive. Chief Engineer Lu, over the past 2 days we've reviewed extensive drone-related materials, consulted acquaintances knowledgeable in this field, and finally synthesized and summarized our findings. Yesterday afternoon we also gathered for a meeting to discuss how to build a drone that surpasses current standards and the relevant RD directions. We sent it to you last night. I wonder if you've had a chance to review it. Lu Chen nodded. He smiled faintly. I've reviewed the documents you sent me. How should I put it? To gain such a comprehensive and relatively well-rounded grasp of drones within just 2 or 3 days is truly remarkable. Moreover, what you've written here is already approaching the overall architecture of a drone very impressive. The perspectives you've proposed for all future drone development align well with standard RD logic and demonstrate rigorous thinking. However, there is one aspect I find somewhat unsatisfactory. Hearing Lu Chen's earlier remarks, all 5 individuals broke into delighted smiles. Their faces even brimmed with pride. Receiving praise from Chief Engineer Lu meant their recent efforts hadn't been in vain. They were practically over the moon. But the moment Chief Engineer Lu mentioned one point of dissatisfaction, their smiles vanished instantly. They straightened their posture, sitting up straight and stiff. They looked like elementary school students listening to a lecture. Lu Chen continued. As researchers, maintaining logical consistency and rigor is fundamental. Yet, while strong logic and rigor make you an excellent maker, they alone won't make you an outstanding creator. True creators, beyond possessing foundational logic and rigor, must also cultivate divergent thinking. They must dare to imagine things that don't currently exist, rather than merely upgrading what already exists. In other words, what you lack is the creative process of going from 0 to 1. You must think boldly. Only then can you create truly novel drones that surpass current technological capabilities. Listening to Lu Chen's words, the 5 people present nodded in agreement. They committed this point to memory. Little did they know. This principle would play a crucial role in their future development. Chapter 155, Brother Lu, looking for a partner? Alright, I'm glad you understand. Next, I'll send you the technical documents via encrypted files. Same rule applies, no photos, no sharing with others, no leaks. That's all I have to say. After sending the technical documents, Lu Chen continued. This material is divided into 4 modules. Module 1 outlines your plans for the next 3 months. Module 2 covers foundational theoretical knowledge related to drones. Module 3 focuses on advanced and in-depth topics. Module 4 is dedicated to experiments. But don't assume you can master all this material in just 3 months. While the materials I provided are comprehensive, you'll likely only cover about a third of it within that time frame. It involves numerous derivation formulas, derivation processes, and profound theories. During your studies, focus primarily on memorization. There's no need to insist on understanding everything. Understood? The 5 replied in unison, understood. Good. You have 10 minutes to skim through it. After 10 minutes, I'll walk you through the entire document. The rest is up to you. Of course, if you have any questions, feel free to ask them directly in the group. I'll make time to answer them as soon as I see them. In the time that followed, Lu Chen first outlined the learning schedule for the next 3 months. Then, following the technical documentation's outline, he provided a general summary and overview of each section. This served to connect the dots, giving them a foundational understanding of the entire experimental technique to facilitate subsequent work. Throughout the explanation, the 5 of them gradually began to grasp the drone Lu Chen had developed. Holy crap, this drone's power source is a controlled fusion reactor? With a range of 12,000 kilometers? My god, this completely shatters my understanding. It's unbeatable. Honeycomb system? I think I've seen that concept in some sci-fi movie, but I never imagined it could actually exist in reality. It's mind-blowing. Chief Engineer Lu, you're incredible, you're practically a god. The defense system uses an energy shield? Isn't that supposed to be just a theoretical concept? Holy crap, I'm completely blown away. Chief Engineer Lu is 10,000 times more brilliant than I ever imagined. This, a tiny drone equipped with laser weapons? If deployed on the battlefield, it would be unstoppable. Ha, no wonder it's Chief Engineer Lu. This technology is at least a century ahead of the world today. Even a fraction of it would send shockwaves through the entire scientific community. Ha, working under Chief Engineer Lu is truly the luckiest thing that ever happened to me. Rest assured, Chief Engineer Lu. We'll study day and night without rest. We won't let you down. Yes, yes. What an exhilarating day. From initial curiosity, to mid-process shock, to final numbness. They were at a loss for words to describe Lu Chen's brilliance. In their eyes, Lu Chen now stood as a towering, majestic god. Unsurpassable. Untouchable. By the time he finished telling them everything, it was already 5 p.m. Back in the dormitory, Lu Chen sat down on the sofa, feeling somewhat weary. He took a sip of his soda. He muttered to himself, only 3 days have passed since the 3-month deadline began, meaning I still have over 2 months left. Now that I've finished building the drone, does that mean I won't have much to do for the next 2 months? Maybe I should use these 2 months to go back to my hometown and start a company. Just a few days ago, his childhood friend Su Mingyan called him again. He mentioned 2 promising locations and suggested he come back to discuss them when he had time. Perfect timing. Over the next 2 months or so, he didn't have much else to do anyway. He might as well go home for a visit. Then start a tech company and have the military and the state take equity stakes. He thought to himself. Rather than serving as chief engineer at the 5th military factory, he'd be better off founding his own tech company, securing state investment, and then accelerating its growth under his leadership. That was the most suitable path. No time to waste. He immediately called Lu Yongmin. He was preparing to request leave. The call connected. A hearty laugh came from the other end. Ha, Lu Chen, it's been ages since you last called. What's up? Miss me? It was hard to imagine. A factory director in his 50s or 60s at the 5th military factory, such a prominent figure overseeing so many people, would actually crack jokes like this. But it was only with Lu Chen. To everyone else, he was a man of utmost seriousness. Hearing Lu Yongmin speak thus, Lu Chen gave a light snort. Enough, enough, enough. I don't miss you. You're not my little sister. How old are you, anyway? Stop pulling this youngster routine on me. Lu Yongmin's eyebrow arched at Lu Chen's words, as if something clicked into place. He pressed on, Brother Lu, are you hinting you want to date a younger girl? Right on. Just last week, we hired a new batch of graduates. Between our military factory headquarters and several branch plants, over 400 people joined undergrads, grad students, PhDs. With your qualifications, finding a younger girl or an older woman should be a piece of cake, right? Wouldn't they be chasing after you? What are you looking for, Lu Chen? Want me to post a matchmaking notice for you on our 5th Military Factory's homepage, OA portal, and group chat? I'll include your photo, achievements, and WeChat. You'll get flooded with requests. Anyone who gets hired at our military factory, whether the main plant or a branch, is an exceptional young woman. Ordinary people don't get in. You're guaranteed to find a girlfriend you'll love. Pretty good idea, huh? Lu Chen's mouth twitched. His face darkened with exasperation. He felt Lu Yongmin was getting more and more inappropriate with age. He actually wanted to post a matchmaking notice for him, plastering it all over the official website, the OA system, and group chats, complete with his photo, his accomplishments, and his WeChat. Great. How was this any different from a public execution? Absurdity opening the door for absurdity, absurdity taken to the extreme. He shook his head immediately. Hold on, Director Lu. If you go through with this, how am I supposed to keep my job here? Alright. Let's get back to business. I have serious matters to discuss with you. Chapter 156, I'm starting a tech company. Oh? Serious business? What is it? Lu Yongmin's tone turned serious. Lu Chen continued, it's like this, Factory Director. I have something I need to discuss with you. This time we split into 2 teams, right? Then we'll compete. The competition period is 3 months. But here's the thing. It's only been 3 or 4 days, and I've already built the drones needed for the competition. So I don't have anything else to do for the rest of the time. Oh? Lu Yongmin visibly froze, suddenly sensing something was off. Wait, what did you just say? You've already built the drone? How is that possible? It's only been 3 or 4 days. And even if you requested the materials from Assistant Gung early, it would have taken at most a day or 2 for them to arrive. You're telling me you built it in such a short time? This. At first glance, it sounded utterly impossible, wildly exaggerated, and completely absurd. However, when Lu Yongmin recalled how Lu Chen had developed and built a supersized aircraft carrier far surpassing current global technological standards, along with 3 escort ships, in just over 20 days at the naval base, it suddenly made sense. If such massive, ultra-complex machinery could be built in such a short time, building a drone in 30 or 40 days didn't seem impossible at all. It even seemed downright ordinary. Once he grasped these thoughts, he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Well done, Lu Chen. You truly are the man. Truly worthy of being our 5th Military Factory's most outstanding chief engineer, Lu. Truly worthy of being our Dragon Nation's most outstanding genius. Such an outrageous thing, such a miracle, it could only happen to you. What were you about to say? Go ahead. As long as it's not completely out of the question, I'll agree to it. All right. Lu Chen chuckled softly. It's like this, Director Lu. Now that I've successfully developed and manufactured the drones needed for the competition, I won't have any other tasks for the next 2 months. I'd like to request some time off to pursue personal matters. Lu Yongmin pondered for a moment before asking, if you want to take leave, that's certainly no problem. But if you take leave, what about the other 5 members of your team? Should they take leave too? Or what? I've already made arrangements for that, Lu Chen replied calmly. I understand that this time, the higher-ups aren't just seeking a highly advanced drone, they want the entire drone technology suite, one that can be mass-produced. Although I've already built a drone far surpassing current global technological standards, there's only this one unit. Only I can build it, and only I possess the relevant drone technology. So this is how I've arranged it. I've compiled all the technical documentation for this drone I built and provided it to the other 5 members of our team for study and research. Moreover, I've established a comprehensive learning curriculum for them. The goal is to cultivate these 5 individuals into specialized professionals in the field of drones. This lays the groundwork for future industrial-scale mass production of this drone. So even though I've been on leave for over 2 months, they can still follow the plan I set for their learning and research. I'll also have them report to me weekly. This work won't be delayed. Good. Lu Yongmin uttered the single word calmly, his face lighting up with excitement. Lu Chen, you're the one we need. You think so far ahead and consider everything. Then I approve your request. No problem. Go wherever you want, do whatever you want. Thank you, Director Lu, Lu Chen acknowledged before continuing, but there's one more matter I'd like to discuss with you regarding my responsibilities during this leave. What is it? Speak freely. Hearing Lu Chen's tone, Lu Yongmin suddenly sensed this matter was no small thing. Regardless of what Lu Chun proposed or undertook, he would support him to the best of his ability. Even if it was beyond his authority or beyond his ability to resolve, he would pull strings and find someone to help. Right. Lu Chen nodded, took a deep breath, and continued, over a month ago, I asked my childhood friend back home to help me find a suitable location. I plan to establish a tech company back home. What? You're starting a tech company back home? Are you serious? Even though Lu Yongmin had braced himself mentally, he was still taken aback. After all, Lu Chen currently held a position at their 5th military factory. If he were to start a tech company outside, the 5th military factory's regulations simply wouldn't permit it. Moreover, starting a company outside would mean leaving the 5th military factory. How could they possibly let such a valuable asset go? Not only would he refuse to consent, the military district wouldn't approve either. The state wouldn't approve either. So his reaction was a bit over the top. Lu Chen, if you want to pursue other endeavors, there's absolutely no problem with that. But this particular matter. Lu Chun understood Lu Yongmin's concerns. He gave a light chuckle. Factory Director Lu, you needn't worry or feel concerned about anything. Starting a tech company back home doesn't mean I'm leaving the 5th military factory. They've been so good to me, how could I possibly leave? Not only will I not leave the 5th military factory, I won't even step inside. I'll remain in my position, doing what I'm supposed to do. Hearing these words, Lu Yongmin's heart finally settled. However, hesitated again before speaking up, since you're not leaving the military factory or the military district, according to regulations, you're not permitted to start your own tech company outside. Well, Lu Chen smiled faintly. He continued slowly, don't worry just yet. Hear me out. Here's what I'm thinking. I plan to establish a technology-focused company back in my hometown. Of course, I know starting a company from scratch and getting it up and running is incredibly difficult. That's precisely why I've come to you. I hope the 5th military factory will invest, I hope the military district will invest, I hope the state will invest, and then add my personal investment. In other words, what I intend to establish is not a private enterprise, but a state-owned enterprise. The state entities combined could hold 51% of the shares, while I'd hold 49%. However, I must have the final say on all operational decisions and management. Moreover, I envision the company as having a military-oriented focus. I hope to establish deep cooperation with our 5th military factory for joint research and development. Chapter 157, at least 30 billion in investment. This means that if the 5th military factory, the military region, or the state has any requirements, I will spare no effort to fulfill them. The products developed by our technology company will primarily serve national needs. To put it plainly, you could view it as a subsidiary of the 5th military factory or a major national technology or conglomerate, and that wouldn't be far off. I simply need to establish this platform to materialize my ideas and future plans through technology. Director Lu, you understand what I mean, right? Lu Yongmin paused briefly before nodding. I understand. I must say, your idea is quite good. Once he understood Lu Chen's specific vision, Lu Yongmin felt reassured. Moreover, this was a positive development for their 5th military factory, the military region, and the nation as a whole. There was no reason not to support it. Thus, he decided to agree. I think your idea is sound. Establishing a state-owned technology company dedicated to scientific research and experimentation would be a positive development. I'll discuss this matter with Commander Zhang and the relevant departments. We'll jointly invest in your new company, and I'm confident they'll be more than willing to support it. As for you, proceed as you previously discussed with me. Select a location in your hometown area. However, I would suggest establishing the headquarters in the capital city. After all, it is the political center of the nation, offering greater access to resources and talent. What do you think? Lu Chen paused before replying, you're right. The capital is indeed the nation's political center, with abundant resources and talent. But there are pros and cons. The drawback is that land resources in the capital are extremely scarce. My tech company isn't just looking to lease a single CBD building for research purposes. What I intend to do is secure this building and transform it into my RD headquarters. Then I'd also need to secure a large tract of land to build laboratories, factories, and the necessary supporting facilities. So from that perspective, the imperial capital isn't really suitable. Of course. I know the government would find land for me if I wanted it, but I'll pass. I'd rather return to my hometown. First, I prefer developing things in my hometown. Second, Jiangcheng may not be a megacity or a first-tier city, but it's at least close to being a second-tier city. It has everything you need. The only thing lacking is talent. But attracting talent is actually the easiest part for me. If I offer sufficiently attractive incentives, do you really think I won't find the right people? Talent from all over the country will flock to Jiangcheng, driving the city's development both in employment and the economy. Besides, even if I lack talent initially, don't we still have the support of our 5th military factory? After all, Jiangcheng isn't far from the capital, just a few hundred kilometers. Also, once my company is established, I'll need the 5th military factory to transfer over a few management personnel. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Absolutely no problem. Lu Yongmin replied with certainty. Actually, now that you mention it, that makes perfect sense. Jiangcheng isn't far from the site anyway. Sending personnel or transporting equipment over from our end would actually be quite convenient. And I recall you have a university town in Jiangcheng, right? That's another valuable resource. Universities usually have their own research projects, and there should be plenty of researchers and scientific talent. Once you get back, you could explore collaborations with professors or students in the university town. That's a good approach. Lu Chen responded. Factory Director Lu, you're spot on. I'd thought of that too. The first thing I'll do upon returning is secure the company's address. In the meantime, could you help me navigate the joint investment arrangements between your factory, the military district, and the state? Once I've finalized the location here, it would be best if you could send someone over to accompany me to the relevant departments in Jiangcheng to secure this building directly. And it's not just about securing one building. I also need to select a suitable location and acquire a large plot of land. That part will also require you to come out and assist me. One more thing I need to make clear up front, whether it's purchasing buildings, acquiring land, or covering other subsequent expenses, the bulk of the funding must come from you. Regardless of my own resources, you must provide maximum support. And what about me? I'll spend as little as possible. After all, you know I'm broke, I only have that 100 million or so. Consider this money you're putting in as an investment. Didn't we agree on a 51% stake? And honestly, whatever you spend, it's all profit for you. After all, I'm the one providing the technology. Any single technology one bring to the table could easily be worth tens or even hundreds of billions, right? So this part will still depend on you, Factory Director Lu, to negotiate. Lu Yongmin laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Rest assured, Brother Lu, it'll be no problem at all. Leave everything that needs to be done on this end to me. And whatever funds you require, count on me to cover it. Don't underestimate us at the 5th Military Factory just because we're new. We've got plenty of money now. Of course, we used to be strapped for cash. Back then, our technological expertise, breakthroughs, and talent pool were the weakest among all the military factories, so the subsidies we received from higher-ups were minimal. But since you arrived, that situation has completely changed. There's one thing I haven't mentioned. After you developed that mech and it was personally reviewed by the Dragon Lord, headquarters allocated a one-time grant of 13 billion yuan to support the development of our 5th Military Factory's mech project department. The majority of this 13 billion yuan is allocated to the mecha project department, while an additional 2 billion yuan has been provided to our 5th Military Factory for overall development. I can guarantee you this now. Once you've selected a location, the 5th Military Factory can provide you with at least 1 billion yuan in funding. As for the military district, I estimate they'll contribute at least 1 billion yuan as a baseline. My side is also starting at 1 billion yuan. And these are all conservative estimates. In other words, regarding funding, I can essentially guarantee you at least 3 billion yuan right now. And this is just the initial investment. Once you develop the technology later on, you can ask for whatever amount you want. Chapter 158, follow me, and I'll make sure you live in luxury. Hearing Lu Yongmin say this, Lu Chen felt a surge of joy. A smile couldn't help but spread across his face. He had been pondering funding issues, wondering how much capital a national partnership could secure for him. At the time, he figured they'd surely give him 300 or 500 million, right? Maybe even 1 billion. Only now did he realize his estimates had been far too conservative. The minimum offer they were willing to make was 3 billion yuan. This isn't just 3 billion yuan. Whether it's buying a skyscraper for headquarters, renovating the headquarters, acquiring a large plot of land for a factory, or covering ongoing operations, hiring, and payroll expenses. It was more than enough for everything. Great, Director Lu. That's exactly what I was waiting to hear. Since you've made your position clear, let me give you a reassurance. I am confident that this technology company will rapidly grow into the world's largest technology company and the one with the highest technological capabilities globally. Its future value, the sustained value it will generate, and the benefits it will bring to the nation are immeasurable. Lu Yongmin laughed heartily once more. Great. Let's get to work. We'll split up and handle it. Lu Chen nodded. Alright, that's all for today. Contact me if anything comes up. After hanging up, Lu Chen exhaled deeply. He plopped down onto the sofa. Then he asked the ant for plenty of snacks. He was ready to feast. This time he ordered sour and spicy noodles, jianbingguizi, fried skewers, fried chicken wing rolls, chicken cutlets, and mutton soup. Everything was brought out in just an hour and a half. Next, he called his childhood friend Su Mingyan. The moment the call connected, an excited voice came through. Ah, Brother Lu, you finally called me. So, when are you coming back to check out the address I picked? And when are you going to start the company? I'm practically bursting with anticipation. These past 2 months had been the most energetic period for Su Mingyan. Not only did he have work to do, but he also got paid a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan. Where else could you find such a sweet deal? That's why he was so dedicated. To find the right location, the right building, he practically scoured the entire city of Jiangcheng. Finally, after discussing with Lu Chen, they settled on 2 potential locations. And now, what he looked forward to most was when Lu Chen would return to Jiangcheng. Then, he'd accompany Lu Chen to inspect the 2 locations he'd selected. Once they'd made their decision, they'd establish the tech company as soon as possible. Then make a big splash. After graduation, he faced so many setbacks hardly anything had gone right, and he hadn't made much money either. He'd almost given up entirely. But unexpectedly, Lu Chen reignited his ambition, making him want to make a big splash and achieve something. Though he'd been running around for the past 2 months, his family accused him of being irresponsible. He couldn't care less. His family didn't know, but he understood just how formidable Lu Chen truly was. Lu Chen wouldn't deceive him. Following him meant he'd definitely get his share of the spoils. From Su Mingyan's tone, Lu Chen could tell he was genuinely invested in this matter and even a bit anxious. So he cut straight to the chase, offering reassurance. Why the rush? I called to share some good news. I'm heading back to Jiangcheng tomorrow. Then we'll have a proper meal and enjoy ourselves. You can take me to see those 2 buildings we liked. If possible, let's talk to the owners. Once we've reached an agreement, I'll introduce you to the Lord of Jiangcheng. He'll need to act as a mediator for the subsequent arrangements. Hearing the words he'd been waiting for, Su Mingyan's eyes lit up. His heart swelled with joy. Wonderful. I've finally waited for this day. He paused again before voicing his concern. But each of these office buildings costs over 100 million. Do you have that kind of money? Lu Chen smiled with a hint of smugness. Su Mingyan, do you think your brother Lu is still the same guy he used to be? Let me tell you straight. Your brother here has over 100 million in cash on hand right now. And to be perfectly honest, this tech company I'm launching has some heavyweight investors backing it. To put it simply, their minimum investment is 3 billion yuan. And there's more to come. Hundreds of billions won't even be a blip. What's a single building compared to that? Old Su, join me in this venture. I won't let you down. I'm determined to make this tech company we're about to launch the world's #1. I'm going to push its market value past 10 trillion. And this is just the beginning. Old Su, I'll make you an executive in this group, with an annual salary exceeding 10 million. Luxury cars, mansions, beautiful women, whatever you want, you'll have it. You'll be the hottest guy in our neighborhood. Wait, no. The second hottest. Because I'm #1. Once I get back, on the very first day our company launches, I'll calculate your salary. I won't give you much at first. Let's start with an annual salary of 1 million. How does that sound? These words sent Su Mingyan's blood boiling. If Lu Chen were standing right in front of him, he'd probably throw his arms around Lu Chen's legs on the spot, tears welling up as he cried out, Godfather. Great. Fantastic, Lu Chen. Woohoo, you're the one who truly cares about me. My dream of driving luxury cars, living in mansions, and marrying a rich, beautiful woman all depends on you. Brother Lu, from now on you're my big brother, my real big brother. Whatever you say, I'll do. If you tell me to go west, I won't go east. I'll follow your lead. Starting with 1 million yuan annual salary? That's nearly 100,000 yuan a month. Then all my relatives and that girl I secretly admired back then will finally see me in a new light. I'll be someone they can only look up to from afar. Just thinking about it gets me pumped. TSK TSK TSK. Lu Chen clicked his tongue. Look at you, so easily impressed. Alright, here's your next assignment. Boss, just say the word. I'll get it done. Su Mingyan declared with unwavering resolve. This task is simple. I'll be taking the train back tomorrow morning, arriving around 11 a.m. Look up some high-end restaurants in Jiangcheng on the app today. Price isn't an issue, just make sure the ambience is great and the food is delicious. Let's treat ourselves. It's on me. Su Mingyan thought, could it get any better than this? His spirits soared instantly. He assured him, boss, leave it to me. I'll find you a place with a great atmosphere, plenty of pretty girls, and amazing food. Alright. That's settled then. See you tomorrow. Hanging up. Chapter 159, Son, what kind of career could you possibly have? After hanging up the phone, Su Mingyan slapped his thigh hard and leaped up from his chair in excitement. Yeehaaa. He displayed wildly exaggerated expressions and movements, pumping his fists repeatedly. With such a childhood friend and such good fortune, how could he not be thrilled? The future looked incredibly promising. After a burst of excitement, he jogged to the door, opened it, and headed to the living room, intending to grab a bottle of sugary soda from the fridge to celebrate. But the moment he stepped into the living room, his mom shot him a disapproving look. What are you doing? Acting like a maniac. I'm telling you, you've been out of school for a while now. You can't keep acting this crazy. Can't you be a little more responsible? For over a month now, you've been out partying every single day, gone all day long, only coming back at night. What's the point of this? Go out and find a proper job already. Chen Huaik felt utterly helpless about her son. Before graduation, during his internship, and right after finishing school, he was full of ambition. He declared he was finally free from school, ready to showcase his talents at work and build a career. He declared he'd join a major corporation, starting at the bottom and climbing step by step to supervisor, manager, director, and vice president. He planned to build connections, save up capital, then start his own company as CEO and become a billionaire. Marry a rich, beautiful woman, and reach the pinnacle of life. He claimed making money was as easy as eating or drinking water, just a little effort and brainpower, and the cash would flow effortlessly. He declared he'd start by earning 10,000, then 30,000, then 50,000 a month. However, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Since entering the workforce, everything has turned out nothing like his son imagined. Jobs paying 3,000 yuan a month were everywhere. If you didn't take them, plenty of others would. Finding a higher paying one was practically impossible. And even if you did find a slightly better paying job, it either meant overtime, a heavy workload, or being a real go-getter. And sure enough, after just a year or so, he couldn't take it anymore and went back home. His former ambitions had vanished. I've come to see myself clearly. I've given up. Now I just lie around at home doing nothing, occasionally helping out at the small supermarket my family runs. He didn't put his heart into it. And over the past month or so, things have gotten downright absurd. So out of control that neither she nor Su Mingyan's dad had any idea what he'd been up to. He leaves early every morning. She'd be gone all day. He wouldn't return until the afternoon or evening. He's been acting all mysterious. It wasn't work, and he wouldn't say a word when asked. At one point, Chen Huaikai and Su Mingyan's father even suspected he'd gotten mixed up with some unsavory characters or was involved in some shady business. It could be said that during this period, everything they'd done for Su Mingyan had left them utterly disappointed. They were frustrated beyond belief. Yet they were powerless to change him. They talked to him repeatedly, tried to reason with him time and again. They even pulled strings to secure him 2 jobs, but Su Mingyan turned them all down. They'd even argued about it several times. Hearing his mother nag at him once more, Su Mingyan let out a soft snort. He decided to lay it all out. Mom, who says I'm just loafing around at home every day? Who says I'm not serious about my career? Who says I don't have a job? I'm actually working hard right now, okay? The main reason he hadn't told his family about his previous ventures was, the biggest reason was that the matter hadn't been finalized yet. If he'd spoken up prematurely and it ultimately fell through, wouldn't that be utterly humiliating? So he'd rather keep quiet, rather let his parents think badly of him, rather have others assume he was a good-for-nothing than reveal the truth. But now things were different. Lu Chen just called me, and he explicitly said he'd be back tomorrow. He was coming back specifically to start a tech company. He even mentioned that he currently has over 100 million in cash on hand. When he heard those words, he went numb. Over 100 million yuan. For an ordinary person like him, even working tirelessly his entire life at a regular job would only earn him a few million. 100 million yuan was an astronomical figure to him, enough to last several lifetimes. And it wasn't just this 100 million. Behind it all was a powerful figure capable of investing at least 3 billion. Where in his life had he ever seen that much money? And now he's personally involved in such a monumental investment. Though ultimately, all these were things that could only be realized and seen in the future. But right now, Lu Chen had assured him that from the day the company's business license was obtained, he would receive a million yuan annual salary. He even said that once the company scaled up, the annual salary would jump to tens of millions. Forget the tens of millions for now. Even the $1 million annual salary before him. For an ordinary college graduate, it was simply an unattainable dream. Even if you graduated from a prestigious 985 or 211 university with a master's degree, your annual salary would likely cap out at around 200,000 yuan. Yet Lu Chen laid out a million yuan annual salary right off the bat. And it's essentially a done deal. At this point, there was no need to keep it hidden from his family anymore. He could tell them about it. A look of satisfaction spread across his face. Fine, I'll come clean with you today. Mom, these past months of wandering around weren't me being lazy or hanging out with the wrong crowd like you thought. I've been working hard for my own career. Hearing her son say this, Chen Huai couldn't help but chuckle. What did you say? You're telling me you've been working hard on your career these past days? Don't joke with me, son. Do you think I don't know what you're like? What you're capable of? Working on your career? What career do you even have? Come on, tell your mom about it. Give your mom something to laugh about. Hearing this, Su Mingyan's lips twitched. Mom, why are you like this? Don't you trust your son's abilities? Let me tell you, your son is quite the prodigy. He's destined for great things in the future. TSK TSK TSK, Zhenhua smacked her lips. Oh my, your son's become quite the talent, huh? Big things, huh? Look at what you've accomplished in the year since graduation. You've already switched jobs 6 or 7 times, right? Listen, you need to stop dreaming so big. Just find a steady job whether it pays well or not, working in a factory or helping out at the family supermarket. At least earn some money. Am I right? Su-mingin shook his head, then held up one finger and waved it back and forth. Wrong. Completely wrong. Mom, I swear I've been out these past few days for work. Chapter 160, Mom supports you working with Lu Chen. My childhood friend Lu Chen plans to buy an office building in Jiangcheng and start a tech company. For over a month now, I've been out and about completing the task he assigned me, finding an office building with the right location, size, and condition. Your son here is pretty capable. I've already found 2 suitable buildings. Now we're just waiting for Lu Chen to return so we can buy them and start the company. Chen Huaikuwei chuckled again. She was amused. Son, are you joking with me, or are you serious? In her eyes, Su Mingyan was clearly joking with her. This sounded completely unreliable. Like he was just messing around. However, Su Mingyan replied with complete sincerity, Mom, I'm not joking. Everything I said is true. Really? Hearing her son speak with such conviction, Chen Huaik frowned, sensing he wasn't joking. Son, are you being silly? Can you really trust what he says? He claims he's buying an entire building? Can he even afford a single toilet? Listen to me, you should stop hanging out with him. He's not exactly someone who sticks to legitimate work. Right after graduation, instead of finding a proper job to gain experience, he went and started some factory. He just rented a shabby little factory space and called it entrepreneurship. Look at the result. After a whole year the factory went under, didn't it? I suspect you've picked up his bad habits. Word of Lu Chen's current success had already spread to many ears in the neighborhood. Although Su Mingyan's home was very close to Lu Chen's, the two families didn't socialize much beyond Lu Chen and Su Mingyan hanging out together. Moreover, the two families had no mutual relatives. They rarely interacted otherwise. Therefore, Chen Huaik had no idea about Lu Chen's affairs. Hearing her mother speak ill of Lu Chen, Su Mingyan felt a sudden pang of anxiety. After all, Lu Chen was no longer the same person he used to be. His status, standing, and resources were worlds apart from before. Moreover, his own future prospects now rested entirely in Lu Chen's hands. Assisting Lu Chen was the only promising path he could see for himself. On top of that, Lu Chen had truly been exceptionally kind to him. Setting aside his future promises of $1 million or even $10 million annual salary. Just during the period when he was searching for an office space, Lu Chen offered him a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan. That 1 month's pay was more than he'd earned in 5 or 6 months before. So he argued his case earnestly. Mom, haven't you heard anything at all? Then let me explain it to you. First, Brother Lu's factory didn't go bankrupt, nor did it leave any debts behind. He quit because he found a better opportunity. Let me put it this way. Brother Lu is now the chief engineer at the 5th military factory. Let me explain what being chief engineer at the 5th military factory means. The 5th military factory employs over 9,000 people, and among those 9,000, there's only one chief engineer. This chief engineer's rank is roughly equivalent to that of the factory director at the 5th military factory. In other words, Lu Chen now oversees the entire 5th military factory with over 9,000 employees. Beyond that, he holds the rank of major in the military. Not long ago, when he went south to participate in a project, they directly awarded him over 100 million yuan in bonuses. Beyond his existing deposits exceeding 100 million, his backers are now investing 3 billion yuan to establish his company. With that kind of money, buying an office building is practically child's play. Mom, you can't measure the depth of the sea, nor judge a book by its cover. Chen Huaik was utterly speechless. She froze for several seconds. Finally, she pursed her lips. First off, no matter where you heard this, whether he bragged to you or you heard it from someone else, it's completely unrealistic. Second, even if everything you said were true, even if he were that amazing, what does it have to do with you? You still ended up running errands for him like a fool for over a month. What did you get out of it? Absolutely nothing. Su Mingyan shook his head. He gave a light snort. Mom, how do you know I didn't get anything out of running errands for over a month? How do you know there wasn't any benefit for me? Just wait a sec, Mom. After saying that, Mingyan picked up his phone and opened WeChat. He displayed his balance for his mother to see. Mom, look at my balance, over 38,000. Chen Huaika's pupils contracted in shock upon seeing the balance. Her mouth fell open. You? Where did you get all this money? Her son had been jumping from job to job, barely lasting a month or two at any one place. Not only did he never save any money, he couldn't even cover his own expenses and frequently asked his parents for cash. And once he got home, he did absolutely nothing. How could he possibly have such a large savings account? Su Mingyan smiled smugly. Mom, this is the salary Brother Lu pays me. While we were searching for a company location, he paid me 20,000 yuan every month. Though it hasn't even been 2 months, he's already given me 40,000. And let me tell you, he's building a tech company. He wants to grow it into the biggest company in the world. When that happens, he wants me to be an executive with a 10 million yuan annual salary. Of course, at this early stage, he won't pay me that much yet. But he also said, from the day the company is established, he'll start by paying me $1 million annual salary. $1 million a year. None of our relatives, friends, or acquaintances make that kind of money. Mom, I'm going to work for Brother Lu from now on. You better not say anything bad about him anymore. Chen Huaik seemed to be in a daze, momentarily at a loss for words. If Lu Chen was deceiving him and this whole thing was a lie, then the over 30,000 yuan in his account was very real. If it was real, she simply couldn't bring herself to believe it. She took a deep breath. She confirmed again, son, are you telling the truth? We don't joke about things like this. Su Mingyan nodded firmly. Of course it's true. Mom, Brother Lu is coming back tomorrow morning. We'll go out for lunch together tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, we'll go to the office building to discuss the purchase. Mom, your son is about to make it big. After her son's confirmation, Chen Hua hesitated for a moment before choosing to believe him. Son, if this is true, it's a golden opportunity for our family. Our ancestors must be smiling down on us. You must seize this chance and work diligently under Lu Chen. Mom supports you. Chapter 161, How about developing some biotech? The next day. Early morning. An Audi A6 business sedan pulled out of the 5th military factory. Half an hour later. It pulled up near the train station square. Lu Chen stepped out of the car, exchanged a quick greeting with the driver, and headed straight for a nearby steamed bun shop. He ordered a steamer basket of small buns and a bowl of wontons. After finishing his meal, he walked toward the train station while calling Su Mingyan. Old Su, I'm at the station now. I'll be off the train before 11. Come pick me up now and help me with my luggage. Once I arrive, let's head to that restaurant you found for dinner. After eating, I'll go home. Then tomorrow we'll go look at the office building. Got it, Brother Lu. I'll head over early and wait for you. Su Mingyan agreed readily. On the bullet train. Lu Chen leaned his head against the window. He relaxed as he watched the scenery outside the window, everything passing by like a white horse fleeting through a crack, never to return. Lifespans but a few decades, fleeting like the scenery outside this window. Moreover, the human body is exceptionally fragile, barely able to withstand any harm. A wave of melancholy washed over him. He murmured to himself. If only human lifespans could reach 200, 300, or even 1,000 years, how wonderful that would be. Beyond longevity, it would be best if our bodies could also become more resilient, so we wouldn't meet our end from minor injuries or illnesses. But how could that ever be possible? The words were on the tip of his tongue when suddenly, his eyes lit up and he froze in place. Why couldn't it be possible? What if I could develop something that not only extends human lifespan but also enhances overall physical resilience and resistance? Wouldn't that be wonderful? The moment this thought emerged, it began to spread and take root in his mind. It wouldn't go away. Right. If I can build mechs, aircraft carriers, and drones, why couldn't I make a breakthrough in the field of biological science? Once my tech company is established, the very first product we develop will tackle the limits of the human body and lifespan. We might just develop something truly fascinating. Morning. 10:50 a.m. The bullet train came to a gradual stop. By the time Lu Chen emerged from the station, it was nearly 11 o'clock. As soon as he stepped out, he spotted Su Mingyan standing beside a taxi. Upon seeing Lu Chen, he immediately jogged over. Hey, Lu, long time no see, come on, let me help you with your luggage. Seeing Su Mingyan's enthusiastic gesture, Lu Chen accepted without refusal. After taking the luggage, he gestured toward the taxi stand. I've already called a cab and reserved a private room at the restaurant. We can head straight there. It's on me today. You're treating? Lu Chen chuckled. When did you become so generous? We agreed on this long ago. I'm treating. Su Mingyan shook his head. No way, Brother Lu. This time it's my treat, really. I'll be following you around from now on. Don't you want me to show my appreciation? Seeing how sincere he sounded, Lu Chen didn't refuse. Fine, but I'm going to make sure to charge you an arm and a leg. 20 minutes later, the two arrived at one of the top 3 restaurants in the entire city. This restaurant specialized in stir-fried dishes. The cooking was exceptionally delicious. Several of the chefs were exceptionally skilled. Plus, they had several signature dishes that were famous throughout the entire city. Of course, the prices were steep. The private room fee alone costs 300 yuan, and any dish will set you back 100 to 200 yuan. For 2 people dining with the private room fee included, you're looking at no less than 1,000 to 1,800 yuan. The only downside is that you can't see the waitresses when dining in the private room. After dinner, Su Mingyan hailed a cab to drop Lu Chen off at the entrance of his residential complex. This time he came back. Lu Chen deliberately chose the weekend, when his father wasn't working. Moreover, he hadn't given any advance notice this time. Therefore, Lu Jiqiang had no idea his son had already returned. At that moment, at Lu Chen's home, Lu Jiqiang sat contentedly on the sofa, holding a cup of tea in his right hand. He took a small sip before downing the rest in one gulp. No sooner had he set it on the table than someone promptly refilled it. The person then eagerly lifted the cup for him. "Brother, this tea I brought today is pretty good, right? My boss gave it to me. I couldn't bear to drink it myself. He just gave it to me yesterday, and today I brought it over for you." Lu Jiqiang lifted his teacup and took another sip. "It's good. Very good. Far superior to the tea I have at home." "Ha, Jiang, why be so formal between us? Last time you brought Maotai, the time before that you brought sea cucumber, and now you've brought such fine tea. Isn't that being too formal? From now on, it'll be just like before. Come visit anytime you want. No need to bring anything. Just a few days earlier." Lu Zhiyong had just gotten home from work when Lu Zhiyong suddenly called saying he wanted to come over. Lu Zhiyong had come looking for him. Lu Jiqiang assumed it was just another freeloading visit, with a side of showing off his son. So he made up an excuse to refuse. Little did he know, Lu Zhiyong saw right through his excuse. He called him out on it immediately. Then he shamelessly insisted on coming over. There was nothing he could do. Lu Jiqiang had no choice but to agree. But what he never could have imagined was this. When Lu Zhiyong arrived, he brought a bottle of Maotai. And it was an aged bottle. Worth at least 3,000 or 4,000 yuan. Not only did he bring this fine liquor, but throughout the entire evening, he never once boasted about his own son. Instead, he openly and subtly praised Lu Chen. It was like the sun rising in the west. Of course, Lu Jiqiang had guessed why Lu Zhiyong had changed so drastically. It must be because he'd learned his son's true identity. The next day, Lu Zhiyong came again. Just like last time. This time he brought a box of wild sea cucumbers. Each one cost several hundred yuan. This was his third visit. This time, he brought me a box of tea. I have to admit, the tea really is top-notch. When Lu Jiqiang told him he wouldn't have to do anything on future visits, Lu Zhiyong showed signs of displeasure. He firmly refused. "How can I come empty-handed? You expect me to eat your food for free? Enough with the persuasion. I'm coming over to see you and staying for dinner. Of course I'll bring something." He had just finished lunch with Lu Jiqiang. "Oh, and when Xiaochen comes back, you must let me know. We should all get together as a family. Your sister-in-law misses him too. Come over to my place then, and I'll have your sister-in-law cook up a feast for you." "Alright, I'm full and it's getting late. I'll head back now." "Hold on, no need to see me out." Lu Zhiyong chuckled as he headed toward the door. But Lu Jiqiang still saw him to the living room door. After he left, Lu Zhiyong had just come downstairs from upstairs. He bumped into Lu Chen, who was dragging luggage, right at the doorway. Chapter 162, We're all family. You should look out for your brother. Lu Chen froze at the entrance to the building. He looked up. "Uncle?" Lu Zhiyong was equally surprised. He hadn't expected to run into Lu Chen just as he'd mentioned him. After a moment of stunned silence, he immediately plastered on a broad smile. "Lu Chen. Ha, it's been ages since you came back, hasn't it? I've missed you terribly these past few months, nephew. Little Chen, come have dinner at my place tonight with your dad. I'll have your aunt cook up a feast for you." Hearing his uncle speak like this, Lu Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling distinctly awkward. In the past, whenever his uncle saw him, he'd never been this warm or attentive. He'd either give him a dismissive glance. If he spoke at all, it was only to leave immediately. Or he'd offer a few perfunctory words. But today? Has the sun risen in the west? He was grinning wider than if he'd just seen his own son. "Uncle, I won't be coming over tonight to trouble you. Another time. Anyway, I'm staying for quite a while this time, so I can come anytime. Or you and Auntie could come to my place another time. Let my dad treat you properly." Lu Zhiyong shook his head. "Xiaochun, if I ever did anything wrong in the past, please forgive me. Don't hold it against me. And don't be so formal with your uncle. We're all family. Come over to my place tonight. I'll have your aunt make your favorite Sichuan pepper chicken." Lu Chen smiled faintly. "Don't worry, uncle. We're family now. What happened in the past is behind us." Then he declined. "Uncle, I have things to attend to tonight and truly can't make it. Let's reschedule. This time I'll be back for at least a month or two." Lu Zhiyong paused, his voice tinged with disappointment. "Alright then. Be sure to come when you're not busy." Then he asked with a hint of curiosity. "Xiaochun, why are you staying home for so long this time?" Lu Chen casually explained, "My company wants to establish a tech firm in Jiangcheng and has put me in charge of the entire operation. That's why I came back this time. First, I need to buy a building for office space, then acquire a plot of land to build a factory." "What?" Lu Zhiyong looked stunned at first, then his expression turned shocked. "Launching a tech company? Buying an entire building outright? Good heavens, that must cost a fortune." Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively. "Not really. The higher-ups gave me a few billion. Lu Zhiyong's pupils contracted. His mouth fell open in shock. He couldn't help but gasp, swallowing hard as his voice trembled. A few billion? Holy crap. Xiao Chun, you've really made something of yourself. Once you're successful, don't forget your uncle's family. We're all family. At this point in the conversation, Lu Zhiyong hesitated for a moment. He decided to voice everything on his mind. Xiao Chen, your brother works at the same place as you. If you ever run into trouble, you two need to help each other out. The moment the words left his mouth, he felt a pang of awkwardness. What did he mean by help each other? His son was merely an ordinary employee at the 5th military factory, while Lu Chen was the chief engineer of the entire facility. Their statuses were worlds apart. Mutual support? Realizing this, Lu Zhiyong suddenly felt rather pretentious. Besides, hadn't his sudden change in attitude toward Lu Chen and Lu Jicheng been entirely for his son's sake? So there was no need to hide anything. That would only make him seem overly calculating. He took a deep breath. He laid his cards on the table. Xiao Chen, I misspoke earlier. It's not about mutual support. If your brother ever faces any difficulties or comes across opportunities suited for him, you must give him your full support. After all, we're family, right, Xiao Chen? When Lu Chen heard Lu Zhiyong suggest they should help each other, he nearly burst out laughing. He was the chief engineer at a military factory. His authority was nearly on par with the factory directors, while your son was just an ordinary junior employee. You want us to help each other? How exactly are we supposed to do that? He suddenly felt his uncle was utterly hypocritical, full of ulterior motives. If you want me to help your son but won't say it straight out, then since you won't be upfront about it, I'll just pretend not to understand. Fortunately, Lu Zhiyong later added another sentence, clarifying the matter directly. Lu Chen gave a faint smile. He gave him a reassuring nod. Rest assured, uncle. I watched my brother grow up from childhood. All these years, he's always been outstanding. As long as he's willing to work hard and strive for improvement in his career, I'll definitely look out for him when the right opportunity arises. After all, we're family. It's only right. Raised him since childhood? Lu Zhiyong couldn't shake the feeling that something about this sounded off. Still, he thanked Lu Chen. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Ever since I was a kid, I could tell you'd amount to something great when you grew up. My judgment was spot on, Lu Chen chuckled awkwardly. Alright, uncle. I'll head home now, got all this luggage to carry. Come over for dinner sometime. Alright. Go home now. Your dad's been missing you for ages. Lu Zhiyong watched Lu Chen climb the stairs with a cheerful smile. Then he turned and walked away. After he left, he sighed, a hint of resignation flitting across his face. But that look of resignation didn't last long before it was replaced by a smug expression. He used to look down on Lu Jicheng's family, never giving them the time of day, and often flaunted his achievements in front of them. Now suddenly acting like a bootlicker felt rather unnatural. But upon reflection, what was wrong with being a sycophant? Lu Chen was now the chief engineer of the entire military factory, a position of immense importance. The entire factory operated under his authority, and with his son employed there, wasn't his son's future entirely in Lu Chen's hands? Besides, the groveling was well worth it. With Lu Chen's backing, why worry about my son's future? He immediately pulled out his phone, eager to share this joyous news with his son. After the phone connected, first came a hearty laugh, then he addressed his son, "Son, I've got some good news for you." Good news? Lu Quan scratched his head, puzzled about what his father could possibly have to share. He replied with a hint of impatience, "Dad, get to the point. I'm busy." Lu Zhiyong, your brother is back in Jiangcheng. My brother? Which brother? Lu Quan asked in confusion. Lu Chen, of course. And your old man just had a long chat with Lu Chen. He said as long as you work hard, he'll definitely consider you first for any suitable opportunities and promote you. With your brother's word, your future in this unit is practically limitless. Lu Zhiyong grew more excited as he spoke. Chapter 163, Son, I've got money, you just focus on your retirement. Really? Hearing his father's words, Lu Chuangdon's eyes lit up. His earlier impatience vanished instantly. His voice brimmed with astonished delight. He now understood just how crucial connections could be. Before, his direct supervisor constantly bossed him around, dumping all the tough and unpleasant tasks on him. Other senior staff members also bullied him because he was new. But after that celebratory banquet, everything changed. He had attended this celebration with another colleague. But midway through, Lu Quangang behaved strangely and left early. This left his colleague deeply curious, wondering what had happened. So after returning from the celebration, his colleague kept pressing him about what had happened. He hadn't intended to reveal this connection, but under persistent questioning, he finally confessed the truth, revealing that Chief Engineer Lu was actually his younger brother. Upon learning this, his colleague was speechless for a long moment, then his face lit up with excitement and envy. He exclaimed, having a chief engineer as your brother means your future is practically at your feet, it's just a matter of time. His attitude toward Lu Kuan-gang shifted dramatically on the spot, transforming from that of a colleague and senior colleague to that of a sycophant. In truth, Lu Kuan-gang had asked his colleague to keep this a secret. But who could have guessed that in just 2 days? Not only did his team find out, but several people he interacted with regularly, and even his direct supervisor, all learned about it. After learning of this, his supervisor reflected deeply. From then on, he never made things difficult for him just because he was new. Instead, he went out of his way to look out for him and even treated him to meals. His standing underwent a dramatic reversal. Though he relished this newfound respect, he remained grounded. He didn't exploit his brother's position as chief engineer to gain advantages for himself. That's wonderful, Dad. If my brother says so, then I can rest assured. I'll definitely work hard. I promise. At that moment, Lu Chen stood before his own door. He took a deep breath and slowly knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. As the knocking echoed, a familiar voice called out from inside. Who is it? Just a moment, I'll be right there to open the door. Lu Jichang set down the dishes he hadn't finished clearing, washed his hands, dried them with a towel, and hurried to the living room door to open it. The moment he opened the door, he froze in place, unable to believe what he saw before him. Son, why are you back? Oh dear, you should have told me you were coming back. I could have made you some extra good food. Quick, come inside. I've missed you so much, son. You've lost weight. Lu Chen chuckled softly. He carried his luggage into the living room. Dad, I missed you too. But I haven't lost weight, I've actually gained 5 pounds. I'm back with work this time, but I should be staying here for quite a while, at least over a month. Over a month? Lu Jiqian's eyes lit up. Great. Wonderful. Now I can cook for you every day. But your old man might have to work overtime sometimes. If that happens, just buy whatever you want to eat. Lu Chen replied. Suddenly he asked, Dad, how's your new job going? Are you enjoying it? If it's not working out, we can quit. Your son here isn't short on cash, I've got plenty. You should just relax at home and enjoy your life. How about I give you 10 million yuan to start with? You can spend it first? What? Lu Jiqian's eyes widened like lanterns, his face crawling with shock. 10 million? Where did you get that kind of money? Your salary couldn't possibly be 10 million, right? You've worked incredibly hard to get this far. Don't do anything illegal. Ha ha ha. Lu Chen chuckled. Dad, you're overthinking this. Why would I ever do anything illegal? With what your son can do now, do I really need to break the law to make money? Besides, my savings aren't just 10 million. When I visited the South China Sea Naval Base recently, I exceeded expectations on the mission and was rewarded with over 100 million yuan. Which means your son here has over 100 million in savings. With that kind of money, you don't need to work anymore. Why not just relax at home and enjoy the good life? Gulp. Lu Jiqian couldn't help but swallow hard, his breathing growing ragged. His blood felt like it was boiling at that moment. Over 100 million yuan. Enough money to last 10 lifetimes. His son had really made something of himself. With this much money, there was absolutely no need to keep working. Enjoying a life of leisure at home was only natural. But he shook his head. Son, I'm deeply gratified that you've earned so much. Your success must mean our ancestors are smiling down on us from beyond the grave. With all this money, I could easily retire and enjoy life at home. But you know me, Dad. I can't sit still. I'm still young. If I just lazed around at home every day, wouldn't people laugh at me? Besides, staying home to play around would get boring fast. It just doesn't feel right. It's far more fulfilling to work outside. So stop trying to scare me. This job is fine. I can handle it. Lu Chen chuckled. Since his dad had made his position clear, there was no point in pushing further. He just added one more thing. Alright, Dad. I won't push it then. But if you ever get too tired or unhappy at work, just fire your boss anytime. Our family has money, we've got nothing to fear. He knew what his dad did for a living working in a food factory. Food production was mostly assembly line work, but at least it was a day shift, no need to pull all-nighters. Even so, it was grueling work for low pay. In fact, an idea had begun to take shape in his mind. When he went to see the city lord, he'd have the city lord find his dad's company boss and put in a good word to get his dad a less demanding position. Alternatively, once his tech company was up and running, he could hire his dad directly into his own firm. Even a low-stress position would be fine. The two chatted for another half hour. Lu Chen finally dragged his luggage back to his bedroom and began unpacking. Around 5 in the afternoon, Lu Chen took his dad by taxi to an upscale Western restaurant. The question of where to take his father for dinner had troubled Lu Chen for quite some time. After much deliberation, he happened to see a notification about a new upscale Western restaurant opening downtown. Though a bit pricey, the food was genuinely excellent. Chapter 164, What class are you? Plus, his father had never eaten at a Western restaurant before, so this was the perfect chance to bring him along for the experience. Upon entering the restaurant, Lu Jiqiang looked like he'd never seen anything like it before. He was utterly fascinated by the restaurant's surroundings. The decor, lighting, and music all gave off an air of sophistication in his eyes. Especially the diners inside, no shirtless men, no beer-chugging show-offs, no loud boasting or chatter. They all seemed like highly cultured social elites. He never imagined he'd have the chance to dine in such a place. But seeing the luxurious decor and the refined atmosphere, he suddenly felt a pang of regret. He felt a pang of regret over the cost. So after taking his seat, he leaned forward and whispered to Lu Chen, "Son, this is the finest dining environment I've ever seen. It must cost a fortune, right? How much does a meal cost here? At least 300 or 400, right?" Lu Chen chuckled softly and waved his hand dismissively. "Not expensive. At most 100 or 2. Just relax and eat. Order whatever you want. Son, money's no object for me." Hearing it was only 100 or 2, Lu Jiqiang let out a long sigh of relief. As long as it's not too expensive. Even though you've got money now, it didn't just blow in on the wind. You've got to be careful with it. Of course. I'll definitely be careful with my spending. I won't waste it. Don't worry, Dad. But Lu Chen had barely finished making his promise. A waiter immediately approached with a cheerful smile. Without a word, she handed 2 menus to Lu Chen and Lu Jiqiang respectively. She politely inquired, "May I take your orders, gentlemen?" Seeing the glaring prices on the menu, Lu Chen's lips twitched. If Dad saw this, wouldn't he figure it out? He immediately said, "No need for menus. Isn't there a QR code on the table? I'll just scan it to order." As he spoke, he rose slightly. He intended to snatch the menu back from Lu Jiqiang's hands. But before Lu Chen could even touch the menu, Lu Jiqiang suddenly snatched it away. The prices on the menu made his head spin. A quick glance revealed that virtually nothing was priced below 100 yuan. A single appetizer cost 68 yuan, a steak ran a whopping 398 yuan, and even a plate of fried noodles was 58 yuan. Absolutely outrageous. To eat a full meal here, forget about 100 or 200 yuan, it would easily cost over 1,000. He desperately wanted to take his son and leave immediately. He wasn't about to pay such exorbitant prices. If the waiter still didn't understand him, Lu Chen stood up, took the menu from the waiter's hand, and handed it back. Waving his hand, he said, "You can go back to work. We don't need the menu, I'll just order directly through the app." After the waiter left, Lu Jiqiang leaned forward again and whispered, "Son, you actually dared to deceive your old man. The food here is way too expensive. Let's just leave. Let's just grab some stir-fried dishes at that place by the community gate." Lu Chen shook his head. "Dad, just listen to me today. We're eating here. It's not like you're paying anyway. Besides, I've got plenty of money now. When it's time to enjoy, you enjoy. All right, Dad, stop talking. I'll just order directly from my phone." Lu Chen pulled out his phone, opened WeChat, and scanned the QR code on the table. Then he asked, "Dad, what do you want to eat?" Before Lu Jiqiang could answer, he quickly changed his mind. "Never mind, I'll just order for myself." With that, he began ordering. 2 well-done original steaks, 2 portions of fries, 2 plates of shredded pork noodles, 2 desserts, 2 servings of secret recipe abalone, 2 plates of sizzling sea cucumber. Lu Chen ordered without hesitation, doubling everything in one go. Total cost, around 1,500. After placing the order, he submitted it. He said to Lu Jiqiang, "Dad, I've ordered everything. That should be enough for the 2 of us. If it's not, we can order more." "How much?" Lu Jiqiang asked the question he cared about most. Lu Chen casually made up a figure, just a few hundred yuan. Not much. Only a few minutes after ordering, desserts and snacks were brought out. Another 10 minutes passed. All the dishes were finally served. Looking at the table laden with dishes, Lu Jiqiang's lips twitched. "You ordered all this and tell me it didn't cost much? Never mind. Since it's all here now, let's just leave it at that this time. Remember, no more reckless spending in the future, okay?" Lu Chen nodded repeatedly. Originally, Lu Jiqiang had been in a foul mood because Lu Chen had ordered so many dishes. But once they started eating, the unique flavors he'd never tasted before caught his attention. The more he ate, the more delicious it became. The aroma was simply irresistible. He couldn't help but praise, "I'll give it to them, the dishes here are pricey, but they're genuinely delicious. Son, you sure know how to pick a place." Lu Chen chuckled. "If you like it, I'll bring you here more often?" Lu Jiqiang waved his hands repeatedly. "No, just this once. Trying it once is enough. It was always like this." A middle-aged man in a suit, rather overweight, strode confidently toward Lu Jiqiang. Just as he was about to reach Lu Jiqiang happened to look up and stretch his neck. And it was precisely that upward glance that caught sight of the middle-aged man. The moment he saw him, Lu Jiqiang's pupils suddenly contracted, and his heart tightened. He never dreamed he would run into his company's boss here. This boss was notoriously demanding in his work and strict in his dealings, striking fear into every employee. Panic seized him. Lu Jiqiang abruptly stood up. Then, instinctively, he bowed low and greeted him with a forced smile. "Boss, you're here for dinner too?" Hearing someone address him, Zhang Jun halted in his tracks. He furrowed his brow, looking at Lu Jiqiang with confusion and surprise. After carefully studying Lu Jiqiang's face, he couldn't recall ever meeting this person. He asked, "Who are you?" Seeing that the other man didn't recognize him, Lu Jiqiang felt a bit awkward. He wished he hadn't been so impulsive, standing up to greet him. Pretending not to see him would have been much better. But now, pretending not to see him was impossible. He could only chuckle awkwardly. "I'm an employee from Workshop 3. I've only been working here for a short while." "Oh." Hearing he was an employee from his own factory, Zhang Jun gave him another glance, though his eyes were filled with disdain and contempt, his expression cold and haughty. He looked down at the food on the table again and said in a tone neither warm nor cold, "All right, let's eat." With that, he walked away. Even after Zhang Jun left, he couldn't help but frown. He thought to himself, "What kind of person are you? You're actually eating at the same place as me? Can you even afford it?" Chapter 165, Chance Encounter with Gao Yucheng. Lu Chen had taken in every detail, his father's reaction just now, and the expression and gaze of that so-called boss. Seeing his father groveling and speaking kindly to them made him feel deeply uneasy. He silently resolved either get dad to quit his job and live comfortably, or bring him straight to his own company. Or else find someone to give that so-called big shot boss a gentle reminder to look out for his father. Lu Chen had intended to say something to his father, but seeing his father sit back down with an awkward expression, the words he'd been about to speak were forced back down his throat. At that moment, Zhang Jun, who moments ago had been smug and arrogant with a cold expression, immediately plastered on a smile upon seeing another middle-aged man seated nearby. He quickened his pace and walked over. He bent down and extended his hand. "Chief Gao, I didn't expect you to arrive so early. My apologies for keeping you waiting." "My apologies." MHM. Gao Yucheng gave a light nod before extending his right hand for a brief handshake. "Have a seat." "Sure thing." Facing Gao Yucheng's cool demeanor, Zhang Jun felt not the slightest resentment. Instead, he regarded it as perfectly natural, even somewhat flattered. After all, Gao Yucheng was the chief of police for the entire city of Zhangchang. It had taken pulling strings and making connections to finally get him out. And he had a favor to ask of him. After taking his seat, Zhang Jun requested the menu from the waiter and presented it to Gao Yucheng with both hands. Simultaneously, he said, "Chief Gao, take a look and see what you'd like to eat." Gao Yucheng glanced at him, put down his phone, and shook his head. "I didn't come here to eat, nor do I have the time. I have other important matters to attend to shortly. Whatever you need me for, just get straight to the point." As the chief of police for the entire city of Zhangchang, his authority was undeniably vast. He usually met with big shots, at least big bosses running factories with 1,000 or 2 employees. A small-time boss like Zhang Jun, who only ran a factory with 300 or 400 employees. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have met with him at all. The reason he was meeting with him this time was because a friend of mine had asked him to. My friend mentioned that Zhang Jun was a distant relative of his. That's why he was giving him this favor. Seeing that Gao Yucheng showed no intention of ordering, Gao Jun awkwardly pulled the menu back. He then casually selected a few dishes and instructed the waiter to serve them. He chuckled. "Chief Gao, I know your time is valuable, so I'll get straight to the point. My son got into a fight recently and broke the other guy's leg. He's still locked up at the police station. I've tried talking to several friends, but they won't release him. They're even threatening to take my son to court and have him sentenced. Chief Gao, look, anything is negotiable as long as you get my son out." After his son was arrested, he'd spent money pulling strings through several connections, but the station chief wouldn't budge. Neither hardball tactics nor soft appeals worked. Even the district bureau chief wouldn't give him any leeway. If they actually took his son to court, he'd likely get 2 or 3 years. If this had happened in the urban district where he lived, it might have been manageable. He could grease the right palms. But his son had gotten into the fight in another district, a place he knew nothing about. It was extremely difficult to resolve. By chance, he learned that a distant relative had connections, so he sought out Chief Gao. When he heard what Zhang Jun wanted his help with, he was at a loss for words. It was just a broken leg, right? Pay some compensation and it's over. It's not like it's a huge deal. Why come to me? So that's what this is about. Well, your son was in the wrong for hitting him. Pay compensation where it's due, go through mediation if needed, just follow the proper channels. Why come to me? Zhang Jun wore a bitter expression. Chief Gao, I'd be more than willing to settle this with compensation. But they refuse mediation and insist on taking my son to court to get him sentenced. I had no choice but to come to you. You? Chief Yao looked troubled. He had a habit of not acting until he was certain of success. So he began hinting openly and subtly that the case was difficult to resolve, starting to pressure Zhang Jun. At that moment, Lu Jiqiang, who had just finished his steak, suddenly asked Lu Chen, "Son, where's the restroom?" Lu Chen glanced around. "I'll take you there." So the two stood up, intending to head to the restroom. Just as they were walking, Gao Yucheng, who had been sitting there putting on airs, suddenly raised an eyebrow. He instantly sat up straight. His gaze swept back and forth over Lu Chen. He quickly confirmed he hadn't misread the situation. Ignoring Zhang Jun, who was still speaking to him, he stood up abruptly. Then, breaking his usual demeanor, he flashed a cheerful smile. He raised his hand proactively to greet him. "Lu Chen, brother Lu, it's me." The reason for his sudden attentiveness. First, because of what had happened in Lu Chen's neighborhood. Second, as a high-ranking official in Jiangcheng who had accompanied the city lord to several meetings in the imperial capital. During those meetings, he'd heard Lu Chen's name mentioned frequently. He knew Lu Chen was personally received and favored by the Dragon Lord. He understood the true extent of Lu Chen's capabilities and the immense contributions he had made. He knew Lu Chen shared a brotherly bond with Commander Zhang, and that he was among the nation's most vital talents. Thus, upon encountering Lu Chen here, he wasted no time in extending a greeting. He heard someone calling his name. Lu Chen paused slightly. Upon seeing Gao Yucheng, he felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. After a moment of recollection, it finally clicked. Wasn't this the chief superintendent he'd encountered downstairs at his own residential complex? He never expected to run into him here. So Lu Chen and his father walked over. "Chief Gao? Haha, what a coincidence. Never thought I'd run into you here." Seeing that Lu Chen still remembered him, Gao Yucheng's smile grew even brighter. "Indeed, it's all fate. Am I in the capital? When did I come back?" Lu Chen smiled faintly. "Just got back today. Thought I'd take my old man out for a nice meal." Gao Yucheng immediately turned his gaze to Lu Jiqiang and extended his right hand. "Hello." Lu Jiqiang, somewhat flattered, shook Gao Yucheng's hand and replied, "Hello." Just then, Lu Chen noticed Zhang Jun standing nearby, his face frozen in shock. When Gao Yucheng suddenly stood up to greet someone, Zhang Jun looked utterly bewildered but rose to his feet as well. However, upon recognizing the two individuals he was greeting, one being an employee under his command and the other his own son. Especially that Chief Gao was being so polite to his employee's son, even showing a hint of deference and attentiveness. He was dumbfounded. Could it be that his employee's son was some kind of big shot? He'd definitely have to treat that employee better from now on. After the initial shock wore off, his mind began to spin with hopeful thoughts. Could he get the employee's son to put in a good word for him? That would make things so much easier, wouldn't it? But what Lu Chen said next shattered his fantasies instantly. Chapter 166, The Investment Promotion Project has a solution. "Chief Gao, do you recognize the gentleman beside you?" Lu Chen looked at Zhang Jun. Gao Yucheng shook his head. "No, I don't. He was introduced by a friend. He came to see me today about some business." "Do you know him?" Lu Chen shook his head as well. "No. Same as you, I only found out who he was today. He's my dad's boss." "Oh?" Gao Yucheng's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, since he's your dad's boss, I'd better consider handling this matter. But the thought had barely formed. Lu Chen cut him off immediately. "He used to be, but he won't be anymore. My father resigned today. From now on, we have absolutely nothing to do with him anymore." Lu Jiqiang froze. He thought to himself, I never said I was quitting. Why did you just go ahead and resign for me last time? He was about to say something. Lu Chen turned his head and shot him a look that said, don't say a word. I've got this covered. After catching that look from Lu Chen, he shot up. Only then did he realize. Did he realize his son was no longer the boy he once knew? The son of the past was timid, lacking much initiative in anything he did, and never making decisions for himself. But the son before him now was entirely different. From the look in his son's eyes just now alone, he could tell his son was now a man of unwavering resolve, utterly decisive. Perhaps this transformation came after his son's promotion, gaining certain authority and status. Regardless, this transformation was ultimately a positive development. Ha! Zhang Jun immediately lost his composure upon hearing his employee wanted to resign. You're resigning? You. He desperately wanted to call out Lu Jiqiang's name, but he had no idea what it was. Why are you suddenly quitting? If you're leaving, you need to give advance notice and submit a resignation letter. If you just walk out, we'll dock a month's pay from your salary. Before Zhang Jun could finish, Gao Yucheng cut him off. Having risen to the rank of chief superintendent, Gao Yucheng was a master of social etiquette, emotional intelligence, and reading people's expressions. From Lu Chen's words, he could clearly discern one thing. Lu Chen clearly disliked his father's boss. The fact that he'd announced his resignation on the spot suggested he even harbored some resentment toward the man. Therefore, he didn't want any association with his father's boss. Given that, he must also sever all ties with this boss. Moreover, he certainly couldn't handle any matters this boss had entrusted to him. Before Zhang Jun could finish speaking, he cut him off abruptly. Zhang Jun, what do you mean by that? If you quit, we'll deduct a month's salary. As a boss, how did you learn labor law? Don't you know even this basic knowledge? This is illegal. Let me make this clear, Brother Liu is resigning today. He won't be submitting a resignation letter, and you won't be paying him a single penny less than what he's owed. If you shortchange him by even a cent, you'd better be prepared for the authorities to come knocking. You dare withhold Brother Liu's wages? It seems you've truly given up on running this business. Gao Yuqing's blunt words sent a chill through Zhang Jun's body. He simply couldn't comprehend it. He was just an ordinary worker in his factory. Why would the chief inspector call him brother? With connections like that, why would he be working as an ordinary employee in a factory like this? Moreover, could someone the chief of police called Big Brother be someone he could afford to provoke? Absolutely not. So he hurriedly explained. No. I strictly follow labor laws. How could I possibly withhold someone's wages? That's impossible. Rest assured, I'll pay him every penny of his wages. He then turned to Lu Jiqiang. Brother Lu, right? When you get back, just tell the factory manager in the office that you're resigning. No paperwork needed, just say I gave special approval. Then just wait for your final paycheck. Rest assured, you won't be shortchanged a single penny. Finally, he turned to look at Gao Yuqing with a questioning gaze. What do you think? Gao Yuqing gave a faint nod. That's more like it. You go ahead. Lu and I haven't seen each other in ages. We need to catch up. Though Zhang Jun understood he was being dismissed, he still asked reluctantly. What about the favor I asked of you? Gao Yuqing shot him a glance. Do whatever needs to be done. Follow the law. But I suggest you consider paying to avoid trouble. Find a good lawyer to negotiate with them properly and make sure the money is settled. I believe they won't be unreasonable. Understand? Zhang Jun took a deep breath and could only nod. Understood. Well, Chief Gao, I'll leave you to your work now. He returned to his previous seat, picked up his briefcase, and turned to leave. But just then, the waiter approached carrying the dish he had ordered earlier. Noticing he was about to leave, the waiter inquired, Sir, your meal. Zhang Jun snorted. Pack up what I ordered. To go. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gao Yuqing and Lu Chen ate and chatted, delighted to see each other, sharing laughter. They chatted until 9 o'clock at night. The dinner gathering finally concluded. On the way home, Lu Jiqiang felt as if he were in a dream. He never imagined that after living his entire life as an ordinary person, his once ordinary son would become so accomplished, capable of conversing so easily with the chief superintendent. And this chief even had to go along with what he said. Moreover, when the conversation reached its peak, they even shared a drink. During their conversation, Lu Chen also informed the chief superintendent of his plans to invest in establishing a technology company in Jiangchang. The chief commissioner welcomed the idea wholeheartedly, adding that if this matter were brought to the city lord would surely extend a warm welcome and even personally assist without hesitation. Since Gao Yuqing had mentioned the city lord, Lu Chen promptly expressed that he had matters requiring the city lord's assistance. Gao Yuqing promptly handed Lu Chen the city lord's phone number. After leaving, Gao Yuqing sat down in his car, first calling his driver to come pick him up. Then he immediately called the city lord, Ma Jiwei. He maintained a very good personal relationship with the city lord. The moment the call connected, the mayor addressed him as Old Gao. Old Gao, what brings your call at this hour? Gao Yuqing chuckled, his voice slightly slurred with drunkenness. Mayor Ma, I have some good news to share. Good news? What kind of good news? The investment promotion project that's been giving you headaches has been resolved. Resolved? Hurry up and tell me what's going on. Ma Jiwei asked impatiently. Chapter 167, Lu Chen plans to establish a tech company in Jiangcheng. In the first half of the year, Jiangcheng's economic development had lagged behind. He knew exactly why. The reason Jiangcheng had thrived in previous years, with its economy growing year after year. This was primarily due to their vigorous development of the chemical industry. Chemical plants sprang up one after another. But as the market expanded, the most critical issue came to light. That was environmental pollution. Compounded by the nation's environmental policy direction, which requires nationwide implementation of environmental protection measures. Environmental standards were raised. With the implementation of a series of policies, Mayor Ma had no choice but to reluctantly order many non-compliant, environmentally harmful chemical enterprises to rectify their operations within a specified timeframe or cease operations immediately. Of course, the shutdowns targeted those enterprises that had committed serious violations and caused severe environmental damage. He had believed that by granting sufficient time for rectification and adjustment to those enterprises with violations or environmental pollution issues, they could be revitalized and continue sustainable development. However, what he hadn't anticipated was, he miscalculated. Because treating pollutants like wastewater or thick smoke requires the installation of numerous new environmental protection devices. These systems don't come cheap. Moreover, operations must cease during installation, halting production entirely. This forces many businesses to either voluntarily shut down or be forced out of operation. Even those companies that comply fully purchasing and installing the required environmental equipment have suffered significant financial losses. This entire process caused Jiangqing's GDP to plummet significantly. Ma Jiwei watched it unfold, his heart aching. But he had no other choice. This was a policy mandated from above. Achieving sustainable development demanded this course of action. So after this incident, he began contemplating whether Jiangqing's economic focus could be shifted toward other service industries or sectors with technological content, rather than these most basic heavy industries. Thus began the drive to attract investment. But often, ideals are noble while reality is harsh. Securing policy support for service-oriented industries proved relatively straightforward, and some investors were indeed willing to come to Jiangcheng. But for technology-driven enterprises, they held little competitive advantage. Such companies were fiercely sought after by cities nationwide, with constant changes in regulations and intense competition. Compounding the issue, Jiangcheng itself had few tech companies to begin with. Talent was scarce, and it wasn't a major metropolis. Consequently, few large-scale, technology-intensive enterprises were willing to invest there. Lately, I've been swamped dealing with this issue. I've even personally approached numerous tech companies for negotiations. But they've all been playing hardball with me. At this point, there's no clear direction at all. Nor can he find a viable breakthrough. It's not that no factories have come to invest and set up operations in Jiangcheng. Some had agreed to come. But those that did either represented outdated industries, were only making small-scale investments, or were labor-intensive enterprises. Attracting high-end, cutting-edge technology companies or promising sunrise industries was proving incredibly difficult. So when Gao Yucheng mentioned that progress had been made on the investment attraction front, he instantly perked up. He was extremely curious. Gao Yucheng explained, "It's like this, Lord Ma. You remember Lu Chen, right?" Lu Chen? Ma Jiwei seemed lost in recollection. Of course I remember him. Lu Chen is truly an extraordinary figure. He's now considered the foremost figure in the entire scientific community of Dragon Nation, a pillar of the state. And he's the only one our Jiangcheng has produced in all these years? What's that supposed to mean? Why bring him up all of a sudden? Well, Lord Mayor, Gao Yucheng chuckled, I ran into him tonight and even had dinner with him. The investment project I mentioned having a lead on is connected to him. Oh? Ma Jiwei's eyes lit up, his voice tinged with urgency. The investment attraction project is connected to him? Quick, tell me what happened. Gao Yucheng continued, yes, it's connected to him. The reason he returned to Jiangcheng this time is to purchase a building here and establish a tech company. From what he said, he plans to use that building as the tech company's headquarters. Beyond that, he plans to acquire large tracts of land to build factories for manufacturing the tech products developed at headquarters, or to establish various laboratories. According to what he disclosed, his initial investment this time should be no less than 3 billion yuan, and that's just the initial phase. Subsequent investments will be even larger. Most importantly, he mentioned that the investors are the 5th military factory, the Long Bay military region, and the state itself, meaning this will be a state-owned enterprise. However, Lu Chen is contributing his technology as equity, holding a 49% stake, and he will have full control over management and operations. And after hearing his plans, I was absolutely fired up. He said that after this tech company is established, it will focus on R&D and production, developing large-scale technological products needed by the nation or by the people of Longwood as a whole, and then manufacturing them locally. Jiangcheng will serve as its headquarters. In his vision, he aims to build Zhejiang Tech into the world's most advanced, technologically sophisticated, and largest company, even surpassing a market value of 100 trillion yuan. This is tremendous news for our Jiangcheng. That's why I called you immediately after our meeting. Lord Mayor? Are you listening? Why aren't you saying anything? When Ma Jiwei remained silent for an extended period, he began to suspect his signal was poor. But it wasn't that Ma Jiwei was deliberately silent. He was genuinely stunned into speechlessness. If anyone else had come to invest and made such bold claims, he wouldn't have believed them. But the one saying this was Lu Chen. He believed every word. Originally, he'd been overwhelmed by the task of attracting investment and facilitating Jiangcheng's transformation. He had no idea what to do. Now, suddenly learning that Lu Chen intended to invest in their Jiangcheng and to establish a technology company at that. And he planned to build it on a massive scale. With the backing of the state. It was like a godsend. In his eyes now, Lu Chen was his lucky star. Yes, I can hear you. I'm listening. Great news, old Gao. This is absolutely fantastic, ha ha ha. You know Lu Chen's capabilities. If he were to invest in our Jiangcheng will witness unprecedented growth. Our city's transformation won't be a problem anymore. Ha ha ha. Alright. I'll convene a meeting tomorrow and instruct all relevant departments to fully support him, give him the green light at every turn. Also, I'll personally meet with him the day after tomorrow. Ha ha ha. Chapter 168, Site Selection. Back at the residential complex. Lu Jiqiang couldn't quite grasp why his son would quit his job. His job was tiring every day, but it brought in at least over 4,000 yuan a month. That was no small amount for him. He couldn't help but ask, "Son, why did you quit my job for me?" Lu Chen gave a faint smile. He casually replied, "Because I don't really like your boss. I don't think he's a good person." After saying this, Lu Chen observed his father's reaction. Seeing his father look a bit taken aback, he burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Just kidding. My tech company is about to launch, and I'll need your help with a lot of things down the line. Working for someone else isn't as good as helping out your own family. Dad, I'll pay you a salary. And once the company's up and running, with more staff on board, I'll set you up with a pretty laid-back management position. You'll just oversee your team, that's all you'll need to do. Just sipping tea, tending to your plants, how relaxing would that be? Right? Well, Lu Jiqiang hesitated for a moment. Even if I do join your company, I can't just be a slacker. How could I not put in the effort for your business? But to be fair, you do have a point. Of course, you should prioritize working for your own company. Son, you'll be my boss from now on, ha ha ha. Enough. Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively. Don't tease me like that. Back home. Lu Chen grabbed a bottle of hawthorn juice from the fridge and gulped down half of it. He grabbed a bag of potato chips. He munched away while scrolling through short videos. He kept scrolling until around 11 p.m., then opened his mobile game for a couple of rounds. Finally, he found an anime and watched it for over half an hour. Only then did he place his phone by his pillow to charge. He drifted off to sleep. The next morning. It wasn't even 7 o'clock yet. Lu Chen, still half asleep, heard someone knocking on the door. He reluctantly opened his eyes, still half asleep. Then a voice called out. "Xiao Chen, get up and eat. Breakfast is ready. And since you're starting a company, don't slack off. Didn't you say this company is backed by the state? Or that you're establishing a state-owned enterprise? If that's the case, you absolutely cannot slack off. You must work hard, strive for progress, and perform well. Otherwise, if you don't perform well, what if the higher-ups remove you from your position or fire you? Wouldn't you be the one losing out big time?" Hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips. Good grief. Fire me? If they fire me, what are they going to do? He gave a half-hearted reply at first. Alright, I'll get up right away. I'll work hard and strive to improve. I won't slack off. Then came a bit of complaining, and Dad, you're really overthinking this. They'd never fire me, not in this whole company. If they did, would they even bother working anymore? Besides, my son will hold 49% of the shares by then, while their combined holdings amount to just 51%. In reality, I'm the largest shareholder. What's more, I'll have full operational control over the entire company management authority, all personnel appointments, and every decision rests with me. How could I possibly get fired? Enough said. Come on, let's eat. What did you make, Dad? Lu Chen had said all that, but he wasn't sure if Lu Jiqiang had taken it in. All he heard was Lu Jiqiang's reply. Noodles with boiled eggs. Oh, right. Lu Chen pursed his lips. I knew it would be that. After breakfast, he and Su Mingyan headed to the 2 office buildings for an on-site viewing. After touring the first building and discussing terms with the owner, they decisively ruled out this building. Although the price was reasonable, its location was slightly too far north, a bit distant from the city center. Truthfully, location wasn't the primary concern. The main issues were that the building appeared somewhat dated, and its internal structure didn't quite meet Lu Chen's expectations. Furthermore, the surrounding environment wasn't ideal. There weren't many restaurants or eateries around either. So, all things considered, this building was eliminated from consideration. That meant the first of the 2 buildings under consideration was eliminated. Only the last one remained. If this last one doesn't work out, we'll likely have to start searching again. After inspecting this building, they immediately rushed to the next one without delay. The second building caught Lu Chen's eye the moment he arrived at its entrance. It stood as a single, detached structure, positioned slightly east of the city center. Its location offered exceptional convenience whether heading into the city center, the industrial zone to the east, the high-tech park to the north, or the development zone to the south. Moreover, the surrounding area boasted a complete range of amenities. Every kind of restaurant, snack bar, and fast food outlet was readily available. A large shopping mall nearby housed cinemas, entertainment venues, and hotels. This means my employees will have plenty of options for lunch or evening meals and entertainment after work. Moreover, the building is surrounded by 4 or 5 large residential communities. Not only are there 4 or 5 large residential communities, but right next to this office building are 3 apartment towers, each over 20 stories tall. This will greatly facilitate future recruitment efforts. Lu Chen even plans to purchase one apartment building outright, offering complimentary housing to qualified talent joining the company. Therefore, he was highly satisfied with the location and surrounding environment. Then there was the building's exterior and the impression it made. The building stands 27 stories tall and clearly dates from the past 2 years, perhaps even completed this year. It appeared unoccupied inside and hadn't undergone extensive renovations. It could be considered a brand new building. Its exterior design is strikingly modern, perfectly aligning with Lu Chen's vision for the group headquarters. Another key point is that the building stands alone, surrounded by its own expansive parking lot. So far, Chen was thoroughly satisfied. After meeting the boss, they toured the building together. The interior layout also perfectly met Lu Chen's requirements. It was as if the building had been tailor-made for Lu Chen. It was a perfect fit. After a thorough tour of the building, they entered the negotiation phase. Negotiating with Lu Chen was Zhao Wenkai, the general manager of the building's developer. This building had indeed just been completed this year and was now being offered for sale or lease. At that time, after Su Mingyan identified this location as promising, he went through great lengths, persistently staking out the site and seeking contacts to obtain the developer's general manager's phone number. Chapter 169, This building is mine. Before the building was even finished, Zhao Wenkai had prepared 2 plans. The first plan was to sell the entire building outright. The second plan was to lease the entire building, whether to individuals or a third-party property management company. Their sole focus was on maximizing quick returns and minimizing hassle. When Su Mingyan called to express interest in purchasing the entire building, he genuinely treated Su Mingyan as a major client. He warmly invited Su Mingyan to his office for detailed discussions and even prepared the finest tea for him. But what he hadn't anticipated was this. Only Su Mingyan showed up, and he looked to be in his early 20s. A 20-something coming to discuss a deal worth hundreds of millions. This made Zhao Wenkai take notice, assuming he must be the son of some wealthy tycoon. But who would have guessed? After just a few sentences, he realized Su Mingyan knew absolutely nothing about business negotiations. It was pure awkward small talk. So Zhao Wenkai asked him a few questions, both directly and indirectly, only to discover this guy came from an ordinary family. He was actually an unemployed person without even a company. Even though he kept insisting he was representing a friend and repeatedly emphasized that his friend was a powerful figure, Zhao Wenkai still looked down on him and naturally on this so-called friend as well. When he saw Lu Chen was also a young man today, his face was filled with disdain and contempt. He even wondered if the two of them had come to cause trouble and make a fool of him. He almost turned and walked away. Fortunately, his business acumen prevailed. He stayed, accompanying the pair on an extensive tour of the upper floors and providing detailed answers to every question Lu Chen posed. He intended to see just how long these two youngsters could keep up their act. If he discovered they were indeed here to mock him, he wouldn't be polite to them. After thoroughly inspecting the ground floor and every level above, at the front of the building, Zhao Wenkai stood with his arms crossed, standing on tiptoes, his posture casual yet his expression contemptuous as he looked at Lu Chen and Su Mingyan. His tone dripped with disdain as he spoke. "Gentlemen, I've shown you everything worth seeing and told you everything worth knowing. So, are you buying or not?" Lu Chen didn't respond directly. Instead, he looked up at the building, which radiated a distinctly modern, urban feel. The more he looked, the more he liked it. He nodded at Zhao Wenkai. "This building you've constructed is quite impressive. It meets all my expectations in every aspect. I'll take it." Normally, when buying something, one must find faults even if there are none. You invent a few to lay the groundwork for price negotiations. But Lu Chen couldn't care less about that. He had no need to nitpick. Because while he was the one buying the building, he wouldn't be the one negotiating the price. He planned to have the city lord come negotiate directly with him. Since the city lord himself was making the purchase, how could the developer dare to overcharge? Not even if they had 10 times the courage. "You want it?" Hearing this, Zhao Wenkai found the situation utterly dramatic. He wondered if this young man was bluffing. "You say you want it, so you want it. Do you have the money?" "That's right, I'll take it." Lu Chen nodded firmly once more. "But I definitely can't accept the price you quoted. It's clearly way above market value. Don't try to pull a fast one on me just because I'm young. What I know is beyond your imagination." Zhao Wenkai smiled, clearly dismissing him. "This is our price. Take it or leave it. If you don't buy it, we'll sell it to someone else." Lu Chen stared straight at him. He gave a slight smile. "Sell it to someone else? That's impossible. Since I've said I want it, this building can only be mine. You have no choice but to sell it to me. Understand?" Seeing Lu Chen's innocent expression paired with such unwavering certainty, Zhao Wenkai couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't help but scoff. "You mean we can't sell it to anyone else? You say you want it, so it can only be yours, only sold to you? How dare you be so presumptuous? Who do you think you are? So young and already acting all high and mighty, copying others, huh? I'm asking you two, are you here to buy in earnest? To discuss business honestly? Or just here for fun, to mess with me? Ha! As he spoke these words, 3 young, well-built men in suits closed in on Lu Chen and his companion in unison. Su Mingyan felt a surge of panic. But Lu Chen remained perfectly calm. Come on, don't be ridiculous. If we weren't serious about buying, we wouldn't have come here in the first place. Who'd waste their time with you? I'm a straightforward person. I'll be honest with you, I've set my sights on this building. But judging by the price you quoted me, you're not being straightforward at all. But it's fine. I didn't come here today to haggle. My main purpose is to see if this building meets my expectations. As for haggling, I'll be back tomorrow. Someone will be here to negotiate the price for me then. I hope when you meet the person negotiating for me, dare to quote such a ridiculous price like you did today. Or dare to look at me with that same slacker attitude and that same dismissive glare. Oh? Zhao Wenkai snorted coldly with disdain. Stop blowing smoke here. No matter who you send to negotiate the price, no matter who you bring tomorrow, I'll stay exactly like this. I won't sell to you. What are you gonna do about it? Lu Chen chuckled. I hope you can pull that off. By the way, I might as well tell you. The person coming to negotiate with me tomorrow is Lord Ma, the city lord of Jiangchang. Lord Ma? Zhao Wenkai froze, his face brimming with astonishment. After a few seconds of stunned silence, he scoffed with utter contempt. Kid, did some monkey hire you to be a clown? Lord Ma? A high and mighty big shot like that? How could someone from the lowest rung of society like you even know him? People like you aren't even worthy of tying his shoes. This is hilarious. If you're going to make stuff up, at least make it believable. You're brain dead. Seeing Zhao Wenkai's disbelief, Lu Chen shrugged. Believe it or not. Anyway, I'm telling you now, tomorrow I'll be coming with Lord Ma to discuss this building. First, don't you dare sell it today. If Lord Ma asks, I doubt you'll be able to cover it. Second, you're the general manager of cultural creative real estate, right? Tell your boss that Lord Ma is coming here tomorrow. Have him greet us personally here so we can discuss matters with him. Alright, we're leaving now. See you tomorrow. I can't afford the consequences? Mayor Ma is coming with you tomorrow to discuss this? Zhao Wenkai curled his lips. He glanced up at the sky. It's daytime, after all. Are you daydreaming now? Chapter 170. Tomorrow I'll come to discuss with the city lord. As Lu Chen and Su Mingyan turned to leave, Zhao Wenkai immediately blocked their path. His eyes narrowed, a ruthless expression hardening on his face. Kid, did I give you permission to leave? Do you have any idea how valuable my time is? You've wasted so much of it, and now you think you can just walk out like that? Do you really believe that's possible? As he spoke, 3 burly men flanking him closed in, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, ready to pounce. They hurled insults at Lu Chen and his companion. Kid, you think you can mess with our boss? Looks like you've had enough of living. The last guy who messed with our boss is still lying in the hospital. Just you wait today, I'll break both your legs and tear your mouths to shreds. Think you can walk out? Not a chance. Su Mingyan tugged nervously at Lu Chen's sleeve. She whispered, Brother Lu, what should we do? Facing the 4 men surrounding him, Lu Chen showed not a trace of panic, as if victory were already assured. A faint smile touched his lips as he gestured toward a car parked diagonally ahead, which had stopped by the roadside just minutes earlier. Hey, I suggest you guys take a look at what's by the roadside before you make your move. Ha? Zhao Wenkai raised an eyebrow at Lu Chen's words, then turned his head to the right. He didn't expect what he saw. His mouth twitched involuntarily. He couldn't help but mutter a curse. Holy? When did a police car show up? Just minutes ago. A police car, whether on duty or just parked temporarily. It was parked diagonally across from Lu Chen's location, less than 30 meters away. That's why Lu Chen felt so confident. Hearing Zhao Wenkai's words, the other burly men simultaneously glanced toward the rear. Upon seeing the police car still flashing its lights, they all instinctively ducked their heads, retracting the menacing glare they had just flashed. They had been planning to teach these 2 kids a lesson right here. But who in their right mind would try anything in front of the police? They'd be arrested the moment they made a move. It was like sticking your neck out only to get snapped in an instant. Zhao Wenkai glared viciously at Lu Chen. You got lucky today, kid. But don't let me catch you again. If you ever show your face around here, you won't be so lucky next time. Get lost. Lu Chen snorted lightly. He spoke calmly, General Manager Zhao, remember what I said. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., I'll be here with Ma Chengzhu to discuss pricing. Go tell your boss to be here sharp at 10 tomorrow morning. Oh, and while I'm young and easy to deal with, Lord Ma Cheng might not be quite as accommodating. Got it? That's all. Goodbye. He waved his hand, signaling Ma Wenkai, who was blocking his path, to step aside. Ma Wenkai gritted his teeth in anger, clenching his fists tightly. He desperately wanted to fight back, but seeing the police car behind him, he forced himself to hold back. He obediently stepped aside. After Lu Chen and Su Mingyan departed. As they passed the police car, Lu Chen paused slightly. He glanced at the officer inside the patrol car who was eating a jianbingguozi. He gave him a chuckle. Then he saluted. Lu Chen could pretty much guess what was going on. The officer inside had been out on duty without time to eat, squeezed in a moment to buy a Jin Bingwazi, pulled over to the side of the road, and was now eating. The officer eating the pancake noticed a young man suddenly stop in front of his vehicle. And then smiled at him and gave a military salute. He paused slightly. He paused mid-bite, chewing no longer, and returned the salute. Only after watching Lu Chen and his companion walk away did he resume eating. Watching Lu Chen and the other man walk away, Zhao Wenkai felt a deep sense of resentment. He'd been played by these two punks, wasting so much time, and even threatened by that kid. Yet in the end, he could only watch them walk away. How could he possibly be satisfied? Just as Zhao Wenkai's face darkened, a burly man beside him suddenly asked, "Boss, it's fine if we can't deal with him today. Didn't he say he'd come tomorrow to talk about the price? We'll deal with him when he shows up tomorrow. We'll get him then. We'll be waiting here early tomorrow. As soon as he shows up, we'll deal with him." No sooner had the burly man finished speaking than Zhao Wenkai shot him a furious glare and slapped him hard across the forehead. "Are you stupid?" he snapped. "Honestly, you seem dumber than he is. Do you really think he'll show up tomorrow? Like a moron. Look at how broke they are. Their clothes and shoes together aren't worth $500, all knockoff junk. He's wearing a cheap digital watch that cost a few bucks, and their phones are low-end models. And they're ING spending over $100 million on an office building? Do you think it's possible?" Zhao Wenkai had seen it all in various settings, encountering all sorts of people. He could tell who was wealthy and who was broke just by observing their attire and demeanor. Judging by Lu Chen and Su Mingen's attire and demeanor, how could they possibly be wealthy? He was convinced they wouldn't show up again tomorrow, they were just messing with him. The burly man continued, looking aggrieved. "Boss, he also said he'd bring Lord Ma along. He told us to inform the owner. Should we report this to the owner?" Smack! Zhao Wenkai slapped the burly man again. His facial muscles tensed, eyes narrowing to slits as he stared at the burly man like he was an idiot. "I'm starting to think you're genuinely stupid. Do you seriously believe he knows the city lord? That Mayor Ma would come to negotiate prices with him? Would such a trivial matter even warrant reporting to the boss? When the boss comes down on us, who do you think he'll blame, you or me? Use your brain, will you? Seriously." After Lu Chen and Su Mingen left, they found a barbecue joint they used to frequent. They ordered a variety of dishes totaling about 200 yuan. They ate and chatted. Lu Chen took a small flatbread, dipped 2 skewers into the sauce, then rolled them into the bread. He added half a scallion and finished with a dollop of spicy chili paste. He rolled it up and took a big bite. The flavors of grilled meat, scallion, dipping sauce, and flatbread exploded in his mouth, stimulating his taste buds. It gave him a profound sense of satisfaction. Then he ate a grilled sausage. In a very good mood, he began, "Old Su, you really did us a huge favor with this office building search. To be honest, I wasn't very satisfied with the first office building we looked at. But the second one we saw? Absolutely perfect. It meets every condition I envisioned, feels tailor-made for launching my new company. I absolutely have to secure that building." After saying this, Lu Chen grabbed a few skewers of meat and handed them directly to Su Mingen. "Here, have some more. Consider it a reward for your help." Su Mingen chuckled. "I'm just glad you like it. I was worried you wouldn't approve of the places I found. Besides, since I'm tagging along with you, this is the least I can do." "Ha ha ha. MHM. Lu Chen nodded, then picked up his half-filled beer glass. "Here, let's drink to that. Don't worry, Old Su, I won't let you down." Chapter 171, Full Support, Green Light All the Way, Implement ASAP. After dinner, Lu Chen and Su Mingen went out for another stroll and played pool for another hour. By the time they returned home, night had already fallen. The moment he arrived home, Lu Chen pulled out the phone number for Lord Ma that Chief Gao had given him. Without hesitation, he dialed the number. At that moment, Lord Ma was feeding the fish in the garden of his villa. Suddenly, his phone in his pocket rang. He pulled it out to see an unfamiliar number. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't even answer such an unknown number. But today, just as he was about to hang up on the unknown number, his finger froze mid-motion. An instinctive feeling told him he should answer this call. After a moment's thought, he decided to answer it. After answering, he inquired, "Hello, who is this?" Hearing the deep voice on the other end, Lu Chen cut straight to the point. "Lord Ma, is that you? This is Lu Chen." "Lu Chen?" Ma Jiwei's eyes lit up, followed by a hearty laugh. "It's you, ha ha. I tried calling you earlier today, but you didn't pick up, you little rascal." "Ha?" Lu Chen uttered a surprised "huh?" "You called me? I remember now. It seems an unknown number tried calling me, but I usually don't answer unfamiliar numbers. If I'd known it was you, I would have picked up right away." Ma Jiwei chuckled softly. "No worries. I usually don't answer unknown numbers either. Mr. Lu, I heard you're planning to invest in establishing a tech company in Jiangcheng, right? That's wonderful news. I welcome you on behalf of the entire city of Zhengcheng. Do you have time tomorrow? Let's meet and discuss it. Sure. We should definitely talk. I'll definitely need your support on this matter. Lu Chen replied readily. Then he changed the subject. He added, Mayor Ma, I went to scout locations for the company today and found a building I like. But I haven't discussed the price with him yet. Didn't you just mention wanting to meet tomorrow to discuss things? Why don't you come with me to negotiate the price? Once we've settled that, we can discuss my investment plans in Zhengcheng. Are you available? Of course I am. Ma Jiwei readily agreed. I was actually planning to talk with you tomorrow anyway. I recall you just returned yesterday. You're moving fast, already picked a location. No problem, I'll join you tomorrow to negotiate the price. With me there, I'll make sure you get the lowest price possible. Great. Lu Chen smiled. The building I'm interested in is developed by Cultural Creative Properties. I've already spoken with their general manager and asked him to inform his boss to meet us downstairs at that building before 10 a.m. tomorrow. We'll head straight over at 10. Once we secure this building, we'll discuss the rest in detail. No problem. Ma Jiwei agreed immediately. Lu Chen. No, I'm older than you. From now on, call me Brother Lu. We're family now. Alright then. If you call me Brother Lu, I'll call you Brother Ma. Excellent, excellent. Also, I've met the owner of that cultural and creative real estate company. When it comes to negotiating the price, just leave it to me. Oh, and Lu, why don't you add me on WeChat? Just search this number you called me from, it'll pop right up. Once we're connected, send me your location. I'll pick you up at your complex tomorrow and we'll head over together. Lu Chen declined. Brother Ma, no need to pick me up. I'll go with a friend tomorrow. Alright then. Once I add you, I'll send you the address of that office building. Just head there at 10 a.m. sharp. We'll meet at the office building. How does that sound? Ma Jiwei considered it and agreed this would work. He agreed. Alright, see you at the office building tomorrow at 10 a.m. then. Alright, Lord Ma, I'll be waiting for you. After hanging up, Lu Chen pondered for a moment. He then called Lu Yongmin, intending to ask about the progress of his discussions with the military district and the state-owned investment department. The call connected. After exchanging brief pleasantries, he got straight to the point. Director Lu, how are things progressing? Lu Yongmin knew Lu Chen had called specifically to ask about this matter. Lu, my friend, look how anxious you've become. It's only been a few days. Negotiations take time. You need to be patient, you know? Hearing Lu Yongmin's words in his somewhat subdued tone, Lu Chen assumed the negotiations hadn't gone well. In truth, it wouldn't have been surprising if it hadn't. After all, it involved multiple organizations and billions in combined investment. It wouldn't be surprising if the process took months, or even if they went completely silent. However, if the deal fell through on his end, he'd either have to wait longer to pay for the building or cover the cost himself. But this time, Lu Chen had miscalculated. Lu Yongmin suddenly changed his tune. Normally, matters like this require multiple meetings for discussion, step-by-step procedural steps, and simultaneous due diligence. By the time the process is complete, the review is finished, and the funds are in place, it would take at least 3 months. But your situation is different. First, regarding our factory, I only discussed this matter with a few key decision-makers at headquarters, and they all agreed to the investment. I also discussed it with Commander Zhang, who readily agreed. As for the State Investment Department, Commander Zhang brought this matter to the attention of the Dragon Lord. The Dragon Lord's stance was crystal clear, issuing a 12-word directive. Full support, green light all the way, implement as soon as possible. Then a single call to the investment department secured their immediate approval. If someone else were handling this, just navigating the bureaucratic process alone would take at least 3 months, and even then, approval isn't guaranteed. They face obstacle after obstacle along the way. But with you handling it. Wow. That level of efficiency blew me away. I've never seen anything like it. In just one day, every single department was cleared. Hearing this, Lu Chen felt a surge of delight. This outcome had genuinely caught him off guard. He'd assumed it would take at least several days, maybe even a week. Yet now it was all done in a single day. He immediately thanked him. Director Lu, thank you. You've gone out of your way. Lu Yongmin laughed heartily. No need to thank me. We're all family here. Besides, this isn't just your matter, it's mine too, and it's the nation's business. And if you must thank someone, you should thank Commander Zhang more. He contributed just as much as I did. And do you know how much investment capital they're putting into your project this time? It'll blow your mind. Hearing Lu Yongmin say this, Lu Chen knew the investment amount was absolutely substantial. He asked eagerly, how much? Chapter 172, funds secured within 3 days. Lu Yongmin chuckled. This time, our unit, the military district, and the State Investment Department have preliminarily agreed on a total investment of 79 billion yuan. If additional funds are needed later, we'll negotiate further. 79 billion yuan? Lu Chen's pupils contracted sharply in astonishment. He took a deep breath and swallowed hard. That much? This figure had genuinely caught him off guard. He had assumed that a combined investment of 3 billion yuan from the three parties would be sufficient. At most, it wouldn't exceed 4 billion yuan. After all, this was still the early stages. Nothing had been established yet, nothing tangible had materialized, it simply couldn't be too much. But now? They'd invested a full 7.9 billion yuan. This sum could essentially cover everything he wanted to do now, with money left over. Whether it's purchasing an office building, leasing land to construct a factory, or hiring a large workforce to pay salaries and so on. It's more than enough. I thought 3 billion yuan would be a generous investment, but I never imagined it would jump straight to 7.9 billion. This funding is more than sufficient to take my tech company from its founding stages through full-scale operations and product production. Rest assured, I won't let you down. At this point, a question suddenly occurred to him. He asked, one more thing, you invested 7.9 billion yuan. What percentage of shares do you hold? We agreed at the time, your three parties would collectively hold 51% of the shares, while I would hold 49%. All operational decisions and authority within the company rest solely with me. Lu Yongmin laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, brother. I've already discussed all these matters with them. Our fifth military factory contributed the least, holding only 6% of the shares. The Longbei military region holds 20% and the State Investment Department holds 25%. Together, that totals 51%. Then your own technology investment accounts for 49% of the shares. The company's operational control, decision-making authority, management rights, personnel decisions, and so on, all of it will be entirely up to you. How does that sound? Not bad for your big brother, huh? Alright. Of course it is. Absolutely perfect. You're the real deal, Factory Director Lu. When you step in, nothing's too tough. Director Lu, now that the higher-ups have approved it, when can I expect the funds to be transferred? That was Lu Chen's primary concern. After all, he had to negotiate the price tomorrow, and once agreed, he'd need to pay a deposit up front. He certainly didn't want to dip into his savings for that. Of course. He asked this hoping the other party would say it would arrive tomorrow. But he was also prepared for the possibility that it might not arrive. If the funds don't arrive tomorrow, then he'd pay a deposit or down payment himself. A deposit would likely be a few million or 10 million, but a down payment would probably be around 30%, amounting to tens of millions. Lu Yongmin replied, rest assured, I've already argued your case thoroughly. Under normal circumstances, completing all the procedures would take at least 3 months. For the funds to actually arrive, it could easily take several more months. But this time it'll blow your mind. Within 3 days, no more than 3 days, all the funds will be transferred to you. And it will be deposited directly into your personal account. Once you establish your company and open a corporate account, you'll need to transfer the funds there. How about that? Surprised? Unexpected? Lu Chen's mouth twitched. Even though getting the money transferred in 3 days is incredibly fast, it's already breaking precedent and setting a record. But if it could be transferred tonight or tomorrow morning, that would be even better. Ha! Lu Yongmin couldn't help but chuckle. Tonight or tomorrow morning? Brother Lu, big bro, I'm just a factory manager, not a god. With such a large sum, the decision was only made today. How could it possibly be transferred tonight or tomorrow morning? We're not talking about 100 or 200 yuan here. If it were 100 or 200, I'd transfer it to you right now. Want it? Lu Chen chuckled. Forget it, forget it. 3 days is already pretty fast. Thanks a lot, Factory Manager Lu. If anything comes up, we can always talk. Gotta go now, gotta order some takeout later. Want some takeout? I can order you some. The moment Lu Yongmin heard Lu Chen mention takeout, he perked up. Takeout? Why order takeout again? Listen, buddy, takeout isn't hygienic, it's unhealthy, and it lacks nutrition. Eating too much of it will ruin your health. Your body doesn't belong to you anymore. It belongs to the 5th military factory, to our military district, to the entire nation, to the entire people. Do you understand? So you absolutely must take care of yourself. You can't afford to get sick. So skip this takeout. Either eat out at a restaurant or cook something yourself. And don't even think about ordering takeout for me. Did you forget the last time you did? I took one bite and felt like throwing up. Anyway, no takeout today, got it? Listening to Lu Yongmin's constant nagging, Lu Chen felt not the slightest annoyance, but rather a warm glow in his heart. Alright, I'll do whatever you say, bro. I'll hang up now. We'll talk if anything comes up. Get some rest tonight. Bye. After hanging up, Lu Chen sprawled out on his bed. He pulled out his phone and opened the food delivery app. Without hesitation, he ordered 2 meals. He muttered under his breath. Yeah, takeout is definitely unsanitary and not clean, but it tastes so good. Then his eyes narrowed. And And once my company is up and running, during the office renovation and factory construction phase, I'll start developing biotechnology. Then I'll create a serum that can evolve the human body. What's so scary about a measly takeout meal? Half an hour later, the takeout arrived. He ordered a spicy chicken dish and a serving of spicy hot pot. After devouring it with relish, he brushed his teeth, then found his dad and told him not to cook breakfast for him tomorrow morning or wake him up early. He'd set his own alarm. He could just cook for himself. After settling that, he played another round of video games. Then he finally drifted off to sleep. The next day, 8 o'clock. Lu Chen rose from bed, yawning. Clearly, he hadn't gotten enough sleep. After washing up, he called Su Mingyan again to ask if he'd eaten. Sure enough, just as Lu Chen had expected, Su Mingyan hadn't eaten. Lu Chen was well aware of one of Su Mingyan's habits. No matter how early or late he woke up in the morning, he never ate breakfast. Unless he bought something on the street after heading downstairs like a jianbingwazi, a rujiamo, or some wontons with tofu pudding. This habit stemmed from his days working outside the home. He still hadn't been able to break it. Chapter 173, Controlled Nuclear Fusion is My Creation. So he arranged to meet Su Mingyan for breakfast. They headed to a breakfast stall on North-South Street diagonally across from their residential complex. Each ordered a bowl of wontons and a steamer basket of buns. After finishing their meal, Lu Chen suddenly realized that even the most lavish meals costing hundreds or thousands couldn't compare to the comfort of this simple breakfast. Seeing that it was still early, they strolled a few laps around the nearby park. They chatted as they walked. Su Mingyan asked with genuine curiosity, "Brother Lu, who exactly is investing in you this time? Did the investment amount you mentioned last time get finalized? Is it really 3 billion? Lu Chen stretched lazily, shaking out his shoulders. He greedily inhaled the fresh air. He spoke casually, "Well, it's no secret anyway. I might as well tell you. You should know too. After all, there's still a lot of work to be handed over to you guys later. If you don't even know the details, how are you supposed to explain it to others?" This time, the 5th Military Factory invested in me, holding 6% of the shares. The Long Bay Military District holds 20%. And the State Investment Department holds 25%. Together, they hold 51% of the shares. I hold 49%. Holy! Before Lu Chen could finish, Su Mingyan lost his composure. The 5th Military Factory, the Long Bay Military District, and the State Investment Department? 3 major institutions invested in you? And each one is so powerful. Way to go, Brother Lu. My elementary school classmates, middle school classmates, high school classmates, college classmates, every single person I know combined isn't as impressive as you. With these 3 backing your investments and supporting you, what deal could you not close? What task could you not accomplish? Who would dare mess with you? You're practically unstoppable, man. Brother Lu, just being able to get a tiny taste of the success I'd achieve by following you feels like a blessing from a past life, ha 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 ha. Once I make my fortune, once I become an executive at your trillion-dollar company. Finding a girlfriend then? That'll be a piece of cake, easy as pie. They'd probably be lining up to chase after me, and I'd have to think twice about accepting. And my parents will finally hold their heads high in front of relatives and friends. I'll be the richest, most successful one among all my relatives and classmates. It's just too damn awesome. The future looks bright. He felt a bit embarrassed saying that and cleared his throat a few times. Changing the subject abruptly, he continued, "Hey, Lu, how much did they invest in you? 30 billion? Lu Chen shook his head. Not 30 billion. No? Su Mingyan's eyes widened in surprise. Then how much? Lu Chen plucked a holly leaf from the roadside, flicked it between his fingers, and watched it fly away. He then turned to Su Mingyan with a smug smile. They invested 79 billion yuan in me. And every single one of those 7.9 billion is at my disposal. How about that? Is that enough? Holy! Su Mingyan couldn't help but let out a profanity, his face frozen in shock. He felt his blood boiling and his breathing quickening. I've never seen that much money in my entire life. No, I'm overestimating myself. I've never even seen over 1 million in my entire life. Who would have thought? They actually invested that much in you? They're really good to you. And letting you control all that money? That's a huge amount of trust and respect they're showing you. Doesn't this instantly make you one of the top tycoons in Zhongcheng? It feels like a dream. Lu Chen snorted lightly. Hey, old Su, now that you're hanging with me, could you stop acting like you've never seen the world before? Is 7.9 billion a lot? 7.9 billion is a lot to you, but to me, it's practically nothing. Let me put it this way. What I've contributed to the nation, the tangible stuff alone, has long surpassed 100 billion. As for the intangible technologies? Not even 1 trillion would cover it. This. Su Mingyan's eyes widened in shock. He took a deep breath. That much? Holy. Lu Chen's lips curved into a faint smile. Tell me, you've heard of controlled nuclear fusion, right? Su Mingyan nodded. Heard of it? Of course I have. Isn't that the high-tech energy source humanity has been chasing forever? If controlled nuclear fusion were possible, the entire blue star would never have to worry about energy again. Energy would be inexhaustible and limitless. Unfortunately, despite countless nations and scientists dedicating themselves to research, it remains elusive. I suppose it'll take decades before any breakthroughs, right? Decades? Lu Chen smiled faintly. Alright, then let me ask you, how much do you think this technology is worth? Su Mingyan pondered for a moment. That's impossible to quantify. I feel this technology is priceless, no amount of money could ever buy it. If I had to put a figure on it, it'd be worth at least tens of billions, maybe even hundreds of billions. Whoa! At that moment, Su Mingyan seemed to recall something, suddenly gasping in shock. He looked at Lu Chen with utter astonishment. You're telling me about this controlled nuclear fusion now, could it be? Lu Chen nodded lightly. Exactly as you're thinking. To be honest, I've already broken through the technology for controlled nuclear fusion and developed a controlled fusion device. I've handed over all related technologies to the state. Do you still think investing 79 billion yuan is too much? Gulp. Su Mingyan swallowed hard. He stared at Lu Chen in utter shock, nearly forgetting how to breathe. You've handed over the controlled nuclear fusion technology to the state. Investing tens of billions in you is certainly not excessive. No wonder they trust you so much and value you so highly. Now I get it. Brother Lu, how does your brain work? How can you be so brilliant? I remember back in the day, you were better at studying than me, but not by much. Could it be you've been hiding your true abilities all this time and only recently revealed them? You've been hiding it well. Spotting an empty seat ahead, Lu Chen quickened his pace and took it. After Lu Chen sat down, Su Mingyan took a seat beside him. Lu Chen added, it's just controlled nuclear fusion. What's so difficult about that? Not only did I give this technology to the nation, but I also contributed at least 100 or 200 other technologies. Many of them are far more challenging and valuable than controlled nuclear fusion. Now you understand why I'm so important, right? Chapter 174, Lu Chen, if they dare come, we fight. Su Mingyan stared at Lu Chen with piercing eyes, utterly speechless. Now, Lu Chen was practically like a god in his heart. No words could adequately describe it. Finally, he clapped his hands involuntarily. 2 words burst forth. Damn impressive. Just okay, Lu Chen chuckled. Then he glanced at the time. It's about time. Let's head over to the office building to discuss the price. Meanwhile, Cultural and Creative Real Estate Building. General Manager's Office. Zhao Wenkai sat across from a client, sipping tea. Mr. Sun, the tea you brought today is quite exceptional. It's been ages since I've tasted such fine tea. Ha ha ha. Mr. Sun laughed heartily. Of course it's exceptional. This tea grows on a ledge 2,000 meters up a cliff face, absorbing the essence of the sky each day. It's quite rare. If you like it, Mr. Zhao, I'll send you another 2 ounces next year. Sounds good. Zhao Wenkai agreed readily. Then I'll reserve it now, send me 2 ounces next year. With that, he lifted his teacup, took another small sip, and let a look of pure satisfaction wash over his face before downing the rest in one go. Then he glanced at the time. It was already past 9:30. Only about 20 minutes remained. He thought for a moment. He decided to call one of his subordinates. Mr. Sun, hold on a moment while I make a call. Something came up. He pulled out his phone and dialed one of his subordinates. This subordinate was the same one who had accompanied him to meet Lu Chen and the other person yesterday. Listen up. Get yourself and some men over to Yunlong Tower right now. Bring plenty of them. If Lu Chen and his partner actually show up, get them into the stairwell and give them a proper beating. No need to be polite with them. Got it? The more he thought about yesterday's incident, the more furious he became. He couldn't believe that after all these years in the business, he'd been outmaneuvered by 2 young punks. So he decided to send some men back to the office building to see if Lu Chen and the other young man would show up. If they didn't show up, that would be fine. But if they did show up, then he'd have to teach them a lesson. After hanging up the phone, Mr. Sun set down his teacup and poured tea for Zhao Wenkai. He asked with genuine curiosity, Mr. Zhao, what's going on? Zhao Wenkai gave Sun a faint smile and explained, Mr. Sun, yesterday someone approached me wanting to buy the newly completed Yulong Tower. They said they wanted to purchase the entire building. So I went to negotiate in good faith, only to find 2 young men in their early 20s. These 2 youngsters were putting on a show for me. They were dressed in cheap street stall clothes, wearing a fake branded watch. Their entire outfit couldn't have cost more than 500 yuan. And they wanted to buy an entire building? It was laughable. The funniest part? They said they'd be back at 10 a.m. today, bringing Lord Ma Cheng along to negotiate the price. They even asked me and the boss to come early and wait for them. After all these years in the business, I, Zhao Wenkai, can spot a person's wealth and connections at a glance. Those 2 penniless fools want to buy a building? They want Mayor Ma to negotiate prices with them? It's pure fantasy. They're not even worthy of licking Mayor Ma's shoes. They wasted half my day yesterday and made me talk myself hoarse for nothing. I was planning to teach them a lesson, but wouldn't you know it, a police car happened to pull up nearby, so those two got away. If they dare show up again today, I won't let them off easy. Is that so? Sun nodded, remarking casually, probably just two young hotheads with too much time on their hands. But behavior like that is practically suicide. If they show up again today, don't hold back, just take them out. And remember, we've got a deal, you're selling that building to me. We'll sign the contract this afternoon. Of course. We have to take care of those two, and I have to sell it to you. Given our relationship, if I don't sell it to you, who else would I sell it to? To be honest, two other parties wanted this building, but I turned them both down. Good to hear it. He picked up his teacup. Come on, let's keep drinking tea. A few minutes later. Yunlong Tower. Two vans pulled into the parking lot of the plaza in front of Yunlong Tower. 9 burly men in suits emerged from them, striding down with an imposing air. After getting out, they scanned their surroundings. Then the tallest and most muscular one among them muttered to himself. He muttered to himself. Not here yet? He raised his right hand and waved it. Guys, follow me to the first floor lobby and hide. If they dare show up, take them down immediately and drag them out into the hallway. The boss said as long as we don't cripple them, it's all good. And so, 9 burly men in suits stormed into the building. A few more minutes passed. A taxi pulled up to the curb. Lu Chen and Su Mingyan stepped out. After getting out, Lu Chen stretched lazily. He glanced around. Lord Ma and the others haven't arrived yet? He glanced up at the blazing sun hanging overhead. He said to Su Mingyan, let's go. We should head to the first floor of the building to get some water. Although the building had only recently been completed, and though it hadn't been sold or opened for business yet, a reception area had still been set up on the first floor. Any client visiting the building could receive complimentary water. Moreover, the first floor featured exceptionally luxurious decor. There were genuine leather sofas and massage chairs. Several exceptionally attractive young women stood there performing reception duties. Of course, only the reception area on the first floor is designed with such opulence. The rest of the building features more conventional finishes. The design and renovation will be tailored to the preferences of the building's future owner once it's sold. Upon reaching the lobby entrance, one of the young ladies, quick to read the situation, stepped forward to open the door. She greeted us with a smile and gestured for us to enter. Hello. Are you two here to view the property? Lu Chen nodded at her. That's correct. We're here to view the property. We met with your CEO Zhao yesterday. Today we're here to discuss pricing. Upon hearing they had already met with Mr. Zhao and were here to discuss pricing, the young lady immediately welcomed them in. However, the moment Lu Chen and the other person stepped inside, a moment later, an older woman approached them. A look of scorn flashed across her face. She then addressed the young lady who had just greeted them. Xiao Yu, don't let them fool you. They're not here to look at or buy a building, they're here to cause trouble. At that very moment, 9 burly men in suits who had been lurking nearby immediately closed in. Chapter 175, The Boss Has Arrived. The burly leader blocked the doorway with a sinister expression. He glared at Lu Chen with hostility. Kid, I never thought you'd actually show up. I'm kinda impressed by your guts. Our boss said that if you two dared to show up, we'd give you a proper welcome, no need to hold back. Come on, let's take you out to the hallway for a little practice. No need to be polite. Lu Chen didn't respond. He merely raised his wrist to glance at the time. He muttered to himself. Should be arriving soon. Huh? The burly man raised an eyebrow, clearly puzzled. What's about to arrive? What are you talking about? Before Lu Chen could speak, a call suddenly came in. The caller was none other than the city lord, Ma Jiwei. Lu Chen answered without hesitation. A gentle voice came through the line. Brother Lu, I'll be there shortly. Have you arrived yet? I'm here. Lu Chen replied casually. I'm currently in the lobby on the first floor of the office building. Just come straight over. Got it. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen finally turned to the burly man leading the group. Hold on. My friend will be here any minute. If you're planning to take us on, you might as well wait a bit. Then you can take on both of us, plus my friend. I wonder if you have the guts. The leader glanced at his men, then snorted coldly. Whether I dare? Is there anything I'm afraid of? Fine. I'll wait for your friend to arrive before we deal with you. Fine. Lu Chen replied. He's quite eager to see how these guys handle the city lord. He then asked, where are your general manager and boss? Didn't I tell them to be here before 10 to welcome us? What do they think they're doing? Oomph. The burly leader sneered. Kid, you think our general manager and boss should welcome you? You really think you're someone special? What do you think you are? Do you even deserve it? Our general manager and boss have a mountain of work to handle. They wouldn't waste their time on a worthless nobody like you. Lu Chen shrugged. Fine. Anyway, I've already said what I needed to say to your general manager. Since your general manager and boss aren't coming, any problems that arise will be entirely their own doing. The words had barely left his mouth. Lu Chen spotted 4 minivans approaching from the road outside. They drove straight into the parking lot belonging to this office building. The vehicles came to a halt. A dozen or so people dressed in executive jackets emerged from the vehicles. At that moment, the thugs in suits also spotted the new arrivals, though they didn't recognize these individuals. Having worked under General Manager Zhao for quite some time, they possessed a keen eye for detail. First, the official Audi business vehicles were standard for officials. Second, the license plates, one ending in 0001, one in 0002, and one in 0003. Who among the elite of Jiangcheng could afford to use these 3 special license plate numbers? Such bigwigs, let alone these lowly underlings, would make even the group's general manager and boss bow and scrape, nodding and groveling. Another detail, all of them wore impeccably tailored executive blazers. Combine these 3 points. Even a fool could tell these visitors were no ordinary visitors. But these enforcers simply couldn't fathom it. What on earth were all these big shots doing here? As for whether they could be the friends Lu Chen had just mentioned in their eyes, that was absolutely impossible. 2 penniless bums dressed in cheap knockoffs. How could they possibly know so many big shots? Especially when they saw over a dozen of these big shots heading straight toward the hall where they were stationed. The thugs in suits suddenly panicked. They instinctively backed away to the sides of the hall. When they saw Lu Chen and Su Mingyan still standing at the entrance of the hall, the burly leader shouted anxiously, "Kid, get over here. Do you have any idea who these dozen or so people are? They're the real big shots in Jiangcheng. Even our general manager and boss bow and scrape before them. You two still dare to block the entrance? You've got no idea how high the sky is or how thick the earth is. You're courting death. Get the hell out of the way. Hey, can't you two hear me?" He had intended to step in and pull the 2 men apart. But he glanced outside. He saw that the dozen or so big shots were about to reach the lobby area. After a moment's thought, he decided against intervening. Seeing that Lu Chen and the other man showed no intention of moving aside, the burly man gave up on trying to persuade them. Instead, he grew somewhat eager. He waited to see the show. 2 ignorant nobodies blocking the path of a big shot. Would the big shot treat them politely? He was now waiting for the big shots to arrive, so he could scold Lu Chen and the other for blocking the way. He'd seize the moment to step in and pull them out of the way. It would be the perfect chance to show off. However, though his plan seemed perfect, what unfolded next left him utterly speechless. As the dozen or so big shots approached the hall entrance, the 2 receptionists, led by the slightly older woman, charged straight toward Lu Chen and his companion. "Move aside, get out of the way." Seeing Lu Chen unmoved, they didn't bother waiting. They simply bypassed the 2 men, ran to the entrance, and swung open the glass doors. Then, 1 attendant stood on each side of the door. The older woman flashed a perfectly polished smile and gestured invitingly. All 3 women called out in unison, "Welcome." The older woman then looked nervously at the dozen or so big shots who had already reached the doorway. "May I ask, sir, who might you be? Did you make an appointment with the boss beforehand? Shall I call the boss?" Throughout her entire exchange, she maintained a smile, striving to appear as professional and courteous as possible. As a receptionist, her discerning eye was far sharper than those of the suited enforcers. She could tell at a glance that these visitors were undoubtedly the most elite figures in all of Jiangcheng. She never dreamed she'd one day get to host such figures. She could even add a colorful entry to her resume. However, the leader, Ma Jiwei, merely gave the receptionist a cold glance. Then his gaze settled on Lu Chen and Su Mingyan. He quickly zeroed in on Lu Chen. To ensure he didn't mistake anyone, he specifically had his men pull up Lu Chen's photo. Thus, he instantly recognized which one was Lu Chen. He let out a hearty laugh. He strode forward. He extended his right hand proactively. "Ha ha, brother Lu, it's finally a pleasure to meet you. You truly are a fine specimen of a man." Chapter 176, Taking Over the Office Building. Lu Chen's lips curved slightly as he stepped forward to shake Ma Jiwei's hand. It felt as though they weren't meeting for the first time, but rather reuniting as old friends who hadn't seen each other in ages. "Mayor Ma, ha ha ha. Long admired, long admired." The 2 stood together, chatting and laughing animatedly. But the reception staff and those 9 thugs in suits were utterly dumbfounded. Their heads buzzed as they froze in place. Their expressions froze on their faces. The 9 thugs stood on either side of the lobby, eyes bulging like pumpkins, mouths gaping wide enough to fit 2 eggs inside. They hadn't known who these bigwigs in administrative jackets were. But when Lu Chen shouted Lord Ma, it felt like lightning had struck his entire head, a buzzing sensation. Moreover, what shocked them most was that the very Lu Chen they had just threatened and intended to beat up appeared to share an exceptionally close relationship with Lord Ma. Even when speaking with him, Lord Ma was remarkably gentle and deferential. It was as if they weren't superior and subordinate, but equals. One could even detect a hint of flattery in his tone. This meant the young man's status or background was no less than that of Lord Ma. How could that be possible? Yet the evidence was right before their eyes, compelling them to accept it. At this thought, the thugs couldn't help but shiver and gasp in horror. They couldn't afford to offend someone of this caliber. Fear gripped their hearts. They feared Lu Chen would come after them for retribution. Yet they also felt a tinge of relief. Relieved that they hadn't actually gone through with it. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The price they would have paid would likely have been far beyond what they could bear. They even held their breath for the general manager. After all, Lu Chen had made it perfectly clear that he would be meeting with Lord Ma this morning to discuss pricing, instructing the general manager and the boss to be ready in advance. Yet the general manager dismissed it, failing to even inform the boss. Now that things had gone wrong, the boss would certainly hold the general manager accountable. The general manager was in for a world of trouble. Likewise, the older woman in charge of reception was also panicking inside. If only she hadn't looked down on him with such contempt, spoken to Lu Chen in that tone. Now look at this mess, he's a true god. Ma Jiwei chatted with Lu Chen for a while. Then he suddenly asked, Brother Lu, their boss and general manager are here, right? Let's discuss the price first. Lu Chen shook his head. Then he looked at the lead thug in the suit. He pointed at him. You, come here. The thug in the suit stiffened at Lu Chen's gesture. His heart tightened. He took a deep breath. He approached with trepidation. Lu? Brother Lu, you wanted me? Lu Chen cut straight to the point. Didn't I tell your general manager yesterday? Tell his boss that Ma Chengju and I would come this morning to discuss the price, and we'd be waiting here before 10 o'clock today. Where is he? Well. He stammered for a long while, unable to get the words out. Mainly because he didn't know how to explain. Lu Chen snorted lightly, deliberately furrowing his brow. Stop standing there like a fool. Call your boss directly and tell him to get here as fast as possible. You can't afford to waste my time or Lord Ma Cheng's. Go make the call. Yes, I'll do it right away. He stepped aside, pulled out his phone, and dialed his boss directly. He explained the entire situation to his boss over the phone. The boss was so furious he burst out laughing. He cursed him out. He hung up in a rage. You see? The reason he'd managed to climb to his current position and earn so much money was largely because of the protection he received from those big shots in Jiangcheng. And those big shots? They were merely underlings to Lord Ma. If he offended Lord Ma, and Lord Ma said a few words to his underlings, how could he possibly continue operating in Jiangcheng? Panic surged through him. He wanted to slap Zhao Wenkai right then and there. Without a second thought, he quickly changed clothes and drove himself from the villa to Yunlong Tower. On the way, he called Zhao Wenkai. Just as Zhao Wenkai was deep in conversation with that Mr. Sun, he suddenly received a call from Songwon. Seeing it was his boss calling, he answered immediately. He had intended to report that he had finalized the price for the building with the client and was about to close the deal, a chance to take credit. But before he could even mention it, he was met with a torrent of curses. He briefly explained that Lu Chen and Lord Ma were waiting for him. He was called a blind fool. He'd nearly caused a major disaster. He was ordered to get there in 15 minutes or lose his position as general manager. Before Zhao Wenkai could ask any further questions, the call abruptly ended. Suddenly berated out of nowhere, learning the city lord had actually arrived, learning Lu Chen was such a big shot after all. He froze in place for several seconds. He was dumbfounded. Seeing Zhao Wenkai's deathly pale face and grim expression, Mr. Sun asked, Mr. Zhao, what's wrong? Zhao Wenkai shook his head and took a deep breath. There's been an incident. We can't sell that building to you. Forget about it. Without waiting for Sun's reaction, he hurriedly left the office. He raced downstairs and drove straight to Yunlong Tower. Zhao Wenkai and Songwon arrived almost simultaneously. Upon seeing Zhao Wenkai, Songwon unleashed a torrent of abuse. Only then did they head to the lobby. Once in the lobby, the two men repeatedly bowed their heads in apology to Lord Ma and Lu Chen, their demeanor as submissive as elementary school students facing their homeroom teacher. The 9 enforcers present, along with the reception staff, were utterly dumbfounded. They dared not even breathe loudly. Lu Chen didn't dwell on the incident. Instead, he used it to pressure Songwon, driving the price down as low as possible. Lord Ma, of course, understood Lu Chen's intent and used this opportunity to relentlessly drive down the price. Songwon knew he was in the wrong. Moreover, he was eager to use this opportunity to make a good impression on the city lord in Lu Chen, hoping to forge a connection. So he went all in, offering a cost-price deal, not making a single penny, and possibly even losing money. This left Lu Chen overjoyed. Even with money, why not save where possible? Moreover, their cultural and creative real estate company also handled renovation projects. They immediately guaranteed they could renovate this office building according to Lu Chen's specifications at the lowest possible price and with the highest quality. Given that, Lu Chen didn't refuse. After all, with Lord Ma acting as the intermediary, Mr. Song would surely not cut corners during the renovation and would definitely deliver the highest quality work. Thus, the contract for this office building was signed on the spot. Over the next 3 days, Lu Chen finalized the renovation blueprints for the entire building. 1 week later, renovation commenced. Chapter 177, 3 months are almost up. Lu Chen is bound to lose. This time, Boss Song was truly impressive. He assigned the best designers to coordinate with Lu Chen, dispatched the most skilled workers for construction, and sourced only the highest quality materials. Moreover, both materials and labor were provided without restriction. Working at full speed, the entire renovation could be completed in under 3 months. For the next stretch, Lu Chen and Su Mingyan worked from dawn till dusk nearly every day. They combed through every piece of land within a 20-kilometer radius of the office building they'd purchased in Jiangcheng that was for sale and suitable for industrial use. Finally, they settled on a location near the southern outskirts of the city. It was an abandoned school, left unused for 7 or 8 years and standing empty ever since. It was about 9 kilometers from the office building he had purchased, roughly 1 kilometer from the nearest residential area, and surrounded by several villages and towns. 3 established industrial parks were also nearby, and it was precisely because of these 3 mature industrial zones that the area boasted a relatively well-developed food and beverage ecosystem. This dining scene was concentrated along one street in the town, where the entire street was lined with restaurants. The variety of eateries was extensive. For instance, there are street food stalls, places selling stir-fried noodles and rice noodles, vendors offering jianbing guozi Chinese pancakes, rojiamo meat stuffed flatbread and liangpi cold noodles, spicy hotpot stalls, shops selling ban mian flat noodles and swanlifan sour and spicy noodles, and restaurants serving dumplings and stir-fried dishes. All of these can be found along a 200-meter stretch of street. Many workers dine here after work or during their lunch breaks. This location is only about 700 meters from the abandoned school. If the land of that school were purchased outright, at least the workers' dining arrangements wouldn't be an issue. Of course. Once the factory is built, Lu Chen will certainly establish his own factory cafeteria. But eating cafeteria food all the time gets old, so having a vibrant dining scene nearby is ideal. Moreover, Lu Chen wouldn't just establish a cafeteria within the factory. When designing the interior layout of his own office building, he specifically designated the basement level as the cafeteria space. The building has over 20 floors. Besides the cafeteria floor, one floor is dedicated entirely to leisure and entertainment, featuring a gym, cinema, library, billiards room, ping-pong room, badminton court, and more. Of course, there were also designated areas for laboratories, offices, storage, and more. The reason this school remained vacant for so many years without anyone purchasing it to build factories or other structures. The main reason is that the land use designation for this plot is not particularly clear. The paperwork involved is exceptionally cumbersome. Not only did it take time, but there was no guarantee it could be completed. But Lu Chen was different. After identifying this location as promising, he first consulted the relevant authorities. He spent 2 days consulting. He was passed from one office to another, making no progress whatsoever. So he went straight to Lord Ma, the city lord. Mayor Ma's intervention made all the difference. Merely making a few phone calls in front of Lu Chen, the land's status was immediately confirmed as available for sale. All procedures could be completed within a week at the earliest. But in practice, it took even less than a week. In just 5 days, every single formality was completed. The land now belonged to Lu Chen. It then took about another week to complete the planning and design for the entire plot. The blueprints were finalized. To expedite construction and ensure both quality and speed during the process, Lu Chen asked Lord Ma to invite Songwon and several other major local real estate developers to a dinner gathering. The matter was finalized directly at the dinner table. Thus, the 4 developers would collaborate to develop this plot of land spanning over 100,000 square meters. First, they spent a week demolishing the abandoned school on the site. Following demolition, foundation work commenced, with construction materials arriving on site simultaneously. Both the construction on this plot and the renovation of the office building were proceeding in full swing. From the moment they purchased that office building, over 2 months had flown by in the blink of an eye. The deadline for the drone project was fast approaching. Lu Chen returned to the 5th military factory 3 days early. During this period, the 5 members of Lu Chen's team have been living a monotonous routine of lab, cafeteria, and dormitory almost every day. They frequently worked overtime until 11 p.m., midnight, or even the early hours of the morning. The reason for such relentless dedication was because they understood how rare this opportunity truly was, and how invaluable the technical documents they held in their hands really were. Perhaps working under Lu Chen this time, perhaps the materials they had access to others would dream of such opportunities their entire lives and never get them. There was no room for complacency. They must give it their all. Moreover, every week, they would report their learning progress and discuss any challenges they encountered with Lu Chen. Lu Chen would set aside half a day specifically to address their questions via video or voice conference. They returned to the 5th military factory in the afternoon. Lu Chen posted in the group chat that he had returned, instructing them to be in the conference room promptly at 9 a.m. the following morning for a meeting. Upon learning of Lu Chen's return, The group chat immediately buzzed with activity. Messages flooded in, congratulating the boss on his return and welcoming him back. Lu Chen glanced at their messages, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He typed 2 words, thanks. Then he added that he'd treat them to dinner that night. One by one, they became even more excited. Meanwhile, over at Cui Yuqing's end, after over 2 months of relentless research day and night, they finally achieved a relatively satisfactory breakthrough in the initial direction they had envisioned. That evening, Lu Chen and his team were enjoying a hearty feast in a warm and cheerful atmosphere. Meanwhile, Cui Yuqing and his team remained in the conference room. First, they summarized their previous work, then, in one breath, Cui Yuqing flashed a smile long absent from his face. Everyone, after over 2 months of relentless day and night efforts, as of today, we have not only achieved all the goals we set back then, but surpassed them. Moreover, this afternoon's test flight was exceptionally successful, not a single issue arose. It was nothing short of perfect. If we had entered this drone model into the previous international competition, I wouldn't guarantee first place, but I'm confident it would have secured a spot in the top 3. Everyone, you are all the best. You've worked incredibly hard. With only 2 days left until the competition we originally planned for, I'm giving everyone these 2 days off. Let's go on a team building trip and relax properly. As soon as Cui Yuqing finished speaking, the crowd erupted in cheers. We finally did it. All our hard work over the past 2 months hasn't been in vain. In just over 2 months, we've nearly doubled the drone's performance. This is nothing short of a miracle, right? With the drone we've developed now, we'll absolutely crush Lu Chen and his team. Winning is a sure thing. Absolutely. Those amateurs probably haven't even grasped the basic manufacturing principles of drones yet. Don't even compare them to us, it's beneath us. What could those young whippersnappers possibly know? They're doomed to lose. Cui Yuqing overheard their discussion about Lu Chen's team. He chuckled. He casually asked, speaking of which, we've been so busy lately I haven't checked on their progress. I haven't seen Lu Chen in over 2 months, have I? Those guys under him are always popping up and disappearing all over the place. What the hell are they up to? Chapter 178. Our second arsenal has this in the bag. Facing Cui Yuqing's inquiry, the men under his command all wore expressions of disdain and contempt. Their words dripped with sarcasm. Progress? Rest assured, old Cui. I'll stake my kidneys on it he hasn't made a single bit of progress. Give him a dismantled drone, and he probably couldn't even put it back together. Besides, it's been over 2 months since anyone's seen Lu Chen. What progress could he possibly have made? Yeah, we haven't seen Lu Chen in over 2 months. I bet he knows his own limitations, he can't build a drone at all. So he's just given up, not even bothering to show up anymore. Absolutely. Didn't he used to build mechs? How could someone who builds mechs possibly understand drones? Different fields or worlds apart. He's way overestimating himself. It's just a shame about those 5 people working under him. Following Lu Chen is pure bad luck. They're stuck in the lab day and night, bustling about for nothing. You're spot on. They may be working long hours, but they're definitely just goofing off in the lab. I bet they bring playing cards in there to gamble, or they're gaming. Either way, they're not doing any real work, absolutely not. Makes sense. What else would 5 grown men do when they have nothing to do? Either play cards or video games. That's the level of the 5th military factory, good for nothing but slacking off. They're champions at shirking work. Just wait for the competition in 2 days. We'll completely crush Lu Chen and his 5th military factory. That'll redeem us for the last mecha contest. The factory director never gave us details about that mech competition last time. Just told us we lost. But I think we were only a hair's breadth behind them, letting them scrape by with a narrow win. After our research and upgrades, the drone's performance has nearly doubled. This time, we'll annihilate them by a huge margin. Honestly, Lu Chen isn't even worthy of being our opponent. Forget about modifying or upgrading drones, I bet they'll just bring out a prototype with 0 modifications during the competition. They probably won't be completely untouched. I bet they'll at least hang a little red ribbon on it or spray some paint. That's about the extent of their skills. Let's get this competition started already. I can't wait to see the 5th military factory get humiliated and crushed. They were so confident when they bet us. These young whippersnappers really don't know their own strength. By then, they might not even be able to save face with the factory director. Listening to his subordinates chatter away, Cui Yuqing nodded with a smug look. It seemed Lu Chen's team had simply given up on the competition, they couldn't even be found on the route. As for the remaining 5, though they arrived at the lab early each morning and didn't return to the dorm until midnight, what could 5 greenhorns who knew nothing possibly accomplish in there? Playing cards, gaming, he couldn't imagine anything else. And this was the team daring to bet against them? Do they even deserve it? Just then, Cui Yuqing noticed his phone on the table suddenly light up. It was a call from Ding Fanfan, the factory director. No need to guess. It must be about the progress of the drone development. Truthfully, Cui Yuqing found his factory director's recent behavior quite puzzling. Ever since that mecha competition last time, it seemed like the factory director had lost most of his drive and spirit. That fiery determination was nowhere to be found. Even when higher-ups assigned their team to assist with drone development at the 5th military factory, the factory director didn't utter a single word of refusal. Instead, he readily agreed. He even told them to learn diligently once they arrived at the 5th military factory. Cui Yucheng found this particularly strange. Because in the past, they had always looked down on the 5th military factory, carrying themselves with great arrogance in its presence. The idea of learning from the 5th military factory was unthinkable. Much less would they ever consider sending the entire core drone development team to assist the 5th military factory with their research and development. That was even more unthinkable. But this time was exceptionally unusual. Cui Yucheng racked his brain but couldn't fathom the reason. He once asked his own factory director about it, but the director couldn't explain it clearly either. Cui Yucheng speculated it might be because they lost the last mech competition. Regardless of past outcomes, this time they were certain to win. After the call connected. After a 2-second silence, Ding Fanfan's voice came through, low and slightly tense. "Old Cui, how's the RD coming along? Any progress?" If it weren't for the fact that the competition's 3-month deadline was fast approaching, he wouldn't have had the courage to make this call. His heart was pounding in his throat now, nerves on edge. He dreaded hearing that Cui Yucheng had no progress to report, or that the development wasn't going smoothly. Back then, when Cui Yucheng had called to tell him about his bet with Lu Chun from the 5th military factory, Ding Fanfan froze in place, his mind reeling as if struck by lightning, nearly fainting on the spot. He knew all too well. The very reason he had lost last time was Lu Chen. Lu Chen could even build such an incredible mecha. How could you possibly compete with him using a mere drone? How could you possibly compete? Are you looking for trouble? Ding Fanfan was itching to punch Cui Yucheng in the face. In the end, he cursed him out over the phone. He accused Cui Yucheng of being reckless, demanding to know why he'd agreed to the bet without consulting him first. In his view, Cui Yucheng had no chance of winning. Wasn't this just handing over the drone team hard-earned talent cultivated by the 2nd military factory to the 5th military factory for free? Cui Yucheng hadn't expected his factory director to react so strongly. He asked why he had no confidence in him. Ding Fanfan hesitated for a long time but couldn't articulate the reason. He had signed a confidentiality agreement long ago, prohibiting him from revealing mecha-related matters to others, not even to trusted individuals within his own military factory. In the end, he only said that the 5th military factory wasn't as weak as he imagined, then cited the example of their previous mecha competition failure. But Cui Yucheng dismissed it entirely. He insisted that even if they had lost the previous mecha competition, and even if their mecha were well made, mecha and drones were fundamentally different things a world apart. He added that the 5th military factory had never developed drones, claiming they lacked both the accumulated expertise and the specialized talent in that field. He countered that he himself had years of experience in drone RD, backed by a team of seasoned, top-tier professionals. Finally, Cui Yucheng made a bold guarantee. He declared his team would absolutely not lose. 100%. Helpless. Ding Fanfan had no choice but to accept. After all, Lu Yongmin was the mediator, and the wager was made willingly, no one forced him. Besides, Ding Fanfan felt Cui Yucheng had a point. Chapter 179, Our drone's performance has doubled. Even if your 5th military factory is top-notch in mecha manufacturing, but mechs are mechs, and drones are drones, different fields or worlds apart. Your 5th military factory has never built drones before, lacking both the accumulated expertise and the specialized talent. Moreover, in his view, even if Lu Chen possessed extraordinary talent in mecha construction, it's already extremely rare for a person to achieve such mastery in a single field. He couldn't possibly understand drones too, could he? Because, with 3 months to prepare for the competition, his chances of winning in this area were still quite high. Facing Ding Fanfan's inquiry, Cui Yucheng gave a hearty laugh and answered with great confidence. Factory director, of course there's progress and it's a major breakthrough. Although our results weren't ideal when we participated in the international drone competition earlier. But honestly, if we entered the competition with this newly developed drone, we'd definitely secure a top 3 finish. Top 3? Ding Fanfan's eyes lit up at this, his expression shifting to surprise. A real breakthrough? Quick, show me the data. Yes, director, we've truly made a breakthrough. Please hear me out. For this drone's development, we focused on 4 key areas for upgrades and iterations. The first is flight range. Our drone can now fly up to 59 kilometers, more than doubling the range of previous models. The second aspect is endurance. Our newly developed drone can operate for 2 hours, also more than doubling the previous endurance. The third aspect is maximum flight speed. It now reaches 25 meters per second, quite remarkable, placing it among the world's top tier. The fourth aspect is its deployment accuracy. Within 100 meters altitude, it achieves a drop accuracy of just 3 meters. What do you think, director? We've done a pretty good job this time, haven't we? After hearing the figures Cui Yuqing mentioned, Ding Fanfan froze for a few seconds. Then he let out a hearty laugh. The gloom in his heart seemed to vanish into thin air at that moment. Great! Fantastic! Ha ha! You've practically doubled the performance of the previous drones. With this breakthrough, I can finally rest easy. I refuse to believe that the 5th military factory, with no accumulated expertise or talent, could surpass you in drone development in just 3 short months. Old Cui, tell me straight, were you holding back before? If you developed such an advanced drone earlier, our 2nd military factory wouldn't have embarrassed itself at the international competition. Cui Yuqing gave an awkward smile. I'm innocent, Director Ding. Why would I hold back? It's just that we'd already identified a breakthrough point in drone technology, but hadn't achieved it yet. We happened to enter the international competition before achieving that breakthrough, which is why we didn't perform well. Now we've used these past 3 months to advance from that breakthrough point and achieve a qualitative leap. That's the whole story. Rest assured, Director. This time, against the 5th military factory, we're guaranteed to win. They have no chance of winning. With just a bunch of greenhorns who know nothing, how can they possibly compete against our seasoned team? And the reason I'm so confident we'll win boils down to 2 key factors. First, I have sufficient confidence in the new drone we've developed. Second, it's been over 2 months since I last saw Lu Chen. I suspect he knows he can't possibly develop the drone from scratch, so he's just given up on it altogether. As for the other 5 young members of their team, they go to the lab every day and come out just as quickly, probably playing cards or video games inside. In that state, how could they possibly win? Oh? Ding Fanfan raised an eyebrow. So that's how things stand with them. Good. You've done well this time. Hopefully, we can crush them completely just like you said. We absolutely cannot lose. If we do, you'll all be joining the 5th military factory. Actually, I probably shouldn't worry so much. I doubt they can even build the most basic drone. They might just bring an old model to compete against you. Last time we lost to them in the mecha division. This time we absolutely must win and restore our pride. That's right, Director. Watch this, will restore 2nd Arsenal's reputation. After saying this, Cui Yuqing hesitated for a few seconds before tentatively asking, Director, are you free in 2 days? I'm free. What do you need? Ding Fanfan inquired. Cui Yuqing replied, well, victory in this competition is practically guaranteed. I was wondering if you might be able to come in person to witness the competition. Because the director of the 5th military factory will also be present during the competition. You can redeem yourself in front of him. Ding Fanfan pondered for a moment, deciding this was a golden opportunity. He would thoroughly mock Lu Yongmin then, reclaiming both his lost face and dignity. He took a deep breath. He nodded. All right. Then I'll follow your lead this time. I'll head over to your place the day after tomorrow. I'll be there to cheer you on, watching you crush the 5th military factory underfoot with my own eyes. I can't wait to see the look on Lu Yongmin's face. It's bound to be spectacular, right? Ha ha. After a moment's thought, he added, oh, and I'll call Director Su from the 3rd military factory later to see if he wants to join us. He was pretty bummed out for a while after losing to the 5th military factory last time. If he could witness the 5th military factory losing to us with his own eyes, that would be a sight to behold. Once the 2 of us show up together, I'll be curious to see what excuses Lu Yongmin comes up with then. Great, Director. If Director Su can join us, that would be perfect. We'll crush them completely. Cui Yuqing also hoped for as many people as possible to come. That way, their efforts would be seen by more people and their fame would grow. Agreed. I'll call him right now. Hanging up. After hanging up, Ding Fanfan immediately dialed Su Lian's number. He laid out everything, his drone team's visit to the 5th military factory, the bet between the 2 sides, and the fact that Cui Yuqing had already developed a new generation of drones. After understanding the full context, Su Lian's interest was instantly piqued. He agreed to join almost without hesitation. He wanted to witness the 5th military factory's failure with his own eyes. He wanted to see the look of disappointment on Lu Yongmin's face. This prospect filled him with anticipation. Chapter 180. This time, I must wash away the shame. There was another reason. He hadn't anticipated the 2nd military factory's drone team achieving such a significant breakthrough. Therefore, this time he would not only go himself but also bring his own military factory's drone team along for observation and exchange. In any case, this was an absolute must-attend event. Oh, and old Ding, I plan to bring our military factory's drone RD team along too. First, to cheer you on. Second, though I'm reluctant to admit it, your drone RD team is truly formidable, probably the most elite in all of Dragon Nation. So after the competition, once you've won, I'd like my team to engage in in-depth exchanges with yours and seek your expertise on some technical matters. But you guys better not hold anything back, huh? Ding Fanfan laughed heartily. He knew Su Liang would agree to join him. As for interacting with his own team members, Ding Fanfan assured him, rest easy. I'll make sure to brief old Cui and the rest of our team beforehand. Whatever you ask, I'll have them give you the full answers. You won't come back empty-handed. You'll leave with a wealth of insights. The two grew more excited and happier as they talked. They couldn't wait to defeat the 5th military factory, couldn't wait to see the look on Lu Yongmin's face when it failed. They'd even rehearsed the taunts they'd hurl at Lu Yongmin. This would be their battle to redeem themselves. Today, Lu Chen took his team out to dinner, which lasted until 9 p.m. Chui Yucheng held a meeting with his team until 9 p.m. The next day, morning, Assistant Gun was about to leave after delivering materials to Lu Yongmin. He suddenly halted in his tracks. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke up, "Director, the agreed competition deadline is fast approaching, yet I haven't seen Chief Engineer Lu in over 2 months. Moreover, since he requested materials and equipment from me at the very beginning, he hasn't contacted me again. He hasn't visited the workshop either. I'm worried." Lu Yongmin knew exactly what he was worried about, so he chuckled softly. "No need to worry. You know exactly what Chief Engineer Lu is capable of." He waved his hand dismissively. All right. Get back to work." "Oh, alright, plant manager. I'll get back to work then." He bowed respectfully and exited the office. But, the moment he stepped out of the office, a trace of contempt flashed across his face. Then he shook his head. He sighed. After walking a short distance, he murmured to himself. Yes, Chief Engineer Lu is highly skilled and truly formidable. But Old Chui and the others aren't lacking either. Besides, our 5th military factory has absolutely no experience or accumulated expertise in drone manufacturing. Under these circumstances, surpassing a top-tier team is practically impossible. Add to that the fact I haven't seen Lu Chen in over 2 months, no clue where he's off playing. So even if he's a genius in other fields, when it comes to drones, he probably couldn't even build the most basic one. I'll be damned if I don't see what you come up with for the competition the day after tomorrow. When you lose, I'll see how you save face. Though he never said it outright, he'd never held much hope for Lu Chen from the start. After all, different fields are worlds apart. No matter how skilled you are in other fields, you've never touched a drone before. He's still clueless, isn't he? Judging by Assistant Gung's current mindset, he was actually hoping Lu Chen would lose this match. He hoped Lu Chen would make a complete fool of himself. The reason is simple. Ever since Lu Chen arrived at the 5th military factory, his rise had been far too rapid. He'd enjoyed too many privileges, too much honor, too many perks. So he's jealous of Lu Chen. Why? After all these years at the 5th military factory, working tirelessly day in and day out, had he only managed to scrape his way up to an assistant position? Yet you effortlessly rose to become the chief engineer. Becoming someone he now had to look up to. He felt it was unfair. So unfair. That's why he hoped Lu Chen would lose this time to thoroughly crush his arrogance. Just moments after Assistant Gun left the factory director's office, Lu Yongmin suddenly saw a call from Ding Fanfan. The moment he saw the caller ID, he knew exactly why she was reaching out. It must be about the bet. He was actually a bit puzzled. His team had made a wager with his side and even signed a contract. Yet, after all this time, not a single call had come through. Given Ding Fanfan's temperament, he should have called the very next day after learning about it. Yet he had delayed until now. He was curious to see what Ding Fanfan wanted to say. He answered the call immediately. After answering the call, a voice tinged with delight came through, sounding as if he'd just encountered some good fortune. "Old Lu, it's been ages. How have you been lately?" Lu Yongmin snorted softly. He knew full well the caller was up to no good, like a weasel paying New Year's greetings to a chicken. "Long time no see, old Ding. I've been doing quite well lately. But what about you? Your people and mine made that bet ages ago. You're only calling me now? Aren't you worried at all that I might have lured your people away? Lured away by you?" Lu Yongmin's tone carried a hint of contempt. "By you? Do you even have the capability? Enough with the pleasantries. Let's get straight to the point. The day after tomorrow is the drone technology demonstration between your 5th military factory and our 2nd military factory, correct?" "Yes, the day after tomorrow," Lu Yongmin confirmed. Ding Fanfan continued, "Tomorrow afternoon, I'll bring 2 people to your 5th military factory. Make sure accommodations are arranged. I'll be watching the drone competition in person the day after tomorrow." "Oh?" Lu Yongmin seemed genuinely surprised. "I didn't expect you to attend the competition in person. But I still suggest you don't come." "You suggest I don't come?" Ding Fanfan paused, slightly taken aback. "Why?" Lu Yongmin paused for a few seconds before speaking. "Because you're going to lose badly. Because after the competition the day after tomorrow, your people will be transferred to our 5th military factory. I'm afraid you won't be able to hold it together on the spot. What if you start crying again? That would be so embarrassing. You know I'm right, don't you?" "Ha ha ha ha." Hearing Lu Yongmin's words, Ding Fanfan couldn't help but burst into laughter. "My men would lose? You're being too cocky. I advise you not to get carried away with daydreams. Let me tell you, we're 100% confident we'll win the match the day after tomorrow. The only one who'll lose is you. Chapter 181, Factory Director Lu, I'm here just to see you lose. Only I could lose? Lu Yongmin couldn't help but chuckle. You're awfully confident in your own team, aren't you? Don't you know our chief engineer Lu is leading this drone development project? Did you forget what happened with the mecha last time? You suffered a crushing defeat. They're not even on our level. With Chief Engineer Lu leading the charge, telling me we'll lose is nothing short of a joke. Let me tell you, you're the one daydreaming. There's no way you'll win. Ha 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 ha. Ding Fanfan burst into inexplicable laughter. So what if Chief Engineer Lu is involved? Yes. I admit he's a genius when it comes to mechs. No one in the world can match him. But so what? Mechs are mechs, drones are drones. Haven't you heard the saying? Different fields are worlds apart. No matter how brilliant someone is, they can't master multiple fields. Building such an advanced mech probably pushed him to his limits. Besides, your 5th military factory has zero research or experience in drones. I refuse to believe he can conjure a drone out of thin air. Old Lu, while our 2nd military factory team didn't perform well in the recent competition, it's undeniable that our drone team is unmatched domestically, truly top tier. And I'm not afraid to tell you they've already made a major breakthrough. Just wait and see tomorrow. Oh, and I should mention Director Su from the 3rd military factory will be attending tomorrow as well. He'll probably call you soon. Poof. Lu Yongmin snorted lightly. Let him come. Perfect. We'll all watch together how you lose to me once again. Lose to you? Ding Fanfan's tone was thick with hostility. Absolutely impossible. I won't waste any more words on you. We'll see who comes out on top the day after tomorrow. When we're kicking your 5th Army factory's ass, I'll see if you can still talk like that. I'll see what kind of brilliant expression you'll have then. Alright, I'm hanging up. Beep beep beep. Lu Yongmin hung up the phone, chuckled softly, and shook his head. He had never doubted Lu Chen's abilities. Even if some of what Ding Fanfan said made sense, even if it was true that different fields were like different mountains, that applied to others. It simply didn't apply to Lu Chen at all. So he didn't give Ding Fanfan's earlier remarks a second thought. In his view, Ding Fanfan's decision to personally attend the match in 2 days' time could only lead to one outcome: their team suffering a crushing defeat and being forced to join his 5th military factory. Then came Ding Fanfan's heartbreak and disappointment as she returned home. But he hadn't anticipated that personnel from the 3rd military factory would also attend. But it wasn't entirely unexpected. After all, the 3rd military factory had lost to him in the mecha competition back then. Moreover, the director of the 3rd military factory and the director of the 2nd military factory were quite close. Ding Fanfan had informed Su Liyang about this matter, so it was hardly surprising that he agreed to come. But Ding Fanfan was likely to be disappointed. Because when Su Liyang arrived, he wouldn't witness the joy of victory, but only the despair of defeat. No sooner had this thought crossed his mind. Su Liyang's call came through immediately. Just as Ding Fanfan had predicted. Su Liyang called to inform him that he would be arriving at the 5th military factory tomorrow afternoon, bringing along his factory's drone or D team. He was to arrange accommodations in advance. Lu Yongmin readily agreed. No problem at all. You're most welcome. Just come on over, we've plenty of dorm rooms here. I'll have someone get everything ready for you today. Oh, and you're bringing your drone team with you, right? That's perfect timing. After the competition wraps up, I can have our chief engineer Lu mentor your team. With his guidance, your team will undoubtedly gain invaluable insights into drone technology. Even achieving new breakthroughs won't be out of the question. What? What did you say? Have your chief engineer Lu mentor my team? Su Liyang snorted dismissively. Don't be ridiculous, okay? Do my people really need your people to instruct them? Do you even have the qualifications? Old Lu, we've known each other for so long. I'll be honest with you. The reason I'm going to your 5th military factory this time. First, I want to see you lose. I want to see the look on your face when you lose to the 2nd factory's drone team. I've already planned out how I'll mock you then. Second, I'm bringing my drone team there not to learn from your chief engineer Lu. He may be talented, but different fields are worlds apart. He's nothing in the realm of drones. I'm going to learn from Director Ding's team. They've made a major breakthrough. You guys don't stand a chance. Su Liyang and Lu Yongnian had known each other for many years. They'd always been in a state of competition. Neither held the other in high regard. So when they spoke, they held nothing back. They said whatever came to mind, without holding back. Is that so? Lu Yongmin chuckled. Well, you sure have faith in old Ding. Don't worry. I'll take care of your accommodations and everything else. No need to say more. We'll see the results the day after tomorrow. I've got things to do. Hanging up. After hanging up, Lu Yongmin shook his head again. Old Su, you're jumping to conclusions. Though I have no idea what level of breakthrough you and old Ding are talking about. I have complete faith in our chief engineer Lu. Anything he casually comes up with is beyond your reach. The next day. Afternoon. Ding Fanfan and the others arrived first. Lu Yongmin and Chui Yuqing personally greeted them. They escorted the group to their resting quarters. After some small talk, Lu Yongmin gave them a few instructions and mentioned he'd host a welcome dinner that evening before heading off to attend to his own affairs. No sooner had Lu Yongmin departed. Ding Fanfan and Chui Yuqing began discussing recent developments, inquiring in detail about the unmanned aerial vehicle they were developing. Upon learning the drone's specific data and performance capabilities, Ding Fanfan slapped his thigh excitedly. Excellent. Absolutely fantastic. I never imagined you'd achieve such a fundamental breakthrough. Impressive. I can't wait to see what the 5th military factory has to counter us with this time. This contest is already ours. He patted Chui Yuqing on the shoulder. Old Chui, you've really made me proud. Once we beat them and return to the 2nd military factory, I'll throw you guys a proper victory banquet. Haha. That's absolutely fantastic. Chapter 182. Old Chui and his crew aren't even worthy of being my opponents. Over an hour after Ding Fanfan arrived, Su Liyang's men also arrived at the entrance of the 5th military factory. Lu Yongmin personally greeted them and escorted them to the rest area. Once Lu Yongmin departed, Ding Fanfan and Su Liyang immediately met. The moment they met, Su Liyang began praising him. Old Ding, your 2nd military factory's drone team is truly formidable. They've achieved a fundamental breakthrough. Last time we met, we all lost to their 5th military factory. I've been seething ever since. How could that be? How could the 5th military factory, established later with fewer talents and no accumulated technology, beat us all just because of Lu Chen? Ever since then, I've been scheming about how to get revenge and restore our pride. Now the chance has finally come. And it's all thanks to you, old Ding. Ding Fanfan waved his hand modestly. Not at all. The credit doesn't belong to me, but to our esteemed Professor Chui and the scientists working under him. It's their relentless dedication and hard work that made today's breakthrough possible. After saying this, Su Liyang turned his gaze to an elderly gentleman beside Ding Fanfan, a bespectacled, long-haired man with an intellectual demeanor. He extended his right hand. Hello, he said with a smile. You must be Professor Chui. Having a factory director personally shake his hand made Chui Yuqing feel somewhat flattered and honored. After all, his current position was several ranks below that of a factory director. He promptly extended his own hand and nodded respectfully. Hello, Factory Director Su. I'm Chui Yuqing. I've long admired your reputation, Director Su. Meeting you today, you truly live up to your name. Su Liyang laughed heartily. I'd say it's you, Mr. Chui, who's truly extraordinary. Not long ago, you suffered a setback at the international competition. How much time has passed since then? Yet you've already achieved a major breakthrough. Since there are no outsiders here, could you elaborate on where exactly this breakthrough occurred? Just as Chui Yuqing was about to speak, he suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Ding Fanfan. Ding Fanfan smiled faintly. Hey, old Su, what's the rush? When the competition starts tomorrow, Master Chui will explain the drone's capabilities in detail. You'll find out then. Just one day. It'll be over before you know it. Su Liyang chuckled softly. Alright then. I'm already getting impatient. He then turned to Chui Yuqing and said, Mr. Chui, I've made arrangements with Director Ding. After we win against the 5th military factory tomorrow, our 2 drone teams will exchange insights. Just don't hold back on any key technologies when the time comes. Chui Yuqing laughed heartily. Rest assured, Director Su. As long as Director Ding agrees, I'll share everything I know, no secrets held back. Ding Fanfan hadn't expected Chui Yuqing to pass this difficult task back to him. He cleared his throat twice. It served as a promise. Rest assured, Director Su. As long as it doesn't involve particularly core, critical technologies, whatever else you ask, old Chui will answer. I guarantee you'll gain valuable insights. Su Liyang paused for a few seconds before replying readily, alright. Compared to the drone RD team at the 2nd military factory, their own team at the 3rd military factory was already significantly behind in capability. Even without probing the most sensitive core technologies, inquiring about other aspects would still yield immense benefits. Then he sighed with resignation. Sigh. I really don't know what old Lu was thinking, challenging you guys in the drone field. It's downright reckless. Isn't he just setting himself up for embarrassment? Evening. Lu Yongmin had the cafeteria chef prepare a special spread, cooking several large tables worth of dishes to host the guests from the 2nd and 3rd military factories. Likewise, Lu Chen and the 5 members of his team also attended the banquet. The atmosphere at this banquet appeared harmonious on the surface. Everyone gathered together like brothers from the same unit sharing a meal, and no one mentioned tomorrow's drone competition. Yet, being competitors, everyone present kept their guard up. Though laughter filled the room now, they understood clearly that after tonight, either you would lose or I would win. The welcome banquet lasted until 9 p.m. before the guests slowly dispersed. As they departed, Assistant Gung deliberately walked beside Lu Chen. He chuckled. He casually asked, seemingly offhand, Chief Engineer Lu, tomorrow we're facing off against the second military factory in that drone competition. How's our side preparing? Shouldn't the prototype be ready by now? Can we beat them? Though plant manager Lu had no doubts about Lu Chen's capabilities, he still harbored some apprehension. After all, over 2 months ago, Lu Chen had requested a batch of materials and equipment from him. Since then, he hadn't requested anything else. Moreover, during those 2 months, he hadn't seen Lu Chen at all. As for the other 5 members of Lu Chen's team, they spent their days immersed in the lab, working tirelessly. He had no idea what exactly they were occupied with. The main thing was that these people hadn't even set foot in the workshop where the drones were manufactured and tested. How could they possibly build a drone under these circumstances? So in his view, Lu Chen and the 5 members under him had simply wasted 3 months. They hadn't put any effort into it. They hadn't built anything. How could they possibly compete with the second military factory under these circumstances? Could they even produce anything? If they end up conceding defeat outright, it would be a massive embarrassment for the 5th military factory. After hesitating 3 times, he mustered his courage and approached Lu Chen to ask. Hearing Assistant Gun's question, Lu Chen paused in his steps. He gave him a faint smile. He replied, It's been developed long ago. As for whether we can beat them? Let me put it this way, I've never considered them worthy opponents. They don't even qualify to be my rivals. Assistant Gung froze momentarily, suddenly at a loss for words. Already developed? Then why haven't I seen you develop it? And you say they don't even have the qualifications to be your opponents? Are you that arrogant? Though these thoughts churned within him, though contempt welled in his heart, he dared not voice them aloud, nor let them show on his face. After all, Lu Chen's standing far surpassed his own. He wasn't someone he could afford to provoke. It's good that Chief Engineer Lu has confidence. But I've heard that Old Shui's team has made tremendous progress and breakthroughs in drone technology. Factory Director Lu is placing great importance on this competition. We absolutely cannot lose. Lu Chen gave a light snort. Assistant Gung, what exactly are you worried about? Put your mind at ease. We're guaranteed to win. Chapter 183, The Terms of the Second Military Factory. Time flew by. The night passed in the blink of an eye. The next day. Early morning. It was barely past 8. Ding Fanfan and Su Liyang had already arrived at the competition site ahead of everyone else. The competition grounds stretched across an open area behind the 5th military factory, spanning nearly a kilometer. Various testing equipment and a public display base were set up there. Standing at the very front of the competition grounds, the two breathed in the fresh air greedily, chatting and laughing. However, they had only chatted for a few minutes. Workers from the 5th military factory began arriving from all directions. As more and more people from the 5th military factory gathered around them, Su Liyang frowned slightly. He patted Ding Fanfan on the shoulder. Old Ding, did you see that? Why are so many people from the 5th military factory here? What does this mean? Pressuring us? Putting pressure on us? Ding Fanfan glanced at the people steadily approaching from all directions and sneered contemptuously. What good does having more people do? Does having more people mean they can pressure us? This contest is about whose drone is more advanced and performs better, not about who has more people. And frankly, I'd welcome even more of them showing up. Anyway, our second military factory drone team is guaranteed to win this time. The more people they bring, the more humiliating it'll be for them later, and the harder it'll be for old Lu to save face. I really don't know what old Lu is thinking, inviting so many people to watch when he knows he'll lose. Oof. Has he no shame left? Hearing Ding Fanfan say this, Su Liyang's furrowed brows slowly relaxed. He gave a light snort and nodded. Yeah, old Ding, you're right. The more people who come, the more witnesses we have to our victory. The bigger the embarrassment for the 5th military factory. Excellent. Let's give them a taste of their own medicine. Every time I recall old Lu bloating in front of me after winning that mech competition last time, it feels like a stone lodged in my chest. This time, ha 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 ha, I'll watch him get utterly crushed with my own eyes. And when Old Shui and Lu Chen made that wager, didn't Lu Chen say that if Old Shui's side won, I'd be at Old Shui's mercy? I recall Old Master Shui and Lu Chen haven't finalized the terms yet, right? Ding Fanfan nodded. The terms weren't finalized yet. Lu Chen said that if Old Master Shui and his group won, he'd agree to whatever conditions Old Master Shui set. What? You have an idea? Su Liyang paused, deep in thought for a moment. Then he spoke up, I've got a great idea, one that'll let us vent our frustration and put us at a huge advantage. Oh? Ding Fanfan raised an eyebrow, his expression brimming with interest. Old Su, what brilliant idea have you come up with? Spit it out. Su Liyang smiled with a hint of satisfaction. He slowly explained, how about this? Lu Chen said that if he wins, all the core members of your drone team will have to join their 5th military factory. Since they're playing by those rules, let's turn the tables on them. What do you mean? Ding Fanfan's eyes lit up as an idea began to take shape. Su Liang continued. Lu Chen is their 5th military factory's chief engineer, right? Isn't he Director Lu's golden boy? Why should he get our people when we can't get his? So, before the competition starts, once Director Lu arrives, we'll negotiate with him. If Old Chui and the team win this competition, then we'll let Lu Chen join your 2nd military factory. Old Ding, think about it, a genius like Lu Chen? There's probably only one like him in the entire country. Before Lu Chen joined the 5th military factory, it was basically a bottom feeder. Amir also ran with zero presence in the military industry. They lacked talent, technology, and accumulated expertise. Even the military products and other goods produced by their various branches were mostly developed by other units. They merely handled manufacturing. But since Lu Chen arrived, the status of the 5th military factory underwent a complete transformation. They've received the nation's most significant resource allocation, and now their reputation has even surpassed ours. If we could get him transferred to your 2nd military factory. Just imagine the immense benefits your 2nd factory could gain. Just think about it. Hearing Su Liang's words, Ding Fanfan's pupils contracted sharply, his eyes blazing with gold. He even slapped his thigh in excitement. Exactly. You're absolutely right. How did I not think of that? Ha ha, let's do it your way. If we can wrest Lu Chen from old Lu's grasp and bring him under my command, the 5th military factory will bleed heavily. That'll be sweet revenge for both of us. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Hold on. I'll go discuss this with Old Chui right away. Then, Ding Fanfan's gaze swept back and forth across the RD team behind him. Finally, his gaze settled on an elderly man. He beckoned him over. He called out, Mr. Chui, over here. Come take a look. In truth, Chui Yuqing was roughly the same age as Ding Fanfan. The reason Ding Fanfan addressed him as Old Chui was mainly a matter of habit. Everyone at their factory called Chui Yuqing Old Chui. Though Old Chui was a term of respect, Chui Yuqing's actual status and standing were worlds apart from Ding Fanfan's. Chui Yuqing saw Ding Fanfan beckoning him and calling his name. He immediately felt a surge of joy and scampered over at a trot. Standing before Ding Fanfan, he grinned and asked, Director, you called? What can I do for you? MHM. Ding Fanfan nodded lightly. It's like this about your bet with Lu Chen, you haven't set your conditions yet, right? That's correct, Director. Our agreement was that if I won, he'd accept any terms I set. Of course, within legal bounds and without violating moral principles. All of this is written in the contract, and Director Lu is acting as the intermediary. What's up, Factory Director? Have you thought of a good condition? After receiving confirmation once more, Ding Fanfan's heart leapt with joy. He patted Chui Yuqing's shoulder, a faint smile playing on his lips. Great. Didn't Lu Chen's terms state that if he wins, you and your entire core team would transfer to join their 5th military factory? Well then. When Director Lu and Lu Chen arrive, let's discuss something with them together. Chapter 184. No way, I won't agree to that condition. If we win, then let Lu Chen transfer to join our 2nd military factory. What do you think? Chui Yuqing paused for a moment. Then, after a moment of thought, he nodded. Then he gave a thumbs up. Factory Director, you're the man. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. But, seeing Chui Yuqing stammering, Ding Fanfan, who had been smiling moments ago, suddenly frowned. Just say what's on your mind. No beating around the bush in front of me. Chui Yuqing nodded. Because if we lose, then I and my entire core team will have to transfer over to join their 5th military factory. But if we win, and only Lu Chen joins our military factory, wouldn't that be a bit of a loss? So I think we should demand more personnel from them. That would be fair. What do you think? Ding Fanfan chuckled softly. So that's what you were getting at. No need. Having Lu Chen alone is enough. Lu Chen can stand in for 100 people, 1,000 people, even 10,000 people. Chui Yuqing's mouth fell open, his expression freezing in place as he struggled to find words. The words from his own factory director cut deep. Why, when he lost, did he and his entire core team have to transfer over to join their 5th military factory? Yet when he won, just Lu Chen alone was sufficient. And then there was that claim that Lu Chen alone could match 100 men, 1,000 men, even 10,000 men. What did that even mean? Wasn't this essentially saying that he and his entire team combined weren't worth a single Lu Chen? Were he and his team really that inferior? Is Lu Chen really that formidable? 1,000 objections raged within him. He silently vowed to himself, this competition must showcase his team's full strength. He would make Lu Chen suffer a crushing defeat. He would make everyone present understand that he and his team were the most outstanding, the most valuable. And Lu Chen? He was nothing but a useless piece of trash who knew nothing, could do nothing, and couldn't create anything. Though seething with indignation, he naturally held his breath. But in front of the factory director, he didn't show it. He merely nodded gloomily, saying little else. He gave a perfunctory reply. Then he returned to his team, gathered his members together, and reiterated certain points. However, Before Chui Yucheng could finish speaking, he spotted Lu Chen approaching with 5 members of his team. Chui Yucheng gave a light snort. After a moment's thought, he walked toward Lu Chen. First, he chuckled softly with a low voice. Then he said, "Hey, Lu, it's been over 2 months since we last met. Haven't seen you developing any drones lately. What have you been up to? Could it be you've given up on yourself?" Young people should always charge ahead, face challenges head on. Even when failure seems certain, you must give it your all. That's the spirit we researchers should embody. Don't give up on yourself at the first sign of trouble. Understand? Chui Yucheng elevated himself to a certain stature, lecturing Lu Chen as a seasoned elder. Lu Chen stood there, a faint smile on his face, nodding noncommittally at Chui Yucheng's words. "Senior Chui, you're an experienced scholar with extraordinary knowledge. What you just said makes perfect sense. But there's one thing that doesn't quite add up. That is, I never gave up on myself. The reason you haven't seen me these past 2 months isn't because I lacked the courage to face things. It's because I had already developed and built the drone days before the competition even began. And one more thing. This time, I won't lose. I will win. Master Chui, you're bound to lose." Watching Lu Chen, brimming with confidence, Chui Yucheng's mouth twitched. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. After a moment of stunned silence, he snorted coldly. Anyone in research knows that achieving a breakthrough in any field isn't something that happens overnight. It requires years of accumulated effort. Only when you reach a certain point does sudden enlightenment occur, leading to a natural breakthrough. That's common knowledge. But you just claimed the entire R&D and manufacturing process took only a few days. That might fool college students. Do you really think I'd believe that? Young people should be more humble and not so arrogant. Otherwise, in the upcoming contest, you'll be exposed. Lu Chen shrugged. We'll see about that. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Yongmin appeared behind Lu Chen, patting his shoulder with a hearty laugh. Let's go. To the front. Lu Chen, Lu Yongmin, and assistant Gum, who followed behind, made their way to the very front. Seeing Lu Yongmin and Lu Chen approach, Ding Fanfan hurried over in 3 strides. Director Lu, Chief Engineer Lu, you're here. Lu Yongmin smiled faintly. I thought we arrived early enough, but it turns out you and Director Su are already ahead of us. We. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Ding Fanfan seized an opportunity to get straight to the point. Director Lu, the terms you've proposed are that if the drone developed by Old Chui and his team loses to the one developed by your Lu Chen team, then Old Chui and his core team will transfer to join your 5th military factory. We haven't presented specific terms yet. But we did agree at the time that if you lose, you'll accept whatever terms we propose. Is that correct? That's correct. Lu Yongmin nodded, his eyes fixed intently on Ding Fanfan, wondering what he was up to. But the terms you propose must comply with laws and regulations and not violate basic morality. Ding Fanfan laughed heartily. Of course. How could we possibly propose terms that violate laws, regulations, or basic morality? The terms we're proposing are actually quite simple. That is, if our side wins the upcoming match, Lu Chen transfers to join our 2nd military factory. No need for the entire team, just Lu Chen alone. Is that condition acceptable? No sooner had Ding Fanfan finished speaking than Lu Yongmin's expression instantly stiffened. Without hesitation, he flatly refused. No, I won't agree to that. Change the terms. Are you kidding me? Lu Chen was the prized asset of the 5th military factory and the Long Bay military district. He was their most crucial genius. Anything could be staked as a wager except him. He absolutely cannot lose Lu Chen. Ding Fanfan's smile vanished, replaced by a questioning tone. Why not? You can take my people, but I can't take yours? What kind of logic is that? Chapter 185, Competition Format and Rules. Lu Yongmin knew he was in the wrong, yet he declared with righteous indignation, no, it's just not allowed. You can set your sights on anyone you want, but not Lu Chen. Let's renegotiate the terms. You. Seeing Lu Yongmin's stubborn refusal to budge, Ding Fanfan took a deep breath. Old Lu, you're a factory director after all. Surely you can act reasonably? Have you no shame? Su Liang chimed in from the side. Yeah, old Lu, you want old Ding's guy, and old Ding hasn't said a word. But when they want your guy, why can't they have him? Lu Yongmin shot Su Liang a glance and rolled his eyes. Any other conditions are acceptable, but I cannot use Lu Chen as a bargaining chip. He is too crucial to our 5th military factory. Ding Fanfan snorted coldly. Lu Chen is important to you, but does that mean Chui Lao isn't important to me? I don't care either way. This is my condition. If we win, Lu Chen transfers to our 2nd military factory. You agree whether you like it or not. Otherwise, this competition is cancelled outright, the wager null and void. I'm taking my men back right now. Lu Yongmin's eyes flashed with resolve. Cancel it? Fine. Void it? Fine. If you want to leave, feel free. His earlier threat to cancel the match had been nothing but a bluff, meant to force Lu Yongmin into submission. But who could have imagined Lu Yongmin would be so stubborn? This left Ding Fanfan momentarily at a loss for words. He certainly didn't want to cancel the competition. After all, he had absolute confidence in this match. If it were cancelled, where would he find such a golden opportunity again? How could he redeem himself? Though the situation had escalated beyond reconciliation. However, it was precisely this incident that bolstered Ding Fanfan's confidence. In his view, the fundamental reason Lu Yongmin dared not stake Lu Chen was simple. That was fear of losing. Fear of losing meant he lacked confidence in Lu Chen. And a lack of confidence in Lu Chen meant that the drone Lu Chen had developed was fundamentally flawed, or had failed to achieve any breakthrough. In other words, his earlier assumptions were entirely correct. Even if Lu Chen was a genius of millennial rarity, even if he could build such sci-fi futuristic mechs, different fields were like different mountains. He remained utterly clueless when it came to drones. It seemed victory was truly in the bag for his side. There was no room for negotiation regarding Oshika's matter. There was no other way. Ding Ding and Fan Fan had no choice but to back down. He was now rethinking the terms, calculating how to maximize his own gains and how to make Lu Yongmin bleed heavily. Suddenly, Ding Fanfan's eyes lit up. A brilliant idea sprang to mind. He took a deep breath, suppressing his earlier anger. He spoke slowly. You and I are both factory directors of military plants, each commanding tens of thousands of workers. Words spoken are like nails driven into the ground once out, they can't be pulled back. We've prepared for 3 months. Now that the competition day is here, how can we cancel it? Since you refuse to stake Chief Engineer Lu on this, then forget it. Let's change the terms. How about you give up? Before Ding Fanfan could finish his sentence, Lu Chen suddenly interrupted. Hold on. All eyes immediately turned to Lu Chen. What is it? Does Chief Engineer Lu have something to say? Ding Fanfan inquired. Lu Chen smiled faintly. A competition must pursue fairness and impartiality. Since I propose that if you lose, then Old Chui and his core team must join our 5th military factory in both Old Chui and you have agreed to this. Then what grounds do we have to refuse? As you said, if we lose, I'll transfer to join your 2nd military factory. No way. Lu Yongmin immediately stood up to veto the idea. Brother Lu, you're the most crucial person for both the 5th military factory and the Longbei military region. You absolutely cannot stake yourself as a gamble. Lu Chen smiled faintly. He addressed Lu Yongmin, Director Lu, rest assured. I cannot lose. Lu Yongmin started to protest, but Lu Chen cut him off again. Director Lu, please stop. Since this is a competition, it must be fair and impartial. Besides, don't you even trust me? You know my level, don't you? How could I lose to them? Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Yongmin hesitated, words caught in his throat. Suddenly, the image of the mecha Lu Chen had once built flashed through his mind along with that aircraft carrier and the 3 escort ships. And all those esoteric knowledge Lu Chen had imparted to him, knowledge no one else in the world possessed. And these images flashed rapidly through his mind. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. He knew his worries were utterly unnecessary. Lu Chen could create things that were centuries ahead of the current world's technological level. What could a mere drone possibly be? How could he possibly lose to the Chui family? He nodded lightly. All right, I agree. He then turned to look at Ding Fanfan. I accept the terms you proposed earlier. If we lose, Lu Chen will transfer to join your 2nd military factory. Hearing this, Ding Fanfan's heart leapt with joy. A hint of greed flickered in his gaze toward Lu Chen, as if he were determined to secure him at all costs. Yet he was puzzled. He wondered why Lu Chen was so confident, and why Lu Yongmin had changed his mind. But this confusion lasted only a few seconds before he dismissed it. Having spent his entire life in research, he had encountered countless geniuses, yet never met anyone who excelled in 2 fields simultaneously. A person's energy was finite. Mastering one field was already exceptionally rare. That's why he refused to believe Lu Chen could develop anything truly remarkable in the field of drones. Besides, his own drone team was among the nation's absolute elite. How could they possibly lose under these circumstances? He laughed heartily. Fine. It's settled then. No need for contracts or formalities. We're both men of our word once spoken, it's as good as done. Besides, Director Su was here as a witness. I doubt anyone would go back on their word. Assistant Gung watched them bickering back and forth over Lu Chen's affairs, feeling deeply unsettled. How he wished they were arguing with him instead. He even wished Lu Chen would lose the competition and leave the 5th military factory. He couldn't tolerate such an exceptional presence as Lu Chen at the 5th military factory. Lu Yongmin nodded. Then he glanced at the time and took a few steps forward. His gaze swept over everyone present. It's about time. Next, I'll announce the format and rules for this drone competition. Chapter 186, the competition begins. As you can all see, the competition arena is directly ahead of us. This drone competition will be evaluated based on 7 key aspects, with a comprehensive scoring system applied. The first category is flight distance. The second is endurance time. The third is flight speed. The fourth is payload capacity. The fifth is precision in bomb delivery or weapon system performance. The sixth is stealth capability. The seventh is maneuverability. The two teams will take turns testing, with the order determined by drawing lots. He then turned to Assistant Gung. Assistant Gung, bring it out. Assistant Gung nodded, retrieving the items as he stepped forward. Leaders, I hold 2 paper balls, labeled 1 and 2 respectively. The one drawing 1 will go first, the one drawing 2 will go second. Please proceed. No sooner had he finished speaking than Cui Yucheng strode forward, eager to draw the lots. However, before he could even begin to draw, Ding Fanfan waved his hand dismissively. What's the point of drawing lots? We can just go first. He was already itching to showcase his team's drones, eager for Lu Yongmin to witness just how incredible the drones developed by his drone team truly were. He wanted to show him what truly groundbreaking progress looked like. He wanted to see the look of astonishment on his face. But to his surprise, Lu Yongmin shook his head. To ensure fairness and impartiality in the competition, we should draw lots. Ding Fanfan snorted coldly. Fine, draw it then. After receiving Ding Fanfan's consent, Cui Yucheng selected a paper ball from Assistant Gung's hand. Seeing Cui Yucheng take a paper ball, Lu Chen smiled faintly. I won't take one. I'll just see what he draws. Just as Cui Yucheng was about to unfold his paper ball, Ding Fanfan leaned in, snatched it away, and opened it herself. 1. Ha ha ha, we're up first. I told you there was no need to draw anymore. What's meant to be can't be changed. Ah, right. Lu Yongmin snorted lightly. Like your inevitable defeat, that outcome truly can't be changed. Ha! Old Lu. Where'd you get that confidence? Just wait until you see our drones. I'll see what you have to say then. All right. He patted Cui Yucheng beside him. Let's get ready to start the test. Got it. Cui Yucheng nodded and immediately gave instructions to his team. Not long after, a small transport vehicle pulled up. Perched atop the truck was a drone. Upon seeing the drone, the onlookers around them all lit up. Whispers and murmurs filled the air. Is this the drone developed by their second military factory? Pretty interesting. Yeah, it's the first time I've seen a drone with this kind of structure, especially that propeller. It actually has a 3-layer design, and the curvature is way more pronounced than on regular drones. Well, regardless, the design and color scheme of this drone look pretty sleek at first glance. It looks seriously advanced. The drone team led by Old Chui truly is the best in the country. I wonder what kind of drone Chief Engineer Lu has built. Honestly, I'm a bit worried. Worry my ass. Chief Engineer Lu is a god among men. No one can match him. Exactly. This drone from the 5th military factory might look a bit different from ordinary ones, it's just flashier, but how could it possibly compare to what our Chief Engineer Lu has created? I can't wait to see what Chief Engineer Lu's drone looks like. It's bound to blow everyone away. Ha, I have unconditional faith in Chief Engineer Lu. He's the absolute best. Exactly. Chief Engineer Lu is my idol. With Lu Yongmin's approval, over 100 people from the 5th military factory arrived today. All of them came to catch a glimpse of the drone crafted by Lu Chen. After the truck carrying the drone came to a stop, several men worked together to lift the drone onto the ground. Then, Old Chui stepped forward to give a brief introduction. This drone is an upgraded version of the WFD-115 model. I've named it the WFD-215. Rather than an upgrade, it's more like an entirely new iteration. Its overall performance has been significantly enhanced. With a diameter of 1.3 meters and a weight of 111 g, it falls into the medium-sized category. It excels in reconnaissance, combat operations, and transportation tasks. Moreover, we've integrated a next-generation control system, substantially boosting maneuverability. Its operability and controllability are also incomparable to the previous generation. I won't go into specific data and performance details here. I'll cover them one by one when testing begins. He then turned to a young man in his 30s standing nearby and asked, Shaoli, is the debugging complete? The young man addressed as Shaoli nodded. Yes, debugging is complete. Ready to go anytime. Good. Cui Yucheng turned his gaze toward Lu Yongmin. Director Lu, we're all set here. We can begin testing anytime. Lu Yongmin looked at the drone on the ground, still slightly surprised. It even made him regard Cui Yucheng with a bit more respect. The propeller design of this drone alone conveyed a remarkably sleek and streamlined aesthetic. This was the first time he'd encountered such a design approach. Moreover, anyone with even a basic understanding could tell that the propeller design was absolutely aerodynamically optimized. This meant the drone was likely to perform exceptionally well in terms of speed. Even Cui Yucheng's gaze held a hint of fervor. He couldn't wait to recruit him and his core team to his side. Upon hearing Cui Yucheng confirm his preparations were complete, he nodded in agreement. All right. The testing equipment at the competition site is already activated and ready for testing at any time. Test 1, flight distance and speed. Both will be measured simultaneously. Please fly according to the preset markers ahead. Recording and speed measurement devices will be in operation throughout the process. Begin. After receiving Lu Yongmin's approval, Cui Yucheng gave a hand signal to Shaoli. Begin the test. First, launch the drone into the air. Then follow my instructions. Li Shunliang immediately activated the drone and guided it through takeoff via computer controls. After takeoff, it hovered in midair, awaiting Cui Yucheng's instructions. Looking at the drone his team and he had poured their hearts into developing, Cui Yucheng straightened his back. Let me explain. As everyone knows, the most advanced drones currently have a flight range of only about 30 kilometers, with a maximum speed of just 17 meters per second. Chapter 187, Terrifying Flight Speed, Breaking Records. The drone we've developed, however, will crush existing records in both flight range and speed. We'll see about that. Of course, we don't actually need to fly dozens of kilometers. Director Lu, I plan to have the drone fly a round trip totaling 10 kilometers. Then we can estimate the total distance flown based on battery consumption. Lu Yongmin nodded. Of course. Our test site is exactly 5 kilometers long, so a round trip of 10 kilometers is perfect. This test will not only measure the drone's endurance, single leg speed, and overall speed, but also its maneuverability. Alright, since everything is ready, let's begin the test. Understood, Director Lu. Shaoli, initiate the test. Roger that. Li Shunliang nodded and began operating the laptop. As he worked, the drone hovering in midair shot forward with a whoosh. Witnessing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Holy crap, is it that fast? In less than a second, it went from 0 to, over 10 meters per second? Yeah, that's insane. Other drones take over 10 seconds to reach top speed, but yours hit 10 meters per second instantly. That's impressive. No wonder they're the nation's top drone tech team. This breakthrough is extraordinary. Look. It's not just over 10 meters per second, I swear it's hitting 20 meters per second. At that very moment, several technicians seated at the monitoring station, tracking the drone's test data, all wore expressions of utter shock. Lu Yongmin couldn't help but ask one of the technicians, what's the status? Do we have the data yet? Tell me how fast it reached. Technician Wang Kai took a deep breath and stood up abruptly. Director, we've recorded stable data. The speed is 26.1 meters per second. 26.1 meters per second, Director. That figure has broken the world record. 26.1 meters per second? Whoa! Upon hearing the figure, Lu Yongmin's mouth twitched as he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He almost doubted his own ears. The fastest small to medium-sized unmanned helicopters in the world today only reached speeds of 15 or 16 meters per second. Yet their second military factory had developed a drone exceeding 20 meters per second. It was simply terrifying. It was simply unbelievable. You see? Once technological advancement reaches a certain threshold, making even the slightest incremental improvement becomes an extraordinarily difficult task. But what about old Cui and his team? They jumped from 15 to 16 meters per second straight to 26.1 meters per second, nearly doubling it. It was nothing short of a revolutionary breakthrough. Upon learning this figure, he finally understood why Ding Fanfan had been so confident and utterly fearless. But, even with their tremendous improvement, Lu Yongmin still didn't believe they could defeat Lu Chen. He had absolute confidence in Lu Chen. Well done, old Cui, you've done a splendid job. Ding Fanfan nodded. A smug smile spread across his face. Su Liang, however, stood beside him, his mouth agape in astonishment. His eyes flickered, his face etched with utter disbelief. After a moment of shock, he took a deep breath. He burst out laughing at Ding Fanfan. Ahaha, old Ding, you've truly surprised me. A speed exceeding 26 meters per second? That must be among the world's top-tier performance, right? I'd heard your drone team was highly skilled, but I never imagined they could achieve this level of performance. Impressive, truly impressive. Now I'm eager to see what old Lu has left to compete with you. Old Ding, you've sealed the deal. Congratulations, congratulations. Ding Fanfan waved his hand modestly. Not at all, not at all. Old Cui and the others just performed as usual. The real show is yet to come. Turning to Assistant Gung. Though his brow was furrowed. But inside, he was feeling pretty pleased with himself. He had supplied all the materials and equipment for this competition, so he knew a thing or two about drones. Currently, the most advanced drones internationally only reach speeds of around 15 to 16 meters per second. Achieving 26.1 meters per second meant there was simply no rival. He refused to believe that Lu Chen, who had no background in drone research, along with the other 5 members of his team, could possibly build a drone capable of exceeding 26.1 meters per second. Therefore, in his view, Lu Chen was bound to lose this time. If Lu Chen lost, then he would have to join the second military factory. For Assistant Gung, this was a major win. While everyone else was stunned by the drone developed by old Cui and his team, the other 5 members of Lu Chen's team wore expressions of utter contempt. Over the past 3 months, by studying the drone materials provided by Lu Chen, they had become acutely aware of just how formidable the drone he had developed truly was. Compared to Lu Chen's drone, the one developed by the second military factory with its mere 20+ meters per second speed was nothing but trash. At that moment, the drone had already flown a kilometer away. Its speed showed no sign of slowing. The test route was not a straight line but a winding, twisting path. It was designed to thoroughly test the drone's maneuverability. It must be said, the maneuverability of this drone developed by Cui Yuqing and his team was indeed impressive. Even at speeds exceeding 20 meters per second, it could still execute anticipatory maneuvers and perform extreme turns. Soon, the drone completed its U-turn. After the turn, it landed steadily on the ground. Li Shanliang then displayed the remaining battery power on the computer screen. Upon seeing the remaining power, Ding Fanfan smiled with satisfaction. He declared loudly, "See? Even after flying 10 kilometers at high speed, our drone still retains 83% battery power. That means this drone can conservatively fly over 50 kilometers under normal conditions. And at normal cruising speed, it can cover over 60 kilometers. And its endurance time is a staggering 2 hours." He then turned to Lu Yongmin with a smug look and asked, "Factory Director Lu, what do you think?" Looking at Ding Fanfan's infuriatingly smug expression, Lu Yongmin desperately wanted to retort. But he had to admit, the drone developed by Old Chui and his team at the second military factory was indeed something special. So he nodded. "Not bad. You could even say it's quite impressive. Truly worthy of being the top drone development team in all of Dragon Nation." Ding Fanfan laughed heartily and added, "So, how about it? Are you ready to concede defeat? I don't see the need for further testing. Just let Lu Chen come back with me." Chapter 188 Excellent Payload Capacity. No need for further testing? Just go back with you? Old Ding, put away your unrealistic fantasies. You're being far too overconfident. Yes, the drones developed by Old Chui are indeed formidable, truly world-class. So what? I believe the drone developed by our chief engineer Lu will definitely surpass the one developed by Old Chui. Until the final moment, it's anyone's game. Ha! Ding Fanfan chuckled softly. You really won't admit defeat until you're forced to, will you? Fine. Then let the testing continue. Let me tell you, our breakthroughs aren't just in flight range, endurance, maneuverability, and speed. Payload capacity and deployment accuracy are also formidable. Just wait until the tests are done. See what you have to say then. Lu Yongmin didn't respond to his remark. Instead, he waved his hand and shouted, "Testing continues." Next up, payload capacity testing. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately pulled over the iron blocks specifically designed for load capacity testing. The smaller blocks weighed just 30 Gn, while larger ones measured 50, 80, 100, 150, 200, and 250 Gn. Each block featured 4 handles on its sides. Simply threading ropes through these handles secured them to the drone. Lu Yongmin examined the weights. He explained, "These are the tools for testing load capacity. The smallest weighs 30 Gn, while the largest exceeds 200 Gn. After finishing his explanation, his gaze fell on Ding Fanfan. "Old Ding, pick one." Ding Fanfan nodded and turned to Cui Yuqing with a questioning look. "Old Cui, pick one?" "Sure thing, Factory Director." Cui Yuqing looked at the iron blocks loaded onto the cart. After a moment's hesitation, he made his decision. "I'll take this 200 Gn one." 200 Gn? Lu Yongmin was taken aback. After all, his drone weighed just over 100 Gn. Was it really wise to choose a block heavier than the drone itself? He double-checked. "Are you sure you want to go with the 200 Gn one? Don't try to be a hero. If it's too heavy and damages the drone, it won't be worth it." Cui Yuqing nodded confidently. "I'll go with 200 Gn. To be honest, this drone's limit is far beyond 200 Gn, but to be safe, I'll start with 200 Gn. Later, I'll try 250 Gn too." Lu Yongmin took a deep breath, realizing he had seriously underestimated Cui Yuqing and his team. He had thought achieving significant improvement in just one aspect would be impressive enough. But unexpectedly, they'd achieved major improvements across multiple aspects of overall performance. "All right. Then 200 Gn it is. Begin the test." Cui Yuqing turned to Li Shanliang again. Li Shanliang nodded immediately. He then maneuvered the drone to hover above the iron block. He secured the iron block with a flat leather strap and suspended it from the drone. He then began ascending the drone. With a buzzing sound, the drone actually lifted the 200 Gn iron block. And it didn't just lift it. It carried the iron block dozens of meters into the air and flew toward the competition venue. Witnessing this scene, Ding Fanfan couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha, that's amazing. Managing such agile control over a 200 Gn weight without any sense of bulkiness. If used for transporting supplies on the battlefield, it would be absolutely flawless. Forget supplies, it could even haul people without breaking a sweat." He looked at Cui Yuqing with excitement. Senior Chui, you've worked tirelessly. Your team has truly accomplished a monumental feat upon returning. I'll host a celebratory banquet for you all. Everyone will receive full commendation and rewards, a 30,000 yuan bonus for you personally, 10,000 yuan for each team member, plus doubling all quarterly and monthly bonuses. Truly the top drone RD team in our Dragon Nation. Highly competent. Hearing Ding Fanfan's generous praise, along with the promise of a celebratory banquet for his team and substantial bonuses, Chui Yuqing's face immediately lit up with joy. Thank you, Director Ding. We were just doing our job. He then turned to Li Shunliang, pressing his advantage, little Li, swap it out for the 250-pound one. Got it. Li Shunliang responded, maneuvering the drone back to land. He carefully lowered the attached iron weight and immediately swapped it for the 250-gene one. Just as expected. The 250-gene iron block was lifted into the air. Though the drone's speed slowed considerably and the flight was somewhat shaky, there was no doubt that carrying 250-gene posed absolutely no problem. Su Liang patted Ding Fanfan on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. Old Ding, my team and I didn't come here for nothing. We'll definitely need to have a thorough discussion with old Chui and the others afterward. The dozen or so personnel from the 3rd military factory responsible for drone development. Their mouths hung open. Some found it hard to believe. The section chief in charge shook his head, a wry smile on his face. I thought there was a gap between us and old Chui's team at the 2nd military factory, but it wouldn't be too wide. But now it seems. The gap is nothing to sneeze at. Indeed, today has truly broadened our horizons. Achieving improvement in even one area is no small feat, yet they've made comprehensive advancements across multiple fronts and substantial ones at that. It's simply astonishing. Based on the data Senior Chui and his team at the 2nd military factory have demonstrated so far, I don't think the 5th military factory's drones even need to enter the competition. Exactly. The 5th military factory is bound to lose. There's no chance of a lucky break. I recall old Chui and his team came to the 5th military factory to assist with drone development. Why did they split into 2 teams and start competing? That just shows the 5th military factory got too cocky. Utterly overestimating their capabilities. Well played. They're about to get their faces slapped. Lu Yongmin snorted softly, muttering under his breath, 250 pounds, huh? That's quite impressive indeed. But I'm confident Lu Chen's drone will outperform yours, it'll easily exceed 500 gene. Noticing Ding Fanfan staring at him with smug satisfaction, Lu Yongmin let out a long sigh. Alright, payload capacity, 250 gene. Let's land it first. We'll test the throwing accuracy and stealth capabilities last. Li Shunliang maneuvered the drone to lower the ion block. Then, with the assistance of the staff, he installed 10 hand grenades onto the drone. After installation was complete, he piloted the drone toward the competition site. 10 targets lay flat on an open area of the competition site, each with a diameter of about 5 meters. The so-called precision throwing test involved bombing these 10 targets from an altitude of about 50 meters. The overall performance would then be evaluated. Chapter 189, is further competition necessary? At the command, Li Shunliang maneuvered the drone to a position 55 meters above the targets. His fingers then swiftly glided across the keyboard, quickly locking onto the target. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! In an instant, 5 grenades were thrown. After the explosions, staff immediately reported the results. 3 grenades landed within 1 meter of the bullseye. 1 grenade landed between 1 and 2 meters away. 1 grenade landed between 2 and 3 meters away. Before the crowd could react to the astonishing data, Li Shunliang maneuvered the drone upward, ascending until it hovered at over 90 meters. What is he doing? Why did it suddenly climb so high? The drone must be nearly 100 meters up now, right? Could he possibly be planning to drop them from that height? Are you kidding? Hitting a target at around 50 meters is already impressive enough. He's actually trying to challenge 100 meters? Is that even possible? Hard to say. This drone has broken so many records already. Damn, this drone's performance is insane. Compared to the previous generation, it's a complete upgrade across the board. This is going to be good. Just as the crowd was buzzing with speculation, the drone dropped its first bomb. Boom! The explosion sent a cloud of dust billowing into the air. After a dozen seconds, the dust settled. Within seconds, the second bomb was dropped. Then the third, fourth, and fifth followed. After all were deployed, the staff reported the results again. 1 bomb landed within 1 meter of the bullseye, 1 landed between 1 and 2 meters away, and 3 landed between 2 and 3 meters away. After the results were announced, many people gave a thumbs up. They were filled with admiration. Immediately afterward, Li Shunliang maneuvered the drone swiftly through the competition area to test its stealth capabilities. The aircraft's color was very light, and it produced minimal noise during flight. Flying over 100 meters high, it might not be easily spotted unless one looked up at the sky. Moreover, The drone's stealth performance was remarkably effective. Only a small fraction of the detectors set up in the competition venue detected its presence. If deployed on the battlefield, this would offer a significant advantage. After the test concluded, Lu Yongmin watched the drone descend slowly, took a deep breath, and his expression darkened. He hadn't expected the drone developed by Old Shui and his team to achieve such comprehensive performance enhancements across the board. This put immense pressure on Lu Chen. If Lu Chen's drone only showed significant improvements in one aspect, it would likely struggle to win the competition. Unless he, like Chui Lao and his team, managed to achieve comprehensive improvements across all aspects. But achieving comprehensive improvements was no easy feat. Noticing Lu Yongmin's tense expression, Ding Fanfan deliberately leaned in close. He chuckled. She asked, "Old Lu, what do you think of our drone? Do they meet your standards?" Lu Yongmin watched his cheeky expression, a surge of anger burning within him, yet he felt somewhat helpless. His facial muscles twitched. He gave a light snort. "I must admit, the drone you've developed is truly impressive. This is something I never could have imagined." Ding Fanfan laughed heartily. He asked, "It's no exaggeration to say our drone is now at the world's top level. In my view, there's no need to continue this competition. You might as well concede defeat. That way you can save some face. Alright, enough talk. Prepare to process Chief Engineer Lu's transfer. From now on, he'll be part of our second military factory." Seeing Lu Yongmin's sour expression, Su Liang felt a surge of satisfaction. He stepped closer at that moment, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Old Lu, I think old Ding's right. We've seen the level of their drone development. Given this situation, is there really any point in continuing the competition? Do you seriously think your drones could outperform his? Don't be ridiculous. You guys clearly don't know the first thing about drones. Alright, our time is valuable. Let's call it a day. Get your transfer paperwork done quickly, then have Xiao Lu pack his things. He'll be heading back with old Ding today." Lu Yongmin glanced at the two of them and let out a cold laugh. "Sure, you two. You two aren't usually so talkative. Now you're both chiming in. Did you plan this? But don't get too excited just yet. The competition isn't over, and the outcome remains uncertain. I've always believed that the drone Chief Engineer Lu built will definitely outperform the others." The three of them argued back and forth, while over 100 spectators from the 5th Military Factory who had come to watch the contest also engaged in heated discussions. "Masaka, I've always heard the 2nd Army Factory's drone team was exceptionally formidable, the pinnacle of our nation's capabilities. Seeing them now, it's undeniably true. But what they're demonstrating now isn't just national top tier, it's world class. Can you believe it? The specs on this drone they developed are nearly double what we've seen before. Seriously? That impressive? Sigh, I'm a bit worried. With such a disruptive leap forward, what are we supposed to use to fight back? Yeah, we know Chief Engineer Lu is a once-in-a-millennium genius, but he used to work on mechs. Suddenly pulling him into drones. I'm not feeling confident about this. I'm starting to feel uncertain too. Old Shui and his team have been building expertise in drones for years. They've been quiet, but now they're making a huge splash. But Chief Engineer Lu has zero experience in this field, and neither do the 5 people on his team. Even if he's a genius, how could they possibly achieve a breakthrough? Well, you make a point. Damn it, I'm starting to panic. We're not actually going to lose, are we? I just heard that Director Ding from the 2nd Military Factory has set a condition. If we lose, Chief Engineer Lu will transfer to work for them at the 2nd Military Factory. What? Is that true? Please don't lose. Chief Engineer Lu is our flagship. If we lose him, our 5th Military Factory will fall into decline again. Oof, you guys. Stop boosting their ego and crushing our own morale. Exactly. You all know how incredible Chief Engineer Lu is. How could he possibly lose to them? It's just a small drone. I'm confident he'll handle it with ease. Let's just sit back and watch. Chief Engineer Lu's drone test is about to begin. I'm sure he'll deliver an incredible surprise. Chapter 190, The Sudden Appearance of a Drone. After arguing with Ding Fanfan and Su Liang for a few minutes, they nearly shook Lu Yongmin's confidence. The two kept urging Lu Yongmin that there was no point in continuing the competition. They told him to concede defeat and let Lu Chen follow Ding Fanfan back. They insisted that continuing the contest would only bring disgrace upon their 5th Military Factory. Moreover, it would tarnish Lu Chen's reputation. The two men traded barbs, working together to belittle and mock Lu Yongmin. Lu Yongmin couldn't hold his own against their combined barrage of words. He grew visibly impatient. Waving his hand dismissively, he declared, "Enough, enough. Both of you, stop bickering. It's annoying enough as it is. The match isn't over yet. I'm not going to admit defeat. The outcome isn't certain yet. If we win in the end, I'll see what you two have to say then." He then turned to Lu Chen. "Brother Lu, you saw the tests Chui Lao and the others conducted. What do you think?" Lu Chen nodded in strong agreement. "Impressive. I think the new drone they've developed is quite impressive. Compared to the current standard of drones. Its performance has nearly doubled, reaching top-tier standards. This proves that old Shui and his team truly possess extraordinary expertise in drone technology. Hearing Lu Chen's praise, Ding Fanfan smirked with schadenfreude. Chief Engineer Lu, your assessment is quite high indeed. In that case, I don't think there's any need to continue the competition. Just pack your things and come back with me to the second military factory. Rest assured, I won't shortchange you in the slightest. Su Liang chimed in from the side. Exactly, Chief Engineer Lu. The second military factory is a long-established facility with far superior comprehensive capabilities compared to the fifth. Only on such a platform can you truly unleash your full potential. Lu Chen smiled but said nothing. Lu Yongmin, standing nearby, couldn't bear to watch any longer. Furrowing his brow slightly, he snapped, "Shut up, both of you. I'm standing right here. Poaching my people in front of me, don't you think that's a bit much?" He then turned to Lu Chen, took a deep breath, hesitated for a moment. He asked in a heavy tone, for words weighing heavily. "Are you sure?" Lu Chen nodded calmly, his expression relaxed, as if he didn't take the drones developed by Old Shui and his team seriously at all. "Of course I'm confident. You could say I'm completely unfazed. Their drones may be world-class, but compared to mine, they're nothing special. They stand no chance against our fifth military factory. Truthfully, in my eyes, they don't even qualify as opponents. I've never once considered them rivals. After all, only when two sides are evenly matched can they be called rivals." Lu Chen spoke so bluntly and without reservation, precisely to restore some dignity to Lu Yongmin and put his mind at ease. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu Yongmin's furrowed brow relaxed. His gloomy mood instantly lifted and his spirits soared. He even burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, good. Well said. We at the 5th Military Factory have never considered them rivals. Because they're not worthy of being our rivals. Chief Engineer Lu, hearing you say that puts my mind at ease." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Cui Yuqing and his team members all frowned, their eyes flashing with anger as they glared fiercely at Lu Chen. They desperately wanted to say something, but with so many senior leaders present, they swallowed their words. Ding Fanfan and Su Liang, however, cared little for propriety. Both of them glared at Lu Chen with wide eyes, their gazes filled with hostility. Ding Fanfan couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up first. "What did you say? That our drones aren't fit for the stage? That we're not worthy opponents? That we're not on your level? Chief Engineer Lu, arrogance brings no benefit. Young people would do well to remain humble. Humility is the path to progress." Su Liang chimed in immediately. "Exactly, Chief Engineer Lu. There's a time and place for bragging. Since you're so confident in your drone, bring it over for testing. Let us see for ourselves. Anyone can talk big. By the way, it's been quite a while now, and I still haven't seen your drone anywhere. Could it be you're just bluffing all along? Are you asking where my drone is?" Lu Chen smiled faintly, then tilted his head upward. "Look up. Look up?" Su Liang frowned in confusion. "What do you mean?" He looked up, puzzled. When his gaze landed directly overhead, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he couldn't help but gasp in shock. "This? A drone? Look up, everyone!" Su Liang's cry echoed. Everyone present looked up in unison. What they saw left them stunned. Hundreds of meters directly above them, a silver-blue drone hovered silently in the air, as if nailed to the spot, completely motionless. Had they not deliberately looked up, they would never have imagined a drone hovering directly above their heads. Holy, there really is a drone up there. When did it land above us? Damn it, that scared the hell out of me. Look at that drone up there, it's not moving at all. How stable is that? It's almost silent. Wait, this drone should be flying at around 100 meters, right? Why does it look so big? Whose drone is this? How did it suddenly appear out of nowhere? Who else could it be? Probably Chief Engineer Lu's. No wonder I haven't seen Chief Engineer Lu's drone, it was hiding out there all along. At that moment, Su Liang finally snapped out of his daze. His gaze fell on Lu Chen with a hint of surprise. He asked, "Did you guys build the drone up there?" Lu Chen smiled faintly. "Of course." He then pulled out his phone, opened one of the apps, and swiped through it a few times. Then, the drone hovering 100 meters above began to descend slowly. Soon it landed a few meters in front of the group. The instant the drone landed, Su Liang immediately rushed over. "This big? This is the drone you built? Ah, this is hilarious. Why did you make it so big? The key functions of drones are reconnaissance, surprise attacks, and flexibility. How are you supposed to recon with something this big? How can it be stealthy? What flexibility? What speed? You might as well just build a helicopter instead of this thing." Chapter 191, Lu Chen's creation is a strategic-level drone. Ding Fanfan also sneered with utter disdain. He'd never seen anyone build a drone this massive before. This drone's diameter looked to be around 3 meters. How could such a massive contraption possibly be fast? Wouldn't it be a sitting duck during missions? Chief Engineer Lu, why did you make it so big? TSK, you really have no experience at all. Anyone who knows drones understands that bigger isn't always better. How fast do you think this thing can fly? Can it even reach 10 meters per second? And what's with the propeller design? I've never seen anything like it. Do you even understand aerodynamics? Heh, this is the best you guys can do. Chui Yucheng stood behind them, shaking his head as he watched the drone. He said nothing. The team members behind him wore expressions of utter contempt. They whispered among themselves. Did you see that? It's the first time I've ever seen someone make a drone as big as a helicopter. The diameter is probably around 3 meters. Calling it helicopter-sized is a bit of an exaggeration, but you have a point. Hilarious. He clearly has no clue, thinks bigger drones are automatically better. No surprise. After all, the 5th military factory has zero drone manufacturing experience or technical expertise. They're probably just building it however they feel like. I don't think there's any point in continuing the competition. The outcome is already decided, we've won. Su Yongmin was also somewhat surprised, as he faced the skepticism from Ding Fanfan and the others. Lu Chen smiled faintly. Director Ding, Director Su, you're both mistaken. Who says a larger drone means inferior performance? On the contrary. The drone I've developed boasts exceptional performance. The first test covers flight speed, range, endurance, and maneuverability, correct? Yes. Ding Fanfan replied. Why don't you share your data? He watched Lu Chen with keen interest. In his view, such a large contraption must weigh at least several hundred pounds, right? Its top speed probably wouldn't exceed 10 meters per second. Its flight range probably wouldn't even reach 20 kilometers. As for maneuverability, that was out of the question. It was undoubtedly incredibly cumbersome. Su Liang shared this view, snorting lightly as he said, right, Chief Engineer Lu, why don't we review the specs before testing? So we can gauge just how capable this drone really is and prepare accordingly. Right, everyone? Ha ha ha. Since the two were so eager to know the specs of his drone, Lu Chen shrugged. Alright then, I'll go ahead and share its specs early. After he finished speaking, the crowd fell instantly silent. Ding Fanfan, Su Liang, and Chui Yucheng were all waiting to see the joke play out. The moment Lu Chen revealed the figures, they'd pounce on any flaw to sneer and mock him, then laugh at Lu Yongmin. Lu Yongmin was also extremely nervous. He desperately wanted to know how capable this drone truly was. Could it truly outperform the drone developed by Old Chui and his team? Or was it as useless as Ding Fanfan and Su Liang claimed? Lu Chen's gaze swept across the crowd before he spoke slowly. The drone we've developed can reach speeds exceeding 210 meters per second, has a flight range of over 12,000 kilometers, and boasts unlimited endurance. It can operate for 10 days or even a month. As for maneuverability, it can accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in under a second, and it can also come to a complete stop from 100 kilometers per hour in under a second. The operation is smooth and fluid, with no lag whatsoever. He then turned his gaze toward Ding Fanfan. The specs are laid out. What do you think? Ding Fanfan, who had been feeling a bit schadenfreudish, suddenly had his pupils contract. His eyes widened and his expression froze. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He felt utterly shaken, as if the entire world had become absurd. A speed exceeding 210 meters per second, a flight range surpassing 12,000 kilometers, maneuverability capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in under a second, and the ability to come to a complete stop from 100 kilometers per hour in less than a second. You're telling me this isn't a joke? What the hell is this? This was completely out of line. He genuinely hadn't expected Lu Chen to spout such nonsense off the cuff in front of so many leaders at an event like this. When Lu Chen asked him what he thought, Ding Fanfan took a deep breath and sneered with contempt. Nonsense. This is utter nonsense. Chief Engineer Lu, do you take us all for children? Do you think it's appropriate to joke around in a situation like this? Exactly. Su Liang rubbed his nose. Chief Engineer Lu, do you think we're stupid? Do you really think we just swallow any made-up data you spout? You're the chief engineer of a military factory, for crying out loud. You're an embarrassment to your entire facility. Since you put it that way, I'll see how you save face when you run the test later. Old Chui shook his head inside at that moment. He desperately wanted to retort. But he knew Lu Chen's status far surpassed his own, and with so many leaders present, he couldn't interject. So he simply kept silent. Behind him, however, his team members were grinning from ear to ear. Over 210 meters per second? That's laughable. Why not just round it up to the speed of sound? Masaka, did I hear you say over 12,000 kilometers? Did I mishear that? The longest range intercontinental missiles today barely reach that distance. Do you have any idea how much fuel it would take to fly that far? You're bragging without thinking. Ha ha ha, I think he meant 12,000 meters, not kilometers. Did you hear that? He said unlimited endurance 10 days, even a month. That's impossible. What kind of battery does he use? How could it store that much power? I used to be skeptical, but now I'm convinced they really don't know what they're talking about. The figures Lu Chen reported had even shaken the confidence of the researchers at his own military factory. Chief Engineer Lu, is he joking? I trust Chief Engineer Lu, but this is just a bit too exaggerated. Yeah, the current world leading level is around 20 meters per second, with a range of only tens of kilometers. But Chief Engineer Lu just achieved over 210 meters per second and a range of over 12,000 kilometers. This is hard to evaluate. Exactly. If Chief Engineer Lu is telling the truth, this would be nothing short of a strategic level drone. Regardless, I have unconditional faith in Chief Engineer Lu's capabilities. Anything he says couldn't possibly be false. Chapter 192, that speed is unrealistic. Facing the crowd's skepticism, Lu Chen stood there, utterly unfazed. He took a deep breath, gave a slight smile. Alright, he said. I know none of you will believe me if I say this. Then explaining further is pointless. Let's just test it. He paid no heed to their reactions. His gaze fixed on the drone as he spoke calmly. Xiaoji, after takeoff, hover at 30 meters altitude. Hold position for 10 seconds, then accelerate to maximum speed. After that, complete one round trip along the preset flight path in the competition arena. Go. The moment Lu Chen finished speaking, Ding Fanfan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, holy crap. Are you some kind of monkey sent here to make us laugh? He was completely dumbfounded, even beginning to regard Lu Chen as a madman. In his eyes, Lu Chen was clearly just messing around. Everyone else operates drones using computers, focusing intently on the controls. What the hell are you doing? You're actually talking to a drone? Does it even understand what you're saying? Come on, it's just a machine. It doesn't understand a damn thing. This drone is so. Before Ding Fanfan could finish his sentence, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he froze in place, utterly dumbfounded. The drone, which had been motionless on the ground moments ago, after receiving Lu Chen's command, it suddenly activated. It then flew precisely as Lu Chen had directed, reaching a height of 30 meters before hovering in place. Everyone present wore expressions of utter shock at that moment. What's going on? Could it be that the drone actually understands human speech? That's way too intelligent. Do you think someone might be controlling it from behind the scenes? Yeah, that's definitely possible. Someone must be controlling it from behind the scenes. Now I get it. I was wondering how a drone could possibly understand commands. However, before they could figure out what was happening, the drone shot straight out with a whoosh. In an instant, the massive drone rapidly shrank in size before everyone's eyes. In just a few seconds, they could barely catch a glimpse of its trail. Its speed was simply too fast. Whoosh! Watching the afterimage flash past their eyes, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. Did I see that wrong? That drone was just hovering. How did it suddenly dart off like that? This is ridiculous. How fast could it possibly be? Holy crap, look. It's only been a few seconds, and I can't even see the drone anymore. Damn it, is this a drone or a bullet? Holy crap, could Chief Engineer Lu have been telling the truth? Could this drone really reach over 210 meters per second, accelerating to 100 kilometers in under a second? I didn't believe it before, but now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I have to believe it. Holy crap. How can a drone weighing hundreds of pounds accelerate that fast? That's not scientific. Divine. Absolutely divine. This alone completely outclasses the drones developed by the second military factory. The outcome is already decided. No wonder he's Chief Engineer Lu. Everything he casually creates far surpasses current global technology. Ha ha ha, unbeatable. I wonder what the second military factory has left to compete with us. Gulp. Watching the drone vanish in a flash, Ding Fanfan couldn't help but swallow hard. After a few seconds of stunned silence, he instinctively reached up and pinched his own cheek. Ouch. The sharp pain snapped him back to reality. He looked again. He couldn't even find where the drone had been. Stunned, he patted Su Liyang's shoulder. His voice trembled slightly. Su, did you see that? Did I just see things? Su Liyang gave a bitter laugh. Old Ding, so you saw it too. I thought maybe I was seeing things. That drone just zoomed off. It was gone in seconds after taking off. That's just too crazy. How did it do that? That's not scientific. Holy crap. While the two were stunned, Lu Yongmin was thrilled beyond belief. His heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled. He burst into an excited laugh. Ha ha ha, excellent. Absolutely brilliant. No wonder he's our Chief Engineer Lu. Even a drone he builds offhand can reach this level. Just judging by that acceleration, I'd bet it can hit 100 kilometers h in under a second. And within seconds, it'll be approaching the speed of sound, vanishing in an instant. This isn't a drone at all. It's practically a bullet. Now let's see who dares to doubt us, who dares to doubt our Chief Engineer Lu. He glanced at Ding Fanfan and Su Liyan with a hint of pride. What do you think, gentlemen? How about this drone developed by our Chief Engineer Lu? Ding Fanfan turned to look at Lu Yongmin. Seeing his smug expression, her expression darkened. He wanted to say something in response, but found himself at a loss for words. In the end, he could only sigh. Reluctantly conceding, yes, I admit this drone is exceptionally fast, far surpassing ours. But so what? Evaluating a drone requires a comprehensive assessment. If this drone only excels in speed, what good is that? I refuse to believe that the drone chief engineer Lu designed can perform equally outstandingly in other areas. Before he could finish his sentence, a whistling wind swept toward him. He took a deep breath and turned toward the competition field. His pupils instantly contracted, his face frozen in disbelief. In his line of sight, a dark speck rapidly approached. In just a second or two, that dark speck shot from hundreds of meters away to less than 100 meters in front of him, then slammed on the brakes, hovering in midair. Gulp! He swallowed hard again. His eyes flickered as he stared at the drone hovering about 30 meters above. For a moment, he couldn't find the words to describe his current state of mind. Then, a staff member's voice came from nearby. The voice carried a hint of excitement, a touch of astonishment, and a slight tremor. 10 kilometers round trip in 53 seconds, peak speed of 221 meters per second. Maneuverability and agility are flawless. No, it's far surpassed the evaluation criteria. Listening to the staff's report, Lu Chen's lips curved into a faint smile. It was almost exactly as he had anticipated. Behind him, the 5 members of his team and others from the 5th military factory cheered wildly. The scene erupted in excitement. As for Cui Yucheng, he held his hands aloft, head bowed, fingers twitching incessantly as if divining fortune or performing calculations. Who knows what he was up to? Chapter 193, My energy source is a nuclear reactor. A few seconds later, Cui Yucheng stopped his movements. Then he looked up at the drone in the sky. His eyes flickered repeatedly. Behind him, the members of his team looked as if they'd all taken the wrong medicine, each wearing an expression unlike any other. Impossible. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No drone could possibly reach such speeds. The fastest drone in the world doesn't even reach 20 meters per second. We've boosted our drone speed to over 20 meters per second. This should already be a huge breakthrough, world-class at best. That's what aligns with current global technological standards. But this one, actually reaching over 200 meters per second? Theoretically, that's impossible. There's no way such a motor exists, and the materials couldn't withstand it either. It's fake. Definitely fake. Exactly, they must be cheating. I agree. We've been researching drones for so long. We know exactly where our country stands and where the international community stands. We've never heard of anyone achieving this level of drone technology. This is futuristic technology, alien technology, right? You all make valid points. I wish this were fake too, but the evidence is right before our eyes. We saw it with our own eyes, how could it be fake? Sigh. Seeing is believing. Even if we don't want to admit it, the fact remains. So what if it's real? To judge whether a drone has value or practicality, you need to look at its overall specs. What good is just high speed or long endurance? Other aspects might not even match ours. I don't care. I refuse to believe it. I say it's fake, so it's fake. It can't be real, absolutely not. We won. He cheated. Hearing the various voices behind him, Cui Yucheng took a deep breath and abruptly turned around. His tone turned stern. Enough. Stop talking. Stop arguing. Shut up. I said. Is it really that hard to admit someone else's excellence? Setting aside how this drone performs in other areas, just looking at its speed and maneuverability alone, its technology is worth learning from. At the very least, we can't match it. And didn't you notice? From start to finish, I didn't see anyone controlling the drone. It was all based on the voice commands Chief Engineer Lu gave at the beginning, and this drone executed them perfectly. This is simply unbelievable. Absolutely. But this drone might be a complete mess in every other aspect. Let's keep watching. Upon hearing the staff's data report, Lu Yongmin practically danced with excitement. He turned to Ding Fanfan and Su Liyang, beaming with pride. Did you hear that? Did you hear it? A top speed of 221 meters per second, covering 10 kilometers round trip in just 53 seconds. Its maneuverability and agility have already surpassed the evaluation standards. Doesn't this achievement border on a miracle? Doesn't it far surpass current global technological standards? Doesn't it completely outclass the drone developed by your esteemed Professor Cui? Don't just hang your heads in silence. Weren't you bragging just a moment ago? Who was it claiming victory was guaranteed and that the rest of the competition was unnecessary? Is this all you've got? This is hilarious. Old Ding, old Su, I'll ask you this, is the drone our chief engineer Lu built the most advanced you've ever seen? Ding Fanfan's face darkened. He took a deep breath and glanced at Lu Yongmin with a hint of resignation. After a moment of silence, he nodded. 4 words came out. It really is impressive. No sooner had he spoken than a staff member came jogging over, panting heavily as he reported to Lu Yongmin. Director, during the drone test just now, all our surveillance systems were fully operational. But throughout the entire process, the reconnaissance systems didn't detect any anomalies. In other words, this drone's stealth capabilities are exceptionally advanced, so advanced that even our equipment couldn't detect it. Upon hearing this, Lu Yongmin's eyes lit up. He was somewhat surprised. Oh? He then let out a hearty laugh. Excellent. Excellent. Ha ha. Just a moment ago, some people were saying this drone is too bulky, calling it a sitting duck with no stealth capabilities whatsoever. Just watch. All monitoring equipment was active throughout the entire process, yet not even a shadow of the drone was detected. Is this what you call a sitting duck? Is this what you call poor stealth? As he spoke, his gaze drifted toward Ding Fanfan and Su Liang. And what about them? They both averted their eyes, unable to meet Lu Yongmin's gaze. Just as Ding Fanfan averted his gaze, he suddenly took a deep breath and looked straight at Lu Yongmin. I said it. Can't I just admit I was wrong? But there's one thing I still don't believe. That chief engineer Lu claims this drone can fly over 12,000 kilometers, with endurance lasting 10 days, half a month, or even indefinitely. That's simply impossible. From an energy standpoint, no battery or energy pack in the world today can achieve that. Upon hearing Ding Fanfan's words, Su Liang's eyes lit up instantly. Exactly. A machine weighing hundreds of pounds flying over 10,000 kilometers? Forget indefinite endurance, just getting it to last 10 days would consume enormous amounts of fuel. What size battery pack would that require? That's a glaring flaw, proving Chief Engineer Lu was talking nonsense. He then turned his gaze to Lu Chen. Chief Engineer Lu, care to explain? Or do you seriously intend to fly over 10,000 kilometers with 10 days endurance to prove your point? That's unrealistic. In my opinion, even if half of this drone were batteries, it could barely manage 100 or 80 kilometers at most. Lu Chen smiled faintly. Actually, this drone doesn't contain any batteries. Its power source isn't batteries at all. Ha? Su Liang furrowed his brow. Not batteries? Could it be gasoline? That's even more ridiculous. Lu Chen shook his head. Not gasoline either. I'm using a small controlled nuclear fusion reactor. It can provide nearly unlimited energy. So, do you get it now? Su Liang froze, his facial muscles twitching. Don't mention it. He actually believed it. Because back during the mecha competition, he already knew the mecha used nuclear reactors. So now, when he mentioned using a nuclear reactor in a drone, it actually seemed plausible. His expression darkened instantly. Ding Fanfan, however, was furious and sighed helplessly. Fine, Chief Engineer Lu, you're something else. You're putting a nuclear reactor in a tiny drone. I'm truly impressed. What else could he say in this situation? However, seeing Ding Fanfan's defeated expression, Cui Yuqing couldn't help but voice his confusion. Director Ding, he just claimed to use a controlled nuclear fusion reactor. That's clearly impossible. Why didn't you call him out on it? Ding Fanfan shot Cui Yuqing a speechless glance. He retorted irritably, I'd love to refute him, I'd love to expose him, but he genuinely developed controlled nuclear fusion and has already achieved practical application. How am I supposed to refute him? How am I supposed to expose him? Cui Yuqing's pupils contracted. How is that possible? Ding Fanfan snorted lightly. What's so impossible about it? Sigh. She then turned to look at Lu Yongmin. All right. Everyone's time is limited. Let's not waste it here. Get on with the next test. I refuse to believe it can be this impressive in other areas. Understood. Lu Yongmin agreed immediately, then addressed Lu Chen. Chief Engineer Lu, please proceed with the testing. Lu Chen nodded. He then pulled out his phone and opened a specialized app. He spoke directly into it. Xiaoji, scan the test site ahead and conduct simultaneous tests on the payload, weapon systems, and hive systems. Chapter 194, Laser Weapons. Understood. A magnetic electronic voice echoed from the phone. The drone in the sky began to ascend slowly. After reaching a higher altitude, it turned to align with the entire test site. Once aligned, the drone emitted a series of beeps. In less than 10 seconds, the entire competition arena was fully scanned. Not only did the drone's built-in chip map out every structural detail of the competition grounds, but it simultaneously transmitted a copy of the data to Lu Chen's mobile software. Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction. It was worth noting that Lu Chen had equipped this drone with the same intelligence system found in the sky-shattering mecha. It could not only navigate according to commands but also possessed independent analytical capabilities. After completing its analysis of the entire test site, the intelligence system opted to test the weapon systems first. A voice then sounded from Lu Chen's phone. Notice, the competition site has been scanned and analyzed. Weapon system testing will commence shortly. As the fixed position launchers are not loaded with ammunition, this test will utilize revolver-style laser spheres. As the voice transmitted, the few people present all turned their gaze toward Lu Chen's phone. They all wore expressions of bewilderment and astonishment. Lu Yongmin spoke up first. Brother Lu, is this the intelligence system you built for the drone? This is way too smart. Lu Chen nodded. Yes, this AI system is essentially the same as the one used in the mecha, with only minor modifications. Not only can it recognize fixed commands, but it can also analyze and make judgments based on the instructions you give. Meaning when controlling this drone, you don't need to go through the hassle of operating it via computer. You can directly input corresponding commands or specific character codes. Of course, you can also just tell it what you want it to do. It has its own recognition and judgment system. As long as it's not overly complex, it can handle it. Holy, Su Liang blurted out, cursing under his breath. That's awesome. If it only recognizes simple commands or acts based on pre-programmed codes, that's nothing special. That's the mainstream of current AI. But your system can actually recognize and analyze the commands it receives? That's extraordinary. How did you pull that off? Has artificial intelligence really advanced this far? How come I've never seen anything like this before? Although his primary purpose for coming here was to witness Lu Yongmin and the 5th Military Factory's humiliation, to seize an opportunity to mock them and reclaim the face he'd lost in the past. If the drones developed by the 5th Military Factory proved inferior to those created by Old Chui and his team, he would certainly find ways to mock Lu Yongmin and elevate his own sense of superiority. Even if the drones from the 5th Military Factory were slightly superior to those developed by Old Chui. As long as they weren't significantly superior, he would still find reasons and flaws to belittle Lu Yongmin and Lu Chen. But now, Lu Chen's drones could reach speeds exceeding 200 meters per second, maintain continuous flight for over 12,000 kilometers, and were powered by controllable fusion reactors. Even its intelligence systems are now the most advanced in the world. At this point, his so-called desire to redeem himself, to find flaws, to seize opportunities to belittle Lu Yongmin, all that had long been crushed. He had no choice but to admit it. Lu Chen's drone was simply too formidable, so overwhelmingly powerful that it inspired awe rather than defiance. Even under the crushing weight of such overwhelming superiority, he couldn't muster even a shred of jealousy. Seeing Su Liang's face frozen in shock, looking utterly bewildered, Lu Yongmin felt elated. He offered an explanation. Of course you haven't seen anything like this before. The only person capable of developing such an intelligence system, one with this level of sophistication, is our chief engineer Lu. I see. Su Liang gave Lu Chen a deep look, his eyes brimming with admiration. Suddenly, another thought occurred to him. He asked, earlier when we were looking for the drone, someone mentioned a rotary laser sphere. What exactly is that? Lu Yongmin also had no idea what kind of weapon this was, so he followed the others in turning to look at Lu Chen. Facing the collective gaze, Lu Chen began his explanation calmly. It's actually quite simple to understand. It's a type of laser weapon. But it differs from traditional laser weapons. It's spherical, with dozens of emitter ports on its surface. When activated, all these ports can fire lasers simultaneously, achieving a large-scale attack. A laser weapon? And it's different from ordinary laser weapons? Su Liang was completely stunned. When did laser weapons even exist in the world? When were they invented? And they say it's different from ordinary laser weapons. Come on, current technology can't even produce ordinary laser weapons, okay? And you're already looking down on ordinary laser weapons? That's just ridiculous. Swallowing hard, he gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. Chief Engineer Lu, I'm truly in awe of you. I take back everything I said before. Truly worthy of being chief engineer, a once-in-a-millennium genius. I'm truly humbled. Truly humbled. Then his gaze shifted to Lu Yongmin. Old Lu, I'm so jealous you have a genius like Lu Chen. Ha ha ha. Seeing Su Liang from his own faction lavishing praise on Lu Chen without reservation, Ding Fanfan's face darkened, his eyes filled with contempt. He thought, what the hell are you doing here with me? Have you already betrayed me so easily? He couldn't resist nudging Su Liang's arm, hinting that it was time to stop. But either Su Liang didn't catch the hint, or he was deliberately playing dumb. He ignored the warning and kept showering Lu Chen with compliments without pause. After all, it was Ding Fanfan who had made the wager. If he lost, it would be his loss, not Su Liang's. Su Liang stood to lose nothing. Besides, Lu Chen's drone was performing so impressively, completely outclassing the one developed by your Mr. Chui. Under these circumstances, is there any point for my team to learn from your factory's old Chui? What could we possibly learn from old Master Chui? It's better to quickly mend fences with Lu Chen and plant manager Lu now. Then, after the competition concludes, we can properly learn from them. Seeing Su Liang still wearing that obsequious expression, Ding Fanfan was furious but had no words to counter. She could only stand there silently, seething with frustration. His earlier confidence and spirited vigor vanished without a trace. All that remained were worry and regret. If only he hadn't made that bet. Now look at this mess. Their drone technology is so advanced, so far ahead of the curve. Wasn't he bound to lose? Chapter 195, Su Liang, you traitor. If we lose this bet, then old Chui under my command, along with the core members of the entire drone team, over a dozen people in total, will all switch sides and join their 5th military factory. Wouldn't that be the death knell for me? Although my 2nd military factory's drone RD department has over 30 members, only about 10 were core members. If all 10 of these core members were to transfer to the 5th military factory, how would the drone RD department under the 2nd military factory even function? How could the remaining personnel possibly continue research? He understood the gravity of the situation. He was utterly helpless. As the factory director, he couldn't very well break his promise and go back on his word, could he? If he truly went back on his word, how could he possibly continue in this field afterward? Just then, the drone had already ascended to a position hundreds of meters directly above the entire test site. Lu Chen's phone continued to emit electronic tones. Detected 232 targets of various types across the entire test site. All lot. 21 personnel present in the test site have all been cleared. All target coordinates have been transmitted. The pilot may also manually lock targets and designate firing zones. Please select whether to engage all targets or fire at designated zones. Lu Chen made his choice almost without hesitation. Engage all targets while ensuring personnel safety. Roger. As the command echoed out, the dark dots in the sky suddenly erupted with intense light. In an instant, dozens of beams of light plummeted from the sky. Bang! Bang! Bang bang bang! The dense, muffled sounds echoed in everyone's ears. It lasted only a few seconds. A dense swarm of lasers erupted from the laser sphere. Every single target was hit and destroyed. A thick cloud of dust billowed across the entire competition arena. Most spectators' pupils contracted sharply, unable to suppress a gasp of awe. They were profoundly shaken by what had just unfolded. The over 100 visitors from the 5th military factory stood with gaping mouths, their faces frozen in disbelief. Good heavens, is this real? Suddenly, a dense barrage of laser beams came down. I thought I was dreaming. This laser weapon is absolutely unstoppable. Ha 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 ha, thrilling. Absolutely thrilling. Chief Engineer Lu is truly legendary, my idol. Absolutely brilliant. Ah, this is my first time seeing laser weapons. I bet Chief Engineer Lu at our 5th military factory is the only one in the world who knows how to build them. Chief Engineer Lu is awesome. Moments later, a frantic staff member jogged over and reported to Lu Yongmin, Director, we just received a report from the competition site staff. All 232 targets of every type have been destroyed. That laser beam is incredibly powerful. Hearing his subordinate's report, Lu Yongmin snapped out of his shock. Then he let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, excellent. Absolutely fantastic. In just a few seconds, over 200 targets were obliterated. This laser weapon is nothing short of a historic breakthrough. If such a weapon were deployed in warfare, China would be unstoppable. Especially with these drones capable of such high speeds, imagine deploying laser weapons at those speeds. Whoa! I can't even imagine the devastating effect that would have. Yeah, it's absolutely mind-blowing. Su Liang first cast a deep look at the competition field, then fixed his gaze on Lu Chen. Chief Engineer Lu, you've truly opened my eyes today. This laser weapon was only a concept. I never imagined I'd witness it in action today. That power. Wow, I don't even know how to describe it. He then turned to Lu Yongmin, Director Lu, although your 5th military factory was the last to be established, compared to other military factories, you lacked resources, talent, technology, and accumulated experience. But that's all in the past now. Now that Chief Engineer Lu is overseeing your 5th military factory, the rest of us military factories can only admit we fall short. Ah, why can't my factory have a genius like him? Finally, he patted Ding Fanfan on the shoulder. Old Ding, am I right? Ding Fanfan's mouth twitched, and he shot Su Liang a fierce glare. He took a deep breath, then sighed. Reluctantly, he replied. Yeah, he's really good. Really impressive. But so what? The most important aspects of a drone aren't just speed or weaponry. Stealth and safety are equally critical. Even though this drone has exceptional stealth capabilities, and many devices can't detect its presence or movement patterns, the human eye can still see it. Plus, with its large size, it could easily be taken down by a sniper ambush or machine gun fire from below. What a tremendous loss it would be if this drone were shot down. And if the enemy captures this drone, wouldn't the technology be compromised? So, before Ding Fanfan could finish, Lu Chen smiled. Director Ding, your points are valid, he interrupted, but I've considered everything you've mentioned. That's why I've equipped this drone with a defense system. Since you mention it, let's test the drone's defense system later. With that, he pulled out his phone and issued commands to the drone. Stop flying around aimlessly. Proceed with the payload and hive system tests immediately. Once those are complete, I'll add the defense system test. Roger. The drone replied with 2 words. It then flew eastward toward the competition site, positioning itself less than 100 meters from the group. It continued, payload testing will commence shortly. With that, All eyes turned back to the competition field. The drone descended slowly. It hovered at a height of about 5 meters above the ground. Directly beneath the drone lay a rock that had just been blasted open by a laser. Just as the crowd wondered how the load test would proceed, a hatch suddenly opened beneath the drone. A mechanical arm extended from within, deploying a rope that coiled around the stone under its precise control. Then, the drone slowly ascended. It lifted the stone, weighing over a ton, effortlessly. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left speechless. Chapter 196, The Hive System. Good heavens, this drone is even equipped with a mechanical arm. And this robotic arm can even operate autonomously. Ah, this is real tech. Doesn't that mean this drone can freely grab objects or even people during missions? So cool. Why didn't I ever think of adding a robotic arm to a drone before? No, it's not that we didn't think of it, it's that we didn't have the technology to actually do it. Wait, why is everyone fixated on the robotic arm? Shouldn't you be paying attention to that rock? Why focus on the rock? What do you mean, why focus on the rock? That's a massive chunk of stone mixed with cement. I guess it weighs at least a ton or more. Whoa! Several people sucked in their breath. Yeah, it really is over a ton. A drone actually lifted a stone weighing over a ton? Holy crap, is its load capacity that strong? Ha! Over a ton is 2 or 3,000 gene unbeatable. Truly unbeatable. If drones with this kind of performance could be mass-produced, our nation's international military capabilities would see a huge leap forward. They'd play a vital role in future combat operations and serve as a powerful deterrent to other countries. Exactly. This is the ultimate drone we envisioned. Lu Yongmin stared intently at the rock, then laughed heartily as he slapped Ding Fanfan on the shoulder. What do you think, old Ding? That rock must weigh over a ton, right? And I just picked it up like that. How does that compare to the drones you guys developed? Ding Fanfan looked grim throughout the entire conversation, but before he could speak, Su Liang spoke up first. Factory Director Lu, what's there to compare? The drone developed by old Ding's team struggles to lift a 200-pound object, yet this drone effortlessly lifted over 2,000 pounds without breaking a sweat. Of course your drone is superior, it completely outclasses the one developed by old Ding's team. Old Ding, am I right? Ding Fanfan glared at Su Liang with a cold, stern look and snapped, Su Liang, if you don't speak up, no one will mistake you for a mute. Why did I bring you here? Ha! I should never have brought you alone. Whoa! Holy crap! Hey, look at that thing over there. Is it a fly? Or some other bug? Ding Fanfan gasped in surprise, sucking in a sharp breath as something unusual suddenly happened near the drone in the distance. Startled by Ding Fanfan's reaction, everyone turned their gaze toward the drone. Seriously, there really is something. What on earth is it? How could it be flying out of the drone? No, it's not a fly. It's bigger than a fly. Weird. How did these things get inside the drone? Just as they were speaking, the drone had already detached the rock. Not only that. After cutting the stone loose, the drone ascended to a height of 30 or 40 meters in the air. Then, a hatch opened on one side of the drone, and hundreds of tiny, jet-black creatures the size of a seal emerged from within. Before the men could figure out why insects were emerging from the drone, or even identify what these insects were, they watched as these tiny black creatures, after circling in the air for a moment, immediately swarmed toward them. Chaos erupted instantly. What are these things? Why are they flying toward us? What's happening? What's going on? Chief Engineer Lu, what are those things? Why are they flying out of the drone? Lu Chen smiled faintly. Everyone, stay calm. While developing the drone, I created a honeycomb system. What you're seeing aren't actual insects, they're mechanical bees. Though they don't look like bees, their size is comparable to small honeybees. You'll see them soon as they fly over. Hearing Lu Chen's words, everyone was filled with astonishment and doubt. Another second or two passed. Those dark specks had already reached overhead. Then they landed before them. Then they hovered in midair, motionless. Seeing hundreds of tiny black objects hovering before them, surrounding them completely. The sense of intimidation was undeniable. Hive system? Mechanical bees? What are these things for? How novel. This is the first time I've ever heard of or seen these things. Damn, that scared the hell out of me just now. Wow, they really are the size of little bees. And look closely, aren't these just mini versions of drones? You're right, they're all drones. I've never seen drones this small before. Hive system, that's an interesting name. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Su Liang couldn't help but ask Chief Engineer Lu, what are these tiny drones used for? Lu Chen stepped forward. He scanned the hundreds of small drones flying overhead. He spoke calmly, I used a special alloy to build these drones. They possess exceptional hardness. And don't be fooled by their small size, their maximum speed can reach 70 to 80 meters per second. Each drone is equipped with an independent chip, allowing individual software control or group coordination. Additionally, each drone carries 3 cameras capable of comprehensive scanning and analysis of the surrounding environment. I've even placed low-yield high explosives inside each one. As for their functions, first, their compact size allows them to infiltrate confined spaces or harsh environments for reconnaissance, or even go undercover within enemy territory for covert surveillance. Second, these drones possess recognition and tracking capabilities. For example, I can input facial features of a target individual into the system of one or multiple drones via a mobile app. Then these drones will recognize and analyze that facial profile. Then you simply guide the small drone to the target's location. Once within the small turbine's field of view, it locks onto the target and maintains continuous tracking. Its practical utility extends far beyond mere tracking. As I mentioned earlier, these drones are constructed from high-strength alloy materials. It can reach speeds of 70 to 80 meters per second. Beyond speed, each mini drone's propellers are sharpened. When spinning, they can easily pierce through sheet metal. Chapter 197, I request an additional defense system test. Just imagine this: once the B drone receives the uploaded data, locks onto its target, and begins tracking it at such incredible speeds, if it charges straight at the target's head, wouldn't the target have no chance to dodge? Add its astonishing destructive force to that. What would happen then? Could it finish them off in one strike? And even if that first strike misses a vital spot, the high explosives inside the B drone would detonate in the next explosion, tearing a gaping hole through the target. And what I just described is only for a single small B drone. What if hundreds of B drones launched an attack simultaneously? What if thousands attacked at once? Now you understand what this thing is for, right? After Lu Chen finished speaking, the room fell completely silent. A deathly silence descended. Moments later, sounds of gasps echoed from all corners. Then murmurs began to spread. Good heavens! If what Chief Engineer Lu says is true, these little things are downright terrifying. This kind of attack method belongs in sci-fi movies. I never imagined it could be developed and right before my eyes. It's unbelievable. According to Chief Engineer Lu, all you need to do is input the target's facial features or a photo into the drone's chip, and it will automatically recognize, lock onto, and track the target. Add to that its top speed of 70 to 80 meters per second at that velocity. Who could dodge it? Who could outrun it? Then there's that high-strength alloy shell and those razor-sharp propellers. Couldn't it smash a hole right through someone's skull in one hit? Not to mention the high explosive charges it carries inside. This is nothing short of a lethal weapon. Yeah, if they mass-produce this thing, thousands, tens of thousands of them, what kind of scene would that be? If there's ever a battle in the future, we wouldn't need to send a single soldier. Just deploy one of these large drones, hover it in the sky, and then release hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of small B drones. Before the enemy even understands what's happening, these tiny drones would swarm forward, piercing through their skulls. And that's how we'd win the war. Holy, that's insane. After grasping the purpose of these tiny drones, Su Liang couldn't help but shudder. Terrifying, terrifying, utterly terrifying. I can't even imagine that such things exist in this world. If these things were used for murder or on the battlefield. Whoa! He then looked at Lu Chen with eyes wide with shock. Chief Engineer Lu, how did you even conceive of inventing this weapon? It's absolutely brilliant. Honestly, the word admiration doesn't even begin to describe how I feel right now. I never imagined anyone could single-handedly create such high-tech marvels as mechs and drones, let alone alter a nation's trajectory and influence its development all by themselves. Chief Engineer Lu, you truly are the undisputed number one. Lu Chen waved his hand modestly. Factory Director Su, you flatter me. I'm no top pioneer. I have neither the capability to alter a nation's course nor influence its development. Simply doing my duty steadily and contributing my share to the nation's progress, that's more than enough for me. Well said. Well said. Su Liang laughed heartily. He found himself growing increasingly fond of this young man, Lu Chen. As for his original purpose for coming to watch the competition, it had long been cast aside, completely forgotten. He even began to think Ding Fanfan was being a bit petty. So what if he'd lost the mecha duel earlier? Losing to such a genius was something to be proud of. Turning his gaze to Ding Fanfan beside him, his eyes were still fixed intently on the drone swarm hovering in the air, each unit no larger than a bee. The excitement within him refused to subside. He considered his team the most elite in the Dragon Nation, the one with the deepest understanding and most extensive research on drones. But he had never imagined drones could be used in such ways. He certainly hadn't imagined they could achieve such feats, reaching this level of capability. He even felt a sense of awe, realizing that the other party was the true authority in drone technology, while he and his team were merely frogs at the bottom of a well. The gap between them was simply too vast. So vast that he could no longer muster any will to resist. He knew they had lost this match completely by now, with no room for maneuver. Cui Yuqing clenched his fists tightly, every muscle in his body taut. His breathing grew heavy. He could almost feel his blood boiling and burning within him. The match progressed to this point. Lu Chen's drone demonstration had reached this point. He felt completely numb. At first, he had thought Lu Chen's drone was exceptionally fast, capable of outclassing the one he had developed. But evaluating drones couldn't be based on just one aspect, overall performance mattered. Back then, he still clung to a sliver of hope. But now? He had no such hope left. The drone he'd proudly believed to be world-leading was nothing but trash in front of the other guy. He felt like he was showing off his skills in front of a master. Even the look in his eyes as he gazed at Lu Chen had grown shifty. He couldn't fathom how Lu Chen could be so incredibly skilled. He couldn't fathom just how brilliant Lu Chen must be, or how much scientific knowledge he'd mastered to develop such a drone. Jealousy had vanished from his heart, replaced only by admiration. The technological gap between them was simply too vast. All he could do now was look up to him in awe. If anyone present remained relatively composed, it was Lu Yongmin. First, Lu Yongmin had long been aware of Lu Chen's true capabilities. Whatever he developed never disappointed, it always delivered a major surprise. Second, he had personally employed similar honeycomb technology in mecha development. That's why he wasn't as shocked as the others. At that very moment, Lu Chen waved his hand toward the swarm of small drones and said casually, "Return." In an instant, all the small drones simultaneously flew toward the large drone overhead. Then they re-entered through a side entrance. Next, Lu Chen turned to Lu Yongmin. "Director Lu, the payload test and the hive system have been demonstrated. Earlier, Director Ding mentioned that my drones are too large. Even with exceptional stealth systems, they couldn't evade visual detection. He said deploying them would make them practically targets, rendering their defensive capabilities useless. I request an additional defense system test." Chapter 198, Don't Screw This Up. Defense system testing? Lu Yongmin raised an eyebrow. Of course, no problem. But how exactly do you propose to test it? Lu Chen glanced around at the soldiers standing guard with rifles in the distance. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Director, the test is simple. I'll have my drone hover motionless at a height of 30 meters. Then, have the soldiers on guard over their fire at it with their rifles. If they manage to shoot my drone down, it means my drone defense system is inadequate. I'll concede defeat outright." Since this was military factory territory, producing military firearms, soldiers were stationed everywhere throughout the facility. And these soldiers were all armed and ready. What? Lu Yongmin's eyes widened instantly. Hovering motionless at 30 meters? Brother Lu, what are you thinking? That drone's got to be 3 meters in diameter. At 30 meters, forget trained soldiers. Even if you gave a gun to some random kid and told him to shoot with his eyes closed, he'd hit it. Even if you know the drone's materials are incredibly tough, it won't withstand more than a few bullets before getting shot down. And you said if it gets shot down, you lose outright. There's absolutely no need for you to take this risk. Given your drone's current performance in testing, it's already crushed the second military factory's model. This is an undisputed victory. Why push for another test like this? Ding Fanfan had long since given up any hope of victory. He was even beginning to accept the reality of his defeat. Even after losing, the core members of his drone team would be transferred to their 5th military factory. Though it pained him deeply, there was nothing he could do about it. But now, upon hearing Lu Chen's words, his eyes lit up. A mere 30-meter height difference? Such a large drone. Having soldiers shoot at it with rifles? It probably wouldn't take more than a few bullets to bring it down. You're placing far too much faith in your drone, utterly arrogant. And you even said that if it gets shot down, you'll admit defeat. You dug this hole for yourself, don't blame me. After hearing Lu Yongmin's attempt to persuade Lu Chen, Ding Fanfan, who had been silent for a long time, immediately interjected, "Old Lu, what's gotten into you?" Chief Engineer Lu explicitly stated he wants to test the defense system, so that's precisely what we're doing. And seeing that Chief Engineer Lu wants soldiers firing from 30 meters up shows he must have tremendous confidence in his drone. So let's just do as he says. Oomph. Lu Yongmin shot Ding Fanfan a withering glance. "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Brother Lu, don't listen to him. Otherwise, we might as well skip this defense system test altogether. You've already won anyway." But to everyone's surprise, Lu Chen shook his head. "It's fine, plant manager. Just proceed with the test as I suggested earlier." This. Lu Yongmin hesitated, watching Lu Chen's unwavering confidence and lack of concern. He opened his mouth to speak but stopped. He knew Lu Chen well. Lu Chen never fought a battle he wasn't sure he could win. If Lu Chen insisted on testing the defense system, it meant he had made thorough preparations in that area and had absolute confidence in his drones. In that case, there was nothing for him to worry about. He shifted his tone. "Alright, let's proceed with the test. If it passes the defense test, I'll be curious to hear what else you have to say. Old Ding, our Chief Engineer Lu will make sure you lose fair and square." Ding Fanfan snorted lightly. "Then let's test it. We'll talk after the test." Just then, Su Liang suddenly spoke up. "I think we should just call it off. Building this drone was incredibly difficult, and the cutting-edge technology it incorporates is exceptionally advanced. If it were destroyed like this, it would be a major loss. Besides, the testing has already reached this stage. There's no point in testing the defense system any further. No sooner had he finished speaking than Ding Fanfan shot him a glare. Shut up, old Sue. If you keep quiet, no one will mistake you for a mute. They want to test it, we agreed to this long ago. How can we change it now? Why are you butting in? Su Lian gave Ding Fanfan a slightly schadenfreude-filled smile. He said no more. Lu Yongmin merely glanced over, returning a faint smile. Then he gave some instructions to Assistant Gung beside him. Assistant Gung immediately jogged over to the soldiers standing guard nearby. He briefed them on the task. After finishing, the 3 soldiers approached Lu Yongmin and his group. Lu Yongmin nodded to the 3 soldiers. He pointed toward the drone in the sky. He ordered, in a moment, the 3 of you will fire at that drone flying overhead. Hold nothing back. We don't want anyone accusing us of putting on a show. Now. You may fire now. Yes, sir. The soldiers saluted. Then they advanced 7 or 8 meters with their rifles raised. They watched the drone hovering over 20 meters ahead at a height of 30 meters and began chambering rounds. As their muzzles locked onto the drone, everyone's hearts leapt into their throats. First, at such close range, there was no way to miss. Secondly, this was, after all, a highly sophisticated drone. Even with the finest materials, it would inevitably be penetrated by bullets. Once its internal structure was damaged, it would lose balance and plummet to the ground. And if a bullet struck the propeller? Needless to say, it would be shot down immediately. There was no doubt about it. The onlookers began murmuring among themselves. Do you think it can withstand being shotted with modern firearms from such close range? I doubt it could hold up. I doubt it could. Probably 2 or 3 shots would take it down. I really don't understand why Chief Engineer Liu is conducting this test. Let's hope it doesn't go wrong. Just then. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out almost simultaneously. The echoes reverberated in everyone's ears, sending shivers down their spines. Eyes fixed intently on the drone overhead. However, what they hadn't anticipated was this. As the 3 bullets approached within about a meter of the drone, the seemingly empty air suddenly sparked with faint sparks, followed by crimson and azure ripples spreading outward from the bullet impacts. As for the bullets, they were deflected outright. They didn't even graze the drone's surface. Witnessing this scene, everyone was utterly stunned. Chapter 199, Are you impressed? Holy crap, what just happened? Did it miss? Missed? Impossible. They're all seasoned veterans. Such a large target at such close range, how could they miss? Then what's going on? Didn't you notice? Right after they fired, I saw red and blue lights flash on the drone's exterior. After the flash, something like ripples spread outwards. What the hell was that? Damn, I noticed that too. What the hell is that? I don't get it. I don't get it. Logically, those 3 shots should have blown the drone to pieces. At the very least, the bullets should have penetrated the drone's interior, causing a malfunction and forcing it to crash to the ground. Could it be some kind of black tech again? Ding Fanfan was equally surprised. He'd been staring intently at the drone the whole time. And he was certain those 3 bullets hadn't veered off course. They definitely hit the drone. But why was the drone completely undamaged? And what were those faint red and blue flashes and ripples that had just appeared? It was utterly beyond his comprehension. Lu Yongmin suddenly slapped his thigh and let out a hearty laugh. His heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled. Good. Excellent. Ha ha. He then urged the 3 soldiers, keep firing. Just keep firing. Don't stop. The 3 soldiers had also been stunned for a moment after their earlier volley. They were certain they had hit the drone, yet it remained completely unscathed. Moreover, the ripples that spread around the drone after impact were beyond their comprehension. They simply couldn't grasp what had happened. Upon hearing Lu Yongmin's command, they composed themselves. They fired again. Bang! Bang! Bang bang bang! The 3 fired over a dozen shots in succession before halting, their faces filled with confusion and astonishment. Their expressions were like they'd seen a ghost. Their marksmanship was so precise that even at this close range, hitting such a large drone was no challenge. Even at a greater distance, they could hit a sparrow 9 times out of 10. Yet today, after firing so many rounds, it seemed as though the drone hadn't been damaged at all. Of course. They knew it was because of the faint red and blue glow that flashed after each shot and the way it spread outward. But what exactly was this thing? After 3 soldiers fired over a dozen shots, the drone remained standing unscathed in midair. Fanfan's face darkened to the extreme. Impossible. This can't be happening. A drone this size, shot at point-blank range, how could it not be damaged at all? What the hell is going on? And what about those faint red and blue flashes appearing with each shot, along with the ripples spreading outwards? What on earth is that thing? Why is this happening? Though he had formed a preliminary theory about the faint red and blue glow and the rippling waves spreading outward, he still couldn't bring himself to believe it, or rather, refused to accept it. After all, protective shields and such simply couldn't be real. Even though he knew Liu Chen had incorporated shield functionality into that mech he developed earlier. He couldn't fathom Liu Chen would deploy a shield for a mere drone. Was it worth it? He felt numb all over. It turned out the outcome of this competition had been predetermined from the start. His team's drone was merely here to play the role of a supporting act. Just then, Su Liyang suddenly stepped forward and patted him on the back. Old Ding, did you see that? Every time it fires, it emits faint red and blue light, followed by subtle ripples spreading outward from the point of impact. I'm sure you know what this is without me saying it, right? Ding Fanfan's mouth twitched slightly before he shot him a glance. First, I have no idea what it is. Second, just say what you mean. Don't play dumb with me here. I'm not interested. Of course he had guessed what it was, but unless he heard it from someone else's mouth, he simply wouldn't believe it. Ha 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 ha. Su Liyang burst into laughter. Fine, I'll just say it plainly then. Remember that Mecha Chief Engineer Liu developed earlier? It had this exact function. That very energy shield that only existed in concept. This shield isn't just bulletproof, it might not even shatter under cannon fire. In other words, this drone's defense system isn't something a few guns can take down. So it's not like you said a sitting duck? Old Ding, you've lost. Completely lost. A flash of anger crossed Ding Fanfan's face. Utterly speechless, he still couldn't resist snapping back. Su Liyang, what did I call you here for? Have you forgotten? What do you mean, talking nonsense like this? Is this how you play? Facing Ding Fanfan's accusation, Su Liyang simply wore a look of utter contempt. I'm Old Ding. Is it really that hard to admit someone else's excellence? I, Su Liyang, only admire the strong. They're simply better than us, more capable than us. How could I not respect that? Besides, I told you why I'm here. I brought my team to learn. If your team had won the competition, that would prove your team's strength, and I'd learn from you. But now their team won and they crushed yours. Why would I need to learn from your team? Of course I'll learn from the winning team. I can't possibly learn from a losing team. That makes no sense, right? Ha? Old Ding, why aren't you saying anything? Ding Fanfan's face turned green with anger as he glared fiercely at Su Liyang, yet not a single word came out. Watching the two of them trade barbs, Liu Yongyan couldn't help but burst out laughing. He then stepped forward to stand before Ding Fanfan. His gaze locked onto Ding Fanfan's, a smug expression spreading across his face. So, Old Ding, now that the defense test is over, what else do you want to test? Ding Fanfan froze for a moment. Though unwilling to admit defeat, the facts were staring him in the face. Finally, he could only sigh helplessly. No more testing. What else is there to test? What's the point of anything else? Old Liu, asking that question is pointless, a waste of breath. Ha ha ha. Liu Yongmin laughed again. Fine, I asked for nothing. So what? Tell me now, did you lose this match between the two teams? Do you admit defeat? Do you concede or not? Chapter 200, Loser Pays, but only with old Master Chui's approval. Ding Fanfan stood there silent for over 10 seconds before finally uttering 3 reluctant words. I concede. Hearing Ding Fanfan's words, Liu Yongmin's lips curved into a faint smile. He began to console him. Honestly, losing to our chief engineer Liu isn't something to be ashamed of. After all, our chief engineer Liu is a once-in-a-millennium genius. Not just you guys, but no one in the entire world stands a chance against him. And then there's. As they spoke. Not far away, old Chui sat in silence, a peculiar expression etched across his face. Behind old Chui, a dozen researchers whispered among themselves. I thought this defense test would be our last chance to turn things around, but who could have imagined that firing at the drone from such close range wouldn't even scratch it? Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, this drone must be using some kind of energy shield or something. You have to admit, Chief Engineer Liu is seriously impressive. This tiny drone has nearly overturned my understanding of technology. Any single piece of tech on it is world-class, something we can't surpass or even replicate. We thought our breakthrough in drones would let us steamroll through the competition here, earning praise from all the leaders. This outcome is beyond our wildest dreams. Rewards? We lost the competition. Per the agreement, we have to transfer to the 5th military factory. What are we going to do? Is there any room for maneuver? Room for maneuver? You're wishful thinking. This wasn't child's play. We're all adults. We agreed to this, and the factory director even acted as a witness. Our factory director agreed too, and we even signed a contract. There's absolutely no chance of changing it now. Honestly, we should shift our perspective. Joining the 5th military factory might actually be a blessing in disguise. Think about it, we've spent years developing drones. Isn't perfecting them our lifelong pursuit? Now look at the drones Chief Engineer Liu has developed. At his current level of expertise, even if we spent decades researching them for the rest of our lives, we still couldn't match his current technology. Besides, if we don't join the 5th military factory, they've already developed such high-tech drones. What's the point of us still researching outdated models? In that case, our entire drone R&D department would either be disbanded or forced to pivot to developing other technologies. But if we can join the 5th military factory, not only can we continue our drone RD work, but we'll also gain access to the most advanced scientific and technological knowledge. Isn't that killing two birds with one stone? Don't you agree? After he finished speaking, many eyes lit up, and they nodded in agreement. Yeah, you're absolutely right. That makes perfect sense. Exactly, that's exactly how I feel too. Just thinking about joining the 5th military factory and getting hands-on with such cutting-edge drone tech has me pumped up. I can't wait to start learning from them. Me too. That's all well and good, but will our old man Chui agree? Will our factory director approve? Remember, we're the core backbone of the entire drone RD department. If we leave, wouldn't the 2nd military factory's drone RD department be crippled? True. Forget it, let's stop overthinking this. We'll just wait for the leadership's decision. Whatever they decide, we'll follow through. Though Chui Yucheng stood silently, he heard every word spoken by his team members behind him. Some of their points struck him as reasonable. In fact, he had already begun to reconsider his previous stance. Before, he'd been focused solely on winning this competition, determined not to bring shame upon the 2nd military factory. The idea of transferring to the 5th military factory hadn't even crossed his mind. That would be utterly humiliating. But now, after witnessing the formidable capabilities of the drones Lu Chen had developed, along with the various cutting-edge technologies they carried, technologies far surpassing the current world's scientific standards, he had changed his mind. He even began to think that losing the competition might not be so bad after all. Joining the 5th military factory could be a good thing, at least he'd get to learn the advanced technology he'd always dreamed of. After all, he knew his own limitations well. The skills he currently possessed were utterly insignificant in the presence of Chief Engineer Lu. Even if he poured decades more into research and development, he could never catch up to their current level. Since he couldn't beat them, joining them seemed the better choice. But, though this was his inner conviction, he dared not voice it aloud nor let it show. He had to wait for the final decision from his factory director. Everything depended on the factory director. Just then, Lu Yongmin, who had been arguing with Ding Fanfan, finally cut to the chase. Old Ding, since you admit you lost the bet, it's time to honor your promise, right? Promise? Ding Fanfan looked utterly confused. What car promise are you talking about? Seeing Ding Fanfan's innocent, clueless expression, Lu Yongmin couldn't help but chuckle. Factory Director Ding, you really have a short memory. Didn't we agree on this before the race? If you lost, then old Chui under your command and his core team, everyone who came to our 5th military factory, would transfer over to join us. Now you've lost. It's time to honor your promise. Oh. Ding Fanfan looked as if a light bulb had gone off over his head. You mean this matter? Well, I'm certainly a man who honors his bets. No problem on my end. Since I lost, I'll fulfill the promise. Hearing Ding Fanfan's surprisingly straightforward response, Lu Yongmin felt a bit taken aback. Just as expected. The next moment, Ding Fanfan immediately made a turn. But even if I agree, it won't matter. You have to respect old Chui and the opinions of his team members. After all, they're not from here. Their careers, homes, families, and friends aren't here. You can't just force them to come over, can you? You need to ask them what they think. Hearing Ding Fanfan say this, Lu Yongmin couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Right. So you've been waiting here for me? Though Ding Fanfan's move felt downright shameless, he had to admit the man had a point. Old Chui and his team's homes were all over there. Even though we made a bet, even though they agreed, even though we signed a contract. And though I could force them to fulfill the contract. But I just couldn't do that. Chapter 201, an offer they can't refuse. Which meant the only option left now was to ask old Master Chui and his team what they wanted. I can offer them the best possible terms. But if they still refuse, I can't force them. Then I'll just have to deal with the consequences myself. Seeing Lu Yongmin's furrowed brow, revealing his dilemma and inner conflict, Ding Fanfan felt a surge of delight. Ding Fanfan believed she understood old Chui and his team fairly well. Besides, he had always treated them fairly well. As long as he didn't give the order, they would never voluntarily agree to join the 5th military factory. That way, he wouldn't suffer any losses. Lu Yongmin's scheme would come to nothing. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yongmin fixed his gaze on old Chui and the others. He took a few steps toward them. He inquired with a smile, Mr. Chui, and all you distinguished scientists. The results of the competition are now in. I regret to inform you that you have lost. Would you be willing to honor your commitment and transfer to join our 5th military factory? Of course, I won't force you. If you refuse, this wager is null and void, and I won't say another word. If you are willing, then on behalf of the entire 5th military factory, I welcome you. Once you join the 5th factory, I guarantee you won't be shortchanged. Each of you will receive a company-provided apartment with at least 120 square meters, featuring 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 1 bathroom. Residency status will be granted immediately upon arrival, and the property will belong to you outright. However, you must commit to working here for at least 10 years. For those of advanced age unable to work for 10 years, employment until retirement will suffice. Additionally, each of you will receive a one-time sign-on bonus of 500,000 yuan. Whether it's your current monthly salary, quarterly bonuses, or year-end bonuses, all will be increased by 10% from your current levels. Other benefits will only be more generous than what you have now, never less. In the past, Liu Yongmin would never have been this generous. But ever since Liu Chen developed that mecha, the state's resource allocation to them had increased several-fold. He was now flush with cash. Despite offering exceptionally generous terms, Liu Yongmin remained confident in his own team, including the seasoned Cui Lao. They had worked at his second military factory for so long, how could they betray him over such trivial benefits? However, old Cui and the others didn't see it that way. They had long since made up their minds to join the 5th military factory. They had hoped that joining the 5th military factory would at least secure them housing, with all other benefits remaining unchanged. That alone would have been satisfactory. They never imagined their original benefits would be comprehensively upgraded. This only strengthened their resolve to join the 5th military factory. But, since old Cui hadn't spoken yet, the other team members naturally remained quietly in place. Seeing that old Cui and the others seemed hesitant, still undecided, Liu Yongmin promptly presented them with another offer they couldn't refuse. He stated, "Beyond what I've already mentioned, if any of your children are in kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, or high school, I can directly arrange for them to transfer to schools in the capital city and specifically to the best schools available. Additionally, those seeking Beijing household registration can have it arranged. For those who don't want it, we'll provide a one-time subsidy of 500,000 yuan. Liu Yongmin had his reasons for offering such enticing terms. Although Liu Chen had developed such an advanced drone, a single unit was far from sufficient. He must find a way to achieve mass production. And mass production demanded personnel with sufficient expertise and capability. Factory 5 had never ventured into drone development before, possessing neither relevant experience nor specialized personnel. The second military factory's old Cui and his team, however, were the nation's absolute best. If we could bring them on board, we'd instantly have our own core team. With a core team in place, expansion could proceed with confidence. But without that foundation, that would be a major problem. That's precisely why such enticing terms were offered. Upon hearing these terms, old Cui and the researchers behind him couldn't help but show some emotion on their faces. After all, the capital city is one of the largest in the nation and the seat of government. Obtaining residency there is exceptionally difficult. Even as a researcher, even with connections, it's not something you can simply obtain. Moreover, even if you managed to secure a capital city household registration, getting your children into good schools remained an extremely difficult task. Yet now, the factory director had explicitly stated he would resolve both these issues for you. Even if you don't want the lower-tier residency, you can receive a one-time subsidy of 500,000 yuan. Add that to the initial 500,000 yuan promised, and you're looking at a total of 1 million yuan. That's no small sum. Most people's annual salaries hover around 300,000 yuan. Some earn as little as 200,000. This 1 million yuan alone could cover at least 3 years of their salaries. Most importantly, they're also being allocated apartments over 120 square meters. In the capital city. Even in a more outlying area, such a property would easily sell for 2 to 3 million yuan. Crucially, it wasn't just temporary housing, they were granted permanent residency and given the property outright. Whether they work for over 10 years or until retirement, it doesn't matter. These terms are simply unbeatable. Who could possibly refuse? Upon hearing these terms, Ding Fanfan's facial muscles twitched. He looked at Liu Yongmin with utter astonishment. He was almost speechless. He never dreamed Liu Yongmin would offer such generous terms. It was almost too good to be true, like something a nouveau riche tycoon would propose. But he took a deep breath. His gaze drifted back to old Cui and the others. Beyond his nerves, a sliver of hope clung to his heart. He was certain old Cui and the others would never betray the second military factory, no matter how tempting the offer. Once he had laid out all the terms, Liu Yongmin asked directly, "Mr. Cui, and all the scientists present, what are your thoughts? Please give me a clear answer." Swish! All eyes in the room turned to Cui Yuqing and his colleagues, awaiting their response. Especially Ding Fanfan, anxious expression clearly visible on his face, his heart pounding in his throat. She prayed silently that they would not agree. After what felt like an eternity of waiting, lasting over 10 seconds, Cui Yuqing looked at Ding Fanfan and gave him a slight smile. Seeing Cui Yuqing smile at him, Ding Fanfan's tense heart finally relaxed. He thought Cui was reassuring him that he would absolutely not join the 5th military factory. But then came Ding Fanfan's next words. Left everyone speechless. Chapter 202, Recruiting Old Cui, Collaborating Together, United Against External Forces. My apologies, Director Ding, Cui Yuqing said suddenly, his smile fading into an apology. Ding Fanfan frowned slightly, frozen in place, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Sorry? What do you mean by that? Why are you suddenly saying this? Chui Yucheng swallowed hard, his face betraying hesitation and awkwardness. But this hesitation and awkwardness didn't last long. Moments later, they dissolved into a look of determination. Director Ding, I've made my decision. Since we've already made a bet with the 5th military factory, signed a contract, obtained your approval, and had Director Lu serve as a witness, I certainly cannot go back on my word. And since we've lost so thoroughly, then I must accept the consequences of my bet. I will join the 5th military factory. Whoa! Hearing Chui Yucheng say this, Ding Fanfan sucked in a sharp breath, grimacing. A surge of rage ignited deep within him. As it burned, his resolve shattered. He believed he had treated Chui Yucheng fairly all these years, decent pay, good benefits. But Chui Yucheng? At this critical moment, he had betrayed him. He couldn't fathom why he would do this. Was it merely for the meager benefits Lu Yongmin had promised? Taking a deep breath, he spoke to Chui Yucheng in a low, grave voice. Old Chui, do you realize what you're saying? Think carefully about this. Chui Yucheng remained silent, merely nodding his head. Seeing Chui Yucheng's stance once more, Ding Fanfan still felt a lingering sense of reluctance. Here's what we'll do. Whatever benefits old Lu offered you, I'll give you every single cent back. Well, maybe not every single cent, but it will be higher than his offer, never lower. What do you think? In his view, Chui Yucheng was so determined to join the 5th military factory precisely because Lu Yongmin's offer was too tempting, wasn't it? So he planned to offer Chui Yucheng the same terms or even better ones and see how Chui would respond. He never imagined that Chui Yucheng, one of his own men, would turn out to be such a money-grabbing opportunist. Yet when confronted with the terms Ding Fanfan presented, Chui Yucheng still shook his head. With a hint of embarrassment, he said, Director Ding, thank you for your praise all this time. You've been very kind to me. But I joined this military factory not for the terms he offered. Not for those terms? Ding Fanfan raised an eyebrow. Fine, then what exactly are you here for? Chui Yucheng nodded, his expression gradually hardening with resolve, no longer as submissive as before. First, we made a wager. A wager means accepting the consequences. At my age, I can't very well have the nerve to renege on my word. Besides, the contract's already signed. If they insist on keeping me, then I have no choice. Both in reason and in fairness, I should stay. Second, you've seen for yourself just how advanced the technology is in their 5th military factory's drones. This level of advancement is at least decades, if not centuries, ahead of the rest of the world. Having spent most of my life in research and decades developing drones, I know full well that with my abilities, I could never build such drones in this lifetime, nor gain access to this level of drone technology. Even if I dedicated myself to relentless work for 10 or 20 years, I couldn't hope to match their achievements. And what do we researchers strive for, if not technological breakthroughs? That's why I genuinely want to join the 5th military factory to learn their technology. For scientists, the most alluring thing isn't women, wealth, or status, it's technology. Its allure is irresistible to me. Hearing Chui Yucheng speak thus, Ding Fanfan knew that no matter how much she pleaded, she couldn't change his mind. With a hint of reluctance, she shot Chui Yucheng a glare. Then she sighed heavily. Fine, whatever. I can't change your mind, and I won't try anymore. She then turned to the other researchers standing behind Chui Yucheng. She asked loudly, what about you guys? What do you think? For a moment, the dozen or so researchers all fell silent, not a single one speaking. After a moment, an older man spoke up first. Director, I'm sorry, but my choice aligns with old Chui's. Me too. I accept the consequences of my bet. Since I lost, I must bear the consequences. I apologize, Director. For the sake of science and technology, I am willing to join the 5th military factory. And me too. Within mere seconds, every researcher had declared their stance. All were willing to join the 5th military factory. Watching this unfold, Ding Fanfan's lips twitched slightly, knowing he was powerless to change the outcome. He sighed heavily once more. Then he turned to Lu Yongmin. Old Lu, fine. You've got guts. With a genius like Lu Chen, you've really hit the jackpot. Since old Chui and the others are all willing to join your 5th military factory, I suppose I can only offer my congratulations. But I hope you'll keep your word and treat them well. Also, I hope we can establish cooperation. Without these key members, my drone team will likely fall apart like scattered sand. But I still have plenty of drone production lines. After you complete your R&D and improvements on the drones, you'll definitely need production lines. Looking forward to working together. Ding Fanfan smiled faintly, extending his right hand as if setting aside past grievances. After today's events, he finally grasped just how vast the gap was between his own capabilities and those of Lu Cheng's team. If the gap had been manageable, he might have pushed harder to catch up. But now, the gap was simply too vast, they weren't even on the same level. Lu Yongmin immediately shook his hand. Rest assured, I won't shortchange them. We'll discuss the specifics of our collaboration later. Just then, Su Liyang suddenly reached out his hand and clasped both of theirs. What about me? My drone team wants to learn from you too, and we can explore collaboration as well. Though we're not from the same military factory and though we're secretly competing, we're all part of the same country. We need to pull together and face outward. Lu Yongmin laughed heartily, haha, excellent. After exchanging a few more words on the spot, they all headed to the conference room. Inside the conference room, Lu Chen generously offered that if they needed to understand any technology, they could directly ask the 5 people under his command. He would never hold anything back. He further promised that once Cui Lao and his team joined the 5th military factory, he would share all technical documentation with them. But just then, Su Liang abruptly rose from his chair. He uttered words that took everyone by surprise. Chapter 203, is this Superman? This defies common sense. He actually proposed handing over his entire drone team directly to the 5th military factory. But they wouldn't come to work at the 5th military factory, they'd remain at their original units. In other words, they would become an affiliate. He had his own reasons for this decision. Since Lu Chen had already advanced drone development to such an advanced stage, continuing their own research seemed pointless. It made more sense to affiliate directly with the 5th military factory and collaborate on the effort. This proposal sparked Lu Yongmin's interest, and he agreed immediately. Lu Chen also stated that once all formalities were completed, he would share the technology with them. The matter was settled. That evening, Lu Chen received a call from Su Mingyan, informing him that the office building was fully prepared. It was ready for use at any time for work, hiring, and operations. The next day, Lu Chen finalized all arrangements. He planned to take the bullet train back to Jiangqing that evening. However, just as he had purchased his ticket, he unexpectedly received a call from Zhang Jianguo. Lu Chen, are you available right now? Yes, go ahead. Well, we're holding an emergency meeting right now. Since you're available, I'll send a car to pick you up immediately. There's something important we need to discuss with you. Important matter? What is it? Zhang Jianguo hesitated for a moment before saying, come over and I'll tell you. I'll drive over immediately. All right. Lu Chen replied. After hanging up, he let out a helpless, bitter laugh before returning the newly purchased ticket. He then called Su Mingyan again, informing him that he might need to delay his return by a few days. He instructed Su to proceed with the initial recruitment process as previously outlined, working alongside the staff there. Also, he instructed Su Mingyan to periodically visit the construction site to monitor progress and keep things moving. After giving all the necessary instructions, he sprawled out on the bed, closed his eyes, and rested. A few minutes later, the phone beside him suddenly rang. Lu Chen opened his eyes groggily and grabbed the phone. It was the person sent to pick him up. They had already arrived downstairs. He scrambled out of bed, shook his head, took a sip of his sugary soda, and hurried downstairs. He was puzzled. What kind of urgent matter could possibly warrant this? Why call him out in the middle of the night? Though he hadn't told Lu Chen yet, Lu Chen could guess a little. He suspected it might be something involving the Eagle Nation, the Kimchi Nation, or perhaps the A Triangle region stirring up trouble again. The most likely culprit was the Eagle Nation. After all, Eagle Sauce Nation is the world's most powerful country, both militarily and economically. And they regarded the Dragon Nation as their greatest hypothetical adversary. 20 minutes later, Lu Chen stood before the conference room door, knocked, and entered. The moment he stepped inside, he sensed something was terribly off. The silence was deafening, thick enough to hear a pin drop. Scanning the room from the doorway, he saw nearly 30 people seated around the conference table. Every face bore a solemn, grave expression. Upon seeing Lu Chen enter, Zhang Jianguo, whose expression had been solemn, seemed to see a glimmer of hope. His tense muscles relaxed, and he suddenly let out a hearty laugh. Ah, Brother Lu, you're here. He gestured to the seat to his right. Come sit over here. The seat closest to him on the right had been reserved for him since the meeting began. Among the nearly 30 attendees at this meeting, every single one was a high-ranking figure in the military, at minimum holding the rank of division commander. When they saw the seat at the very front remained empty throughout, they all wondered in their hearts who it was reserved for. Besides the few senior commanders present, who else could possibly be worthy of that seat? It wasn't until some time into the meeting, when Zhang Jianguo called Lu Chen, that they finally understood. Although Lu Chen's military rank was not particularly high, far below theirs, and he held no position of real authority within the military, let alone commanded troops. But they knew. Lu Chen was fully qualified to occupy that seat. There was absolutely no question about it. Lu Chen smiled at Zhang Jianguo, then without hesitation, took the seat at the front right under everyone's gaze. Then, looking genuinely puzzled, he asked, Commander Zhang, you called me over so urgently. Has something important happened? Zhang Jianguo didn't specify what it was about. Instead, he began operating the computer while speaking, I'll explain the situation later. First, watch this video. Then, he opened a video from his desktop. Lu Chen watched the footage intently. His pupils quickly contracted, and an expression of disbelief spread across his face. The footage was clearly shot on a battlefield, though the quality was far from clear. In the footage, Soldiers in black uniforms from an unidentified country were engaged in combat with 3 camouflage-clad individuals who bore a striking resemblance to soldiers from the Eagle Nation. The footage showed that the filming side had over 20 soldiers, while the opposing side had only 3. The opening scene showed one camouflaged soldier charging forward at an inhuman speed, delivering a punch that sent a black-clad soldier flying 3 or 4 meters. Judging by his sprinting speed, it should be between 15 meters per second and 20 meters per second. Keep in mind that the world sprint champion, representing the human limit, tops out at just over 10 meters per second. Yet the opponent effortlessly achieved a speed far exceeding human limits. Furthermore, the man in black military attire must have weighed at least 150 g, approximately 75 kilograms. Yet he was knocked flying 3 or 4 meters with a single punch. What immense force must that have been? And it didn't stop there. After being knocked back 3 or 4 meters and crashing to the ground, before he could even get up, the camouflage-clad figure immediately rushed forward, grabbed him by the collar with both hands, hoisted him up, and hurled him against the wall. Lifting a man weighing over 150 pounds with both hands and hurling him outward. It was simply too outrageous. She was no ordinary human. But if it were just this one camouflage-clad individual possessing such immense strength and speed, one might attribute it to innate superhuman power or extraordinary talent that could be plausible. But later footage revealed that the other 2 camouflage-clad soldiers were equally formidable. They could effortlessly sprint at speeds exceeding 10 meters per second, and punching someone weighing over 100 pounds felt like hitting a child. On the battlefield, they were like superhumans. But that's not the most terrifying part. The most terrifying thing is this. One of the camouflage-clad soldiers had clearly been shot multiple times. And all the shots were in the chest and abdomen areas, with blood clearly spurting out. Under normal circumstances, someone with such injuries would have collapsed to the ground and died long ago. Yet in the video footage, the camouflage-clad soldier, shot multiple times, was still able to sprint rapidly, wielding his knife with swift, fluid movements as he weaved through the crowd. Even gravely wounded, he managed to kill 3 more people. Only then did he collapse to his knees, unable to continue. This defies all logic. He wasn't human. Chapter 204, Physical Enhancement Serum. After one of the 3 camouflage-clad figures fell, the other 2 continued their killing spree. Though they carried guns, they relied more heavily on cold weapons than firearms. After all, they were now engaged in close-quarters combat. 3 against over 20, the odds should have been overwhelmingly against the outnumbered group. Yet the reality proved quite the opposite. In less than 2 minutes of fighting, the soldiers in black were tossed about like fish on a cutting board, falling one after another. Meanwhile, only one man on the opposing side had been killed from start to finish. The footage revealed that the person secretly filming the entire battle was eventually discovered. Realizing he'd been spotted, he immediately flung his recording device away. Seconds later, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Perhaps he managed to discard the device without being seen, which is why this footage survived and, by chance, ended up in Zhang Jiangwo's hands. The first time everyone watched this video, they were utterly stunned. Even now, upon viewing it a second time, it still felt utterly unbelievable. After the video finished playing, Zhang Jiangwo asked Lu Chen, this video was transmitted back to us this afternoon via encrypted channels by our overseas intelligence operatives. Our technicians analyzed it frame by frame. The footage is authentic, no special effects or manipulation. As you saw, 3 men against over 20. Normally, there'd be no suspense. The outnumbered side would be utterly crushed. But the reality is that over 20 men were beaten by just 3. At the cost of only 1 casualty, they wiped out over 20 of the enemy. If these 3 were elite special forces operatives facing just over 20 ordinary soldiers, that wouldn't be remarkable. But it's clear these 20-plus opponents were also trained soldiers, fully armed. Yet under these conditions, they were completely wiped out by just 3 people. How terrifying must these 3 be? Moreover, their performance in the video was utterly abnormal. Their sprinting speed reached over 10 meters per second, even 20 meters per second, far exceeding human limits. And the strength they displayed lifting a 150-160 pound man with both hands, hoisting him up, then hurling him away. How could a normal person possibly do that? Especially their extraordinary vitality visibly riddled with bullets, yet still weaving through the crowd to kill 3 people. Oof. Are they even human? He glanced at Lu Chen, who sat there propping his chin up, a playful smile on his face. Lu Chen, what's your take? Lu Chen pondered for a moment before speaking calmly. They aren't superhumans, nor do they possess exceptional physical conditioning. This isn't purely the result of training either. They must have used some kind of biological agent to enhance their physical capabilities. Spot on. Zhang Jianguo offered a 4-word assessment after Lu Chen shared his analysis. You never disappoint, getting straight to the heart of it. Judging by their camouflage uniforms, though we can't identify their nationality, our best guess is they're most likely soldiers from Eagle Country. The Eagle Nation has been conducting biological experiments and human trials for decades. Their biological laboratories are scattered across the globe, numbering in the hundreds. All these years, they've consistently conducted biological experiments. But we've never known what kind of experiments they're conducting, nor whether they've achieved any breakthroughs. There's never been any related reports or intelligence. If not for this video, we'd still be kept in the dark. Who would have thought they were conducting such human enhancement experiments and apparently succeeding? It's genuinely chilling when you think about it. From the footage, it's clear these three individuals possess physical capabilities and combat proficiency that far surpass ordinary humans, even exceeding the standards of elite soldiers. If such potency-enhancing agents were widely deployed among their forces, their nation's overall military strength would multiply several times over, making them a formidable force on the battlefield. We must prepare for danger in times of peace. We can't just stand by and watch them develop such formidable weapons without responding. We must prepare for future threats. Otherwise, we'll suffer heavy losses on the battlefield. However, our nation has started research in many areas relatively late. Biological research in this field is especially scarce. Immediately after obtaining this video, we consulted relevant biological research experts, asking if they could develop a physical enhancement serum and how long it would take. But their response was deeply disappointing. They stated that while research in this field is ongoing, it remains confined to animal testing. Achieving breakthroughs applicable to humans is still a long way off, at least a decade or more. 10 years? That's far too long. We simply can't afford to wait that long. That's why I urgently summoned you here to see if you have any solutions or expertise in this field. Truthfully, summoning Lu Chen was more of a shot in the dark. Although Lu Chen possessed extraordinary talent in mecha, aircraft carriers, and drones, and his mastery of technology far surpassed the current world's scientific level. But mechanical engineering is one thing, and biological research is another. There's a vast, nearly insurmountable chasm between them. Thus, he remained uncertain whether Lu Chen truly possessed expertise in this particular field of research. In truth, his concern was somewhat unnecessary. The moment Lu Chen acquired the system, it had transmitted all the fundamental scientific theories and related technologies representing the world's current technological level to him. This naturally included knowledge and techniques related to biological research. Thus, Lu Chen was indeed knowledgeable in biological research. Moreover, his proficiency in biological research was at least on par with the world's most elite experts in the field. Lu Chen knew exactly why Zhang Jianguo had sought him out. He smiled faintly. He nodded. Biological research, you say? Zhang Jianguo and the other senior officers stared intently at Lu Chen, their hearts pounding in anticipation of his response. If Lu Chen was knowledgeable in this field, it would be a godsend. They could then confidently entrust the entire Chinese project to him. But if he didn't, that would spell trouble. They couldn't think of anyone else capable of shouldering such a heavy responsibility. Were they really going to spend 10 or 20 years researching it? They couldn't wait that long. Chapter 205, you call that some understanding? Lu Chen paused briefly before continuing. I know a little bit. A little bit? What exactly does that mean? Does that mean just a tiny bit? Upon hearing Lu Chen's response, Zhang Jianguo couldn't help but feel disappointed. If he only knew a little bit, there was probably no hope. The others shook their heads in unison. They couldn't even begin to imagine what would happen if conflict broke out and they faced each other on the battlefield. Facing opponents who were practically superhuman, capable of leaping 6 or 7 meters in a single bound, sprinting 20 meters in a second, appearing before them in an instant, and continuing to fight even after bullets pierce their bodies, how terrifying would that be? How could they possibly win such a battle? Moreover, were these three individuals they saw in the video truly the most formidable? Not necessarily. What if there were even stronger ones? In fact, it wasn't a matter of what if. There was a high probability, even an absolute certainty, that there were others far more formidable. Therefore, biological research was an urgent matter. Zhang Jianguo took a deep breath, still feeling a bit reluctant as he asked Lu Chen, when you say you know a little bit, what exactly do you mean? Upon reflection, Zhang Jianguo realized that Lu Chen's remarkable achievements in mechanical engineering were already exceptionally rare. Even under these circumstances, he still possesses a basic grasp of biological research. It was truly a testament to his broad range of expertise, quite terrifying, really. Lu Chen smiled faintly. Knowing a little bit means my level is average, I suppose. At best, it's on par with the world's top scientists in biological research. Oh, I see. What? Zhang Jianguo's pupils suddenly contracted as he processed the implication, his expression shifting dramatically. Whoa! He sucked in a sharp breath. You're saying your expertise in this field rivals that of the world's top scientists? Really? Lu Chen nodded calmly. Upon receiving the affirmative response, Zhang Jianguo's heart finally settled. He exhaled a long breath. Then he let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, great. Absolutely fantastic. Ha ha ha. You scared the hell out of me just now, kid. You're clearly so advanced in biological research, yet you told me you only know a little bit. Don't be so modest in the future, understand? Lu Chen scratched his head and chuckled. Commander Zhang, I really wasn't being modest. In my view, my current level is roughly on par with the top international scientists in biological research. I truly only know a little bit. If I were to research it, what I'd come up with would be at least 10 versions more advanced than theirs. That's the only way it makes sense. Zhang Jiangwo's mouth twitched. Whoa, are you trying to show off here? As expected, a genius is a genius. You can't measure them by ordinary standards. The other officers, who had been looking worried moments ago, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chief Engineer Liu has quite the sense of humor. Haha, no wonder he's Chief Engineer Liu, he's on a whole different level from us. When I heard him say he knows a little, I genuinely thought he meant just scratching the surface. Never imagined his little would be on par with today's top international scientists. Chief Engineer Liu truly is a miracle maker. I knew it. With Chief Engineer Liu on board, there's absolutely no problem. Great news. Our very own enhancement serum is just around the corner. Zhang Jiangwo shrugged his shoulders and smiled warmly at Liu Chen. He couldn't resist giving him a light pat on the shoulder. Brother Liu, you see, even Eagle Nation has this kind of biochemical weapon now. Our Dragon Nation can't afford to fall behind, right? His expression then turned serious. Brother Liu, this monumental task falls to you. I have every confidence you'll accomplish it brilliantly. Liu Chen chuckled softly. Commander Zhang, rest assured. What a coincidence. Even if you hadn't brought this up today, I would have needed to speak with you, and it would have been about biological agents too. I've long decided to make human enhancement bioagents the first product of the new company and mass produce it. Oh? Zhang Jiangwo's eyes lit up. Well, that is quite a coincidence. By the way, how's your progress coming along? Liu Chen replied, the company is officially registered, with shares allocated to each partner. It's named Tianqian Technology Company, Limited. The office building is fully renovated, and the factory is still under construction. We expect it to be operational in about a month. Good. Zhang Jiangwo's eyes lit up again. Tianqian like the stars in the heavens. That's a fine name. I didn't expect your efficiency to be so impressive. You've already finished renovating the entire building, and the factory is nearly complete. Once you develop that bio-enhanced physical enhancement serum, just mass-produce it in your factory and sell it to the military. Our military district is an investor. Once developed, it will definitely be used by our district. Of course, we'll also purchase it, but you can give us the lowest price. As for other military districts, sell it normally. After all, the profits will be split anyway. Investing in your tech company really seems like a surefire moneymaker. Of course. Liu Chen chuckled. That's exactly how I see it. Once the enhanced potions are fully developed, our military's own soldiers will definitely get priority access at the lowest possible price. That's wonderful. Zhang Jiangwo felt immensely relieved, as the most troublesome issue had finally been resolved. Just then, something suddenly occurred to him. He spoke up. Oh, right. I'll give you the phone number for the director of our nation's most renowned biological research institute. I believe that institute is located in your hometown of Jiangchang. Before you head back, I'll give him a heads up. Whatever you need or whatever you need to do, have him cooperate with you as much as possible. For anything related to biological research, feel free to reach out to him. Oh? Liu Chen's eyes lit up. I never imagined the nation's most renowned biological research institute would be in our Jiangchang. Our Jiangchang truly is a place where hidden talents abound. Zhang Jiangwo snorted lightly. What was so surprising about that? Jiangchang has produced a true dragon like you. What's a mere biological research institute? Alright, since today's matter has been resolved, we'll adjourn the meeting here. Liu Chen, keep this matter in mind and get your research underway as soon as possible. I'll be waiting for your good news. Rest assured, Commander. Leave it to me. I had originally booked a ticket for tonight, but I cancelled it after you called me. I'll book a ticket for tomorrow morning once I get back and head straight to Jiangcheng first thing. Get started on the relevant research as soon as possible. Commander Zhang, may I take my leave now? After leaving the conference room, he boarded the same military vehicle that had brought him there and headed back to the military factory dormitory. Chapter 206, The Plan Concerning Biological Agents. Back at the dormitory, Liu Chen had the housekeeper bring over 3 stir-fried dishes, a dessert, and 2 snacks. After finishing his meal, he began planning the next steps. At his company's headquarters, they had already begun recruiting basic administrative staff and would soon be operational. However, large-scale recruitment hadn't started yet, as they still hadn't developed any products. Once the first product was developed and ready for mass production, that would be the time for large-scale hiring. The immediate tasks at hand were: first, have the HR department identify candidates with experience in biological laboratory work as potential reserves, ready for direct hiring when needed. Second, visit the Jiangcheng Biological Research Institute to examine their current research areas and identify any valuable insights or references. Third, Liu Chen intends to conduct relevant biological research himself using the scientific theories and techniques he currently possesses, only resorting to the system when encountering difficulties. After all, he's in no rush to develop it in the short term. Of course. The sooner the better, naturally. He planned to spend 1 week. Within that week, he would conduct various experiments using his current knowledge to see how far he could progress. After that week, he'll rely on the system. Relatively speaking, biological agents are relatively easier to mass produce and replicate. This was precisely why he had prioritized this area earlier. Once the relevant biological agents are developed, immediately begin procuring production lines for the factory under construction and design blueprints for mass production lines. He aimed to launch mass production as swiftly as possible. Thinking about the tasks ahead, Lu Chen felt a surge of excitement. He felt more excited than when he had previously built mechs, aircraft carriers, escort ships, or drones. Because even with all the cutting-edge technology he'd poured into those projects, they remained external creations. The biological research he was about to undertake, however, had the potential to enhance his own abilities. This was an entirely different concept from mechanical devices. True power lay in one's own capabilities. Moreover, Lu Chen sought far more than the effects he'd glimpsed in the military conference room video. His primary objectives encompassed 5 key areas. First, the ability to extend human lifespan beyond 200 years, or even further. Second, the ability to cure all existing diseases and grant immunity to future ailments. Third, it must enhance human physical capabilities by tens of times, granting superhuman stamina. Fourth, it must substantially enhance human physical resilience, at minimum rendering individuals impervious to blades and bullets. Fifth, a single dose must maintain permanent effects without any side effects. There may be more than just these 5 aspects. Of course. The above points are for personal research. As for mass production levels, the effects will inevitably be weakened, or some features may be reduced. That's what they call a stripped-down version. Sitting on the sofa, Lu Chen finished the last half carton of milk. He muttered to himself, once I develop the bioserum that can enhance the body. No matter what I encounter, at least my personal safety won't be an issue. No more needing special security personnel to follow me everywhere I go, like before. Every time he went out, security personnel would secretly follow him. At first, he could sense the tail and even caught them several times. But later, that sense of being followed vanished and he never spotted the covertly protecting security personnel again. Though he couldn't see them, he was certain one thing: security personnel were definitely protecting him in the shadows. Of course, he often deliberately navigated crowded areas or took detours to shake off any potential security personnel. He disliked being followed, even if it was for his own protection. Therefore, once he developed the bioserum for physical enhancement, he planned to discuss it with Zhang Jianguo and have him withdraw all the covert protection personnel. After carefully mapping out his next steps, Lu Chen booked a high-speed train ticket and called Su Mingyan to inform him he'd be returning tomorrow, instructing him to have the driver pick him up in the newly purchased Rolls-Royce. Lu Chen's philosophy had always been that when you have money, you should enjoy life. Thus, he used his savings to purchase a Rolls-Royce and specifically hired a driver. After settling these matters, he freshened up and retired to bed. The next day, Lu Chen headed to the train station early in the morning. He arrived at 7:30 a.m., with departure scheduled for 8 a.m. The journey to Zhangcheng Railway Station would take until around 10 a.m. Shortly after 9:30 a.m., Zhangcheng Railway Station. A Rolls-Royce pulled up slowly opposite the station. The moment it came to a stop, it immediately drew countless envious glances. Holy crap, look! That's a Rolls-Royce. Holy crap, it really is a Rolls-Royce. Wonder which big shot owns it. That Rolls must be worth 6 or 7 million. Anyone who can afford that must be a big shot in Zhangcheng. Sigh, it's literally my dream car. If I could afford to drive something like this in my lifetime, I'd die happy. Put. With your measly 3,000 or 4,000 a month salary, you're dreaming. Forget driving it, just getting to sit inside would be a huge win for you. Spending that much on a car is just extravagant. Damn, this car is just too cool. I guess there are fewer than 20 people driving Rolls-Royces in Zhangcheng. Nearly everyone passing by turned to stare, with a head turning rate that could easily hit 100%. After all, Zhangcheng was just an ordinary city barely scraping by as a second-tier metropolis. In a city like this, most apartments only cost around 1 million yuan, and some can even be bought for as little as 5 or 60,000. And the average monthly salary is only around 3 or 4,000 yuan. Under these circumstances, who would shell out millions to buy a Rolls-Royce worth 6 or 7 million? Unless that person was exceptionally wealthy. Just then, a young couple rode past on a shared electric scooter from the road opposite the train station. The rider was named Yang Jipeng, and the passenger behind him was Zhou Qiqi. Sitting in the back, Zhou Qiqi watched the cars passing by with envy. She couldn't help but say, "Peng, once we have money, how about we buy a car too?" "Sure," Yang Jipeng agreed readily. "Don't worry, baby. I make 7 or 8,000 a month now. If we save up for 2 years, we can buy a car worth over 100,000. Besides, my salary will keep going up, maybe even hit 15,000 yuan. I'll give you the best life possible." Hearing Yang Jipeng's words, Zhou Qiqi suddenly felt a warm glow in her heart. She was relieved she hadn't ended up with Su Mingyan back then, but had chosen Yang Jipeng instead. As far as she knew, Su Mingyan was doing terribly now. He didn't even have a job. How could he possibly support himself? But Yang Jipeng? At such a young age, he was already earning 7 or 8,000 a month. This was the promising prospect she had been seeking. Just then, Yang Jipeng, riding his electric bike ahead, suddenly gasped. Holy, a Rolls-Royce? Chapter 207, Su Mingyan's Unresolved Resentment. A Rolls-Royce? Zhou Qiqi bit her lip, a puzzled look on her face. Where is it, Brother Pang? Right up ahead. Holy crap, that thing must be worth a few million. This is the first Rolls-Royce I've seen this year. It's a real rarity. Then he slammed on the brakes. The sudden stop jolted Zhou Qiqi forward, causing her to cling to Yang Jipeng's waist. Bro, what's wrong? You scared the crap out of me. Yang Jipeng chuckled. Honey, we finally spotted a Rolls-Royce. We've got to get out and check it out, maybe snap a selfie or something. Selfie? You really are bored. It's not even our car. What good would a selfie do? Though her face showed some impatience and her words were dismissive, her body betrayed her true feelings. Instinctively, she pulled out her phone, ready to step forward and take pictures. Fine. Since you want selfies, let's take a few together. Jipeng, you really have to work hard. Even if we can't afford a luxury car like this someday, we should at least buy one worth a few $100,000. We have to be better off than those classmates of yours. Yang Jipeng pulled Zhou Qiqi toward the Rolls-Royce while painting a rosy picture. How can you compare me to those classmates? They're no good. At least none of them make more than me right now. Don't worry. Our general manager makes 4 or 500,000 a year. If I keep performing well, I'll be general manager someday too. Then I'll buy you a BMW to drive, haha. By the time he finished speaking, he had reached the rear of the Rolls-Royce and stopped in his tracks. Wow. No wonder it's a Rolls-Royce. The craftsmanship is truly exceptional. Even the rear end looks stunning. He then pulled out his phone to take a selfie. As for Zhou Qiqi, she decided to touch up her makeup before taking the selfie. She walked over to the rear window, the dark-tinted glass serving perfectly as a mirror. Meanwhile, the driver, seated in the front, caught sight of someone using the rear window as a mirror to apply makeup through the rearview mirror. He watched for a few seconds, shook his head, and let a faint smile curve his lips, a trace of disdain flickering across his face. He'd seen this kind of petty trick before. Back when he worked as a chauffeur, he drove a Mercedes-Benz G-Class worth over $1 million. Back then, when he'd take his boss out and park by the roadside, young girls would often come over to use the car as a mirror. Strangely enough, even though there were plenty of other cars nearby, the girls always seemed to gravitate toward his Mercedes-Benz G-Class for their mirror. He knew exactly what these girls were thinking. They were just pretending to check their makeup so the wealthy people in the back seat would notice them. They hoped to strike up a conversation and climb the social ladder by hooking up with the wealthy. And that's exactly how it played out. His former boss had toyed with at least a dozen women this way. Of course, more than a dozen had pretended to look in the mirror before, but it mainly depended on whether his boss fancied them. The driver glanced back at Su Mingyan, who was buried in his phone, oblivious to the woman applying makeup by the window on his left. He hesitated about whether to alert Su Mingyan in the back seat. After much deliberation, he decided to speak up. He leaned slightly to the side and cleared his throat softly. Mr. Su, someone's putting on makeup. Would you like to take a look? Su Mingyan looked up, his brow slightly furrowed. What do you mean? Who's putting on makeup? The driver cleared his throat again, his gaze shifting between Su Mingyan and the window beside him, signaling the reminder. Su Mingyan seemed to grasp the situation, turning his head toward the window in confusion. When he saw a girl outside the window applying lipstick to her lips. When he recognized her face. His eyes widened instantly, his pupils contracting sharply, and he nearly gasped aloud. He recognized her instantly. The girl applying makeup here was none other than Zhou Qiqi, the girl he had once liked intensely and even confessed his feelings to. He truly hadn't expected to run into Zhou Qiqi again here. And what a coincidence, Zhou Qiqi was applying makeup right next to the car window. His heart raced, his face flushing crimson. His breathing grew ragged. He didn't know how to face this girl he'd once loved so deeply. He couldn't face her. Not only because Zhou Qiqi had rejected him without mercy. The main reason was that Zhou Qiqi had started dating the top student in their class, and they were still together now. The real problem was that his relationship with that top student was far from good. In fact, it was terrible. They never got along back in school. The most agonizing part was that from then on, he'd have to endure watching the girl he loved most and the person he despised most spend every day together, cozy and in love. Just thinking about it made him sick. Of course. He understood why Zhou Qiqi rejected him. Because she looked down on him, that's why. Why didn't she think much of him? Because his grades were terrible. Plus, his family background was average. Plus, he was just an average-looking guy, not as tall as Yang Jipeng, not as handsome, and certainly not as promising. After all, Yang was the top student in their class, consistently ranking in the top 3. This was confirmed when they took the college entrance exams. Su Mingyan ended up at a very ordinary university, while Yang Jipang got into a top-tier key university, barely missing out on a prestigious 211 institution. After graduation, Yang Jipang even landed a job at a publicly listed company, earning 7 or 8,000 yuan a month. But Su Mingyan? After all the twists and turns, he ended up with nothing to show for it. This only made him feel more inferior. Especially when he kept seeing Yang Jipang and Zhou Qiqi flaunting their affection in the class group chat. Each time, he could only watch silently, feeling secretly hurt and envious. He thought he'd just keep sinking like this, never amounting to anything in his entire life. He assumed Zhou Qiqi would look down on him forever, and he'd be crushed under Yang Jipang's shadow for life. But he never dreamed his childhood friend who ran a prop factory would suddenly rise to prominence. And he pulled Su Mingyan up with him. Now, Su Mingyan was a high-ranking executive at a tech company, earning a 7-figure annual salary that would only grow. With his current status, forget about ordinary girls like Zhou Qiqi who were merely pretty. Even the class beauties and campus queens would have to put on a show to chase after him. And he could still pick and choose based on his own preferences. The reason his expression changed so dramatically upon seeing Zhou Qiqi wasn't because he still harbored feelings for her, nor was it due to overwhelming regret. It was simply because Zhou Qiqi represented an unresolved regret from his youth. Seeing Su Mingyan staring intently out the window at his daughter, the driver assumed he'd taken a fancy to her. So he decided to play matchmaker. He lowered the rear passenger window. The instant the window slid down, Zhou Qiqi let out a soft gasp, instinctively straightening her back and taking a half step backward. She hadn't expected someone to be sitting in the back seat. Chapter 208, You and Mr. Su are worlds apart. Su Mingyan froze in surprise. He'd been engrossed in his own thoughts when the window suddenly slid down. He tried to raise it back up, but it was too late. At that very moment, as Zhou Qiqi stared at the descending window, she caught sight of the hair peeking out from inside. Her nerves were stretched to the breaking point. She knew full well that anyone riding in the backseat of such a car must be one of Jiangqing's top tycoons. To be caught applying makeup in front of such an important figure would be utterly embarrassing and incredibly rude. Instinctively, she blurted out repeated apologies. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. I didn't know anyone was inside. I just wanted to check my makeup in the mirror. I'm truly sorry. As she apologized, she bent over, not daring to meet the person's gaze. In her mind, the person inside was a tycoon she could never hope to reach, someone she had to be humble and sincere with. Watching Zhou Qiqi's flustered state, Su Mingyan found it rather amusing. He murmured softly, "It's okay." At those two words, Zhou Qiqi's expression suddenly froze. She furrowed her brow slightly, feeling strangely familiar with that voice. But then she dismissed the thought. How could it be familiar? How could she have ever met or interacted with someone like this, someone riding in a Rolls-Royce? She straightened her back, lifted her chin, and looked inside the car. What she saw sent a shockwave through her. Her pupils contracted sharply, and she froze, utterly stunned. She couldn't believe her eyes, convinced she must be mistaken. She never would have dreamed that the person sitting in that Rolls-Royce could be none other than her former classmate and former creepy stalker Su Mingyan. Just moments ago, Yang Jipang, who had been filming a short video from behind the car, suddenly heard Zhou Qiqi speak. But he was so engrossed in recording and taking photos that he didn't catch what she said. When the short video finished recording and he turned back to look at Zhou Qiqi, he found her bent over, a look of astonishment on her face. The woman frowned slightly as she walked over and asked, "What's wrong, honey?" Zhou Qiqi swallowed hard, her mind completely fixated on Su Mingyan. She hadn't heard Yang Jipang speak to her at all. After a few seconds of processing, she finally asked, "How could it be you? What are you doing here? Who are you talking to?" Yang Jipang, who had walked over, also glanced toward the rear window. When he saw the person in the back seat, his eyes widened like lanterns, and his face betrayed utter astonishment. "Su Mingyan? It's you? Holy, what are you doing in a Rolls-Royce?" His mind went blank. This was a Rolls-Royce, a car worth several million yuan. How could Su Mingyan possibly be sitting inside? Back in the day, Su Mingyan's grades were nowhere near as good as his own. He was practically at the bottom of the class. His family background was nothing special either. After graduation, he hadn't landed a decent job and was just scraping by. With his background and circumstances, how could he possibly be sitting in the back of a Rolls-Royce? Did he even deserve it? But Yang Jipang's confusion didn't last long. He immediately figured it out. "Su Mingyan, you're something else hailing a ride and getting a Rolls-Royce? Must have cost a fortune, huh?" He absolutely refused to believe these two Rolls-Royces were his. They must have been hailed through the app. Hearing Yang Jipang's remark, Zhou Qiqi suddenly looked enlightened. Right. The old Su Mingyan, the one who struggled academically, got into a mediocre university, came from a humble background, and lacked real talent. How could he possibly afford a Rolls-Royce? There was only one possibility: he must have hailed them as rideshare cars. She couldn't help but feel a bit envious of his incredible luck hailing a ride and getting a Rolls-Royce. Originally, Su Mingyan had merely felt a bit surprised upon seeing Zhou Qiqi. But when Yang Jipeng showed up, his mood completely soured. It felt like bad luck. Especially when Yang Jipeng actually claimed he'd hailed the Rolls-Royce through Didi. What kind of joke was that? You'd spend millions buying a Rolls-Royce just to drive for Didi? Are you out of your mind? From the moment Su Mingyan spotted Zhou Qiqi until now, every flicker of his expression had been meticulously observed by the driver. Especially when he saw the other man approaching, his expression darkened noticeably. This driver's name was Wang Shang. He'd been driving for over a decade, always for bosses. He had a keen eye for reading people. He could tell from Su Mingyan's expression and the words spoken by the people outside. Not only did Su Mingyan know these men, but there seemed to be some bad blood between them at the very least. Their relationship was far from amicable. Especially when he heard that rather plain-looking, plainly dressed man say in a sarcastic tone that Su Mingyan had hailed a Rolls-Royce through Didi. He nearly burst out laughing. So before Su Mingyan could say anything, he spoke up first. "Young man, are you some kind of clown sent by monkeys? This car cost over 7.5 million yuan when it rolled off the lot. Did you buy it just to drive for Didi? This car belongs to our boss, Su. I'm his driver. What gives you the right to talk to our boss like that? Oh, I get it. That shared bike behind you must be yours, huh? I thought you were some big shot, but looks like you're only fit to ride a cheap shared bike for the rest of your life." Hearing Wang Shang's words, Yang Jipeng's mouth twitched. He probably didn't quite believe it. You say this Rolls-Royce belongs to Su Mingyan, and you still call him Mr. Su? What kind of joke is this? What skills does he have? How much money does he have? What kind of power does he wield? Do you think I don't know? How could he possibly afford such an expensive car? I don't buy it. Wang Shang snorted coldly. Sigh, that's how people at the bottom are. They don't believe this, they don't believe that. No wonder they never amount to anything in life. Let me tell you, our Su Zong is now a high-ranking executive at a state-owned enterprise. He earns millions annually and will soon oversee thousands, even tens of thousands of people. TSK, TSK, TSK. Forget it, forget it. There's no point explaining all this to you anyway. You're not from the same world. Yang Jipeng was rendered speechless by the retort, utterly at a loss for words. Zhou Qiqi had stood silently the entire time. When she heard the driver mention that this car belonged to Su Mingyan and refer to Su Yong'an as Mr. Su, a pang of unease suddenly gripped her heart. Of course, she couldn't bring herself to believe the driver's words. But the facts were right before her eyes. If this car didn't belong to Su Mingyan, if Su Mingyan wasn't a high-ranking official at a state-owned enterprise, why would the driver be so protective of him? Something was definitely off. Could Su Mingyan have really risen so high in such a short time? Could this Rolls-Royce truly belong to him? Could he genuinely be a senior manager at a state-owned enterprise? How could that be possible? Chapter 209, I just regret it. Especially Wang Shang's words, they felt like steel needles piercing Zhou Qiqi's heart. Though she was indeed just an ordinary person from the lower strata of society, she refused to accept that reality. She wanted to rise above others, she wanted to be wealthy, she wanted to join the upper echelons. She desperately wanted to retort, but she had no idea how to respond. Listening to Wang Shang's words, Wang Jipeng's face also darkened, revealing an ugly expression. Yet he dared not retort. After all, the man drove a Rolls-Royce. No one who drove such a car was simple. If he got into a shouting match over this and offended the other party, wouldn't they just find any excuse to take me down? Moreover, even the chairman of their publicly listed company only drove a car worth a little over 2 million. To drive a car worth several million, the power behind them must be at least greater than that of our own chairman. Such a person is absolutely not someone to cross. Though he couldn't fathom when Su Mingyan had become a high-ranking executive at a state-owned enterprise? When did he start earning millions annually? When did he become so powerful? Could it be that he'd always had an incredibly powerful family background, but had simply kept a low profile all along? Seeing Yang Jipeng and Zhou Qiqi rendered speechless by his retort, Wang Shang snorted coldly. He bluntly ordered, "Stay away from our CEO Su's car. Can you afford to pay for the paint if it gets chipped?" Then he rolled up the window next to Su Mingyan. Yang Jipeng felt his pride crushed to the core, his face flushing crimson. But what about Zhou Qiqi? For some reason, after the window rolled up, she suddenly made a move. She actually took 2 steps forward and tapped on the window. After a moment's hesitation, she called out, "Su Mingyan, what's your deal? You haven't contacted me in so long, don't you consider me a friend anymore?" The Rolls-Royce's soundproofing was exceptional, and Su Mingyan inside could barely make out her words. But as soon as she finished speaking, Yang Jipeng grabbed her arm and yanked her away. As he pulled her away, he demanded, "What are you doing? What are you talking to him for?" But Zhou Qiqi, as if possessed, shot him an impatient glare. She yelled back, "He's an old classmate of mine. I've known him longer than I've known you. What's wrong with me talking to him?" "Oomph." Yang Jipeng sneered. "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You're just jealous now that he's got his eyes on a Rolls-Royce, now that he's got money. You regret it, don't you?" "Right. Zhou Qiqi nodded directly, leaving Yang Jipeng utterly dumbfounded. I do regret it. If you've got the guts, go buy yourself a Rolls-Royce too. If you can't afford it, then stop throwing this ridiculous tantrum. It wasn't really Zhou Qiqi's fault for losing her temper here. The main reason was that the psychological gap he was experiencing was simply too great. She was inherently materialistic. Her rejection of Su Mingyan and subsequent choice to be with Yang Jipeng stemmed from her attraction to his future potential and his family's financial standing. Although Yang Jipeng's family wasn't wealthy, they at least owned 2 houses and an Audi. But now? The man she once looked down on was now driving a Rolls-Royce and had become a high-level executive at a state-owned enterprise. Forget whether he's a high-ranking executive or not, and forget whatever background Su Mingyan might have. This Rolls-Royce alone was a car Yang Jipeng could never afford in his lifetime. Su Mingyan had thoroughly humiliated her with his actions, forcing her to realize just how poor her judgment had been back then. That's why she couldn't quite control her emotions. A thought even crossed her mind: what if she had accepted Su Mingyan's confession back then? Wouldn't she be the one sitting in the passenger seat now? A sudden pang of regret washed over her. Damn it! Yang Jipeng exploded. I'm being unreasonable? How am I being unreasonable? You need to know you're my wife. My wife, not his Su Mingyan's wife. Hearing Yang Jipeng dare to yell at her, Zhou Qiqi refused to back down. You dare yell at me? Can we even live like this anymore? Besides, we're only engaged, we haven't even gotten married yet. If you yell at me again, we're done. You. Yang Jipeng trembled with rage. Break up it is. Go find your Su Mingyan. See if he'll even give you the time of day now. Zhou Qiqi, do you think you're still that innocent little girl from high school? Do you think he's still that innocent Su Mingyan who adored you? You've been my plaything for all these years, now you're just second-hand goods. Even if you grovel and beg, no one will want you. What did you say? Zhou Qiqi lost her temper completely. You called me second-hand goods? I never thought you'd dare say that. Get out of here, the farther the better. I never want to see you again. The two of them argued as they walked toward the shared bike station. They arrived at the shared bikes just then. Oomph. Hearing Zhou Qiqi tell him to get lost, Yang Jipeng snorted coldly, hopped straight onto a shared bike, and rode off. Watching Yang Jipeng ride away without looking back, Zhou Qiqi froze in place. She hadn't expected Yang Jipeng to actually abandon her here and leave. She stood alone, rising up. She even found herself torn. She thought about how she and Su Mingyan had been classmates after all. Back then, he had even written her a love letter, professing his deep affection for her. In that letter, he vowed to cherish her forever, declaring she was the moonlight in his heart, his everything. So Zhou Qiqi considered whether she should go over and explain something to Su Mingyan. Then have him drive her home. They could chat in the car and see if Su Mingyan still had feelings for her. If he still cared, truly liked her, and was willing to be with her. She could always break up with Yang Jipeng and draw a clear line with him. If she could marry Su Mingyan, wouldn't she instantly become a wealthy housewife from a rich family? Imagine the prestige of riding in a Rolls-Royce whenever she went out, how impressive it would be in front of relatives, friends, and classmates. Just thinking about it made her excited. But just as she resolved to approach Su Mingyan, she glanced in his direction. She froze in her tracks. Lu Chen? In his line of sight, Su Mingyan and the driver had already stepped out of the car. The driver was busily loading Lu Chen's luggage into the trunk. Then the driver returned to the driver's seat. Lu Chen, meanwhile, got into the car with Su Mingyan, chatting and laughing. Then, the car drove away without a backward glance. Throughout the entire process, Su Mingyan didn't even glance back at him. Zhou Qiqi felt utterly desolate. She stood there as if her soul had been stolen. Chapter 210, The First Product. Just then, Yang Jipeng returned on a shared electric scooter. He stopped in front of Zhou Qiqi and grinned. Honey, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that. Please forgive me. Poof. Zhou Qiqi snorted coldly, her expression clearly angry, then strode forward. Yang Jipeng followed helplessly behind her, apologizing repeatedly. After walking for a few minutes, Zhou Qiqi came to her senses. Some people are meant to be missed, and some opportunities are meant to be lost. How could he possibly still have eyes for her now? They could have any girl they wanted now, couldn't they? She could only shake her head with a hint of disappointment. Then she glanced at Yang Jipeng, hopped onto his shared bike. He rode off, leaving behind a trail of dust. Inside the Rolls-Royce. After Lu Chen left, Su Mingyan briefed him on recent developments and progress. Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction. Impressive, old Su. I hadn't realized you possessed such capability. It seems you simply lacked the right platform before. Now that I've provided it, you'll have ample opportunity to showcase your talents. Su Mingyan chuckled heartily. Of course, Mr. Lu. Rest assured, I'll work diligently and contribute my humble efforts to the company. Oh, and Mr. Lu, while I was waiting for you in front of the train station, guess who I ran into? Lu Chen replied without hesitation. Zhou Qiqi and Yang Jipeng? How did you know? I saw them standing not far away on my way over. Oh, I thought they'd already left. Brother Lu, you have no idea what happened. Su Mingyan gave him a rough account of the earlier incident. Lu Chen chuckled. So, do you still have feelings for her now? With your current skills, getting Zhou Qiqi shouldn't be too hard. But there's no need. Someone 10 times, 100 times better than him is within your grasp right now. Yeah, you're right, Brother Lu. Su Mingyan nodded. I used to really like her. I even wrote her love letters and thought she was the one I'd marry. But that was all in the past. As for now, I let go of that a long time ago, huh? People have to move forward, after all. But what about you, Brother Lu? The office building renovation is done, and the factory will be finished in just over a month. What are your plans next? Or rather, what should our first product be? Lu Chen had been meaning to broach this topic with Su Mingyan anyway, so it was perfect timing that he asked now. He replied, I was just about to discuss this with you. I've already decided on the first product our company will produce. But let's discuss the details over tea once we're back in the office. What the first product would be was, after all, a company secret. It was best to discuss it thoroughly back at the office, especially with the driver present. Su Mingyan nodded. Alright, we'll discuss it in detail back at the office. Having driven for so many years and served as the boss's driver for so long, Wang Shang was naturally quite adept at navigating social niceties. He understood why his boss avoided discussing the product in the car. It was undoubtedly because he was present and hadn't yet earned his full trust. He proactively offered, Chairman, I've been driving for the boss for over a decade. I won't boast about other things, but I'm exceptionally discreet. When you have time, we could draft a confidentiality agreement. I'll sign it immediately. Then whenever you have urgent matters or need to discuss something in the car, just speak freely. I promise it'll go in one ear and out the other, not a single word will slip out. He spoke these words with genuine sincerity. He dared not leak a single word. He understood perfectly well. Although this company was newly established, it was essentially a state-owned enterprise with a background so high it was frightening. Under these circumstances, how could he dare leak any secrets? Lu Chen chuckled. Brother Wang, hiring you as my driver was well worth it. Once the company is up and running, you'll be in charge of the fleet. Hearing he'd be in charge of the company fleet, Wang Sheng's heart leapt with delight. Thank you, Chairman. Rest assured, I won't let you down. He was genuinely excited. His previous company was publicly listed and had its own driver fleet, which had 6 members at the time. He had merely been a deputy team leader. But things were different here. Though the company currently had only him as a driver, once they hired more staff, a state-owned enterprise of this scale would easily require around 10 drivers. Then he would be the captain, managing nearly 10 people. How impressive that would be. The car glided smoothly along the road. The absurdly high turn head rate remained unchanged. Wherever it went, the Rolls-Royce became the center of attention. Soon, the car pulled up to the building. After parking, Wang Shang immediately stepped out to open the door for Lu Chen. Lu Chen and Su Mingyan stepped out of the car one after the other. Upon entering the lobby, 2 receptionists at the front desk immediately bowed respectfully. Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, Ms. Su. Lu Chen offered them a faint smile before proceeding directly to the private elevator. Straight to the 23rd floor. The building had a total of 27 floors. Lu Chen had designated the 23rd floor for the executive suite. It had its own dedicated elevator. Upon reaching the 23rd floor, the entire design revealed itself to be circular in layout. The chairman's office was situated at the easternmost end. Upon entering the office, Lu Chen surveyed the space from top to bottom, left to right. He had visited once before the office was completed, but had never seen it after its full construction. The office covered approximately 110 square meters. The desk, computer, bookshelves, treadmill, central air conditioning, green plants, sofa, coffee table, wall art, and even the tea tray and teapot on the coffee table, everything was perfectly arranged. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. He then gestured toward the sofa. He said to Su Mingyan, have a seat. Let's chat over some tea. Certainly, Chairman. Su Mingyan understood that while they were close childhood friends outside the company, within the organization, they were superior and subordinate. The proper titles must never be mistaken, and the required respect must never be lacking. Lu Chen picked up the tea leaves from the coffee table and examined them. Not bad. Who prepared this tea? Old Song bought them, Su Mingyan replied. Old Song? Lu Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Which Old Song are you referring to? He genuinely didn't know anyone by that name. Well, Old Song is from your 5th military factory. Earlier, when you were short-handed, he was transferred over to help out. Su Mingyan had overseen the entire renovation process and all the preparatory work. So he was quite familiar with the situation. I see. Lu Chen nodded. Let me brew some tea first. After that, we'll discuss the first product. Chapter 211, this potion is harder to make than an atomic bomb. 5 minutes later. The tea was ready. Lu Chen took a sip, his eyes lighting up. Old Song really knows his tea. This brew is truly delicious. Su Mingyan lifted his cup and sipped as well. Yes, it is. Then, his eyes gleaming, he turned to Lu Chen. Chairman, stop teasing us. Tell me what our first product is. I'm dying to know. Lu Chen paused, choosing not to reveal it outright. It's related to biomanufacturing. Care to take a guess? Su Mingyan racked his brain. Something biological? Could it be we're going into pharmaceuticals? Actually, selling medicine isn't a bad idea. The profit margins are incredibly high, and many pharmaceutical companies are extremely profitable. But what kind of medicine should we sell? Lu Chen chuckled softly and took another sip of tea. You're only half right. The first product I plan to develop is indeed a medicine. But this medicine isn't like any you've seen, understood, guessed, or found on the market. Different? Su Mingyan's curiosity piqued, eager to uncover what it could be. Lu Chen continued, while some cancers are treatable now, aren't most still incurable? Su Mingyan nodded. Absolutely. Only early-stage cancers are treatable, and many are extremely difficult to cure. As far as I know, there are no miracle drugs for them yet. Could it be? A suspicion began to form in his mind. Could it be, our very first product is going to be specifically designed to treat cancer? Holy crap, that'd be insane. If we could pull that off, we'd be rolling in it. Do you think you could actually build this thing? It's not that simple. We'd need to hire tons of R&D staff and spend years experimenting and developing before we could even hope to create something like this. Otherwise, it would already exist. But Lu Chen just smiled. Let me ask you this, what's the current human lifespan? Human lifespan? Though Su Mingyan didn't understand why he was asking, he answered honestly, reaching 100 is practically the limit. Making it to 90 is pretty impressive. Most people live into their 70s or 80s. 70 or 80. Yeah, about that. Then let me ask you this, are human bodies particularly fragile now, unable to withstand even the slightest injury? Su Mingyan pondered for a moment before nodding. Yes, human bodies are extremely fragile. Whether it's getting hit by a car, falling off a bike, tripping while walking, or even jumping from the second or third floor, any of these could lead to accidental death. Too cold is no good, too hot is no good either. You can't go without eating, and you can't go without drinking water either. And humans aren't physically fit either, they can't run fast, jump high, or lift heavy things. Sigh. It really is fragile. After voicing his thoughts, the look of confusion on his face grew even more pronounced. He drained the tea from his cup in one gulp. Chairman, why are you asking me these questions? I'm a bit lost here. Lu Chen smiled faintly. Then he refilled his cup. He began to explain. Because the first product I'm developing is connected to every question I've asked you. Let me briefly outline my concept. I plan to develop a biological agent whose primary function is to comprehensively enhance and strengthen the human body. You've probably seen sci-fi movies where people inject drugs to become superhuman. It's similar to that. Holy crap. Su Mingyan was stunned. That's insane. You're actually building something like that? Tell me more, quickly. Lu Chen cleared his throat twice before continuing. Let me outline the primary effects I envision. First, let's talk about the initial version, the base formula I plan to develop. First, I needed to enhance a person's overall capabilities by at least 30 times, potentially even 50 or 100 times. Take human speed limits, for instance. Normally, it should be around 10 meters per second. But with my biopharmaceutical, I aim to boost human processing speed to at least 100 meters per second. Take strength, the baseline should be effortlessly lifting several tons, right? Take reaction speed, it should be faster than a cat's, at the very least. And physical resilience, an ordinary person struck by a car could die instantly, or even face life-threatening injuries from an electric scooter collision. That's unacceptable. That's why the bio-serum I've developed must grant the human body sufficient resilience. At the very least, even if struck and thrown by a large truck or even run over, there should be no risk of fatal injury. That's just the first point. What's the second? Human lifespans are far too short. A mere few decades, barely enough time to accumulate anything meaningful before death claims us. How can that be acceptable? That's why this deep biological serum I'm developing must at least extend human life to 200 or 300 years. Only then would it be truly worthwhile. And third, it must cure diseases, all diseases. No matter what ailments you've suffered from before, injecting my serum will heal them all. Not only will past illnesses be cured, but you won't contract any new ones either. Fourth, Lu Chen outlined several more key points. Of course, everything I've mentioned so far pertains to the undiluted serum, the one I'll be using myself. Of course, you'll get your share in the future. The product version will be diluted, so while it won't be as potent, it won't be weak either. After finishing, he looked at Su Mingyan, who seemed a bit dazed, and asked, "That's pretty much the plan. What do you think?" Su Mingyan gulped down an entire cup of tea in one go, then took a deep breath and pumped his fist in excitement. Unbeatable, brother Lu. What you're describing sounds like something straight out of a sci-fi movie. If you could actually develop something like this, even if the effects were diluted 10 or 20 times, it would still be a miracle in global biomedicine. If we could mass-produce something like this, it would take the world by storm. People would be lining up to buy it at any price. The main question is, how do we actually build something like this? This is way harder than building an atomic bomb. Don't worry about that. How it gets made isn't your concern. Just focus on completing the tasks I've assigned you, Lu Chen said with unwavering confidence. Leave the RD to me. Also, starting today, inform the HR department to begin recruiting talent in biological research and development. I'll send the specifics to your email in a formal document. Chapter 212, Preparing Experimental Materials. No problem. As soon as you send the email, I'll get it arranged immediately. Su Mingyan patted his chest in assurance, feeling quite pleased. In the past, he'd always been at the bottom rung of the workplace, merely following others' orders. But now, things were different. Now he was part of the company's upper management. Many orders and arrangements were issued by him to others, and that feeling was absolutely exhilarating. He finally understood why those in leadership positions always seemed to enjoy working overtime and immersing themselves in their jobs. It turned out that assigning tasks to others was completely different from being assigned tasks by others. Lu Chen then asked, "How's that lab I specifically asked you to focus more on?" "You mean the one on the 13th floor?" "That's right, the 13th floor. Rest assured, Chairman. Every lab in that building has been meticulously prepared to meet all your requirements. All experimental equipment and instruments are fully stocked, and we've even retrofitted a dedicated elevator. Shall we go take a look?" Lu Chen picked up his teacup and drained it in one gulp. Then he nodded. "All right, let's go take a look." The two rode the elevator up to the 13th floor. Upon entering the floor, they immediately noticed the entire corridor was covered in laboratory-grade epoxy flooring. The surrounding walls had undergone specialized treatment, and the glass panels were seamless, designed to maintain maximum cleanliness. Through the corridor, a large laboratory spanning 200 to 300 square meters was visible on the left. Except for a few load-bearing columns and walls, the entire space was enclosed in glass. The entire interior was visible at a glance. Inside, various pieces of equipment, large and small, were scattered throughout. Further ahead, 3 additional independent laboratories each occupied approximately 100 square meters. Circling the entire floor, there were 17 laboratories in total. Accommodating 100 or 2 people working inside posed no problem whatsoever. After touring the entire floor, Lu Chen was thoroughly satisfied. "Not bad. You've done a great job with this. Tonight, bring your family over. I'll invite my dad too. Let's all head to a 5-star hotel for a nice meal." Really? Su Mingyan stared at Lu Chen with sparkling eyes, his face brimming with excitement. "Absolutely. But..." Su Mingyan hesitated suddenly, "But my cousin's family is coming over tonight. Maybe we should reschedule?" Seeing Su Mingyan's slightly disappointed expression, Lu Chen shook his head. "No need to postpone. Tonight it is. Bring your cousin's family along too. Is that okay?" Su Mingyan asked uncertainly. Lu Chen nodded. "Of course it's fine. Also, pull up the memo app on your phone to take notes. I have something to discuss with you." "Okay." Su Mingyan immediately pulled out his phone and opened the memo app. "Go ahead, Chairman." Lu Chen paused for a moment before speaking. 100 white mice, 20 rabbits, 3 monkeys, and... After jotting everything down, Su Mingyan asked curiously, "Chairman, what are you preparing these for?" Lu Chen chuckled. "Preparing these items is obviously for conducting experiments. Urge HR again, have them hire 2 animal caretakers within a week. They must have at least 3 years of experience, be under 35 years old, and can be male or female. However, female candidates cannot be pregnant and must not have married within the past year or plan to have children. Just relay this to HR. They should know the details better than I do. Of course, besides these items, I'll also need a large quantity of medical supplies and pharmaceuticals. But don't bother jotting down some of the materials and drugs just yet, they're too complicated. I'll email you the list and you can forward it to procurement. Have them purchase everything exactly as specified. Remember, not a single item can be missing." Besides noting down the animals Lu Chen needed to purchase, Su Mingyan also jotted down all the other instructions in his memo, afraid he might forget anything. "Got it. You can count on me to handle this. Any other instructions, Chairman?" Lu Chen shook his head. "Nothing else for now. That's all." "Oh, and what's the current status of the cafeteria?" Su Mingyan thought for a moment before replying. "The cafeteria renovation finished 2 weeks ago. All the stoves, range hoods, pots, and dishes are already in place. Since the company is still relatively small, we've only hired 2 chefs and 2 kitchen assistants. The food procurement department now has 3 staff members. We'll gradually expand as the workforce grows." "Got it. Make a note to notify human resources to expedite the completion of the cafeteria facilities. I believe within a month, our company's workforce will exceed 100 to 200 people. Within 3 months, I want over 1,000 employees in this building alone, plus another 1,000 or more at the factory site. By the way, since we've already assigned some staff to the cafeteria, can we start serving lunch now?" Su Mingyan nodded. Of course. But since the staff numbers are still low, they haven't prepared many dishes. Shall I call and ask what meals are available now? Lu Chen considered it. Never mind, don't call. Let's just go check the cafeteria ourselves. All right. The two took the elevator down to the basement level. After rounding a small corner, a spacious area came into view. It wasn't empty in the sense of being devoid of objects, but rather because the space itself was quite large. The entire area featured high-end finishes. The central area was filled with the usual tables, chairs, and benches. Partitions created separate booths along the edges and corners. Walking through the center, one could even glimpse a dedicated private room area at the very front. The functionality is quite comprehensive. Moreover, the entire floor is dedicated to the cafeteria, easily accommodating nearly 1,000 diners at once. As they walked through, the cafeteria manager, who had been momentarily frozen in place, immediately approached them with a cheerful smile. He completely ignored Lu Chen, stepping forward to shake hands with Su Mingyan. Mr. Su, you're here. We're preparing the meals right now. What would you like for lunch? I'll have them cook it up for you. The manager appeared to be around 35 years old, plump and well-fed. Yet he was incredibly polite towards Su Mingyan, who was over 10 years his junior. However, Su Mingyan didn't accept his kindness, instead letting out a somewhat helpless wry smile. He then offered the manager an easy way out and introduced Lu Chen. Manager Guan, you're new here, so you might not be aware. Let me introduce you. The gentleman beside me is our chairman Lu. Chapter 213, Company Cafeteria. Guan was still puzzled. He had already extended his hand to shake yours. Why wouldn't you give me the courtesy? In his memory, this Mr. Su was usually very easy to talk to. What was going on today? It wasn't until Su Mingyan explained that he suddenly understood, realizing he'd made a mistake. The chairman was right there, and he had snubbed him. This was no small matter. He immediately reached out to Lu Chen, smiling as he offered an explanation. My apologies, Chairman. I've only been here a short while and hadn't seen you before, so I didn't recognize you at first. Speaking of which, Chairman, you're truly a rising star. To become chairman at such a young age, I'm genuinely impressed. Lu Chen hadn't taken the earlier incident to heart anyway. So he shook hands with him and smiled. It's fine, no need to be so formal. I just came by today to see what the cafeteria is like. And the kitchen. Take me to the kitchen, please. Sure thing. Guan Zhao nodded repeatedly and gestured invitingly. Chairman, Mr. Su, this way please. Led by Guan Zhao, Lu Chen and Su Mingyan entered the kitchen. At that moment, 2 chefs and 2 kitchen staff were busy preparing ingredients. Lu Chen glanced around the entire kitchen. It was exceptionally clean and fully compliant with restaurant standards overall. It was quite high spec. His gaze finally settled on the 2 chefs and 2 kitchen staff preparing dishes. One chef was slicing meat, while the other was cleaning fish. As for the 2 kitchen assistants, they were washing vegetables in the sink. Just then, the cafeteria manager suddenly clapped his hands. Everyone, stop what you're doing for a moment. The gentleman standing beside me is our company's chairman, Chairman Lu. All 4 immediately stopped what they were doing and turned to look at Lu Chen, their expressions filled with astonishment. They hadn't expected the company's chairman to be so young. He looked barely 20 years old. To be in his 20s and already serving as the company's chairman. It was truly unbelievable. After a moment of stunned silence, I broke into a smile directed at Lu Chen. Good day, Chairman Lu. Greetings, Chairman Lu. Chairman Lu is so young, truly a rising star. Lu Chen chuckled and exchanged pleasantries with them for a moment. Then he said, our company maintains fairly strict standards regarding the cafeteria. This is reflected in the salaries we offer you. Your salary levels are significantly higher than those at other companies. Naturally, our expectations for you are also higher. First and foremost is food safety. The meals served to employees must be the freshest possible, absolutely no spoilage or expired items. Additionally, both the hygiene and environment of the cafeteria must strictly adhere to standards. Second, you must embrace innovation. Don't just serve the same dishes day after day. Think about how to make meals enjoyable for employees and what they actually like to eat. He then turned to Guan Zhao. Manager Guan. Yes. Guan Zhao responded promptly. Chairman, what are your instructions? Pay closer attention to procurement. Also, once the company is fully operational, conduct monthly surveys to find out what dishes employees like and dislike, and gather their feedback. No problem, Chairman. Rest assured, I'll handle the cafeteria. I guarantee the staff will get what they want to eat. I've already planned this out. My goal is to make our cafeteria meals so popular that employees prefer them over outside food. And once we're fully operational, I'll make sure they rotate the menu, whether it's stir fries, noodles, mutton soup, pancakes, rojiamo, or other dishes. We'll keep it fresh with variety. Lu Chen smiled with satisfaction. Good. I look forward to seeing what you can do. Also, based on the company's hiring progress, I'll fill out your cafeteria staff as soon as possible. Around 15 people. Got it, Chairman. No problem. Hearing about 15 people, Wan Chao perked up immediately. That meant his department would soon have around 15 people, and as their manager, he'd be in charge of them all. He couldn't have been happier. So the number of people I manage now is about the same as at my previous company. But the salary here is a third higher than what I was making before. Plus, the rules and regulations here are much more reasonable. The boss is also very generous. He's also heard that once the factory building is completed and we start hiring employees, we'll also set up a cafeteria and it will be much larger than the one here. Based on his estimates, the cafeteria over there will need to accommodate at least 30 people. Moreover, Mr. Su once mentioned to him that the canteens at both locations would require unified management. That means there will only be one manager. If he can oversee the staff there too, that would mean he'd have 40 or 50 people under his command. Managing 40 to 50 people would be equivalent to heading a fairly large department. After all, many small companies don't even have 40 or 50 employees total. At that point, I'd truly become a fairly important manager. My salary will definitely go up accordingly. Therefore, he must perform exceptionally well here before the cafeteria over there is established. He needed to satisfy Mr. Su, satisfy the boss, and satisfy all the employees. Then, once the cafeteria over there was set up, he'd find an opportunity to take over that one too. Lu Chen gave them a few more instructions. Then he asked, "What are you serving for lunch today?" Guan Jiarui immediately replied, "For lunch today, we have rice and steamed buns as the main dishes." For lunch today, we have fish-flavored shredded pork, fried pork, vinegar braised cabbage, braised eggplant, mushroom soup, and millet porridge. For fruit, we have oranges and apples today. Since there are fewer people now, the variety and quantity of dishes we served are also smaller. It will definitely be more abundant later on. Not bad. Lu Chen remarked indifferently. Just then, Wan Zhao inquired, "Chairman, what would you like for lunch and dinner today?" "I'll have them prepare it for you." Lu Chen shook his head. "No need. Just prepare whatever is being prepared. I'll just have the same as the staff." Guan Zhao nodded in agreement. After he and Su Mingyan had left, Guan Zhao immediately approached the head chef and instructed, "Add another serving of braised pork belly for lunch today." Earlier, while chatting with Su Mingyan, he had casually inquired about the chairman's favorite dishes. Both of them were particularly fond of braised pork belly. After lunch, Lu Chen gave the cafeteria's food a favorable review, at least it didn't taste like mass-produced grub. That afternoon, he prepared materials in his office. Meanwhile, Su Mingyan followed Lu Chen's instructions to coordinate with the Human Resources Department and other relevant departments. Chapter 214, Test Subjects in Place. The next day, the HR department began organizing interviews. They proved remarkably efficient. Within just 3 days, they had secured 2 laboratory animal technicians. Though their role was seemingly simple, both held master's degrees in biology-related fields. Moreover, within these few days, they also found Lu Chen a doctoral assistant specializing in biology. This doctoral candidate had just graduated this year, a 29-year-old woman. 2 more days passed, and the supplies were fully prepared and delivered to the relevant laboratories: 100 white mice, 20 rabbits, 3 experimental monkeys, 50 rats, 30 guinea pigs, 100 frogs, and 30 chickens. And Lu Chen? He hadn't been seen during those days, instead spending several days at the factory site. After resting for another day, he planned to visit the Zhengcheng Biological Research Institute first. Lu Chen was quite curious about this institute, as it was the most renowned biological research facility in the country. Prior to this, he had never even heard of a biological research institute existing in Zhengcheng. Much less did he imagine it would be the most renowned in the country. Exactly 9 a.m. Lu Chen called the director of the institute. "Hello, Director Zhu?" "Hello, who's this?" "This is Lu Chen. Commander Zhang should have contacted you about this, right?" "Lu Chen?" Zhu Bochuan paused slightly. "Oh, it's you. I remember now. Commander Zhang mentioned you earlier. He said you were undertaking some kind of biological research and asked us to cooperate and support you. Come by whenever you have time." In truth, Zhu Bochuan and Zhang Jianguo didn't know each other personally. But someone under Zhang Jianguo's command knew Zhu Bochuan, and that's precisely how the connection was made. And Zhu Bochuan never dreamed Zhang Jianguo would personally call him. The purpose of the call was to inform him that a young man would be visiting their facility soon for observation and learning. Zhang mentioned this young man intended to develop a biological agent, though he didn't specify what kind. He simply instructed them to cooperate fully with the young man. Whatever requests the young man made, whatever he needed, they were to fulfill them to the best of their ability. During the call, Zhu Bochuan naturally agreed repeatedly, promising full cooperation. But after hanging up, he curled his lip in disdain. Of course, this disdain wasn't directed at Zhang Jianguo, but at the young man. After all, Zhang Jianguo was the commander-in-chief of the military region, holding a position far above his own. Naturally, he dared not show the slightest disrespect or discontent. What puzzled him was why Commander Zhang would ask him to assist some young upstart in developing a biological agent. Although Commander Zhang hadn't explicitly stated what this biological agent was, Xu Buochuan had already guessed its nature with near certainty. Earlier, higher-ups had shown him a video. The footage depicted events unfolding on the battlefield. Moreover, the individuals in the footage didn't behave like ordinary people at all, they seemed more like superhumans. He had speculated that these people must have used some kind of biological agent to enhance their bodies, which was why they had become so formidable. The higher-ups had also inquired whether their research institute could develop such a biological agent and, if so, how long it would take. After watching the footage, he did not respond immediately but instead convened a special meeting. After over an hour of discussion, he finally provided his response. He stated that while his team had dabbled in this field of research, they had yet to achieve any breakthrough results. Current research was not sufficiently advanced, experience was limited, and relevant talent was scarce. Therefore, developing a biological agent with the effects demonstrated in the video would require at least 10 to 20 years, with no guarantee of success. This response left the higher-ups deeply disappointed. But there was nothing to be done. As for Commander Zhang's suggestion to send a young researcher, he harbored no expectations whatsoever for that individual. Upon hearing Xu Buochuan's words, Lu Chen nodded. "All right, Director Zhang. If you have time this morning, I plan to come over then." Lu Chen's primary purpose for visiting was to understand the current research focus of their biological institute and whether they had any relevant studies underway. He also intended to discuss with Xu Buochuan and his team how to approach this research, what direction to take, and what challenges might arise along the way. Lu Chen's expertise in biological research naturally surpassed theirs. However, gathering diverse perspectives and engaging in discussions might yield unexpected insights. "I'm available. Come right over." Xu Buochuan replied in a tone that was neither warm nor cold. From the voice on the other end of the line, Xu Buochuan could tell this young man was barely in his 20s. What could someone so young possibly know? What could he possibly know? If not for Commander Zhang's face, he wouldn't have bothered with this kid, let alone meet him. Moreover, during their earlier phone conversation, Commander Zhang had insisted this young man was a genius, exceptionally talented. He naturally scoffed at the notion. What kind of genius hadn't he seen? He intended to see for himself what this so-called genius could actually accomplish once he arrived. After hanging up, Lu Chen immediately called his driver and had him come pick him up. Then he walked into the living room. No sooner had he sat down on the sofa than his father, Lu Jiqiang, immediately asked, "Son, how's the company going? When are you going to find a position for your old man? You have no idea how bored your old man has been stuck at home lately. It's unbearable. Hurry up and get your old man a job to do. Anything will do, your old man can handle anything." Lu Chen picked up the carton of milk on the table and downed it in one gulp. Then he looked at Lu Jiqiang with a smile. "Dad, my company is about to get on track. I figured it'd be nice for you to relax at home, go out for fun, take a trip or two. But since you want to work, I'll arrange something for you." "No problem at all." "That's wonderful, son. I've been out several times these past few days, but wandering around is just too exhausting. I'd rather be working. Hurry up and find me a job, anything will do." Lu Chen pondered. If he were to arrange a job for his father, it would have to meet several key criteria. The first was that it had to be easygoing. The second was that it couldn't be too tiring. The third was that it needed to offer some freedom. Plus, he knew his dad wasn't one for dealing with too many people, he was a bit introverted. After much consideration, security guard seemed like the most suitable option. Whether it was his office building or his factory, both required security personnel. And the demand for security personnel is quite substantial. If he were to get my dad a security job, it certainly wouldn't be a low-level position, nor would it involve shift work or night shifts. So what should he be assigned? The deputy security captain position would be quite suitable. The deputy captain's salary is relatively high, and all the actual work can be delegated to the captain. Serving as deputy captain would essentially be a ceremonial position, just relaxing in the security office all day. If boredom strikes, he could go on patrols. Do whatever he wants, it's incredibly free and easy, with no real strain. Chapter 215, How's your prop factory doing? So he said to his dad, "Dad, I've got a job idea for you. This job involves no heavy labor, no night shifts, and no need to participate in scheduling. All you have to do is sip tea in the office every day and take a stroll when bored." Lu Jiqiang immediately guessed, "You're not suggesting I become a security guard, are you?" Lu Chen nodded. "Security guard, but as the deputy captain. I can arrange it as a leisurely position. You can participate in management tasks if you want, but if not, the captain will handle them. Plus, I plan to appoint 2 deputy captains. This one will be a leisurely position, while the other will be expected to handle all the actual work. By then, between my office building and factory, we'll need at least 30 security guards total. We can assign 1 deputy captain. What do you think? Don't worry, no one will give you a hard time. Before you go, I'll tell them you're my dad. No one will dare say a single word against you. Or if you don't want to be a deputy captain, I'll make you captain directly. The 2 deputies can handle the arrangements, or I'll just make you security manager. Which one do you want? Or if you don't like security work, I can think of other positions for you. I could arrange for you to work in internal operations, sitting in an office if you prefer. But office work won't give you the freedom of security. I'm afraid you'll get bored stuck inside. Lu Jichang pondered for a moment, then his eyes lit up and he flashed a satisfied smile. Then I'll take the deputy security captain position. I think that job sounds pretty good. Thanks, son. Lu Chen laughed heartily. No need to be so formal with me, it's the least I can do. Just then, Lu Jichang glanced at the time and suddenly asked, it's already past 9. Why haven't you gone to work yet? Now that you're the boss, you've got heavy responsibilities on your shoulders. Don't slack off. Don't worry, Dad. I have my own plans. I'm heading to the Zhangcheng Biological Research Institute shortly to discuss some matters with them. Besides, I don't run things like some other bosses who wear themselves out. I usually delegate tasks to others and just provide guidance from behind the scenes. A big boss like me shouldn't be running around busy all day long. I've got all the time in the world. Alright, I'll talk to you later. Eat the eggs and bread on the table. I'm heading out to grab some steamed buns, got to get to work soon. Without waiting for his dad to call him back, he dashed out the door. He dashed downstairs, gulping in the fresh air, then strolled leisurely through the neighborhood. The neighborhood was very quiet, and the environment was kept relatively clean, but there was too little greenery, and the buildings were all decades-old dilapidated structures. As Lu Chen walked, he pondered whether he should buy a new house. Or maybe just buy a villa outright. Once the thought took root, it wouldn't leave him. He planned to look for a place once he cleared his busy schedule. Buying a villa not too far from here, how comfortable that would be. He could even get a dog and a cat, letting them roam freely in the yard. He actually loved cats and dogs, but couldn't keep them upstairs. They'd leave the place smelling and covered in fur. But if he bought a villa, keeping them in the yard wouldn't be a problem at all. After leaving the residential complex, he walked a few minutes to a place he often went for breakfast. This breakfast spot had been open for over a decade. Lu Chen remembered eating here back in elementary school, and it was still open now. Standing before stacks of steaming bamboo baskets, he asked the busy owner, "Do you still have beef buns and scallion pork buns?" Without even looking up, the owner casually replied, "Yes, how many would you like?" "Give me 1 steamer basket of beef buns, 1 basket of scallion pork buns, and a bowl of tofu pudding, extra cilantro in the tofu pudding." "Sure thing, no problem." The moment the owner finished speaking, he looked up and saw Lu Chen. His eyes lit up at the sight of Lu Chen. While handing him the buns, he said, "It's you, little Chen. I heard you started a company recently and even bought an entire building. Is that true?" Lu Chen nodded, making no attempt to conceal the truth. "Yes, it's true. From the moment he started his company to his day-to-day work, aside from matters requiring confidentiality, he hadn't deliberately hidden anything, nor was there any need to. So it wasn't surprising that many people in the neighborhood or nearby knew about it." Upon receiving his confirmation, the bun vendor gave him a thumbs up and wore an expression of genuine admiration. "Little Chen, you've really made something of yourself." "Xiao Chun, my son just graduated this year with a master's in law from a top-tier university, but he still hasn't found a suitable job. Why don't you let him try working for you?" "Oh?" Lu Chen was slightly surprised, but immediately agreed, "No problem. My company is in Yunlong Tower, the entire building is mine. We're currently understaffed and plan to establish a legal department later. When Ganga isn't too busy, have him bring his resume over for an interview. It shouldn't be a problem." He had already been considering establishing a legal department. While the manager and supervisors needed experience and proven competence, the team definitely required fresh blood. A law master's degree from a top-tier university, fresh out of school, it was actually a pretty good fit. That's why he agreed. Otherwise, if the candidate hadn't been suitable, he would have found an excuse to brush it off. The boss had only mentioned his son's situation casually. He hadn't expected the other party to agree outright. So he thanked him readily. Then he added, "You don't need to pay for today's buns. They're on me." Lu Chen waved his hands repeatedly. "That won't do. I'll pay what I owe you, work hard for your money." Without waiting for a response, he handed over the money. Seeing Lu Chen had paid, the owner added a few extra steamed buns to the 2 prepared baskets and carried them over to the table beside them. Moreover, though Lu Chen had originally ordered tofu pudding, the owner had upgraded his order to wontons. Lu Chen was about to pay the difference, but seeing the owner insist, he let it go. He had barely started eating when he noticed a girl carrying a bag sit down across from him. After sitting down, she looked up and exclaimed in surprise, "Lu Chen, is that you? Haven't seen you in over 2 years. Never thought I'd run into you here. How's your props factory going? Making any money?" Chapter 216, How could that be? Hearing that voice familiar yet distant, Lu Chen looked up. He too felt utterly surprised. The girl sitting across from him was Zhang Jiasen, a neighbor from the floor above. She was the same age as Lu Chen and was currently pursuing a master's degree elsewhere, returning home only rarely. Back in elementary school, they'd gotten along pretty well, often playing together and walking to and from school side by side. But starting in middle school, Zhang Jusin had somehow become aloof and somewhat haughty, no longer willing to hang out with Lu Chen. Frankly, she looked down on Lu Chen. This pattern persisted from middle school through high school and into college. During that period, whenever she saw Lu Chen, she'd offer a cold greeting and nothing more, or simply pretend not to notice him altogether. And now, she looked down on Lu Chen even more. After all, she was now a graduate student, blessed with striking looks and flawlessly fair skin. Given her circumstances, her ideal partner had to be at least a graduate student himself. Moreover, his family had to own a car worth over 500,000 yuan, a fully paid-off house, substantial savings, and an annual income of at least 300,000 yuan. That was what she wanted. As for Lu Chen, he was just an undergraduate with no stable job, running some crappy prop factory. What kind of future could someone like that possibly have? He'd probably be stuck like this for the rest of his life. And what about herself? After graduation, she could easily land a job paying 10 to 20,000 yuan a month. Then I'll find a boyfriend who makes 20 or 30,000. The class gap becomes glaringly obvious. We're simply from different worlds. If Zhang Jusin hadn't spotted Lu Chen sitting here earlier, she'd never have sat with him. But since she was already seated, she felt obliged to save face and greeted Lu Chen first. Oh, it's Zhang Jusin. Long time no see. Lu Chen paused briefly to recall, then replied in a tone neither warm nor cold. Then he went back to scrolling through his phone and eating his meal. Seeing Lu Chen's indifferent attitude toward her, Zhang Jusin felt deeply uncomfortable. She remembered that Lu Chen had never treated her this way before. Back then, she was the goddess in many people's eyes, smart, tall, and beautiful. Back then, Lu Chen had always been proactive and enthusiastic when talking to her, bordering on being a bit of a suck-up. But why was he acting this way now? What gave him the right to be so cold toward her? What made him think he could? She immediately began inquiring about Lu Chen's current situation. Lu Chen, it's been so long. How have you been lately? Still running your own business? Lu Chen nodded. Yeah, I'm still running my small factory. Zhang Jusin was somewhat surprised. After all this time, how come his factory hadn't gone under yet? Could he have struck it rich? She pressed further. Impressive. Seems like you're running it well. So how much are you making a month now? Lu Chen chuckled. Making money? Not yet. I'm actually losing money every day. He was telling the truth. From purchasing the office building to acquiring land for the factory, then renovations and hiring staff every day brought massive expenses without any income yet. Hearing that Lu Chen wasn't making money but losing it instead, Zhang Jusin finally felt relieved. Her mood instantly deflated. So she adopted a superior stance to lecture Lu Chen. Lu Chen, I told you long ago to find a steady job after graduation instead of messing around with starting a company. You're just not cut out for this kind of thing. But you wouldn't listen. Now look at you losing money every single day. How long can you keep this up? I advise you to shut down that prop factory right now. Then find a job at an electronics factory. You could make 6 or 7,000 a month. That's so much better. Stop dreaming like you did when we were kids. We're grown-ups now, just ordinary people. You need to accept your own ordinariness and mediocrity. Got it? Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to explain anything to her. He merely nodded. Alright, you make a good point. Then he went back to eating. Zhang Jusin, however, persisted, her tone dripping with superiority. Did you even listen to what I said? I'm doing this for your own good, you know? Lu Chen remained indifferent, nodding flatly. Alright, I'll take your advice. I know you're looking out for me. Thanks. The more indifferent he was, the more neglected Zhang Jusin felt, and the angrier she grew. Fuming, her face flushed crimson, she snapped, You weren't even listening to me. Fine, I don't care anymore. Do whatever you want. My kindness is being taken for granted. After muttering this complaint, she turned her attention back to her phone, ignoring him completely. Soon, the steamed buns and bowl of egg drop soup Zhang Jusin had ordered were brought to the table. Throughout the entire meal, the two exchanged not a single word. Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to talk to her, while Zhang Jusin refused to waste her breath on him. Zhang Jusin thought to herself how foolish she had been to consider Lu Chen her best friend back in the day. And Lu Chen was actually quite handsome, perfectly matching her aesthetic preferences. If only he were more ambitious, if only he earned more money, she might have considered dating him. But now, with his slovenly appearance and lack of ambition, she couldn't stand him at all. Just as Lu Chen finished his last bun, the driver's call came through. I'm right across from the neighborhood entrance at a steamed bun shop. Just come pick me up by the roadside. Okay, got it. After hanging up, Lu Chen said goodbye to the shop owner and walked toward the nearby roadside. As soon as he left, the owner came over to clear the dishes from the table. As he tidied up, he glanced at Zhang Jusin. He recognized this girl. Moreover, he had overheard every word she had just exchanged with Lu Chen. So while clearing the tableware, he couldn't help but say, "Miss, it seems you don't know." "Huh?" Zhang Jiasen raised her eyebrows slightly. "What don't I know?" The owner sighed. "Lu Chen's toy factory shut down ages ago." "Shut down?" Zhang Jiasen looked slightly surprised, then snorted disdainfully. "He actually lied to me just now. Looks like his factory went under ages ago. Lying here just to save face? That's really pointless." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the owner gave a cold laugh. "Young lady, you're mistaken again. He didn't deceive you." "Huh? He didn't lie to me? What do you mean?" The owner explained while wiping the table with a rag after Lu Chen's toy factory closed down. He started another company. They bought an office building in a prime location outright and leased over 100,000 square meters of land in the suburbs to build factory facilities. Zhang Jiasen's pupils contracted in shock. "How is that possible?